With a crackling sound, Wild Boar knelt down. Even if his legs weren't completely broken, they wouldn't be usable for a long time. Chi Xiang had thought everything through. Now Wild Boar was slightly shorter than the boy, making it easy for the boy to hit Wild Boar. At this moment, Chi Xiang didn't particularly care about the boy's strength anymore. What he wanted to know was just one thing, whether the boy dared to slap Wild Boar, the guy who'd angered him. Chapter 147. Team Formation 3. The young man approached, took a deep breath, then raised his right hand, and suddenly moved. He then looked up with a smile and asked, "Big brother, can I take him out?" Chi Xiang, seeing the youth's behavior, chuckled, "Haha, sure you can. But little brat, when you say things like that in the future, don't flash such an innocent smile." The young man grunted softly, maintaining the smile on his lips as he turned to pick up the pistol from the ground. Then, walking towards the Wild Boar, he lifted his right hand and pressed the pistol against the Wild Boar's forehead. "Wait a moment." Chi Xiang suddenly spoke. He then retrieved a dagger from his pocket dimension, lightly slicing it across the Wild Boar's right arm. The sharp blade carved off a chunk of meat from the Wild Boar's arm, the pain waking the Wild Boar, who had been unconscious. Chi Xiang glanced at the young man and said, "That's fine." Seeing the gun pressed against his own forehead, the Wild Boar tried to escape, but realized both of his legs were broken and his upper body was heavily pinned down, making any movement impossible. The Wild Boar glared at the young man, still not realizing he was at death's door, snarling, "Kid, if you kill me today, there will be..." Bang! Before the Wild Boar could finish, his words were interrupted by a bullet fired from the young man's Type 54 pistol. After firing the shot, the young man handed the pistol to Chi Xiang and grinned. "Big brother, am I qualified?" Chi Xiang shook his head as he accepted the pistol, saying, "You lead the way, find a vacant spot, and we'll have a proper test." Subsequently, Chi Xiang and the youth arrived at an open area under the guidance of the latter, conducting a series of evaluations ranging from physical strength, speed, reaction time, to the accuracy of assault rifles. The evaluation results indicated that this young man was no less skilled than a soldier. After introduction, the youth revealed his name to be Wang Kuei, a former military enthusiast who had participated in training multiple times and even traveled abroad to learn about firearms. He likely intended to become a soldier after growing up, possibly even a special forces operator. Regarding this, Chi Xiang harbored doubts. There were two possible reasons for this result. One was that Wang Kuei was telling the truth, the other being that Wang Kuei possessed superhuman abilities but chose to conceal them. Of course, Chi Xiang wouldn't probe into it, since if the other party wasn't willing to share, it wasn't polite to press. Moreover, among the people Chi Xiang's group was bringing along, each was a capable soldier. Even if Wang Kuei was a superhuman, what chaos could one person possibly cause? Chi Xiang could confidently say that even if Bat Shadow led a group to ambush them, while he might not have 100% certainty in taking down Bat Shadow, he had 100% certainty that all members could escape. On their way back, Chi Xiang recalled something Uncle De had casually mentioned before. There were two kinds of mercenaries, some purely for money. Others either dreamt of a military career or were retired soldiers who still cherished military life. If not for the apocalypse, Wang Kuei, if unable to achieve high rank in the army, would probably end up joining mercenaries. Of course, this was only something Chi Xiang thought about, which he hadn't shared with Wang Kuei. Chi Xiang led Wang Kuei back to their accommodation, pressing the fingerprint lock to unlock the door before entering. When stepping inside, Wang Kuei, upon seeing the fingerprint lock, curiously remarked, "Oh, a fingerprint lock, quite advanced, huh? Big brother, do you guys have gaming ability users?" Chi Xiang tapped Wang Kuei's head and replied, "Don't ask what shouldn't be asked, and don't talk about what shouldn't be said. You'll know when you need to." Wang Kuei, rubbing his head, responded, "Understood." Chi Xiang sighed, looking at the empty living room, and said, "All right, Wang Kuei, come over at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Wang Kuei simply nodded, then left. As soon as Wang Kuei walked away, Che Dan descended from upstairs, asking, "Xiang Ge, who was that guy just now?" Chi Xiang shrugged, replying, "A team member I recruited." "Hey, Che Dan, how's everything set up?" Che Dan smirked and joked, "Xiang Ge, I blew my budget big time this time. Don't you owe me compensation?" Chi Xiang immediately teased back, "Get lost. If the stuff isn't good, there's no money. Must give something." Che Dan laughed, not bragging, "But what I've arranged now, if it gets triggered, even if someone knows how to shut it down, it won't be easy to deactivate. So what about Jiao Liang and the others?" Chasen chuckled and said, "Xiang Ge, do you think all the things that come out of my shop cannot distinguish between friend or foe? Everyone in this house is from a company called OT. It seems to be a company from the future. Their defense system only recognizes one thing, a medal." Saying this, Chasen threw a medal to Chi Xiang and continued, "People wearing this medal will not be harmed by the defense system. However, if someone does not wear it, they will receive a warning outside, but going deeper will only lead to death." Chi Xiang looked at the medal in his hand. On the round medal were the letters OT. He smiled and said, "Hearing you talk like this makes me want to test how strong this OT actually is." The moment Chi Xiang said this, Chasen immediately responded with a wry laugh, "Xiang Ge, this is just burning money. The defense system in this house alone cost me 7,000 gold coins. 7,000. That could buy so many things. And once installed, it can't be recycled. This has ruined me." Chi Xiang walked over and patted Chesen's shoulder, laughing and said, "All right, I'm just kidding around. For this mission, just take on a few more bounty tasks, and we'll earn some good cash." Chasen nodded and said, "Yeah, we need to make some money. There are a few things I want to buy." Chi Xiang, "What things?" Chasen, It's a secret. Chi Xiong. The next morning at exactly 8 o'clock, a loud knock echoed on the door. Chi Xiong went over and opened it, seeing Wang Kuei, who had arrived right on time. Seeing Wang Kuei dressed in camouflage, Chi Xiong laughed and said, "Hey, kid, we're going to kill zombies, not fight a war. Why are you wearing camouflage?" Wang Kuei adjusted his clothes and said, "Big brother, don't underestimate the significance of this outfit. It serves a great purpose." Chi Xiong grinned while looking at the young man and said, all right, it serves a great purpose. Wait outside for a bit. This house is kind of special. We'll be out soon." Chi Xiong didn't want to mention the numerous traps inside the house, so he used the term special instead. Fortunately, Wang Kuei didn't seem to have any intention of coming in. Thus, Chi Xiong's excuse didn't provoke too much curiosity. 10 minutes later, the fully equipped group finally set out on their journey. Chapter 148, Team Formation, Part 4. Chi Xiong and his group's mode of transportation, this time, was an off-road vehicle that Bo Gu had procured. It was said that a lot of rice was spent, but the exact amount didn't concern anyone since, after all, while Chi Xiong and his team might not talk about how much rice they had, raiding a grain warehouse or two wasn't an issue. The members on this trip included Chi Xiong, Che Dan, Bo Gu, and the temporary team member Wang Kuei. Those who stayed behind were Deshu, Zhao Yang, Bing Yu, Lin Xiaoyang, and 6 elders still in a coma. It should be mentioned here that if it weren't for the fact that the 6 elders' physical conditions were still sound, Chi Xiong would have likely already dragged out Shi Huazixing by now. Of course, it wasn't that Chi Xiong didn't want to find him. It seemed that Shi Huazixing himself was in some kind of coma and wouldn't respond no matter what. In the car, Che Dan looked at Wang Kuei curiously and asked, "Brother Xiong, what special skills does this kid have that made you bring him along?" From the moment Che Dan saw Wang Kuei, he seemed intrigued by the young boy. Chi Xiong smiled and said, "Do you think having the physical fitness of a soldier as a kid is enough?" Oh. The first "oh" came from Che Dan, seeming convinced by Chi Xiong's explanation. The second "oh" came from Bo Gu. Bo Gu looked at Wang Kuei and asked, "Little friend, can you tell me why your physical condition is so good?" Wang Kuei grinned innocently and answered, "Because I've been a military enthusiast since I was little, attended professional training, and even received firearms training abroad. Didn't Brother Chi Xiong tell you?" Bo Gu chuckled, not saying anything more, and fell silent. Meanwhile, Che Dan kept trying to strike up conversations with Wang Kuei. Recalling Wang Kuei's words from last night, Bo Gu thought to himself that Chi Xiong had already shared with everyone that these words were probably 9 parts fiction, meaning Wang Kuei might be a person with extraordinary abilities. However, even Che Dan, a game ability user at over level 20, didn't have the authority to probe someone's information without their consent. Otherwise, there would be no need to speculate like this. Bo Gu drove the car. The distance between their gathering place and the nearest city was only a 1.5-hour drive. However, that city was somewhere many people at the gathering place preferred to avoid because of a high-level zombie commander there. Wang Kuei wouldn't have gone unless absolutely necessary. But Chi Xiong and his companions' reasoning was simple. First, the location was close by, which meant they could return quickly in case of emergencies. Second, other cities might have too many travelers, leaving less reward compared to the rich pickings available here. Most importantly, the city they were heading towards was home to a National Reserve grain depot. This was key, because the grain stored in such depots exceeded anyone's imagination. It was prepared either to stabilize market prices or to provide disaster relief. In short, it held enough food to feed an entire city for some time. For a few people, it could theoretically last a lifetime. And securing that granary was their biggest goal. As Che Dan continuously questioned Wang Kuei with endless curiosity, the 1.5-hour journey passed, and the city finally appeared before Chi Xiong and his group. Bo Gu looked at the emerging city and asked, "Chi Xiong, Dao City has arrived. Do we go directly inside or observe from outside first?" After thinking for a moment, Chi Xiong replied, "Let's stop the car first. Have Che Dan send his summoned creature to investigate." With an abrupt screech of brakes, the car stopped. Next, Wang Kuei's face suddenly changed when he realized that Che Dan's summoned creature was a zombie. Something Wang Kuei hadn't anticipated. He mistakenly believed a flame-covered zombie had just appeared in the car and raised his gun to shoot. Before he could pull the trigger, however, Che Dan grabbed Wang Kuei's weapon and laughed. "Come on, buddy. In these times, what else am I supposed to summon? Besides, it's a mutated zombie, tough to handle, and if you break it, you'll owe us compensation." With that, Che Dan opened the car door and let the flaming zombie step out. The reason for choosing the flaming zombie was because among Che Dan's undead army, the flaming zombie had relatively balanced abilities with large-scale attacks. As for why the blade-wielding zombie wasn't used, one mutated zombie was surprising enough. Revealing a commanding-level zombie might stir up the Lord-class zombies instead. As the blade-wielding zombie advanced step by step into the city, Chi Xiong and his companions relaxed with drinks and snacks, chatting casually, while Bo Gu pulled out a foreign classic novel, occasionally reading and joining Chi Xiong and Che Dan's conversation. This was something Wang Kuei found very surprising, as the three of them were not only unworried despite being about to risk their lives, but also appeared rather relaxed, as if they were going to watch a movie and have dinner afterward. At this moment, Wang Kuei couldn't help but change his impression of Chi Xiong, Che Dan, and Bo Gu. Of course, every move of the flaming zombie in Dao City was under Che Dan's close supervision. Under Che Dan's direction, the flaming zombie maintained the characteristic gait typical for zombies. The streets were filled with other zombies, but even the strongest ones were only enhanced zombies. Upon the arrival of the mutated flaming zombie, it immediately stood out, forcing surrounding zombies to retreat hastily. After being led by Che Dan for 2 hours, the flaming zombie had successfully scouted all locations of supermarkets and granaries in the city. Just as Wang Kuei was almost falling asleep, the flaming zombie finally returned. As soon as the flaming zombie returned, Che Dan withdrew it back and took out a map, saying, "All right, it's time to get to work." Unfolding the map, Che Dan continued, "There are no issues with all the locations, but we haven't spotted any commander-level zombies or lord-class zombies yet. Even mutated zombies have been rarely seen, though there are certainly many mutated ones around. Xiang Bo, what do you think?" Qi Xiang chuckled and said, "What else could it mean? Those that didn't show up must be hiding somewhere. Since they're hiding, it's time for us to make our move." Saying this, Qi Xiang kicked open the car door, grabbed the frame, and with one agile flip, landed on the roof of the vehicle. Laughing heartily, he exclaimed, "Haha, Bogo, let's go." Bogo closed the car door, stepped on the gas pedal, and as the car roared to life, Wang Kuei suddenly felt a sense of unease, quickly asking, "Wait, what's happening now?" Che Dan burst out laughing and responded, "Haha, kid, consider yourself lucky today. Very few people get to see how we fight. Today, you'll get a glimpse of what true strength looks like. Ha ha ha." Chapter 149, Doing the Task, Part 1. As the vehicle moved forward, zombies began to appear in front of everyone. The zombies here didn't appear one or two at a time, but rather there was a large group of them gathered outside from the start. At this moment, Qi Xiang on the roof of the car said, "Haha, it looks like there are many zombies here. Che Dan, your zombies can feast this time." Che Dan, hearing this, also yelled, "Yoho!" At this point, Wang Kuei's face turned pale. Although he had seen Qi Xiang and Wild Boar fight, Wild Boar's strength in the settlement wasn't very strong. Wang Kuei didn't think that defeating Wild Boar made one very capable. After all, this place, even Bat Shadow, was somewhere that people were reluctant to come. However, these three people had boldly arrived, shouting and cheering as if they were deliberately worried that the zombies wouldn't notice them. Roar! The cloudy eyeballs of the zombies looked towards this direction, watching as a speeding SUV approached them. All the zombies surged towards the SUV just like a long-time starving crowd spotting a tin of meat. In fact, for the zombies, the people sitting inside Qi Xiang's car might as well be meat inside that tin. However, unlike the meat inside a tin, Qi Xiang and his team were skilled killers. The distance grew closer and closer. As Qi Xiang and the others showed no sign of initiating an attack, Wang Kuei felt that he couldn't wait to die with them. Though Wang Kuei didn't make any drastic movements such as jumping out of the car, he still leaned out of the window, pulling out the pistol given to him by Qi Xiang, and started firing skillfully. Wang Kuei's shooting was accurate. 3 shots took down 4 zombies. But here, this place was the haven of zombies. The loss of 4 zombies meant little to them, especially when Che Dan and his team faced at least hundreds of zombies this time. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The distance between Qi Xiang's group and the zombies became closer and closer. Finally, when the two were only 3 meters apart, Che Dan abruptly opened the car door and released 6 sealed zombies. At that exact moment, Bo Gu made a sudden turn, causing the car to immediately race away in the opposite direction. A quick-moving zombie grabbed onto the car during the sudden U-turn. But soon, its hands were torn off by the force, and it was subsequently overwhelmed by the horde. As soon as the 6 zombies stepped out of the car, they displayed immense combat power. Keep in mind, these were not regular zombies, but mutated ones. Even the once weak dragon-like zombie, at the time it was captured, had now grown into a beast nearly 2 meters long resembling a dragon. Despite being a zombie, it appeared extremely powerful. Among the summoned creatures under Che Dan, the dragon-like zombie's method of attack was the most violent. Other zombies would simply aim for the opponent's kill, except for the flame zombie and lightning zombie who ensured their foes' bodies almost never remained intact after their assaults. On the other hand, the dragon-like zombie directly bit through another zombie's head, then without waiting for the fallen body to collapse, targeted the next zombie in line. Any attacks from the zombies against them were largely ignored. Being zombies themselves, they naturally were immune to zombie poisons, and their defensive capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary zombies, making it difficult to even penetrate their defenses. Qi Xiang's car stopped 50 meters away, and Qi Xiang stood on the rooftop. Looking at that direction, he chuckled. Haha. Che Dan, your dragon-like zombie is truly fierce. If I were there, it'd probably be using Blade Storm. Che Dan, your Blade zombie actually knows Sword Saint skills. At this point, Che Dan had also climbed onto the roof of the car. His vision did not have the same range boost as Qi Xiang's, but with a pair of binoculars, he could also clearly see the battle situation. Che Dan laughed. Haha, naturally. You don't know who summoned creatures these are. Each one is mighty. I feel this time they all might break through the commander level. Haha. As time passed, more and more zombie corpses piled up on that side, but even more zombies kept gathering. However, Che Dan's side still saw 0 deaths and 0 serious injuries among his zombies. Wang Kuei had also witnessed what true strength meant, the formidable might of a summoner. If some hadn't met summoners, perhaps they wouldn't understand. Instant summoning requires that the summoned creatures be previously sealed, representing either the summoner's capability or influence. Whichever it may be, if powerful beings could be found, a person could be armed to become a strong summoner. Even though Wang Kuei didn't have binoculars, he could still see how intense the battlefield was. He didn't forget. The summoner called Che Dan only sent out 6 zombies, yet they fought with the ferocity of thousands of warriors. Qi Xiang, looking at the scene with a glimmer in his eyes, grinned and said, "It's my turn to step onto the field." Che Dan knew that Chi Xiang was referring to the emergence of mutant zombies and smiled, saying, "By the way, I still have 2 zombie slots left." Chi Xiang nodded and said, "I'll leave a couple of good ones for you, gotta go." With that, he jumped down from the roof of the car and burst forth in rapid strides. The reason for jumping down from the roof was because Chi Xiang's group did not want to switch cars yet. If Chi Xiang had stayed on the roof and used his explosive steps, it would have merely been for show, leaving nothing but a big footprint on the car roof. Che Dan also smiled, jumped off the car roof, and ran over swiftly. The distance of 50 meters wasn't too far. Chi Xiang had already rushed into the crowd of zombies with 3 explosive leaps, then stomped hard on an enhanced zombie's face. Instantly, the head of the enhanced zombie exploded, spewing out disgusting liquid everywhere. However, Chi Xiang never worried about such matters as he relied on the swallowing flame to clean up after him. At this moment, Chi Xiang no longer needed to depend on devouring for enhancements. Even without increasing his Dan power, the evil fire's strength was still suppressed. Although there might be a chance for the evil fire to break through once the Dan power advanced enough, Chi Xiang was in no hurry now. There was only one reason for being here: Che Dan. Firstly, Che Dan still had 2 spots left for summoned creatures, so Chi Xiang intended to help him fill them. Secondly, Che Dan had accepted some gold-earning tasks, along with tasks to increase his attribute points and skill points. So this time, Chi Xiang was assisting Che Dan in fighting many monsters. After crushing the head of this enhanced zombie with 1 foot, Chi Xiang delivered a spinning back kick that sent a nearby zombie's head flying into the midst of the crowd. Then, the holy light spear appeared. Chi Xiang pushed off the ground with his left foot and spun around in place like a miniature tornado, tearing apart all surrounding zombies without leaving a single one. The spear tip of the holy light spear continuously claimed the lives of the zombies, though they didn't truly possess what could be called life. Che Dan had already arrived, his cold blade swinging wildly. He directed the flame zombie to clear the path and moved towards Chi Xiang to meet up. Chapter 150, Doing the Mission, Part 2. However, Chi Xiang did not head towards Cha Dan, but instead quickly moved inward. 2 minutes later, a burly figure was thrown out from the midst of the zombie horde and landed beside Cha Dan. This zombie had an exceptionally imposing physique, standing at a height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters, extremely obese. Moreover, this zombie was a mutated one, which Chi Xiang had chosen as Cha Dan's summonable beast. As soon as it was thrown out, the zombie roared with anger and charged toward Cha Dan. But Cha Dan revealed a smirk, waving his right hand and instantly casting a web that enveloped the zombie. Afterwards, Cha Dan summoned both the flame zombie and blade zombie to his side and executed consecutive dark moon slashes on the mutated zombie. Following this was a barrage of hacking. Seeing that the mutated zombie had been sufficiently weakened, Cha Dan began the sealing process of this zombie. Cha Dan's right hand grazed across his lips, breaking his finger with his teeth and allowing a drop of blood to fall on the mutated zombie, saying, "Weak creature, I, Cha Dan, shall be your master, and henceforth, you will obey me." As he spoke, the body of the mutated zombie erupted in fierce bloodlight, and a bloody seal appeared upon the mutated zombie's body. It continuously shrank until it finally settled on the back of the mutated zombie's skull, shrinking into a coin-sized seal before vanishing completely. No, more precisely, it merged into the mutated zombie's body. Upon observing the successful sealing of the mutated zombie, Cha Dan checked its detailed information. Obese zombie, mutated zombie. Level, 32. Strength, 78. Speed, 32. Stamina, 93. Intelligence, 15. Spirit, 10. Description: this zombie appears to have consumed junk food for years. Nevertheless, the fat contributes to its very high defense. Upon reviewing the details of the obese zombie, Cha Dan displayed a face full of understanding confirmation, exactly what he had expected. Previously, he deduced that the obese zombie would serve as a shield-type combatant, and indeed it turned out that way. Cha Dan ordered the obese zombie to rest at the rear before rejoining the battle, while Cha Dan himself continued forward with the flame zombie. After throwing out the obese zombie, Chi Xiang resumed searching for traces of other mutated zombies. However, although there were many mutants among those he met, their power or abilities simply lacked potential entirely. Chi Xiang's patience was gradually eroding. Watching the endless wave of zombies, Chi Xiang roared with anger, vigorously stomping on the ground to jump high, and then stepping off the heads of 2 zombies to land on the wall of an adjacent building. Hanging onto the window frame of the 2nd floor, Chi Xiang looked down, sighed, shook his head, and disappointedly ran over to Cha Dan's position. Since Chi Xiang did not find a powerful enough zombie, and only came across 2 or 3 remaining mutated ones, which fell short of meeting his criteria, he returned along his path shouting to Cha Dan, who followed him back. Because Cha Dan's zombies gained experience and gold for killing zombies too, he didn't need to waste time anymore. Playing a few rounds of card games seemed far more meaningful than idling around. Finally, after 3 hours, the zombies here had mostly been cleared out. With no more zombies surging out from Dao City, Bogu started the car and drove towards the area. From this battle, Cha Dan soared directly to level 30, making him the highest-ranked member of the team next to Chi Xiang. Furthermore, all of Cha Dan's summoned beasts had improved to some extent. While none broke through to Overlord status, the Flame Zombie was close, only needing a little more progress to evolve fully into an Overlord zombie. Among all the changes, the Draconic Zombie underwent the most significant transformation. 2 protrusions grew on its back, something any novel reader should recognize as signs of wings about to grow. Although the bumps were small, they were a good omen. Also, 4 protrusions could be seen on the belly, suggesting dragon claws about to appear. And now, the draconic zombie measured 3 meters long. Yes, throughout this battle, the draconic zombie had devoured many zombies, naturally becoming nutrition absorbed within its body, leading to another increase in strength. Such is the nature of zombies, a being that gains strength by eating, regardless of whether it's consuming others of the same kind or different species. As long as it's alive and edible, consuming it will enhance one's own strength. Moreover, Cha Dan gained an income of 2,000 gold coins, quite a significant sum. Observing the changes in the draconic zombie, Cha Dan jumped off the vehicle onto the head of the draconic zombie, laughing heartily. Ha! I finally got my own steed. Ha ha! Seeing Cha Dan's proud smile, Qi Xiang chuckled ruefully. Alright, Brother Bo, let's continue advancing. Shouldn't we scout the situation inside first? Wang Kuei felt foolish as soon as he asked this question, but Qi Xiang still smiled and said, I don't think it's necessary. Wang Kuei scratched his head sheepishly and let out a foolish chuckle. The vehicle and the dragon-like zombie moved forward at a steady pace, quickly reaching Qi Xiang's first target, a supermarket. Looking at the supermarket, no one in Qi Xiang's group made a move. Instead, they sent the dispatched zombies in to kill first. Naturally, Wang Kuei couldn't sit still anymore and entered the supermarket with his submachine gun, citing the need to hone his skills as his reason. Outside, Qi Xiang and the other two were bored and had started a game of landlord, while Wang Kuei nervously searched the interior. Following the arrangement of the dispatch command, Wang Kuei trailed behind the blade zombie, holding his submachine gun uneasily as he walked, occasionally firing ahead of the blade zombie to kill what would have been its intended target. Just as he was about to return after making a full round, suddenly the shells collapsed, spilling instant noodles everywhere. Wang Kuei had already raised his gun, ready to shoot any zombie that appeared, but instead of a zombie, he saw a person, a living human being. Yes, in Dao City, where zombies roamed freely and high-level ones abounded, it was rare to encounter a living person, let alone one who rushed over with a cleaver and swung it at the blade zombie. Although the dispatch command had ordered the zombies to save humans and not harm them, when the man with the cleaver lunged forward, the blade zombie instinctively raised its right arm, shaped like a blade, to block the attack, and the man flew backward, landing several meters away after sliding on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Kuei hurried over to check on the man's condition. Upon finding him unconscious, Wang Kuei called for the blade zombies' help to carry the man outside. Chapter 151, Doing the Mission 3. When Wang Kuei came out, Qi Xiang and the other three had already gotten off the car. Che Dan smiled and said, Flame zombie, blade zombie, you two stay here and guard the car. As he spoke, he retracted all the zombies except for Flame zombie and blade zombie. The three of them took large steps towards the supermarket. At this moment, Wang Kuei said, should I come along? Qi Xiang glanced at Wang Kuei and said, it's your choice. Oh, by the way, Flame zombie, the guy lying on the ground, you can eat him. Upon hearing Qi Xiang's words, Flame zombie immediately pounced. After all, Che Dan had already given an order that others could be ignored, but Qi Xiang's orders were as important as his own. Wang Kuei, watching this scene, hurriedly shouted, hey, Flame zombie, no. However, Wang Kuei forgot one thing, that even before when he made Blade zombie lift the man out, it was only after getting Che Dan's approval that Blade zombie acted. Now, Flame zombie was even less likely to listen to Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei looked at Qi Xiang angrily and said, why are you so inhumane? He is still alive. Qi Xiang stopped, turned around, and coldly laughed. Humph, kid, don't forget that we are the main characters here. You're not even an extra. If you want to die, just say so. Saying this, Qi Xiang walked toward the supermarket and continued. Also, if I see you showing mercy to the zombies again next time, then don't blame me for being unfriendly. Zombies. Wang Kuei muttered this sentence, then looked back and saw that the person had actually crawled up from the ground and was fighting with Flame zombie. However, it seemed Flame zombie was stronger, almost having pinned him down. After entering the supermarket, Qi Xiang looked around and said, split up, take what needs to be taken, and grab what shouldn't be touched as well. With that, Qi Xiang quickly stepped into the supermarket. Although there were a few escapees inside the supermarket, those would be fatal for ordinary people or low-level psychics. But for Qi Xiang and the others, it was just about moving their hands a bit. Half an hour later, the three of them piled the entrance of the supermarket full, got back onto the vehicle, and Qi Xiang called out, Bo, go drive. Alright, so now I'm your driver? Haha. Wang Kuei looked at Qi Xiang cautiously and asked, Big brother, I have a question I'd like to ask. Qi Xiang looked at Wang Kuei and laughed. Haha. Aren't you asking why I treated you like that before? Haha. Sorry, but I need to tell you, someone with a human face may not necessarily be human, they might just be a zombie disguised as human. Wang Kuei shook his head and said, no. Are you asking me how to distinguish which one is the zombie? Qi Xiang looked at Wang Kuei with confusion. Wang Kuei shook his head again and said, no. Big brother must have his own method to differentiate. What I want to ask is why we didn't take away those supplies. Qi Xiang never expected Wang Kuei to ask such a question and chuckled. Do you think we can carry all of it? Wang Kuei bitterly smiled and said, I don't know how much storage space psychics have, so I'm uncertain. Qi Xiang laughed heartily and said, we definitely cannot carry so many things, so this time we not only need to find supplies, but also vehicles, big trucks, that kind. At this moment, Su Dan was sitting at the back of the car, looking at the shop's purchase interface. The item for expanding storage space was very tempting. Each one expanded 10,000 square meters, but the price was equally expensive, costing 10,000 coins each. Luckily, This time Su Dan received a mission where killing one commanding zombie earned him 2,000 coins, and it was stackable. At this point, Su Dan could only pray that there were more commanding zombies here. Otherwise, he really would have to bleed out a lot of money. With Flame Zombie leading the way in front and Blade Zombie covering the rear, these two powerful zombies stationed there could handle anything short of Lord-level zombies. Even if a commanding-level zombie showed up, it would cost them dearly too. A near-commanding-level mutated zombie and a commanding-level zombie guarding this place left no chance for Qi Xiang and his group to be anything but relaxed. Even Wang Kuei lost the initial tension, though he still occasionally looked outside. His grip on the gun wasn't as tight as before. As the car drove deeper into the city, more and more zombies appeared, including some mutated zombies. Yet none of those mutations caught Qi Xiang's eye. Yes, it was Qi Xiang because he used to play games better than Su Dan. For the current needs of Su Dan, Qi Xiang had his own plan, and Su Dan had fully delegated this matter to Qi Xiang. Thus, all the mutated zombies became nutrition for Flame Zombie and Blade Zombie. As they pushed forward, the number of enhanced zombies and mutated zombies increased. By now, outside had gathered over 100 enhanced zombies and more than 30 mutated zombies. Each one was formidable on its own, and now they were united under one goal: to get to the people inside this iron box. The car could no longer move at all. All the summoned creatures were released, yet the situation outside remained uncontrollable, as Bo Dan's summons were simply too few in number. Qi Xiang flipped from the back seat to the passenger seat and looked at Bo Go, asking, "Brother Bo, what's your take?" Bo Go flicked off some ash and chuckled. "I imagine my thoughts are in line with yours. It's the Lord-level zombies doing, right? I didn't guess wrong, did I?" Qi Xiang nodded and laughed. "Then what do you think our chances would be if we fight the Lord-level zombie now?" Bo Go exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. "If it's a knife fight, then there's a 30% chance of success. But if it's another kind of Lord-level zombie, I can't even estimate." Qi Xiang laughed. "Haha, back in the day when I was several levels below him in knife combat, he still couldn't kill me. He just made me run. Now, though my strength hasn't improved much compared to before, my offensive techniques have definitely multiplied, so the odds should increase." Boga smiled and said, "You're still as competitive as ever. Hey, aren't you going to show off a bit out there? The situation outside isn't looking too good." Qi Xiang chuckled, then opened the car door. The instant it opened, Qi Xiang's force dismembered the zombies that got too close to the door. Qi Xiang stepped out of the car and put on a pair of sunglasses. He grinned and said, "Haha, let me come to release you guys, you nasty things." Qi Xiang kicked off the ground with his right foot, leaping into the air. A white needle shot out from his hand toward a mutated zombie that was fighting with the flame zombie. This needle was formed from Qi Xiang's concentrated Dan power. Chapter 152, Doing the Mission, Part 4. Qi Xiang flicked his wrist again, and 3 more white needles flew out, causing another 3 enhanced zombies to collapse instantly. After finishing all of this, Qi Xiang landed on a zombie's head, then jumped by kicking off with his right foot, while the zombie beneath him had its head crushed by the force. Just as Qi Xiang was about to start killing, a sound drew his attention. It also captured the attention of everyone else present. Roar. Though the roar came from a zombie, it drowned out every other noise made by the zombies around them, and carried an air of authority, befitting someone in an upper position. Qi Xiang lightly stepped back with his left foot, actually nodded, and crushed a zombie's head underfoot before retreating onto the roof of a car. His eyes slightly narrowed as he murmured to himself, "Looks like the one who should come has finally appeared." Together with the roar, a zombie appeared. However, its speed was extremely fast, and not at all inferior to Cha Dan's. Still, just looking at it, it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary zombie. As Qi Xiang looked at the zombie, his eyes slightly narrowed further. Then, using his right foot to push off the ground, he left an imprint on the car roof and rapidly closed in on the zombie. The two quickly neared each other and engaged in a fight with fists, in the human style of combat. When Qi Xiang and this zombie exchanged punches, Qi Xiang clearly felt that this zombie's fist was abnormally hard. An ordinary zombie would have had its entire right arm ruined by such a punch from Qi Xiang, but this zombie merely took a few steps back, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Cha Dan also got out of the car and came over here, cutting down the approaching zombies with an ice blade while saying to Qi Xiang, "Brother Xiang, that zombie looks like a leader-level zombie." Qi Xiang nodded, powerfully kicking off a leg to block the zombie's punch before replying, "Yes, it seems so." While Cha Dan continued wielding the ice blade, he said, "Brother Xiang, do you think I should capture it?" Qi Xiang laughed and said, "Leader-level zombies are usually evolved from mutated zombies, but there is reportedly another condition, when an enhanced zombie directly evolves into a leader zombie under certain opportunities, in which case they tend to be weaker. But this guy is very strong." Saying this, Qi Xiang once again blocked a punch from the leading zombie and continued, "Which means he represents another possibility. That is, this guy didn't gain any additional abilities. He excels simply in having this physical body now. Of course, all this is speculation. This time, it's up to you. You decide whether to seal or not seal. Do as you see fit." After slicing a zombie in half at the waist, Cha Dan smiled and said, "Haha, then I hope he's the latter type. Let's go." With these words, Cha Dan darted past Qi Xiang, raising the frost blade as he leapt up, swinging the sword downwards. The leader zombie raised both arms to block Cha Dan's strike, and astonishingly did not take any wounds. When this attack failed, Cha Dan's left hand flickered as the Dark Moon Slash was unleashed, bombarding the leader zombie with a purple glow. This time, the leader zombie showed a small cut across its chest, albeit shallow. It was still the first wound to break its skin up to now. This blow enraged the leader zombie, making it roar furiously. Roar. But before the leader zombie could retaliate, Cha Dan's left hand already stuck onto it. Following that, Cha Dan executed a backward somersault and rapidly retreated. Before the leader zombie could chase after him, a bright light filled its vision, and its right shoulder suffered an explosion. Although zombies feel no pain, wounds of such severity couldn't go unnoticed. For the first time since becoming a leader zombie, it was genuinely angered. Never before had any living thing managed to wound it this badly. Seeing the rage of the leader zombie, Chi Xiang let out a shout, corrosion fire splashing outward from his body. Flames fell on those nearby zombies, spreading rapidly in an almost wildfire-like manner. And as Chi Xiang stepped forward slowly, observing the leader zombie, he raised his right hand and tauntingly beckoned with his fingers. The leader zombie crouched down and roared before charging toward Chi Xiang. Chi Xiang took a step back with his right foot, assumed a bow stance with his left leg, and raised his right hand. At this moment, Chi Xiang's right hand had already equipped a knuckle weapon. This was not an ordinary piece of equipment. It was actually a weapon Cha Dan had exploded in the past. Since most of Chi Xiang's attacks revolved around punching, this knuckle naturally fell into Chi Xiang's hands. The knuckles weren't a top-tier item, but they were certainly robust and could boost attack strength. The leader zombie rushed over in a bent posture, moving at great speed. This time, the leader zombie swung a direct punch at Chi Xiang. Neither of them anticipated it, and the punch connected straight on Chi Xiang's chest. Chi Xiang immediately took 3 steps back, clutching his chest while glaring angrily at the leader zombie. Before Chi Xiang could recover, a massive kick sent him flying backwards. Chi Dan didn't dare to be careless either, hastily releasing a spider web towards the zombie commander, then quickly calling over the blade zombie, fire zombie, and obese zombie. The blade zombie was the closest to this side, and also the fastest. It arrived first. By this time, the spider web had also reached the face of the zombie commander. The zombie commander looked at the spider web, and its cloudy eyes seemed to show a look of disdain. Then, the zombie commander spread out its arms, grabbed the spider web, and forcefully tore it apart in both directions. Instantly, the spider web was ripped by the zombie commander. Yes, Chiden's invincible spider web had been torn apart for the first time by not a person, but a zombie using only its hands. Keep in mind, the spider web wasn't just tough, it was sticky as well, and tearing it would be difficult even for Chi Xiang, yet the zombie commander did so effortlessly. At this moment, Chi Dan revealed a hesitant expression. The moment the zombie commander tore the spider web, the blade zombie had already swung its right arm to chop down. The arms of the blade zombie were its twin blades. This time, the zombie commander blocked with its left arm, then swiftly punched with its right arm. When they made contact, Chi Dan actually heard the sound of bones breaking. You see, the blade zombie was also a commander-level zombie, as was the one standing before them. Even if the one in front might be slightly stronger, upon making contact, it became evident that the one in front was much stronger than anticipated. The zombie commander suddenly grabbed a nearby zombie with its left hand and began tearing into it. As the zombie commander fed, the injury on its right shoulder, inflicted by Chiden's explosion, began to slowly heal. By this time, both Chi Xiang and the blade zombie had gotten up from the ground, and all of Chiden's zombies had gathered around. Although Brother Bo didn't know what was going on, he still drove away at high speed. It wasn't that Brother Bo didn't want to use the barrier, but rather, he couldn't expose his identity. After all, the existence of barrier masters was probably still unknown, serving as Chi Xiang's group's hidden trump card, not to be revealed unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 153, Delve Deeper, Part 1. A purple candle emitting a cold aura appeared in Chi Xiang's right hand. Originally, Chi Xiang didn't want to easily resort to this knife again, but now, as Chi Xiang once again took out the knife, it meant he was about to make his move. Chi Xiang stroked the blade and laughed. Sure Hun Dao, it's been a long time, hasn't it? This time, I have to let you taste blood again. The Sure Hun Dao seemed to also sense the atmosphere here, with its skull-shaped hilt glowing purple, showing its excitement. With the knife in his right hand, Chi Xiang pointed it directly at the leader zombie, and said coldly, "Congratulations, you've pissed me off." The leader zombie roared angrily and rushed over quickly, and Chi Xiang also ran forward with the knife. As their weapons met with fists, a corrosive fire immediately spread on the leader zombie's right fist. But zombies do not feel pain. While the Lord Zombie protects its vital parts, it has no sensation of pain. Therefore, the leader zombie had no reaction to the flames on its hands, instead punching with its left hand and hitting Chi Xiang. Chi Xiang had anticipated that the leader zombie would use this move and blocked its attack with a palm from his left hand. Then, Chi Xiang's right foot emitted a faint white light. Chi Xiang had already learned how to gather Dan power to a certain part of his body to enhance himself. Although he hadn't yet mastered the technique, so the amplification effect wasn't ideal, something was better than nothing. At this moment, Chi Xiang's right foot with enhanced Dan force kicked, creating a crater in the stomach of the Lord Zombie. Seeing the leader zombie being kicked away, only grabbing its fist with his left hand before landing on his right foot, then delivering 3 consecutive knee strikes with his left leg. Afterward, Chi Xiang retracted to Sure Hun Dao and grabbed the leader zombie with both hands, spinning it around 3 times like throwing a hammer throw before flinging the leader zombie away. After flying out and colliding with a wall, the leader zombie still flew for several meters before stopping. When the leader zombie stood up, it saw something terrifying. The man who had sent it flying now summoned a fire dragon that continuously devoured surrounding zombies. Leader-level zombies have some intelligence. Seeing such a scene, the leader zombie developed an intention to flee. And when the leader zombie looked at its own hands, it found that the strange flames were still not extinguished, and its hands had already revealed white bones, with the flames continuing to spread. Even its strong and tough skin and iron-hard bones showed signs of being completely burned. Since gaining awareness, this was the first time the leader zombie felt fear, clenching its fists and continuously striking the ground, but in vain. The flames did not weaken because of this. The leader zombie became afraid, truly afraid. It quickly fled, wanting to escape here and find a way to extinguish those flames. Even among zombies, there are none who are recklessly fearless. Only low-level zombies who act purely on instinct have no ability to think. Even mutated zombies have gained some form of consciousness, let alone a leader zombie, which despite not having full wisdom, still knows fear. The leader zombie ran, trying to escape here, but suddenly it felt a tremendous force from behind. Then, its entire body fell to the ground. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't get up. It felt as if its body was restrained by a force. Let us rewind the timeline and return to Qi Xiang's perspective. Qi Xiang watched the leader zombie fly away after being hit by him, and then glanced at the surrounding zombies. He probably thought they were too much trouble, so he used the long-and-used devouring whirlwind. When things were almost cleared, Qi Xiang noticed the leader zombie trying to escape from over there and shouted, "Hey, Che Dan, your prey is escaping." Che Dan coldly hummed and said, "Impossible," as he chased after the leader zombie and activated his cooldown skill, Spiderweb. This time, the purple spiderweb worked without any issues, directly enveloping the leader zombie and sticking it to the ground. Qi Xiang and Che Dan walked to the front of the leader zombie, smiling at each other mischievously. Oh no, wickedly. Then, they slowly squatted down, each throwing dozens of punches before stopping. Che Dan swiped his right hand across his mouth, using his teeth to break the skin and letting a drop of blood drip onto the leader zombie, saying, "Weak creature, I, Che Dan, will become your master. From now on, you shall obey my orders." On saying this, intense blood light burst forth from the leader zombie's body, a blood-colored barrier appearing on the strengthened zombie. It continuously shrank smaller and smaller, but unexpectedly, it failed. Instead of succeeding as expected, the barrier began to destabilize and finally shattered. Qi Xiang looked at Che Dan and asked, "What's going on?" Che Dan scratched his head and said, "I don't know. Is it because the level difference is too great or that we didn't weaken it enough?" Qi Xiang squatted down and looked at the leader zombie, saying, "Hey, you there, if you're not dead, make a sound." The response to Qi Xiang was naturally not a squeak, but a roar. The leader zombie lifted its head, glaring fiercely at Qi Xiang, continuously howling as if trying to break free and tear apart the person in front of him, swallowing him alive. Unfortunately, all four limbs of the leader zombie had been accidentally broken just now by Qi Xiang and Che Dan. Now, despite wanting to escape, it was utterly powerless. It could only roar while sitting on the ground. The smell coming from the mouth of a zombie isn't exactly pleasant, mixed with a heavy stench of blood and decaying flesh. That feeling, it's unforgettable. Qi Xiang took 2 steps back and then smiled, saying, "Che Dan, if I accidentally kill him, will you mind?" Che Dan shot Qi Xiang a glance and replied, "Of course not. Even if he dies, it'll be me who kills him. If I do, I can complete the quest, 2,000 gold coins. Letting you kill him would be such a waste." Qi Xiang nodded, saying, "All right, then I'll try not to let him die." Speaking, Qi Xiang retrieved the holy light spear from another dimension, piercing its tip into the body of the leader zombie, then using Dan power to trigger the spear, infusing the energy of light into the leader zombie's body. This time, the leader zombie truly felt pain, gritting its teeth and howling, but unfortunately, neither Qi Xiang nor Che Dan could understand what the cries of the leader zombie meant. After half a minute, Qi Xiang pulled out the holy light spear. Although under Qi Xiang's control, only a small amount of the energy had entered the leader zombie's body. The zombie, oh no, the undead creature seemed to fear this kind of energy very much. At this point, the leader zombie was a sorry sight, its whole body convulsing, blackened as if roasted by fire. Its mouth occasionally emitted a roar, though whether it was pleading for mercy or hurling insults, none could tell. Qi Xiang stood up, resting the holy light spear on his shoulder, smiling and saying, "All right, Che Dan, let's begin." Chapter 154, Deepening 2. Che Dan nodded, stepped forward, crouched down, and swiped his right hand across his mouth. Using his teeth to break the skin of his finger, he let a drop of blood fall onto the body of the zombie leader, saying, "Weak creature, I, Che Dan, shall be your master. From this day on, you will obey my command." As he finished speaking, the body of the zombie leader burst with intense bloody light. A blood-colored barrier appeared around it, then continuously shrank, eventually settling at the back of its head in the size of a coin before disappearing entirely, not dissolving, but fusing into the zombie leader's body. Che Dan stood up and began observing the zombie leader attentively. This wasn't because Che Dan thought this zombie leader was handsome. It was merely because he was examining the information about the zombie leader. Zombie Carl, zombie leader. Level, 37 strength, 130 speed, 49 stamina, 156 intelligence, 19 spirit, 12 description. This is an extraordinary zombie. During its advancement to become a mutant zombie, its body didn't undergo any changes. This benefit brought it strong attributes. Moreover, it even has a name, which only Lord-level zombies can possess, a truly remarkable individual indeed. Che Dan muttered to himself. It seems that zombies' growth values mainly focus on strength and stamina. There isn't much improvement in intelligence and spirit. With that, Chaedan bent down, tearing the spider web off Carl's body. As for the creator of the web, Chaedan still held some privileges over it. Chaedan extended his right hand and said with a smile, "Carl, I don't know how you were before, but I think you can understand me. From now on, fight for me." Carl looked up slowly, extending his hand as well, but stopping midway in the air. Then, Carl wiped his hand against his pants before shaking hands with Chaedan. Although it made no difference. After all, Carl's pants had been soaked in corpse oil and contaminated blood for a long time. It seemed that Carl believed this was the cleanest way possible. Chaedan pulled Carl up from the ground, then released him, looking at his own hand while glancing toward Chi Xiong with a laugh. "Xiong, do you think this is the cleanest zombie hand we've seen?" Chi Xiong leaned back and watched the man and the zombie with casual disregard, retorting loudly, "Who knows? Perhaps if you wash the guy's hand, you'd get something cleaner." Hearing these words, Chaedan chuckled immediately after turning around. Though the sound was muffled and unpleasant, it was clear that Carl was genuinely laughing. Looking at Carl laughing, Chaedan suddenly felt goosebumps running down his spine. He quickly walked over to Chi Xiong and whispered, "Hey, Xiong, do you think this guy is more intelligent than most?" Chi Xiong shrugged and replied, "Who knows? Why don't you upgrade him to the level of a lord? That other one definitely had its own thoughts. Hey, don't rub the dirt on your hand on me." Chi Xiong added warningly as Chaedan leaned closer. "If you come closer, I'll kick you." The two acted like they hadn't grown up yet, fooling around. Meanwhile, Carl, watching them, also let out a laugh, an ugly laugh. As Chi Xiong and Chaedan returned to the car, there lay several bullet-riddled zombie corpses nearby, obviously the work of Wang Kuei. Chi Xiong kicked a zombie corpse lying on the ground and grinned, saying, "Good job, little Wang Kuei. You've done well." From inside the car, Wang Kuei stuck his head out through the window and smiled. At the same time, Bo Ji's complaints came through loud and clear. "Hey, you two left us here, all right, without even leaving a single zombie to guard us. If I die because of your carelessness, what will you do?" Chi Xiong laughed as he approached, replying, "Haha, Bo, don't be such a spoilsport. I guarantee it won't happen again." With that, he pulled open the car door, sitting in the passenger seat and ordering, "Drive." Bo shot Chi Xiong a glare and said, "Sure, big boss. I'm just a lowly employee. Chaedan, get in the car, let's go." Coming, the four drove toward the eastern part of the city. Their goal was simple, the National Grain Reserve Warehouse in the east. Of course, along the way, quite a few zombies obstructed their path, but they were all dealt with. During this time, Chaedan completed some missions and even eliminated 2 leader-class zombies. Now, Chaedan's haul was already quite rich, leveling up to 33, acquiring 5,632 gold coins, and several pieces of armor that exploded from the loot. Of course, all these items would be sold as they weren't suitable for Chaedan's short-term use. The equipment he currently wore was of the all-purpose type and reliable in all situations, so Chaedan hadn't considered changing gear. Chaedan's expression was quite pleasant at this moment, because he had already accumulated a great deal of gold coins. Completing just a few more tasks would make up for the cost of purchasing that expanded storage space. Moreover, this storage upgrade wasn't a one-time deal, it was always effective. This meant Chaedan would eventually buy it anyway. Now that he had some income, Chaedan could save more money to spend on other things. How could he not be pleased? Chi Xiong stood on top, gazing at the distant grain warehouse, his brows slightly furrowed as he said, "Chaedan, I don't know why, but I've got a bad feeling. How about we go back and loot a few supermarkets instead?" Chaedan patted Chi Xiong's shoulder and replied, "Xiong, no matter what you do, I support you. However, since we're already here, there's no need to turn back now. Besides, I can't believe our current strength can't handle a lord-level zombie. And haven't you forgotten? Even that guy named Fu Ying, who isn't a hand-to-hand combat type, dared to come. Why shouldn't we take on a challenge? Furthermore, who says the big boss is necessarily in that grain warehouse, right?" Chi Xiong sighed, jumped down from the car, and knocked on the driver's side window. Watching it roll down, Chi Xiong bitterly smiled and asked, "Bo, well, what do you think, should we go?" Bo smirked faintly and responded, "You're the boss. Whatever you think is best, that's how we'll proceed." Chi Xiong turned around, leaning against the car, raising his head slightly to look at the sky, then straightening his posture. He grinned, saying, "Then let him decide our fate." Speaking, Chi Xiong flung his right hand into the air, tossing a coin that somehow appeared in his hand. As sunlight reflected off the shimmering glow of the spinning coin, a slight upward curve appeared on Chi Xiong's lips. The coin rotated rapidly, spinning round after round, like the wheel of fate endlessly turning, and indeed, at this very moment, it was deciding their fates. Chapter 155, Deep Dive, Part 3. The coin landed, and Chi Xiong caught it with his hand before laughing and saying, "All right, let's go. Shouldn't you take a look?" Boga said with a smile. Chi Xiong raised his right fist and declared, "Am I the kind of person who retreats so easily? Haha, let's get going." As he spoke, Chi Xiong walked over to Wang Kuei and asked, "Wang Kuei, what we're about to do is very dangerous. Are you still coming with us?" Wang Kuei nodded and replied, "Of course. I don't fear danger. I'm a man too." "A man, haha." The group moved forward quickly, slaying enemies along the way. Chi Xiong looked around at the surrounding zombies and furrowed his brow because the quality of the zombies nearby was increasing significantly. The number of enhanced zombies had grown, but there were no signs yet of any zombies beyond the enhanced level. This only made Chi Xiong feel that something wasn't quite right. Given the large numbers here, there should have been mutated zombies or commander zombies present. This left two possibilities. Either all the high-level zombies were waiting for them in the grain warehouse, or the high-level zombies simply weren't here. Chi Xiang could only hope it was the latter. If not, they would inevitably face a tough battle. The sun slowly sank in the sky. A closer calculation revealed that Chi Xiang and his team had been fighting for over 10 hours. Looking at the setting sun, Chi Xiang patted Bo Gu on the shoulder and said, "Big brother Bo, it's getting dark. Let's retreat and find a place to rest for the night. We can come back tomorrow." Bo Gu shook his head and responded, "Chi Xiang, the night is our main stage." Huh? Chi Xiang looked at Bo Gu in confusion. Bo Gu smiled, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said with a grin, "You'll see soon enough." Chi Xiang hesitated slightly, but eventually nodded, trusting Bo Gu wouldn't put him in harm's way. They arrived at the gate of the grain warehouse. Chi Xiang got out of the car as he stared at the tightly locked gates. Although they'd driven inside earlier, Chi Xiang now stood outside ready to guard. At this point, Chi Xiang stopped concealing his true strength. With just a wave of his hand, Desika appeared beside him. Looking at Desika, who had grown a little plump, Chi Xiang grinned and patted his wolfish head, saying, "Good brother, did you get bored stuck in there? Today, I'll let you have some real fun." Desika gave Chi Xiang an unimpressed glance and remarked, "Tisich, isn't it just another fight for me? Next time, if you bring good food, I might help you again." Chi Xiang laughed and agreed. "All right." Then he turned serious, gazing intently at the doors of the grain warehouse, and said, "Tonight might be dangerous." Desika sniffed the air and confirmed, "There's a heavy stench of blood and corpses here. It's like a den of undead." Chi Xiang chuckled and asked, "Are you scared?" Desika let out a fierce roar and retorted, "What's there to fear? Don't make me laugh. As the inheritor of the Moon Wolf King lineage, am I supposed to be afraid?" Chi Xiang burst into laughter, replying, "Haha, great. That's what I wanted to hear. Let's charge." Chi Xiang delivered a powerful kick to the door of the grain warehouse. His foot didn't seem proportionate to the immense door, much like how a pebble hitting a burglar-proof household door might seem small. Yet Chi Xiang's strike produced the sound of metal breaking. Not the sound of the iron gate itself being destroyed, but rather its lock shattering. Even though the lock broke, the iron gate showed no visible damage, a testament to its quality. With another swift kick, Chi Xiang flung the iron door open and created a passage. The four leading zombies, Blade Zombie, Charles, the obese zombie, and the newly promoted Flame Zombie, now upgraded to the rank of commander, walked ahead to clear the path. While the Flame Zombie had achieved commander status, it wasn't covered head to toe in flames as one might imagine during combat mode. In its normal state, only its fists glowed with fire, although the reason why the flame-covered version was more common in battle remained unknown. Once inside the grain warehouse, these four quickly spread out in a fan shape. The remaining three zombies, excluding the dragon-like zombie, surrounded the car, forming a protective circle for both the vehicle and its occupants. Chi Xiang leaped onto Desika's back. A flash of purple light appeared, and the soul-devouring blade materialized in his right hand. This was his favorite combat form in the past. Looking around the grain warehouse, Chi Xiang roared, "Show me everything you've got. Charge." With that, Chi Xiang spurred Desika forward with his legs, much like riding a horse. Though Desika complained with a grunt, he shot forward at incredible speed. It was pitch black inside the warehouse. Without hesitation, Chi Xiang tossed a flare grenade. Immediately, the entire building was illuminated, revealing every corner of the vast space in perfect clarity. This grain warehouse was large, 2 stories high. However, there was no floor on the second level. Only some pathways around the perimeter existed. Hungry? I don't even know what to call it. Those walkways on the second floor, let's just name them overpasses. The entire grain warehouse held nothing besides a pile of grain. Chi Xiang frowned deeply as he jumped off Desika's back and quickly approached the car. He said, "Bo Gu, looks like this is where the zombie lord plans to ambush us." Bo Gu asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is something strange about the grain warehouse?" Chi Xiang shook his head and replied, "No, but because there's nothing strange, it's too odd. You see, there are 5 granaries in total here. I believe all those zombies have been gathered by the zombie lord into one specific granary, waiting for us to step inside, so they can trap us all at once." Bo Gu nodded and asked, "So what do you propose we do?" Chi Xiang smirked coldly, saying, "Humph, if they want to trap us, they'll pay a price. Everyone, get out of the car and follow behind me, ready for combat at any moment." As he spoke, Chi Xiang sprinted toward Desika, leaped onto him, and inquired, "Desika, how big of a hole can your wind bullet make on that wall?" With pride in his voice, Desika answered, "Humph, no problem making a massive one." Chi Xiang let out a groan and chuckled bitterly, saying, "That's no answer. Fine, unleash a triple burst of wind bullets and create an especially large hole." Desika gave a long howl, exclaiming, "Alrighty then." Next, Desika's mouth opened wide to a near 90-degree angle. The wind elements around him formed visible green sparkles, clustering together and being drawn into his gaping mouth. A wind bullet took shape within Desika's mouth, gradually growing larger. It seemed he truly intended to blast an enormous hole. A glowing green ring materialized within Desika's mouth. Half a minute later, a basketball-sized wind bullet formed, and, with a flick of his jaw, Desika sent the projectile flying. The wind bullet shot forward at incredible speed toward the adjacent wall, and Desika immediately began preparing another. Chapter 156, Penetration 4. Chi Xiang watched as Desika's wind bullet, which had flown out, struck the wall. This time, the concentration and duration of Desika's wind bullet were much longer than usual, and its power was naturally stronger. This wind bullet exploded on the wall, instantly creating a hole 3 meters in radius. Then, Desika quickly condensed 2 more wind bullets. This time, it took less than 3 seconds, and the 2 wind bullets flew out, creating 2 more holes, each half a meter in radius. Then, Desika ran forward quickly. This time there was no long period of condensation, but rather a rapid 5-shot burst of wind bullets that directly created a large hole in the neighboring grain warehouse. As the hole opened, the sound of zombies roaring erupted, with at least dozens of zombies howling simultaneously, and from the sounds, none were below the level of mutated zombies. Then the zombies surged forth. Leading them was a zombie with 2 wings who, relying on his flying ability, reached Qi-Xiang first. However, this flying zombie immediately realized how unfortunate it was to be so fast, because then Qi-Xiang's sword flashed twice, releasing 2 beams of light that severed his wings at their base. The 2 wings dropped to the ground. Desika didn't hesitate either, immediately sending a wind bullet that crushed the zombie's head. Desika didn't stop, or even slow down. That flying zombie was killed instantly by the 3-hit combo from Qi-Xiang and Desika, without even having a chance to strike back. Next, Qi-Xiang and Desika faced the surging mass of zombies. These zombies were all purely mutated zombies, with over a dozen commanding zombies standing behind them ready to join the battle. As for the mysterious Lord Zombie, he still hadn't appeared. Chaidan also rushed over with his group of zombies. Wang Kuei, knowing full well his weapons wouldn't cause significant harm to mutated-level zombies, continued firing persistently. As for Bo Gu, he hadn't made a move yet. Qi-Xiang and Desika were the first to encounter the army of mutated zombies. Qi-Xiang and Desika separated right away, choosing to fight individually since they were more familiar with solo combat rather than coordination. Although coordinating might potentially enhance their strength, cooperation without prior practice would only lead to failure, especially since their individual strengths were sufficient against these mutated zombies. Chaidan led his group of zombies straight into the zombie horde. Chaidan's 3 commander-level zombies, Blade Zombie, Flame Zombie, and Char, all instantaneously turned the tide upon encountering their opponents. All other zombies led by Chaidan fought one-on-one, with the strongest capable of handling up to 2 foes at once, and even the high-defense OB zombie could only take on 4. But those 3 commander zombies managed to hold off 7 or 8 mutated zombies each. As for Chaidan himself, his personal combat ability wasn't particularly strong, but dealing with 2 mutated zombies posed no problem. In this battle, Qi-Xiang and Desika were absurdly powerful presences, attracting 15 to 17 zombies attacking each of them. Even under such conditions, both Qi-Xiang and Desika occasionally managed to slay a mutated zombie. At this point, almost every mutated zombie had found its target for attack, yet there were still 3 mutated zombies without targets, preparing to launch a combined attack on Qi-Xiang. One looked like a wolf head, another had a right fist shaped like a hammer, and the third had just one eye, suggesting his fighting ability likely had something to do with it. Seeing the 3 malicious-looking zombies, Bo Gu moved for the first time since arriving here. Bo Gu rapidly formed hand seals with both hands, enclosing the 3 zombies in a defensive barrier. Then, piercing barriers continuously attacked them, accompanied by an explosive barrier, one of Bo Ji's latest research findings, that wreaked havoc inside the trap, making quick work of the 3 zombies. Wang Kuei witnessed Bo Ji's abilities and couldn't help but marvel at how everyone in this group was extraordinary. Seeing that it was getting dark, Qi-Xiang was about to fire a flare, but noticed that several light sources had suddenly appeared around him. They seemed to be composed of 6-pointed stars. In the midst of the battlefield, Qi-Xiang couldn't investigate further, but Wang Kuei saw everything. These light sources were all thanks to Bo Gu. On this occasion, Bo Gu was testing 2 new abilities, the explosive barrier, which would generate explosions, and this lighting version, the 6-pointed star. By now, Bo Gu had covered the areas of support, defense, and offense. For Bo Gu, however, this wasn't enough. At least, that's what he believed. With the light, Qi-Xiang fought even more happily. Zombies could attack in the dark, and while he could too, he wasn't as agile. Now that he could see his opponents clearly, Qi-Xiang unleashed his full firepower. In Qi-Xiang's left hand was the holy light spear, and in his right hand, the soul-devouring knife. The interplay of knife and spear caused significant trouble for the zombies. What really gave them a headache, though, were Qi-Xiang's bloodthirsty devil spears. The 8 spider legs growing from his back continuously thrust and blocked. Although Qi-Xiang had no eyes on his back, these 8 devil spears acted as if they had eyes of their own, attacking relentlessly. A zombie with an eagle-like beak suddenly left Qi-Xiang's side and sped towards Bo Gu, its speed extremely fast, comparable to that of a Formula racing car. Bo Gu, watching the approaching zombie, calmly formed seals with both hands. Then, over 30 defensive barriers stacked together blocked the advance of the eagle-mouthed zombie. However, the eagle-mouthed zombie didn't falter upon seeing the barriers. Instead, it planted its right foot firmly on the ground, lifting its whole body off the ground to begin spinning. Its beak drilled toward Bo Ji's barriers like a power drill. Then, the first barrier shattered, followed by a chain reaction, shattering second, third, fourth ones in quick succession. At this moment, 2 more zombies detached themselves from beside Qi-Xiang and Desika, charging toward Bo Gu. However, the pressure on Qi-Xiang and the others did not lessen. Rather, it became heavier. It seemed that those observing commander-level zombies received orders, all at once initiating attacks and joining the battle. Initially, the 50 mutant zombies that Qi-Xiang and the others had already cleared out posed no serious threat. But now, with the addition of those dozen commander zombies, a comprehensive suppression was imposed. There were 12 commander zombies in total. 2 of them charged towards Qi Xiang, while the rest engaged in one-on-one battles. However, this one-on-one arrangement didn't mean equilibrium. Chapter 157, Blood Battle, Part 1. After all, Qi Xiang and his group could handle zombie leaders. Those 3 leader-level zombies weren't so bad, but the rest were problematic, except for the obese zombie and the dragon-like zombie, which were so much stronger. The lightning zombie and water zombie simply didn't hold an advantage. Besides, there was the poisonous thorn zombie. The poisonous spines of the thorn zombie might be very useful against humans, but they were almost useless against zombies. The poison on the thorns of the toxic thorn zombie only corroded zombies to a negligible extent. Furthermore, the corrosion itself wasn't strong enough. Therefore, unless the large toxic spike penetrated deep into the brain of another zombie, it wouldn't inflict any lethal damage. Qi Xiang swung his sword forcefully, splitting a zombie with a hook for a right hand beside him, then kicked another zombie squarely in its abdomen. However, that zombie had a turtle shell armor, causing it to merely take a few steps back. With a roar, Qi Xiang unleashed a fiery explosion, instantly repelling the surrounding zombies. Only then did he glance at the battlefield situation. The arrival of those 12 leader zombies drastically worsened the situation, even making Qi Xiang feel a little overwhelmed. Suddenly, the 3 zombies rushing towards Bo Gu caught Qi Xiang's eye. 3 seconds later, one of the zombies charging at Bo Gu suddenly lost its head just as it reached the last line of defense. Immediately after, Qi Xiang appeared before it and delivered a decisive blow, killing the zombie in front of him. This wasn't over yet. The eagle-mouthed zombie had already broken through to the final 3 defensive barriers, feeling smug about impending success. But in the next second, Qi Xiang's Dan energy needle shattered its dreams. As Bo Ji's protective barrier had only 2 layers left, a small hole appeared in the eagle-mouthed zombie's head, causing it to collapse, no longer capable of attack. Qi Xiang tore off an arm from the zombie in front of him and used swallowing fire to recover his consumed energy. Breathing heavily, he eyed the approaching zombies. Some people may wonder why, if Qi Xiang is so skilled in single combat, the zombies are still pushing him this hard? Let me put it this way. Qi Xiang's excellence in single combat largely depends on his explosive bursts of strength. However, if Qi Xiang were surrounded by a horde of zombies, his explosive strength would diminish greatly because he would constantly have to worry about whether his back was being attacked. If Qi Xiang fully committed to attacking a single zombie, even though all zombies might eventually die, Qi Xiang himself would sustain serious injuries and be unable to help others. And if anyone were to deliver a finishing blow at that moment, it would become troublesome. Qi Xiang looked at the incoming zombies and again unleashed a fiery burst. His soul devourer blade hacked continuously, instantly slaying 3 mutated zombies. Now, Qi Xiang still had 5 mutated zombies and 2 leader zombies around him, creating neither too much nor too little pressure. Spotting a chance, Qi Xiang launched another fiery eruption and rushed over to assist 3 mutated zombies trapped in difficulties, shouting, "Che Dan, withdraw your zombies. They can't keep up." Che Dan thrust his Ling Shi shield fiercely with his right hand, let out an ah, turned around to look this way, immediately understood what happened, withdrew the 3 mutated zombies, and focused on fighting the current batch of zombies. Qi Xiang's burden instantly increased. Although the number of mutated zombies faced by those 3 and the ones he personally handled added up to only 4 now, the number of leader-level zombies jumped to 5. At this point, Qi Xiang started to find it hard to defend himself. Bo Gu watched the scene unfold, narrowing his eyes slightly, and laughed coldly, saying, "Umph, you dare to challenge us with just these skills." Then Bo Gu formed seals with both hands. This time, Bo Ji's piercing barrier was completely different from before. In the past, his piercing barriers were always sharp cone shapes intended to impale opponents. But this time, Bo Ji's barrier more resembled a square shape, designed not to pierce but to transport targets to the other side. Almost simultaneously, all mutated zombies were relocated, followed swiftly by a combination of defensive barriers and explosive barriers. Not a single mutated zombie could escape such combined attacks unscathed. Bo Gu observed the battlefield, formed seals once more with both hands. This time, what emerged was a weapon Bo Gu hadn't used for a long time, a powerful barrier. Indeed, until now, Bo Gu had never named this type of barrier. Yet, its effect was excellent. The moment the barrier appeared, all leader zombies were missing one limb, either a leg or an arm. After doing all this, Bo Gu was drenched in sweat as if soaked in water. His face turned pale, appearing like someone who had just suffered a severe illness. Bo Gu staggered his feet and said to Wang Kuei, "Xiao Kuei, quick, help me move aside to rest." Wang Kuei was completely engrossed in the battlefield when he was called by Bo Gu, prompting him to turn his head. Seeing Bo Ji's current state, Wang Kuei was startled and rushed over, supporting Bo Gu as he asked, "Brother, are you alright?" Bo Gu bitterly smiled. "How could I be? A high-intensity instantaneous barrier like that is exhausting for me." As he spoke, Bo Gu shoved his hands into his trouser pockets because they were trembling uncontrollably and bleeding, evidently from the backlash of excessive mana use. Wang Kuei helped Bo Gu to the side of the car, where this angle offered a perfect view of the battlefield without being involved in the chaos. Bo Gu sighed with a bitter laugh. "Looks like I can't participate in this battle. I just hope that zombie lord isn't too strong." After speaking, Bo Gu closed his eyes and tilted his head back, saying, "Wang Kuei, light me a cigarette." Wang Kuei nodded slightly, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and lighter from Bo Ji's pocket. It was Bo Ji's habit not to store open cigarettes in his storage space because, according to him, they develop an odd smell. In reality, it was all in Bo Ji's mind. Wang Kuei lit the cigarette and held it near Bo Ji's lips, instructing, "Brother, open your mouth." Bo Gu obeyed, holding the cigarette between his teeth, inhaling deeply before exhaling a puff of white smoke. Then, lowering his head, he gazed at Qi Xiong's side of the battlefield. Qi Xiong, seeing that all surrounding zombies had lost either a leg or an arm, immediately knew this was Bo Ji's work. Overjoyed, he unleashed the full force of his Soul Devourer blade, Holy Light Spear, and Bloodthirsty Demon Lance, determined not to give the enemy any time to catch their breath. Che Dan and others, along with beasts and zombies, shared the same thought and launched an aggressive attack. Cack, cack. A sound akin to metal objects scraping against the ground echoed, followed by a stern voice. Who dares slaughter my subordinates? Whoever you are, you will pay the price. Chapter 158, Blood Battle 2. Qi Xiong used the Bloodthirsty Devil Spear to repel all the surrounding zombies, then looked at the creature that had made the noise. The Lord Zombie here was fully clad in armor, holding a large iron hammer in its right hand, standing over 2.5 meters tall, quite formidable. However, upon seeing it, Qi Xiong gave a faint sneer, for what Qi Xiong feared most were zombies with psychic abilities. Even a fire-breathing one would make him uneasy, but seeing this guy, Qi Xiong wasn't worried at all, as it was evidently a strength-type zombie, which he feared the least. The zombie roared and charged at Qi Xiong with its hammer, while Qi Xiong didn't dodge, but went straight ahead. This move also caused the 5 Lord Zombies surrounding Qi Xiong to charge forward. The Lord Zombie roared again, and the hammer came down just as it was about to crush Qi Xiong, when Qi Xiong suddenly retreated backwards, using the Bloodthirsty Devil Spear behind his back to push 2 unlucky ones in front. What followed was an extremely bloody scene. Among these 2, one was incredibly fast while the other had fairly balanced attributes. The fast one had indeed given Qi Xiong some trouble before. Seeing him die now, Qi Xiong smirked in retribution and laughed towards the Lord Zombie. Hey, big guy, it seems like I don't need to kill your subordinates since you've killed them yourself, haven't you? The Lord Zombie roared angrily. How dare you mock me? I am the great former left general. You will pay for your words. With that, the Lord Zombie swung its hammer again, directing the mace toward Qi Xiong's head. This time Qi Xiong didn't evade but directly held up the soul-sucking blade, shouting, Che Dan, quickly check if this guy is a Lord Zombie or a boss created by your game system. Che Dan yelled out, all right, then sent a reconnaissance ability to clear the surrounding zombies and shouted, Xiong brother, you were right, this guy is a game boss. It looks like the real Lord Zombies haven't appeared yet. Upon hearing this news, Qi Xiong cursed, shit, this guy isn't even a Lord Zombie. But still, he's probably related to their appearance. This guy claims to be the former left Grand General. There must not also be a former right Grand General, or even a rear left Grand General and rear right Grand General, right? Goddamn. The former left Grand General paid no attention to Qi Xiong's complaints and continued to smash 3 blows in succession. At this point, Qi Xiong was still resisting forcefully, but he felt as though his arms were about to come apart, and even the concrete floor beneath Qi Xiong's feet had cracked. With a left footstep, Qi Xiong dashed to the right side. Next, the soul-sucking blade in Qi Xiong's hand disappeared, replaced by a shotgun. Qi Xiong rapidly chambered the gun and fired. Immediately, the body of the former left Grand General stiffened slightly, with dozens of bullet marks appearing on his armor. Yes, just bullet marks, not holes. However, Qi Xiong was already quite satisfied with such results because, although the shotgun's ammunition capacity was small, there were only 3 bullets in the one Qi Xiong held. Remember, do not forget that Qi Xiong had storage space, where more than 10 shotguns identical to this one lay waiting for his summons. Boom, boom, boom. These sounds weren't from the shotgun in Qi Xiong's hand, but rather Wang Kuei from afar. Wang Kuei aimed a sniper rifle and fired 3 precise shots, hitting the exact same spot, enough to blow the head off of even a Lord-level zombie. After 3 gunshots rang out, a zombie near Qi Xiong fell to the ground, and Wang Kuei lowered his sniper rifle, shaking his arms and breathing heavily, clearly showing that such triple shots put a heavy burden on him. Boga looked at Wang Kuei, narrowing his eyes slightly, and said with a smile, if I'm not mistaken, that technique of yours should be a skill, huh? Wang Kuei nodded and said, now's not the time to hide anything. To be honest, my ability is weapon usage, proficiency in all types of firearms. The 3-shot burst I did just now is the strongest skill I currently possess, but it comes with a high cost. Bo Ji's right hand was now able to move, thanks to the pills cooked by Uncle Da. Although Bo Gu couldn't temporarily activate his barrier, smoking such a simple action was still within his capability. Blowing out a puff of white smoke, Bo Gu asked, why haven't you joined a team then? Why did you find us instead and keep hiding your true power? Wang Kuei picked up the sniper rifle again, taking aim once more and speaking while aiming. In a situation like this, you still have time to chat? Looks like your group usually slackens. He fired another trio of shots in quick succession. Bo Gu saw blood streaming from Wang Kuei's arm, dripping onto the gun, and sliding along the barrel before dripping from the muzzle and onto the ground. Bo Gu smiled, took out a pill from his other dimensional space, and said with a smile, you don't need to be so desperate, my team can still handle those guys. Here, take this medicine, then tell me about yourself. Wang Kuei glanced at the battlefield, hesitating and saying, but. No buts, Bo Gu cut him off, don't you trust them? Wang Kuei was momentarily stunned, then nodded heavily, replying, I trust them. Then Wang Kuei walked over, took the pill from Bo Gu, and swallowed it in one gulp. Now that Wang Kuei didn't have to hide anymore, He took out 2 cans of beer from his other dimensional space. However, Boga shook his head indicating he wouldn't drink, so Wang Kuei put one bottle back, pulled the tab on the other, took a sip, and laughed. Haha. I've never fought this enjoyable before, with MT charging ahead while the wounded can drink and smoke leisurely chatting behind. Haha. It's refreshing. Boga smiled and said, how does it feel? Pretty refreshing? But judging by your words, it seems like in normal teams, the wounded aren't supposed to retreat to the back line, are they? Wang Kuei smiled, wiped his nose, and said, it's not that easy. You know which team could be like yours, fighting against so many leader zombies? Normally, they would have run away long ago. And even if some teams were able to fight through, after eliminating the zombies, they only have 2 choices. 1. Keep fighting until death. 2. Get killed by their teammates. Killed by their teammates. Boga looked at Wang Kuei, puzzled. Wang Kuei grinned. That's right. As he spoke, he took another sip of beer, sighed, and said, if it weren't for coming here, I wouldn't believe it either. But do you know, between the gathering place and the fallen city, it's hard to say which is better or worse. Bo Ge's eyes slightly narrowed, as if he had caught a thread, so he hastily asked, what do you mean by that? Chapter 159, Blood Battle, Part 3. Qi Xiong found an opening and rushed out, violently leaping next to Che Dan. He loaded the chamber, pulled the bolt back, and fired his gun. With a boom, the zombie commander beside Che Dan was blasted in the head by the shotgun, exploding instantly. This explained why Qi Xiong had previously shot at Left Grand General. His purpose was to test the power of this weapon. Now it seemed that human thermal weapons were still superior. After firing that one round, without hesitation, Qi Xiong spun on his left foot, twirling his body. The muzzle of the gun then pressed against another zombie's head. There was only one bullet left in the shotgun now, and this final bullet was given to this zombie. With a bang, the zombie's head burst like a watermelon being smashed open. Blood and decaying flesh sprayed everywhere. Qi Xiong wiped the blood from his face and asked Che Dan, Che Dan, can you hold off those guys? Che Dan swung the cold blade in his right hand and laughed, saying, Xiong Ge, if you make me fight them outright, I might not be able to handle it. But to stall for time is certainly doable. Qi Xiong nodded, patted Che Dan on the shoulder, and said, all right, act within your capabilities. If things go awry, just run and buy me 3 minutes of time. Che Dan nodded as well, and immediately began defending. First, he threw a spider web towards the enemies, followed by the constant discharge of blue beams from the cold blade, freezing their feet. Although such frozen discomfort could soon be broken free from, these beams recharged quickly and required minimal energy, so it wasn't an issue. Qi Xiong glanced at Che Dan once more, then swiftly departed. He exchanged his spent shotgun for a fully loaded one. By the time there were only 2 bullets left in his third shotgun, all the zombies under Che Dan's command had been freed and charged towards the battlefield where Che Dan was located. Qi Xiong stared at Desika. This time, he didn't choose to use the shotgun. Instead, with a flash of golden light, a holy light spear appeared in Qi Xiong's right hand. Using it as a spear, he threw it. The spear hit a zombie accurately at its head, piercing through its skull instantly. Qi Xiong charged forward, pulled the spear out, and used it as a whip. With a flick, he struck the head of a zombie commander, preventing it from biting Desika. Following this, Qi Xiong flipped over and landed on Desika's body, asking, Desika, are you alright? Desika gasped heavily and laughed, replying, huh, don't joke with me. I am of the Great Wolf King bloodline. A few undead brats couldn't possibly defeat me. Qi Xiong nodded and replied, good. However, Qi Xiong's left hand remained on Desika's back, sending white internal energy into his body via Qi Xiong's left palm. While Desika didn't admit it verbally, he had already expended considerable stamina. It wouldn't be long before he'd be unable to continue fighting, but Desika did not reject Qi Xiong because he knew it wasn't the time for pride. The leader zombie stood up. Qi Xiong looked at him, narrowing his eyes slightly, and murmured, I thought there weren't so many of these guys. Where does this one come from? Desika bitterly smiled, answering, who knows? Without him, I wouldn't have ended up looking this bad. Qi Xiong touched Desika's big head and smiled, saying, simple. Kill him for revenge. However, that commanding zombie clearly sensed Qi Xiong's prowess. Not intending to engage in direct combat, it disappeared. Seeing this, Qi Xiong coldly smiled. Invisible, huh? That's somewhat intriguing. Qi Xiong tapped Desika on the back and asked, Desika, can you continue? Or do you need to retreat and rest? Desika roared loudly. Hey, boss, don't you dare look down on me. Chuckling, Qi Xiong said, all right, I trust you. Then his expression changed suddenly, and he narrowed his eyes slightly again, saying, to the left, wind blade. Though unsure what Qi Xiong intended, Desika still opened his wolf-like mouth to the left and shot out a wind blade. What surprised Desika was that the invisible zombie actually charged forth from the left, attempting to ambush them, and was directly struck by Desika's wind blade. As soon as the invisible zombie was revealed, Desika promptly sent out 3 wind blades. But the invisible zombie concealed itself again, disappearing. Desika asked, boss, how did you find him? Qi Xiong chuckled and answered, although the air currents here are chaotic, and there are many sounds, if you concentrate carefully, you can track his movements. You should also be able to sense air currents since you wield the power of the wind. Desika awkwardly laughed twice, and seeing Desika's reaction, Qi Xiong stopped pressing further and turned to the right instead, saying, wind cone to the right. Desika roared, and a wind cone shot straight out, directly piercing through the belly of the invisible zombie. Then the wind elements that formed the wind cone dispersed but did not dissipate completely. Instead, they turned into a violent wind, wildly stirring around the invisible zombie's body. Then Dasika leaped from his position and a wind blade sliced through the head of the invisible zombie, delivering the killing blow. Chi-Xiang glanced over at Che-Dan's direction. By now, there was only the former left Grand General left. Apparently, Che-Dan had already eliminated all the other leading zombies. Chi-Xiang chuckled and said, "All right, let's go, Dasika. We're up." Dasika let out another roar, exerting force with his 4 legs as he sprinted ahead. And Chi-Xiang also jumped off Dasika's body, launching the Holy Light Spear. It shattered the former left Grand General's shoulder armor, piercing straight through his left shoulder. Next, Chi-Xiang rushed forward with great power. He turned around, with his back toward the former left Grand General, then lightly jumped up, grabbing the general's head with both hands behind him. With an explosive roar and a powerful exertion of strength, Chi-Xiang slammed the former left Grand General to the ground. The former left Grand General had been quite troubled by Che-Dan's constant evasion strategy, because the general was not agile in the least, especially since Che-Dan also had several commanding-level zombies helping him. This fight had become increasingly exhausting for the former left Grand General. Then suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, and before he could even react, his whole body was thrown down onto the ground. Chi-Xiang looked down at the former left Grand General's face, and without hesitation, plunged the soul-devouring knife downwards. Not his style to simply chop off heads. Chi-Xiang preferred to pierce through the skull with a sharp weapon. As the former left Grand General let out one last wail, his pupils gradually lost their light. Chi-Xiang wiped sweat from his forehead, turned around, and grinned at Che-Dan. "Hey, Che-Dan, come take a look. Any equipment worth salvaging." However, Che-Dan didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he jumped up and screamed in excitement right where he stood. "Holy crap, this former left Grand General dropped so much money. We're rich." Che-Dan was definitely one of the wealthier ones among the current game ability users. The amount of wealth that made Che-Dan involuntarily curse certainly wasn't trivial. Of course, this was just Chi-Xiang's group. If it were any other group, they'd probably have met with total annihilation by now. Chapter 160, Blood Battle, Part 4. Chi-Xiang spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm onto the ground and laughed. "Haha, so this is the boss here? Too weak. Cancel the order. Don't worry about that small amount of money. Come take a look at what this big guy dropped." As he spoke, Chi-Xiang stumbled, collapsing to sit on the ground, laughing as he said, "Haha, I'm actually injured." Che-Dan looked at Chi-Xiang's condition and rushed over, pulling out a pill and handing it to him, saying, "Brother Xiang, take the medicine quickly." Chi-Xiang glared at Che-Dan and scolded him with a laugh. "I'm not dead yet. What's the rush?" As he spoke, Chi-Xiang swallowed the pill given by Che-Dan, struggled to get up from the ground, and walked toward the nearest zombie commander. Seeing Chi-Xiang's state, Che-Dan quickly went to support him. This time, Chi-Xiang didn't refuse, walking all the way to the side of the zombie, where Chi-Xiang crossed his legs and sat down on the ground. He placed his hands on the body of the zombie commander, causing the devouring flame to ignite. It quickly burned, gradually converting the flesh of the commanding zombie into energy that entered Chi-Xiang's body. Che-Dan glanced at Chi-Xiang, turned around, and drew in a cold breath because Che-Dan himself was also wounded. However, luckily there were Uncle Da's pills to prevent infection, though those wounds still weren't to be underestimated. After eating a pill, Che-Dan pulled out a bottle of blood essence he got from the system and drank it. Che-Dan found this blood essence had a sweet taste, smooth as silk when entering his mouth, and then his wounds began rapidly healing. Step by step, Che-Dan walked forward to check the loot on the corpse of the former left Grand General. What surprised Che-Dan was that the former left Grand General dropped a hammer and a leg armor. The leg armor added defense, but since both Che-Dan and Chi-Xiang already had suitable weapons, the hammer naturally went to Char, that special zombie commander. Che-Dan looked at the leg armor in his hand and approached Chi-Xiang, asking, "Brother Xiang, who do you think should get this leg armor?" Chi-Xiang looked at the leg armor in Che-Dan's hand and smiled. "Give it to Char. That guy's potential shouldn't be less than your pseudo-dragon." Che-Dan nodded, calling Char, who was already carrying a large war hammer, handing him the leg armor to put on himself. Chi-Xiang stood up and laughed. "All right, Che-Dan, the rest of the zombies are yours now. Allocate them as you see fit." Speaking of which, didn't they say there was a Lord-level zombie here? Odd, why hasn't it shown up yet? Che-Dan shook his head. "I don't know, but it's better if it doesn't show up. Saves us the trouble." As he spoke, Che-Dan waved his hand, instructing his zombies to eat, while he redeemed an item for expanding storage space, and started raiding the food supplies here. This time, Che-Dan was extremely happy. Just from that one former left Grand General alone, he got 10,000 gold coins. Adding it to what he previously had, Che-Dan ended up with 18,000 gold coins this time. Even after purchasing that space expansion item, Che-Dan could save more than 8,000 gold coins, netting a pure profit of 3,000 gold coins, making him very excited indeed. Half an hour later, Chi-Xiang's group sat in the vehicle. Gubo had recovered almost fully. Though he couldn't cast barriers, his physical injuries had healed significantly enough for him to drive at least. Gubo asked, "Chi-Xiang, should we go back now?" Chi-Xiang nodded and replied, "Yeah, our situation isn't looking good right now. Both you and Wang Kuei are injured, and neither me nor Che-Dan are in our best conditions. The Lord-level zombie hasn't appeared either. We know nothing about it, and there's no telling what sort of killer moves it might have. So, I think it's best if we leave here, the sooner the better." Gubo nodded and said, "The gains this time aren't bad. Let's go back the way we came, collect the supplies from the supermarket we previously explored, and return." Chi-Xiang nodded, "Let's do that." The car started up. Qi Xiang closed his eyes, beginning to cultivate his Dan energy. He increasingly felt how important it was to improve his Dan energy cultivation. Their team was strong because they had gone through a dungeon before and managed to exit, gaining numerous benefits from it. Plus, Qi Xiang's set of evil fire techniques allowed rapid growth, enabling them to reach their current level of expertise. But remember, the longer time passes, the more zombies grow in power. If their own power does not increase alongside the zombies, they would inevitably fall behind. Currently, Qi Xiang's evil fire technique is stuck at a bottleneck. The reason being his Dan energy cultivation can't keep up, so Qi Xiang must rigorously practice cultivating Dan energy. Only by doing so can the entire team's strength improve. Of course, fortunately, cultivating Dan energy does not require deep meditation and can be done anytime and stopped anytime. This allows Qi Xiang to utilize more time for cultivation. At this moment, Che Dan was checking posts on the forum as well as the attributes of himself and his summons, meaning the zombies. Wang Kuei took out a small knife at this moment and carefully carved something resembling runes onto the bullets. As for Gobo, he was driving while enduring the pain. The car was much quieter now. Because of the previous battle, even though no one said it aloud, everyone knew that they had won purely by luck. Firstly, if it weren't for the large number of summoned creatures, just the overwhelming number of zombies alone would have been enough to overwhelm Qi Xiang and Dasuka. With their added power, they managed to withstand the attack. However, even with Gobo's strength included, they couldn't have won so easily. The true turning point in this battle was Wang Kuei. That's right, Wang Kuei. Had it not been for his critical sniper shots, they might not have even escaped. If Uncle Do were here instead, the battle would have been far easier than it was now. Unfortunately, Uncle Do was not around. Qi Xiang pondered while cultivating whether he had overestimated his own abilities, and if he should perhaps investigate the enemy's strength next time before jumping into combat. But, the conclusion Qi Xiang came to wasn't about being more cautious in the future. It was that, regardless of how powerful an opponent might be, he would bring them down. The car stopped in front of the supermarket. As the doors opened, only Che Dan got out to carry supplies. At this moment, Qi Xiang opened his eyes and looked toward Wang Kuei sitting in the back seat, saying, "Wang Kuei." Wang Kuei was startled by Qi Xiang's sudden call and almost dropped the bullet in his hand. He replied, "Ah." Qi Xiang cleared his throat and said, "I noticed your marksmanship is pretty good. How about it? Interested in joining our team?" Wang Kuei let out a bitter laugh and responded, "Brother Qi Xiang, you've been kind to me, and your team is undoubtedly strong, but everyone has their own difficulties. After this job, we'll go our separate ways. So, sorry, but I can't accept your offer." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "All right then, I won't force you." Chapter 161, Breaking Out of Dao City, Part 1. Wang Kuei sighed, silently taking out a bottle of energy drink, and started drinking. Qi Xiang opened the car window and shouted outside, "Hey, Shidan, are you having fun?" Then, Shidan crawled out from a pile of goods, glaring at Qi Xiang, and said, "Big brother, you've moved 70% of the supermarket. It's only been 1 or 2 minutes. How fast can that be? Just wait, give me another 5 minutes." Qi Xiang nodded, pulled open the car door, jumped down, and said, "All right, hurry up. I'm not feeling well right now." As he spoke, Qi Xiang pushed off the ground with his right foot and leapt, then used the wall for support again. After 3 continuous jumps, Qi Xiang landed on the roof of the supermarket, looking around from the roof, searching for any possible dangers. "Xiangge, let's go." Chiden's voice came. Qi Xiang jumped down and asked, "How's it going? Any problems?" Chidan laughed and said, "What could possibly go wrong? Let's go, let's go." Saying that, Chidan pulled open the rear car door and got in the car. Qi Xiang nodded, sat in the front passenger seat, and nodded to Bo Gu, saying, "Bo Gu, drive please." Bo Gu nodded, said, "Okay," then started the car. The car started moving forward. Chidan closed his eyes and said nothing. At this time, Chidan was quietly checking the goods from this delivery. Wang Kuei continued to carve bullets, while as for Qi Xiang frowned deeply, staring straight ahead, sensing an ominous feeling. Bo Gu glanced at Qi Xiang and smiled. "Little Xiang, what's wrong? Why do you look so worried? This isn't like you." Qi Xiang gave a bitter laugh and said, "Brother Bo, I think something bad is going to happen. Isn't the Lord Zombie here too relaxed?" Bo Gu grinned and said, "That's enough. Stop overthinking things. The Lord Zombie here might just be an anomaly. We're 1 kilometer away from exiting the city. Don't worry so much." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Yeah, hopefully I'm overreacting." Bam, 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 bam. Just after Qi Xiang finished speaking, there was a gunshot followed by 3 more consecutive shots. Qi Xiang quickly turned around and saw Wang Kuei holding a gun through the open window shooting forward. A puff of blue smoke still lingered around the muzzle. Soon after, they heard 4 consecutive explosions. When Qi Xiang looked again, the houses at the next corner had already been blown up, followed by a swarm of zombies rushing in. Seeing this, Qi Xiang cursed. "Shit, the Lord Zombie here can actually make these zombies wait here quietly without making a sound. Impressive indeed." Bo Gu stepped on the brake hard, resulting in sharp braking sounds, tire marks left on the ground, and white smoke due to overheating. This time, Qi Xiang wasted no time kicking open the car door and shouting, "Chidan, get out and clear the way." Then, Qi Xiang swung his right hand, and Dasika appeared from the eat space, exclaiming upon seeing the situation, "Wow, boss, you sure have it either completely safe or catastrophically dangerous." Qi Xiang summoned the soul-devouring blade and said, "Enough chatter, move quickly." With that, Qi Xiang had already rushed forward. At this moment, Chidan also jumped out of the car and summoned the zombies forward, and naturally, Desika wouldn't stay behind either. Bogu said to Wang Kuei in the back seat. Wang Kuei, bring out the machine gun immediately. Speaking, Bogu cast a barrier and cut a square section from the car's roof. Wang Kuei, looking at the serious expressions on these three, carried out the machine gun installation while asking, Big brother Bo, what's the matter? Aren't these all regular zombies? Bogu looked at the approaching tide of zombies and coldly scoffed. The Lord Zombie is coming. That kind of guy has the ability to enhance zombies. I don't know about other levels, but these regular zombies can directly be upgraded into enhanced zombies. That's why they call this type of zombie the Lord Zombie. It makes all the zombies in its territory stronger. Wang Kuei nodded, watching the zombies surge toward them. He didn't dare take them lightly anymore and pressed the trigger to start shooting. Since the distance to the tide of zombies was very close and Qi Xiang and others were relatively concentrated, Wang Kuei could freely shoot without worrying about hitting them. It's worth mentioning that Wang Kuei's firearms at this point had already been replaced with weapons exploded by Qi Dan, and all were infinite ammo types. Though there was a cooldown period, the magazine capacity was extremely large. Hence, Wang Kuei shot without any concern about ammunition consumption. Qi Xiang went all out this time he arrived on the scene, immediately releasing a swallowing cyclone which devoured zombies like a fire dragon amidst the tide of corpses. Desika also unleashed wind balls non-stop, each wind ball crushing heaps of zombies before exploding violently. As for retreat, although his skills were not area of effect attacks, he still had the cold blade technique. The ice blades continuously shot out with considerable power, and while they might not have been particularly strong, for these regular zombies, it was more than enough. It was already nighttime, but there were no streetlights, so against such a massive amount of zombies, an ordinary person would certainly be doomed. But for Qi Xiang and his group, although fighting in the dark was disadvantageous, it wasn't much of a problem. Besides, Bogu could provide the illumination barrier. Brother Bo, look, what is that? Wang Kuei pointed at the sky and asked Bogu. At this moment, Bogu couldn't expand his barriers significantly. He could only use a few lighting barriers. When called by Wang Kuei, Bogu looked in the direction Wang Kuei was pointing to, and sure enough, there was a shadow in the night sky. Bogu squinted his eyes, formed hand seals, and suddenly 3 lighting barriers appeared in the air beside the shadow. At that point, Bogu realized it was a winged zombie. What shocked Bogu even more was that there wasn't just one of these types of zombies. There were many. Bogu took a deep breath as he gazed into the sky and said, Wang Kuei, give me flares. Wang Kuei responded, you got it. Immediately, over a dozen flares were launched into the sky. The sky lit up like daylight, and both Bogu and Wang Kuei gasped in shock as their hearts dropped. In the sky, there were swarms of flying zombies everywhere. If only mutated zombies could fly, then weren't all of these mutated zombies? This puzzled Wang Kuei, and he voiced his doubts. Bogu stroked his chin and said, impossible. Even if they were all mutated zombies, it's impossible for so many of the same kind to appear simultaneously. There's only one possibility. These are another type of zombie, though we don't know how powerful they are yet. Wang Kuei grinned, pulled out his sniper rifle from his storage space, aimed, and sneered. We'll find out how strong they are once I try. While Wang Kuei and Bogu were talking, the zombies also charged down. Chapter 162, Escape from Dao City 2. Those flying zombies screamed and charged down like they had been injected with stimulants, their eyes bloodshot red, as if ready to rip apart their targets at any moment. A smirk appeared on Wang Kuei's lips. He fired a shot, and this bullet directly blew the head off one of the flying zombies in the sky. Then the zombie fell. Wang Kuei then retracted his sniper rifle because its firing speed was too slow. Therefore, Wang Kuei chose the machine gun. As the machine gun muzzle spat fire, bullets kept reaping the lives of those flying zombies. Although these flying zombies did not have high defense power, their overwhelming numbers were a big issue. Moreover, Bogu couldn't activate a barrier since the current lighting barriers were already Boji's limit. Creating more would result in severe damage to his fingers. Even though Wang Kuei was proficient with firearms, he still depended on the quality of the guns. If he had a good gun, Wang Kuei's strength would definitely be significantly increased. But unfortunately, the gun Wang Kuei currently had wasn't very good. At this moment, Qi Xiang also noticed the situation here, and he asked Cha Dan to send back the water zombie and the lightning zombie since these two zombies had moderate strength and the ability for long-range attacks. With the addition of the two zombies, the situation was finally under control, but the circumstances were still not optimistic because it seemed that the flying zombies had no end, as if they were endless. Finally, Wang Kuei's machine gun ran out of reserve bullets. Waiting for the ammunition to automatically reload would take too much time, so Wang Kuei quickly switched to a submachine gun. Qi Xiang, looking at the tide of corpses in front of him, shouted, Cha Dan, haven't you noticed that these zombies here haven't been enhanced? From the other side, Cha Dan replied, they indeed haven't been enhanced, but those flying zombies can't be ignored either. And who knows which aspect our Lord Zombie here might enhance. Qi Xiang watched the tide of zombies and became immediately uneasy upon hearing Cha Dan's words. Because if the Lord Zombie here reinforced overall attributes just like in the sword battle, then Qi Xiang's group could handle it without much trouble. However, if the reinforcement was something else, then Qi Xiang's group might not be able to cope, considering that the Lord Zombie was still the most powerful kind of zombie known. 100 meters away from Qi Xiang's group, a man dressed in a tailcoat with a walking stick in hand was standing on a lamppost. His face was extremely pale and emaciated, almost comparable to Batting in pallor. Right now, this man was constantly pointing around with his walking stick, and the walking stick continuously emitted green light. The zombies illuminated by this light all underwent transformations without exception. The right arms of the ordinary zombies all turned into blades, and the left arms turned into shields. The skin on their backs split open, followed by a pair of wings extending out from their backs. Moreover, the eyeballs of these zombies were all bloody red, only bloody red, with no other colors present, and these zombies emitted a wild aura. After each such transformation, they would stand still in their place, quietly waiting, as if waiting for something. With Qi Xiang's team advancing, there were fewer zombies, and these transformed zombies began to appear in front of Qi Xiang's group. When the man in the tailcoat saw Qi Xiang's group coming over, he raised his hands and laughed. "Welcome to Viscount Yin Ying's place. Here, you will receive Viscount Yin Ying's great gift, a one-day tour of hell." When Yin Ying Viscount said this sentence, he didn't shout, yet it clearly reached every person's ears present. Qi Xiang stood still, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Yin Ying Viscount. Behind him, the bloodthirsty magic spear extended, while Qi Xiang's legs emitted a faint white light, activating the light body skill. Yin Ying Viscount looked at Qi Xiang and laughed. "Looks like my appearance made some people quite nervous. Don't worry, let's play a little first." Saying this, Yin Ying Viscount leaped, covering the originally significant distance in a flash. Qi Xiang instinctively took a step backward, then the next second, Yin Ying Viscount had already landed in front of Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang, looking at Yin Ying Viscount, swung his knife with his right hand. The bloodthirsty magic spear behind bent simultaneously, piercing towards Yin Ying Viscount. Yin Ying Viscount smiled, blocking Qi Xiang's attacks first with the left side of his walking stick, then the right side. Blocking them all, Yin Ying Viscount said, "No need to be so irritable. Come, let me give you some flowers." Speaking, Yin Ying Viscount lifted his left hand, flipped his wrist, and instantly a rose appeared in Yin Ying Viscount's hand. Then, Yin Ying Viscount intended to offer the rose to Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang looked at the rose in Viscount Yin Ying's hand, and then Qi Xiang's right foot pushed off the ground as he rapidly retreated. But to his astonishment, Viscount Yin Ying followed him like a shadow, refusing to separate from its form. It seemed that until Qi Xiang accepted the rose, Yin Ying would not stop. Qi Xiang suddenly stopped, and then raised his right foot for a kick. However, it was as if Yin Ying had anticipated this kick all along. With just a slight backward lean of his body, Yin Ying avoided Qi Xiang's foot. Then, Yin Ying waved his right hand, and the rose flew out, slashing across Qi Xiang's cheek, leaving a streak of blood behind. Next, Yin Ying looked at Qi Xiang and smiled as he said, "Since you forced me into this, I will not hold back any longer." Saying this, Yin Ying kicked forward, his foot directly landing on Qi Xiang's right leg, which had yet to retract. Instantly, Qi Xiang lost his balance, about to fall down. However, at the very moment when Qi Xiang was about to hit the ground, the bloodthirsty magic spear behind him sprang up, propelling Qi Xiang back onto his feet. After Qi Xiang stood up, Yin Ying immediately kicked again, this time aiming directly for Qi Xiang's chest. Qi Xiang crossed his arms in front of his chest instantaneously, blocking the attack. Yet, the impact still forced him to retreat 4 or 5 steps. Looking at Yin Ying's approaching kick, Qi Xiang roared fiercely and also extended his right foot, engaging in a direct exchange of kicks with Yin Ying. On Sha Dan's side, all the regular zombies had already been cleared away, and what remained were only those statue-like zombies standing completely motionless in their original places. And despite their immobility, Sha Dan could feel that these beings were far from easy targets. Nevertheless, no matter how daunting they might be, Sha Dan had to grit his teeth and go forward. With a wave of his left hand, the dark moon slash cut through the air, reaching out with exceptional precision, hitting wherever aimed. Watching the dark moon slash dart toward the neck of a flying zombie, to Sha Dan's shock, the flying zombie vanished in an instant. Following this, Sha Dan suddenly felt a tremendous force kicking him from behind, sending his entire body tumbling forward. Chapter 163, Breaking Out of Dao City, Part 3. Sha Dan rolled on the ground and quickly got back up. Now facing the opposite direction, Sha Dan saw the very same flying zombie that had disappeared just moments ago. Looking at it, Sha Dan took a step back, swallowed hard, but not because the flying zombie was particularly strong. If there were only one, Sha Dan could handle it, maybe even 7 or 8. But on the other side, over 100 identical flying zombies stood motionless, ready to spring into action. Once they moved, it would be catastrophic. After all, Qi Xiang's group had just finished fighting not long ago, still recovering. Especially Bo Gu, who was entirely incapable of further combat. Sha Dan took a deep breath and charged forward. At the same time, those zombies seemed to receive a simultaneous command and sprang into action. A fierce battle broke out again in Dao City, and this time, it was destined to be extraordinary. Qi Xiang, panting heavily, looked at the Baron Yin Ying before him. Qi Xiang felt frustrated, as the Baron appeared emaciated and sickly, looking like he might collapse at any moment. Yet his strength was surprisingly great, leaving Qi Xiang struggling to hold his own. By now, Qi Xiang's right leg was clearly unstable, injured from earlier when they exchanged kicks. The Baron wore a mocking smile and said, "I wondered who dared to harm my people so. It seems you're not as strong as I thought." Qi Xiang sneered and replied, "So your people are nothing more than trash compared to us, eh?" The Baron Yin Ying scoffed. "Even if they're trash, they're my trash. Defiant until death, huh? I'm curious to see if you'll remain so calm once your heart stops beating." Qi Xiang raised his left hand, crooked his fingers, and laughed. "Come try it then. Let's see who dies first." Upon hearing this, Baron Yin Ying smirked and swiftly dashed forward, slipping past Qi Xiang. In an instant, Qi Xiang bore 5 wounds as if cut by a sharp blade. Qi Xiang saw clearly that these injuries were caused by the claws protruding from the Baron's right hand. Qi Xiang turned around, eyeing the broken gloves on Yan Ying's right hand, and coldly said, I expected something impressive, yet you resort to such outdated tactics. Looks like not all barons have refined skills. Yan Ying retorted with a sneer, but it's more than enough for dealing with someone like you. Saying that, Yan Ying charged again. Having already suffered once from his attack, Qi Xiang wasn't about to fall for the same trick twice. Purple flames burst forth and engulfed his entire body. Unperturbed, perhaps satisfied with the fire-resistant properties of his claws, Yan Ying directly lunged forward and swiped Qi Xiang with a claw. This time, Qi Xiang bore another 5 cuts. At the same time, Yan Ying's claws were scorched with corrosive flames. And true to Yan Ying's personal style, his claws retracted instantly after each attack. If these flames were ordinary, they wouldn't pose much of a problem. However, Qi Xiang's flames came from hell. Corrosive flames that didn't stop burning until everything was consumed. Yan Ying examined his right hand, watching the flames burn brightly, and remarked, flames from hell, how intriguing. As he spoke, purple light flashed across his left hand, which he then used to pinch his right. When he released, the flames on his right hand vanished, though his glove was destroyed, revealing unharmed skin underneath. Watching Yan Ying, Qi Xiang let out a subtle, almost undetectable smirk. Then, Qi Xiang swapped his Shurhun blade for a sacred light gun, while the bloodthirsty spear on his back slowly absorbed into his body. Yan Ying looked at Qi Xiang and said with disdain, Hey, brat, this heavy aura of light makes me uncomfortable. Qi Xiang grunted and replied, Don't worry, this feeling will pass soon, because you'll die soon. We'll see if it's me making you lose that light aura, or you killing me, so I no longer feel it. Suddenly, Yan Ying moved, conjuring 2 purple energy swords in both hands, and swung them toward Qi Xiang. In response to Baron Yan Ying's attack, Qi Xiang made very few moves. He simply closed his eyes, raised a hand, and used the sacred light gun to block once. Then Qi Xiang swung the sacred light gun to the left, instantly throwing Baron Yan Ying aside. Baron Yan Ying rolled on the ground once, and stood up. He was about to advance when he suddenly saw a white needle flying toward him as soon as he got up, so he instinctively dodged. Then 3 needles flew over. After that, a total of 16 needles blocked all of Yan Ying's possible movements, heading straight for him. If these were ordinary needles, Yan Ying could have easily deflected them or even ignored them completely. But Yan Ying did not dare to confront these flying needles head-on, and certainly did not dare to underestimate them. Since regaining consciousness, all Yan Ying's skills, styles, and personality traits remained inherently tied to himself. The energy carried by these needles was not of the holy light type. Yan Ying didn't know what kind of energy it was, but deep down, a fear arose. It seemed like this energy could kill him in just one strike. Hence, when Yan Ying saw the white thin needles, there was only one thought in his mind, to evade, and his body reacted accordingly. Yan Ying suddenly leaped from the ground and looked at Qi Xiang cautiously, ready for the next attack. Qi Xiang rapidly gathered needles in both hands, intending to launch another attack, but then he heard Cha Dan yelling in retreat. Xiangge, let's go. These flying zombies are more than we can handle. The moment Qi Xiang heard this, he sent out all the needles in his hand and turned to look at Cha Dan. Sure enough, Cha Dan's direction was overwhelmed by flying zombies, each wielding machetes to attack. Even their shields, which should be for defense, were now weapons. On that side alone, there were more than 100 flying zombies, and Bo Gu was struggling to fend off their attacks. As for Qi Xiang, he had Baron Yan Ying, an especially troublesome opponent, right there. Chapter 164, Breaking Out of Dao City, Part 4. However, Qi Xiang, seeing that Baron Yan Ying was wary of his Dan power, immediately came up with a plan. Of course, this plan was very dangerous. Qi Xiang looked up at Baron Yan Ying standing on high ground and sneered. Well, who would have thought our esteemed Baron Yan Ying would be afraid of a little embroidery needle? What an unexpected twist. As he spoke, 3 more flying needles shot out from Qi Xiang's fingers. Baron Yan Ying dodged these 3 needles and retorted fiercely. That's right, I am afraid of these needles, but you can't even hit me, so it's a draw. But look at your companions. Soon, they will become food for my subordinates. And as for you, you'll also become food for this Baron. Qi Xiang spat on the ground in disdain and said, Food? You eat shit. Saying that, Qi Xiang rapidly fired off flying needles with both hands. This time, each needle condensed much faster than usual. The cost, however, was that the energy could not be well consolidated, so a lot of it dissipated, resulting in greater energy consumption. But Qi Xiang knew that if he didn't push himself now, there might not even be a chance to fight back later. Heavenly flower scattering. As Qi Xiang continuously fired off needles in all directions, he shouted these 4 words. Although these words were merely made up on the spot by Qi Xiang, they evidently had some intimidating effect on Baron Yan Ying. Yet Qi Xiang was fully aware of his own situation. If the current speed persisted, Qi Xiang wouldn't last longer than half a minute. Moreover, while the number of needles he had fired was large, his success rate in condensing them was steadily decreasing due to continuous mental exhaustion. Still, Qi Xiang was gambling. He was betting whether he could scare away Baron Yan Ying using this method. Qi Dan held the Lingxi shield in his left hand and a cold blade in his right. At this moment, Qi Dan was struggling to defend against an onslaught. Some of the flying zombies still hadn't awakened, but those that had amounted to over 40 already, putting immense pressure on Chiden's group. By now, only Daska and the dragon-like zombie were faring somewhat better, with other commanders-level zombies barely holding their ground. Dragon-like zombies and Daska excelled primarily because of their larger size, giving them a distinct advantage. The other zombies, being comparable in size to the flying ones, could only rely on brute strength. However, the enemies were armed with knives and shields and could fly. How could one possibly match such foes? On Bog's side, Wang Kuei had already emptied a machine gun and 2 assault rifles, leaving him with only a submachine gun. If he ran out of bullets in this weapon, Wang Kuei would have to choose among a shotgun, handgun, or sniper rifle. Around Bog's team lay a pile of flying zombie corpses, all brought down by Wang Kuei, the water zombie, and the lightning zombie. Despite this, at least 900 flying zombies remained in the sky, all diving recklessly toward them. Finally, after Wang Kuei fired the last bullet from his submachine gun, he had no more ammunition for his last semi-automatic weapon. At that point, Wang Kuei quickly grabbed his pistol, knowing that despite the protection of the water zombie and the lightning zombie, they weren't invincible. Their resources were also depleting rapidly. Sooner or later, the flying zombies would break through their defenses and tear them apart. Suddenly, Bog shouted, "Stand firm." Before Wang Kuei understood what was happening, the vehicle moved, throwing him backward due to inertia. Still, Wang Kuei reacted quickly and grabbed onto the vehicle. The water zombie and the lightning zombie sprinted forward, defending themselves against the swarm of flying zombies above. Qi Xiang clasped his hands in a circular shape and smirked, pursuing Wind Bullet. Immediately, Qi Xiang released his Dan Force into a spherical shape. When Yanning saw this, his expression changed drastically. His clothes tore apart, revealing a pair of enormous bat wings. Yanning flapped his wings and fled swiftly into the distance. Watching Yanning leave, Qi Xiang's gathered Dan Force dispersed instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling to his knees. But he couldn't help but smile. He had bet right. Yes, Qi Xiang didn't actually know any move called Pursuing Wind Bullet. The name itself was fabricated on the spot. Yet combined with the flashy but hollow Dan Force ball, it had genuinely frightened Yanning away. Unfortunately, Qi Xiang had expelled energy beyond his control and even attempted to condense it, causing severe backlash both physically and mentally. As a result, Qi Xiang didn't just cough up blood, he was also seriously injured. Humph. The vehicle came to a stop beside Qi Xiang. The door opened, and Wang Kuei leaped out quickly, firing 2 shots into the sky. He blew the heads off the flying zombies that were about to get close, then helped Qi Xiang up and assisted him into the car. Despite Qi Xiang being injured, which slowed them down somewhat, it still only took a dozen or so seconds. Yet in just those few seconds, 2 flying zombies managed to climb onto the roof of the car. Of course, these 2 flying zombies weren't much trouble since they hadn't been enhanced by Baron Yanning. Wang Kuei dealt with them in 2 shots. But this wasn't the real issue. The real problem was that the defense lines maintained by the water zombie and the lightning zombie had faltered. The car started again, its doors opening as it neared Daska. Daska grabbed the door, turned around, stepped from the front of the door to the back, and before jumping into the car, cast a web that pushed back the flying zombies rushing forward. Then Daska retracted all the zombies except for the fire zombie. The fire zombie jumped onto the roof of the car and continuously fired fireballs as cover. As for Qi Dan, he kept running and used wind blades as suppression. Qi Xiang coughed, spitting out a mouthful of bloody phlegm, and said, "He's here." At the very moment Qi Xiang spoke, a shadow in the sky grew closer. That shadow was Baron Yanning himself. After realizing he'd been tricked, he had quickly rushed back, and now, he was here. Bog's driving skills were excellent. He constantly steered the car to dodge zombies while racing toward the city exit. Meanwhile, Daska had received Qi Xiang's command to hold back Baron Yanning for half a minute. For Qi Xiang and the others, half a minute would be more than enough. Chapter 165, Breaking Out of Daosher, Part 5. Daska the wolf opened his mouth, and a wind blade shot out instantly. Then Daska roared furiously, and the air flowed rapidly with his roar. Count Yanning watched this move from Daska, his brows slightly furrowed because Daska's technique was actually a tornado. Count Yanning and all his subordinates had their strength in flying, so if they couldn't fly, their power would weaken significantly. But if they flew, there would be only one outcome, being sucked into the tornado until it dissipated. At that moment, many flying zombies in the sky had already been caught in the tornado because they hadn't landed in time. Only then did Count Yanning realize how terrifying this tornado was. Because this tornado didn't just suck enemies in, it would also shred anyone or anything due to the high-speed rotation of the air. Count Yanning's right hand pierced into the wall, as if it were tofu to steady himself. Despite this, Count Yanning still felt a powerful suction force. He glared fiercely at the creature by the eye of the storm, that wolf. Cold fury radiated from Count Yanning's eyes, and he activated his ability to command the zombies. In no time, all the zombies in the entire city moved towards where Count Yanning stood. Time passed quickly, and half a minute soon went by. Daska also received an order from Qi Xiang to retreat. However, it wasn't that Daska didn't want to retreat, it was truly impossible for him to do so. Daska couldn't even touch the edge of the tornado, because once he did, countless zombies would pounce on him. Although Daska believed himself to be strong, he dared not conduct such an experiment. What was more infuriating was that while in the tornado state, Daska could not move, not even an inch. Maintaining this tornado was already very taxing for Daska. It was estimated that the tornado would stop in about 2 minutes. Within a 1-kilometer radius centered around Daska, there gathered all kinds of mutated zombies, endless reinforced zombies, regular zombies, and plenty of flight-capable zombies, including 70 that had been enhanced by Count Yanning. Although Daska was strong and fast, in such a massive assault, he had no choice but to act. When his energy was down to a third, Daska finally lost patience. Staying here would only result in death. Instead of waiting for his energy to run out, it might be better to rush out and possibly find a slim chance of survival. Thinking about this, Daska immediately ceased the tornado. But at the instant the tornado dispersed, numerous wind blades radiated outward from the center of the wind eye. Though these were ordinary wind blades, they contained immense explosive power. Every wind blade that struck a zombie caused a cut, and once its tip wore down, the wind blade would explode immediately. In no time, green wind blades scattered everywhere, and wind blades kept exploding. The explosion of the wind blades was completely different from gunpowder explosions. First, wind blade explosions had an instantaneous impact, which was similar to gunpowder. But then, wind blade explosions would generate chaotic airflow. A smaller one could create an oxygen vacuum, whereas a larger one could produce a grinding effect like a meat grinder. Daska paid no attention to the miracles he created, finding a gap to burst through. Although he knew Count Yin-ing and countless zombies were chasing behind him, Daska had no choice but to run. However, sitting back and waiting for doom was not Daska's style. Wind was a very strange kind of energy. Daska, as a member of the Moon Wolf tribe, had wind attributes as their secondary attribute. Before awakening their primary attribute, wind attribute was their most important attribute. That's why many Moon Wolves didn't use their clan's shadow power, but instead were extremely adept at using the wind energy typically controlled by the Wind Wolves. Not only did Daska apply speed-enhancing effects to herself, but she also continuously created chaotic airflow to obstruct her pursuers. But what frustrated Daska was that though normal zombies were held off, Count Yin-ing relentlessly pursued her, closing the distance to only 50 meters. Daska roared loudly and suddenly stopped, spinning around to wildly howl toward the direction of Count Yin-ing. This attack was strengthened with wind element energy. Not only was the sound amplified, but the power was too, making it a genuine attack. What was more important was that they were near the outskirts of the city. In other words, Daska's roar could summon reinforcements. Count Yin-ing was in the middle of pursuing Daska when he saw Daska turn around. He thought this was an opportunity, but instead, he was met with a powerful attack that not only stopped him in his tracks, but also tore his clothes. Fuming to himself, Count Yin-ing muttered, "Unforgivable, truly unforgivable." Meanwhile, Daska was now praying for anyone or anything to come and save him. Outside the city, Chi Xiang leaned back in his car seat to recover from his injuries, while Che Dan scratched his head and said, "Xiang-gu, should we just ignore Daska?" Chi Xiang responded nonchalantly, "I believe." Before he could finish his sentence with the word it, Daska's roar echoed out from within the city. This alarmed Chi Xiang so much that he tried to get up immediately, but ended up hitting his head on the roof of the car. Che Dan looked at Chi Xiang and laughed. "Xiang-gu, relax and focus on getting better." With that, Che Dan summoned a dragon-like zombie and leaped onto its back, urging it to fly toward the city. Boga lit a cigarette, took a puff, and smiled. "All right, Chi Xiang, Che Dan has grown up. I know you want to protect him, but he needs to grow too. Give him some space." Chi Xiang retorted immediately. "Who wants to protect him? I'm just worried that if the kid gets into trouble, we'll have to save him." Bogu chuckled at this and replied, "Stop making excuses. Everyone has things they need to go through." Chi Xiang glared at Bogu and asked, "Then why don't you go?" Bogu pointed at himself and said with a wry smile, "Me? I'm a boundary master. I need time to develop my skills. I don't even have a way to practice. In creating boundaries, all depends on intuition. My intuition is probably already high among boundary masters, but I'm still a late bloomer. Making me go now would be unreasonable." Chi Xiang smiled, but didn't argue further. Instead, he gestured toward the cigarette in Bo Ji's mouth and said, "Smoke less." Chapter 166, Breaking Out of Dao City 6. Brother Bo smiled and said, "Have you noticed that after all we've been through, not only has our strength grown, but also our mental fortitude? What's more important is the feeling we share when we're together. If this were before, although I didn't smoke as much as I do now, I still smoked a fair amount, but you never worried about me." Chi Xiang shot Brother Bo a look and said, "Don't make things up. I like women, and besides, the cigarette in your mouth right now is worth quite a bit of money." After hearing this, Brother Bo laughed out loud and said, "Haha, do you care about that money? Forget it. Even if you don't admit it, I think so anyway." Saying this, Brother Bo looked into the city and smiled. "I bet they will appear within 3 minutes." Chi Xiang grinned and said, "I bet 2 minutes." Then, Chi Xiang pulled out a pocket watch and said, "It's already been half a minute. If they come out within a minute and a half, then I win." Brother Bo laughed and said, "All right, but shouldn't there be something at stake for winning?" Chi Xiang grinned and said, "If I lose, I'll help you earn money to buy a book about barriers for Chi Dan. If you lose, you help me earn money to buy an ethereal shield." Brother Bo, hearing this, smiled and said, "A book costs 5,000 gold coins, and a shield costs 7,000 gold coins. You're sure making a sweet deal for yourself. But who calls me unlucky when misfortune turns into blessings? All right, let's do it as you suggested." During this time, Wang Kuei did not say a word, merely quietly wiping the sniper rifle in his hand, as if only the rifle was his companion, one that would never betray him. Chi Dan rode on the dragon-like zombie, moving forward quickly. Then he saw Daska, along with the Count Yanni restricted by Daska, and the endless horde of zombies. Chi Dan ordered the dragon-like zombie to stop. Then looking at the endless sea of zombies, he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it. How are there so many zombies here? That damn Count Yanni wouldn't have summoned all the zombies from the whole city for me, would he?" Saying this, Chi Dan waved his hand, and the flame zombie appeared beside him. Chi Dan leaped down next to Daska and said, "Daska, don't stop." Then Chi Dan gripped his frost blade coldly and snorted, "Count Yanni, right? You can fly? Today, Let's see what a young master like me can do. As Chidan said this, blue light spots in the air gathered towards the frost blade, turning the ice blade into a light blade filled with blue radiance. Then, Chidan swung the blade and slashed. Instantly, the condensed blue light from Chidan's frost blade was hurled outwards. The light grew rapidly larger and surged forth, riding on Daska's sound waves like a terrifying blizzard. Just as the blizzard swept forward, Chidan had the flame zombie cover the rear, withdrew the dragon-like zombie, and jumped onto Daska's back, saying, "Daska, run fast." Daska, quick-witted, immediately turned around, powered its 4 legs, used a wind enhancement skill, and swiftly charged out of the city. The flame zombie stayed behind to guard the retreat, but it wasn't meant to stay indefinitely. It too ran towards the city gate, while blocking any chasing zombies along the way. Count Yannai, seeing the incoming blizzard, eyes filled with chilling fear, emanated eerie black chi throughout his body. He stood firm, confronting this storm head-on without moving an inch. Something even more terrifying happened next. From the outside, you would see the blizzard being torn apart by a pair of hands. And those hands were not from anyone else, nor from another zombie. They belonged to Count Yannai's ghostly pale hands. At this moment, every fingernail on Count Yannai's hands had grown unnaturally long, emitting eerie black light. Count Yannai forcefully ripped open the blizzard in front of him and did not waste time dramatically walking out or posing like other villainous characters in fiction who bomb their surroundings. Count Yannai knew that his prey hadn't yet escaped the city, so if he pursued now, there was still hope. Xixiang glanced at his pocket watch and said, 10 seconds left. Pointing at Chidan running back, Xixiang chuckled, "Looks like I win." Brother Bo shook his head with a faint smile because just then, Count Yannai had already reached Chidan, delivering a powerful kick that sent Chidan flying off Daska's back. Of course, Daska suffered no harm, directly landing outside the city walls. But Chidan was caught by the neck by Count Yannai's right hand and unable to move on the ground. Chidan had recalled the flame zombie when he was 30 meters away from the city exit because if it had gone further, it would have been out of range, making it impossible for Chidan to recall it. Though using the flame zombie as a rearguard, Chidan certainly did not regard it as expendable. Wang Kuei watched silently without comment as events unfolded. Though seemingly cornered, Chidan kept calm and waited, observing. However, this very moment of withdrawing went unnoticed by Xixiang as Count Yannai rapidly pursued. As a result, Count Yannai directly knocked Chidan down to the ground. Upon seeing this, Xixiang hurriedly wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Brother Bo. Xixiang shouted, "Let me go." Brother Bo tightly held on to Xixiang and said, "Don't go. You're injured." And just as Brother Bo said this, a gunshot rang out. Wang Kuei had acted. Xixiang looked over and saw that the barrel of Wang Kuei's sniper rifle was still smoking while Wang Kuei remained in his aiming stance. As for Count Yannai, he had been struck by Wang Kuei and sent flying 3 meters away. But just as he was about to charge over, he saw Daska swiftly grab Chidan, turning back at the last moment to break out of Dao City. Count Yannai watched as Daska and Chidan escaped, then suddenly let out a piercing scream that made everyone's head ache unbearably. However, Xixiang grinned because their mission had succeeded. Yes, though Xixiang wanted to challenge the Lord Zombie, it didn't mean he hadn't prepared an escape route. Someone had already revealed on the forum earlier that Lord Zombies couldn't leave their own territories, which proved true now. This was Xixiang's trump card. Xixiang whistled and taunted, "You dumbass. Come out here if you dare and hit Grandpa." Brother Bo chuckled bitterly and said, "That's enough, Xixiang. Stop fooling around and bring Daska back. Let's go." Xixiang nodded, patted Daska's massive head, and smiled, saying, "Daska, when we get back to the gathering place, I'll give you a whole bunch of tasty food to reward you." Then, with a joyful look on its face, well, not exactly smiling but certainly pleased, Daska disappeared. The 4 of them got into the car, and Xixiang laughed, saying, "Ho, I, Shihan-san, am going home." At hearing this, Chidan couldn't help but laugh, and even Wang Kuei struggled to suppress a smile. Brother Bo, however, was puzzled about what Chidan and Wang Kuei found funny, while Xixiang, well, he was still acting like a lunatic. Chapter 167, The Fallen, Part 1. Xixiang looked at the nearby gathering place and smiled, saying, "Chidan, take out a few bags of rice." Chidan nodded and took out 3 bags of rice and 2 packs of sausages to put on one side. The car stopped at the temporary city gate, and immediately someone ran over to check it. Xixiang lowered the car window and smiled, saying, "Brother, please make it easy for me." As he said this, Xixiang took out a pack of cigarettes from his chest and handed it to that person. That person, upon seeing Xixiang, instantly stood at attention and saluted, although he was dressed very much like a bandit, but these movements did have some resemblance to a soldier. However, the next words immediately shocked Xixiang. "Are you Brother Xiang? Our Fu Gu invites you." At the same time, there was also a brand new BMW driving out. Xixiang smiled, pushed open the car door, and said, "Looks like we are quite famous. Brother Bo, you go back first with Chidan. Wang Kuei is entrusted to you." Saying this, Xixiang walked over casually and got in the car. Once Xixiang got in the car, this truly became a special vehicle with unobstructed access all the way to Fu Ying's residence. And Brother Bo therefore received special privileges, allowing him to pass without inspection. After getting out of the car, Xixiang saw Fu Ying already waiting by the door and smiled, saying, "Fu Gu, it's been a long time." Fu Gu bitterly smiled. I dare not. Now I don't dare call myself Gu anymore. You're the real Xiang Gu. Come on, let's go inside to talk." Xixiang, looking at Fu Ji's demeanor, instantly felt something was off, so he no longer joked around and followed Fu Gu inside. Once inside, Fu Ying didn't even pour water but pulled Qi Xiang onto the couch and anxiously said, "Xiang Qi, although I'm older than you, I still want to call you brother. Something's happened." Qi Xiang smiled. "Don't worry, Fu Gu, don't call me brother, just say what's up." Fu Ying looked at Qi Xiang and said, "It was wrong of me last time. Qi Xiang, please forgive me. But this time, it's a really big issue. This time, everyone in the entire settlement might be doomed." Qi Xiang chuckled. "Let me guess. Oh, are the fallen ones planning an attack?" Fu Ying nodded and said, "Yes, brother Xiang, I request. No, I beg you for your help." Qi Xiang looked at Fu Ying and said, "No need, no need. In fact, I should thank you because, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known about this. Sorry, Fu Gu, but I'll take my leave first. You should get prepared as well." Poof. What Qi Xiang didn't expect was that Fu Ying would suddenly kneel right down before him. Seeing such a proud man kneeling before him, Qi Xiang was momentarily unable to accept it. "Fu Ying, what are you doing?" Fu Ying, with a sobbing voice, said, "Qi Xiang, I know, I've done many wrong things last time. During your absence, I sent people to test things too. I admit it, I've done a lot wrong. But this time, you cannot not help me. You all are capable people. Wherever you go, you will do well. But we can't. Without the settlement, all of us can barely move an inch. So, we can't retreat, but we lack confidence in defending against the fallen one's attack. Please, I implore you." At the end, Fu Ying started to bang his head on the floor. Qi Xiang quickly pulled Fu Ying up and said, "You're the leader of the settlement. You can't show such lack of backbone. Fine, since I'm so soft-hearted. Okay, I'll gather some men when I go back, and you gather everyone too. We'll discuss it." Looking at Fu Ying's tear-streaked face and somewhat swollen forehead, Qi Xiang pushed him away with disgust and said, "Wait for me here." Saying that, Qi Xiang left in large strides. Back at home, after opening the door, Qi Xiang saw Qi Dan angrily come out holding a cold blade. As soon as he saw Qi Xiang, he hurriedly said, "Brother Xiang, quick, let's confront Fu Ying for some answers. Rats, when we were out, he sent people 3 times to trouble us. If it weren't for Jiao Yang, Tax, and Sister Bingwe, those guys would have succeeded." Qi Xiang saw Qi Dan and laughed, not answering Chiden's question but asked instead, "Where's Wang Kuei?" Qi Dan waved a hand and said, "That guy took 2 bags of rice and left, and didn't even say where he's going." Qi Xiang smiled and said, "That's fine. Help me call Brother Bo and Uncle Da, we're going out." "What? Are we going into battle?" Qi Xiang smiled and said, "You'll know soon." Saying that, Qi Xiang went in, hugged Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang tightly, then released Daska, stroking Tak's big head. "Qi Xiang, why did you call us out?" Uncle Da came down from upstairs, asking while walking down. Right away, Qi Xiang recounted everything that had happened at Fu Ying's place. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It was Qi Xiang who broke the silence, asking, "Che Dan, how are our parents?" Che Dan replied, "Oh, they're fine, but Bingyue said they went out shopping for groceries, so they're not at home." Qi Xiang stood up and smiled, saying, "Bingyue, have my parents cook me something nice. I'll eat when I get back tonight." Then, Qi Xiang glanced at Che Dan and added, "Let's go. And remember, Che Dan, don't cause any trouble." Che Dan nodded and also stood up. 10 minutes later, at Fu Ying's place, Fu Ying greeted Qi Xiang and his group with a smile. "Brother Xiang, you've come, please take a seat." As he spoke, he was about to guide them to their seats. At this moment, Che Dan suddenly interjected, "What? Is only my brother Xiang treated as a brother, and we aren't?" Qi Xiang looked at Che Dan and said, "Che Dan." Fu Ying laughed heartily and said, "No issue, no issue. You are all my brothers. Come on, take your seats." Seeing Fu Ying's demeanor, Uncle Da quietly whispered to Brother Bo, "Looks like Fu Ying is in quite a rush." Brother Bo nodded but didn't comment. In addition to Fu Ying, there were 3 others present. Hua Yong wasn't here, but another familiar face of Qi Xiang's, Fei Long, was. Upon seeing Fei Long, Qi Xiang couldn't resist teasing him. Well, isn't this our esteemed brother Fei Long? Are you healed yet? Should I pay your medical bills?" Fei Long glared fiercely at Qi Xiang upon hearing this, but chose not to respond, likely because Fu Ying had already given instructions. Still, it was impressive that someone like Fei Long could remain calm under such somewhat insulting banter, which clearly demonstrated that Fu Ying was no ordinary man. Qi Xiang then chuckled and said, "Brother Fu, why don't you introduce me to these gentlemen?" Fu Ying smiled and responded, "All right, I'll skip this one, Fei Long. I know you two had some unpleasantness before, but I hope it won't make either of you or the entire settlement unhappy from now on." Chapter 168, The Fallen Ones, 2. Qi Xiang snorted coldly and said, "Sorry, for you, I can choose to leave the past behind. Anything you've done in my absence, I will overlook. But this guy, once our cooperation is over, don't bother with how I deal with him." Fu Ying glanced at Fei Long, sighed, and said, "All right, when it's over, you and Fei Long can have a duel. If you win, Fei Long is at your disposal. If you lose, then please spare Fei Long's life." Qi Xiang looked at Fei Long, nodded, and stopped talking. From start to finish, Fei Long did not utter a single word, but Qi Xiang could see that Fei Long was barely restraining his emotions. He must have had a plan, otherwise, how could Fei Long have survived until now? Of course, Qi Xiang didn't take Fei Long seriously because if one wanted to rival Qi Xiang, they would need to be at least on the level of Fu Ying or higher. Fei Long simply wasn't qualified. Then, Fu Ying pointed at a burly man and said, this is Jean Ren. Afterward, Fu Ying pointed to another man wearing glasses who appeared somewhat frail and said, he has weak combat skills, but he's smart. Our strategist, you can call him Zhuge Liu. Then, Fu Ying joked briefly to smooth things out, and everyone sat on the sofas. Fu Ying smiled and said, all right, let's get down to business. As he spoke, Fu Ying used his right hand to conjure a blackboard, which revealed a map. On it were clearly labeled the Fallen City and Gathering Place, along with some surrounding terrains. Fu Ying pointed to the map and said, this map was compiled based on previous maps and intelligence reports from our reconnaissance officers, detailing the terrain around here. And these red lines mark where the fallen ones have reached. As he gestured toward the red line, Fu Ying continued, indeed, the fallen ones are still dozens of kilometers away, but they will soon launch an attack. We know their attacking force numbers in the thousands, all highly capable, and all are ability users. Qi Xiang stroked his chin and laughed, saying, how can you guarantee this map is correct? Furthermore, the information you received might also be flawed. And if I'm not mistaken, ability users should also have the power to alter terrain. Given the potential energy of current ability users, even a small mistake could lead to a domino effect akin to the butterfly effect. Fu Ying nodded and said, you can rest assured about the accuracy of our intelligence. Regarding whether they have ability users that can alter terrain, I can tell you that they do, but only capable of small-scale changes. Thus, you needn't worry about this issue. Now, let Zhuge Liu explain our lineup. Zhuge Liu cleared his throat and said, all right, let me clarify this. Currently, we have more than 2,000 ability users. Among them, there are 200 support-type ability users, 500 long-range type ability users, and the rest are close combat types. Actually, from these figures, it is clear that in this apocalypse world, auxiliary roles face tough survival challenges, and remote attackers also find it hard to survive. It is the close combat type who survives best. Zhuge Liu paused briefly and said, our walls now stand 3 meters high and 2 meters thick. If we rely solely on the wall, we believe we can hold up. However, due to the addition of the ability users as an unknown factor, we want all of you to help counter the other side's stronger warriors. Qi Xiang smirked and said, so this is the strategy soldier versus soldier, general versus general, right? Fu Ying nodded and said, exactly. Do you have any objections to this arrangement? Qi Xiang looked at Fu Ying and sneered. Why not just rush in and wipe them out directly? Upon hearing this statement, Fu Ying widened his eyes, astonished, and said, that is absolutely impossible. Even though we outnumber them, their individual capabilities far surpass ours. Without the protection of the walls, if it came down to direct contact, our people would undoubtedly lose without a doubt. Qi Xiang stood up with a smirk, pointing at a highway on the map, laughing. Don't you think setting up an ambush would be much more thrilling? Fu Ying observed the area and indeed, the left side of the place had mountains where one could set up an ambush, and the right side was low and good for lying in wait. Fu Ying looked at it and began to say, but... Before Fu Ying finished, Qi Xiang interrupted, but surely they won't use that route, right? Seeing Fu Ying nod, Qi Xiang continued, what if someone angered all of them? When they chased after that person, wouldn't they end up here? Fu Ying had an enlightened look on his face and said, your point is, but it can't be done. The enemy has speed specialists and control experts. If caught, it's a surefire thrashing leading to death. This is a completely impossible mission. Qi Xiang smirked coldly and said, you just need to deploy the people there and tell me when they're closest to that highway. After saying this, Qi Xiang stood up and said, all right, Bo Gu, Deshu, let's go. Then Qi Xiang headed straight for the door. Fu Ying and the others made no attempt to stop him, just watching as Qi Xiang left with his group. When Qi Xiang had gone, Fu Ying looked at Zhuge Liu and asked, what do you think? What are the chances of his plan succeeding? Zhuge Liu shook his head and replied, I don't know, but since someone's willing to risk their life and try, let them. Worst case scenario, we lose some strong allies in the final confrontation. Fu Ying nodded and asked, Jean Run, Fei Long, what's your take on this? Fei Long snorted coldly, stood up, and said, right now, I should go figure out how not to die. With that, he also left, with no one stopping him. Then Jean Run finally spoke, that guy is strong. I think it might work. Fu Ying nodded again and said, looks like this is the only way forward. Brother Xiang, why did you choose such a dangerous method? Upon exiting, Qi Dan immediately asked Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang just smiled and said, nothing unusual. I don't do anything without assurance. Qi Dan looked at Qi Xiang and said, but you don't even know how powerful those fallen ones truly are. Isn't rushing in blindly too risky? Qi Xiang sneered and retorted, so how do you find the abilities of these guys here? Qi Dan paused for a moment, unsure of what Qi Xiang meant by asking this, but still answered, they're okay, pretty weak compared to us. Chapter 169, The Fallen 3. Qi Xiang smiled and said, so how strong do you think the strength they are talking about is? Qi Dan understood immediately after hearing Qi Xiang's words and said, I get it. Your point is that we have experienced special encounters, so our strength is a level higher than people today. Qi Xiang nodded, exactly. And although my martial art is currently at a bottleneck, I don't believe anyone can rapidly enhance their strength to my level in a short period of time. Swallowing others' energy would only lead to powerful side effects unless, like me, one has had a unique encounter allowing another form of energy to neutralize the effects. Qi Dan nodded and said, I understand. Qi Xiang grinned. Yeah, that's my plan. If we can't win, we can always run, haha. During the next half day, Qi Xiang had Gu Bo bring over a car. After giving his family some instructions, he set out with Qi Dan, Bing Yu, and Gu Bo to Bu Ying's place. Naturally, Qi Xiong wouldn't be without a contingency plan. Zhao Yang and Shu were left at home to ensure a rapid retreat if needed. After Qi Xiong and 3 others arrived at Bu Ying's house, Qi Xiong looked at everyone sitting on the couch, cleared his throat, and said, Bu Ying, we can depart now. Bu Ying stood up, nodded and said, all right, our side is all prepared. Time is crucial, let's go. With that, Bu Ying casually pulled out a whistle, put it in his mouth, and blew hard. This was a very common signal during the apocalypse. The whistle sounded 3 times in succession. Following this, Qi Xiong heard hurried footsteps outside the house, but then silence returned swiftly. When the footsteps subsided, Bu Ying laughed and said, all right, let's head out. After going outside, Qi Xiong and the others saw more than 2,000 people gathered outside. Though disorganized and seemingly lazy, the overall aura did appear rather imposing. At this moment, Bu Ying shouted, all right, everyone, let's move out. Dozens of buses rushed forward as those people began boarding them orderly. As for Bu Ying's group, they naturally used off-road vehicles, which due to their adaptability, were gradually becoming high-end cars in the post-apocalypse era. Upon reaching their destination, all support and long-range forces were positioned on the cliff walls, ready to attack anytime, while the close combat units were arranged in ambush at lower ground. Qi Xiong sat in the car listening to scouts reporting. At this point, the fallen ones were already only 3 kilometers away. Qi Xiong scoffed coldly and said, I was hoping for a break. Saying this, Qi Xiong jumped off the car, hopped onto a motorcycle that had been prepared beforehand, started the engine, and accelerated forward. The group of fallen ones looked wild and bloody. Almost no man wore neat clothing. Most men were bare-chested with filthy pants below. As for the women, they dressed provocatively, some even exposing critical areas seemingly for convenience. These fallen ones gave an impression of being untamed, primitive, and degenerate. At the forefront of this large army of fallen ones was a man wearing a suit. Yes, amidst such a group, there was a man dressed in a suit, appearing completely out of place, standing tall among the rest. This man wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair had been styled with gel, making him look more like a white-collar worker than a fallen one. However, since he appeared in this large group of fallen ones, he was certainly not entirely innocent either. Looking at these fallen ones, Qi Xiong thought to himself that though he had previously considered the possibility of someone becoming degenerate, he hadn't expected it to reach this degree, completely abandoning modern civilization and willingly regressing. Qi Xiong smirked coldly and muttered, then let's give you guys a welcoming present first. Speaking, Qi Xiong leapt off the car, went around the handlebars, and hurled the motorcycle away. Something's happening. Someone shouted, drawing the attention of the fallen ones to this motorcycle. Subsequently, someone noticed a man above the motorcycle kicking it away like a soccer ball. But that wasn't all. The hand grenades Qi Xiong had previously attached to the motorcycle detonated at this moment. Not just the grenades, but also the gasoline in the motorcycle's tank exploded simultaneously, causing flames and shrapnel to erupt, instantly covering the surroundings. Instantly, nearly 40 or 50 people perished in this single attack by Qi Xiong. Qi Xiong landed on the ground, teasingly extended his right hand, then raised his middle finger. It was undoubtedly a provocative act, yet the suit-wearing man showed no reaction, merely waving his hand coldly. Then, 2 individuals charged forward straight towards Qi Xiong. Qi Xiong sneered coldly, and the soul-bite knife appeared in his right hand as he charged forward. In just one exchange of blows, the heads of the 2 men were instantly cut off by Qi Xiong's knife and rolled onto the ground. Blood spurted from the necks of the 2 corpses, and a second later, the bodies finally collapsed to the ground. This time, Qi Xiong extended his left hand with his thumb up, then rotated it so that his thumb pointed downward, shaking it twice. The suit-wearing man looked at Qi Xiong, his eyes narrowing slightly, and said to those behind him, the 4 diamonds, you go. A scruffy-looking individual walked over and said, boss, why don't we all just rush him together? He's only one person. The suit-wearing man snorted coldly. You fool, what if the opponent has a powerful area of effect skill? What if they are here to sacrifice themselves to kill us? The scruffy man let out an and didn't say anything more. From the group of fallen ones, 2 imposing figures stepped forward. Clearly, these were the 4 diamonds the suit-wearing man had mentioned. These 4 individuals were dressed better than most among the fallen ones. Sports shoes, shorts, white tank tops. Of course, this outfit would be ridiculous in peacetime, but if you placed these 4 within the group of fallen ones, it suddenly felt quite normal. Qi Xiong looked at the 4 individuals and sneered coldly. Come on, then. The 4 diamonds roared simultaneously, each towering well over 2 meters tall. They bellowed and charged forward, their sprinting causing the ground to shake slightly beneath their weight. Qi Xiong observed the 4 diamonds, sneering coldly. Your strength-based types? That makes this too simple. As he spoke, Qi Xiong had already surged ahead. Qi Xiong faced the punch from one of the bulky men head-on. With a crack, the burly man retreated 3 steps, clutching his right hand with his left. But how could Qi Xiong miss such an opportunity? He rushed forward without hesitation, raised his blade, and another head was severed by the soul-bite knife. Chapter 170, The Fallen, Part 4. Watching his companion's head get chopped off right in front of him, the remaining 3 Jingong immediately roared. Each now held a weapon, respectively, a hammer, an axe, and a great sword. And the common trait of these 3 weapons was that they were big, extraordinarily so. Qi Xiong, watching the 3 Jingong summon their weapons, coldly chuckled. Do you really think this can save you from your fate of death? The 3 Jingong didn't respond to Qi Xiong's taunt. Instead, all 3 rushed forward simultaneously, attacking him from 3 different directions with their respective weapons. It was like they were smashing down on him. Chi Xiang coldly laughed once more and abruptly leapt backward just as the weapons were about to reach his body, causing the trio's weapons to collide with each other. Looking at the three who momentarily paused after being shaken by the impact, Chi Xiang thought to himself, if the four of you were still together, you might have been able to block every direction, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Unfortunately, one is already dead, and there's a flaw in this method of attack now. Of course, though he thought this, Chi Xiang's movements didn't halt for even a second. He simply swung his blade and dispatched the remaining three with ease. Chi Xiang then turned his gaze toward the man in the suit nearby, slowly crouching down and directly using the swallowing flame to consume the bodies of the forging gong. Observing Chi Xiang's actions, the suited man slightly furrowed his brows and ordered, "Charge. All of you charge." Clearly, the suited man had realized that ordinary individuals would be unable to deal with this unexpected adversary. Though he wasn't sure where this person had come from, regardless of whether the opponent had area effect attacks or intended to conduct a suicide attack, the only choice at this point was to confront them head-on. Chi Xiang, watching the rushing mob, summoned Daska without a word. Upon appearing, Daska immediately unleashed a powerful ability. Stone spikes erupted out of the ground, varying in size, and each took the life of at least one fallen one. Chi Xiang, meanwhile, jumped onto Daska's back, riding him as they disappeared into the distance towards their target location. As for why Chi Xiang summoned Daska instead of Tax, it was because Daska could manipulate earth elements to defend from behind while also maintaining mobility. Tax was not as versatile, and Chi Xiang preferred slowing down a little to ensure protection against the ranged attacks coming from behind. The suited man, seeing Chi Xiang begin his retreat, hurriedly yelled, "Do not pursue. This might be a trick from the people at the gathering place. We keep our current route unchanged and go straight to the gathering spot." "Shit, are you scared or what? You're letting us drop this chase after so many of our brothers have died." "That's right. Even if you were selected as captain by all the leaders, we have the right to reject your order. Brothers, let's go. Revenge for our fallen comrades." Witnessing the scene before him and the fast-moving crowd pursuing Chi Xiang, the suited man wanted to follow but found no way to stop them, as killing one or two wouldn't make this group of reckless fighters afraid. They'd only resist further. A sneaky-looking man mocked, "Haha, you look pretty funny losing control. You shut the hell up and hurry the fuck up." Chi Xiang, observing the chasing group whose attacks were continuously blocked by Tax earth walls and shields, wore a smirk while keeping his eyes on a certain ambush point in the distance. At this moment, the suited man wasn't as hot-tempered. He was rational rather than emotional and easily spotted the ambushers hidden ahead. However, he chose not to interfere, knowing it wouldn't matter much even if he did. These brutes who acted without thinking wouldn't listen to him anyway. The suited man's expression turned colder, signaling that he had made up his mind to let those who chased recklessly fall into the trap he'd already identified. When the fallen ones arrived at the pre-planned position, Bogo wasted no time casting a series of barriers that completely blocked everyone's path. Following that, when the first of the fallen hit the barrier, a chain reaction ensued, causing them to crash into each other repeatedly. However, things weren't over yet. Hundreds of figures suddenly appeared on the rock face. The long-range power users began their barrage of attacks. After their first wave of massive abilities struck, every melee-type user emerged like obscene thugs seeing a beautiful woman, wildly swinging their weapons as they charged towards these invaders. Though the fallen ones possessed stronger individual combat strength due to their unique growth methods compared to average power users, they lacked proper training and team awareness. Surprised by the sudden assault, they barely managed to react before hundreds were felled by the ranged attackers. Immediately following, 800 fighters launched their full-on offense, delivering a harsh blow to the fallen. However, the fallen ones were ultimately more powerful than average Psi users. Despite being outnumbered 700 to 1300, the fallen ones quickly regained the upper hand. Moreover, due to their mixed and large numbers, no one among the ranged attackers was able to effectively provide support. The strong individuals within the fallen ones also began unleashing their full potential. There weren't many top-tier fighters in this group, but there were still several formidable ones. These individuals were swiftly engaged by Fu Ying and his team. Chi Xiang, after cutting down dozens of Psi users, made his way to the other side of the battlefield. He stared at the suited man standing motionless and sneered. "I think you've been waiting for me, haven't you?" The suited man smirked coldly. "Your audacity is quite impressive, but I'm not a fighter." Chi Xiang snorted with disdain. "With such an overwhelming aura of killing intent and the scent of blood on you, and you still dare claim you're not a fighter? Do you think dressing like a human makes you one?" The suited man replied mockingly, "You'll pay dearly for your words." Immediately after, his body began to swell uncontrollably, tearing apart his suit in the process. Silver hair erupted from his pores, rapidly covering his entire body. The suited man's transformation shocked Chi Xiang, not because he expected something less, but because despite his seemingly cultured appearance, the suited man turned out to be a werewolf. Yes, a werewolf. At the sight of the 2.5-meter-tall werewolf with sharp claws and teeth, Chi Xiang grinned. "I never expected my opponent to be a werewolf. What an honor." The suited man growled. "Enough chatter. I'll rip your heart out with my claws and eat it. Don't talk big." Chi Xiang and the suited man threw punches at each other almost simultaneously, both taking 3 steps back as they connected. Chi Xiang laughed. "Haha, that felt great. But it's far from over." With that, Chi Xiang swung another punch. Steadying himself instantly, the suited man, now a werewolf, threw his own punch at the same moment, as if the two had silently agreed on a fist-to-fist confrontation. Their fists clashed once again. Chapter 171, The Fallen One 5. Qi Xiang's punch was not a straightforward one. It carried the power of corrosive fire. As expected, the suit-wearing man's right fist was tainted by the corrosive fire, and then the fire began to burn on his right fist. The piercing pain, soul-deep fear, and bone-eroding attachment of the fire were terrifying. However, the suit-wearing man did something astonishing. He pulled out a Tang Dao, and with a swift motion, chopped off his own right hand. Even more shocking, vines sprouted from the wound on the suit-wearing man's right arm, rapidly coalescing into a new arm that replaced the old one. As for the old arm, it lay on the ground and was burned to ashes by Qi Xiang's corrosive fire. Looking at such an opponent who could be described as ruthless even to himself, Qi Xiang found this battle somewhat entertaining. Clearly, this guy had regeneration abilities and was closely linked to plants. The suit-wearing man was not an anime villain. He didn't reveal his abilities after doing something astonishing, explaining everything afterward. That wasn't being cool, that was being stupid. Qi Xiang looked at the suit-wearing man, and his entire body erupted with corrosive fire. Meanwhile, the soul-devouring knife appeared in Qi Xiang's right hand, immediately combining with the flames. The suit-wearing man quietly took off his gold-rimmed glasses, putting them away into his storage space, evidently cherishing them. Then, his elegant suit was replaced with a Taoist robe. Qi Xiang stared at the suit-wearing man and sneered, putting on airs. As he spoke, Qi Xiang charged forward, directly impaling the suit-wearing man's abdomen with the soul-devouring knife. Then, the holy light lance materialized in Qi Xiang's left hand, piercing through the suit-wearing man's left chest. It was not over yet. Qi Xiang's back tore open, and 8 spider spears emerged, bloodthirsty devil spears. Upon their appearance, they pierced toward the suit-wearing man in 8 different directions, effortlessly creating 8 large holes in his body. Next, Qi Xiang withdrew all weapons and swiftly retreated, leaving behind a suit-wearing man riddled with 10 punctures. The suit-wearing man's wounds healed just like his previous right arm. Vines grew and quickly restored him. Since the clothes could not heal, Qi Xiang observed his recovery process clearly once again. Qi Xiang looked at the suit-wearing man and muttered to himself, "Impressive recovery ability, short cooldown time, low consumption. There's one last thing to verify." A flash of cold light passed through Qi Xiang's eyes. The holy light lance and bloodthirsty devil spears vanished, and he surged forward with his blade raised. However, this time, the suit-wearing man attempted to block it. How could an ordinary Tang Dao possibly match the soul-devouring knife? With just one clash, the Tang Dao was split into 2 halves, followed by a gush of blood from the suit-wearing man's neck. In Qi Xiang's hand, there was now a head. The suit-wearing man's head, still calm as if no pain had been felt at all. This was indeed true because Qi Xiang's knife was swift, not allowing any sensation of pain. Yet, unlike the 4 diamonds who collapsed before, the suit-wearing man extended vines from his neck, condensing into a head. Qi Xiang looked at the suit-wearing man, engulfed the head in his left hand with the swallowing fire, licked his lips, and sneered. "All right, I've found your weakness. Now it's time for the kill." Qi Xiang rushed forward. This time, he retracted the soul-devouring knife and leaped towards the suit-wearing man barehanded. Attempting to strike back, the suit-wearing man was struck hard by Qi Xiang, who grabbed his right hand with his left. Embracing the suit-wearing man tightly, as if reuniting with an old friend, only Qi Xiang knew that this embrace was fatal. Because at that moment, Qi Xiang's body was burning with corrosive fire. The flames instantly engulfed the suit-wearing man's entire body. But unlike before when he could sever his own limb, now his arms were firmly restrained by Qi Xiang. Yes, the suit-wearing man's ability was self-regeneration. If he were stronger, he might have been able to transition freely between human form and vine form, avoiding his demise in this manner. However, there are no ifs in this world. Although the suit-wearing man was impervious to even corpse poison due to this ability, how unfortunate it was that he met Qi Xiang. In the flames, the suit-wearing man's body quickly turned to ash. Qi Xiang smirked and immediately leapt backward. Where he originally stood, a basketball-sized fireball appeared, striking that exact spot and causing an explosion. Then, a scruffy-looking guy appeared 3 meters in front of Qi Xiang. The guy grinned and said, "Hello, just call me Wang Ku. My ability is that of a 5 elements mage. Please take care of me." Qi Xiang looked at Wang Ku. He wasn't naive enough to be deceived by the title 5 elements mage. The textbook definition of a 5 elements mage was someone who could wield the 5 elements: wind, fire, water, wood, and earth. But the term mage was uncertain. A real mage would never actively seek out a duel with a warrior, as getting this close to one meant certain death. So either Wang Ku was very confident in himself, or it was possible that he was not just a 5 elements mage, but also a 5 elements warrior. Qi Xiang twirled his blade in a flashy motion and laughed. "Evil fire warrior. Please take care of me." Wang Ku stared silently and continuously moved his lips, as if chanting a spell. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang wasted no time and charged forward, his soul-devouring knife slashing straight toward Wang Ku. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Ku unleashed a wind blade and continued chanting without even looking to see the result. Qi Xiang avoided the incoming wind blade instead of clashing head-on. Wang Ku had dared to use a wind blade after seeing Qi Xiang's strength, which meant he must have been confident. Therefore, Qi Xiang sidestepped the attack. In midair, Qi Xiang spun to the left, landed on the ground, and propelled himself once again toward Wang Ku. However, at this point, Wang Ku's spell had already been completed. Fire Dragon Technique. A name so cliched it couldn't get any more mundane came out of Wang Ku's mouth. Qi Xiang had seen these 3 words in countless anime works before, but this was the first time he experienced it personally. As the fire dragon surged forth from in front of Wang Ku, Qi Xiang let out a roar and countered with his own fiery dragon, the swallowing whirlwind, colliding against it. Wang Ku didn't bother to observe whether his move succeeded. Instead, he began another chant as the fire dragon disappeared into the distance. Chapter 172, The Fallen One 6. After Qi Xiang's devouring whirlwind collided with the fire dragon, the whirlwind directly categorized the fire dragon as an edible object. After all, the fire dragon was merely a dragon-shaped entity composed of fire elements, while the devouring whirlwind was formed from the fire of devouring. One was just ordinary flame, whereas the other possessed devouring properties. A quick comparison showed clearly which was stronger. Watching the fire dragon being devoured by the devouring whirlwind, Qi Xiang charged out again, and at this moment Wang Ku's magic completed its cycle once more. Wang Ku's left arm extended with ice crystals, while his right arm elongated with flames. Now, Wang Ku's two arms and his body were extremely disproportionate, but no one doubted the immense power these massive arms held. Qi Xiang looked at those two arms and then at his own, thinking in his heart, if only I could learn this move, how cool would that be? While thinking this, Qi Xiang did not hesitate for a second, charging straight toward Wang Ku. Even though Wang Ku had gained these two enormous extensions on his arms, it seemed as if they weighed nothing. Wang Ku maneuvered them as naturally as he used his own arms, and his body balance wasn't affected in the slightest. Seeing Wang Ku's flaming hand rushing toward him, Qi Xiang let the devouring flame engulf his whole body before dashing forward. Thanks to the nature of devouring flame, the flames from the fiery arm dissipated before they even reached Qi Xiang. However, Qi Xiang couldn't break through into the fiery arm directly. Instead, he could only destroy it piece by piece. To his astonishment, this arm turned out to be incredibly concentrated, evidently a high-tier spell. Clearly, such a powerful technique went beyond Wang Ku's current abilities. Spells with short casting times but great strength did exist, though rare, and they came at a cost. But given the present situation, Wang Ku didn't need to pay that price. Therefore, it was evident that this was a spell with both a short casting time and significant power, combined with Wang Ku's not-so-strong strength. All this made Qi Xiang feel a bit perplexed. Although this doubt did not hinder Qi Xiang's attack, he was indeed curious. In fact, Qi Xiang didn't need to wonder. Wang Ku's spell was a natural talent, dual ice and firearms. Such a talent was exceedingly rare. As for Bingyu, his natural talent was ice spike eruption. Since breaking through with these arms and reaching Wang Ku proved impossible, Qi Xiang chose another method, to disable the arm completely. This idea just popped into his head when Qi Xiang quickly darted forward toward Wang Ku's main body. During this process, Wang Ku kept striking at Qi Xiang with both arms, but Qi Xiang managed to block them one after another. At this point, the battlefield atmosphere was extremely tense. Now the situation had reached a stalemate. The elites from the settlement interfered heavily, yet there were barely any strong ones among the fallen warriors. Also, due to the drastically reduced number of enemies, the long-range attackers could focus fully without hesitation. As a result, the fallen warriors suffered significant losses. Seeing Wang Ku engaged in combat with Qi Xiang, Che Dan sneered coldly and swung his hand simultaneously. Dark Moon Slash in front, Spiderweb behind. Two consecutive strikes shot forth immediately. After doing so, Che Dan continued fighting with his opponent. Wang Ku intended to kill this formidable enemy with this natural talent, but unexpectedly found his rival extraordinarily powerful, not inferior to the big shots inside the fallen city, possibly even surpassing them slightly. This put pressure on Wang Ku. Just as Wang Ku's brain worked rapidly to devise a solution, a sharp pain surged in his back, a bone-chilling sensation causing his magic to dissipate due to instability in his mental energy. But before Wang Ku understood what had happened, he was pushed forward forcefully, as if something grabbed hold of him. Qi Xiang approached Wang Ku with a cold smirk, stomping his left foot on Wang Ku's face as he sneered. What now? Acting tough, huh? Keep it up. Big hands make you so impressive, do they? Stand up. Hit me with those big hands of yours. Qi Xiang naturally knew this was Che Dan's doing, but he still took the chance to shame Wang Ku mercilessly. Wang Ku didn't act like certain protagonists who'd say, "You ambushed me. You're shameless. I demand a fair fight with you." It's not because Wang Ku wasn't the protagonist, but rather his intelligence surpassed those types making such statements, some purely for distracting the enemy, while others were genuinely foolish. Wang Ku looked at Qi Xiang and said coldly, "Green mountains never fade, clear waters forever flow." As he spoke, a pale blue light emitted from Wang Ku's body, a magical array appeared around him, and soon afterward, Wang Ku vanished. Looking down at the spider web on the ground, Qi Xiang chuckled bitterly, using a return charm, With that, Qi Xiang placed his soul-devouring blade on his shoulder and glanced around the battlefield, muttering to himself, "Is there anything fun left here?" Needless to say, the final result was predictable. The ambushed fallen ones were thoroughly defeated and disarmed. Only 50 of them were captured, while the rest were all killed, with the exception of Wang Ku. Of course, although they had won, in war there are no real victors. The settlement lost as many as 500 people, and all of them were melee fighters. This meant that the settlement's melee ability users had been reduced by almost half. Fu Ying walked up to Qi Xiang and laughed. "Haha, Brother Xiang, you're truly amazing. You managed to lure so many fallen ones over here all by yourself, and it looks like you're completely unharmed. That's some real skill right there. I, Fu Ying, am completely convinced this time." Qi Xiang gave a dry laugh and waved his hand, saying, "All right, let's skip the pleasantries. We heard enough of that before the apocalypse. There's something I need to warn you about. A mage escaped using a return charm. I suggest you speed up the wall construction project because I feel like retaliation from the settlement is coming soon. Upon hearing that one person had escaped, Fu Ying immediately became serious and shouted, "Everyone, quickly gather the spoils of war and then return to the city to begin the wall construction project. Zhuge Liu, Zhan Run, Fei Long, come over here." Not only did these three come, but Che Dan and Bo Gu also approached. Along with them came a minivan. Fu Ying instructed Fei Long, stay here and supervise their quick return to the city. We'll go back first to discuss some matters." Fei Long nodded without saying anything, quietly making his way toward the high ground. Fu Ying sighed as he watched Fei Long leave. "All right, let's get in the car. Qi Xiang just told me some very bad news." As everyone climbed into the car with Zhan Ren driving, the vehicle sped off like a ferocious beast. Chapter 173, Defending the City, Part 1. The car was speeding at an incredible pace. Even inside, one could hear the roaring wind. The engine of the business van roared continuously, obviously indicating that Zhan Ren was driving recklessly. He had already pushed this vehicle to its limit, and it wasn't just about flooring the gas pedal. There were deeper driving techniques involved. It appeared that Zhan Ren was a restless youth, or perhaps even an uncle figure before the apocalypse. Moreover, it seemed he must have researched high-speed racing for various types of vehicles. After all, not many people would think of using a business van for such stunts. A half-hour journey had been reduced by half thanks to Zhan Ren pushing the limits of the van. Of course, the van was pretty much totaled now. If they wanted to drive it again, it would need a major repair job. But remember, this is the apocalypse. It's better to find another vehicle than waste time on repairs. Qi Xiang stepped out of the car and looked at Zhuge Liu, who was bent over and vomiting uncontrollably. Qi Xiang couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, brother Zhuge, even if you're a military man, aren't your physical abilities too weak? How did you manage to survive in the apocalypse like this?" Zhuge Liu said while throwing up. "Ugh. It's natural." Seeing Zhuge Li's current state, Qi Xiang shook his head. The situation had already been explained on the way here. Now everyone knew one thing. There was a 90% chance that the fallen ones were coming to take revenge. After all, those fallen ones from earlier couldn't have just belonged to a single powerful person. There's a good chance they were sent by multiple powerful entities. So when those were killed, even though survival is the rule in the apocalypse, we're talking about the fallen ones here. People who easily get worked up and make impulsive decisions. You can't judge them with normal human logic. Besides, there was also someone who ran back. Therefore, the chances of them launching an attack were even higher. Of course, there's another possibility. The opposing side might show no movement, and the guy who fled might be treated as a deserter. But that's impossible, because our settlement has been targeted by the fallen ones for a long time, so they wouldn't abandon attacking. Moreover, there hasn't been any news about the fallen ones having a leader who can unite everyone under their banner and remain very rational. Once inside Fu Ying's house, the group sat down on the couch. Fu Ying was the first to speak. "So, my dear comrades, what are your thoughts?" Qi Xiang sneered coldly. "I'll just say one thing. If they dare to come, we will make sure they cannot return." Che Dan and Bo Gu echoed, same as Qi Xiang's point of view. This time, Zhan Ren chimed in as well. "I also believe we should fight. I'm tired of being so helpless." Finally, it was Zhuge Li's turn to speak. Zhuge Liu stroked his chin and said, "I think we should fight as well, because right now our men's morale is extremely high. We've just fought against the fallen ones and won. Now is the peak of their morale. If we retreat at this moment, it would cause psychological trauma among our soldiers." Fu Ying looked at the group and pondered for a moment before speaking. "My suggestion is to evacuate all non-combatants. We'll dig out a safe place for them, then send a part of our people to guard them. Meanwhile, we'll hold on to the settlement with the rest. That way, not all of us will die." Qi Xiang stared at Fu Ying and dryly laughed. "I don't know how you became the leader. Do you realize how strong our current morale is? Before coming back, I saw our warriors filled with enthusiasm and battle spirit. But you're suggesting retreating? Do you realize this will make them afraid, hesitant? Let me tell you, I disagree. No matter what, we can't retreat. Otherwise, I will leave this settlement with my men. You do whatever you want. Life or death will have nothing to do with us." Fu Ying looked at Qi Xiang, whose words were firm, expressing his position clearly. After some contemplation, Fu Ying finally raised his head and said, "All right, go back first. I'll think about it. When I decide, I'll send the result to your residence." Qi Xiang nodded slightly, stood up, and walked toward the door. After Qi Xiang left, Zhuge Liu looked at Fu Ying and said, "This time, you need to be decisive." With that sentence, Zhuge Liu also headed outside. Zhan Ren also stood up, clenched his fists, and without saying anything, walked out in big strides. For a while, the huge house became quiet, leaving only Fu Ying behind, frowning deeply. The four of them returned home, where they were warmly welcomed with delicious meals. They didn't bring up the topic of the impending Fallen Ones invasion during the meal. They didn't wish to spoil the pleasant moment. After dinner, Qi Xiang managed to send away the elders and Lin Xiaoyang. He then told everyone about the situation here. The 6 elders knew it was time for the young ones to take on the world, so they left without a word. Lin Xiaoyang, however, was eager to discuss matters but was rudely turned down by Qi Xiang. Unable to argue with Qi Xiang, Lin Xiaoyang had no choice but to leave with the elders. Bo Gu lit a cigarette and said to Qi Xiang, "Xiao Xiang, why didn't you let Xiaoyang join the discussion?" Qi Xiang replied bitterly, "Do you think letting that girl know would be a good idea? Anyway, let's discuss what we should do next." De Shu flicked his ash and said, "I think we should stick to the original plan. We can bring along Lin Xiaoyang's clone. If you fail to defend the city, We will evacuate immediately and wait for you at the designated location. Qi Xiang shook his head. No, we can't bring Xiao Yang's clone with us. What if it turns out to be her real body? That would cause trouble. Here's what we'll do. We'll use signal flares to communicate. Che Dan, after a while, grabbed some distinctive and stable signal flares from the dimension space. Each of us who goes into battle will carry one. Che Dan said, all right, and started searching for suitable signal flares in the system store. Qi Xiang looked at the group. Okay, let's go over the details now. Half an hour later, Qi Xiang returned from the restroom to find everyone looking at him with amused expressions. Feeling utterly confused, he asked, why are you all laughing? Did I wet my pants? While saying this, Qi Xiang glanced down at his own trousers. The Shu struggled to hold back his laughter. Qi Xiang, Che Dan has already picked out the fireworks. To be honest, I'm quite curious about what kind of fireworks you guys will use during the operation. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiang understood the situation and immediately pounced on Che Dan. Straddling him, Qi Xiang growled, you little brat, did you mess with me? Tell me, what does your signal flare look like? Chapter 174, Defending the City, Part 2. Che Xiao looked at Qi Xiang with a mischievous grin and said, I'm not telling you anything. It will drive you crazy. Seeing Qi Xiang and Che Xiao playing around together, Uncle De stood up and said, I'm going to the roof for a smoke. With that, he walked toward the stairs, and Bo Gu also got up, saying, I'll come too, and followed him. Qi Xiang straightened his body, coughed lightly, and said, all right, no more fooling around. I think the fallen ones will be here soon. You should all get ready. Tonight, we're leaving and staying on the city wall. Looking at the nodding group, Qi Xiang looked at Zhao Liang and said, Zhao Liang, our families are in your hands. Zhao Liang nodded and said, sure, no problem. Leave it to me. Qi Xiang nodded, sighed, and said, sigh, I have a premonition of a great battle ahead. Che Xiao patted Qi Xiang's shoulder and laughed. All right, Bo Gu, if the sky falls, tall people like us will hold it up. Actually, we are the tall ones, but never mind. Whoever dares to challenge us, we'll beat them flat. This time, Qi Xiang didn't burst into laughter, but instead gave a bitter smile. All right, Che Xiao, you'd better prepare yourself too. Looking at Qi Xiang, Che Xiao realized that Qi Xiang was truly serious this time. On the walls of the refuge, Qi Xiang stared into the distance, which stretched endlessly. But Qi Xiang knew that things would soon heat up. Brother Xiang, there's something happening. A young man jumped down from the temporary lookout tower high above and reported to Qi Xiang. Without even looking at him, Qi Xiang focused his gaze forward and said, speak. What is it? The young man, unfazed by Qi Xiang's attitude, respectfully reported, Brother Xiang, the enemy will arrive within 10 minutes. They are all coming by car, with no fewer than 2,000 people. Qi Xiang nodded and said, all right, send out the signal. The young man replied, yes, and took out a flare gun, firing it into the sky. Instantly, a red firework exploded in the sky, marking the red alert of the refuge and signaling the invasion by the enemy. In an instant, the entire refuge came alive. All those without combat abilities hid in their homes or vehicles, ready to flee at any moment, while all the combat personnel rushed quickly to their posts to prepare for the fight. Fui Ying leapt effortlessly from below onto the city wall, as he specialized in agility, making this feat quite simple for him. Fui Ying strode over to Qi Xiang, asking casually as he approached, are they here yet? Qi Xiang didn't reply but simply nodded, his eyes fixed on the horizon. At that moment, smoke started to rise in the distance. As the smoke arose, successive explosions rang out, the work of the people of the refuge, with landmines and traps set in place. The sole requirement for Qi Xiang in arranging this line of defense was to harm the enemy as much as possible and destroy their means of transportation. After the explosions subsided, Qi Xiang took out a pair of binoculars to look further out. Many people jumped from their wrecked cars, running quickly toward their side. Qi Xiang estimated that there were still nearly 2,000 enemies remaining, indicating that this first line of defense had inflicted relatively little damage on the enemy. He shouted immediately, all mages, prepare. Start attacking freely when the enemies enter the range. Warriors move out when the enemies reach 50 meters. Only the fallen ones themselves knew the extent of the losses they had suffered. All their vehicles were destroyed, and 307 individuals lost their lives. Yes, exactly 307 psychics perished due to Qi Xiang's clever arrangements. Of course, these 307 were mostly low-defense professions like mages and assassins. Warrior types, with their thick skins and abundant health, unless too weak, couldn't possibly die under such attacks. When the fallen ones approached within 1,000 meters of the city gates, the snipers began their attack, with the number of long-range attackers steadily increasing. By the time they were 200 meters from the city gates, the fallen ones could only move forward by holding shields in front of them because the attack was so overwhelming. At this point, Qi Xiang leapt off the wall because a fierce individual charged directly towards them, ignoring all long-range attacks, using only his armor and flesh to endure the assault. Qi Xiang dashed forward and threw a punch at the man's chest, following up with a bloodthirsty spear that emerged from behind and directly stabbed at the person's armor. To Qi Xiang's astonishment, the armor wasn't pierced, it merely deeply dented. Still, the other party was shocked more. They certainly did not expect Qi Xiang to cause such damage to the armor. The man immediately roared in anger, for this suit of armor was very important to him. It was precisely because of this fortuitously obtained armor that this powerful fighter could dominate the apocalypse world and even earn some status in the city of corruption. Now that his armor was damaged, how could he not be furious? However, Qi Xiang's attack was not over yet. Although the bloodthirsty spear with its sharp and fast speed failed to penetrate the defense, Qi Xiong still had his soul-devouring blade. Seeing the punch coming, Qi Xiong didn't even dodge. He slashed directly with the soul-devouring blade. Instantly, with a swift motion, a huge head fell to the ground, while the fist had already landed on Qi Xiong's face but hadn't exerted any force because its owner's head had already been severed. Qi Xiong kicked out with his right leg, knocking down the mighty warrior, then roared furiously, "Defend home and country." This action truly ignited the soldiers of the refuge. Qi Xiong was the first to descend into single combat and triumph in the opening round, stirring everyone up. Warriors surged onto the battlefield, licking their lips as they looked at the incoming fallen ones like beautiful women, eager to kill them. Fei Ying, watching the warriors below, couldn't help but doubt if these were the same soldiers he had dismissed days ago. Their morale now seemed as if they possessed immense strength capable of defeating the fallen ones. But reality was impossible. This was something even Fei Ying didn't want to admit. However, this young man named Qi Xiong seemed to have a protagonist aura, easily rousing the crowd and pushing their morale to its peak. In fact, Qi Xiong wasn't all that extraordinary, nor did he possess any so-called protagonist aura. Previously, during several conflicts in the refuge, people had remembered him both for stirring up trouble and for his formidable strength. And not long ago, the story of Qi Xiong luring the fallen ones alone spread like wildfire throughout the refuge, partly due to Fei Ying's encouragement of such tales. The previous victory had already boosted the people's morale significantly, breaking the belief that the fallen ones were invincible. Now, Qi Xiong effortlessly securing the first blood naturally lifted everyone's spirits to their utmost peak. Chapter 175, Defending the City, Part 3. As the fallen ones approached, the ranged psychic attackers ceased their assault. Next, it was the turn of those with melee abilities. But right at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Fu Ying looked off into the distance and hurriedly shouted, or rather, screamed. Fu Ying roared, "Zhanren, a tank is coming from afar. Hurry up." Upon hearing this, the city gates immediately swung open, and an SUV raced out like the wind, Zhanren responding to the call. Without hesitation, Zhanren slammed straight into whatever blocked his path, regardless of whether it came from the settlement or the city of the fallen. From the distance, 13 tanks lined up perfectly in formation, then simultaneously let loose their artillery. The 13 tanks, resembling 13 steel giants, all roared in unison, and suddenly 13 shells soared toward the settlement's walls. Seeing the oncoming projectiles, Fu Ying yelled, "Everyone pay attention and evade." Ranged attackers prepare for interception. However, just as the opposing side held the ace card of tanks, so too did the settlement. No, Qi Xiong had his own trump card. When Bo Gu saw the tanks, he quickly ascended the city walls and swiftly released hand seals before the ranged attackers here could get ready, initiating a barrier that intercepted all the shells at least 500 meters away, thus thwarting any interference from the shells. Then, Bo Gu took advantage of the chaos to blend into the crowd, unnoticed amidst the tumultuous battlefield. Qi Xiong stood on the battlefield. From start to finish, he hadn't moved even a centimeter, for every enemy who dared approach him had already been decapitated by his soulbite sword. Since the beginning, 13 foolhardy individuals had stepped before Qi Xiong and met their end under the blade of the soulbite sword. Looking out at this chaotic battlefield, Qi Xiong smirked eerily and charged forward. Due to the long front line, despite there being many people on both sides, there was only a single layer of combatants. After cutting down 2 enemies, Qi Xiong reached the opponent's rear, where he spotted a calm and composed man, sneering, "Are you the boss around here?" The man shrugged and replied, "I don't oppose if you think so." This man sported a crew cut, wore sunglasses, and was draped in a heavy coat typical of northeastern tough guys, as if it were freezing outside. Yet his face radiated composure, tinged with a bit of disdain. Qi Xiong lifted his soulbite sword and said, "Isn't it better to simply fight and find out?" In response, the man cast off his coat, laughing. "Fine, I was thinking the same thing." He threw off his coat and glasses onto the ground, revealing underneath Western trousers, a dress shirt, and small eyes. He gestured with his fingers to Qi Xiong and smiled. "Come on." Without another word, Qi Xiong charged forward. This time, he didn't utilize anything fancy and instead jumped directly to deliver a spinning kick. The man raised his left hand and caught Qi Xiong's right leg. His expression then changed. Evidently, he hadn't anticipated the strength of Qi Xiong to exceed his expectations. Immediately thereafter, the man spun around and hurled Qi Xiong away. Though he managed this, his deflection was still somewhat late, leaving his left wrist slightly injured. Landing on the ground, Qi Xiong glanced at the man and grinned. "Not bad. Then, take another punch from me." Saying this, Qi Xiong delivered a straightforward punch, the knuckles hurtling directly toward the man's chest. Having seen the power behind Qi Xiong's blows, the man no longer dared to carelessly take the hit, and instead turned his entire body to avoid the punch. But what the man failed to anticipate was Qi Xiong's swift transition, changing his fist into a palm strike directed towards the man. Instantaneously, the man's chest was struck. Although not severe enough to cause him to spit blood, the man's complexion drastically shifted. He appeared significantly injured, and retreated 5 steps before stabilizing himself, clutching his chest as he panted heavily. While Qi Xiong battled this man, Zhanren also commenced his task. Driving the vehicle, Zhanren parked in front of the tanks, got out, removed his sunglasses, tossing them inside the car, then strode boldly toward the tanks. The personnel within the tanks, upon spotting such an unexpected visitor, immediately opened the hatch. People emerged from the tanks, wielding submachine guns which promptly began firing. All at once, 13 submachine guns fired from 13 barrels spewing fire and bullets. Yet Jean Ren paid no mind, continuing step by steady step toward the tanks, enduring the hail of bullets with his bare flesh. Although the bullets shredded his clothes, they flattened upon touching Jean Ren's skin and fell harmlessly to the ground. Approaching one of the tanks, Jean Ren grabbed its cannon barrel with one hand and squeezed forcefully. In that instant, the cannon barrel crumpled. Witnessing Jean Ren's actions, the men on the tank cried out, "Shit, brothers, drive the tank over him." Following this, the 13 tanks rumbled lowly, simultaneously turning their cannons to the rear before charging straight at Jean Ren. Jean Ren, gazing at the 13 tanks, made no elaborate move. He simply struck the ground with a punch. Instantly, a yellow light circle radiated outward from him, its colossal energy flipping all the tanks over as they crashed onto the ground. Standing upright now, Jean Ren walked toward the nearest tank, bringing his left hand down hard. His left hand swelled to an enormous size, and then came crashing down on the tank, instantly flattening it along with its crew into pulp. At this point, Jean Ren didn't fear anyone escaping because that previous shockwave had already killed everyone nearby. Those who weren't dead were unconscious. Now, all Jean Ren had to do was walk through and destroy the remaining tanks. Jean Ren's ability was rather simple. He possessed 3 skills. The first was an iron body, significantly enhancing the defensive capabilities of any parapsychic user. The second was the shockwave, capable of damaging enemies within a radius and possibly inducing dizziness. The third skill was partial body enlargement. Currently, Jean Ren could only enlarge specific parts of his body. He estimated that if he trained enough, he might become a giant, enlarging his entire body. Now, let's see what Cheatin is up to. As soon as Cheatin arrived at the battlefield, he deployed all his zombies for combat. It seemed Batting had forewarned him, so those from the gathering place remained calm. On the other hand, the fallen ones spotting the zombies immediately shouted, "There's a beast tamer on their side. Concentrate fire." This turned into a tough situation for Cheatin's zombies, each facing a siege by more than 10 adversaries. Nevertheless, Cheatin's zombies performed exceptionally well, bolstered by his enhancements and occasional bursts of flames or sneak attacks, allowing Cheatin to relax during the battle. But suddenly, all of Cheatin's zombies vanished, including the cold blade in his hand. Witnessing this, Cheatin was instantly confused about what happened. Then, a man cloaked in a cape approached him. Chapter 176, Guarding the City, Part 4. Cheatin looked at him and asked, "Did you do this?" The man sneered coldly. "I'm also a game ability user, and coincidentally, I obtained an ability that can silence all skills from the system. That means, right now, you're just a slightly enhanced ordinary person. I see your strength isn't bad. Why not become my subordinate? I'll ensure you a life of honor and wealth." Cheatin snorted coldly and replied, "Sorry, I already have a boss." With that, 3 pills appeared in Cheatin's hand. As he stared at the 3 pills, Cheatin muttered to himself, "It's been a long time since I last used these." Then he swallowed them. These were respectively Uncle Da's improved Gale pill, Iron Armor pill, and Violence pill. Under Uncle Da's enhancements, these pills provided greater amplifications and lasted longer. After swallowing the 3 pills, Cheatin took out a machete from another dimension and smirked coldly. "You're not qualified to be my leader." The hooded man didn't pay much attention as Cheatin consumed the pills. To him, Cheatin was only relying on a slight physical enhancement granted by the system. In the early stages, real power came from those with powerful skills. Moreover, Cheatin wasn't using a gun but a machete. The hooded man thought Cheatin was probably taking some kind of stimulant, and even if it could enhance his abilities, how much difference could it really make? However, the hooded man did not realize that there was a role with the smallest number of practitioners in the world who could either become the strongest force or the weakest auxiliary. They're called alchemists. An alchemist with a strong team supporting him in gathering materials for potion making could still maintain significant strength for a short period even if separated from his team. Cheatin swung his machete directly toward the hooded man's neck, and the hooded man did not dodge, instead emitting a pale yellow barrier, clearly a defensive skill. Cheatin snorted coldly and slashed his machete down. At the moment of collision, Cheatin's machete broke instantly, but the hooded man's barrier also developed cracks. This wasn't the end yet. A submachine gun appeared in Cheatin's hand, and with a burst of bullets, the hooded man's barrier shattered immediately. Then, bullets exploded all over the hooded man's body, splattering clouds of blood mist. In an instant flash step, the hooded man swiftly fled left and used a healing potion. Then, he spat a fireball directly towards Cheatin. Seeing the approaching fireball, Cheatin leapt to the left and quickly charged towards the hooded man. He then pulled out another possession pill of the Gale Eagle, stuffed it into his mouth, and suddenly, his back split open, revealing a pair of wings. His mouth turned sharp like a bird's beak, and his feet burst through his shoes transforming into eagle talons. But Cheatin's hands remained unchanged. This was the most sophisticated aspect of the Gale Eagle possession pill because, if his arms had transformed into wings, he wouldn't be able to use any weapons. If wings grew out of his back, he'd retain both his hands, which allowed for many more flexible fighting styles. Let's put it this way. If the current possession pill Cheatin is using is worth 100 yuan, the one that would turn both hands into wings would only sell for 1 yuan. This was the gap between the two. With his back wings flapping non-stop, Cheatin rapidly darted towards the hooded man, continuously emitting blades of wind, rushing straight at him. Looking at the charging Cheatin, the hooded man finally couldn't underestimate him anymore, because the abilities Cheatin was using at this moment weren't something an ordinary person could have. There were only 2 possible explanations. 1, Cheatin's silence time had passed, but the hooded man knew that his skill was mandatory and hadn't reached its time limit. So the only remaining possibility was that what Chaedan ate wasn't a stimulant, but a special drug. Now the hooded man didn't have time to guess what exactly the drug was. He could only roar angrily, consecutively activating 3 reinforcement skills on himself, and then drawing his staff, shouting, "Time freeze." Instantly, a blue halo encircled Chetan's body. Subsequently, Chaedan was glowing faintly blue and appeared as if slowed down, moving forward extremely sluggishly. The hooded man walked up to Chaedan smirking. "I know, right now, you're very bufu-cheap, unconvinced. Oh no, you might have heard me too fast and don't fully understand, but no worries. When your neck gets severed and blood spurts out, you will." Before the hooded man could finish his sentence, he sensed danger and instantly summoned a magic shield. Following that, Brother Bo's piercing barrier appeared before the hooded man, shattering his magic shield instantly and colliding so forcefully it sent the hooded man flying several meters away. Brother Bo leaped over the barrier and landed on the ground. He looked at the hooded man and said, "Do you think there's only one person on our side?" As he spoke, Brother Bo conjured a barrier, and instantly, the hooded man's entire left leg disappeared, blood gushing from the thigh and soaking the earth. The hooded man stared in horror at Brother Bo, this guy hidden in the shadows who always delivered a fatal blow. Now, all the hooded man wanted to do was escape. However, when the hooded man tried to use an escape item, he was astonished to discover that it wouldn't work. Brother Bo tapped the air, no, his barrier, and grinned. "Sorry, my barrier is specially treated, it can block your items. So give up." Then, without another word, Brother Bo conjured a barrier that erased the hooded man's head. Brother Bo turned around and looked at Chaedan. He reached out, but realized that Chaedan in his current state was hard to touch. Sighing helplessly, he smiled bitterly and said, "Chaedan, you'll just have to wait for the time to end." With that, Brother Bo left a protective barrier around Chaedan before walking toward the battlefield. Qi Xiang's opponent had been engaging in brute force combat all along. The man had been constantly at a disadvantage until finally, after steadying himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "All right, playtime's over. It's my turn to make a move now." Saying this, the man suddenly charged at Qi Xiang and punched him squarely in the stomach. This attack was incomparable to any of the man's previous speed or strength. Qi Xiang even doubted whether these two could be the same person. Before Qi Xiang could figure out what was going on, he was launched like a cannonball, flying away. His feet hit the ground, and he slid for a full 3 meters before stopping. The soles of his shoes were completely worn out. Qi Xiang looked at the man and coughed up some blood, falling to one knee. Qi Xiang could clearly feel the serious injury in his abdomen. This single punch from the man dealt him a massive blow. However, Qi Xiang didn't understand why the man would hide his true strength on such a battlefield. Chapter 177, The Fallen City, I. Qi Xiang stood up and looked at the man, asking, "Why have you suddenly become so strong, you guy?" He is called Shang, his ability being that the more severe his injuries, the stronger his own power becomes. He is an especially difficult opponent to deal with. "I didn't expect you to confront him directly." Fu Ying's voice came from the side. Qi Xiang turned, and indeed Fu Ying was already standing next to him, and by Fu Ying's side there was also a man in white clothes. Fu Ying smiled faintly, saying, "But his weakness is also quite obvious. If he gets killed in one hit, then there will be no such enhancement. So, it's your time to shine now, holy man." The man who Fu Ying called holy man nodded, then faced his palms toward Shang, followed by a streak of white light being shot out, causing Shang's wounds to rapidly heal. As Shang watched his wounds gradually recover, he sneered coldly. "Do you think this can solve me? Ha ha ha." Saying this, Shang pulled out a dagger and chopped off his left hand. Shang coldly laughed again. "Ha ha ha, this way, I wonder if you guys can still restore me. Come on." As he said, Shang moved quickly and used the right arm without a hand, that wound itself, and struck directly at Qi Xiang's abdomen. Instantly, Qi Xiang was thrown out once again. In the next second, Shang performed a spinning kick, targeting Fu Ying's head. Fu Ying looked at Shang, blocking with both hands, then shouted, "Holy man, use your ultimate move." Holy man nodded, then quietly chanted a spell. Immediately, all the places where Shang had been healed exploded, causing more serious injuries than the original ones. Shang was blasted into the air as a result. Seeing Shang fly up, Fu Ying hurriedly instructed, "Holy man, go heal Qi Xiang quickly." Holy man shook his head, replying, "Sorry chief, there's a mysterious energy within Qi Xiang's body that resists my energy. I can feel it. Therefore, I dare not cure him rashly. Otherwise, there might be counter effects. Therefore, our only option now is to injure him first. Of course, you don't need to worry, chief. Because Qi Xiang's body is very special, the energy inside his body has a good restorative function." Fu Ying nodded, then looked at Zhan Run who rushed back and said, "All right, Zhan Run, it's our turn to act." Saying this, Fu Ying leapt up violently, coming above Shang, and then kicked hard, driving Shang downwards. And the person on the ground, Zhan Run, unleashed a powerful shockwave from his fist straight at Shang. At this point, though severely wounded, Shang's power had increased beyond any doubt. Suddenly moving left mid-air, upon landing, Shang dashed toward Holy Man. However, just then, Zhan Rin blocked in front of Holy Man and endured Shang's punch directly. Instantly, a sound like breaking bones was heard. Zhan Rin's right arm shattered completely, and not only was it shattered, but every single bone from Zhan Rin's right hand to the joint was crushed into powder, leaving his right arm limp. Such pain even made Zhan Rin roar, for it was something no ordinary person could endure. Zhan Rin not fainting was already a commendable feat. Shang's voice reached Zhang Ren's ears. Do you only have this much endurance? Hee, you're truly human after all. Then Shang drove another punch straight into Zhang Ren's stomach. A clear lump formed on Zhang Ren's back due to the force of Shang's punch, making Zhang Ren's condition self-evident. Retracting his punch, Shang stared down at Zhang Ren, coldly scoffed, lifted a foot, and kicked Zhang Ren away. Staring at Holy Man, Shang sneered. You, serve under me. Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound pierced through the air, similar to nails scratching on glass. Everyone immediately clutched their ears, crying out in agony except for one person, who remained calm and composed, smiling. That was Holy Man. Holy Man looked up and saw the shadow in the sky, which was none other than Fu Ying. And this was Fu Ying's ability, ultrasound. Zhang Ren struggled desperately, attempting to injure himself by deafening his ears, but it was futile. After all, Zhang Ren normally only received physical injuries, while Fu Ying's attack was on the mental level. Without specific training, anyone would have low resistance against such attacks. However, Holy Man remained unperturbed. The reason being Holy Man had foreseen this situation and wore earplugs during Shang's previous attack on Zhang Ren. Holy Man stepped closer to Shang and pulled out a dagger, thrusting forcefully into Shang's skull cap. Instantly, blood gushed forth, and as Holy Man released the dagger, Shang's body slowly collapsed. This ability user, who enhanced his combat power through injuries, finally died at the hands of the very means that increased his strength. The Dan energy within Qi Xiang's body continued to surge, repeatedly repairing Qi Xiang's body. Zhang Ren remained immobile due to the time-stopping effect. As for Bingyu, she was quite leisurely eating a lollipop on the city wall, occasionally delivering finishing blows. And Bo Gu, as a boundary master, had actually charged to the front line and achieved surprisingly impressive results. Fu Ying landed on the ground and said, Holy Man, heal Zhang Ren. I'll take Qi Xiang back first. With that, Fu Ying ran toward Qi Xiang, then carried him on his back, leaped up, and quickly dashed toward the city wall. Cough cough. With Qi Xiang's coughing sound, all eyes in this ward turned to him. Water. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Ren immediately picked up the water cup and quickly walked over to Qi Xiang, helping him sit up and saying, Brother Xiang, drink some water. Then he brought the cup to Qi Xiang's lips. Qi Xiang drank 2 gulps, perhaps too hurriedly, which caused him to start coughing violently again. Zhang Ren quickly put down the cup and patted his back. After the coughing subsided, Qi Xiang opened his eyes and looked around at everyone, asking, You guys, why are you all here? At this moment, inside the ward were Zhang Ren, Bo Gu, Uncle Da, Bingyu, Lin Xiaoyang, Qi Xiang's parents, Fu Ying, Holy Man, and a person in a white coat who appeared to be a doctor. Qi Xiang sat up and smiled. Xiaoyang, Mom, why are you two crying? As soon as Qi Xiang's mother heard this, she started scolding. You child, how can you not give people peace of mind? You were unconscious for 2 whole days, wailing. Qi Xiang's father patted his wife's shoulder and said, All right, dear, Qi Xiang is fine now, so isn't that great? Don't say it anymore. Qi Xiang lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Dad and Mom, for making you worry. Chapter 178, The Fallen City, 2. Qi Xiang's father walked over and patted Qi Xiang's shoulder, saying, That's it, son. You don't have to push yourself so hard anymore. Remember, you still have us. After these words, Qi Xiang's father returned and patted Qi Xiang's mother on the shoulder, saying, All right, my dear, let the kids discuss important matters. Let's head back. Qi Xiang's mother nodded, stood up, wiped her tears, and said, All right. Lin Xiaoyang also stood up at this moment and said, Uncle, Aunt, I'll go back with you. As the 3 of them left, the doctor also walked away. Fu Ying coughed lightly and said, Qi Xiang, we won. Qi Xiang nodded and asked, How many people died? Fu Ying sighed and replied, Right now we still have 1,000 people left. Long range and support units basically have no losses, close combat. Qi Xiang sighed and said, This is war. There are never true winners. By the way, will the fallen city send more forces to attack the city? Fu Ying stood up, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and calmed down his emotions before saying, Yes. According to our reliable intelligence, next time there will be fewer people, only 1 person coming. But he will be the most powerful existence in all of the fallen city. Unfortunately, our knowledge about him is almost 0. The only thing we know is that those who have seen him fight are either dead or incapacitated. Qi Xiang nodded and said, All right, then prepare yourselves. When the battle starts, the number of participants shouldn't be too high. All support units and those with long-range suppression abilities must participate. Snipers must participate too. As for others, you, Zhang Ren, me, and Che Dan, just the 4 of us. All right, that's settled. Fu Ying nodded and said, but we don't know when he'll come, so prepare yourselves. Qi Xiang nodded. Then Fu Ying, quite considerately, said, All right, you 2 rest first, we're leaving. After which Fu Ying took Zhang Ren and Sheng Nan out of the hospital room. Qi Xiang looked at the closed door of the ward and asked with a smile, So, what are your plans? De Shu and Bo Gu glanced at each other, simultaneously shrugging their shoulders. Meanwhile, Che Dan was chewing on a lollipop and said, Don't look at me. I'm too lazy to think. Shit. Faced with these 3 unreliable guys, Qi Xiang couldn't help but swear. Then, he said to Che Dan, would you dare to go take a stroll around the fallen city with me? As soon as Che Dan heard this, he immediately nodded and said, Sure. Seeing that Che Dan didn't even ask why, Qi Xiang grinned happily and said, Haha, then let's go now. With that, Qi Xiang jumped off the hospital bed, ready to leave. However, Bingyu stood in front of Qi Xiang. Her staff pointed straight at Qi Xiong, with its sharp crystalline tip targeting him directly. Looking at Bingyu, Qi Xiong didn't understand for a moment and said, "Xiaoyu, what's going on?" Bingyu angrily retorted, "Hey, idiot, you just promised uncle and aunt not to act impulsively, and now you're already thinking of going back on it." After listening to Bingyu's words, Qi Xiong became silent for a moment before saying, "If I die, will you become a widow for me?" As soon as she heard Qi Xiong say this, Bingyu instantly flared up and said, "If you die, I'll find another man immediately." Qi Xiong nodded with a smile and said, "Then I can rest assured." With that, Qi Xiong turned around, easily sidestepped Bingyu as a melee warrior. Bypassing a mage was fairly straightforward. Smiling, Qi Xiong said, "Ice Moon, remember, if I die, you should find a good man. You're not allowed to talk about dying." Qi Xiong felt a soft body pressing against his back, arms encircling his chest. With a slightly tearful voice, Bingyu said, "Big dummy, you're not allowed to die. If you die, I'll find men, lots and lots of men, and bring you tons and tons of green hats, reserving green hats for you for your next life, the one after, and even further beyond." "That can't happen. I can't die. I need to come back. I must return." "Okay." At this point, Cha Dan's disruptive voice came in. "Oh, so sweet. I'm so envious. What do you think, Bo Gu and Deshu?" Bingyu glanced at the mischievous grin on Cha Dan's face, then at Bo Gu, who was trying hard to suppress laughter, and finally at Deshu, who smiled gently while watching from the side. Instantly releasing her hold, she yelled, "You men are all useless," and ran out. Watching Ice Moon leave quickly with red cheeks, the four men in the ward burst out laughing together. Qi Xiong and Che Dan were riding dashi card, speeding ahead swiftly. Along the way, the two had eliminated 18 hidden sentries and 32 enemies before they finally reached the fallen city. After arriving at the fallen city, Qi Xiong didn't hide dashi card but instead walked around conspicuously with it. Still, walking around aimlessly didn't mean they had no destination. Their goal was clear, a bar. "Hey, buddy, do you know where the biggest bar around here is?" "Haha. Kid, you look new around here, don't you? Baby still got milk on his face, huh?" "Ha." The man paid for his disdain with a price in laughter as Qi Xiong swung his heavy machete to wipe off the bloodstain and grabbed a guy who was about to flee. "Hey, where's the biggest bar? Take us there." Seeing he couldn't escape, this man stopped panicking and calmed down somewhat, nodding before leading Qi Xiong, Che Dan, and Dashikar to the largest bar in the fallen city, the former largest bar in the city, bar number 1. Inside the bar, the layout of the place had changed completely from how it used to be. Bar number 1 had originally been a quiet pub. However, it seemed that the current owner preferred lively noise, transforming it into a party bar. Strangely, Che Dan actually whistled lewdly at the pole dancer on stage and threw a bag of rice at her. But Qi Xiong had absolutely no issue with it because their mission today wasn't meant to be low-key anyway. "Hey, you two boys, your big wolf is really handsome, but no animals or summoned creatures are allowed inside here, got it?" A scruffy-looking man approached them, showing immediate displeasure at Dashikard's presence. In response, Qi Xiong did something very simple. He strode forward, grabbed the man by his hair, and slammed his head hard against the wall, leaving a dent. The man screamed in agony and then went silent. Clearly, the pig-like cries of this man had caught the attention of others in the bar. Immediately, people started coming over. 7 or 8 burly men simultaneously moved closer, flexing their arms as they said, "Kid, if you're looking to cause trouble, you've picked the wrong place." Chapter 179, The Fallen City, 3. Qi Xiong coldly snorted and said, "Since he won't let my partner in, I guess I'll have to use force." The few burly men flexed their arms. One of them cracked the joints of his fingers loudly. Qi Xiong looked at these burly men and said, "All right, stop pretending. If you're going to fight, do it quickly. My tequila is waiting for me." Roar. The burly men rushed up simultaneously. Qi Xiong continuously kicked them all in the same place, the stomach. Then, Qi Xiong, Che Dan, and Daska stepped over the groaning bodies of the men clutching their stomachs and walked towards a booth. As Qi Xiong and Che Dan moved with Daska toward the booth, many people rushed out. In the end, only about 30-odd people remained, among whom it seemed only 2 or 3 were leaders. The rest were henchmen. Qi Xiong sat on the booth and swept everything off the table with his arm. He snapped his fingers and said, 3 bottles of tequila." A bottle of tequila flew swiftly towards Qi Xiong. He grabbed it casually and placed it on the table, catching 2 more bottles smoothly afterward. He then calmly opened 1 bottle and took a sip. Keep in mind, Qi Xiong was not facing the bottle but turned his back to it. Before the apocalypse, Qi Xiong couldn't be called a good student, so drinking was something he could handle. After taking a sip, he exaggeratedly said, "Ah, this taste, how nostalgic." Che Dan wasn't shy either. He opened a bottle of alcohol and helped Daska open another, giving himself and Daska a gulp each. After taking a sip, Daska started coughing and said, "Cough cough. Qi Xiong, this is your human alcohol, right? Why is it so spicy? Cough cough. I can't understand why you like this stuff." Qi Xiong glanced at Daska and said, "This is what you'd say as someone who's drinking for the first time. Oh no, a wolf. Rest assured, I guarantee you'll fall in love with it." As he spoke, Qi Xiong took another sip. The significant improvement in physical strength greatly enhanced Qi Xiong's ability to metabolize alcohol, allowing him to drink freely. He had already consumed a third of the bottle in just 2 gulps. "Hey, who's smoking? There's a strong smell of smoke." Qi Xiong wrinkled his brow, saying after catching the scent from somewhere. A rugged voice came from behind Qi Xiong. "Young man, you certainly hold your liquor well, and you're quite powerful too. May I know your name?" Qi Xiong turned around and saw a giant over 2 meters tall with dark skin. This giant had a cigar dangling from his mouth. Qi smiled and said, "I am Qi." The giant nodded and said, Qi, good name. I'm Zhao Jun, nice to meet you." As he spoke, Zhao Jun extended his right hand. After shaking hands with Zhao Jun, Qi laughed and asked, "What's on your mind, brother Zhao Jun?" Zhao Jun laughed heartily and said, "Brother, I'm here because this bar belongs to me. What are you planning to do about it?" Qi smirked and took out a gold brick, asking, "Brother, would this suffice?" Zhao Jun looked at the gold brick in Qi hand and laughed. "Brother, this thing isn't valuable around here. The hard currency here is food." Qi exclaimed, "Oh," then put the gold brick away and nodded to Che Dan. Without hesitation, Che Dan took out half a ton of rice, which immediately occupied a large space. Qi laughed and said, "Is this enough?" Looking at the rice, Zhao Jun laughed. "Brother, that's generous of you, but we're still short by half a ton." Qi nodded and said, "I think there's not enough room here. How about after we finish our drinks? Brother Zhao Jun leads us to a place where I can give it to you. By the way, take these grains with you." Zhao Jun nodded, clicked his fingers, and said with a laugh, "All right, I won't bother the two of you. Oh wait, the three of you. Enjoy yourselves." Daska, watching the rice being carried away, whispered softly, "Qi, that guy doesn't seem to be very powerful. Why did you agree with him?" Qi grinned and replied, "Do you think those guys are useless?" Speaking, Qi pointed at the 3 leaders left behind. Then he whispered again, laughing, "Besides, newly rich people are the easiest to rob." After saying that, Qi grinned and said to Che Dan, "Let's play some finger games." Sure. After finishing an entire 3 bottles between Qi and Che Dan, they finally stood up, shook their heads feeling a bit dizzy, and shouted, "Boss, it's time to pay, not money, but rice." Zhao Jun walked over in great strides and said, "All right, come with us." The 3 humans and the wolf strode quickly, arriving at a warehouse. The burly man grinned and said, "Here we are." No sooner had he finished speaking when 70 or 80 people emerged from the shadows, and the warehouse door slammed shut. Qi looked at the scene and asked, "Boss, what do you mean by this?" Zhao Jun laughed and said, "If you want to live, leave everything you have here. All of it. Then scram. And let me tell you, there's someone with spatial abilities who can check if you've handed over everything we demand." Qi and Che Dan exchanged a glance and smiled, saying, "Looks like someone's trying to rob us." As they spoke, Qi, Che Dan, and Daska seemed as though their drunkenness had worn off halfway. A powerful aura erupted around them. Zhao Jun immediately realized he'd been tricked, but still, he was not afraid, for he relied on his numbers. He shouted promptly, "Attack!" The outcome went without saying. Although Zhao Jun's group had quite a few capable individuals, most were just ordinary people pretending to be tough. Hence, Qi, Che Dan, and Daska defeated them effortlessly. Enraged, Zhao Jun's body swelled up, transforming into a bear man. Roaring furiously, he demanded, "You newcomers, die!" He dropped onto all fours and charged fiercely at Qi. However, a flicker of mockery crossed Qi's eyes before striking the charging Zhao Jun with the flat of his sword of soul devouring. The immense force sent him flying back and even disrupted his bear form. Qi stepped closer, pointing the tip of his blade against Zhao Jun's throat, asking, "Now I wonder whether to kill you or extract some information." Every person fears death, especially since all Qi intended to do was acquire information. Thus, Zhao Jun instantly said, All right. Satisfied, Qi took out a mountaineering rope, bound Zhao Jun tightly, then brought out a sofa and coffee table. Leaning back slowly, he started brewing tea leisurely. Watching this, Zhao Jun couldn't help but ask, "Are you ever going to question me?" Qi simply stared sharply at Zhao Jun, which immediately silenced him. Chapter 180, The Fallen City, Part 4. After Qi brewed the tea, he unceremoniously drank the entire pot and looked at Zhao Jun with a smile, saying, "All right, now we can start our conversation. First, who's the strongest person here?" Swallowing hard, Zhao Jun replied, "I only know his name is Kuan Xing, and he also used his authority to build a villa in the city center. He's usually in the villa. Other than that, I don't know anything else." Qi nodded and said, "All right, we're leaving. Remember, what happened today never happened. Otherwise, watch yourself." After saying this, Qi packed everything into his dimensional space and left with Che Dan and Dasika without mentioning the half-ton of rice even once. Zhao Jun exerted a sudden force and broke free from the ropes. He then said to the people lying on the ground, "Hey, they're gone now. Time to stand up, right?" Instantly, about 2/3 of the people stood up. A man with a goatee approached and asked, "Brother Jun, should we tell the boss?" Shaking his head, Zhao Jun said, "They didn't use lethal force, and they've left us half a ton of rice as hush money. That's already being pretty decent. I'm not someone who breaks promises, so let's consider this incident resolved. From now on, no one talks about it. Whoever brings it up isn't my brother Zhao Jun anymore, and you better not expect me to recognize you if things go sour. Now that's settled. Let's take care of our comrades who can't get up yet. For those needing treatment, come to me for money. And that half-ton of rice, divide it among yourselves. Just remember to bring my share back. Brother Xiang, is this the place?" Looking at the building in front of him, Qi laughed and said, "This is the most luxurious spot around. He sure knows how to enjoy life." As he spoke, Qi walked forward. Kicking open the door, Qi quickly dealt with the guards. Che Dan immediately sent zombies to search every room, but the result was startling. Apart from the 2 initial guards, there was no one else in the entire house. After reuniting with Chi Xiang at the entrance, they looked at the two men guarded by Desika and splashed them with water. As one of the men woke up screaming, Chi Xiang kicked him and yelled, "Calm down, you fool. Where's your guy Kuan-Shing?" Seeing Chi Xiang, the man immediately knelt down and said, "Great hero, Kuan-Shing left early this morning, and we truly don't know where he went." Chi Xiang's eyes widened angrily, demanding, "Did he go to attack the gathering place?" The man replied, "That should be impossible. As far as I know, he was supposed to set out the day after tomorrow." Chi Xiang nodded, walking closer and smiling coldly. "All right, time for you to die." With that, Chi Xiang twisted his hands sharply, and there was an audible snap sound as the man's head rotated a full 360 degrees. Turning to the other person lying on the ground, Chi Xiang said, "You heard all that, right? No, please don't kill me." "Oh, Xiang brother, where are we going next?" Chi Xiang pointed to a shop near Kuan-Shing's residence and said, "How much rice do you think we'll need to buy it out?" Che Dan grinned, replying, "Understood." Half an hour later, Chi Xiang effortlessly acquired the snack shop, which was originally, and still is, a snack shop. What he did was simple: hang a temporarily closed sign and sit inside eating some of the leftover appetizers while observing the situation across the street. An entire half-day passed, but Chi Xiang didn't see anyone enter the house. The appetizers were long gone, so reluctantly, Chi Xiang woke Che Dan and left to buy some food, not because there wasn't any in his dimensional space, but because the food there consisted mostly of shelf-stable instant meals whose taste could hardly endure long-term consumption. Eating freshly cooked food here, though expensive, was still much better. After waking Che Dan, Chi Xiang left and found a restaurant, ordering a couple of dishes. Half an hour later, Chi Xiang returned to the store, and the two of them along with their wolf companion indulged in a ravenous feast. However, they still hadn't waited for the target to arrive. Looking at the gate of the opposite house, Chi Xiang cracked sunflower seeds and said, "Do you think Kuan-Shing might have gone off whoring somewhere? He must have some real stamina." Che Dan spat out a sunflower seed husk and said, "Probably not. I think he's probably preparing himself. Would you dare challenge the gathering place alone if you were him?" Chi Xiang replied, "Of course not." Che Dan continued, "Right. Even you wouldn't dare. So what makes Kuan-Shing so arrogant? Although human sea tactics aren't working anymore, the gathering place still has experts. So, he must be gathering information and preparing for battle right now." Chi Xiang nodded and said, "Yeah, your analysis is correct." However, Chi Xiang and Che Dan failed to guess that Kuan-Shing was indeed making preparations for the battle, but these were utterly embarrassing preparations. "Shit, I've been saying I shouldn't drive, just ride a bike, but you insisted on letting me drive." On a battered SUV, Kuan-Shing, with a delicate appearance, was now complaining. He had been called out early in the morning by none other than the uncle sitting in the passenger seat, his brother. Kuan-Shing was dragged out at dawn to practice driving because he didn't know how to drive. Given the long distance involved, it wasn't feasible to let him walk, and since this plan required Kuan-Shing to go alone, he needed to exude an overwhelming presence. More importantly, no one else was willing to head back to the gathering place. The soldiers who fled from the previous battle had exaggerated the difficulty of the fight and the combat prowess of those at the gathering place. And so, the big shots weren't interested in dispatching more troops. For the two brothers, this situation came with both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that if they successfully captured the gathering place, it would become theirs. However, if they failed, Kuan-Yuan, Kuan-Shing's brother, would lose a formidable warrior, and as a result, his influence in the fallen city would vanish. Yet, Kuan-Yuan's men refused to go to the gathering place, and there was no one willing to be recruited. Meanwhile, Kuan-Yuan himself had to stay behind to consolidate power, given the complicated situation in the fallen city. Still, Kuan-Shing proved to be quite an oddity. Practicing all day, he had already wrecked 6 SUVs. Keep in mind, Kuan-Shing did not need to follow traffic rules or adhere to speed limits. He just needed to drive. But somehow, he still managed to mess up so badly, and it was no wonder Kuan-Shing grew impatient. Kuan-Yuan patted his younger brother's shoulder and said, "All right, Kuan-Shing, no worries, we'll keep practicing. There's still time. Let me have them bring another car over." Chapter 181, The Fallen City, Part 5. "Brother Xiang, wake up. I asterisk. Chi Xiang shouted in anger, jumping to his feet and shaking off the water on his clothes. He glared at Che Dan, who was holding a water bottle, and angrily scolded. "Shit. What did you do that for, Che Dan?" Che Dan shrugged and threw the water bottle aside, saying, "Duh. Who told you not to wake up? Look over there." Upon hearing this, Chi Xiang suddenly remembered why he was here and quickly looked over, noticing an additional SUV on the other side of the street. Chi Xiang asked, "Did anyone get out?" Che Dan nodded and said, "Yeah, 2 people came out." Before Chi Xiang could ask another question, someone suddenly burst out, yelling, "Who killed my man?" However, before he could continue shouting, the person was immediately pulled back inside with his mouth covered. Chi Xiang took out a beer bottle and skillfully opened it with his hand. Gulping down a large gulp, he chuckled. "Che Dan, do you remember how we used to smash people's heads with beer bottles?" Che Dan also took out a beer bottle and grinned. "Hell yeah, absolutely. Daska, let's go." The duo and the wolf rushed out of the door, smashing it as they exited. Chi Xiang ran fast, leaped over the SUV in one jump, kicked open the door, then charged inside with the beer bottle yelling, "Kuan-Shing, get your ass out here." In response, all Chi Xiang encountered was an empty space, except for 2 unlucky individuals lying on the ground. However, Chi Xiang noticed something. The window on this side was still open. Without hesitation, Chi Xiang rushed forward and jumped through the window, only to see 2 people running. Without a word, Qi Xiang chased after them. Big brother, why are we running? Haven't I become the strongest person in the fallen city? Kuan Xing still didn't understand why his elder brother had simply run without explanation. It felt like a humiliating move to him. Kuan Yuan explained while running. Little brother, are you truly naive or just pretending? Do you think those big shots don't have capable subordinates? Although you're outwardly the strongest, and we've moved into the center of town, haven't you noticed that the other big shots each own entire buildings? They may seem to give us some advantage, but is that really the case? And even if you're the strongest, could you beat 2 or 3 of them alone? Kuan Xing glanced back, spotting the chasing duo and a wolf, then laughed instantly. Big brother, stop running already. They're just 2 noobs and a big dog. As he spoke, Kuan Xing stopped moving altogether. Seeing his foolish younger brother ready to commit yet another rash act, Kuan Yuan frantically grabbed at Kuan Xing, but couldn't possibly hold him due to the strength difference. Kuan Xing grinned. All right, big bro, let me show you what your little brother can do. With that, he pushed Kuan Yuan's hand away and boldly stepped forward. Kuan Yuan was genuinely alarmed now. Immediately, he pulled out a radio and roared. Guys, assemble at First Street. As Kuan Xing walked closer step by step, Qi Xiang dashed forward, smashing a beer bottle without hesitation and delivering a spinning kick to Kuan Xing's head, which sent Kuan Xing flying backward. Qi Xiang stared at Kuan Xing, challenging. Get up and show me what you've got. Whose underling are you? This was Kuan Xing's first question as he stood back up from the ground. Qi Xiang gave a cold chuckle and replied, I'm no one's underling. I've just heard about a certain person named Kuan Xing being extremely skilled here, so I thought I'd come for a lesson. Kuan Xing, oh. Ed, then summoned a baseball bat and retorted, all right, bring it on. Qi Xiang nodded and rushed in, throwing a punch, while Kuan Xing blocked with his bat. Feeling the unnatural strength of the bat, Qi Xiang instinctively caught it with his left hand and kicked Kuan Xing using his right foot. Seizing the bat, Qi Xiang twirled it around and smirked. Now this is mine. Thanks for the gift. Get up. Let's continue. Seeing this, Kuan Xing no longer held back, inflating his right arm to triple its size, and began striking Qi Xiang with continuous powerful punches. A normal person would instinctively dodge such a blow, but Qi Xiang isn't your average individual. His thought process clearly deviates from the norm. Without hesitation upon seeing the incoming punch, Qi Xiang stepped forward to meet it, matching the blow with his bare fist. By this point, reinforcements had arrived. Looking at Daska, Chaidan remarked, Daska, allow me to demonstrate true leisure. Saying this, Chaidan cried out, summon. Dispatching all zombies, Chaidan handed Daska an elbow joint snack, while opening himself a bottle of Sprite. Smiling, he remarked, this is what you call relaxation. Qi Xiang landed a punch on Kuan Xing's knuckles, leaving a dent on his fist, but Qi Xiang wasn't done yet. After throwing one punch, Qi Xiang threw another. At this moment, Kuan Xing had already roared, not out of anger, but from pain. Kuan Xing quickly shrank his right fist, and then looked up at the sky. If someone had been watching, they would have noticed that the moon in the sky had just been covered by clouds, and now it was revealed again. Though it wasn't a full moon, it was enough for Kuan Xing. Kuan Xing roared as his whole body swelled up, his muscles rapidly expanding, and his hair growing wildly. Qi Xiang watched Kuan Xing and licked his lips, saying, a werewolf? I just encountered one not long ago. I wonder how strong this one is. As soon as Kuan Xing completed his transformation, he charged over with his claws, while Qi Xiang still didn't dodge and directly met him with a punch. Kuan Xing's sharp claws pierced through Qi Xiang's skin and into his fist, but Qi Xiang's fist also hit Kuan Xing's knuckles at the same time. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Kuan Xing howled in wolfish pain, pulling out his claws and clutching his right arm as he howled in agony. But Qi Xiang didn't even look at the wound on his own right fist, instead coldly laughing. This is the so-called first person of the fallen city, truly strong, screaming like that with just a broken arm. Saying this, Qi Xiang kicked up, and this time Kuan Xing was embedded in the wall. Qi Xiang strode forward, grabbing Kuan Xing by the throat and demanding, tell me, are you the one who will attack the gathering place in a few days? Kuan Xing was choked by Qi Xiang, unable to speak, and could only nod weakly. Qi Xiang gave a cold laugh and let go, saying, is this all the skill you've got to come out and make threats? Qi Xiang turned around and said to Chaidan, let's go, Chaidan. We're going back to the shop. Qi Xiang nodded, recalling all the zombies without even looking at the people who were beaten unconscious on the ground, and left boldly with Qi Xiang and Daska. Chapter 182, The Fallen City 6. The two returned to the store. Chaidan chuckled, Xiangge, how's it going? Is everything all right now? Qi Xiang revealed a sly smile and said, that's not necessarily the case. We've come here to do something big. Would we be satisfied so easily? Chaidan grinned and asked, so what should we do now? Qi Xiang lay down on the ground and replied, sleep. The next day at noon, the two finally got up. Qi Xiang smiled as he walked over to Daska, scratching his head embarrassingly, and said, sorry I didn't get up to give you something to eat. Daska rolled her eyes at Qi Xiang and replied, I would have starved waiting for you. I went out and ate some food. Qi Xiang, hearing this, chuckled dryly and asked, did anyone come by while we were sleeping? Daska helplessly replied, if someone had come, would you still be asleep now? Qi Xiang nodded and said, all right, Chaidan, it's time for us to go. Where are we going? Qi Xiang laughed and said, wherever there's chaos. Qi Xiang walked out and approached a person jogging nearby, stopping him and asking, brother, where's the most lively place around here? This person smirked and replied, most lively, ha he he. Follow this road. Turn after 3 intersections, and you'll definitely see what you're looking for. Chi Xiang nodded in thanks, and then beckoned Chaidan and Daska to follow. Third intersection, this way? What the heck? The reason Chi Xiang cursed was because that brother had completely misunderstood Chi Xiang's intention. Chi Xiang just wanted to find a crowded place, but ended up being directed to the red light district. Yes, it was the red light district of the fallen city. Chaidan patted Chi Xiang on the shoulder with an awkward look and said, "What exactly did you say? Hey, come and play." Before Chi Xiang could respond to Chaidan's question, a heavily made-up woman approached them. Looking at her, Chi Xiang felt nauseous and chuckled bitterly, saying, "Chaidan, let's just go inside and take a look." As he spoke, Chi Xiang motioned to Daska and instructed, "Daska, look fiercer." Daska instantly put on a terrifying demeanor, but the girl seemed undisturbed, remaining calm with a smile on her face while continuing to solicit customers. Moreover, more and more women began gathering around. Chaidan swore, "What the hell? Are these women crazy or what?" Chi Xiang exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? Our clothes are so good, and we have a big wolf, so they must think we're rich, right? Quick, we need to run away." Chi Xiang and Chaidan tried to escape the same way they came, but Chi Xiang realized their retreat had been blocked. He could only shout, "Chaidan, quickly rush into the street." Got it. Chi Xiang couldn't harm these women since they hadn't done anything wrong, so he leaped high into the air and fled forward, while Chaidan summoned the Lingxi shield and used it to break through ahead. As for Daska, it was even simpler since no one was blocking him anyway. Of course, he had to chase after Chi Xiang, but Daska is a wolf. One leap, and he cleared the obstacle without any difficulty. Chi Xiang kept running, with more and more women joining in the chase. The 2 men and 1 wolf, looking back at the tidal wave of women behind them, started to sweat profusely. Although these women all worked in the fallen city, either none of the super rich ever came, or no men ever came, which explained why the women acted so crazily. After escaping from the red light district, Chi Xiang, Chaidan, and Daska ran for 3 entire blocks before finally shaking off the group of crazy women. Chi Xiang patted his chest and sighed. "Ah, heaven, I'm almost developing a fear of women." Chaidan wryly remarked, "Me too. Truly terrifying. A horde of zombies isn't as frightening." Daska laid down on the ground and muttered, "Seriously, what's wrong with the women here? I've never seen such aggressive ones before. Stinky men are all the same. Serves you right." A woman passing by left those words. Although her voice wasn't loud, it fell upon Chi Xiang's and Chaidan's ears. Chi Xiang and Chaidan looked over and saw a plainly dressed girl. She wasn't exceptionally pretty, but neither was she ugly. Wearing sportswear, she appeared quite pure. But Chaidan didn't care about her purity and bluntly responded, "Hey, stinky woman, who are you calling a stinky man?" Hearing this, the girl immediately got angry and yelled back, "Who are you calling a stinky woman? Huh? Do you want me to beat you?" With that, she placed her hands on her hips and glared furiously. Chaidan coldly scoffed, "Oh yeah, I'd like to see how strong you are." Chi Xiang pulled back Chaidan and said, "That's enough, Chaidan. This looks like nothing but a housewife cursing. Let's go, let's go." The woman, upon seeing Chi Xiang's actions, thought that he was showing weakness and immediately mocked him. "Oh my, 2 big men actually afraid of a little girl like me? How funny." Chi Xiang's eyes turned cold as he suddenly moved. Before the woman could react, she felt the edge of a cleaver on her neck. Chi Xiang lowered his blade, said nothing, but turned around to leave with Chaidan. However, this gesture of Chi Xiang's thoroughly enraged the woman, who roared, emitting intense flames all over her body, followed by a rapid succession of fireballs. Chi Xiang turned back and blocked the fireballs with his fists, deflecting every one. Then he said, "Young lady, we don't want any trouble. Please stop pestering us, or you might get hurt." The woman retorted, "What a bold mouth you have there. I'd love to see just how much skill you've got to make me feel pain." As she spoke, the woman swung a fiery whip toward Chaidan. Chi Xiang stepped left, grabbed the fire whip with his hand, then gave it a strong tug, pulling the woman towards him. He grabbed hold of the woman, spun her around once, and threw her aside, saying, "Chaidan, let's go." Chaidan glanced at the woman, licked his lips, and said, "Oh." Chi Xiang slapped his forehead upon seeing this, exclaiming, "My goodness, could it be that you're actually into her?" Chaidan nodded and said, "Yeah, she's got some spice in her." Chi Xiang sighed helplessly as he dragged Chaidan away, walking off in large strides. The woman stood up from the ground, coughed twice, and looked in the direction where Chi Xiang and Chaidan had left, muttering, "Man, I'll remember you. Chaidan, you can't possibly really fancy that girl. Are you serious?" Back at the shop, Chi Xiang asked this question as soon as they returned. But Chaidan simply shrugged his shoulders and replied, "I already have plenty of girlfriends, don't I? Still, didn't you find her fiery temper quite interesting?" Chi Xiang was speechless. Daska watched Chi Xiang with confusion and asked, "Chi Xiang, why not let Chaidan chase after her? In our tribe, males pursue females quite straightforwardly." Chapter 183, Left with a Cancellation, Part 1. Chaidan looked at Chi Xiang, but did not reach out to take Chi Xiang's hand. Instead, he stood up and said, "Xiang Gu, I want to be alone right now." Chi Xiang stood up, nodded, and said, "All right, I understand." With that, Chi Xiang turned around, punched a hole in the wall, and said over his shoulder, "I hope I can see you again soon." Then Chi Xiang leapt away. Chaidan squatted down again, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and let the smoke swirl around his lungs before exhaling it. As he smoked puff by puff, Chaidan threw the half-smoked cigarette to the ground and took out a bottle of erguota liquor. He opened the cap and drank directly from the bottle, taking a big gulp. Cough, cough. Chi Dan coughed once, but this didn't make him stop. Instead, he tilted his neck for another drink. Chi Xiong walked silently along the street. He saw pedestrians covering their noses as they passed by him. Chi Xiong gave a bitter smile, found some steps, sat down on them, lit a cigarette, and started smoking. Really, haha, was I too harsh? This is what Chi Xiong thought about. After finishing a cigarette, he stood up, threw the cigarette butt to the ground, crushed it with his foot, and muttered with a laugh. Never mind. Stop thinking about it. Go find a place to shower. It has to be admitted that extreme wealth disparity always exists, and even in the apocalypse era, it still does. Even though water resources are precious during the apocalypse, this is the early stage, where although most water contains viruses, people always find ways to get water, so bathing places won't disappear. Chi Xiong entered the only bathhouse here and laughed, saying, I want to take a bath. The interior decoration was golden and shiny, not much different from bathhouses of old times. The waitress behind the counter wore a red cheongsam, smiling and waiting for the next customer. Now, Chi Xiong had arrived. The waitress showed no disgust at all looking at Chi Xiong's filthy body. It made sense. In the apocalypse world, some people were really dirty beyond measure before they decided to bathe, and seeing it often numbs one's senses. The waitress flashed 8 teeth and smiled, saying, Sir, would you like a public bath or a private one? Upon hearing these two terms, Chi Xiong immediately asked, What's the difference? The waitress patiently explained, Public baths means several people share one pool, while private ones are for one person per pool. After pondering a moment, Chi Xiong said, Then give me the public bath. Okay, sir, it will cost 2,000 caddies of rice, and the bathing time is half an hour. In the apocalypse, to prevent cases of someone indulging just before dying then committing suicide without paying, all merchants follow a principle of payment first, service later. It was the situation of the apocalypse that forced them to act this way. Chi Xiong nodded, feeling inside his pocket, cursing, Damn, the rice is with Chi Dan, that little guy. After speaking, Chi Xiong pulled out 3,000 caddies of rice, which was all the food supply he had left. Chi Xiong grinned and said, All right, then let me bathe for 45 minutes. The waitress nodded and rang a bell, instructing someone to transport the rice downstairs to check it. 5 minutes later, the waitress smiled and walked over to Chi Xiong, who was sitting on a sofa, saying, Sir, we've prepared everything for you. Please come with me. Chi Xiong stood up, nodded, and followed the waitress. Chi Xiong and the waitress went deep into the bathhouse. Along the way, Chi Xiong also saw the so-called public bath. Sure enough, it was truly a mass bath. All the showers were off, not a single one open, and there was only water in the bathtub, but inside it were crowded with people, at least more than 20. So many people squeezing in one pool was definitely not something to envy. Moreover, Chi Xiong noticed from afar that the water in the pool wasn't particularly clear. Chi Xiong furrowed his brows, wondering if the water quality where he would bathe would be the same. Fortunately, the attendant led Chi Xiong to an independent bath. The water was somewhat unclear, but visible to the bottom. Chi Xiong watched the attendant bring in bath towels and robes. The attendant smiled and said, Sir, due to special circumstances, soap, shower gels, etc., are not allowed to be used, and scrubbing is prohibited as well. I think you wouldn't like your bath water to smell bad after a while, so please shower briefly using the spray. Saying this, the attendant placed the items on the floor and smiled, saying, Sir, please do so. Chi Xiong, puzzled, looked at the attendant and said, Aren't you going outside? The attendant smirked slightly and said, Sir, it seems you're here for the first time. This is the apocalypse, and thus our services have changed accordingly. You know what I mean. Speaking, the attendant began unbuttoning her blouse. Stop it. Chi Xiong quickly stopped the waitress, having already guessed what was about to happen. He shouted, Young lady, I just want to take a bath. Would you please step out for a moment? The waitress looked at Chi Xiong with an expression as if asking, Are you sure? But she received a determined gaze in return. Reluctantly, she stepped outside. While walking out, she muttered quietly, He looks handsome and muscular, yet he's not interested in women. Is he impotent or gay? Hearing this, Chi Xiong almost spat out blood. With a helpless, bitter smile, he took off his clothes and started showering under the nearby sprinkler. At that very moment, Chi Dan was sitting on the rooftop, continuously drinking erguo-2. Haha, how foolish I am. Just because I've won a few battles, I thought I was invincible. Chi Dan, you're such an idiot. Did you forget why you were able to stand at the top of the gathering place? Without Brother Xiong, what are you? Haha, you're nothing but trash. As Chi Dan drank sip after sip of erguo-2 and gazed into the night, his eyes gradually moistened. He cried. Yes, Chi Dan was crying. It wasn't sadness that made him cry, but his own uselessness. He could not protect others, which was clearly shown from today's incident. Although Chi Dan could show off his strength in low-level places, if he encountered a powerful foe, there would be no other outcome than being beaten. The enemy might even think he's not worth noticing. On the rooftop terrace, Chi Dan sobbed, while still not forgetting to keep pouring the liquor down his throat. This very night, Chi Dan made a move, one that would make Chi Xiong want to beat him up severely. It's been several days now. They must be having fun. They should be back by now. Brother Bo stood on the city wall, looking far into the distance. Chapter 184, The Withdrawal Note, Part 2. Chi Xiong sat in the bath, watching as wisps of white steam rose. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and placed it in his mouth. He took a deep drag and exhaled slowly, watching the smoke swirl around him as his body slowly sank down, only leaving the parts above his nose exposed. Chi Xiong let his body soak in the water, reflecting on what had happened earlier. After bathing, he walked back to the shop under the strange gaze of the attendant who had served him before. Seeing the still empty house, Chi Xiang gave a wry laugh, went to the temporary folding bed that was set up there, lay down, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Chi Xiao woke up early, rubbed his eyes, and noticed that Che Dan still hadn't returned. Preparing to take something from the dining table to eat, a piece of paper caught his attention. Brother Xiang, I've gone. I feel my strength is not enough, so I'm going to grow stronger, much stronger, just like you. This way, I won't be a trouble for you, right? Don't worry about me. I will live well. When I get stronger, I'll come back. Additionally, I've left each of you, including Brother Bo, a small device that grants access to trial game qualifications, meaning you can view game forums, accept bounty missions, and purchase items in the store. Although the permissions are limited, it's better than nothing. Well, Brother Xiang, you know I don't like writing long messages, so I'll cut the rambling short. I hope when we meet again, both of us have grown stronger, at least ranked globally among the best. Huh. By the way, I've taken all the food supplies. I assume with your skills, you won't lack anything, huh? It was clear that if Su Dan had returned, Chi Xiang would have known. Therefore, this note was left by Su Dan before Chi Xiang returned. Looking at the note in his hand, Chi Xiang quietly put it away, then collected the 5 devices nearby. Knowing these gadgets were costly, yet Su Dan bought them anyway. It seems Su Dan truly intended to leave. Stepping outside the shop, Chi Xiang allowed the sunlight to bathe his face. Then, Chi Xiang rode off onto Suka. At Li Wei's home, she read the note in her hands, reminiscing about the big boy who confessed his feelings to her. She looked at the storage ring he had left behind, rumored to contain a significant amount of grain. Li Wei placed the note in her pocket, wore the ring, and smiled. Does this mean I accepted him? No, probably not. Ah, never mind. Riding on Dasuka, Chi Xiang said. Dasuka, do you think it's shameless of Su Dan to take all the food? Dasuka laughed. Chi Xiang, you actually think Su Dan didn't take enough? I see right through your thoughts. Chi Xiang shrugged and said, I don't really care, but I guess you won't have much meat left, he. Damn. So, Chi Xiang endured listening to Dasuka complain all the way, almost losing his sanity before finally returning to the gathering place. In the gathering place, Chi Xiang was also somewhat of a one-time sensation. Although not everyone knew him, every single one of the city guards certainly did, and no one stopped Chi Xiang and Dasuka from leaping over the wall directly into the city. Returning home, Chi Xiang looked at the city, slowing Dasuka's pace to carefully compare the differences between the gathering area and the fallen city. Back at his home, a crowd surrounded Chi Xiang, offering warm greetings. However, this process didn't last long because they soon realized Su Dan was gone. When people asked Chi Xiang where Su Dan had gone, he recounted the whole story and showed them the note. Looking at Su Dan's parents, Chi Xiang started to speak. Uncle, Auntie, I. Su Dan's father waved his hand, saying, Little Xiang, you don't need to say more. We understand your intentions, and we know you have Su Dan's best interest at heart. Since our son wants to go explore, I won't hold him back. Recently, we've realized how much the children have grown up. I believe this is your generation's era. Go and achieve greatness. Chi Xiang nodded and said, Thank you, Uncle Aunt. Continuing, Chi Xiang turned to everyone present, saying, Everyone, I have an idea. Let's head to the fallen city. Then we continue moving forward. It's time for us to leave too. Seeing nods of agreement, Chi Xiang said, Good, let's pack up and go. By evening, Chi Xiang made his way to Fu Ying's residence. Having already packed up, leaving home required notifying the leader of this gathering place. Additionally, Chi Xiang had some minor accounts to settle with him. Upon arriving at Fu Ying's doorstep, Chi Xiang knocked. Seeing it was Chi Xiang, Fu Ying warmly welcomed him inside, laughing. Chi Xiang, haven't seen you in ages. Fu Ying nodded and said, Yeah, little brother, it's been a long time. I heard you went to the fallen city, right? How was it? Did you get anything out of it? Chi Xiang smiled and replied, It was all right. Oh, big brother, I came here today to tell you something. What is it? Fu Ying immediately asked upon seeing Chi Xiang's demeanor. Chi Xiang said, It's not a big deal. We've decided to go somewhere else. Although this gathering place is stable, it's not suitable for our group. Fu Ying nodded and said, That's good, buddy. Going out and making your mark is what you should do. If it wasn't for maintaining this gathering place, I would want to venture out too. Chi Xiang laughed and said, That's great. With your words, big brother, I feel reassured. Oh, by the way, where's Fat Long? Fu Ying felt a pang of unease. He had almost forgotten about this matter, but didn't expect Chi Xiang to still remember it. Fu Ying bitterly smiled and said, Fat Long? That kid has run away. Yeah, he ran away while you were in the fallen city. Chi Xiang sneered. Big brother, you're not trying to cover up for him because you don't want to lose such a strong man under your command, are you? Fu Ying quickly waved his hands and said, Not at all. Though I may not be a good person, if my subordinates make mistakes, they deserve punishment. Fat Long truly did flee. Chi Xiang nodded and grinned. That's fine then. It's good that he fled. Let him live. Saying this, Chi Xiang stood up and continued. All right then, big brother, it's getting late. I should leave. As he spoke, Chi Xiang prepared to depart. Fu Ying responded, Take care on your way. As the door closed, a cold glint appeared in Fu Ying's eyes. He smirked evilly and muttered to himself, Chi Xiang, so you went to the fallen city, did you? Excellent, very excellent indeed. Then I'll show you just what kind of price you'll pay for trying to jump ship from me. At the same moment, Chi Xiang, swiftly heading back home, had no idea that his departure was about to cause a significant impact on the gathering place. Chapter 185, Blocking the Way, Part 1. Chi Xiang returned to the house and called everyone to prepare for leaving the city. Leaving the city at night was a very bold move, because many zombies would wander around in the dark. so even search teams would only go out during the day. By night, they would either have already returned or find a place to spend the night. Of course, Qi Xiang's group was fearless and confident, and they didn't care about traveling at night. Moreover, their destination wasn't far, it was the fallen city. The helicopter had been used by Qi Xiang with an item to expand his storage space, and then stored away. As for where Qi Xiang got the coins, that was naturally reserved in advance from canceling an order. Because there were many people, Qi Xiang simply found a minivan. At this moment, everyone sat in the car, driving towards the city gate. To be honest, Qi Xiang thought this time Qi Xiang had really spent a lot of resources. Because this item had limited uses, it could only access forums and get coins from killing monsters. Other than that, it did nothing, meaning the item could only let people browse forums and buy things. Of course, for others, this might not seem particularly useful, but for Qi Xiang, it absolutely was. His AoE skills weren't just for show. As long as there were plenty of zombies, money would never be a problem. The others naturally included Bo Gu, De Shu, Bing Yu, and Lin Xiaoyang, each having one. Jiao Liang, for some unknown reason, couldn't use it, and the elders respectfully declined. Although Qi Xiang wanted them to have this ability for self-preservation, the elders still refused. The car was almost at the city gate. Qi Xiang slightly squinted his eyes, looking at the city gate under the moonlight. Those silhouettes, each gun pointed directly at here, Bat Shadow naturally among them. There were at least 12 people next to him, but Qi Xiang only recognized 4. Zhan Run, Hua Gu, Sheng Nan, and Fei Long, who was supposed to have fled. Of course, the strategist Zhuge Liu was not here. Qi Xiang looked at the situation, asked the Shu to stop the car, and then got out. After taking a deep breath, he shouted across to the opposite side. Bat Shadow, open the gate. We should leave. Thank you for your send-off. However, the response to Qi Xiang wasn't the sound of the gate opening, but gunfire. Qi Xiang had expected this all along. After all, even fools could guess what was going on given such an arrangement. And Qi Xiang had already guessed that it was likely because Bat Shadow assumed he was joining the fallen city. Regardless of the reasons, this treatment seemed to underestimate them too much. Qi Xiang didn't move, but the bullets stopped 2 meters away from him. Bo Gu, Bing Yu, and Zhao Liang got out of the car and looked across. Qi Xiang sneered. Guys, looks like we're about to have a battle. Bo Gu laughed. Hee hee, I don't know why, but following you guys makes me somewhat bloodthirsty. This time, let me fight to my heart's content. Come on, let's all fight to our heart's content. As he spoke, Qi Xiang and Zhao Liang moved at once, rushing straight to the city wall. Zhao Liang's speed was unsurpassed, and Qi Xiang directly summoned Desika and Takas. The 2 humans and 2 beasts raced toward the city wall. Although there were only 4 targets, their collective momentum was no less than that of an entire unit. Bing Yu was not idle either. She waved her staff, and ice spears shot out. Bo Gu was certainly the happiest, continuously unleashing piercing barriers. It was worth mentioning that Bo Ji's attack started first, and it seemed his mental energy had greatly improved, possibly from something magical De Shu gave him. Now, Bo Gu could easily summon several 2-meter-thick piercing barriers at will, creating quite a few large holes in the city wall and injuring quite a few people on the wall. All firing positions were neutralized after Bo Ji's initial attack. Desika was the first to rush up the city wall, which was now shattered by Bo Gu. Once Desika reached the top, chaos erupted as he immediately engaged in combat. He quickly met resistance from a man with tattoos covering both arms and a bald-headed man. Takas stared at the city wall, lifting his hooves, and then stomped hard. Suddenly, the already weakened city wall began to shake violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Just as Bat Shadow was rushing toward Qi Xiang, he yelled back, "Atu! Stabilize the wall. Fireman, block that ice rain." Instantly, yellow and red flashes of light erupted. A short man, about 160 centimeters tall, crouched down, placing both hands on the city wall. The yellow light stabilized the wall somewhat, but Takas was not done yet. Being an earth elemental creature, finding an opponent interested him significantly. Though Takas was a bull, he wasn't a tame one. On the contrary, he had a fiery spirit within. Red light flashed, and a red-haired man continuously thrust his hands forward, launching fireballs that flew towards Ice Moon's icicles. Seeing her icicles being intercepted by someone, Ice Moon didn't get angry. She kept firing icicles, looking for isolated targets to attack. Zhao Liang had already been stopped by 3 people. Of course, this wasn't because they valued Zhao Liang. Since Qi Xiang and the others arrived at the gathering place, Zhao Liang hadn't fought once, so they couldn't possibly know his strength. If 2 people would be considered cautious, then 3 people were clearly excessive. Therefore, it could be assumed they wanted to quickly resolve this situation so they could move on to deal with other people. Bat Shadow, Zhan Run, and Fei Long quickly stood face to face with Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang smiled and said, "Bro Bat, what a big show." Bat Shadow sneered coldly and asked, "Qi Xiang, today you're doomed. Let me just ask you one question. Are you planning to defect to the fallen city?" Qi Xiang laughed bitterly and replied, "Bat Shadow, do you think my strength, along with my brother's strength, can be stopped by your group? Or do you believe anyone can stop me? Fine, since you've done this, don't blame me for going all out." At this point, Bat Shadow roared, "Everyone attack." Instantly, streets and alleys erupted as people poured out like a flood, each one armed with weapons, shouting battle cries. Seeing the scale of the assault, Qi Xiang sneered, "You've pissed me off." Bat Shadow looked into Qi Xiang's eyes and, for some reason, felt a flicker of fear. Still, he steadied himself and shouted, "Attack." Sheng Nan and Hua Yong stood on the city wall. Sheng Nan chuckled and asked, "Hua Yong, are you not joining the fight?" Hua Yong glanced at Sheng Nan and replied, I'm not going to be cannon fodder. You've seen Qi Xiang's strength, whether his friends are strong or not. Even if they're all weaklings, he alone could cause us heavy losses. Didn't you see that? Chapter 186. Blocking the way, too. Shengnan chuckled. That's true. Qi Xiang is indeed very strong, and his brothers are also powerful. However, we are under Fu Ying's command, so it would be improper not to fight. Huayong laughed. That's right. You just need to release holy light, while I will have to break bones. Hey, I'm going. Saying that, Huayong pushed off with his right foot and charged forward. Shengnan smiled, but said nothing. Instead, he lifted his hands and continuously emitted holy light to support the people on the battlefield. Qi Xiang looked at Fu Ying and others, drew out the soul-devouring knife, and shouted, Today, let you know our true strength. As he spoke, Qi Xiang pushed off with his foot and rushed directly towards Fu Ying. Seeing Qi Xiang charging straight at him, Fu Ying hastily retreated. But he was wrong because Qi Xiang's target wasn't actually him. Qi Xiang changed direction midway, kicked Fat Long in the stomach, and the over 200-pound body of Fat Long flew out immediately. Qi Xiang had no intention of showing mercy. Moreover, this life of Fat Long originally belonged to him. It was only due to Fu Ying's protection that Fat Long lived until now. To put it another way, Qi Xiang could say now that he was reclaiming what already belonged to him, although that thing was a human life. Qi Xiang chased after Fat Long's body and slashed his knife across Fat Long's stomach before Fat Long even hit the ground. It was unclear whether Fat Long had landed because of inertia or if Qi Xiang's slash threw him to the ground. Seeing the blood stain on Fat Long's belly, Qi Xiang directly severed Fat Long's waist, then stood upright and met Zhang Ren's charge with a punch. After knocking Zhang Ren back with one punch, Qi Xiang stepped back 3 or 4 steps, but he didn't stop. He directly whipped his left leg, kicking Fu Ying. Qi Xiang looked at Fu Ying and Zhang Ren and coldly laughed. Now, I've taken what should have been mine all along. Next, I'll make both your lives my own. Zhang Ren, grandiose talk. Zhang Ren roared and rushed forward, wielding a large hammer to smash down on Qi Xiang. Bo Ge continuously slaughtered these psychics using barriers. Although their attacks were frequent, for Bo Ji's defensive barrier, it was no big deal. Even when riddled with cracks, Bo Ge could instantly summon a new barrier. On the contrary, Bo Ji's piercing barrier caused immense pain to these psychics. As for Bingyu, yet another ice spike descended, clearing out many enemies without Huainan's obstruction. Deshu didn't rush to show off, but instead remained seated in the car, observing the surrounding battlefield calmly. Although Deshu was filled with excitement, being an ex-soldier himself, such a scene would certainly inspire him to join in. The circumstances did not allow it. First, Deshu's abilities weren't battle-oriented, and second, among the 8 people inside the car, only Bo Ge could temporarily act as a combatant, meaning Deshu was responsible for protecting the remaining 7 lives. Zhao Liang was extremely fast and possessed immense strength. Even though Zhao Liang hadn't used any psychic powers up until now, he managed to beat the 3 psychics into submission through physical attacks alone, causing them much distress and forcing them to repeatedly retreat. At this point, one of the psychics was already severely injured. Daska continued to leap around, constantly spitting out wind bullets and wind blades from his mouth, forcing the opponent to keep dodging. Meanwhile, Daska moved gracefully thanks to his agile movements. Takes at this moment was already engaged with Tu, Huainan, and Huayong. Takes wasn't exactly agile like Daska, but Takes had his own advantages, notable defensive capability and control abilities granted by his earth attributes. As for Shengnan, though he wanted to assist, he often couldn't manage both sides simultaneously. Despite Shengnan's powerful healing ability, he had trained for too short of a time. The instant cast healing effect was rather weak, and even stronger treatments required more than 5 seconds of incantation. Furthermore, Shengnan's energy was nearly depleted after several instant casts, prompting him to prepare for a withdrawal. Qi Xiang looked at the incoming great hammer from Zhang Ren, stepped back, avoiding the blow. Observing the imprint left by the hammer on the ground, Qi Xiang did not dare to underestimate its power, which was why he chose not to take the blow head-on. Qi Xiang saw Zhang Ren's hammer descend, and immediately lunged forward. A holy light spear appeared in his left hand. Then Qi Xiang surged forward, instantly piercing through Zhang Ren's abdomen, with the spear tip bursting out from Zhang Ren's back. Having completed this attack, Qi Xiang rapidly retreated to evade Fu Ying's counterattack. To be honest, Fu Ying's expression was as cold as water at this moment. He was almost driven mad. The strength that Qi Xiang displayed far exceeded Fu Ying's estimation. If the death of Fat Long was within Fu Ying's expectations, then Zhang Ren's severe injury had already gone beyond his calculation, and it began to touch the bottom line of Fu Ying. Moreover, when Fu Ying looked around the battlefield, he realized the 12 trusted men he brought were all wounded. Bear in mind, it was 3-on-1 battles for them. In such a situation, they didn't gain any advantage but instead appeared to be at a disadvantage. And those ordinary psychics over there were being slaughtered mercilessly by Bo Ge, which made Fu Ying's heart bleed. Remember, Fu Ying had immediately gathered all his forces after guessing that Qi Xiang was going to defect to the City of Falling Shadows, preparing to quickly take down Qi Xiang and his allies. However, everything went against his plan as Qi Xiang and his group's strength far surpassed Fu Ying's expectations. Not only did he fail to capture Qi Xiang, but it also seemed like he would lose both his people and some key advantages in the end. Fu Ying couldn't bear to wait anymore. A sharp voice escaped his lips, and his nails on both hands extended to incredible lengths, becoming extremely sharp. Fangs protruded from his mouth, transforming him into an evident vampire-like figure. As Fu Ying swung his clawed hands in attacks, Qi Xiong decided not to push too hard with his own attacks. Could Qi Xiong not see the current situation if Fu Ying could? Now the battle had stabilized, and Qi Xiong was confident that, barring unforeseen circumstances, their side would surely win without a doubt. Therefore, victory was just a matter of time. Instead, Qi Xiong wanted to observe now, see how strong Fu Ying, as the boss of the gathering place, truly was, and understand how many hidden skills he possessed. Qi Xiong's fighting style was always fierce, aiming to render opponents powerless from the very first second, giving no chance to reveal their final cards. Consequently, Qi Xiong hadn't seen many special abilities before. This time, Qi Xiong wished to have a look, or more precisely, to broaden his horizons. With these thoughts in mind, Qi Xiong avoided Fu Ying's attacks while using the soul-devouring knife in his hand to block Fu Ying's strikes. Chapter 187. Qi Xiong's Fury, Part 1. The soul-devouring blade clashed with the Bat Shadow's claws. Surprisingly, the claws that looked like they would break at a single touch were actually holding up against the soul-devouring blade ablaze with corroding fire. At this point, Qi Xiong no longer intended to retreat. He steadied himself and swung the soul-devouring blade horizontally. If the Bat Shadow didn't dodge or block it, then it only had one outcome, being cut in half at the waist. Then, Qi Xiong could counterattack. At least that was what Qi Xiong thought. The phrase, ideals are full-bodied but reality is bony, could apply right now to Qi Xiong, because the Bat Shadow didn't dodge. Its twin claws pierced directly through Qi Xiong's shoulders. And as Qi Xiong's soul-devouring blade swept across the Bat Shadow's waist, it hit nothing at all. To be exact, the part of the Bat Shadow that was struck turned into black gas, which reformed into flesh after the soul-devouring blade moved away. This was something Qi Xiong had never expected, but it happened. Qi Xiong quickly retreated, stimulating his Dan power to recover. By this point, Qi Xiong could barely hold onto the soul-devouring blade. If it hadn't been sent into storage space by Qi Xiong, it would have fallen to the ground by now. While Qi Xiong activated his Dan power to heal his wounds and retreated, the Bat Shadow didn't chase after him. Instead, it rushed straight towards Bo Gu and his group. Bo Gu saw the incoming Bat Shadow and immediately hurled a shock barrier forward. Though the barrier was shattered with a single claw from the Bat Shadow, it did manage to delay it momentarily, and that was enough. It wasn't Qi Xiong who arrived in time, but Zhao Yang. Yes, Zhao Yang had already dealt with those two nuisances and casually picked up an axe before rushing over. With a slash, he carved a half-meter-long wound into the Bat Shadow's back, which looked rather terrifying. In response, the Bat Shadow delivered a swift spinning kick toward Zhao Yang. However, Zhao Yang was no ordinary fighter. Grabbing the Bat Shadow's right leg, he lifted his left foot and kicked hard, delivering a painful blow to the creature's chest. With this powerful kick, the Bat Shadow stumbled back several steps, coughed, and spat out blood. It touched its own chest and glared at Zhao Yang, letting out a roar before biting its thumb and spilling its own blood. Great demon of hell, Count Dracula, I implore you, grant me your strength and let me become your servant under your protection. A black hole appeared. A powerful suction seemed to want to suck everything in, and black gas began to drift out, wrapping around the Bat Shadow's body. Zhao Yang looked at the Bat Shadow, frowned deeply, and dared not recklessly move forward because the black hole and the black smoke were quite eerie. Zhao Yang wasn't about to take that risk. Hua Yong witnessed the scene and sighed, then silently retreated, fleeing quickly. At this moment, Atu and Huanan were furiously battling Tax, unaware that the people beside them had fled. Only Tax noticed, but he said nothing. Desika roared angrily, ripped open the chest of his last opponent, and turned to look at the black hole, stepping back 2 paces, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes, though this expression disappeared almost instantly. Qi Xiong's arms had recovered somewhat. He consumed a pill, but his eyes never left the Bat Shadow, or more precisely, the black hole next to it. Black gas coiled around the Bat Shadow's body, and then countless black arms emerged from the black hole, dragging people inside without mercy. The arriving psychics naturally became fodder for these arms, and since the strength of Qi Xiong and his group seemed to exceed normal levels, they became special targets. Although predictably, the attempt failed. Although it was unclear what awaited on the other side of the black hole, their inability to cross suggested either neglect for this place or some sort of limitation, meaning the force sent through wouldn't be too strong. When the arm extending toward Qi Xiong touched him, it seemed to meet something fearsome and withdrew rapidly, seeking another target instead. This left Qi Xiong feeling quite curious. One by one, living beings were dragged into the black hole by the black hands. They screamed and struggled, but all their efforts were futile. People disappeared one by one after being pulled into the black hole. The Bat Shadow's eyes started turning red, its fangs lengthening, muscles swelling, and behind it sprouted a pair of massive wings. The wings began flapping slowly, lifting its body higher and higher until it eventually reached 100 meters in height. Meanwhile, someone noticed that today was a full moon. At the first moment the Bat Shadow began to rise, Bo Gu and Bing Yu quickly got into the car. They then released the barrier and asked the Shu to drive, while everyone watched in horror as the giant hands appeared. The psychics were utterly terrified, fleeing as fast as they could, not one daring to stop Bo Ji's group. The car pulled up next to Qi Xiong, and Bo Gu shouted, "Hurry, get in. Let's go now." Qi Xiong looked at the Bat Shadow and said, "No, we can't leave yet. We'll have to fight." Saying this, he swung his arms. He had just used a fast-acting healing medicine, coupled with his Dan power, which helped his wounds close significantly. Everyone gathered around Qi Xiong as he said, "The Shu, you and Bo Gu, Bing, you protect the elders, and Lin Xiaoyang. We'll stay behind to cover your retreat." "No, it's too risky. To everyone's surprise, it was Deshu who voiced the first objection. Qi Xiong sighed and smiled bitterly. Deshu, do you really think there's a better way? If you don't leave, it will only make our battle more complicated. Go now, or it will be too late. Looking deeply into Qi Xiong's eyes, Deshu let out a long sigh. All right, Xiao Bo, you stay behind. Lao Bo, are you crazy? The first sentence came from Bo Ji's father, while the second one was uttered by his mother. Bo Ji's father smiled faintly. Haven't you noticed yet, wife? If Xiao Bo leaves now, even if he survives, a deep regret will always linger in his heart. And furthermore, I want my son to be a man, someone who won't abandon his friends, not some coward who hides behind an excuse like escort duty and flees. Dad, don't argue. Go. Bo Ji's mother tried to interject, but his father cut her off sternly. That's settled. Bingyu, Xiaoyang, what are you two doing? Seeing Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang preparing to jump off the car, Qi Xiong rushed over, pushing them forcefully back inside and closing the door. Uncle Da, drive. We don't have much time left. Although both Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang were psychics, how could they possibly match Qi Xiong's strength? Once the car started moving, there was no way for them to jump off. Chapter 188. Qi Xiong's Wrath, 2. After all, jumping out of a moving car is something even a Sai must weigh carefully, let alone a Sai with a mage's constitution. Uncle Da, a former soldier, naturally knows what to do and what not to do. In this situation, he's not just a burden to those he's protecting, but also to himself. It's not that Uncle Da is weak. His expertise simply doesn't lie here. Forced back into the car, it immediately drove off. Lin Xiaoyang really attempted to jump out, but was stopped by Bingyu. The sisters settled down after this incident, and Bingyu took on the role of comforting others, soothing both the elders and Lin Xiaoyang. Qi Xiong approached Zhang Ren's side, looking at the still-breathing Zhang Ren. Qi Xiong sighed, pulled out the holy light spear, and delivered a swift blow, ending Zhang Ren's life. Having done all this, Qi Xiong returned to the group and said, Guys, take the drugs, let's crush him. As he spoke, Qi Xiong swallowed the violence pill, iron armor pill, and swift wind pill before summoning his bloodthirsty demon lance. These 3 pills had been improved by Uncle Da, extending their duration while enhancing their effects even more. The 3 humans and 2 beasts watched as the bat-like shadow ascended high in the sky and then quickly dove down. Qi Xiong shouted, It's coming. As he spoke, Qi Xiong took out a knife and a piece of silver, forcefully pressing the silver onto the blade. He tossed the weapon to Jiao Yang, saying, Jiao Yang, if this thing is truly a vampire, then silver might be its weakness. Beat it hard when the time comes. Jiao Yang nodded and replied affirmatively. Qi Xiong continued, Daska, Tax, and Bo, you 3 handle long-range attacks. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shadow was already 10 meters away from them. Bo's charge barrier initiated first, but Daska's wind attribute attack was faster despite starting later. His wind blades rapidly closed the distance to the shadow, but surprisingly, the shadow did not attempt to dodge, directly crashing into the attack. Unexpectedly, whereas it would have surely been injured under previous circumstances, the shadow showed no signs of harm or even delay. Next came Bo's pierce barrier and Tax stone spike, with the same result. Fortunately, these attacks consumed little energy. With the trio now pausing their attacks, Qi Xiong and Jiao Yang moved forward. Attached to Qi Xiong's soul-devouring blade was the erosion flame, aimed straight at the shadow. Jiao Yang wielded an improvised weapon in a slash against the shadow as well. The shadow seemed afraid of these blades or their material properties and chose not to face them head-on like before. Instead, it made an agile maneuver past them, landing on the ground and charging toward a direction. This sudden move shocked everyone present. Qi Xiong, seeing the direction the shadow had taken, cursed, Shit, that guy's heading in the direction Uncle Da went. After uttering this, Qi Xiong dashed forward like an arrow. Understanding the situation, Bo jumped onto Daska and followed, with Jiao Yang also rushing forward, showing great speed. And as for Tax, you might think he's slow? Huh. Bulls may not turn corners well, but their linear speed is nothing to scoff at. Uncle Da's group hadn't traveled far when the shadow quickly caught up and slashed through the vehicle with one claw. Seeing this, Qi Xiong lost control and swiftly pounced, though the shadow proved faster than him. Qi Xiong was so enraged because the creature's strike revealed pieces of flesh and blood falling from inside the car, which flipped over as a result. These weren't just any passengers, they were Qi Xiong's parents. Naturally, Qi Xiong was extremely anxious about the 6 elders. Any of them getting hurt was unacceptable. Yet, the scene clearly indicated casualties had occurred. All Qi Xiong wanted now was to kill the shadow with his own hands. Ignoring Qi Xiong, the shadow instead charged ahead, killing Qi Xiong's parents and the Chung family, who had treated him kindly since childhood. The shadow, now berserk, turned its attention to Lin Xiaoyang. However, Qi Xiong appeared behind it and delivered a powerful kick to its head, sending it crashing to the ground. As the shadow struggled to rise, Qi Xiong rushed over, delivering punch after punch, blow after blow. At this moment, Qi Xiong didn't even use a knife because all those were external objects that could not relieve the fury within him. Only his fists mattered. Only by punching the shadow with his bare hands could Qi Xiong let out his anger. Punch after punch landed on the shadow's head. However, the bat-like shadow seemed to have sustained little injury and was struggling to rise. Qi Xiong knew it wasn't time to vent anger, so he took out the soul-devouring blade, ignited the erosion flame, and thrust the blade into the shadow's head. Qi Xiong stood up from the ground, looked aside, and felt a tightness in his chest, an ache as if pierced by a knife. He couldn't yet accept this situation. Although in the end times, Qi Xiong had always known something like this might happen, He never expected it would come so early. After killing the shadow, Xixiang felt as if all his strength had been drained. He walked towards his parents, but felt his consciousness fading. As he walked slowly, he stumbled and fell directly to the ground. Lying on the ground, Xixiang's consciousness became increasingly blurred. Tears fell down as he reached out, trying to crawl towards his parents, but it was all futile. His consciousness grew gradually fainter until he lost it. When Xixiang woke up, he found himself lying in bed. He immediately sat up, looked around, and realized he was in a room. After checking his body and finding no serious issues, though his head hurt a bit, he went outside. Outside, there was not a single person. Xixiang stared at the door, pushed it open, and stepped out. The car wreckage still lay where it was. Battle traces remained, but Xixiang didn't see anyone, as if the world had been emptied. Xixiang walked slowly to the spot where his parents died. Tears streamed down his face, sliding along his cheeks and falling to the ground. Though Xixiang was still a child, though he was only 18 years old, and though he couldn't accept all this, he knew that he must accept it, and he must endure it. Chapter 189, Reunion, Part 1. Xixiang. Hearing someone call his name, Xixiang turned around and saw Bo Gu and his group approaching. Each of them was carrying a wooden box in their hands. Even without asking, Xixiang guessed what those items were. Bo Gu came to Xixiang's side and said, "Sorry about this, Xixiang. I cremated your uncle and aunt without your permission." Xixiang shook his head and replied, "I already thank you deeply for helping me arrange all this." As he spoke, Xixiang stood up from the ground and took the urn containing his father's ashes, while Bingyu held his mother's urn. Xixiang smiled and said, "All right, there's nothing more to be sad about. Everyone has to die eventually. At least my parents died in an extraordinary way, and that is enough." Then, turning towards Bo Gu, he asked, "Bo Gu, have you found a place to bury them?" Bo Gu nodded and said, "I hired someone claiming to be a feng shui master to choose a spot 3 li outside the city. It's quite good, a small forest, and as you know, my parents didn't like direct sunlight much." Xixiang nodded, placed down the urns, and put on the mourning clothes prepared by Bo Gu, wearing hemp robes and proper funeral attire. The group of 6 then headed out of town. Throughout the journey, no one spoke or cried. The 6 walked silently, and oddly, not a single creature or zombie appeared along the route they traveled. Xixiang looked at the place chosen by Bo Gu, confirming its quality. It was surrounded by woods that could shield it from wind and rain. Without delay, Xixiang set the urns down and pulled out a shovel from his extra-dimensional space, starting to dig the graves. Bo Gu joined in without hesitation, and since Jiao Liang couldn't help due to his other obligations, he took charge as the representative of Bo Ji's family. After digging, the 3 carefully placed the urns into the ground and covered them with earth. Looking at the newly formed burial mounds, Xixiang lit incense, knelt down, and performed 3 solemn bows, saying, "Father, Mother, today, your son Xixiang buries you with honor. May you rest in peace." Bo Gu followed with similar words, whereas Jiao Liang's statement differed slightly. "Uncle, aunt, I represent my dear friend Cheng Dan in honoring you. Rest assured, one day, your son will return personally to burn a stick of incense for you. That's my promise to you." After burning incense, Xixiang stood up and said, "All right, Bo Gu, it's time for me to leave." "To where are you going?" Bo Gu frowned, puzzled by Xixiang's intent. Xixiang laughed and said, "Cheng Dan has already left for training. I think it's time for me to go too." He glanced at Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang, adding, "Neither of you are allowed to follow me." Bingyu snorted and retorted, "Do you really think I want to chase after you?" With that, she turned to leave. Xixiang chuckled and told Bo Gu, "Don't worry, I will definitely come back. Don't try to pressure me by saying what happens when I leave. Won't your team's ranged attackers combined with Jiao Liang's melee strength be strong enough? Besides, there's also Uncle Da who excels at support." Having said that, Xixiang pulled out 4 square boxes, setting them up around the 3 tombs, shouting, "Activate." Instantly, a bright light curtain shimmered into existence, protecting the 3 burial sites. Here's some context. The reason there were 3 tombs, despite having 6 elders, is because the couples were buried together in joint tombs. After finishing everything, Xixiang smiled and bid farewell. "All right, Bo Gu, I'm off." Bo Gu nodded and said, "Be careful, and remember to come back. Your wife is still here with us." Xixiang smiled, casting a glance at Bingyu who sat sulking nearby. He made a shoe gesture before tiptoeing over and giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. Summoning Dasuka, he quickly ran off, leaving behind a parting message. "Wait for me. I never want to see you again." Bingyu's voice wavered slightly with emotion, yet Xixiang wasn't any happier about leaving either. But leave he must, for although Xixiang wasn't proud, he understood that his current abilities surpassed Bo Gu and the others. Engaging in battles suitable for them wouldn't significantly aid his growth, just as engaging in fights suited for him would endanger Bo Gu and the rest. "Xixiang, where should we go?" As Xixiang patted Dasuka's big head, he who neither disliked nor loved being touched, Xixiang responded, "We'll get stronger. Let's hunt some monsters. I've compiled a map showing the distribution of bosses and lord zombies within China." "Lord zombies? Aren't we 3 maybe pushing our limits a bit?" Hearing Dasuka's concern, Xixiang laughed and said, "Haha, Dasuka, you're worrying too much. Relax, even though we are only 3, we're all elite warriors. Besides, my Dan power has already reached over 30 levels, and it won't be long before the evil fire can further increase its strength. Once that happens, we'll be unstoppable. So, this time I've chosen a purely strength-based Lord Zombie. It should be fairly easy to deal with." Listening to Xixiang's words, Dasuka was at a loss for what to say, But he did not back down because after everything they had been through together, Dasuka considered Chi Xiong more than just a friend. He was like a brother. It might seem strange for a person and a wolf to call each other brothers, but Chi Xiong, Dasuka, and Tax regarded each other as siblings despite being from different species. After chatting with Dasuka for a few moments and telling him their destination, Chi Xiong closed his eyes and spurred the Dan power within him, allowing it to flow. Bo Gu, has he left? This was the 17th time Bing you had asked since Bo Gu and the others set out. Bo Gu replied, yes, Chi Xiong has left. Don't worry, he will be back soon. Okay, at the gathering spot. Hua Yong, Sheng Nan, what do you two intend to do? Hua Yong stood on a man, sneering, and said, Zhuge Lu, do you think I don't know about your dirty little schemes? Today, I'm taking your life. Sidon rode a dragon-like zombie in urgent pursuit. His goal was straightforward. Since he was a game ability user, then why not directly challenge dungeons? Huff huff. Chi Xiong held the head of a slain Lord Zombie, which was the 48th one he had killed in the past 3 months. And the powerful mutated monsters exceeded 30 that he had eliminated. By now, Chi Xiong had honed both his Dan power and the evil fire to the 12th level, a ranking that Chi Xiong could proudly boast about. Chi Xiong smiled as he looked towards Dasuka and Tax, saying, how are you guys doing? Feeling tired yet? Chapter 190. Reunion 2. Dasuka laughed and said, Chi Xiong, we've become much stronger too. Isn't it time we challenged higher-level enemies? Yes, although Chi Xiong and his group had significantly improved their strength during this period, it didn't mean that the zombies hadn't progressed as well. Now, there were zombie lords, which were evolved forms of Lord Zombies. Moreover, the title of Zombie Lord wasn't just based on strength. One needed to have at least 3 or more Lord Zombies under their command to be called a Zombie Lord. Chi Xiong shook his head and said, no, I received news that there will soon be a battle, an anti-zombie lord campaign. It's rumored that this particular zombie lord has 16 Lord Zombies under his command. The survivors fear he will grow too powerful, so some have taken the lead in eliminating him. Many people have already signed up, with probably hundreds of thousands participating. I also plan to go and check it out. Dasuka leaped next to Chi Xiong and asked, why are so many people willing to participate? Fighting a zombie lord is dangerous and not fun. Could it be that they can absorb zombie bodies to boost their own powers? Chi Xiong laughed and said, in humans, there's something called reputation. If someone truly defeats a zombie lord, he would undoubtedly gain great prestige among the survivors. Although it doesn't guarantee leadership, it certainly establishes respectability. Dasuka nodded somewhat understandingly and asked, could you become that person? Chi Xiong grinned and replied, I'm level 52, you're 51, and Tax is 50. This lineup is undeniably strong, but I'm even more curious about what kind of shock Chaedan will bring me. Dasuka laughed and said, that kid Chaedan also has huge potential. Chi Xiong and Dasuka jumped down. Chi Xiong patted Taxok's head and asked, are you tired, Tax? Tax moved and answered, not at all. Chi Xiong nodded and said, all right, let's get moving. Then, Chi Xiong jumped on Tax's back. Nowadays, Chi Xiong rarely rode Dasuka for long journeys because Dasuka's speed no longer required training. However, Tax still had immense growth potential. Although he wasn't great at turning corners, he was very fast in straight lines, running like a small train. Chi Xiong, Tax, and Dasuka rushed northward. Ho ho, Brother Xiong should join this matter, right? It's been 3 months, I really miss him. Under Chetan's feet, the zombie resembling a dragon had grown to over 30 meters tall, with 2 bulging things on its back rising. Chaedan wore a hat while looking towards the north and said, let's go. 2 days later, Chi Xiong saw this bustling city and couldn't help but doubt if this was truly the apocalypse. On the streets, various strangely dressed people walked around, and some didn't even look human, such as the guy who was eating a chicken leg but had a wolf head, and another wearing a cloak whose tentacle peeked out from under it. Of course, this was nothing surprising, as this was how they strengthened themselves. Besides, it wasn't their choice. Along the way, Chi Xiong constantly saw people loudly hawking all sorts of strange items, evidently hoping to make some profit off the plan. Accompanied by the wolf Dasuka and the ox Tax, Chi Xiong continued walking until they reached a quieter place where they found a building. They went upstairs to the first floor and directly kicked the door open, laughing. All right, we'll stay here. Naturally, no one came to address Chi Xiong's violent entry. The town where Chi Xiong arrived was unusually prosperous. Of course, many wanted to make a fortune before the fight or enjoy life to the fullest. Few were as stable as Chi Xiong, finding a place to settle without further movement. Certainly, Chi Xiong wasn't completely unprepared. He was constantly gathering information. 3 days later, on the prearranged date, when everyone gathered in the grand square, Chi Xiong stood alone, appearing quite ordinary and small. Feeling the aura emanating from those around him, Chi Xiong was certain there were indeed skilled individuals among them. However, if anyone wanted to battle him, they would need to rely on ability rather than sheer force since their emanated energies weren't stronger than Chi Xiong's. Even so, Chi Xiong was surprised because these people could still be considered formidable in most regular gathering places, and many of those places didn't even have people of such caliber. From this, it was clear that all the psychics took this event very seriously. Everyone quiet down. A voice echoed from the center, authoritative and penetrating, commanding attention. Unquestionably, the man either was the organizer or closely related. Chi Xiong looked towards the center, where a stage had already been set up. At some point, a middle-aged man dressed in white robes stood upon it. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the crowd and said, my friends, I know your purpose here today is to kill the zombie lord. I also know you all want fame and fortune, to become legends with one decisive battle. Very well, I'll give you that chance. Though I haven't told you where the zombie lord is, surely through your investigations over these few days, most of you have found him by now. And I believe some among us have already understood the strength of this particular zombie lord. So, fighting individually will not work. Only through teamwork can we defeat the zombie lord. Don't you agree? Not many voices responded to the middle-aged man, just a few, probably his subordinates. The middle-aged man showed no sign of embarrassment. After all, those who had survived until now certainly weren't easily swayed by mere words. Thus, he simply coughed lightly before continuing. What I'm about to say is important. This fight could cost your life. Therefore, I have a few requirements. First, don't fight recklessly, fight strategically. We may be strangers unfamiliar with each other, but I believe everyone here has some concept of teamwork. So cooperation should not be an issue for any of you. Second, absolutely no infighting. Lastly, let me remind you, many of us may not return from this mission. Please realistically assess your own abilities, and do not sacrifice yourselves out of fleeting bravado. After delivering his speech, the middle-aged man leaped northward, and the crowd began to move accordingly. Xixiang thought to himself that this man truly lacked leadership skills, or perhaps what he said earlier was merely formalities. At this thought, Xixiang narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint sneer curling on his lips. He then slowly stepped backward, gradually leaving the group behind. Chapter 191, Corpse King, Part 1. The crowd moved in a grand procession. This might be the largest collective activity of psychics since the apocalypse, but no one knew what the outcome would be. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier led the crowd to a place 5 kilometers away. The place where the middle-aged man led the group was the edge of a large pit. It was unknown how deep or wide the pit was, not because it was extremely deep or vast, but because it was filled with purple mist, and no one could see what was inside. It was noon at that moment, and the scorching sun blazed down upon the earth. However, the sunlight seemed to be devoured as it approached, making it impossible to see what was inside. The middle-aged man raised both hands and began practicing Tai Chi slowly. Immediately, unrest spread among those behind him. Hey, old man, did you bring us here just to watch you exercise? Old man, can you actually do this? So many people are waiting for you. If you don't give us an explanation, you'll regret it. Hey, old man, what's down there? Why don't you go down and tell us, huh? Perhaps due to the chaos of the post-apocalypse world, without the usual rules and restraints, these people started mocking him. All kinds of insults emerged from the crowd, but none dared to take physical action. After all, talk was cheap, but violence changed everything. If someone merely criticized, anyone could have said something, but if they acted out, unless everyone else joined, those who initiated violence would face dire consequences. Furthermore, the leader hadn't yet demonstrated his true strength. If anyone attacked prematurely, no one would know what he was truly capable of. People in the post-apocalyptic world weren't foolish. In fact, only those with intelligence or extraordinary power had managed to survive this long. Clearly, that kind of person had not revealed himself yet. The crowd gradually grew restless, and some were ready to leave. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly bellowed and unleashed a chi blast from his hands. Surprisingly, after so much time building it up, the chi blast wasn't just showmanship. As soon as it was released, the purple mist was drawn toward the chi blast, leaving the path clear of any haze. When the chi blast absorbed all the purple mist, it flew back, and the middle-aged man casually caught it. He continued to practice Tai Chi while condensing the chi blast smaller and smaller within his hands. During this time, people took the opportunity to examine the situation inside the pit. This pit wasn't overly large nor small. It was roughly the size of a soccer field, though it wasn't very deep, only about 2 or 3 meters. What shocked everyone, however, was its uncanny circular shape, as if drawn by a compass. Of course, the idea of such a colossal compass was absurd, making it obviously unnatural. The ground inside the pit wasn't as flat as its edges, riddled with craters, countless skeletal remains, and many arms reaching out from the dirt, seemingly trying to crawl out. Once the chi blast was condensed into the size of a ping-pong ball, the middle-aged man stored it in a metal box, and then said, "Ice and fire, start the performance." "Yes, sir." In response to the order, 2 men rushed forward. The one on the left summoned a massive flame dragon which immediately charged ahead, while the one on the right summoned an ice phoenix and dashed forward as well. The fire dragon and the ice phoenix slammed onto the ground, causing an immediate eruption throughout the large pit. A mournful cry echoed, as if countless spirits complained about their grievances. Following that, the corpses on the ground slowly stood up, and the hands emerging from the soil moved, pushing aside the dirt to crawl out. Seeing this scene, no one dared to act. Despite their eagerness to attack, they remembered that in this post-apocalyptic era, no individual's strength could compare to a united force. Teamwork was key. Of course, not everyone agreed with this strategy. Seeing the corpses begin to stir, several dozen people commenced attacking, unleashing colorful, dazzling attacks against the unsteady bodies of the dead. To everyone's dismay, instead of being obliterated by the strikes, the corpses showed absolutely no change and continued attempting to rise. If it was just one corpse unaffected by the attacks, it wouldn't have been too alarming. But when every single corpse remained untouched, it was indeed frightening. Those who recognized their own limitations in power began retreating carefully, planning to escape. "Roar! Who has awakened me, your king? And who dares attack my subjects?" A deep voice resonated, followed by a fist breaking through the earth. That hand grasped the ground firmly and burst forth effortlessly. It should be incredibly difficult to break free from being buried underground. Yet it was accomplished with just one hand, clearly indicating that this was no ordinary human. No, not even an ordinary creature. A towering, muscular man emerged from the soil, but unfortunately, he was a zombie. Nevertheless, everyone instinctively took a step back upon seeing him, as this individual was clearly their objective, the Corpse King. As the Corpse King fully broke free from the ground, a large number of zombies also emerged. Standard zombies were nowhere to be seen. The weakest ones present were enhanced zombies, while mutated zombies were as common as cabbage. There were no fewer than hundreds of commander-level zombies, and the 16 individuals standing behind the Corpse King were likely the 16 Lord-level zombie subordinates. However, it wasn't over yet. Out of the earth came a massive dragon. Yes, a dragon. It wasn't an eastern dragon, but rather a western lizard-like dragon, and more specifically, a bone dragon. Even so, its appearance was terrifying enough. At that moment, fear seized everyone's hearts. Yes, they sought fame and understood the risks involved in pursuing wealth. But this wasn't just risky. It was a certain death. Qi Xiang stood atop a hill 300 meters away, observing the situation through binoculars. He scoffed mockingly. These guys really managed to summon the big guy. Qi Xiang, aren't you going to join in? Seeing Qi Xiang laughing at the other's predicament, Daska couldn't help but ask curiously. Qi Xiang nodded, saying, "All right, I'll go soon." As he spoke, he pulled out a chicken leg and started eating, watching the unfolding events with apparent nonchalance, completely relaxed while the others on the field were tense to the point of breaking. Qi Xiang, those people seem to be in trouble, remarked Tax as he watched both sides face off. Qi Xiang bit into his chicken leg, speaking unclearly through his mouthful. Humph, do you think this is all there is? It's rumored that several prominent mercenary groups and bounty hunter guilds have arrived. How could there only be this many people? Besides, some powerful forces haven't even made their move yet. Chapter 192, Zombie King, Part 2. The zombies began to move, black figures leaping out of the pits and rushing directly toward the crowd. In the crowd, various attacks were hurled at the zombies midair. Qi Xiang noticed that most of these attacks were fire-based. Clearly, flame attacks caused greater damage to the zombies, hence more of them survived. The zombies didn't care about their own strength. They did not hold back. They only thought about how to quickly eliminate their enemies. No, they should be called prey since, for the zombies, all living beings were potential prey. As the battle began, those who hadn't managed to escape had already been forced into combat. In fact, only a few could flee, no more than a dozen, while the rest were drawn into the fight. However, those left behind didn't realize that staying meant they would have to fight to the death. As for those who fled, they weren't as lucky. Qi Xiang didn't linger but instead instructed Tax to wait for him here, then rode Daska in pursuit of the fleeing group. He wanted to give those guys a small lesson about the cost of running. There's another one trying to run. Go. Qi Xiang saw a black-clad figure charging toward him and flipped off Daska with ease. He kicked the man's fist, then executed a spinning kick, sending him flying. Looking at the dozen or so black-clad men and several corpses on the ground, Qi Xiang smirked. Come on, they were just running away. Yet you want to take their lives? That's too cruel, isn't it? Let me guess, you're probably working with that Tai Chi old man, right? The black-clad individuals ignored Qi Xiang and exchanged glances before advancing toward him in unison. Qi Xiang sneered and said, "You're asking for death." Then Qi Xiang and Daska rushed forward, one person taking on 6, a completely effortless massacre. Qi Xiang spat on the ground and cursed. Shit, those bastards threw something foul at me. Dismembering them was way too kind. They got off easy. Daska gave him a side-eyed glance. When those stink bombs hit Qi Xiang earlier, the smell was unbearable. Even after changing clothes, Daska still kept his distance from Qi Xiang. Naturally, the outcome for the black-clad men wasn't good. Their actions angered Qi Xiang, who originally had no intention of killing them, but he now swung his soul-devouring blade, slicing them into pieces as if making dumpling stuffing. This was also why Qi Xiang changed his clothes. When Qi Xiang and Daska returned to Tax, Tax tried to run but was immediately grabbed by Qi Xiang, who pulled on Tax's bulltail and grinned. Old Tax, where are you running off to? Qi Xiang, you fell in a cesspool. It smells terrible. Let me go? I need fresh air. Huh. Hearing this, Daska burst into laughter, while Qi Xiang playfully kicked Tax's rear and scolded. Do you think I like being covered in stink? If it weren't for their stink bombs, would I be like this? Besides, both you and Daska can run. What about me? No, we suffer together. After speaking, Qi Xiang took out a pair of binoculars and looked toward the battlefield, chuckling. Wow, those people are holding up pretty well. There are still hundreds left. Looks like the survivors are all pretty strong. Tax nodded and asked, but Qi Xiang, didn't you say there were other forces? Why haven't they made a move yet? Qi Xiang grinned. Did you see us make a move either? Anyway, can you deal with the smell first? Even if you defeat the Zombie King, a hero who reeks won't look very heroic, will he? Qi Xiang laughed. Don't worry. These stink bombs are likely some sort of chemical element. The devouring flame will handle it. With that, he spread the devouring fire over his entire body, extinguishing it afterward. As predicted, the odor disappeared. Still, it wasn't over yet. Qi Xiang then dramatically pulled 2 nose plugs from his nostrils and exaggeratedly remarked, "Ah, fresh air always smells better. You jerk." Qi Xiang got up from the ground, wiping the blood from his nose and dusting himself off. He glared at Daska and Tax and complained, "Hey, you two were too harsh. And wasn't there an agreement not to hit my face?" Daska rolled his eyes at Qi Xiang and retorted, "Please, who asked you to stink us up deliberately?" Just as Qi Xiang was complaining, something happened on the battlefield. Big Brother 3, isn't it time to let our brothers join in? There aren't many people left here. After the middle-aged man struck a zombie back with one palm, he said, "Don't rush. Although we won't be the last to make a move, neither should we be the first. Let's wait some more." Yes. Chadan was now mixed among the crowd, watching as zombies kept rushing forward. Chadan knew he had been deceived today, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to gain more experience and level up further. Otherwise, when he next saw Qi Xiong, he might fall even further behind in strength. Moreover, if Chadan wished to leave, not even the Zombie King could guarantee that he would keep him here with absolute certainty. The Zombie King jumped onto the head of the ancient dragon after slaughtering dozens of people. He roared, "Go, my people. Kill them all. Devour their blood and flesh." Roar. These words from the Zombie King were incredibly inspiring. No, uplifting for the undead hearts. Under his incitement, the zombies were like they had taken a stimulant, and their combat effectiveness rose dramatically. Of course, this only applied to the enhanced level zombies. But remember, there were over 1,000 enhanced zombies here. Some of them were now on par with the mutated zombies, and this was certainly no small matter. If a game player with abilities were to check the status of these enhanced zombies, they would discover that each enhanced zombie bore a buff called Zombie King's Encouragement. Chadan killed 2 enhanced zombies and then shouted, "Summon." By now, Chadan had acquired quite a few skills. His professional skills remained just the original 3. However, he had gained a good number of skill points but had been delaying adding points. It was unclear what he was waiting for, but regardless of the reason, his summon pet limit hadn't broken through yet. The flame zombie now looked almost like a fire elemental. Standing there, it was like a fiery figure. Chapter 193, Zombie King, Part 3. Although the flame zombie had reached the level of a lord zombie, he was not one, because to be considered a lord zombie required control over a specific territory. However, neither the flame zombie nor the horde led by Chadan had claimed any such territory. Thus, Chadan's zombies pursued a different evolutionary path, and at the moment, the flame zombie held the rank of a lone zombie. As soon as the flame zombie appeared, he delivered a fiery punch that struck another zombie squarely in the face. The hit sent the zombie flying backward, with its nose bone collapsing inward, and flames erupting from its face, and quickly spreading across its entire body. Chadan didn't rush to summon more zombies. He simply summoned the flame zombie. Even so, the mere appearance of a lone zombie immediately prevented other zombies from closing in on Chadan. This situation persisted until a lord zombie became aware of the commotion and rushed over to intervene. This lord zombie was similar to the previous Daozhan. Both were clad in full armor. But while Daozhan wielded a large cleaver, this one swung a spiked club. When the club came down towards the flame zombie, Chadan responded instantly with a shadow moon slash, deflecting the club before leaping forward. With his left leg raised, Chadan aimed a powerful kick straight at the chest of the lord zombie. The instant Chadan's foot connected, it glowed ominously with a dark red hue. As Chadan's kick impacted the lord zombie's chest, a matching dark red mark appeared. Explode. At Chadan's low command, the mark burst violently, blasting the lord zombie backwards and tearing an opening in his chest plate, which now hung useless. This ability was Chadan's enhanced version of the explosion technique. It could now be triggered by other parts of the body, and if the mark remained within 500 meters for up to 5 minutes, Chadan could still detonate it manually. However, exceeding either range or time would cause the mark to explode automatically. The lord zombie got back up, unmoved by pain as a zombie, yet irate due to Chadan's provocation. His spiked club had gone astray during the fight, but he no longer bothered retrieving it, opting instead to charge Chadan with fists swinging. Previously, Chadan had only stepped in briefly to protect the weaponless flame zombie. How could one expect the latter to fight effectively using bare fists against a heavy weapon like the spiked club? Or perhaps a dodge followed by a quick uppercut? Now though, Chadan wasn't necessary. After all, Chadan was not a warrior but a summoner. Why should a capable summoner resort to personal combat when he could overwhelm the enemy through waves of summoned creatures? Though Chadan hadn't achieved such mastery, his underlings consisted of elite troops, making direct intervention almost unnecessary. Flame Zombie charged forward, exchanging blows with the Lord Zombie before landing a strong kick to his chest. A Lord Zombie excelled at amplifying zombies within their domain, whereas a lone zombie specialized in single combat abilities. Thus, in group battles, the lone zombie suffered, whereas in one-on-one duels, the Lord Zombie would falter. Observing the Flame Zombie engaging with the Lord Zombie, Chadan showed no concern, instead taking the Frostblade and walking towards a mutated zombie. Looks like they can't hold back anymore. Time to act. On the hilltop, Qi Xiong stood holding binoculars, watching 3 groups of people approaching the battlefield, thoroughly entertained by the impending chaos. Nearby, Dasuka and Taku's lay resting. It was evident these groups were organized, though not wearing uniforms. Each member sported colored armbands or headbands. Those with yellow bands around their arms belonged to the Bounty Hunters Guild. The ones with white headbands were from the Wolfpack Guild, while those marked with black cloth baffled Chadan. He gave up trying to figure out their allegiance. At this moment, the Zombie King demonstrated his true might. Coordinating with the Bone Dragon, he mercilessly eliminated numerous powerful fighters among the intruding group. In particular, the initial middle-aged leader had now drawn the attention of the Zombie King and was being forced into constant retreat alongside his followers. A Zombie King and a Lord Zombie were vastly different levels of power. While the latter typically ruled a city, the former commanded multiple Lord Zombies. To subjugate just one might be a stroke of luck, but to control several indicated real strength. Clearly, this Zombie King possessed that skill. Qi Xiang watched as the group with black cloth bindings joined the middle-aged man to attack the zombie king, but Qi Xiang wasn't focused on the intense battle. All he saw was the one-sided slaughter inflicted by the zombie king and the bone dragon against their foes. This was expected though, because both the zombie king and the bone dragon were over level 50, while most of these people hovered around levels 30 or 40. Some might argue that in certain games players use items to defeat monsters above their level, but even though that's possible here too, they simply lacked such powerful items. Climbing levels through superior gear remains just a dream. Qi Xiang whistled lightly and said, "Hey, Dasuka, Takus, how long do you two plan to rest? It's time to act." Dasuka and Takus stood up from the ground. Dasuka grinned and said, "Haha, finally we can act. If I don't get my chance soon, I'll go crazy. Let me tell you, that bone dragon is mine. No one else is allowed to fight it." Qi Xiang chuckled softly and said, "All right, Takus, since he insists on being showy, let him be. We'll stick to handling the zombie king properly." As they spoke, Qi Xiang mounted Takus and said, "Let's go charge." Man and beast sped down the hill at lightning speed, kicking up clouds of dust. When they were about to arrive, some zombies tried to intercept them. But Qi Xiang and Dasuka didn't bother lifting a finger. Takus alone could handle everything with ease. His method was simple, earth spikes. Among these psychics were also those who possessed earth element powers, and one used earth spikes as well. However, compared to Taku's abilities, his was utterly amateurish. The psychic's earth spike barely left a mark on the mutated zombies and only worked without any enhancements. What's worse, he could only summon one spike at a time. In contrast, Taku's kept generating earth spikes while advancing forward. Dozens of them burst forth from the ground, ripping open massive holes in the bellies of the zombies. Chapter 194, Corpse King, Part 4. With Tax leading the way, it was simply a divine tool. They didn't even give Qi Xiang and the others any time to pause before rushing straight into battle. Qi Xiang, Dasuka, and Tax, this one man and two beasts, once they entered the battlefield, it was like lambs entering a tiger's lair. Not even a core commander-level zombie could survive more than a minute under these three guys. As for enhanced zombies and mutated zombies, those were just cannon fodder. Perhaps some zombies using their special abilities could last a little longer, but what did that matter? In the face of absolute power, all resistance was futile. With the addition of Qi Xiang's trio, they quickly became the most powerful combat force on the entire field. The inclusion of the two guilds and another group of unknown forces Qi Xiang had no knowledge of only barely matched Qi Xiang's team in fighting strength. Of course, when I say match, I mean the combined fighting force of Qi Xiang, Dasuka, and Tax matches any single group among those three factions, not all of them. After all, one of their groups alone already numbered over 100 highly capable members. Even if Qi Xiang were stronger, he couldn't match all of them. Qi Xiang hacked his way forward with every swing of his blade, moving toward Che Dan. He moved at incredible speed. It felt like cutting through tangled hemp. Within just a few minutes, they had already reached Che Dan's side. This wasn't slow by any means, because Che Dan was positioned relatively far forward and in the center, so there was quite a distance between them. Moreover, the further inside, the stronger the zombies became. So even though Qi Xiang was amazing, he still couldn't move so swiftly unless he could fly. But reality dictated that Qi Xiang couldn't fly. Roar. The Corpse King, who had been continuously attacked, unleashed a roar filled with rage. His body was covered with wounds, none fatal. But as the Corpse King, he too had dignity. Having been beaten this way by a bunch of weaker opponents, the Corpse King was furious. With this roar, not only did the attacks from all zombies strengthen, but an abnormal occurrence also came from that giant pit. A mournful wail emanated from the pit as countless zombies crawled out, startling anyone near. Because the zombies kept emerging endlessly, it was clear this wouldn't stop anytime soon. And their appearances weren't those of enhanced zombies. Enhanced zombies might have more strength, but they still looked like reanimated corpses. These zombies had distinct features, but one thing their appearances signified was that they were at least at the level of mutated zombies, or higher. Even though everyone present was among the elite from the Chinese region, including some foreigners, such overwhelming numbers of zombies, all at least mutated level or above, posed a serious threat. But the surprises didn't end there. After a full half-minute of continuous zombies emerging, the activity in the pit finally ceased, appearing momentarily calm again. However, after the final mutated zombie left the area around the pit, movement resumed. This time, three massive creatures emerged from the pit: a mammoth, a giant python, and a giant turtle. What's more, these three creatures were not zombies. They possessed vital energy and were living beings. Each creature stood as tall as a 3-story building. Even the bone dragon under the command of the Corpse King was smaller than them. When Qi Xiang saw these three massive creatures appear, he didn't even have time to greet Che Dan before rushing forward. Alongside him, two other individuals rushed ahead simultaneously. These two people were famous not only within the Chinese region, but worldwide. They were none other than the leaders of the two largest guilds in the Chinese region, the Wolfpack Guild's Yi Guqing and the Bounty Hunters Guild's Wang Baiwan. Yes, the leader of the Bounty Hunters Guild is indeed named Wang Baiwan. Most people hearing this name would probably laugh, but Wang Baiwan's prowess is truly remarkable. After all, anyone who could establish a major guild within China couldn't possibly be a pushover. Qi Xiang watched as one headed for the mammoth while the other charged toward the giant turtle. With no choice, Qi Xiang immediately targeted the giant python. On second thought, Qi Xiang remained rather calm, as he had faced a giant python before. Yi Guqing wielded a large sword, swinging it directly at the mammoth. The mammoth retaliated by using its enormous tusks, but unfortunately for it, while its strength and size were impressive, its bulk was its weakness. Yi Guqing seized the tusks, climbing up them toward the mammoth. Wang Baiwan's ability was metal control, and he retrieved dozens of iron rods from his storage space, directing them toward the giant turtle. Unfazed by the metal rods, the turtle responded by bracing itself with its sturdy shell. The sound of metal clanging against metal rang out, and cracks appeared on the giant turtle's shell, not just one but many. A total of 47 iron rods had pierced through the giant turtle, creating 47 holes and leaving those terrifying-looking cracks. However, Wang Baiwan's attack was not over yet. He then controlled the iron rods to spin at high speed. This is why ordinary iron rods could cause such great damage to the giant turtle. Yi Guqing's assault was even more lethal than Wang Baiwan's. He swung his long sword directly at the mammoth's eyes, then shockingly pulled out the mammoth's left eye before charging straight into the empty socket toward the mammoth's brain. Staring at the constantly flickering tongue of the giant python, Qi Xiang retracted his soul-devouring knife, then grabbed at nothing. Purple flames slowly ignited, and purple lightning suddenly crackled. In Qi Xiang's hands, two dark purple blades gradually formed. This was a new skill that Qi Xiang had learned recently, shadow blades. When used with the soul-devouring knife, this move became an instant attack. However, to coalesce it into a meter-long blade still required manual manipulation. Moreover, although it took more than 20 seconds, its power could not be denied as immense. The giant python stared at Qi Xiang standing there motionlessly, flicked its tongue, and lunged forward. Its enormous mouth opened wide, and Qi Xiang was barely even large enough to fill one of its gaps between teeth. Go! As Qi Xiang's voice rang out, the two shadow blades shot out one after another. One headed for the giant python's mouth while the other aimed directly at its most vulnerable spot, the 7-inch mark. Although the giant python sensed the danger posed by the shadow blades, it couldn't escape. Blood splattered everywhere. The python's mouth was split into two halves, and its body was severed at the 7-inch mark. At the same moment, the sounds of the mammoth and the giant turtle echoed, their cries exceptionally pitiful. Qi Xiang didn't rush back into battle, but directly stored the python in his personal storage space. With the withdrawal orders for himself bought through his props, Qi Xiang wasn't about to let this giant python go to waste. It carried many treasures worth exploring. Chapter 195, Dark Summoner, Part 1. Qi Xiang's eyes darted around furtively, like a thief's, focusing on the mammoth and giant turtle. As soon as Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan left, Qi Xiang dashed over without any hesitation, pocketing them all for himself. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to this side. Otherwise, Qi Xiang would have certainly become famous. A headline from the news party might read like this. A mighty individual can be so petty. The prey of the president of Wolfpack Guild and the president of Bounty Guild were shamelessly taken. Chaidan remained calm as he defended against the attacks of 3 mutated zombies while slowly moving towards Daskar and Tax. It was inevitable. Those two were performing too outstandingly for Chaidan not to notice them. By now, Qi Xiang had already retrieved all the spoils of war. Of course, 2 out of these 3 spoils belonged to others, but whether he would return them or not was uncertain. Qi Xiang rushed forward with a powerful kick, cutting down a mutated zombie in one slash. Standing firmly on the ground, he surveyed the battlefield. At this moment, there were still more than 2,000 psychics combined, but the zombies numbered at least 4,000, all elites. Although the remaining psychics on this side were also elites, even heroes struggle against overwhelming odds. With an average of 2-on-1 battles, the psychics could hardly handle the situation. People like Qi Xiang and Chaidan were rare. Calling them freaks wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, most of the psychics still hovered between levels 30 and 40. Even among the elites of Wolfpack and Bounty Guild, those above level 45 were few and far between, let alone the hastily gathered teams. Although there are talented individuals among the general populace, nurturing true talent requires significant resources. In ancient times, an ordinary person could potentially become a martial arts expert through their efforts and talents. But what if such talent and effort were supplemented by a powerful sect? Cultivation methods, celestial treasures, these things might not necessarily guarantee the creation of a great master. But if one truly possesses the right talent, they could undoubtedly save a person much time and detours. The current situation is this. If you're just one or a few people, you may survive, but it will be hard to become an elite since you lack the manpower and resources to challenge higher-level foes. This is akin to gaming. Under normal circumstances, even if developers lower difficulty levels, an average player could only defeat monsters 5 levels higher than themselves, with diminishing gaps as the game progresses. However, for R&B players who possess top-notch equipment and teammates, what may take others an entire quest's worth of experience could amount to merely one instance run, while still gaining substantial amounts of experience. At present, the members of Wolfpack and Bounty Guild were the main force on the battlefield, leading the psychics in continuously resisting the zombies. Meanwhile, the black-clothed individuals had joined the middle-aged man to restrain the zombie king. This seemed fair at first glance, but it wasn't really. Everyone wanted to fight the zombie king because the ultimate goal was to kill him and achieve fame and fortune. No one remembers how many enhanced, mutated, commanding, or even lord-level zombies you killed during the battle. No matter how many you killed, your glory will ultimately be overshadowed by the person who kills the zombie king. Even though both Wolfpack and Bounty Guild wanted to engage the zombie king, they couldn't afford to do so. Without anyone restraining the other zombies, even if they succeeded in killing the zombie king, almost all the psychics would die. And without psychics, Guilds would lose their very purpose for existence since their roles include forming parties to fight monsters and accepting missions. The real mission givers are those survivors with relatively decent power. As for the black-clothed ones, they probably saw through this fact. Hence, they brazenly claimed the rights to fight the zombie king, unbothered about retaliation from the other guilds until after they've gained the benefits. Beside the zombie king, a man asked the middle-aged man called Third Brother. Third Brother, should we start the final assault? The middle-aged man known as Third Brother blocked the zombie king's attack with a punch and replied, "No, don't rush it. Let's continue fighting for a bit longer and allow them to deplete more of the zombies." On the battlefield, Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan regrouped together. Ma Baiwan said, "Hey, Yi Guqing, why aren't you going to fight the zombie king? If you succeed, you'll achieve everlasting fame." Yi Guqing snorted coldly and replied, "If it's that easy, why don't you go?" Wang Baiwan gave a soft laugh and didn't say anything. But both of them knew that the group of people tied with black cloth were absolutely stronger overall. Whether it was the Wolfpack Guild or the Bounty Guild, neither would want to offend them. The two guilds might have fully cooperated in their mission, but could they truly? The distribution of the zombie king's spoils and the battle losses weren't things that could be decided in just a moment or two. Moreover, those currently present were the more elite members of the two big guilds, so if anything happened, the most severe outcome for the two major guilds might even be total annihilation. This kind of loss was something no one could bear. Among the crowd, an obscure person suddenly unleashed a powerful fighting strength. This was a cloaked figure with a large hat that completely obscured his face, making it impossible for anyone to discern his features. However, what was truly alarming about this person was that previously, no one had noticed him at all. If someone had been paying attention, they would have noticed that this individual hadn't attacked. He had merely stood there quietly. Strangely enough, not a single zombie had gone near him, even turning away as they approached. Now, however, he was about to become one of the brightest stars on the battlefield. "Creatures of darkness, hear my command. Kill." The voice of this person was indistinguishable as male or female, but that wasn't the key point. The key point was that, in an instant, over 1,000 six-pointed stars appeared across the entire field. These stars seemed pre-programmed, as each one was beside a zombie. And from within these six-pointed stars emerged different sounds. Although every sound was different, they shared one commonality. They instilled fear into anyone who heard them. If someone were asked to describe these sounds, they might say it felt like bone-chilling terror emanating from these voices. The person producing these sounds seemed forever trapped in a sunless, hellish existence, carrying immense resentment. At this moment, the monstrous roars of the zombies, along with the explosions and metallic clashing from the psychic abilities of their attackers, were completely overshadowed by these fearsome sounds. The battlefield now resembled hell itself. Chapter 196, The Dark Summoner, Part 2. Not only were the psychics startled by the sound, but even the zombies paused momentarily upon hearing it. Zombies, who are generally incapable of fear, reacted in such a way that demonstrated how terrifying this sound truly was. Qixiang furrowed his brow slightly and scanned the battlefield. He quickly noticed a figure dressed in a cloak, not because Qixiang's eyesight was particularly sharp, but because the brilliant light emanating from the individual was simply too dazzling to miss. Purple is usually a color akin to black, not at all glaring. However, when the dark purple radiance grew so blinding, there was no way for it to go unnoticed. Roar! A multitude of creatures emerged from various magical formations. They all had grotesque appearances, indescribable shapes that left their identities unclear. However, one common trait they shared was their fierce appearance. So much so that even the least intimidating among them would cause terror if seen in human society. As for the others, they were far worse. The moment these creatures appeared, all the zombies on the field, regardless of their ugliness, showed remarkable power. Even top-tier zombie leaders could hold their ground against them. Qixiang observed that these monsters matched their opponent's strength nearly perfectly. It became clear that this summoner could precisely control which enemies his summoned beasts would face. Such skill was beyond most people, considering there were over 1,000 zombies present, let alone selecting the appropriate targets for each beast. Merely controlling such an enormous group of creatures was enough to intimidate anyone. Qixiang looked at the shifting balance of the battle, marveled internally at the summoner's immense power, and then began walking toward the zombie king. Qixiang wasn't the only one moving in this direction. Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan were also heading towards the same target. After all, their mission this time was to kill the zombie king. They had previously refrained from acting due to concerns about the casualties of humans, but now that the summoner had intervened and mitigated the crisis, what reason did the two guild masters have not to act? The middle-aged man referred to as Third Brother said, "People are coming. 3 of them, Yi Guqing, Wang Baiwan, and an unfamiliar person. His power isn't weak either. Focus fire on the zombie king. If necessary, stop them from seizing the zombie king at any cost." Yes. As Qixiang observed the two adversaries before him, he chuckled coldly. "Are you ready to kill your own kind just for reputation?" They exchanged glances and immediately rushed towards Qixiang without uttering a word. They unleashed their strongest fighting force against him without hesitation. "Overestimating yourselves." After saying those 4 words, Qixiang fired 2 beams of light from his hands and resumed walking toward the zombie king. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals stopped mid-step. As Qixiang passed them, blood gushed out, revealing that they'd been cut cleanly in half through their torsos. Surprisingly, their faces still bore expressions frozen in the moment they attacked Qixiang. Killing someone was easy. However, killing someone instantly and ensuring they feel absolutely no pain, That was a matter of great skill. Wang Baiwan wasn't as composed as Qi Xiang. He directly threw an iron rod, piercing the hearts of the two men blocking his path, while Yi Guqing used a swift sword technique to swiftly dispatch his foes, and then moved on. Seeing the two figures pass by, Qi Xiang remained calm. After all, it was impossible for the Zombie King to be slain instantly. There was no rush. So, he leisurely made his way toward the Zombie King. Though third brother hadn't turned around, he could already sense the failure of his subordinates. He suspected he couldn't stop Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan, but never imagined they couldn't be delayed even for a second. What's more, the third, unfamiliar youth, displayed powers equivalent to theirs, and it wasn't clear whether he'd used his full strength. This revelation forced third brother to reconsider his strategy. This trip was led solely by third brother because his two elder brothers had gone abroad to discuss a critical genetic serum deal. This transaction was crucial and allowed no missteps, hence his leadership for this mission. Yet events had unfolded differently than expected. Initially, third brother thought the independent psychics wouldn't be much of a challenge despite being strong. But their powers completely surpassed his predictions. Some weren't just strong, they were stronger than him. Facing Yi Guqing, Wang Baiwan, and a mysterious third individual whose true abilities were unknown, third brother reflected deeply. At this moment, Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan had already rushed to the Zombie King. They unleashed their strongest attacks right away, forcing the Zombie King to retreat 7 or 8 meters. Then, they created a wall using their abilities to isolate everyone else, leaving just the two of them to deal with the Zombie King. Third brother looked at the wall in front of him. Wang Baiwan's was made of compressed metal, so dense that even he couldn't guarantee breaking it within a short time. And behind it was Yi Guqing's wall made of sword energy. Anyone who tried to break through would be torn apart by its sharpness unless they had absolute strength. Qi Xiang walked over with his hands in his pockets, then focused his Dan force on the soles of his feet and kicked powerfully. Suddenly, Wang Baiwan's wall collapsed. Qi Xiang then activated his swallowing whirlwind, which collided directly with Yi Guqing's sword energy. In less than 10 seconds, the two walls third brother considered insurmountable barriers were now broken through by Qi Xiang. As Qi Xiang walked slowly, the man who had been communicating with third brother approached and asked, "Third brother, are we going to try again?" Third brother shook his head and said, "We've reached a level beyond our capabilities. Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan are difficult enough to handle already. That young man's strength is far beyond what we can match. Not even Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan could definitely beat him. Even if my elder brother were here, I wouldn't dare guarantee we could defeat the Zombie King. Fine, let the brothers go kill some zombies to make up for our losses. This trip truly has cost us dearly." Seeing their resignation, the man didn't hesitate and gave orders accordingly. Although Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan sensed that their barriers had been breached, they did not look back because they were under immense pressure themselves. Without experiencing it firsthand, they might never have fully imagined the power of the Zombie King. Even though zombies feel no pain and do not tire, after such a long battle, the Zombie King must have sustained some injuries. Yet, it still fought the two of them with ease, showcasing its true strength. Chapter 197 The Canyon, Part 1. Qi Xiang, holding the soul-devouring knife, strode forward and swung at the Zombie King. The Zombie King had been fighting Yi Guqing, but Qi Xiang's slash struck it squarely on its back, sending it stumbling forward. Yi Guqing seized the opportunity and plunged his sword into the Zombie King's chest, leaving a large gaping hole. As for Wang Baiwan, he unleashed a barrage of arrows. Dozens of iron rods pierced towards the Zombie King. Roar! The Zombie King roared in anger, shaking off the incoming iron rods and pushing Yi Guqing back several steps. Then the Zombie King planted its left hand on the ground, spinning around with a powerful kick aimed directly at Qi Xiang's head. Qi Xiang let out a cold snort, and with both arms, he braced to intercept the strike. Although legs are undoubtedly stronger than arms and more resilient than forearms, Qi Xiang clearly understood this, yet still met the attack head-on without any sign of discomfort. Qi Xiang blocked the Zombie King's spin kick, then grinned maliciously, kicking forward and landing a blow right on the Zombie King's stomach, causing it to fly backward with its abdomen visibly caving in. Qi Xiang smirked, took out a cigarette, lit it, and leisurely drew in a puff before exhaling smoke. He glanced at Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan. Despite their attention being fixed on him, Qi Xiang didn't feel an ounce of pressure. He simply chuckled, cigarette dangling from his lips as he sauntered toward the Zombie King. Unaware that Qi Xiang was trying to appear cool, and disregarding whether or not it was an act, the Zombie King leapt from the ground and delivered a punch straight at Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang snorted again, raising his left leg to meet the Zombie King's fist. Immediately after, Qi Xiang unleashed a shadow slash, severing the front left leg of the bone dragon charging towards him. With the Zombie King driven back by his assault and the one-legged bone dragon lying defeated, Qi Xiang took another drag on his cigarette but didn't rush to finish them off. Instead, he retrieved a small mirror and comb and began leisurely grooming his hair. As he brushed his hair, Qi Xiang muttered under his breath, "Wow, such violence. Look what you did to my hairstyle." Ha ha ha. Seeing Qi Xiang behave like this, Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan were flooded with incredulity. Such a formidable individual presented in such an unexpected manner, it was inconceivable. Did power truly have little connection to personality? Clearly, no matter how much Wang Baiwan craved wealth, his demeanor remained far superior to Qi Xiang's. Even though Qi Xiang had already demonstrated his strength, proving himself not to be a simpleton, his behavior left Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan utterly flabbergasted. "Hey, Qi Xiang, time to wrap things up, stop putting on a show." When even Daska nearby felt compelled to offer advice upon reaching Qi Xiang, he responded with a simple, "Oh," stowing away his mirror and comb, taking a final drag from his cigarette before flicking it onto the ground. He said, "Leave the bone dragon to you. The zombie king is my responsibility." Having concluded his assignment, Qi Xiang dashed ahead, withdrawing the soul-devouring knife and retrieving the holy light spear. Using the spear as a whip, he struck the rushing zombie king, knocking it to the ground. Then he pinned it down by thrusting the spear tip into its right shoulder. As Qi Xiang gazed at the prostrate zombie king, he waved his left hand, conjuring a strand of white light that bound it securely. By now, Qi Xiang's skill with Dantian energy was highly refined, having employed this binding technique countless times. After tying up the zombie king, Qi Xiang sat on the ground, cigarette in hand, saying, "Zombie king, why do you go so high? What exactly do you gain from climbing so high? Do you eat Tang Monk's flesh? TSK, I really can't comprehend your reasoning. Why not just remain an ordinary zombie and die quickly for some peace? You wouldn't understand as zombies. We zombies don't have the right to decide our own fates." The raspy voice of the zombie king echoed out. Qi Xiang looked at the zombie king and laughed. "Ho ho, who would have thought you'd spout something so philosophical, but no amount of wisdom matters now. Here's a chance, grow stronger next time. You, as you are now, aren't even worth me killing." Saying this, Qi Xiang withdrew the holy light spear and dissolved the ropes formed by Dantian energy into thin air. "Go ahead and leave." Rising from the ground, the zombie king didn't immediately lunge at Qi Xiang. Instead, it stared deeply into his face, as if trying to memorize it. Watching Qi Xiang calmly smoking while sitting on the ground, and seeing the zombie king just standing still staring at Qi Xiang, Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan did not know what had happened, so they dared not rush forward. One reason was that they feared a last-ditch counterattack from the zombie king, and another was that they didn't want Qi Xiang to think they were there to grab the zombie king. They had already been intimidated by Qi Xiang's strength earlier. Neither wanted to suffer an injury or break an arm or leg. After looking at Qi Xiang for a while, the zombie king said nothing and directly departed towards the distance. Seeing the fleeing zombie king, Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan immediately pursued it without hesitation. But at this moment, Qi Xiang stood up from the ground, dusted off the dirt from his rear, then extended his holy light spear horizontally to block their way. "Hey presidents, what's the hurry?" Wang Baiwan looked at Qi Xiang and said, "Brother, the zombie king is running away. Surely you don't intend to let him recover and wreak havoc again." Qi Xiang laughed at Wang Baiwan's serious expression, saying, "Haha, are you joking? If the zombie king runs away, how many more zombie kings do you think will emerge later? One zombie king has already made all of you die here. Do you think you can defeat multiple zombie kings? This one I let go will be the one I kill, and it's none of your business. If you want to try my spear, I don't mind. Anyway, you two can't beat me." Hehehe. Though Qi Xiang's words initially carried a lot of authority, his last sentence was very ostentatious. Yi Guqing and Wang Baiwan were suppressing their anger inside, thinking, "Even if we cannot fight you, you didn't have to state it so bluntly." Yi Guqing sniffed, turned around, and left in large strides. However, Wang Baiwan approached with a smile, his demeanor completely different from before. Seeing Wang Baiwan's behavior, Qi Xiang took a step back and said, "What are you doing? I'm not interested in men." Wang Baiwan smiled and said, "Brother, don't be like that. Tell me, do you want money, items, or women? Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Just let me go kill that zombie king, okay?" Chapter 198 The Canyon 2. Qi Xiang smiled and said, "Good, I'm also doing it for money. This is the apocalypse. I don't need to risk my life, do I? Give me your bounty guild, and I'll let you go immediately." Upon hearing this, Wang Baiwan couldn't help but be greatly shocked, but he still forced a smile and said with laughter, "Brother Qi Xiang, will your big request not burst you?" Qi Xiang smiled, didn't say anything, but instead sat cross-legged. At this time, Daska, who was battling with the bone dragon, returned as well. The bone dragon had already gone off with the necromancer. Looking at Daska beside him, Qi Xiang smiled and said, "Daska, does the bone of that bone dragon taste good?" After hearing what Qi Xiang said, Daska replied with an expressionless face, "Qi Xiang, I am a wolf, not a dog. I eat meat, not bones, understand? By the way, who is this guy?" Well, the president of the bounty guild being ignored by these two was one thing, but when Daska finally paid attention, he directly referred to Wang Baiwan as this guy. However, Wang Baiwan's patience up until now was indeed impressive. Seeing that Qi Xiang had no intention of letting him pass, Wang Baiwan turned around and also intended to gain something in the end, while Qi Xiang just sat there, chatting idly with Daska. Half an hour later, this battle finally ended. This was the survivor's first organized kill of a necromancer. Though it could not be called a failure, it could not be considered a success either. Not a failure because all the necromancer's subordinates except for the bone dragon were dead, none survived. Not successful because the necromancer escaped. Seeing the end of the battle, Qi Xiang stood up, stretched his body, patted the dirt off his butt, and smiled. "Daska, let's go. It's time for me to play my part." The psychics limped away into the distance. Their entire bodies were battered and bruised, but since each of them had their own detox method, zombie poison wasn't a big problem for them. This battle was brutal. Several Lord Zombies had died, and countless others of lower ranks. On the psychic side, they lost nearly 2,000 people, including many elite fighters. When most of the psychics had left, Qi Xiang walked towards Che Dan. "Xiang brother, you've become even stronger." Qi Xiang chuckled and said, "Don't mention me. I think your power has increased too. Even if I encountered that flame zombie, it wouldn't be a pleasant fight." Che Dan smiled and pointed at the summoner nearby, and said, Xiang brother, look, there's a person who hasn't left yet. Qi Xiang said, he hasn't left? That's fine. It won't interfere with my work. Saying that, Qi Xiang activated the devouring whirlwind and began cleaning up. Seeing how Qi Xiang's flames devoured the zombies on the ground, the summoner couldn't hold himself back any longer, so he stepped forward and said, Friend, please leave some zombies for me to refine. I've lost a lot too, and burning them won't benefit you anyway. Qi Xiang glanced at him and did not stop his action, saying, Oh, then give me a reason, will you? No reason. Seeing such a naive summoner, Qi Xiang felt nothing more to say, thus said, All right, then we'll depend on our own skills, and started walking toward the next area. After seeing this, the summoner guessed that Qi Xiang must have some benefit from this and decided not to shamelessly ask for the corpses anymore, but took out a pen and peacefully refined the zombies. Neither Che Dan, Daska nor Teeks stopped the summoner. They knew Qi Xiang's speed, and if Qi Xiang really didn't want him to take the bodies, he would probably have chased him away long ago. Half an hour later, Qi Xiang had finished dealing with all the zombies, while the summoner had only refined 13 zombies, though all of them were high-ranking ones, not due to preference, but because Qi Xiang wouldn't allow him to lord zombies. Qi Xiang stood there, quietly adjusting his breathing, while the summoner, seeing no more zombies around, summoned his steed and left towards the distance. Che Dan, Daska, and Teeks were sitting together, chatting. Friends reunited. Che Dan even pulled out a few bottles of good wine. Seeing Che Dan had already consumed half a bottle of alcohol, Qi Xiang frowned slightly and said, Dan, do you always drink like this? Che Dan looked at Qi Xiang, chuckled and said, Isn't it because I'm happy seeing all of you today? Qi Xiang shook his head and said, Alcohol can numb you. All right, Daska, Teeks, it's time for us to leave. As soon as Qi Xiang said they were leaving, Che Dan quickly discarded the wine bottle and stood up. Leave? Where are you going? I want to go too. Qi Xiang shook his head and said, Dan, you're not strong enough yet. When one day you're strong enough and astute enough, I'll naturally bring you along. Qi Dan sneered and said, TCH, as if I was eager to go with you. By the way, Qi Dan, have you visited your parents? Qi Dan nodded and said, I did, and I paid my respects to your parents and Bo's too. Phew, that's good. Well, I'm off. These two big guys were dragging their feet so much when parting ways that even if someone said they weren't gay friends, who would believe it? But this is what brothers are like, right? Qi Xiang and Daska traveled south. Their target was the small island from before. Now, they were going to rescue Baihu. Back then, Baihu had been infected by Qi Xiang's pill energy, gaining new life. But due to Qi Xiang's negligence, Baihu turned into a zombie again. All of this was caused by Qi Xiang. At least that's what he thought. And now, Qi Xiang intended to take responsibility for it. In a southern village, Xiaobo, the results of the battle are out. The Corpse King and his mount ran away, but all of his subordinates were wiped out. However, according to Wang Baiwan, the president of the Bounty Guild, and Yi Guochang, the president of the Wolfpack Guild, there was a powerful individual. He first killed several of the Corpse King's strong subordinates, then severely wounded the Corpse King himself. It could have ended in capturing the Corpse King, but he let him escape. This person has a purple skull cleaver and a golden spear. Bo stroked his newly grown beard and laughed. Qi Xiang really went then, though I wonder if Qi Dan went or not. Deshu said, I guess Qi Dan probably went as well. They need to grow through battles. As for us, we found a little village and settled down peacefully, but my materials are almost gone. Bo laughed, haha, got it. I should try out my new barrier too. It seems that Xiaoyang and Bingyue also developed new moves. Just right to test them out. Hee, next time I see Qi Xiang, I will show him how powerful I've become. Chapter 199 Canyon 3. Daska, stop for a moment. Qi Xiang halted Daska, jumping off and gazing at the canyon not far from him. Water was rushing violently inside. Qi Xiang looked at Daska and said, Daska, can you jump down there? Jump down there? For what? Qi Xiang gave Daska a look and replied irritably, Forget it. We're looking for Baihu. It's an island, so are you going to swim, or am I? We need something aquatic to get over. Daska responded with an, oh, and said, Jumping down is no problem, but you'll need to find a foothold first. Qi Xiang nodded, releasing Taxis and said with a grin, Old Ta, you're going to have your hands full soon, hee. Daska leaped down, and Taxis began continuously forming clumps of earth to give Daska some footholds. Within just a dozen seconds, Daska had descended onto the water's surface. Qi Xiang jumped off Daska, said wait for me, and then plunged into the water. Holding the water-repelling pearl obtained previously, Qi Xiang took out his Holy Light Spear. Qi Xiang's Holy Light Spear had evolved from a trident, and now underwater, Qi Xiang did not hesitate to choose the Holy Light Spear. The water here was very turbid, and the current flowed quickly. If it were an ordinary person, they would surely be swept away immediately. But Qi Xiang wouldn't be, thanks to the water-repelling pearl. Not only was Qi Xiang not swept away, he also faced zero interference. More importantly, in the turbid water, Qi Xiang's vision made it look like a clear water pool. This was the miraculous effect of the water-repelling pearl. Extending his consciousness outwards, he scanned the area of water. 3 creatures were marked as targets by Qi Xiang. What Qi Xiang hadn't expected was that such a small patch of water contained 3 formidable beings. One was a giant python swimming incessantly. Another was a crocodile resting on the bottom of the water, its body size comparable to a bus. Most impressive was a giant turtle which had found a cave, lying quietly inside. If Qi Xiang hadn't probed with his thoughts, it might have been mistaken for just a large rock. Qi Xiang swiftly swam towards the direction of the giant python. However, His goal wasn't to capture the python, but to kill it. Targeting the most vulnerable part of the snake, Qi Xiang charged directly. The giant python seemed to sense the danger, sweeping its tail at Qi Xiang. But Qi Xiang didn't dodge, it collided hard. Then he threw the holy light spear unerringly at the python's vulnerable spot. Without hesitation, Qi Xiang swam past, retrieved his spear, sealed the giant python into his storage space, and then proceeded towards the crocodile. Qi Xiang's real target was actually the giant turtle, but since there were so many powerful creatures around, according to Qi Xiang's nature, he couldn't afford to let them go. Moreover, the bile from snakes and the skin of crocodiles were treasures, especially given their colossal sizes. For the crocodile, it was essentially a slaughter. Qi Xiang had a one-sided advantage. In just a brief encounter, blood was already flowing from the crocodile's mouth, though externally there wasn't a single wound. In order to keep the crocodile's skin intact, Qi Xiang struck the creature with a palm strike. Though imperceptible from the outside, the crocodile's internal organs had already been shattered. How could it survive? Of course, this was solely due to Qi Xiang's ability. If it were anyone else, even with the water-repelling pearl, taking down two such massive creatures would not be easy. Once they reacted, either one would pose serious trouble. But Qi Xiang's prowess lay in his lightning-fast attacks. Perhaps Qi Xiang's defensive power wasn't the strongest, but his offensive strength definitely ranked among the top. Both his weapon and cultivation method determined that Qi Xiang's attacking power could never be weak. After killing both beasts, Qi Xiang now had nearly a dozen giant beasts stored in his spatial dimension. Aside from those killed during the battle with the zombie king and these two, all others had been slain by Qi Xiang in recent times. All these giant beasts were alive, not zombies, which puzzled Qi Xiang somewhat. Why were these living creatures so strong? But Qi Xiang also had his own hypothesis. Either it was due to radiation mutation or the overlapping of dimensions. Of course, none of this concerned Qi Xiang much. He was not a researcher. His responsibility was not to figure everything out, but to find people who knew the answers, which included searching for Zanku. Roar. Before Qi Xiang reached the giant turtle, it had already started showing signs of agitation. And merely by letting out a roar, it seemed as if the entire river was shaken, affecting even Qi Xiang, who was hurled back and only managed to stabilize himself after colliding with the side of the river. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunderous sound, the giant turtle appeared in Qi Xiang's field of view. Qi Xiang looked at the giant turtle, his eyes narrowing slightly as he muttered to himself. Seems like I've really hit a tough bone here. All right. Softshell turtle, hee, very strong. The softshell turtle, known as the king of freshwater creatures, was a dominant force in its environment, with few rivals. Its hard shell, powerful bite, and sharp claws were weapons it took great pride in, and being highly aggressive, its fighting prowess was formidable. However, if this comment referred to the softshell turtle under Qi Xiang's control, then Qi Xiang would certainly be thrilled. But alas, now Qi Xiang faced just such a terrifying creature, an amplified softshell turtle enhanced by unknown factors. As the softshell turtle crawled out of its cave, Qi Xiang was astonished. The height of this softshell turtle stood at about 4 to 5 meters. Consider that softshell turtles walk on all fours, making this height incredibly intimidating. The hooked edges of its shell and its massive mouth sent shivers down even Qi Xiang's spine. Yet, what filled Qi Xiang more than fear was excitement at the thought of soon having such a mighty subordinate. This wasn't arrogance from Qi Xiang, but confidence. For though the softshell turtle was formidable, Qi Xiang believed himself equally capable. The holy light spear in his hands glowed brilliantly golden, casting golden light on Qi Xiang's face, while the softshell turtle showed signs of restlessness and charged directly at him. With one motion, the softshell turtle disturbed the entire river. Its movement was straightforward, a brute force collision without any frills. As the softshell turtle rushed toward him, Qi Xiang didn't evade. Instead, he summoned the bloodthirsty devil spear behind him and activated its blood-drinking ability, while placing the holy light spear horizontally across his chest. Flames flickered in Qi Xiang's eyes, not flames of war, but excitement generated by encountering a formidable opponent. In an instant, Qi Xiang's battle spirit peaked, nearly reaching climax. Shockingly, Qi Xiang intended to withstand the full brunt of the softshell turtle's attack. Chapter 200 The Canyon, Part 4. Roar. Come on. Qi Xiang's and the croc turtle's voices echoed at the same time, as if the entire river would be flipped over. Daska and Tax, although they didn't know what was going on underwater, saw the turmoil on the water surface and realized that Qi Xiang had met his match. However, neither of them knew how to swim, so they could only feel helpless. The moment Qi Xiang made contact with the croc turtle, he understood just how powerful this creature truly was. Qi Xiang felt like he'd been hit by an airplane. Though he didn't actually know what it felt like to be hit by one, he imagined it would be about the same. Qi Xiang only felt a dizzying sensation, and his whole body flew backward, crashing into the rock wall and embedding himself at least 3 meters deep. Most of his bones shattered. Fortunately, this was Qi Xiang. If it were an ordinary person or even a normal psychic user, they wouldn't have survived such an attack. Qi Xiang pulled out a needle and plunged it into his own chest. As the orange-yellow liquid from the syringe entered his body, Qi Xiang's entire body emitted a faint orange glow while rapidly healing itself. This needle was something Qi Xiang thought he wouldn't need to use for a long time, as he never expected to suffer such a serious injury. This needle is called the Rainbow Recovery Syringe. There are 7 in total, each named after the colors of the rainbow. A set costs 50,000 gold coins, and it's limited to only 5 sets in existence. They're already all sold out, and Qi Xiang had barely managed to snatch one set. Among these 7 needles, ranging from purple to red, their recovery effectiveness improves progressively, and the orange-yellow syringe already ranked second, making it incredibly precious. Even though it's so valuable, this syringe has no side effects. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be expensive but also strictly limited. Looking at the croc turtle charging inside, Qi Xiang let out a slight sneer from the corner of his mouth. He was increasingly interested in claiming this creature as his mount. Roar! Time and again, the croc turtle's enormous body slammed against the rock walls. Qi Xiang noticed the creature coming closer to him, tightly gripping his holy light spear as he gradually infused it with Dan energy. Suddenly, strange changes occurred as water began surging toward the holy light spear, as if it were finding its rightful master. This sight startled Qi Xiang, momentarily confusing it with his swallowing flame ability. Seeing the unusual behavior of the holy light spear, Qi Xiang hastily withdrew his Dan energy, but this action did not stop the abnormality. On the contrary, the holy light spear's pull became stronger, as if Dan energy wasn't enabling it to absorb, but was instead inhibiting its absorption of the water. Kit, what kind of mischief have you caused? A thunderous roar reverberated in Qi Xiang's ears like a hammer striking, causing him immediate dizziness. Despite the disorientation, he identified the source, the entity residing within his Dan energy. Of course, anyone being unexpectedly yelled at wouldn't keep calm, especially when it felt like getting hit over the head with a hammer. Qi Xiang instantly yelled back, "What the hell? Why did you suddenly shout? You look at what you've done. This was originally a sacred attribute treasure, and now you've messed it up so badly that it's become water attribute. That's not just downgrading by a notch, you know. And you still dare say you didn't make a mistake. F***CK, this wasn't something I intended to happen. Who told you old bastards to hide everything from me and not inform me about anything? Now that something like this happens, you blame me? I suggest, rather than scolding me, you figure out a way to stop this." Seemingly realizing that Qi Xiang had a valid point, the entity ceased yelling. Although he also lamented losing such a fine weapon, Qi Xiang's words made him reflect on whether he should give this kid some proper guidance. Naturally, the thing on his mind was more about how to fix the holy light spear. Qi Xiang watched the holy light spear as the absorbed water formed blue patterns along its handle. These patterns emerged slowly but clearly. Interestingly, the external croc turtle also stopped its movement, seemingly affected by the unusual activity of the holy light spear. As seconds ticked by, Daska and Tax above the water noticed the gradually declining water level, becoming increasingly worried. Their hearts raged. It was just creating waves earlier, flipping the river upside down. Why is it drinking the water now? Fortunately, their mental connection with Qi Xiang hadn't broken yet. Otherwise, these two might really have jumped in to check if Qi Xiang was still alive. Qi Xiang wouldn't bother trying to find solutions, leaving the brain work to that entity who shouted at him. Qi Xiang focused on the changes happening to the holy light spear. Previously, the holy light spear gave Qi Xiang a very sacred feeling, as if determined to eradicate all forces of darkness. However, since it was a spear, it carried a touch of hostility, an aura starkly contrasting with sacredness. At this moment, with these blue patterns, the holy light spear seemed to have had its hostile aura suppressed, and it was gradually retreating, while the sacred feeling became even more prominent. Yet, it didn't give people a feeling of wanting to resist. Rather, it conveyed more softness. The croc turtle suddenly charged in again, its big head facing Qi Xiang, exhaling turbid breath. Fortunately, Qi Xiang was underwater at the time, unable to smell it. Otherwise, he would definitely have been overwhelmed by the croc turtle's massive bad breath. Looking at the croc turtle, Qi Xiang was startled in his heart. Given the current state of the holy light spear, if the croc turtle attacked him, all Qi Xiang could do would be to passively take the beating. However, Qi Xiang couldn't move, for fear of interfering with the holy light spear. But the croc turtle did not attack Qi Xiang as he thought it would. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a blue gem, then retreated. Before Qi Xiang could get a good look at the gem, it flew toward him, and at the same time, the holy light spear in Qi Xiang's hands emitted golden and blue light, quickly coalescing into the shape of a shield, with the blue gem precisely set in the center of the shield. Only now did Qi Xiang have the chance to examine this gem. The gem was sea blue, hexagonal, emitting a gentle aura that made people feel very comfortable. Qi Xiang had felt such an aura from the water-repelling pearl before, but the pearl's aura was weak and almost negligible, whereas the aura of this gem was clearly perceptible. The shield formed by the holy light spear had a golden base color, with blue patterns forming a dragon's head, specifically a Chinese dragon's head, and the blue gem was perfectly positioned at the dragon's mouth, as if a mighty dragon had opened its mouth to swallow the gem. Qi Xiang fondly caressed the shield in his hand, sensing the comfort brought by the two attributes of sacredness and water. A slight smile curved on his lips, and he said smugly, "Haha, old man, you said my holy light spear was ruined, right? How come it turned out so well? Haha." Chapter 201, The Sacred Blue Shield. Qi Xiang received no reply. Just as Qi Xiang thought the guy was stunned and was about to move forward, his voice suddenly sounded. "Shit, blue spirit stone." Qi Xiang was startled, almost falling to the ground with a stumble. Still shocked, Qi Xiang said, "Hey, next time don't talk so suddenly, it's really scary, okay?" The voice chuckled and replied, "Kid, you have no idea what kind of treasure you've found, truly ignorant. That is the blue spirit stone. I believe you might also have a small piece of it, called something like the water-repelling pearl." Heh, quite unknowing, but it's understandable. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiang became interested and asked, "Blue spirit stone? What the heck is it?" That person chuckled, not answering anything further. Now annoyed, Qi Xiang spoke threateningly. If you don't tell me now, and if there's another occurrence of destroying treasure, don't blame me. This time, nobody responded, and Qi Xiang could only let it be. Assured that he wouldn't suddenly speak again, Qi Xiang took out the soul-devouring knife, holding the knife in his left hand and the shield in his right, then walked outside. Qi Xiang was curious. Why had the croc turtle been quiet for so long? And why had it spat out a gemstone called the Blue Spirit Stone before? When he came outside, Qi Xiang was startled again, nearly falling to the ground. The croc turtle was lying down on the ground, its forelimbs touching the earth as if worshipping, an action that indeed startled Qi Xiang once more. Qi Xiang carefully jumped down, slowly approached it, then lightly tapped the croc turtle's head. There was no reaction from the croc turtle at all, but upon sensing the life energy from the turtle, Qi Xiang realized that not only was it alive, but also incredibly powerful. Looking at the shield in his hand, Qi Xiang believed there was no other explanation but this shield. The elder didn't bother to explain, and fortunately, Qi Xiang didn't think too much about it either. It seemed that the croc turtle had submitted, but Qi Xiang still wasn't reassured and began the taming process. He drew blood by running his thumb across his teeth. Without pause, Qi Xiang dropped the droplet of blood onto the crocodile and simultaneously declared, I, Qi Xiang, today form a contract with you. From this moment forth, we are partners. Sealed. As he spoke, Qi Xiang's blood seeped into the crocodile's top, forming a purple six-pointed star on its surface. Instantly, Qi Xiang felt a connection established with another living creature. Looking at the massive croc turtle, Qi Xiang climbed aboard, laughing. Haha, such a large steed. Enough to make even Sha Dan envious. Croc turtle, let's go. Up. As the croc turtle swam, Qi Xiang understood why so many people liked big mounts. Even though many smaller mounts were agile, they couldn't compare to the allure of larger ones, which Qi Xiang had discovered. Riding this enormous thing fulfilled not only his self-esteem, but also brought the proud sensation of being superior to others that he truly enjoyed. When Qi Xiang's head emerged from the water, Desika prepared to approach, but upon noticing a dark shadow beneath the water, immediately sent out a wind blade. This sudden movement frightened Qi Xiang, prompting him to retaliate with a sword edge, deflecting the wind blade while yelling, Desika, come over here. Desika hesitated for a second before leaping forward. However, due to mistiming his jump, as the croc turtle's monstrous head was just surfacing, he stumbled and fell flat on the croc turtle's back, causing Qi Xiang to burst out laughing. Qi Xiang called up to the canyon above, Taxi, come down. Moo. With a moo sound, Taxi jumped down from above. Unfortunately, he picked a wrong spot, landing directly in the water and floundered twice before sinking. Frightened, Qi Xiang quickly dived in and saved Taxi. Qi Xiang looked at Taxi and asked, You're a bull, aren't you? Why can't you swim? Taxi irritably retorted, Are you kidding? I'm a yellow ox, not a water buffalo. Where do you expect me to learn swimming? Qi Xiang chuckled mischievously, stopped mocking Taxi, and directed the croc turtle towards the estuary. Hey, Qi Xiang, where did you get that shield? Desika, observing the shield Qi Xiang was holding, couldn't help but ask. Qi Xiang glanced at the shield in his hand and grinned, saying, Oh, this one was originally a holy light spear, and the gem embedded on it is supposedly a blue spirit stone, spat out by this huge thing. Name? Not yet. Let's call it the sacred blue shield. Desika, Taxi. Seeing that neither of them reacted, Qi Xiang crossed his legs, sitting cross-legged, studying this sacred blue shield. Desika lay on the ground sleeping while Taxi shook off some water and went to bask in the sun. The croc turtle was massive, but its speed was not slow at all. Although it was unclear how fast it moved on land, in the water, it was definitely quick. Despite not rushing to get anywhere, they had reached the estuary in just a few hours. Qi Xiang took a look at the map and directed the croc turtle towards their destination, while he continued fiddling with the sacred blue shield. Hey, Uncle Da, is this batch of materials enough? This time I've been exhausted. As Bo was massaging his shoulders and complaining, Uncle Da looked at the pile of materials Bo had brought back with eyes glowing green and chuckled. Hee, little Bo, you didn't go on this trip for nothing. There are so many good things here, they will last me quite a while. Bo smirked and said, You bet. Well, no more chit-chat with you. Bing Yue and Xiaoyang have gone to practice. I'll be heading off too. Just don't set the house on fire again. Chaidan glared at the monsters below the mountain. The flame zombies and blade zombies behind him charged forward like two tigers, and Chaidan quickly followed after them. This monster was level 47, not an easy opponent for any psychic user. But for Chaidan, the summoner, it could be considered effortless. The flame zombie and blade zombie cooperated perfectly, and Chaidan constantly struck finishing blows. The monster's injuries accumulated, its attacks slowed down, teetering precariously as if it would fall to the ground at any moment. Finally, with a boom, the huge monster collapsed. Chaidan looked at the monster lying on the ground, and then glanced at the watch on his wrist, muttering, still too slow. If Brother Xiang were here, it wouldn't have taken this long. Looks like I need to improve. Speaking of which, Chaidan summoned the lizard zombie and charged toward the next target. Qi Xiang gazed at that place, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Although he could feel Bai Hu was still on that island, Qi Xiang couldn't help but feel uneasy looking at it. He tightened his grip on the sacred blue shield to give himself some confidence. Chapter 202, Holy Blue Shield, Part 2. Looking at the island enveloped by dark clouds, Qi Xiang felt that it had turned into a living hell. Despite still being covered with lush green trees, the lack of sunlight had not caused the trees to wither. Instead, they grew more vigorously, emitting an eerie aura. Moreover, the woods harbored many terrifying creatures. Plop! Something fell into the water. Before Chi Xiang could identify it, the croc turtle was already under attack. Counterattack, he shouted immediately. Then, he recalled Desika and Taku's, the two landlubbers, back into the eat space, took out the bee water bead, and held it in his hand, lying down on the croc turtle's shell while tightly gripping the spikes on its shell. At the moment Chi Xiang gave the order, the croc turtle flipped over and dived straight into the water. Once underwater, Chi Xiang looked around. Dozens of fish of various sizes had gathered, and among them, even the sharks appeared small in comparison. The largest fish was about 7 meters long and 3 meters wide. Observing these large fish, each one radiated a trace of dark energy, some more obvious than others, but all possessed it. The croc turtle roared and charged forward, opening its mouth to swallow the head of a shark in one bite. Yes, the shark, known as the ruler of the ocean, met its death in this single bite from the croc turtle, meeting its end in the sea. Instantly, all the large fish charged towards the croc turtle, who did not hesitate to charge back. Despite its huge size, the croc turtle's body, with its spiky shell, was formidable enough to injure any creature that collided with it. Furthermore, the croc turtle's front claws flailed about, causing great harm to its attackers. For a time, the water turned red with blood, which made the fish increasingly frenzied. As sea predators, they were inherently ferocious, and now driven by the scent of blood, their frenzy only intensified. The fish repeatedly rammed against the croc turtle's shell, causing its body to shake violently. Chi Xiang was thrown off the croc turtle and continuously unleashed shadow strikes towards the fish. Although these sea fish were large, they were ultimately just fish, and fell one by one under Chi Xiang's shadow strikes. But their strength lay in their numbers, and as more fish were drawn by the scent of blood, greater hordes of sea fish began gathering. Seeing this situation, Chi Xiang quickly swam back towards the croc turtle, grabbing onto the spikes on its shell and shouting, "Quick! Swim towards the shore." While the croc turtle might have been unable to defeat the horde, evading them was far simpler, especially when its massive body and sharp claws combined with Chi Xiang's shadow strikes could carve a path through. Huff, huff. Exhausted, Chi Xiang lay on the beach, panting heavily, surrounded by countless dead fish exuding a pungent stench. Meanwhile, the croc turtle had already been returned to Yi space. Even on the shore, many fish continued to pursue relentlessly, leaping onto the beach. It took Chi Xiang more than half an hour to deal with this trouble. It was at this moment that Chi Xiang truly understood what was meant by the power of the sea. The sea wasn't just about water. It also represented the countless marine creatures. When these creatures banded together, their force transcended mere endurance. It was infinite. After resting, Chi Xiang stood up and looked into the forest, where the evil aura emanating from the woods made him feel deeply uneasy. Though it was hard to describe, it was just instinctively uncomfortable. Without hesitation, Chi Xiang strode forward because he knew Baihu was still there. Entering the forest, Chi Xiang immediately sensed danger, a sense of being locked onto by dozens of entities, some of which were undeniably powerful. Though Chi Xiang considered himself formidable, dealing with these beings would prove challenging, especially considering he hadn't even reached the deeper parts of the forest yet. Despite no direct attack coming from those beings, after traveling for a stretch of the journey, the feeling of being observed didn't subside. It grew stronger as more entities seemed drawn towards him. Chi Xiang refrained from striking first. They, seemingly curious, simply followed him without attacking. However, was it truly so? The further Chi Xiang ventured, the heavier the pressure became. Sweating, he reluctantly took out the Shirhan knife and strapped it onto his back, summoning Desika to bolster his presence, allowing his Chi-Shur to overpower theirs, at least temporarily. Fewer entities were leaving, while more arrived. Chi Xiang estimated that before long, the group would swarm him. Chi Xiang suddenly said, "Desika, I can sense Baihu's aura." Desika glanced at Chi Xiang and asked, "What about us then?" Chi Xiang grinned, mounted Desika, and said, "Charge ahead." Even in the forest, Desika's speed was still impressive, swiftly dodging trees to maximize his pace as they rushed toward the direction from where Baihu's aura was emanating. The moment Chi Xiang and Desika set off, chaos erupted in the forest. At least hundreds of dark shadows began moving swiftly, a spectacle never before seen in these woods. Roar! A thunderous tiger roar echoed through the air, followed by the sound of a massive creature collapsing to the ground. When Chi Xiang spotted Baihu, he was standing atop a mammoth, feasting voraciously. Yes, it was a mammoth. This species, which was supposed to have gone extinct, had somehow reappeared on this island. It was hard not to be astonished. However, Chi Xiang paid no heed to the mammoth. Instead, his eyes were drawn to Baihu, that familiar figure. Roar! Baihu roared, shaking the heavens. Instantly, many creatures scattered, though they were but a few. A greater number emerged from the darkness, revealing their sharp teeth and claws. Hundreds of pairs of eyes fixated on Chi Xiang. Under so many stares, Chi Xiang felt somewhat uneasy, so he intensified the sinister aura around him. Yet, it became clear that the current situation could not be resolved with mere intimidation. "That human is mine. All of you back off." Baihu spoke in a human tongue, evidently doing well for himself on this island. But the beasts behind him wouldn't stand for it. "Oomph. Baihu, even if you're strong, you should at least give us some scraps." "Baihu, you think you're something? I'll kill you." "Baihu, don't go too far." The animals erupted in heated arguments, but none moved to attack. Seeing this, Chi Xiang smirked. He now understood the situation. Chi Xiang turned to face the crowd of creatures, wiggled his fingers mockingly, and asked, "Shall we do a one-on-one, or all together?" Chapter 203, Saint Blue Shield 3. Roar. Apparently angered by Qi Xiang's underestimation, the creatures suddenly erupted and rushed toward Qi Xiang in a frenzied attack. Qi Xiang watched as the first wave of cannon fodder charged ahead. Though their speed was not the fastest among all, they were the most impetuous, and this would lead to only one outcome, death. Qi Xiang let out a cold snort and pointed his soul-devouring blade forward, activating the swallowing whirlwind. It surged out like a fiery dragon, obliterating every single creature in the front without resistance. The ones behind felt the danger and stopped, pondering their next move. Spread out and attack him from all directions. A voice rang out, and immediately the creatures dispersed, forming an encircling pattern around Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang glanced at Baihu and noticed that Baihu had no intention of helping. Qi Xiang couldn't tell what Baihu was up to, but though most of these creatures were weak, there were a few that even Qi Xiang could not afford to underestimate. Thus, he had no choice but to deal with them first. Only by solving this trouble here could he find out from Baihu what exactly had happened. Qi Xiang swung his great blade and sneered coldly. Come on then, let me see what you've got. The one who had spoken earlier was now hiding in a tree, watching everything unfold below. But unless Qi Xiang saw it firsthand, he would never guess that the commander issuing orders was actually a monkey with blood-red markings on its body. An old monkey, no less. The old monkey, watching Qi Xiang, stroked his head and chuckled. There are quite a number of creatures here this time. That young man seems to have considerable skills. Unfortunately, he will perish right here. The old monkey muttered to himself, his tone oddly tinged with regret. Qi Xiang observed these creatures, all animals. Of course, they couldn't possibly all be the original inhabitants of this place. After all, this area wasn't large enough, and when Qi Xiang bought this piece of land, though there were some animals present, they were all small and harmless. Now, various ferocious animals such as wolves, leopards, bears, lions, tigers, and many others had appeared. One should know that since this place was sold as a commodity, it was supposed to be safe, certainly free from dangerous animals like these. Since they were here now, it meant only one thing. They came later. But where had they come from? Qi Xiang didn't know. However, Qi Xiang didn't care about these things now. He just wanted to slice every reckless one of them in two. And while he was thinking this, he swiftly chopped a wolf in half mid-charge, and then delivered a spinning kick, sending a black bear that had tried to sneak up on him flying. The black bear landed with a muffled sound, blood gushing from its mouth, and a hole clearly visible in its abdomen where Qi Xiang's foot had struck. Yes, not crushed flat, but simply a gaping hole created by just one foot strike, a feat beyond mere strength. Yet, Qi Xiang's consecutive eliminations did not deter these creatures. Instead, they surged forward relentlessly. What Qi Xiang didn't know was that they already regarded him as premium nourishment. And the reason for this was none other than the evil fire energy Qi Xiang had previously released. Perhaps if Qi Xiang knew this, he would feel like crying. If the earlier animals were merely curious, the current ones were truly intent on delivering a fatal blow. The reason being the evil fire energy Qi Xiang had used to intimidate some harmless animals initially. With a single punch, Qi Xiang sent a lion flying. He looked at Daska, who was equally fierce, smiled, summoned Tax, and said, "Old Tack, Earth Spike." Without a word, Tax immediately unleashed a flurry of earth spikes, instantly turning the scene bloody. As Qi Xiang grew more ruthless in his slaughter, several dangerous auras suddenly appeared. Qi Xiang quickly performed a backflip to evade, leaving behind a puddle of poison where he originally stood. The number of animals around Qi Xiang was decreasing rapidly, but with the addition of these dozen new creatures, Qi Xiang found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Yes, even the siege by dozens of zombie commanders against Qi Xiang and his two mounts couldn't achieve such intensity, yet these dozen animals alone managed to do so. Clearly, their power far surpassed that of the zombie commanders. Despite this, Qi Xiang showed no fear. His soul-devouring blade continuously slashed outward, each stroke causing a mist of blood to spray forth. This was the disadvantage of these animals. Unlike zombies, they still had sensation of pain. Qi Xiang didn't know how they became stronger, but their bodies retained this sensitivity to pain, and because of that, no matter how powerful these animals became, they still had a vulnerability. They were stronger than zombies, but more sensitive to pain and injury. This was their weakness. Things weren't going so well for Daska and Tax, as they were for Qi Xiang. The two, though being magical beasts, couldn't escape the nature of animals. They might have an advantage when battling humans or zombies, but against animals, they could only endure a grueling fight since the resistance and strength of animals far exceeded that of humans. However, as magical beasts with magical skills, neither Daska nor Tax fell into a disadvantageous position. Qi Xiang slashed open the belly of a bear with one stroke, licked the blood that splashed onto his face, then took out the Saint Blue Shield and sneered, "You've all had enough." As soon as Qi Xiang spoke, the Saint Blue Shield emitted an intense light, releasing a holy aura that shone upon every animal present. While Qi Xiang, Daska, and Tax felt comforted and at peace, the animals suffered greatly and feared this sacred energy. Retreat. No one knew which animal shouted it, but all the animals immediately rushed toward the exit. Though some had already fled earlier, this retreat gave many who were still struggling a reason to leave. All of them scattered in chaos. Qi Xiang put away the Saint Blue Shield and looked at Baihu, whose expression was quite grim. Frowning slightly, he approached and asked, "Baihu, what's wrong with you? Human, how do you know my name? Also, don't pretend to care, stay away from me while I'm in a good mood." Qi Xiang was startled by Baihu's words. He didn't understand why Baihu would say such things. Had Baihu lost his memory? But it didn't seem so. Otherwise, why had Baihu said those words before, and why hadn't he participated in attacking Qi Xiang? Yet, Qi Xiang couldn't think of any other plausible reasons. Chapter 204, Holy Blue Shield, Part 4. Qi Xiang looked at Baihu. Suddenly, Qi Xiang rushed forward and grabbed Baihu's forepaw, saying, "Why do you carry so much malevolent energy? You human, let me go." Baihu roared furiously, his right claw swiping toward Qi Xiang. But unfortunately, Baihu's right claw was blocked by Qi Xiang's Holy Blue Shield, and then Baihu was kicked away by Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang waved his right hand, and a rope formed of Dan force shot out, binding Baihu's body. Qi Xiang walked up, stroking Baihu's big head. Then the Holy Blue Shield emitted light, golden and blue lights shining forth, enveloping Baihu's body. "Oh, let me go? You bastard, I'll kill you." Baihu seemed to be suffering from some serious injury, constantly roaring. However, these were all in vain as Qi Xiang was confident about the rope he had formed using Dan force. Baihu's voice became quieter, and later on, Baihu could only pant heavily. His eyes glared fiercely at Qi Xiang, but he no longer had the strength to resist or curse anymore. Seeing red spots of light continuously rising from Baihu's body, Qi Xiang confirmed that he had made the right bet. However, whether Baihu could return to his original state was unknown to Qi Xiang. Finally, when there were no more light spots emanating from Baihu's body, Qi Xiang nodded contentedly, then hoisted up Baihu who had already fainted, shouting, "Daska, Tax, let's go." Speaking, Qi Xiang headed towards the place they stayed before. Although Qi Xiang had only been there once, he still thought he could find the way there. Of course, this was Qi Xiang's personal belief. Finally, after circling around for hours, Qi Xiang and company arrived at their dwelling. Of course, it should have only taken half an hour, but due to someone's arbitrary actions, they ended up wasting several more hours. Qi Xiang saw that the house was still intact, smiled, placed Baihu in the middle of the yard, and said, "All right, this guy is heavy. I'm exhausted." Daska looked at Baihu and asked, "Qi Xiang, when will Baihu wake up?" Qi Xiang furrowed his brow and said, "This guy carries heavy malevolent energy. To be honest, it makes even me feel very uncomfortable. I helped him remove the malevolent energy, but I don't know what the result will be. However, one thing I can confirm is, it's not advisable to stay here for long." Tax said, "Qi Xiang, Baihu doesn't actually share deep feelings with us. Is your action here too sentimental? I feel this place is dangerous, and I think our trip here has been a mistake. Regardless of whether it's a mistake or not, I must come," Qi Xiang told Tax. "Although Baihu does not share deep bonds with us, he never belonged here in the first place. Since I brought him here, I also take responsibility for taking him away." Saying this, Qi Xiang glanced at Baihu lying unconscious, then looked at Daska and Tax and said, "Not just you guys, crocodiles and turtles who cannot speak are treated the same." "Master," a weak voice came, and Qi Xiang turned around to see Baihu already opening his eyes to look at him. However, he was still very weak, without enough strength to even stand up, and could only keep his previous position on all fours. Qi Xiang looked at Baihu and said, "You're awake." With a face filled with regret, Baihu looked at Qi Xiang and said, "Why did you come here? You don't know how dangerous it is here. It's too dangerous. You must leave quickly and stop caring about me. I'm nothing but a burden." Qi Xiang shook his head and said, "No matter how dangerous it is here, what difference does it make? My abilities are strong enough to handle it, though you're right, it's strange here. You go into the otherworldly space." As he spoke, Qi Xiang sent Baihu back to the otherworldly space, then continued, "Tax, the reason I came here is because there is something buried underground here. That is my purpose for this journey. Use your ability to find it." Tax nodded, his front hooves stamping on the ground. Instantly, the earth cracked open, and a rectangular box was lifted by the soil. Qi Xiang picked up the box and returned it to storage space, saying, "All right, Tax, you also go back to the otherworldly space. Daska, we'll leave here now." Qi Xiang mounted Daska and raced madly toward the sea. Meanwhile, the clouds in the sky above grew darker, making people uneasy, while Qi Xiang's inner turmoil intensified, as if confirming Tax's words, that this trip was indeed a mistake. But Qi Xiang was never a complainer. Since the mistake had been made, the right thing to do was to fix it, which was the way of a man destined for great achievements rather than incessant whining. Mew. At the sound of a cat's meow, Qi Xiang hadn't reacted, yet when he felt excruciating pain in his back, Qi Xiang touched it with his hand and found blood. Qi Xiang quickly looked around and spread his mental energy to search for the one who attacked him, but unfortunately, Qi Xiang couldn't find that person, as if they had vanished. Daska continued to run, but Qi Xiang was already on high alert because he wasn't sure whether the assailant would reappear. However, even though Qi Xiang was highly vigilant, his arm still got slashed again. Qi Xiang became angry, but he couldn't stop, so he could only use the Dan force in his body to heal the wounds. But after walking a few steps, Qi Xiang felt a pain in his head. He caught something, opened his hand, and saw it was a pebble. Qi Xiang looked at the pebble in his hand, then towards the direction it came from, and spotted an old monkey waving at him, seemingly boasting. Qi Xiang knew this was not the time to be angry. Both the attacker and this eccentric old monkey gave off a powerful aura. Though Qi Xiang was reluctant to admit it, he had to face the fact that he couldn't defeat either of them. Daska continued to run, but the pursuer behind them was gaining speed, and the distance between them was getting smaller. It seemed that Qi Xiang was about to engage in a fight. When Qi Xiang looked back at what was chasing him, he almost fell off Daska in fright. Behind them, wildly charging, was a pig, not a wild boar but a purebred domesticated pig, one bred simply to eat and be eaten. Yet now, It had grown incredibly strong, and Qi Xiang didn't know what to say, whether to lament the unpredictability of life or celebrate the rewards of hard work. Still, no matter how fast this pig was running, it couldn't catch up within a short period of time, yet it kept bellowing loudly behind them, looking rather intimidating. Chapter 205, Sun Country, Part 1. Looking at the animals behind him, especially the leading pig, Qi Xiang couldn't help but admire it. How could it be so vigorous despite being covered in fat? But why? However, admiration aside, Qi Xiang raised his holy blue shield and cast a bolt of blue light, freezing its limbs. In the sky, on the ground, underground, pursuing animals came from 3 different directions. Their target was the person on Desika who emitted a medicinal aura. SSS. A giant python burst out of the ground in front of Qi Xiang, blocking his path. Its tongue flickered while its eyes glared at Qi Xiang. Upon seeing the obstruction, Qi Xiang immediately swung his shadow/knife toward it. Desika then turned in another direction and continued rushing forward. The giant python, noticing Desika's change of direction, was unable to take any action as its body had already been cut in half. With a loud roar, the python collapsed on the ground, its blood gushing out and dyeing the land red. What was astonishing was that the surrounding trees started to sway even though there was no wind at all, meaning the trees were moving on their own due to excitement caused by the python's blood. Looking at the beach ahead, Qi Xiang caught the lingering stench of fish he had slaughtered earlier. Without a word, Qi Xiang quickly ordered Desika to charge toward the sea, leaping up before falling into the water with the croc turtle beneath. The impact created a huge splash, allowing Desika to land precisely on the croc turtle. As soon as they landed on the croc turtle, Qi Xiang commanded, "Croc turtle, full speed away from the shore," while turning himself and Desika around to strike back at the flying creatures chasing them. The fishes in the sea had initially dispersed, but the familiar scent returned now, drawing their attention once more. Previously, this area had been tranquil, but the intrusion of a certain individual not only disrupted the peace with brazen entry, but also resulted in many deaths among their kind. Worse still, it fled afterwards. Enraged, the fish decided to unite. If the croc turtle ever showed up again, they would all act together, using relays if necessary, to wear it down relentlessly. Qi Xiang was unaware that he himself had become the target of both the terrestrial creatures and the flying ones on this island, and his mount, the croc turtle, was now considered a significant threat by the marine life. Fortunately, for now, neither side could harm either Qi Xiang or the croc turtle significantly. Even so, the croc turtle wasn't having an easy time either. Since Qi Xiang's order was to move full speed, the croc turtle avoided no obstacles or attacks intentionally. Instead, it charged straight ahead. This caused constant collisions against its shell, damaging its 4 claws and head along the way. With each bump, the croc turtle swayed uncontrollably, prompting Qi Xiang to retract Desika and grab onto one of the spines on the turtle's shell. He said, "Croc turtle, dive." The croc turtle, upon hearing this, immediately plunged downward. Qi Xiang directed the croc turtle to submerge partly to evade the aerial pursuit, but also because he could assist in accelerating underwater. As the croc turtle submerged, Qi Xiang immediately channeled his internal energies into the holy blue shield. In an instant, it shone brightly with a soft blue glow enveloping the turtle. Then, a blue protective barrier formed, a barrier unremarkable yet effective. Though it didn't repel water, the fish couldn't breach it. Furthermore, the croc turtle's speed increased dramatically and its wounds began healing visibly. During his journey, Qi Xiang realized the multiple functionalities of the holy blue shield. Firstly, like the water-repellent pearl, it allowed the bearer to breathe underwater. Secondly, it could manipulate water currents depending on the user's ability. Thirdly, it provided healing through the fusion of sacred and water attributes, integrating the rapid healing of the sacred with the balancing properties of water, resulting in a new form of treatment. It healed faster than pure water therapy, yet produced fewer after-effects compared to pure sacred energy alone. Fourthly, it amplified certain characteristics when submerged, even if limited to just one attribute. Additionally, Qi Xiang gained some control over ice attributes. The appearance of the holy blue shield might have cost him a long weapon, but it granted him a magical tool, one of considerable power. Gazing at the persistent sea fish, Qi Xiang puzzled over their sudden coordinated attack. Perhaps he'd never know. Within a parallel dimension, White Tiger, you've grown significantly stronger. This was Desika's first statement upon seeing Baihu. Baihu smiled. Although his body was still as weak as ever, the sound of his voice had lost some of its previous frailty. Baihu. Desika, you and Tak seem to have gotten stronger. Desika grinned. Isn't that because the two of us followed Qi Xiang? It's hard not to get strong being with him. As for you, stuck on that lonely island by yourself, your power increased so much that we're truly impressed. Baihu chuckled wryly and said, such rapid growth and strength comes at a price. If Qi Xiang hadn't arrived in time, I would have likely been completely overtaken by malevolent energy. At this point, Baihu's voice dropped into an uncharacteristic solemnity, as if the episode of the malevolent energy within him weighed heavily on him. Seeing Baihu's condition, Desika changed the topic and said no more about it. Instead, he said, let me tell you what happened during our time apart. It was quite amusing. Without waiting for Baihu's response, Desika began narrating by himself, even acting out parts of the story. He picked those episodes that were funny or thrilling, making Baihu laugh and feel anxious in turns. As for Tax, he never interacted with Baihu, seeming as though he harbored some kind of grievance against Baihu. Luckily, Baihu did not seem to mind. At the moment, Qi Xiang was lying on the croc turtle, basking in the sun. Now that Baihu had been rescued, and Qi Xiang had examined by whose physical condition, finding it now stable. He ordered the croc turtle to slowly swim toward the mainland. Deciding to take some time off and rest well, while this period of monster hunting and leveling up wasn't exhausting for Qi Xiang, doing the same thing for a long duration isn't pleasant for anyone. Besides, Qi Xiang considered himself to be far ahead of most psychics worldwide already. Thus, didn't he deserve to rest well after putting in all that effort? Chapter 206, The Sun Country, Part 2. As he gazed at the clouds in the sky, Qi Xiang felt unusually relaxed, a feeling that he hadn't experienced for a very long time. Qi Xiang sat up, stretching lazily, and as he looked at the small island ahead, a faint smile appeared on his lips. He murmured to himself, "Continent, I'm back." However, when the crocodile turtle approached the shore, Qi Xiang noticed something odd. There was a flag planted on the beach. The flag had a white background with a red circle in the center. Seeing this, Qi Xiang's brows furrowed slightly as he stroked his chin and said, "A flag of the Sun Country? Could it be that I've come to the wrong place? Isn't this Yanhuang Country?" After speaking, Qi Xiang sent the crocodile turtle back to the other dimension and then took bold steps toward the front. Looking at the city before him, Qi Xiang became even more certain that he was in the Sun Country, since he could recognize the sun script on the neon lights along the streets. He was indeed in the Sun Country. He pulled out a motorcycle from the other dimension, laughing as he said, "I've been wanting to ride one of these for so long. Now's my chance." With that, Qi Xiang mounted the motorcycle. As the sound of the engine roared to life, the motorcycle shot forward like a wild beast, charging through the city streets as though it were a beast unleashed without restraint. Qi Xiang thoroughly enjoyed the sensation. In the past, due to safety concerns, he had hesitated and refrained from pursuing such things. Deep down, however, he had always yearned for a motorcycle of his own to race through the streets. After the apocalypse began, Qi Xiang had been preoccupied with various matters and didn't get around to fulfilling this desire. However, he still found a motorcycle specialty store, picked out an excellent bike, and stored it in his storage space. He also managed to fill its tank with fuel, and now was finally his time to ride. Although Qi Xiang was riding a motorcycle for the first time, his physical capabilities were already quite advanced, giving him good control over the machine. It wasn't long before he could skillfully maneuver the bike, enjoying the wind rushing past his ears and the deep roar of the ferocious machine beneath him. At this moment, Qi Xiang felt truly manly. Each man has different interpretations of masculinity. Some think that victory through violence makes them men, some believe engaging in drugs defines them as men, others think dying under a woman makes one a real man, and some think wealth and power are the essence of manhood. Then there are those who have an affinity for vehicles, whether cars or motorcycles, they all seek the ultimate speed. The thrill of taming steel beasts while racing through the streets, the rumble of engines, and the wind slapping against their faces, it's how they define manhood. And at this moment, Qi Xiang fully embraced this feeling. Words would never match the sheer joy he felt, a pure sense of exhilaration. Riding through the streets, Qi Xiang relished the speed and excitement, observing the dynamic atmosphere of the city. What puzzled Qi Xiang, however, was that not a single living thing could be seen in this city, not humans nor zombies. This was highly unusual. The Sun Country, despite having a relatively small population, was also relatively confined in terms of area, meaning cities here usually had significant numbers of people. Yet what Qi Xiang witnessed now was extraordinarily strange. Zombies or humans, if left unchecked, would eventually dominate the city. Whether it was humans or zombies controlling the city, some trace would always remain. Yet here, neither human nor zombie corpses could be found, which was unprecedented for Qi Xiang. Seeing a convenience store ahead, Qi Xiang brought his motorcycle to a stop. He walked into the shop, grabbed a can of cola, opened it, and started drinking while pondering why there wasn't a soul in sight in this city. After much deliberation, Qi Xiang found no answer and sighed in helplessness. He decided to leave, got back on the motorcycle, and prepared to find a place to sleep, leaving whatever mysteries until after his rest. As Qi Xiang left, a shadow emerged from the sewer, staring at the departing motorcycle. Swallowing nervously, the figure retreated back into the sewers. As night fell, Qi Xiang found a hotel to stay in. The reason he chose a hotel was because it offered greater convenience, and hotels were regularly cleaned, making them cleaner than most places, even after the prolonged duration of the apocalypse. Looking at the traditional Sun Country Inn, Qi Xiang chuckled softly, tidied up a bit, and lay down to sleep. Feeling the ground beneath him, Qi Xiang wasn't entirely comfortable, as he wasn't accustomed to this style of sleeping, being unfamiliar with the Sun Country customs. He thought perhaps tatami might be decent, but realized this seemed akin to sleeping on floor mats like in Yanhuang Country. Black shadows appeared on the night streets, popping up abruptly from somewhere undefined, yet undoubtedly present. If Qi Xiang had been there, he would have been greatly surprised because all of them were armored zombies, and their armor was precisely the most traditional armor of the Sun Country. They even held katana swords in their hands. Although their movements were stiff, it still raised suspicions as to whether they could swing their blades to attack. Moreover, these zombies moved with surprising lightness, walking on the street without making the usual clack-clack sound of armor hitting the ground. They also did not growl, but walked silently, making them impossible for Qi Xiang to detect. When sunlight streamed in, Qi Xiang awoke with a large yawn and stretched his arms, then got up to prepare breakfast. Of course, he definitely wouldn't tidy up the house. Qi Xiang didn't sleep well. When he woke up, he felt discomfort in his back. What puzzled him was that he had actually slept through until dawn, which hadn't happened to him in a long time since the apocalypse began. He wondered why. Was it because his mind and body had truly relaxed? Unable to figure it out, he decided not to dwell on it. That was one of his ways of dealing with things. He already knew that being overly curious about everything could exhaust a person. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 207, The Sun Country, Part 3. After finishing breakfast, Chi Xiang stepped out of the door. Looking at the street, everything was still as it had been the previous day, no sign of any living creatures. However, Chi Xiang noticed something very important. His motorcycle had fallen over. Chi Xiang had left the motorcycle outside yesterday without storing it away, and today he found it lying on the ground. Given the weight of the motorcycle, there was no way the wind could have tipped it over. That meant only one possibility. A creature must have appeared and somehow interacted with his motorcycle. When Chi Xiang went closer to inspect, he was even more astonished. There were several footprints clearly imprinted on the motorcycle. Yes, footprints. These were not casual marks from dirty soles, but deeply embedded impressions in the metal, showing the incredible strength of whoever or whatever made them. Chi Xiang righted the motorcycle and carefully examined the footprints. Although they looked similar, including the tread patterns, there were subtle differences in their sizes. Staring at these footprints, Chi Xiang furrowed his brow. He didn't understand why the beings he hadn't been able to find throughout the entire city would suddenly appear last night, touch his motorcycle, and leave footprints. Logically, the sound wouldn't have been too quiet, and since Chi Xiang wasn't far from where this happened and had much sharper hearing than an average person, there was no way he should have missed it. As he stroked his chin, a sly smile crossed Chi Xiang's lips. He murmured to himself, looks like there are some interesting things happening in this city after all. I'm getting more curious about it every minute. I wonder if tonight will bring me some big surprises." With that, Chi Xiang stood up and walked toward the inn, returning to the room he had stayed in before. Inside the room, Chi Xiang took out an alarm clock and set it for 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He planned to take another nap so that he could be fully rested for whatever awaited him later that night. Even though Chi Xiang didn't need sleep due to his powerful spiritual energy developed through cultivation, he decided to take a nap anyway for reasons he couldn't quite explain. In the room where he had slept before, Chi Xiang lay down immediately and fell asleep. When Chi Xiang woke up again, he glanced out the window, and to his surprise, it was still daytime. But when he checked the clock inside the room, he realized that the hour hand pointed to 8, meaning he had actually slept for almost an entire day, since it was already past 9 when he last checked. Staring at the clock, Chi Xiang scratched his head. It felt slightly dizzy because of the long sleep. He slapped his head lightly and grabbed a bottle of mineral water, pouring it over his own scalp to wake himself up completely. Standing up abruptly, he threw a powerful punch into the wall, shouting loudly, "What the hell is going on? Don't let me figure out who did this, or I'll kill you." The wall crumbled under his forceful blow, leaving a large hole. Without paying it any mind, Chi Xiang headed out of the inn. Outside, he took a deep breath and pulled out a bread loaf, eating while pondering why he had slept for such an extended period. Excessive fatigue was simply impossible. Therefore, there was only one plausible explanation. Some force in this place had put him asleep, or maybe something had intentionally done it. Standing outside, Chi Xiang retrieved the holy blue shield from his storage space, and then formed an ice cube which he placed on his forehead to keep his mind sharp. Determined now, he decided that no matter how tired he might feel, he wouldn't allow himself to sleep again. He truly wanted to uncover the mysteries of this city. Looking around, Chi Xiang spotted the tallest building nearby. After climbing to its rooftop, he summoned Desika and Takus, warning them both not to fall asleep, and instructing each other to wake up if anyone dozed off. Furthermore, he shared his suspicions regarding this strange city with them. Then, Chi Xiang spent an entire day constructing a device designed to prevent him from falling asleep. Indeed, Chi Xiang used the entire day for this task. The mechanism itself was rather simple, a regular alarm clock. When the alarm sounded, it triggered a lever, causing a bucket of water to drop down on him, ensuring he wouldn't fall back asleep. Despite its simplicity, setting up this contraption took Chi Xiang an entire day. Seated on the ground and glancing up at the bucket hanging over his head, Chi Xiang laughed, saying, "I shouldn't fall asleep today, right?" Nevertheless, to double-check, he activated the holy light shield near him, creating a massive block of ice. It wasn't summer yet, and despite spring's arrival, the weather remained cool. Once Chi Xiang surrounded himself with the large ice block, he instantly felt more alert and ready for whatever came next. Finally, night fell. Desika and Takus were already bored out of their minds and wanted to go for a stroll, but Chi Xiang stopped them. Chi Xiang intended to wait until midnight before heading out. However, he was once again overwhelmed by sleepiness, this time even stronger. No matter how much water he poured over his head, it only helped a little. Desika and Takus were even worse off, lying sprawled on the ground, looking incredibly drowsy. "Shit, why is this happening again?" After muttering these words, Chi Xiang directly collapsed onto the ice block. Despite his resistance to falling asleep, the overwhelming urge proved too strong even for Chi Xiang. It felt as though all his strength had been drained, leaving him unable to lift even his eyelids. Suddenly, the holy blue shield resting nearby emitted a brilliant blue light that swept through the area. As soon as Chi Xiang came into contact with the light, he became much more alert. Struggling to rise from the ground, Chi Xiang looked at Desika and Takus, who had also woken up. He went over, picked up the holy blue shield, and examined it curiously. Since he hadn't activated it himself, Chi Xiang couldn't figure out why the shield had responded like this. Even the two old entities inside him refused to provide any answers, leaving Chi Xiang feeling like an eager student who desired knowledge but had no teacher to guide him. Chi Xiang turned and asked, "Desika, Takus, do either of you know what's going on here?" Desika sniffed the air and said, We might be poisoned, though it's not exactly poison. There's a kind of pollen in the air that makes people sleepy. We didn't notice it during the day, but just now the pollen suddenly became more potent, and before I could react, I fell to the ground. As he spoke, Desika glanced at the holy blue shield and added, as for that shield, I'm not entirely sure either. Chapter 208, The Sun Country, Part 4. Qi Xiang nodded, stood up, and said, all right, it's time to move around a bit. This night is probably going to offer some interesting surprises. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Following a pleasant ringing sound from an alarm clock came a thud as a red bucket fell down. Water from the bucket splashed all over Qi Xiang, and the bucket landed squarely on his head. Achoo! Qi Xiang took out gas masks for himself, Daska, and Tax, putting them on to prevent inhaling pollen. Of course, Daska and Tax were special cases. Qi Xiang had worked hard to gather these specifically to avoid the current situation. As they walked out, Qi Xiang shivered, not because he was being arrogant, but because he was cold. Though Qi Xiang had already used the corrosive fire to clean off the water from his body, the chill remained. Qi Xiang sneezed repeatedly and cursed. Damn it. I'll never mess with such contraptions again. It nearly froze me to death. Achoo! Daska and Tax looked at Qi Xiang in perfect unison, both displaying expressions as if looking at an idiot. And indeed, Qi Xiang's behavior was quite foolish. Upon exiting the building, Qi Xiang froze. Daska froze, and so did Tax. Certainly, anyone would be shocked to see samurai swords-wielding armored figures walking silently on the streets without making any noise. Qi Xiang swallowed hard and said, could these be possessed armors? Daska? I don't know. Why not cut one down and see? As he spoke, Daska attempted to gather a wind blade to strike one of them. Qi Xiang quickly stopped Daska, saying, are you crazy? What if they swarm and attack us? Nevertheless, Qi Xiang himself hurled a shadow slash toward one of them. With a ding, a head fell off, and the sound of metal hitting the ground confirmed that it wasn't anything supernatural. Rather, it was just undead people wearing armor. This realization emboldened Qi Xiang. Being familiar enemies, there was nothing to fear. He didn't even think about why these creatures weren't visible during the day or how their armor came to be. Qi Xiang saw only two kinds of beings, those who could be killed by him, and those who couldn't. And so far, the former clearly outnumbered the latter by a large margin. Qi Xiang let out a loud war cry and charged forward, hacking away with reckless abandon, showing no discernible fighting style. Indeed, though the zombies were decent fighters, compared to Qi Xiang, they were still far too weak. Even without weapons, Qi Xiang could take them down with just his fists and feet. While battling, Qi Xiang also cursed. Damn it, it's because of you guys I slept like a pig. If I hadn't been sleeping so heavily, I wouldn't have created that stupid trap. And if it weren't for that trap, I wouldn't have frozen myself. Come over here, all of you, and pay for your sins. Remarkably, Qi Xiang blamed others for his own clumsiness, a rare skill. Sure enough, the zombies began gathering around Qi Xiang, not due to his words, but because they were drawn to the scent of life emanating from him. As Qi Xiang continued cutting through the endless wave of zombies, suddenly, he noticed that his body felt heavier, slowing him down when swinging punches or moving steps. Although it was not a significant hindrance, it caught Qi Xiang's attention. When a sword slashed at him, Qi Xiang tried to dodge by stepping aside, but his body's weight slowed him too much, and the blade managed to leave a cut on him. However, he retaliated swiftly with a powerful kick, launching the zombie into the wall where it likely turned into minced meat. Qi Xiang roared ferociously as his bloodlust spear burst forth, unleashing devouring flames that cleared the field around him. Looking at Daska and Tax, they weren't simply brute forcing either anymore. Daska used wind blades to swirl around himself, while Tax used earth spikes for offense, indicating that they too were affected by the same strange phenomenon. Qi Xiang gazed at his own hands. Indeed, they felt unusually heavy. Then, Qi Xiang observed the silent way the zombies moved. A gleam of understanding flashed in his eyes. However, before he could fully contemplate it, another distraction interrupted him. Hey, come over here. The voice was speaking in the language of the Sun Country. Following the voice, Qi Xiang saw an open manhole cover, and from it, a boy with a dirty face gesturing to him. Qi Xiang knew further entanglement wasn't wise right now, so he shouted for Daskar and Tax. After creating a brief vacuum zone, they promptly moved towards the boy. There was no need to mention the method Qi Xiang used. Of course, his soul-devouring knife plus swallowing whirlwind, one of the best tools for clearing a battlefield. As for Daska, he sent wind blades flying in all directions, one blade per zombie. And Tax, naturally, stuck with his most frequently used skill, earth spikes. Once Qi Xiang noticed that the zombies were nearly cleared and the nearest ones were several dozen meters away, he hurriedly ran towards the sewer entrance. Without hesitation, Qi Xiang, Daska, and Tax jumped down into the sewer. Of course, Qi Xiang went last since only he could use his right hand to close the manhole cover. After entering the sewer, Qi Xiang found that this place was unexpectedly unique. Not only was it spacious, but it even had electric lights installed, making the area brightly lit. The boy glanced at Qi Xiang and said, "Follow me, I'll take you to meet the leader." And with that, the boy started walking ahead. Fortunately, Qi Xiang had visited Japan before and thus understood some Japanese. He comprehended what the boy said and asked out of curiosity about the so-called leader. "Hello, may I ask how many survivors are there in this city? What's going on with your leader?" The boy did not respond. He didn't even turn back, continuing to walk silently. Realizing his inquiry brought no response, Qi Xiang decided against asking more questions and simply followed behind. He explained the boy's words to Daska and Tax. Strangely, Daska and Tax only understood Yin Huang, the ancient Chinese language, seeming to have no knowledge of other languages. Following the boy through various turns, they walked for a long time, during which the feeling of heaviness in their bodies disappeared. Xiang's patience, however, was almost gone. He thought to himself, I'm at least a strong warrior. That kid already saw my power earlier, though I saved him. Still, such silence. Do his family members know about this? Just as Xiang was about to lose his cool and leave, they finally reached the destination. It was still a sewer, yet this place was evidently much more luxurious than the areas they passed through before. Chapter 209, Well, Part 1. Looking at the furniture, food here, and the two women dressed in kimonos, Xiang couldn't help but become more curious about their leader. Leader, the person is brought. On the sofa, a man dressed in a suit stood up, looking at Xiang with slightly narrowed eyes, as if trying to see through him. But Xiang didn't have any good feelings towards this man. Although his clothes were still relatively clean, both his scruffy beard and greasy hair made Xiang inexplicably feel repulsed. Hey, young man, wasn't it you who was riding a motorcycle around on the streets earlier? Xiang grinned. That's me. What's up? As he spoke, Xiang walked over naturally, picked up a can of Coke, took a sip, and said, not bad. The leader looked at Xiang and did not get angry because he had taken the Coke. Instead, he asked, your accent doesn't sound like that of a sun-rising countryman. Are you from Yanzhou, China? Xiang nodded, having nothing to deny regarding this. Are you an exchange student then? Surprisingly, this leader actually asked Xiang such questions as though they were casual. Xiang sighed with a bitter smile. Don't even mention it. I was originally going to handle some things, visited a small island, and when I returned, my ride went in the wrong direction and ended up here. The leader nodded and said, that is indeed pitiful. Wait a moment. Did you say you have a vehicle that can cross seas? Can we take a look at it? Xiang glanced up and chuckled. If you don't mind this place collapsing, then I don't care. After hearing this, the leader became even more curious, but he didn't want one of his places destroyed either. So he stopped asking for Xiang to summon his ride and instead asked, so what do you plan to do now? What else can be done? Xiang shrugged and said, play around a bit here. When I'm bored, I'll return home. It's just like a trip. I don't know how to address you. Xiang. The leader nodded, stood up, and patted the creases in his suit, saying, hello, Xiang. My name is Koizumi Ichiro. You can just call me Koizumi. In this city, I am also considered a local leader. Most of the survivors are under my management. At this point, Koizumi Ichiro showed a hint of pride. Xiang nodded and said, then I am curious. What about that smaller part? Koizumi Ichiro's expression turned cold as he said, some of them are already dead. They didn't follow me, so they died. There's another guy. He has already become the dominant force in this city. Oh, what happened? When Koizumi Ichiro mentioned this, Xiang became interested. He really wanted to know what kind of person Koizumi Ichiro referred to as the dominator. Koizumi Ichiro sighed, sat back down on the sofa, and said, well, let's start from the beginning. The initial outbreak of zombies. Our city is called Nukauchi. It relied mainly on fishing and ports, so life was quite comfortable. And the best thing about our place is that there were no people from the Yamaguchi-gumi. Although the Yamaguchi-gumi in Japan weren't too evil either, there's still the mafia. Anything connected to the mafia couldn't possibly be good, right? But about a month before the zombie outbreak, a self-proclaimed member of the Yamaguchi-gumi arrived here, claiming to build a branch of the Yamaguchi-gumi in Nukauchi. At that time, there were indeed over a dozen delinquent youths who sought him out, but the people in the city were already used to a tranquil life. How could they possibly tolerate such a situation? Thus, without any government involvement, everyone spontaneously organized an anti-crime campaign which dealt him a significant blow. That matter passed after that. Later, the zombie outbreak occurred, and people started fleeing until one day, he appeared. We had psychics in our group, but compared to him, they were far too weak. His psychic powers were extraordinarily strong. We're talking about control over gravity. Moreover, he has trained his ability to great strength. All our psychics combined probably wouldn't be able to match him. Thankfully, he didn't annihilate us completely, so we escaped into the sewers and secured some supplies, allowing us to survive by the skin of our teeth. Meanwhile, he uses his abilities to control all the zombies in the entire city and arm them. Though these zombies can't use guns, wearing armor and wielding katana can certainly increase their fighting power to a certain extent. Frankly speaking, that guy was beaten up so badly by us in the past. Now, even though he forced us into the sewers, he hasn't slaughtered us outright. This makes me quite ashamed. Xiang looked at Koizumi Ichiro, and his words made Xiang curious. Why did Koizumi Ichiro feel ashamed about someone who had driven them to live in the sewers? However, Xiang didn't dwell on this question, but said, where's that guy? I want to meet him. That son of a gun dared to attack me. I'll beat him to death. Although Xiang was attacked by zombies because he went to provoke them, when Xiang spoke these words, his face didn't even flush, as if it were truly that person's fault. Koizumi Ichiro smiled and said, Xiang, forgive me for being straightforward. Your strength, although I haven't seen it, is probably not weak, plus you're two beasts, so you must be quite powerful. But compared to that guy, you're far off. As he said this, Koizumi Ichiro looked up at the ceiling and said, that guy is truly terrifying. Xiang laughed and said, with what you've said, I really want to meet him now. Koizumi Ichiro looked at Xiang for a while and said, Xiang, give up on this idea. If you want to stay, we have enough food. And if you want to leave, we will find a way to send you away. Xiang, seeing how Koizumi Ichiro reacted, couldn't press the matter further and simply said, then can you tell me what's with the pollen here? Pollen. Koizumi Ichiro paused at Xixiang's question, unsure of what he meant. Xixiang nodded and said, I'm not sure if it's pollen, but there's a gas in this city that can make people fall asleep. Koizumi Ichiro stroked his beard and said, This, I really don't know. It might have appeared recently. Arita, send someone to investigate. The young man referred to as Arita by Koizumi was the one who had brought Xixiang over. Arita replied with a yes, and then left. After Arita departed, Koizumi dismissed the two women with a wave of his hand, and then said to Xixiang, Xixiang, judging from your strength, you must be quite formidable. Can you tell me about the situation outside, so I can prepare accordingly? Xixiang was momentarily surprised and asked, Do you not have any game ability users here? Koizumi Ichiro looked puzzled and said, What is that? Xixiang adjusted his forehead and said, Now I understand. Chapter 210, Anjingshang 2. Xixiang explained the abilities of game ability users and their roles, and Xiaoquan Yilong finally looked as if he understood everything. He said, This is indeed a very important kind of ability, but unfortunately, we don't have one here. Xixiang nodded and said, That's right, but I'm curious. Isn't your country known for games? Why don't you have any game ability users? Xiaoquan Yilong said, I'm not sure about that, but it seems we really need such people now. Thank you, Xixiang, for bringing us such an important piece of information. Xixiang threw the empty can in his hand into a trash can and smiled, saying, This isn't a big deal, but Xiaoquan, you guys are already living in sewers. Why are you still practicing garbage sorting? Xiaoquan awkwardly smiled and said, Well, habits from many years die hard. Moreover, who knows? Maybe we can survive this calamity, don't you think? Whether we can survive or not, I don't know, but I will definitely have to meet that damn guy. Every time Xixiang thought about the person who messed with gravity around him, he felt angry for no reason. Xiaoquan Yilong saw that there was no way to dissuade Xixiang and could only say, All right then, Xixiang, I know where that guy usually stays. I'll send someone to bring you there shortly. Wish you good luck. Xixiang nodded. Then, Xixiang and Xiaoquan Yilong talked about some things, and after that, Xixiang went over there led by a sturdy man from Xiaoquan Yilong's team. Daska looked at that man and asked, Xixiang, how do you think that guy has such large fists? Xixiang glanced at Daska and said, Oh, you're interested in this? Daska nodded and said, Yes, our wolf tribe are all skinny. We don't have any strong ones. Looking at Daska's expression, Xixiang couldn't help but laugh. We've arrived. It's that building. The rooftop is the place. The man pulled open the manhole cover and pointed to a nearby building. Xixiang nodded, then took Daska and Taku's out, thanked the man, and walked towards the building in large strides. It was a quite ordinary office building, not tall at all, with only 7 floors. It looked like an old house. However, as soon as Xixiang stepped inside, he immediately felt heavier than usual. Apparently, something here was different from other places, and the difference was the gravity. Looking at this office building, Xixiang suddenly smirked slightly on the corner of his mouth, then walked ahead into the building. Inside the building, it was eerily quiet. There were only sounds of Xixiang and Taku's walking. As for Daska, his footsteps were almost inaudible. On the first floor, second floor, third floor, the higher Xixiang climbed, the heavier he felt, as if carrying 1,000 jin on his back, and each step required enormous effort. But Xixiang and Taku's were still okay. Daska had already begun feeling unable to cope, and started using a wind-based spell, the lightness spell, to ease his burden. Otherwise, Daska might have collapsed even before reaching the top floor. By the 6th floor, Taku's was also struggling, and beads of sweat were already trickling down Xixiang's forehead. Xixiang couldn't help but admire this person for being able to develop his skills to such a level. He was indeed a genius. Finally, they reached the 7th floor. Seeing that Daska and Taku's were about to give up, Xixiang reluctantly returned them to the other space and began searching room by room alone. The gravity at the 7th floor felt as if 10,000 tons were pressing down on Xixiang. Although he was still able to endure it, he was close to his limit. Xixiang opened door after door, finding no one in each one. When Xixiang came to the last door, he took a deep breath, lifted his right leg abruptly, and kicked directly through the door, sending it crashing inside. However, what happened next shocked Xixiang because the wooden door shattered instantly upon impact, turning into powder. Xixiang saw the man sitting cross-legged in the room and confirmed that this was the person he had come to find. The man had a slanted fringe, his complexion slightly pale, though still quite decent looking. At the moment, he was dressed in a full black suit, eyes closed. Seeing this man, Xixiang managed to stop himself from rushing forward and shouted instead, Hey, you're the guy from the Yamaguchi group, right? Come out quickly and fight me. In response, an even greater force of gravity hit Xixiang, making him collapse halfway onto one knee. At this moment, the man finally stood up and said, A Chinese person is nothing more than this. With such a paltry amount of strength, you actually dare to cause trouble? Humph, you clearly underestimate yourself. As he spoke, the man began walking towards Xixiang. Xixiang's body was under immense strain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and dripping onto the floor. The man, seeing Xixiang's state, sneered and said as he approached, Hello there, Chinese person. I wonder what gave you the courage to stand against me. Xixiang let out a cold laugh and retorted, Don't think that just because you have some skills, no one can deal with you. If I ever get a chance, you'll be the one to die. Ha ha ha. The man laughed, still chuckling as he continued, You're quite amusing, aren't you? Even though I've completely overwhelmed you, you still talk about killing me. I'm curious, why do you want my life so badly? Could it be because, like most Chinese people, you harbor prejudice against the people of the Sun Country? But looking at you, it doesn't seem like it. Qi Xiang coldly smirked and replied, I indeed have no prejudice against the people of your Sun country, but I do have prejudice against those stronger than me. Therefore, today, you are surely going to die. The man nodded and said, Oh, I understand now. What you mean is that you cannot allow anyone stronger than you to exist, and if they do, you must eliminate them, right? Your strength isn't bad, but compared to me, you fall far short, and even farther when compared to those others. It seems you have a long way to go. No, wait. If I let you live, it's me who might die. So, it seems your journey ends here. As he spoke, the man prepared to increase the gravity further, delivering a fatal blow to Qi Xiang. Wait. The man looked at Qi Xiang and asked, What is it? Qi Xiang said, Since I can't escape anyway, I'd rather die knowing the truth. Can you tell me who those people are? I'm genuinely curious about this. And by the way, what's your name? How could I not know who killed me? Chapter 211, Tracking, Part 1. The man gave a cold snort and said, Your request does indeed have no issues. As a samurai of Great Japan, I still wish to promote the spirit. Let me introduce myself. I am called Ishio Inoue. As for those people I mentioned, they are the ones who caused this disaster. But I don't hate them. Do you know why? If it wasn't for them, I would still only be someone bullied by the citizens of this city instead of being as strong as I am now. Speaking of this, Inoue's eyes gleamed with excitement. Qi Xiang nodded and replied, Yes, we really should thank them. What Inoue didn't notice was that Qi Xiang was actually able to nod at this moment. Of course, Inoue didn't care about such details and turned to look at Qi Xiang, saying, All right, now, it's time for you to die. With that, Inoue lifted his right palm and clenched it into a fist. Inoue seemed to visualize Qi Xiang's body being crushed under immense gravity. However, Inoue's expectation was unmet. Qi Xiang smiled, took a torn doll from his pocket, and said, You're a space traveler. Even if we're not in the same dimension, can you still use your gravity to suppress me? Inoue looked at Qi Xiang in disbelief but still responded, I'm curious, how long can you sustain this state? It won't last long, only half an hour, and there's also a range limit. However, Qi Xiang then pulled a whistle out of his pocket and continued, However, I've got this too. Qi Xiang put the whistle in his mouth and blew it. As the sound of the whistle rang out, Inoue already sensed something was wrong. To exercise, Inoue constantly added some extra weight to his body every moment unless he was fleeing, whereupon he would reduce the gravity. But now, Inoue suddenly felt his gravitational force return to normal. No matter how hard he tried to adjust it, it remained ineffective, completely useless. Qi Xiang sneered coldly and said, The silencing whistle, your power is gone. Now it's my turn. Saying this, Qi Xiang immediately hurled a punch forward. When Qi Xiang's fist hit Inoue's stomach, Inoue finally understood why some say a punch feels like a hammer. This was not just idle talk, it was the truth. Right then, Inoue felt as if his stomach had been struck by a huge hammer. Instantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew outwards, smashing through several walls in succession. Just as Inoue was about to fly out of the office building, Qi Xiang rushed over and grabbed his collar. Below Inoue was the height of 7 floors, followed by asphalt road. Moreover, Inoue practiced a mental type art that offered little enhancement to his physical strength. If he fell at that moment, he might survive, but more likely become crippled. Inoue looked at Qi Xiang with panic-stricken eyes and begged for mercy. Please let me go. Please let me go. I don't want to die. I'm not ready to die. Qi Xiang gave a cold hump without answering Inoue's plea and instead asked, Why did those guys come here? They came to collect data. With life or death on the line, Inoue didn't dare put up airs. At least before his powers returned, he needed to stay alive, because only living gave him hope for revenge. Collecting data? Qi Xiang repeated Inoue's words, then said in Chinese, I'm sorry, what did you say? I don't understand Japanese. As he spoke, Qi Xiang loosened his right hand slightly, watching Inoue still gripping it. Frowning lightly, Qi Xiang summoned corrosive fire. As soon as the corrosive fire touched Inoue's hands, Inoue felt an excruciating pain and instantly released his grip. Then, he fell down. Qi Xiang didn't even glance at what shape Inoue landed in. He thought about whether those people belonged to the same organization as Kenku while lamenting over his 2 consumed magical items. Those 2 items were rewards obtained from completing missions, both extremely rare and precious. Qi Xiang only had 1 each, and they were now used up. These kinds of things could not simply be bought with gold. Although Qi Xiang didn't want to eliminate Inoue in such a manner, Inoue's abilities were simply too formidable. Controlling gravity and amplifying it to that extent made him a far stronger opponent than one Qi Xiang could easily dispatch. Therefore, out of caution, Qi Xiang resorted to using those 2 items. Qi Xiang went downstairs, gave a quick glance at the bloody mess that was Inoue lying on the ground, and retrieved another motorcycle. The previous motorcycle had broken down, but fortunately, Qi Xiang owned more than 1 bike. Riding the motorcycle, Qi Xiang prepared to leave the city. At this moment, Kozo Ichiro also received the news. What? That bastard Inoue is dead? Unbelievable, just unbelievable. That person from Yanhuang is actually this powerful, really out of my expectation. According to your guess, he is preparing to leave next, right? Don't stop him, just let him go. We can continue being our local tyrants, isn't that right? Haha. As he spoke, Koizumi Ichiro stood up and walked towards another direction of the sewer. On the ground there were more than 10 cushions, and on the cushions were 4 women dressed in kimonos. However, their faces looked very haggard, and their eyes appeared bright as if they had been severely stimulated. Qi Xiang was riding a motorcycle, with no mood to look at the scenery along the way. He now only wanted to know whether that group of people were indeed the same as he suspected, whether they were a part of Kanka's gang. As the creators of the zombies, that group must certainly have methods to resolve the situation, at least that's what Chi Xiang believed. Although he liked his current self, who was powerful, he cherished his previous life even more. Though it was repetitive day by day, it was ultimately peaceful, unlike now where he had to worry about zombies every day, and even worse, potential ambushes by sinister psychics. Eagle, this is Hound. I've discovered the hair. Please give instructions. Follow, but remain undetected. We will converge towards you according to the positioning device on your body. Yes. Chi Xiang didn't realize that he already had a tail following him, though this couldn't be entirely blamed on Chi Xiang. It was because Hound's ability was primarily for tracking, not combat, so he was sent to search for the target. Precisely because of this, Chi Xiang could not detect Hound. However, it wasn't easy for Hound to catch up with Chi Xiang either. For one, Hound needed to maintain a distance. If he got too close, there was also a possibility of being detected. Hound was a cautious person. Secondly, Hound mustn't lose sight of the target. But Chi Xiang was riding a motorcycle while Hound, in order not to be detected, had to walk, which was a significant consideration. Chapter 212, Tracking, Part 2. Chi Xiang was traveling at great speed. Earlier, while examining the map, he had already decided to go to the nearest city to the Yanhuang Kingdom and then head to Ruhai. Of course, it wasn't far, just a few days' journey. Stop right there. Two men dressed in camouflage, even their faces covered with paint, stood 50 meters ahead of Chi Xiang, armed with submachine guns. They had suddenly darted out from either side of the road, hoping to catch him off guard and preferably scare him off his motorcycle. However, Chi Xiang merely smirked at them, accelerating instead of slowing down. The moment they saw this, the two men immediately opened fire. But oddly, their bullets today seemed especially uncooperative. The two marksmen who usually hit their targets every time now managed only to graze the motorcycle without hitting any critical parts, let alone harming Chi Xiang. In an instant, the 50-meter distance closed. Chi Xiang abruptly lifted the motorcycle, making it leap into the air. As the bike reached its apex above the two men, Chi Xiang executed a backward somersault, landing on the ground and grabbing both of their necks with his hands. Just as the two were about to shoot, they found their weapons flung aside by some extraordinary speed that left them internally terrified. Chi Xiang looked at the two men and asked, "Who sent you? And what's your purpose?" His icy gaze made them too scared to even look directly at him, fearing they might wet themselves if they did. One of them quickly said, "We're bandits trying to profit from national misfortune. Nobody sent us." As soon as these words were spoken, a snap sound could be heard. His companion turned his head and saw his fellow thrown to the ground, his neck significantly thinner, actually crushed. The remaining man started sweating cold sweat profusely, and his pants began to moisten. Chi Xiang, observing the wetness spreading in the man's crotch, said with disdain, "I don't like fools, so I killed him. And you, I hope you're smarter. We're sent by the Special Operations Group because you killed our people in Xiankou City. Your strength has made us feel threatened, so they sent us to test you." Chi Xiang nodded and said, "You're smart, but also foolish. Since you've come to kill me, have you prepared to die?" Before the man could say, "You don't keep your word," his neck was already broken by Chi Xiang, joining his companion. Chi Xiang threw the body to the ground and muttered, "Special Operations Group, huh? Heh, since you dared to come, you should be prepared to be wiped out." He stepped forward to inspect his motorcycle. Aside from a few bullet marks, there was no damage. He sighed in relief. After all, Chi Xiang didn't own many motorcycles. If this one broke down, it would be the second one lost, and Chi Xiang couldn't afford that. Mounting the motorcycle again, Chi Xiang proceeded according to the original plan. It wasn't that he didn't want to deal with the Special Operations Group. Rather, Chi Xiang enjoyed the thrill of counterkilling more. Hence, without even asking where the Special Operations Group was located, he eliminated the man. Chi Xiang knew well that the Special Operations Group would soon seek him out. Why should he bother searching for them when they were willing to deliver themselves to his doorstep? Indeed, Chi Xiang guessed correctly. In the command center of the Special Operations Group, inside a 50-square-meter room, a man dressed in samurai attire frowned intensely as he observed the surveillance monitor. He watched the two acclaimed elite operatives not only miss their shots, but also display no ability to retaliate against their prey. "Patch me through to Tiger." The man commanded his subordinate. "Yes, sir." Subsequently, the connection to Tiger's channel began. Tiger, this is Eagle." "Eagle, haha, still the same old you. So what's up?" "Tiger, we've encountered a rabbit, a very powerful rabbit." "Ah, I see. Send me his coordinates." "I can't believe it, though. You Eagles actually met your match. Aren't you supposed to be unbeatable, or something?" "Huh." The man did not respond to Tiger's taunt, and simply instructed his subordinate to disconnect the link. He was aware that Tiger harbored resentment over the previous meeting when he declared, "Our Eagle division is sufficient, we don't need Tiger." This statement clearly prompted Tiger to retaliate. Despite this, the man did not get angry. Instead, he stared at the dead bodies of his subordinates on the surveillance screen. The Eagle team took a hit too, boys. Let's get to work." A burly giant stood up and directed his followers. This room, which was only 20 square meters, housed 7 towering figures, making the space incredibly cramped. However, these large men seemed utterly unfazed by the lack of space. It must be said that each of these giants was over 6 feet tall, all muscles. Such physiques were absolutely strong among the people of the Sun Country. No, in Asia, they could be considered strong. The aura they emanated was even more formidable. Though they were joking with each other, there was a faint air of killing intent. It wasn't something they deliberately omitted. It had been cultivated from being in a state of slaughter for years. Wow, you really spared no expense for me. Qi Xiang looked at the 3 armored vehicles in front of him and revealed a smirk of disdain. Rat-a-tat. The people inside the armored vehicles didn't shout any warnings, but directly opened fire. This was Tiger's style. Either he doesn't act, or when he does, it's to take someone's life without leaving any room for mercy. Seeing the machine guns of the 3 armored vehicles spitting tongues of fire, Qi Xiang coldly sniffed, retracting his motorcycle. He certainly didn't want another one of his motorcycles to break down. Facing the bullets rushing toward him, Qi Xiang didn't even use the Saint Blue shield. He simply stood there, using the corrosive fire to block them. But Qi Xiang soon realized that he had been careless. If they were ordinary submachine gun bullets, Qi Xiang's corrosive fire would indeed have been sufficient. But their armored vehicle bullets weren't the same as those from submachine guns. Fortunately, Qi Xiang's reaction was still quick enough. When the first bullet entered his body, Qi Xiang jumped to the right and immediately took out the Saint Blue shield with his right hand while urging his internal energy, Dan Force, towards the wound on his left arm. The people inside the armored vehicle, watching Qi Xiang dodge, were not surprised and simply adjusted their gun barrels. However, when they saw their bullets being blocked by Qi Xiang's shield, they couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. But that was all just surprise. They knew that the bullets fired by the machine guns they held could penetrate steel plates. At the same time, they also knew that many artifacts belonging to cyanites were not comparable to thermal weapons. That burly man who answered the call earlier stepped out of the armored car and said, "Brothers, let's go." With that, he jumped off the armored car and charged towards Qi Xiang. Chapter 213 Special Operations Group, Part 1. Qi Xiang, seeing that the bullets had stopped, immediately freed his right hand and forcefully pulled the bullet out of his left arm. With an angry roar, Qi Xiang charged out with the Saint Blue shield in hand. An ice spike formed on the shield, making it more than just a protective device. It was now also a weapon. The man, seeing Qi Xiang charging at him, quickly drew his gun and started firing while stepping back. Qi Xiang let out a cold snort, and the ice spike on the Saint Blue shield suddenly shot out, but it missed the man, instead embedding itself in an armored vehicle beside him. However, even this act left the man stunned. As a driver, he knew all specifications of the armored vehicle. A regular bullet couldn't pierce it, yet an ice spike managed not only to penetrate it, but deeply so. Seeing that the ice spike missed its mark, Qi Xiang didn't hesitate. He charged forward and used the Saint Blue shield to ram into the man, pushing him several steps back until his back hit the side of the armored car. Then, Qi Xiang turned the shield horizontally, causing its sharp bottom end to collide directly with the man's body. "Are you from the Special Operations Group?" The man spat and cursed. "Ah, I'm from the Special Operations Group. What of it? Samurai from my Sun country will never surrender." Qi Xiang performed a spinning kick to fend off someone attempting to ambush him, then gripped tightly with his right hand, thrusting through the man, instantly killing him. The man could not believe that, instead of interrogating him, his opponent decided to kill him outright. He did not know that Qi Xiang was not curious about what exactly the Special Operations Group represented to the other side. What he aimed for was nothing more than eradicating the group that sought trouble with him. Of course, the man had no time to think further. He was already dead. Qi Xiang briefly glanced at the remaining individuals, kicked an armored car aside, and collided straight into 2 of them, killing them instantly. Next, Qi Xiang hurled the Saint Blue shield, unleashing a shadow slash without pause before attacking the last one with the soul-devouring blade in hand. What appeared to be merely a 5-second offensive assault flowed seamlessly, devoid of any special abilities, pure brute force. Yet this kind of combat wiped out all members known for their formidable physical combat prowess. Qi Xiang retrieved the soul-devouring blade and walked over to pick up the Saint Blue shield from the ground. By now, his left arm had healed almost completely. Looking at the armored vehicles, Qi Xiang silently put them away and climbed onto his motorcycle, riding away confidently. "Bah!" The man watching in the surveillance room saw all of Tiger's people killed and shouted angrily, shattering the teacup in his hand. What a bunch of idiots. Armed with 3 armored vehicles, all were capable anomalous powers and former elite soldiers, yet they were slaughtered without being able to fight back. Truly idiotic. Hearing their superior hurl vulgar curses behind him, the man who previously helped connect them with Tiger focused his eyes intensely on the monitor screen, too scared to turn back. He knew his superior's temper. They could become flustered, but not to be seen by others. Hearing such language might be acceptable, but seeing it would lead to terrible consequences. The man once heard that a careless person sitting in the same position met a tragic end because he turned back to face his enraged superior and was subsequently dragged away by the hair, never to be seen again. That is precisely why he had managed to secure his current role. "Bah, must we really summon them?" The superior sighed. Whatever. You connect me to the Shadow Division." "But we don't have direct permission to call the Shadow Division," protested the subordinate. "Going through the proper channels takes a week. Can we afford to wait under these circumstances? Must I teach you how to do your job again?" At the loud rebuke from his superior behind him, the man dared not disobey. Indeed, calling the Shadow Division directly wasn't impossible, but he as the communicator would suffer punishment. Comparatively speaking, enduring the wrath of the man behind him would seem far worse. Cleverly, he chose the first option. Unknown to Qi Xiang, the Special Operations Group wasn't just a regular military organization or some newly established guild-like organization. It truly was a specialized department reporting directly to the Prime Minister of the Sun Country, outside of any official division and answering solely to the Prime Minister's commands. This could possibly be considered the sole privilege retained by the ruler whose power was otherwise restricted. After the outbreak, even though the prime minister died, this organization continued to exist, operating independently based on its own will. Here, the eagle, tiger, rat, sea fish, and cheetah formed the five beasts. Their responsibilities were intelligence, combat, infiltration, maritime operations, and strike missions. These were the five departments most commonly utilized. In addition to these, there were three other mysterious divisions known as the Dark Department, Shadow Department, and Ninja Department. They comprised experts from the three great ninja families and could be considered the most powerful group in the world. The emperor himself once said that any of these three departments could rival the Dragon Squad of the Yinhuang country. Of course, who was truly stronger remained unknown, but it was rumored that the two sides had clashed secretly multiple times, with the Dragon Squad always emerging victorious. Nevertheless, this did not stop the prime minister from acknowledging the formidable strength of the Shadow Ninja departments. At the moment, Qi Xiong sat cross-legged on the ground, a bonfire blazing beside him while he roasted a wild rabbit he had caught. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow flit by. Despite the shadow's incredible speed, it could not escape Qi Xiong's sharp eyes. "Who's there? Show yourself." While keeping an eye on his rabbit so it wouldn't burn, Qi Xiong issued a warning. However, no one responded. All around was silence, as if what Qi Xiong had seen was merely a figment of his imagination. But Qi Xiong wasn't naive enough to dismiss it as such. "If you don't come out now, don't blame me for being unfriendly," he warned more sternly this time. Again, no response came. Qi Xiong showed no signs of impatience, continuing to slowly roast the rabbit. As time ticked by, Qi Xiong watched as the rabbit meat sizzled and dripped with oil, signaling its completion. Having survived for so long in this post-apocalyptic world, Qi Xiong had developed excellent barbecue skills. His precise use of seasonings and control over heat made his barbecue quite a delicacy. Qi Xiong felt confident about the quality of his grilled rabbit. Despite the scalding heat radiating off the meat, Qi Xiong bit into it without hesitation. The juice burst into his mouth, eliciting a delighted exclamation. He then pulled out a beer, popped the cap, took a hearty swig, and laughed heartily. "Huh, barbecue paired with beer. It's like being immortal, haha." After enjoying his food and drink to the fullest, Qi Xiong stood up, stretched his arms lazily, and smiled. It's time to catch the naughty child. Although Qi Xiong spoke Yinhuang language, the person approaching belonged to the Shadow Department, whose proficiency in Yinhuang language was excellent due to their frequent interactions with Yinhuang nationals. Chapter 214 Special Operations Group 2. Qi Xiong looked down on the Special Operations Group, and so did the Shadow Department. Even though Hawk's leader had already said that Qi Xiong was very strong, capable of completely wiping out Tiger's men, the people of the Shadow Department also believed in their own strength. Hence, only one person was sent out. Qi Xiong stretched lazily and said, "Hey, are you going to show up or not? If you don't, I'm coming for you. I'm tired, I want to sleep." The Black Shadow still didn't move. He firmly believed this was just a trick by Qi Xiong. But in the next second, he felt an intense presence lock onto him. Though there wasn't a hint of killing intent, this person could sense it. This presence belonged to someone who merely wanted to pin him down. Under such pressure, this person had no choice but to step out. But the moment he appeared, his head fell to the ground. Holding the soul-devouring saber in hand, Qi Xiong coldly sneered. "I already said I want to sleep, yet you're dragging your feet. You're just asking for it." Saying this, Qi Xiong stomped his right foot on the body, as devouring flames ignited. Feeling that the malevolent energy inside him grew stronger, Qi Xiong found a tree, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating his Dan force. 8GA, an angry man hurled a cup directly, hitting the face of Eagle's commander. The cup shattered instantly, blood and water flowing together. However, the commander didn't dare to even cry out. His head hung low, as if lost in thought. "Colonel, this matter can't be entirely blamed on Eagle. Although his folly led to the annihilation of Tiger, the Tigers were already a broken army anyway. Useless extras at best, but Shadow lost a member. Every loss within the Shadow Department is something we simply cannot bear." After hearing his subordinate's words, the colonel glared angrily at the Shadow Department. Normally, they acted arrogantly, but due to their power, others couldn't say much about it. But with such a situation now, the colonel would settle old scores for how they looked down on them earlier. However, before the colonel could open his mouth, the leader of the Shadow Department, a man wearing a clown mask, glared at the person who spoke earlier, then gave the colonel a faint glance, scaring back any words the colonel was about to say. The colonel knew it wasn't time to confront the Shadow Department yet, so he could only state, "Eagle, I'm removing your position as captain of the Eagle Special Team, letting your eyes replace you in that position. Additionally, Dark Shadow's 3 ministers, I ask for your help in eliminating this disrespectful little pest." These words perfectly demonstrated what it meant to bully the weak and fear the strong. Toward Eagle, he held no fear, because he himself could wipe out the entire Eagle Special Team, and currently, as the temporary commanding officer, he could command Eagle without even symbolically asking, "Do you have any objections?" before making the decision, showing absolute disrespect toward Eagle. But what could Eagle do? He's just a subordinate. His fists weren't as powerful as theirs. At the headquarters of the Eagle Special Team, "Boss, I can't be the captain. Other than you, none of us are fit to be the captain." Eagle looked at the men around him, all silent, but their attitudes aligned with the first speaker. They obeyed only Eagle and wouldn't bow to anyone else. Sighing, Eagle replied, "I understand. Though I am strict with you usually, you all respect me. This time, however, it's an order from above. So reject it." They never treat our Eagle special team as human beings. Exactly. I've had enough of risking our lives for them. Why should we act as their eyes when we receive no benefits? Screw it. I won't do it anymore. Boss, lead us independently. Looking at his subordinates' appearances, this was all expected by Eagle. Nodding, Eagle said, "Indeed, we are humiliated, but don't forget their strength is unmatched by ours. Therefore, if we're to operate independently, we must do so discreetly. This might take a month. I hope everyone understands." Then Eagle shared his plan with the group. The Special Operations Group, the keen eyes of this formidable organization, would soon lose its vision. Continuing along his preset route, Qi Xiang had changed his mind upon seeing the city nearby. He decided to stay here a while, at least long enough to severely wound that Special Operations Group, which kept bothering him. Qi Xiang was getting annoyed, but Qi Xiang was wrong. He didn't need to wait. For today, he'd get just such an opportunity. Qi Xiang, who was riding on the street, suddenly stopped and looked up at the black shadows jumping off the tall buildings. With a cold snort, Qi Xiang sank his breath into his lower dantian and let out an angry roar. This roar startled those who were descending. With their abilities, landing from that height should have been no problem, but Qi Xiang's shout made 3 of them panic and fall to their deaths. Looking at the 26 people around him, Qi Xiang gave another cold snort and said, "You're all ganging up on me, truly showing how much respect you have for me, Special Operations Group." As he spoke, Qi Xiang had already taken out the soul-devouring saber and holy blue shield, and through the mental link, informed Daska and Tax to prepare for battle at any moment. The aura these people exuded also warned Qi Xiang. They wouldn't be easy opponents. However, Qi Xiang didn't summon Daska and Tax right away in order to keep an ace up his sleeve. Since entering the solar country, he hadn't summoned either of the 2 beasts, exactly to surprise others. Attack! The one leading the group wasted no words and directly gave the command. Qi Xiang could see they were aiming for his life. Qi Xiang didn't hesitate either and charged forward. The soul-devouring saber burned with fierce flames, and the holy blue shield glowed faintly blue. These 2 great weapons of Qi Xiang would taste blood today. These individuals all wore night black suits, essentially ninja outfits, and now Qi Xiang could clearly confirm the number of people. They used techniques such as Grand Fireball Technique and Shadow Clone Technique, and throwing stars appeared. Qi Xiang couldn't help but be startled. Were these people's skills acquired post-apocalypse, or were they something they already knew beforehand? If it was post-apocalypse, it would be highly unlikely for so many people to gain the same ninja-based abilities and gather together like this. But if they already knew these ninja skills before the apocalypse, then they would indeed be too powerful, truly unstoppable. But Qi Xiang was overthinking. Though these ninja skills existed before the apocalypse, every country also had its own secret forces, and the secret forces of major powers were far stronger than the Dark Shadow Ninjas department that gathered here. Chapter 215 Special Operations Team, Part 3. The devouring whirlwind activated, small whirlwinds surged around everywhere. Regardless if you were a fireball jutsu, shadow clone, shuriken, or kunai, none of them could break through this barrier. Meanwhile, the ninja had to cautiously dodge to avoid being sucked into the devouring whirlwind. Although these ninjas were renowned for their agility and were actively evading, they couldn't withstand Qi Xiang's sweeping devouring whirlwinds. At this moment, 3 ninjas were already dead, leaving only 23 members remaining in the Shadow Ninja 3 divisions. Under the elite strategy, each division of the Shadow Ninja 3 departments consisted of only 10 people, but all were unparalleled geniuses in ninjutsu. However, within just 2 minutes of the battle starting, 6 ninjas had already fallen. One could say that the hearts of the 3 department heads were bleeding profusely, but what could be done? Qi Xiang cared not about their sorrow. "You came here to take my life, so prepare for your death." Indeed, these ninjas were strong, but more importantly, they specialized in patience, assassination, and sneak attacks. But now, they were forced to confront him head-on, without possessing the powerful techniques found in the Naruto series. The head of the Shadow Ninja 3 divisions was now deeply regretful. Initially, they thought Qi Xiang was just one man, no matter how strong he might be, so they directly opted for a frontal confrontation. Now, however, Qi Xiang has demonstrated to everyone his power. Not only was he strong, but also capable of killing enemies while surrounded by 30 ninjas. What further frustrated the ninjas was that Qi Xiang kept spinning and using the devouring whirlwind, denying them any opportunity to get close. Strangely, it seemed as if Qi Xiang didn't feel dizzy, continuing to spin non-stop. Suddenly, Qi Xiang stopped, and seeing this, the ninjas assumed he couldn't endure it anymore and rushed forward immediately. However, before they could reach him, Qi Xiang released a blue halo from the Saint Blue Shield, instantly covering the ground with a layer of ice. Those who weren't airborne would fall victim as soon as their bodies made contact with the icy surface. This technique had been prepared since the start, not aimed at wide coverage, but designed to ensure those ninjas couldn't easily escape once ensnared. Therefore, Qi Xiang took such a long time to lower the temperature of the freezing ring of ice to an extremely low level. Even though Qi Xiang himself avoided getting hit, the cold emanating from the surrounding ice still made him shiver involuntarily. The hovering ninjas fell onto the icy ground and started sliding uncontrollably. Qi Xiang wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. The Saint Blue Shield continuously fired icy spikes in blue light, like machine gun fire. Seeing this, some ninjas unleashed fireballs, others created shadow clones, but all efforts were only delaying their inevitable fate, to be killed by Qi Xiang. Watching the 10 survivors, Qi Xiang gave a cold laugh. Another circle of blue light emanated from the Saint Blue Shield, causing panic among the ninjas, forcing them to jump immediately. To their dismay, Qi Xiang's next move wasn't a freezing aura, it was an unfreezing aura, eliminating his disadvantage in fighting on ice. Combining rapid footwork with decapitation strikes, a combo that Qi Xiang always used effectively, 7 more ninjas met their end. Qi Xiang looked at the last 3, the department heads, and sneered, having lost so many capable subordinates, I wonder, do you feel the pain? Heh. Saying that, Qi Xiang flicked off the blood from the soulbane knife, then raised it, pointing at the 3 men and declaring, today, you too will die. Bah! As the leader of the Shadow Division charged ahead, the other 2 department leaders joined in. Today, even at the cost of their own lives, they had to kill Qi Xiang, otherwise, they would only have the choice of disembowelment to restore their honor. But would they even get the chance for seppuku? A woo, roar, moo, growl. With 4 animal roars, the 3 leaders paused simultaneously, staring in astonishment at Daska, Taxus, Baihu, White Tiger, and a crocodile turtle as tall as a building standing behind Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang chuckled coldly. I said it before. Today, you 3 must die. With that, Qi Xiang charged forward with the soulbane knife, retracting the Saint Blue shield. Only those familiar with Qi Xiang knew. This is his true state of combat. Attack, quick attack, absolute attack. Daska and Baihu also charged up, whereas Taxus and the crocodile turtle stayed rooted to the spot. But Taxus closely monitored the battlefield, ready to ambush with earth magic at any moment. As for the crocodile turtle, it was simply because of its immense size. If it moved, it might fail to strike the enemy and instead obstruct others' fights. Qi Xiang's opponent was the head of the Shadow Division. Seeing the current situation, the Shadow Division leader activated his special ability. Lord of Hell, I beseech thee to grant me thy strength to overcome my foes. For this, I offer my lifespan as sacrifice. Ying's ability was to gain strength by burning his own life force, an absolute power that made him invincible in the early stages, but also drastically shortened his lifespan. Thus, up until now, Ying had only used this ability twice, his first opponent being a Lich King, and his second, Qi Xiang. Ying's muscles suddenly swelled, tearing through his shirt, though there wasn't too much muscle on his face, so his mask remained in place. Looking at Ying, whose body was covered with magical runes, Qi Xiang slightly narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but take this seriously. The head of the Snake Division possessed the ability of snake possession, another powerful technique. And his opponent? The legendary White Tiger, the king of beasts. Seeing Dark's lower half transformed into a snake-like tail, and his flickering forked tongue, Baihu's eyes glimmered with sharp intelligence, seemingly calculating how to defeat him later. Daska could only look at his opponent with despair. He had turned into something akin to a blob of slime, bright yellow feces-like in appearance, resembling nothing more than what one might find in a toilet. Daska barely suppressed the urge to vomit as he repeatedly reminded himself that this was battle. But fighting against something that looked like a pile of excrement, could Daska truly perform at his best? Just 2 minutes ago, the commander of the Special Operations Team, the Colonel, had erupted in fury, flipping the table over when he saw life signals fading one after another on the monitor. Each death of a ninja weighed heavily on his heart, causing unbearable pain. And now, with so many deaths, how could the Colonel possibly remain calm? Deploy all available combat forces. I want that kid dead. However, when the Colonel noticed that only the lights corresponding to the 3 division heads were still glowing on the life monitor, while all others had gone dark, he collapsed onto the chair, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. He now regretted crossing the unknown youth. This battle, even if he won, would cost him far too much. Chapter 216 Special Tactics Group 4. Bang. Boom. Following a dull sound came a loud explosion as Qi Xiang kicked his opponent in the chest, and then glanced backward. At this moment, the main force of the Special Tactics Group had arrived. The Special Tactics Group had already suffered too many losses, and the 3 ministers of the Dark Shadow Ninjas could be considered their last ace. If these 3 were to die, then the Special Tactics Group would no longer have any hope. Therefore, the Major directly dispatched all available combat forces, whether infantry, navy, psychics, or armored soldiers, all out on the field with only one purpose: to allow the 3 ministers to escape from the battlefield. The Major now regretted not equipping the 3 with communication devices. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to deploy so many forces to cover for them. If they could receive orders directly, it would have been much simpler for the 3 of them to flee based on their strength. Major Shida, isn't this plan too risky? After all, these are the last reserves of our Special Tactics Group. Shida looked at his subordinates, furrowing his brows slightly, and said, if we don't do this, we'll only lead ourselves to destruction. Isn't there a Chinese proverb in the Sun Country called sinking the boat? Right now, all we can do is hope the 3 ministers survive. Otherwise, our Special Tactics Group might as well disband. With that, Shida sighed deeply, his breath filled with helplessness. Shida, a man hailed as a legend within Japan's Special Tactics Group, was recruited into the group at the age of 15 due to his formidable swordsmanship, becoming the youngest member in its history. He then became the youngest captain, leader, minister, and by the age of 30, had risen to become the overall commander of the Special Tactics Group, deeply favored by the Emperor. Shida and the Special Tactics Group were intertwined so closely that they depended on each other. For Shida to speak such words signified that he truly saw no other way out. Otherwise, even if there was just a glimmer of opportunity, he would have saved the Special Tactics Group. The crocodile turtle roared angrily after being hit by a tank. Though the injury wasn't fatal, it still hurt. Fortunately, the shell fired was not an explosive type, or else the crocodile turtle would have been worse off. Though the body of the crocodile turtle was massive, its speed was no less impressive. It quickly turned around and crashed into nearby buildings, toppling them down. Tex knew that enemies were approaching from behind, so a stone pillar lifted him up, landing on the back of the crocodile turtle. Tex observed the situation ahead. 6 tanks, countless people numbering easily in the thousands, and all elite soldiers from the Special Tactics Group. Indeed, each city didn't have many members of the Special Tactics Group, but the Sun Country had numerous cities, making up for it in numbers. While some hadn't arrived and others died in battle, Sheeta had managed to gather many fighters, and all these forces now stood before Tax. Moo! What sounded like a deep bellow was surprisingly clear and crisp when emitted by Tax, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. Immediately after, the soil beneath the 6 tanks simultaneously sank. Before many warriors realized what was happening, a colossal creature charged forward, resulting in cries of agony echoing everywhere. Facing Croc's impenetrable shell, bullets and grenades proved futile. Occasionally something struck near Croc's limbs, inflicting pain it could bear. However, Croc's powerful charges were unstoppable. Not even Qi Xiang could resist them. To be struck meant certain death. Moreover, the frequent earth spikes summoned by Tax created a one-sided massacre. Sheeta stared at the images on the surveillance screen, unconsciously tightening his right hand, crushing the glass cup in his grip. Glass shards pierced through his skin, blood flowing freely, yet Sheeta seemed completely oblivious to the pain, clenching his fists tightly as he anxiously watched the monitor. In his eyes, those men were merely cannon fodder. The real priority was rescuing the 3 members of the Dark Shadow Ninjas. With them, the 3 departments could be revived, and once these departments were restored, the resurrection of the Special Tactics Group would be assured. Qi Xiang landed a punch on Ying's body, feeling as though he had struck steel. No, even steel would react under the current strength Qi Xiang possessed, but he didn't move even an inch. Then, a flash of movement caught Qi Xiang's eye, and suddenly, a large hand grabbed his shoulder. Although Qi Xiang was taller than Ying's arm still had to rise slightly to reach Qi Xiang's shoulder. This did not impede Ying's swift action in the slightest. Ying's hand grabbed Qi Xiang's shoulder, and Qi Xiang felt as if a pair of pliers had clamped down on his shoulder. The pain was immense, and no matter how hard Qi Xiang tried, he could not break free. Corrosive fire. The flames roared to life, engulfing Ying's hand as well, but Ying showed no reaction. It was worth noting that this corrosive fire burned not only the body, but also the soul. The agony from soul damage was something no one could endure. Yet, Ying's expression suggested that it wasn't even his soul being burned at all. That made sense. After all, his power came from burning his soul. What difference did it make if more of it were consumed? Qi Xiang let out an angry roar, driving the Shurhun blade toward Ying's abdomen. Uffed! The Shurhun blade pierced into Ying's body as if cutting through tofu, catching both Qi Xiang and Ying off guard. Qi Xiang would not let such a perfect opportunity slip by. Without hesitation, he stabbed multiple times in quick succession, pulled the blade out, and cut off Ying's head. Even at his final moment, Ying couldn't comprehend why he had been felled by a blade. And this was something Qi Xiang couldn't quite grasp either. Clearly, Ying's body had been incredibly tough, yet the Shurhun blade had cut through it like tofu. Neither of them realized that the Shurhun blade was among the finest of malevolent weapons. After following Qi Xiang for some time and constantly absorbing souls and flesh, it had reached a new level. As Qi Xiang looked at Ying lying defeated on the ground, due to his powers, Ying's body disintegrated into ashes and was blown away by the wind, leaving not a speck behind. Qi Xiang scanned the battlefield. At this point, the crocodile turtle and Tax were working together, rendering the soldiers helpless and forcing them to flee. Baihu, who was entangled with Dark's snake-possessed form, was locked in a fierce struggle with neither side gaining an advantage. As for Daska, luck was not on his side. While Ren lacked potent attack methods, his tactics were utterly maddening, a pure assault on the mind. Just the sight of Ren was enough to stop Daska from having any urge to fight whatsoever. Chapter 217 Research Institute, Part 1. Daska shouted while running. Help! Qi Xiang, come and save me. This thing sprays dung. Don't let it get on me. Ah, this actually smells bad. Help! Qi Xiang looked at Daska with a dark expression, scolding him for disgracing himself. He took out the holy blue shield, releasing a ray of freezing light that froze Ren in place. Haha, finally got rid of it. Baihu, I'll help you. Saying this, Daska ran towards Baihu. My goodness. As Qi Xiang cursed at Daska, he approached Ren. Though Qi Xiang didn't react as strongly as Daska, seeing Ren's appearance still made him feel sick, especially after catching a whiff of the foul smell and observing Ren's condition. Qi Xiang couldn't help but feel repulsed. The swallowing cyclone was activated. Although Qi Xiang found it strange to devour something so disgusting, it was better than letting it stay there to make him feel sick. With Daska's help, and became increasingly passive. 2 poisonous snakes shot out from An's sleeves, heading straight toward Daska and Baihu. Both Daska and Baihu roared in anger, their voices forming waves that turned the venomous snakes approaching them into powder. Die! With a roar, Qi Xiang cut off An's head, then delivered a punch to An's vital spot. Watching Tegu and Tak return, he laughed and said, Haha, what's a special ops team if they can be defeated this easily? Baka! Shinta slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the steel-reinforced glass with one punch. Then, he stood up and walked out the door, ready to seek assistance from those people, even though he disliked doing so, but it was unavoidable. Leader, within a short period, the Shadow Ninja's 3 directors, part of the Special Warfare Team, all died successively, and all of their subordinates perished as well. The main force of the Special Warfare Team has been lost. A man observed the death information displayed on the screen, It was data intercepted from the Sun Country intended to track members of the Shadow Ninja 3 departments. Now, looking at the electronic display, the man said, even encountering zombies, the strength of the Shadow Ninja 3 departments shouldn't have led to such quick annihilation, but their life response devices are directly connected to their hearts. Impossible to disable. What could be going on? As he spoke, he lit a cigarette and began pondering. In an instant, both the Special Warfare Team and the Dragon Group were stunned. Meanwhile, Chi Xiong, who had caused all of this chaos, casually set out towards the sea. Crocodile Turtle, I'll trouble you again. Chi Xiong patted the big turtle under him and said this. Crocodile Turtle cried out and swam toward the direction of the Yanhuang country. At the same time, a group of people appeared at the seaside. Most of them wore cloaks, except for one Shinta. Shinta-kun, is the boy you mentioned the one riding away on the turtle? Looking at the person beside him, Shinta, who rarely showed respect, became unusually courteous and replied, Yes, master, it's him. Even though he has many summoned beasts, neither his power nor that of his summons should be underestimated. Any one of them possesses the ability to massacre cities. The death of the Shadow Ninja 3 department directors and their demise as a whole was single-handedly caused by him. This person nodded and said, All right, Danji and Shun now, go ahead, and return swiftly. After speaking, he turned around and led the others away. Danji and Shun now simultaneously threw a square box towards the beach. Immediately, the box rapidly disintegrated midair and transformed into 2 speedboats. They jumped aboard simultaneously and quickly chased after Chi Xiong's departure. Half a day later, Danji finally spoke. Shin Nao, do you think we've taken the wrong direction? How come we haven't caught up after half a day? Shin Nao looked at the GPS in his hand and replied, It's not the wrong direction. Our target is just too fast. But at this speed, we should catch up soon. Thankfully, our water-powered speedboat is like perpetual motion. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance. Yes, but we're about to enter Yanhuang country's territorial waters. Will we encounter people from their research institute? Shin Nao nodded and responded, Indeed, there's a good chance. They've never liked us much, so avoid conflict if possible. We just hope we don't run into Kenchu. That guy is really troublesome. Speaking thus, both sides simultaneously, memories unbidden recalling Kenchu's face. Chi Xiong stood on the Crocodile Turtle, looking at the cruise ship not far away, muttering to himself, Hey, there are still cruises in this day and age. Looks like even in the apocalypse, there's no shortage of idle people. Come on, Crocodile Turtle, let's see who's so relaxed. With that, the Crocodile Turtle changed direction and swam toward the cruise ship, though Chi Xiong apparently forgot one thing, that he himself was also very relaxed. Who would have thought? Isn't that Kanto? Truly a carefree guy. Chi Xiong looked at Kanto standing on the deck. Back then, both sides fought fiercely, and now Kanto seemed stronger, but Chi Xiong was no longer the same Chi Xiong from back then. Since this was just a small cruise ship, Chi Xiong could clearly see the deck. However, although the height of the Crocodile Turtle was tall, it couldn't fully show itself in the water and remained shorter than the cruise ship. Kanto had long noticed some kind of unidentified creature swimming over and was already prepared for battle. But upon seeing that it was actually a crocodile turtle, and on top of it stood someone he once controlled, a human, he became curious and thus did not attack. Kanto smiled and said, Come up and sit for a bit. Chi Xiong nodded, leaped, and landed on the cruise ship. He looked at the ship and laughed, saying, You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. People on land are fighting zombies, while you're out here cruising leisurely. Kanto chuckled, replying, You're doing the same thing. You found a big turtle to roam the seas with, but I'm not here for fun. It's my turn to patrol the sea this month. Times aren't like they used to be. Even an aircraft carrier can't claim 100% safety on the sea these days. Upon hearing this, Chi Xiong reflected on his days adrift at sea. Although nothing happened to him, large sea fish attacked every day. While they couldn't threaten Chi Xiong, for regular people, they would be nightmares. Moreover, Chi Xiong had a dominant aquatic creature by his side, whereas other ability users might not even know how to swim. But Chi Xiong caught a key phrase. Patrol, you patrolled before too? You guys wouldn't be moonlighting as Navy personnel, would you? Huh. Chapter 218 Research Institute 2. The crippled man sighed bitterly and said, If I were in the Navy, it would be better. What we fear are other countries' research institutes. Although our people are all over the world, each country has its own boundaries. Crossing them is not allowed. Some materials are unique and cannot be taken by other countries. They can only be exchanged on an equal basis. This is an unwritten rule. However, recently, the Sun Country and Goryeo Country have become more frequent in coming to plunder resources. We can't afford not to be cautious, so we've added another line of defense. To be honest, I don't want to come here. With this time, I'd rather do some research. Chi Xiong nodded and asked, Yeah, that's true. Why don't you guys come up with something to prevent such incidents or report to the authorities? The cripple said, Yanhuang country is so vast. Although near the sea, the only countries close to us with research institutes are Goryeo country and Sun country. Yanhuang country's seas are enormous, and they can easily bypass our areas. Radar doesn't mean much to them, so we can only send patrols. Even so, we still lose a lot of supplies every year. Reporting to higher-ups is useless as they always cite good scientific achievements to cover things up. Honestly speaking, because of these reasons, there have already been many conflicts leading to deaths on both sides. Everyone in the research institute is an elite. Damn. Watching the incessant talking and profanity-laden cripple, Chi Xiong didn't know how to describe him. He could only say that the cripple must really be frustrated about this matter. Otherwise, why would he talk so much to Chi Xiong? Just as Qi Xiang was about to say something, the cripple looked toward the distance, in the direction from which Qi Xiang came. He coldly laughed. Speaking of Chao arrives. They should have followed you, huh? Heh, no matter what, since they dare come into Yanhuang waters, they will have to pay the price. Saying this, the cripple walked towards the ship's interior. Qi Xiang also looked in that direction and indeed saw two objects rapidly approaching at sea. The cripple had a mechanical eye, functioning almost like a telescope, making the sight unsurprising for him. Qi Xiang could only retrieve his own telescope and look, spotting two cloaked figures riding jet skis heading their way. Crocodile turtle, submerge. Qi Xiang issued instructions to the crocodile turtle. He did not intend to take action yet. Precisely, it was not the right time. After all, the cripple was still around. Why should Qi Xiang rush to act? Not only did the cripple discover Shun Nao and Duanji, but Shun Nao and Duanji also noticed the cruiser belonging to the cripple. Duanji exclaimed, Shun Nao, isn't that the ship of Yanhuang Research Institute? Shun Nao nodded, replying, that's right. In this day and age, who else could it be apart from a research vessel? And it's not just any vessel, it's also Crippled Man's ship. It's Crippled Man's ship. As soon as Duanji heard those words, he immediately stopped. Seeing this, Shin Nao also halted and looked at Duanji with bewilderment, asking, why did you suddenly stop? Duanji panicked and replied, are you kidding me? Did you forget the methods used by the cripple? Let's go back. Even if we give up the mission, preserving our lives is most important. Shin Nao burst out laughing and said, Duanji, we're not here to steal resources, so what are you afraid of? We're here to capture someone. Both of us are people from the Research Institute. I doubt the cripple can protect that individual. Not only might he fail to help, but he may even help us catch the person. As Shin Nao spoke, he added, if you don't follow, I'll go alone, and then directly headed toward the crippled man. Seeing Shun Nao and Duanji suddenly stop, the cripple didn't know what they were up to, nor did he begin the attack immediately. However, once Shin Nao and Duanji started again, the cripple gave a cold laugh and pressed a button. Instantly, what was previously a small cruise boat transformed into a pirate ship. The side walls of the boat opened, revealing cannons and guns. These were merely the tip of the iceberg of what this ship contained. The cripple took out a data cable, connecting it first to the ship and then to himself. This ship was controlled by brainwaves, something only a person who had undergone brain surgery could manage. This surgery meant transforming their brain into a semi-mechanical structure, and worldwide, fewer than 10 people had undergone such a transformation. Nevertheless, the cripple's ship was unique globally. As the cripple watched the two black spots approach quickly, he adjusted the cannon barrels, aimed, and fired. The dense gunfire seemed to make the yacht recoil. Shells and bullets were continuously fired, as if money were no object. Damn, that guy has really opened fire. Duanji shouted while dodging the shells. Shin Nao said, are you stupid? If he wanted us dead, would we still be standing here now? Although he doesn't like me much, I've actually tried his ship during a headquarters exchange meeting once. I have to admit, it's extremely powerful. Of course, that time wasn't by his initiative, but rather boss's demand. To tell the truth, I truly admire him for having such a one-of-kind vessel. Duanji could no longer stand it and shouted, hey, when are you going off topic again? Quickly explain to him why we're here. Shin Nao grunted in acknowledgement and took out the communicator to state their purpose. This is interesting. Upon hearing Shin Nao's explanation, the cripple ceased his firepower and glanced outside at the young man once more. Shin Nao couldn't say that his country's elite special operations group had been taken down by Qi Xiang. Instead, he simply claimed Qi Xiang had caused quite a commotion in his own nation. This piqued the cripple's curiosity as he wondered what exactly Qi Xiang had done to warrant direct pursuit from Sun Country's Research Institute, not to mention with a person who underwent brain surgery included. Patrolling the sea was rather dull anyway. Why should the cripple pass up on such an entertaining opportunity? As Qi Xiang observed the approaching jet skis and the now silent ship walls, his brows slightly furrowed. He didn't believe it was due to running out of ammunition. Qi Xiang wasn't sure what the cripple was up to. Was he planning to help those two capture him? Regardless, Qi Xiang was unfazed. To start with, his crocodile turtle and holy blue shield gave him an edge underwater. Moreover, considering Qi Xiang's current capabilities, there was no way he'd lose this encounter. Strength was what assured a person peace of mind. The cripple also eyed Qi Xiang calmly standing there and couldn't help but wonder what this young man had gone through. Could it be sheer bravado of a newcomer without fear of the tiger? As both continued speculating about each other, the motorboats finally arrived. With a stunning slide, they came to a stop. Then, two dark figures leaped onto the yacht. Seeing the cloaked individuals, Qi Xiang laughed and said, haha, people from the Sun Country, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Baka. Chapter 219, Research Institute, 3. Qi Xiang frowned slightly, looking at the two people and said in Sun language, why are you two so rude? Why start off by cursing at people? Shin Nao and Duanji were momentarily stunned. Shin Nao said, you bastard, though you're from Sun Country, why do you oppose the Special Warfare Group, and why have you come to the Yanhuang Country Sea area? Are you going to be a traitor? Go to hell. After hearing Shin Nao's words, Qi Xiang couldn't help but curse. You idiot. Who says I'm from Sun Country? And what about a traitor? The truth is, I am originally from Yanhuang Country. Didn't you hear that I was speaking Yanhuang language earlier? Moreover, your damn Special Warfare Group sent people to sneak attack me first, then they kept causing me trouble one after another, yet they cannot beat me. So what? Do you also want to try? Seeing Qi Xiang behaving like a thug-like small-time rascal, Shin Nao and Duanji exchanged glances. They didn't know exactly what had happened between the Special Warfare Group and Qi Xiong, so they could not make an evaluation either. But today, it was essential for them to bring him back. Shin now looked at Qi Xiong with a self-righteous air and said, I don't care how you can speak our language, but the fact is, the Special Warfare Group has been messed up by you, and we simply can't ignore it. Ho ho, when did the Research Institute begin to meddle in national affairs? A sarcastic voice came, as Kanju emerged from the ship cabin. He looked at Shun Nao and Duan Ji and mocked them. Oh, aren't these two morons and cripples? For heaven's sake, aren't you worried that your master might miss you guys being out this far? Ah, indeed, there is no reason to worry since two useless ones are just food-wasting entities. If you die, well so what, haha. You shouldn't cross the line. Both Shin Nao and Duan Ji under their capes turned red in anger. Looking at Kanju, they knew very well that even if both of them teamed up, they couldn't defeat him. Therefore, despite all the insults, they had no choice but to endure them. However, Kanju showed no signs of letting them off lightly, continuing his mockery. What? You want to hit me? Wow, I'm so scared, haha. Kanju laughed arrogantly, and he had good reasons to be so overbearing. Shin Nao. Kanju, we've come here to capture this guy. Surely, you won't interfere, will you? I won't. And how about I catch someone within your Sun country borders instead? With one sentence, Kanju had left Shun Nao speechless. As he continued, do you know why I'm patrolling around here instead of staying in my lab and conducting research? It's because of you guys. Don't you at least need some better excuses next time? I've heard this excuse too many times. If you guys don't remember how strong Yan Huang's research lab's punches are now, let's give you a lesson. Saying this, Kanju squeezed his fists, making a caw-caw sound. Just as Shun Nao wanted to retort, he suddenly felt a burning pain on his face, followed by flying off into the distance. Qi Xiong retracted his right foot suspended in midair, muttering, wasn't that kick too light? Then, he turned his eyes towards Duan Ji, revealing a cold glare. Upon seeing Qi Xiong's eyes, Duan Ji actually took a step back in fear, but quickly regained his composure and threw a punch towards Qi Xiong. Without dodging, Qi Xiong retaliated with his own punch, creating a loud pang sound as their fists collided, resulting in a metallic resonance. No doubt about it, since Duan Ji's nickname is Duan Ji, his body must be equipped with machinery similar to Kanju's. Specifically, all four limbs must be made of metal. However, Qi Xiong's fist is flesh-made, producing such a sound which only demonstrates how hard, extremely hard, Qi Xiong's fists really are. As the fists met, Qi Xiong's footing remained exceptionally steady without moving even a bit, while Duan Ji had to stagger 7 or 8 steps before regaining balance. His right arm hung lifelessly by his side. This scene greatly shocked both Duan Ji and Kanju, as they all knew Duan Ji's right arm was made of special materials, possessing high sensitivity and impressive toughness. This explained why Duan Ji chose to attack with his right fist, as it wouldn't budge even when struck by a car. Yet, Qi Xiong managed to break it with his bare fist. Looking at Duan Ji, who still stood after receiving a punch from him, Qi Xiong showed a hint of dissatisfaction and rushed forward swiftly, kicking Duan Ji squarely in the chest. Duan Ji's chest hadn't undergone any modifications. Even though he used some medicines that made his body stronger than ordinary people's and had obtained abilities strengthening his physique, even the strongest bodies could not withstand Qi Xiong's kicks. Instantly, the crackling sound echoed as Duan Ji flew away. His chest collapsed inward. At this point, Kanju finally realized what had happened. He looked at Qi Xiong, somewhat angry, and asked, how dare you kill them? Don't you know they're my prey? Qi Xiong replied calmly, I do, but they also want my life. Killing those who seek your death should not violate any rules, right? Seems like it is. Wait, how do you know they're dead? As he spoke, Kanju strode to the edge of the ship and looked down. He had been curious earlier. Given Shin Nao's skills, he should have come up by now. But when Kanju peered below, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. On the sea surface, there was a patch of red water with a faintly fishy smell. As for Qi Xiong's giant crocodile turtle that appeared before, it had vanished without a trace. Qi Xiong grinned and said, all right, Kanju, I've got to go. You can continue your patrol. With that, Qi Xiong ran to the other side of the ship, grabbed the railing, did a backflip, and landed precisely on the back of the crocodile turtle. Kanju watched as Qi Xiong departed into the distance. He stroked his chin and muttered to himself, seems like we've created a pretty dangerous monster this time. Huh? Really interesting. I wonder how the master will deal with him once he finds out. Oh well, let's see what happens if he continues developing. I wonder if he'll surprise me even more in a few weeks. Hee. At the same time, in a sewer in New York, USA, 2 men were discussing something. Jack, we've already gathered enough food for a week. It's so dangerous here. I don't agree with us going outside again. The man named Jack retorted. Oh, Mark, why are you so rigid? Must we follow that old man's orders? Sure, we've got food for a week, but what about after that? That supermarket still has lots of stuff. And right now, there aren't too many zombies outside. If we just take a risk, we won't need to look for food for an entire month. Think about it, isn't that a great thing? No, I absolutely won't agree with your utterly stupid idea. Go back with me right now. Chapter 220, Research Institute 4. Alright, Mark, you go back by yourself. I'm going to find enough food for a month so that I can gain Lucy's favor and get a little heroin from old Ghost. Just thinking about that taste makes me excited. As he spoke, Jack was preparing to climb up. You give me back. Mark suddenly pulled Jack and said angrily. Do you know we're a team? We came out together, so we'll go back together. I disagree with your plan. We must go back immediately. Shit, are you afraid that I'll take all the credit alone? As he said that, Jack shoved Mark and grabbed the ladder, climbing upward quickly. "You damn bastard, you're going to die," said Mark through gritted teeth as he watched Jack's retreating figure, but still climbed up after him since he didn't want that damn idiot to die. Outside were only a few zombies wandering around, while Jack, who was covered in zombie blood, didn't fear drawing their attention at all, walking straight toward the store. Mark also smeared himself with zombie blood, rushing after Jack the moment he climbed up. Seeing Mark catch up, Jack whispered, "Haha, you came too." Mark made a shushing gesture. Then the two quickly entered the store and started scavenging. It must be admitted that this store had an abundance of stock, seemingly untouched by anyone, with all kinds of goods still complete. Except for the dust on the ground and shelves, and the pool of blood near the entrance, this store seemed just like before the apocalypse, its goods neatly and orderly arranged. Jack and Mark tried their best to keep quiet, taking as many goods as they could into their storage space. Half an hour later, both wiped the sweat off their foreheads, looked at each other and smiled, then walked outside. Now, Jack was thinking about how to mock Mark for his foolish idea of not letting them come over here earlier. But before Jack thought it through, he felt everything went black, losing his life. Behind Jack, Mark witnessed his good friend Jack being strangled by a guy in a cloak until his neck snapped. After a brief moment of shock, Mark swung his fist immediately, flames wrapping around his fist and smashing toward this person. All Mark wanted right now was revenge for his friend. This person directly grabbed Mark's right hand and gave it a hard squeeze. Mark only felt an intense pain in his right wrist, then lost all feeling in his right hand, only sensing the pain where his wrist was. This strange person grabbed Mark's neck and ordered, "Now, take me to your nest." The voice of this person was deep, like a man, yet wrapped with a chilling aura, causing fear upon hearing it. Startled for a moment, Mark began shaking his head violently in agreement. An hour later, Mark personally witnessed the place where his group lived being slaughtered by this man, and then he died under this man's fists as well. Similar incidents happened all over the world, each one almost the same. A mysterious figure in a cloak captured someone looking for supplies, and then led them back to their settlement for a massacre. Although the settlements they chose were not large ones, each had quite a number of psychics, with populations around several hundred people, yet each time, just this single individual would commit a massacre. Chi Xiang observed the forums talk about this matter, slightly frowning, muttering, "Seems like the weather is changing. Humph, I wonder if they have people in the Yanwan country too. Europe and America already saw them. Asia should be next, eh." As he said that, Chi Xiang retrieved his motorcycle, reviewed the settlements mentioned in the forum, picked the nearest one, and rode off. Residual corpse, well done. An old man with a face full of wrinkles, stooped back patted Residual Corpse's chest, laughing. "Huh. The Sun Country bunch was too cocky. Killing their brain god and severed limb this time has made us feel vindicated once more. Huh." Residual Corpse helplessly looked at the old man in front of him, saying, "No, master, those two weren't killed by me, but by the person they were pursuing. I didn't even get a chance to make my move." Previously, when Residual Corpse reported that brain god and severed limb were dead, the elder assumed Residual Corpse killed them. So for this matter, Residual Corpse specially came to the headquarters of Yanwan country in Jingsheng to provide a detailed report. Upon hearing that it wasn't done by his beloved disciple but by someone else, the old man curiously asked, "Oh, who is it? Do you know him?" Residual Corpse nodded and said, "His name is Chi Xiang. Master, do you still remember the guy I told you about who has a dark ability? It's him who did this, and it's rumored that the special warfare group Shadow Ninjas were also wiped out by him. I estimate his strength might even surpass mine." The elder was silent for a moment, muttering to himself, "Special warfare group, brain god, and severed limb. Huh. This young man has thoroughly enraged the people from Sun Country. Our government is gone, and most of our army is destroyed. Only some military zones and special departments, like us and the Dragon Group, are still operational. If the Sun Country still has any special departments functioning, they will definitely send them out. Of course, their research institute will certainly come as well. When that happens, there will be plenty for this young man to handle." Huh. The elder wasn't worried about those people not being able to find Chi Xiang because he understood that if the research institute wants to locate someone, they possess the acknowledged technology to make it happen. Finding someone would be extremely simple for them. For example, if this elder wanted to find someone in Yanwan country, he could use over 1,000 methods, all of which would be accurate and effective. The elder smiled and said, "Oh yes, Residual Corpse, you should be careful too, so as not to cause trouble for headquarters. Hey, speaking of which, headquarters just contacted me. I'll go meet with them first, you can rest in the lounge." As he spoke, the elder walked toward a room where music was playing. Residual Corpse walked outside but didn't head to the lounge. Instead, he went to the laboratory because for Residual Corpse, research was his passion. It mattered more than anything else. Moreover, since he was already half dead, whether he rested or not made little difference. Chi Xiang easily found a place with 200 people gathered. He disguised himself as a refugee. However, here, they charged protection fees, collected by a powerful group led by 3 strong individuals. Chi Xiang, pretending to be a refugee, couldn't afford to pay. Consequently, he was forced to join the search party. And those 3 had already announced that if Chi Xiang couldn't gather enough money for entry, they would expel him. To this situation, Chi Xiang felt helpless, but he understood that others need to eat as well. Nevertheless, when the time came, it was uncertain who would drive whom away. Chapter 221 Search Team, Part 1. Kid, you're really unlucky. You've barely arrived and already have to risk your life. Uncle Da, sitting next to Chi Xiang, looked at him and said this, while Chi Xiang just smiled and replied, "Uncle Da, no worries. I've done similar work before, and I'm still alive and well, aren't I?" but I will depend on you when the time comes. Uncle Da chuckled heartily. Haha. Good, no problem. Chi Xiang quickly became familiar with the people in the car and learned some information about the gathering place and nearby cities. Overall, it wasn't bad. It didn't differ much from a regular gathering area. Upon reaching their destination, Chi Xiang took a submachine gun from the team leader's hands. The captain, looking at this new guy added to his team, asked with a smile, "Young fellow, do you know how to use this?" Chi Xiang laughed loudly and pulled the charging handle, replying, "Of course." This was a 10-person search team, with 1 SUV and 1 pickup truck. Out of the 10, only 3 were psychics, excluding Chi Xiang. After observing the setup of his own small team, Chi Xiang couldn't help but lament silently that comparing people could drive someone crazy, but he kept it to himself. Looking at everyone cautiously smearing almost dried-up blood, which smelled of cadaveric odor, over themselves, Chi Xiang frowned slightly. He had seen such things before, but even so, when it came to doing it himself, he found it hard to bear. But Chi Xiang had to endure. He was waiting for something big. The uncle who first chatted with Chi Xiang saw Chi Xiang's expression and walked over, laughing, saying, "What's wrong? Are you using this for the first time? That shouldn't be the case. People in the apocalypse should be accustomed to such stuff by now." Chi Xiang gave a bashful smile, answering, "Indeed, I'm not used to it." Sighing, the uncle took out a bag of powder-like substance, saying, "All right, here you go. I obtained this accidentally before. It's called zombie powder. Don't worry, it doesn't smell, but it can keep zombies from detecting you. Isn't giving me this kind of thing too much of an honor? Haha, I'm afraid you'll vomit halfway through our journey and attract the zombies." Chi Xiang looked at this uncle, whom he met for the first time, nodded, sprinkled the zombie powder on himself, and sure enough, it had no strange smell. A thin guy approached, smiling. "Old Kuei, why are you being so nice to this kid? Did you suddenly lose interest in women and start liking men? Haha, if you say another word, little Wong, I'll beat you up." Saying this, Old Kuei raised his arm and swung his fist a couple of times. Then both burst into laughter. Chi Xiang looked at Old Kuei and little Wong and smiled slightly. In his heart, he thought the people here weren't too bad. At least they hadn't lost all their humanity, so maybe there was room to help them. The members of the search team advanced toward their destination, dodging around cautiously and going through quite a length of sewer. Eventually, they made it to their target location. Everyone, rush forward and gather all the supplies. As soon as the captain spoke, he charged out. Chi Xiang already knew beforehand. This search team had a few psychics who would use their storage spaces to transport the supplies. Hence, every psychic on a mission cleared out their storage spaces, keeping only essential items to avoid accidents. They encountered no danger on their way. They didn't even meet many zombies. Even Old Kuei expressed wishes for future missions to be similarly easy. Yet Chi Xiang sensed a leading-level zombie approaching. If it was just Chi Xiang alone dealing with a leading-level zombie, it would be like bullying someone weaker. But now, Chi Xiang had to hide his true abilities, even though these 3 psychics combined wouldn't measure up to a leading-level zombie. While grabbing the supplies, Chi Xiang thought about what to do next. Alright, this is pretty much it. The captain looked satisfied at the piles of supplies before him and then beckoned the other 2 psychics to start collecting. Rustle! Fire! Old Kuei roared, and gunfire erupted immediately after. Chi Xiang also began shooting with his submachine gun. Meanwhile, he admired these people. They were truly fast-reacting individuals used to living on the edge of life and death, but even that wasn't enough against a ruling-level zombie. "You all withdraw quickly, we'll cover the rear," the captain shouted, sending 2 lightning strikes toward the leading-level zombie's chest, driving it back several steps. Chi Xiang and the others wasted no time either, running swiftly outside. If they reached the sewer entrance merely 20 meters away from the gate, they'd consider their task half completed. The other 2 psychics had relatively ordinary abilities. One controlled vines, and the other could embody a bear. Although their powers were not particularly strong, long-term cooperation had forged a strong rapport among the trio. The vines lashed out, binding the ruling-level zombie's legs. Then several lightning strikes hit its body. The bear-embodied psychic charged forward next, his sandpot-sized fist pounding onto the ruling-level zombie's face with an aggressive force. Roaring in anger, the ruling-level zombie released countless little black bugs from its body, looking incredibly repulsive. The swarm of bugs surged toward the 3, the closest one, bear-embodied, immediately suffered. Feeling the bugs crawling onto him, and the sharp pain in his leg as they burrowed into his body was unbearable. Few people could withstand such a combination of pain and fear. Then, the ruling-level zombie kicked him away. His chest caved in, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he was already dead. Vine dance. The vines swung wildly, trying to fend off the bugs. However, it was futile since there were too many of them, and the vines could not deal lethal damage. They could only offer temporary resistance. Lightning gun. The captain formed a gun shape with his hands, mimicking a child at play, but each motion from his hands unleashed a bolt of lightning. Though the bolts weren't large, they were more than enough to kill the bugs. Lightning sweep. As more and more bugs appeared, the captain finally lost patience. Placing his hands on the ground, he swept them forward vigorously, releasing a golden beam that surged ahead. Every bug touched by the light was flung into the air, falling back down charred black despite their original color. They emitted an awful stench. Releasing the bugs was also physically taxing for the ruling-level zombie, who stood still now recovering, while thinking with his limited intelligence about how to attack next. The battle inside was at a stalemate, and things outside were faring no better. Shit, when did there become so many zombies outside? Chapter 222, Search Team 2. The sound of gunfire rang out, bullets piercing the heads of the zombies with perfect accuracy, each shot ending with a headshot. But this wasn't enough because, unbeknownst to them, thousands of zombies had already gathered. Qi Xiang was shooting while observing how the few people beside him were reacting. Faced with so many zombies, they weren't only relying on their submachine guns, but also using grenades and even homemade explosives. Of course, Qi Xiang had these as well. 3 of the 7 formed a protective circle, wielding machetes to fend off the surrounding zombies, while the 4 behind continuously fired guns and threw grenades. Of course, such a formation could only be maintained in a relatively narrow space like the doorway. Xiao Wang! Xiao Wang screamed in agony, then was dragged away by several zombies. Soon after, Lao Kuei roared in anger. Qi Xiang grabbed one of Lao Kuei's arms and said, "Uncle Kuei, calm down. Kid, let me go? Let me out there to kill those bastard zombies." Qi Xiang sighed, lifting his rifle and striking Lao Kuei's neck with its stock. Lao Kuei immediately lost consciousness. Kid, why are you hitting from behind?" Qi Xiang looked at the speaker. It was clear that the person thought he intended to do something harmful. Qi Xiang just smiled without replying, gently placing Lao Kuei on the ground before glancing outside. Through the gaps between the zombies, he saw the figure being torn apart on the ground by the undead, the man called Xiao Wang by Lao Kuei. Without hesitation, Qi Xiang began firing, mowing down zombies around the victim. Qi Xiang didn't have any fancy techniques for throwing grenades, but there was one aspect where he surpassed others, his control over strength. Qi Xiang's current strength was formidable, so much so that if he didn't regulate it, it would affect daily life. However, since his strength grew gradually without any sudden surges, Qi Xiang had a clear understanding of what different levels of force could achieve. Now, Qi Xiang also knew exactly how much force was needed to throw the grenade a specific distance. Each time, grenades fell precisely where the zombie concentration was highest, while bullets rained down upon the heads of the monsters. This continued repeatedly. By now, only 7 survivors remained. Excluding the 3 engaged in combat nearby, only Lao Kuei lay unconscious here. Qi Xiang had stepped forward as well, but he tempered his power, not letting himself stand out too conspicuously. The other 2 people accompanying Qi Xiang didn't blame him, because if Lao Kuei were awake right now, his impulsive actions would likely result in him rushing into certain death instead. In this situation, being knocked out might save his life for a while longer, at least giving his companions time to protect him. With little hope left for survival themselves, all the remaining men wished only to prolong their lives and fight against more zombies, creating opportunities for the 3 special ability users to escape. It seemed to Qi Xiang that he had read their minds, lamenting silently about how this apocalypse truly shaped people, both producing despicable cowards and honorable, righteous souls filled with integrity. 2 more screams echoed as the 2 warriors were simultaneously pulled toward the horde. It was finally Qi Xiang's turn to act. Swallow soul knife in hand, he activated swallowing whirlwind mode. This scene wasn't unfamiliar to him, for this move had been honed into a set routine. The whirlwind technique was akin to an AoE attack and, paired with the swallow soul knife, released its ultimate power. Standing alone at the gate, Qi Xiang's defense became tighter than ever, and the speed of zombie killings drastically increased. When all the zombies were dead, Qi Xiang turned around and faced the team captain, who was the sole survivor of the battle with the enhanced zombies. Qi Xiang asked him, "Will you reveal my secret that I am a special ability user?" The captain shook his head, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sat down heavily. After inhaling deeply, he exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "What good would telling bring? With your power, wiping out our entire base would be effortless. I'm not interested in why you came here. My brothers are dead, and now only Uncle Kuei and I remain. I no longer have the face to continue living. All I want is to exterminate all the zombies in this city to avenge my comrades." Qi Xiang sighed and said, "You're too pessimistic. Pack up the food. We still need to report back, or I won't be able to explain how I brought back so much grain alone." "No, I'm not going back." Qi Xiang looked at the captain, then strode over and grabbed him by the collar, their eyes locking. Qi Xiang's voice was cold as he said, "Do you think I want to deal with you? But seeing the spirit of your brothers striving to buy time so we could defeat the enhanced zombies and escape has truly moved me. So I've decided to help you. But on one condition, after I accomplish my purpose here, we'll wipe out all the zombies in this city together. For now, pack up those supplies and come back with me to report." The captain had no words to oppose, but Qi Xiang's eyes revealed something extraordinary. The captain chuckled, patted Qi Xiang's hand, and teased in a joking tone, "You're holding on to our dear captain like this. Do you plan to go back and accept punishment?" "Ha." Qi Xiang lifted Uncle Kuei onto the vehicle, and the 3 of them drove toward the city. "Qi Xiang, do you not intend to tell Uncle Kuei that you're a special ability user?" Qi Xiang gave an affirmative sound and replied, "Yes. Because Uncle Kuei has been good to me, I don't want him dragged into this mess. I don't know if I can achieve my purpose here or how long it will take, but I must entrust Uncle Kuei to you. If the time comes, make sure to protect him." The captain laughed heartily and said, "Of course. There's no need for you to ask. It's what I do anyway. Uncle Kuei is my brother too." This 10-person search team originally sent out now had only 3 survivors returning, and among the 3 special ability users, only 1 remained. This could be called a defeat, but the higher-ups didn't care much about it. These ordinary people, alive, were just wasting food anyway. They were raised to be cannon fodder when needed. Their deaths weren't worth lamenting over. As for the 2 other special ability users lost, there weren't many special ability users in the gathering place, but there were a few powerful ones. As long as those strong ones survived, the base would remain stable. The captain merely mentioned offhandedly. The others have already perished in battle, and didn't want to elaborate further. Qi Xiang feigned a look of fear and wouldn't say anything. Uncle Kuei claimed he passed out halfway through the battle and knew nothing. Though their answers were evasive, the supplies they brought back ensured they faced no trouble. Chapter 223, The Reaper Guild, Part 1. After handing over the grain, Qi Xiang submitted his share of the contribution money and then found a place to stay. This time, the accommodation was much worse than before. The last time he stayed at Fu Ying's place, it was like living in a detached house. In the Fallen City, it was also on the ground floor with ample space. However, this time, Qi Xiang shared a house with the captain and Lao Kuei. Although this house was about 100 square meters, in the apocalypse era, houses could be chosen freely as long as you weren't afraid of zombies. Still, Qi Xiang felt the house was too small, even smaller than the one he lived in before the apocalypse. Seeing Qi Xiang's expression, both the captain and Uncle Kuei showed complicated looks. Their living standards before the apocalypse weren't bad either, but compared to this rich second generation, there was a vast difference. Now, which should have been the era of underdog victories, this rich second generation remained stronger than them. These two poor men got frustrated. Could there really be such a thing as a protagonist aura in this world? However, Qi Xiang didn't know what they were thinking, otherwise he would definitely mock their lack of experience and criticize Bo Gu harshly. Indeed, Bo Gu was the true rich second generation, the richest among rich seconds. The three of them had a comfortable bath. According to Uncle Kuei, this was one of the perks of the search team. Regular people could only take a bath once every 3 months, but members of the search team could bathe whenever they returned from a mission, regardless of how long ago the last one was. There were even cleanliness-loving individuals willing to risk their lives to join the search team. Qi Xiang smiled and said, "That's naturally the case. The search team brings back no shortage of supplies each time, and each trip is life and death battle. I estimate that this city still has plenty of freshwater reserves. We should last at least 5 years. Add to that the drinking water the search team brings back from outside. Even if everyone took a bath once a week, we could continue for a year. It must be said that your city lord knows how to win people's hearts." After Qi Xiang said this, it seemed as if taking a bath was no longer a special treatment. Uncle Kuei awkwardly chuckled. After bathing and eating, Uncle Kuei and the captain went to sleep. After all, their stamina couldn't match Qi Xiang's. After standing on the balcony and smoking a cigarette, Qi Xiang sat on the couch, closed his eyes, and began cultivating his pill force. As he practiced, he noticed that the pill force in his body was purer than before. This might have been because the pill force was originally obtained by the swallowing fire-absorbing energy. What Qi Xiang didn't know was that acquiring these two abilities simultaneously was akin to hitting a jackpot. If he solely possessed pill force, not only would his cultivation speed be slow, but his attack power in the early stages wouldn't be enough to survive in the apocalypse. And while the malevolent flame power was strong in the early stages, without the pill force to neutralize it, it would have long since controlled Qi Xiang's mind. Because these two abilities complemented each other, Qi Xiang was able to reach his current position. In a nearby small county not far from this settlement, a 5-member search team was walking cautiously. "Boss, do you know? Lei Dian's search team now only has him, old Kuei, and a new guy left. His power can be said to be unprecedentedly weak. Shouldn't we give them a good lesson when we go back?" A cunning-looking fellow whispered to the man next to him. The man snorted and said irritably, "Give a lesson? Give lessons on what? There's only one psychokinetic in our team, me, and I can't beat Lei Dian anyway. How are we going to teach a lesson? Stop daydreaming. With his strength, pulling together another team is simple. We should just focus on our own affairs." After being scolded by the boss, the cunning-looking man sighed, gripped his handgun, and entered a focused state without saying anything else. Suddenly, the man referred to as the boss felt something wet on his back. He quickly turned around and saw his 4 subordinates lying on the ground. Each had an additional blood-soaked hole in their chest. The strong smell of blood instantly spread, causing zombie cries to echo everywhere. Those seemingly listless zombies came to life after smelling the blood, stiffly moving toward this area. This man looked at the approaching zombies but wasn't nervous, because ordinary zombies couldn't harm him. Still, fear crept into his heart, because he didn't know why his subordinates suddenly died. Who could have wiped out 4 people in the blink of an eye? If it were zombies, why didn't they kill him too? If it were a psychic, then what was the purpose? All kinds of questions surged into his mind, but none of them could be answered. Just as the man was about to give up and prepare for a showdown with those zombies, a cloaked figure landed in front of him, stomped his right foot, and immediately all the surrounding zombies were thrown off. They hit the ground and turned into pools of flesh. Then, the person rushed forward, grabbed the man by the neck, and coldly demanded, "Tell me, where's the nearby gathering place?" The man was startled, not only by the strength of this person but also by their voice, which carried a chilling coldness, like it came from hell itself, evoking an indescribable fear. Sweat poured down the man's forehead as he cautiously replied, "Which gathering place do you mean?" "Of course, the one where you are." The man tried to wiggle his neck and said, "Can you let go of me first? Quit stalling. Take me to the gathering place without delay." Qi Xiang was currently at a gathering place, a settlement of 1,000 people, medium-sized in scale, but something was about to happen that would drastically reduce its strength. 2 cloaked figures stood on the rooftop of the tallest building in this city, the only structure capable of providing a full view of the entire area. Beside them lay a body, none other than the previous leader of the search team. But now, he had no vital signs. His heartbeat had stopped. He had departed this world. Staring at the city below, both figures simultaneously leapt off the building. Their tasks were already allocated. They shared a wordless understanding developed over years of watchit cooperation. Even though each had been trained for solitary missions, their partnership was far from shallow. This marked their organization's first multi-person mission. They both believed failure wasn't an option. They wanted to make an impression. And right now, similar events were unfolding across hundreds of settlements throughout Asia. Chapter 224, Reaper Guild 2. Two cloaked figures, one tall and one short, shared a common trait. Their bodies emanated a sinister aura, an overwhelming and intense murderous intent. There weren't many people in this settlement, so the appearance of strangers would immediately be noticed. How much more with two individuals who concealed their faces and radiated such an ominous presence. Hey, who are you two? Cries of agony instantly filled the air as twin willow leaf blades and a chopping sword wielded by the pair began a relentless massacre. The defenseless ones quickly fled, while those capable of fighting rushed forward without hesitation. However, it was all for naught, because against the strength of these two individuals, they were nothing but ants. Xixiang opened his eyes, stood up, and walked to the window. Listening to the screams outside and observing the two cloaked individuals, Xixiang clenched his fists tightly. A surge of anger arose within him. Xixiang didn't know why he was angry, but seeing these two people indiscriminately slaughtering ordinary civilians made him extremely upset. He longed to go out and beat them soundly, and that's exactly what he did. With one punch, Xixiang shattered the glass and rushed out. His Shirhan blade appeared in his hand. Then he hurled it, the blade cutting across the chest of one of the individuals before embedding itself in the ground. The sharp edge cleanly split open the person's chest, blood streaming down from under the cloak. Then, the Shirhan blade emitted a violet light and exploded violently. A new technique Xixiang had recently mastered called gathering energy. By attaching demonic energy to an object and throwing it, it would explode after a short period, unleashing tremendous power. This combination of the Shirhan blade and gathering energy not only had great destructive force, but also left no damage to the blade itself, making it a perfect match. Of course, there was a downside. Once Xixiang threw the blade, he was weaponless. The two men clearly hadn't anticipated this follow-up move, especially the taller individual who had been struck. Seeing his wound, fury surged within him, urging him to tear apart the one who had injured him. In a state of extreme anger, he was suddenly blown apart. Xixiang charged forward, pulled the Shirhan blade from the ground, and hoisted it onto his shoulder, glaring coldly at the remaining duo. Get up. Let's continue, he said with suppressed rage. At that moment, in an apartment building, three burly men were passing the time, playing fighting landlord. As they were growing increasingly bored and planning to head out for some amusement, a subordinate rushed in hastily, panicking. Big brother, second brother, third brother. It's bad. Two black-cloaked figures have broken in, killing many of our men. We can't stop them. What? Hearing this, the three sprang to their feet, looked at the blood-covered subordinate, asked for further details, and then swiftly ran out. Standing upright once again, the two cloaked individuals drew their backup weapons, their original ones having disappeared somewhere during the earlier fight. Xixiang let out a disdainful cold snort. Killing civilians isn't an achievement. Come on, exchange a couple of blows with me, and I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. This guy is tough. What should we do? Asked the shorter one. The taller one grunted, saying, I didn't expect Yan Huang to harbor someone with such skill, but earlier, it was merely due to our carelessness. Let's unleash our full power. We'll definitely manage to deal with him. Hearing them speaking fluent English, Xixiang mocked them. Oh? Overseas devils. You were driven away years ago, and now you dare to return. Of course, Xixiang used English too, though it wasn't surprising that someone from Yan Huang could speak English, which failed to elicit any astonishment from the pair. After exchanging glances, the two nodded simultaneously and rushed towards him. Years of cooperation had forged a perfect harmony between them. They didn't need words to understand each other's thoughts. Moreover, since they feared Xixiang overhearing their plans, they decided not to talk anymore, and simply fought based on their established teamwork. As Xixiang saw the incoming chopping sword, he swung his Shirhan blade forward. With his right hand, he forcibly grabbed the willow leaf blade, thrusting at him. Just when another sword was about to pierce him, 8 protruding lumps emerged from Xixiang's back, followed by 8 spider-like spears jutting out. With a metallic clang, the willow leaf blade dropped to the ground. With a thunderous shout, Xixiang exerted his strength, using the Shirhan blade to cut the chopping sword in half. He then struck with the flat side of the blade, sending one of the cloaked individuals flying. Subsequently, he kicked out with his left leg. Looking at the two people he had repelled, and then glancing at the wound on his left hand, Xixiang retracted the bloodthirsty devil spears from his back and sneered. Even if both of you come at me together, it won't be any better than this. As he spoke, Xixiang directed his Dan energy to his left hand, healing the wound there. The two cloaked figures simultaneously felt a surge in their blood chi. The blow from Xixiang made them feel as if they were struck by one of the monsters in their organization, something that was not easy to bear though they could still stand it. However, the feeling was definitely unpleasant. What kind of people are disturbing our place? A loud voice echoed, as 3 figures ran toward them. Xixiang saw the 3 leaders of this settlement. Hey, big brother, isn't that the new guy over there? Yeah, his strength shouldn't be very high, yet how is he holding his ground against those 2 individuals? The eldest's expression turned grim as he noticed the corpses scattered across the ground, each a lost life. There was some order even within this gathering place. One rule was never to kill, since they all knew that human lives were now precious commodities. Every saved life counted. Yet here before them lay the remains of at least 100 bodies. This wasn't a scene for calm acceptance. Regarding who exactly Chi Xiong was, the eldest didn't care much to speculate right now. He just wanted to know whether Chi Xiong was in league with the other two men or not. "Hey, little fella, what are you doing here? You'd better run fast." The second brother asked precisely the question weighing on the eldest's mind. Chi Xiong grinned. "Haha, don't worry. I've been waiting for these guys, and once I kill them, my task will be complete." These words, coupled with Chi Xiong's dazzlingly cheerful smile, brought some unease to those listening. Observing how casually this young man referred to killing others told them all they needed. They weren't dealing with someone easily deterred by morals, but at least Chi Xiong clearly wasn't aligned with the other two. What they didn't realize was that Chi Xiong, since the apocalypse began, had likely killed countless others, yet without exception, each person he targeted deserved their fate. Either their humanity had faded away or they sought to harm him. None were innocent victims caught up in senseless killing. It was this realization that taught Chi Xiong when someone needed to die, no mercy should hold your hand. Happy little year to everyone. What delicious things have you all eaten? Hee. Chapter 225, Reaper Guild, Part 3. After Chi Xiong finished speaking, he took the money and gripped his soul-devouring knife as he walked forward. The evil aura emanating from the soul-devouring knife was terrifying. The two people standing in place looked at Chi Xiong, unsure whether they should flee or attack. Both were in the process of deciding. Suddenly, they both moved. The taller one stepped backward while the shorter one charged forward. Neither had expected the other to act this way. The taller one silently lamented that the shorter one didn't understand the value of life, while the shorter one silently regretted that the taller one didn't realize the importance of a single fight. After all these years, it was the first time the two had made completely opposite moves, breaking their usual cheat entirely. But Chi Xiong didn't care about any of that. A dark moon slash flew out, colliding with the opponent's willow leaf saber. A metallic clang echoed as the saber handle broke, its upper part flying aside and embedding itself into the asphalt road. This proved that the blade was no ordinary weapon. It was extremely sharp. Chi Xiong's dark moon slash, being energy condensed, might have been intangible, but its sharpness matched the willow leaf saber. Moreover, the dark moon slash was formed using dark fire energy, possessing a powerful corrosive nature. It was clear who had the advantage between them. The black-clad shorter man hadn't yet recovered from the shock of his weapon breaking when he lost consciousness. The dark moon slash pierced through his left chest, severing his heart cleanly in half. There was no chance for him to survive. As the man fell to the ground, Chi Xiong simultaneously acted. A Saint Blue shield appeared in his left hand, and a beam of freezing light shot out, not targeting the man, but the ground. Upon impact, the ground froze instantly, creating a 3-meter radius ice zone. The man slipped and fell face first onto the icy surface. Seizing the moment, Chi Xiong summoned a strand of Dan Force rope, which lashed out and bound the opponent. Chi Xiong spared his life not because of mercy, but because the man still held some value. Approaching the body of the shorter man, Chi Xiong lifted him up and pulled down the hood covering his face. He paused briefly. Though the person wore a mask, the wafting fragrance and short golden hair signaled the person's gender. Chi Xiong carefully examined the mask. It appeared to be made of metal, covering the entire face. The black mask featured a small devil holding a purple rose, as if admiring it. Unsure what the mask symbolized, Chi Xiong stopped pondering and removed it. Upon seeing the delicate features of the woman beneath, Chi Xiong found himself speechless. If it weren't for this disaster, such a beautiful woman could perhaps have become a movie star. Now, however, her fate was far less fortunate. Chi Xiong could only sigh at how fate often twists destinies cruelly. Placing her back on the ground, he realized he had no right to deal with her. Since she killed so many settlement residents, the settlement members deserved more authority to decide her fate. Her blood soaked the ground, staining her black clothing red, as if she lay upon a bed of crimson roses. Combined with her exquisite face, the sight stirred thoughts about the fragility of life. Walking over, Chi Xiong returned his soul-devouring knife and Saint Blue shield. With his right hand, he grabbed the remaining black-clad figure, then turned to the three leaders and said, "Hey, you three, handle the guy lying over there. As for this one, I have a few questions for him." Saying that, Chi Xiong pushed off the ground and departed into the distance. The three leaders exchanged bewildered glances. They had no words left, only feeling grateful that the young man harbored no murderous intent toward the city. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly faced a devastating massacre without a chance for reprieve. In the basement of the northernmost part of the city, Chi Xiong tossed the man to the ground, pulled down his cloak, and removed his mask. Seeing the Westerner's face, Chi Xiong scoffed, fetched a chair for himself, sat down, and said coldly, "Well, now tell me, what organization sent you? Is there any connection between the slaughter of the European-American gathering site and you?" The man sneered and struggled forcefully with the ropes binding him. Secretly, he thought that once free, he'd use his abilities to instantly kill this youth. But to his dismay, despite exerting great strength, the ropes behind him refused to snap. Normally, even iron chains couldn't withstand his force, yet these ropes remained unbreakable. Saying nothing, the man merely stared at Chi Xiong. Chi Xiong smiled and retrieved a paper box from his alternate space dimension. From the box, he took out a sewing needle, saying coldly, "It doesn't matter if you don't speak. I have my ways to make you talk." With that, Chi Xiong crouched down, aiming precisely at a pore on the man's face, and plunged the needle directly inside. Before the man could even scream, another needle pierced into him. By the time the man's cries of agony escaped his lips, 3 iron needles already protruded from his face, and Qi Xiang showed no sign of stopping. Finally, half an hour later, when the man's upper body had turned into a veritable porcupine, he could no longer bear it. He spilled everything. It turned out that this man, along with the previous woman, belonged to a mercenary group called the Reaper Guild. Even before the apocalypse, they were responsible for numerous deaths. The two of them, though not married, were a highly coordinated duo, working in perfect harmony. After the apocalypse, over 70% of the guild gained abilities, and their leader also had ambitions for expansion. Thus, what started as a small team of less than 100 members grew into a guild of 500 ability users. Although such numbers weren't unheard of, larger settlements could produce similar quantities. Their leader pursued an elite force, which explained why there hadn't been much news about them. Until recently, the group had been focusing solely on honing their skills. Now, their missions were underway, but even the man did not know the exact purpose behind their leader's plans. He only followed orders. The man knelt down and pleaded tearfully to Qi Xiang. I had no choice. If I didn't do it, the organization would have killed me. Please, show mercy. Let me live. Qi Xiang let out a cold snort, grabbed the man without regard for the needles sticking out of him, and walked away. As they moved, the man kept begging, but Qi Xiang paid no attention. Clutching the man tightly, he proceeded forward without slowing down. Eventually, Qi Xiang arrived at the site of the earlier battle where the 3 leaders stood. They had already organized people to gather all the deceased for a collective burial. Meanwhile, the group was preparing to publicly punish the woman in front of everyone. Chapter 226, Reaper Guild 4. Qi Xiang walked over, coughed lightly, and threw the man in his hands to the ground before turning and leaving. Many people were discussing who this person was that suddenly appeared and dropped a man with needles all over his upper body, but no one knew. During the fight between Qi Xiang and the 2 members of the Reaper Guild, only the 3 bosses saw it. Naturally, those 3 bosses wouldn't say anything, and as for Uncle Kuei and the captain, they probably thought Qi Xiang worked with those 3 bosses to take down these 2. Qi Xiang didn't care much about it, and no one paid particular attention to his departure. After Qi Xiang left, the 3 bosses judged these 2 people and sentenced them to burn at the stake. The woman had already passed away, so she wouldn't feel any pain, but the man suffered greatly. The iron needles in his body conducted the heat from the flames even before they reached him, causing unbearable pain. He eventually fainted. After everything was finished, the 3 bosses ordered the men to stay behind and handle the dead bodies, while the rest returned home. By the time Captain and Uncle Kuei finished their work and got back, 4 or 5 hours had passed. When Uncle Kuei and the captain returned home, they found Qi Xiang sitting on the sofa waiting for them. As they sat down beside him, Uncle Kuei spoke first. Qi Xiang, are you going to leave? Qi Xiang nodded without saying anything. The captain continued. Yeah, you came here with a mission, and now it's time to go. Still, Qi Xiang remained silent, and neither Uncle Kuei nor the captain knew what to say next. Half an hour later, Qi Xiang stood up, took out a pack of cigarettes, and placed it on the table. He said, I filled your food storage completely. Now, it's time for me to leave. As he said this, Qi Xiang headed towards the door. Neither Uncle Kuei nor the captain tried to stop him, knowing well that their attempts would be futile. After Qi Xiang left, both Uncle Kuei and the captain lay on the sofa, each lighting a cigarette. Uncle Kuei chuckled bitterly. This Qi Xiang, truly. The captain smiled, but said nothing. Both of them knew there was no way they could keep Qi Xiang around. To them, Qi Xiang was like a true dragon. His place was in rivers, lakes, and seas. Not here, which was just a tiny stream. In Qi Xiang's life, there would be many such streams, but none of them could hold him back. However, Uncle Kuei's mutter of truly wasn't meant in this sense. It referred to the fact that the storage area where the 2 kept their grain originally held the supply for the entire 9-member team. From the first floor garage to the 3rd floor, every bit of space was used to store grain. It was by no means a small amount. Qi Xiang left the city. He knew he wouldn't get any more intelligence here, so he decided to move elsewhere and see if he could find a bigger fish. Indeed, Qi Xiang never waited for the big fish to come to him. He lacked patience for that. What he did was to go after the big fish and capture it himself. At the same time, Bo Ji's group and the Chadan group were also preparing to move. They too had learned about the Reaper Guild through online forums, and although they had captured some members of the Reaper Guild, they hadn't gotten any substantial information, similar to Qi Xiang's situation. Thus, they were also planning to relocate. It was as though Qi Xiang's group shared an innate rapport. Whether it was curiosity about this organization or the tendency to shift when lacking news, their attitudes were practically identical. Not just similar, but entirely so. Not far from the UK was a private island. Private islands were not uncommon worldwide, but this one was different because it was once the headquarters of the Reaper mercenary group and is now the headquarters of the Reaper Guild. On this island was a 3-story villa that looked ordinary from the outside, but upon entering, its secrets became apparent. Upon entry, the first floor revealed common living areas, a living room, dining room, kitchen, and restroom. On the second floor, there was an office, a bedroom, and a meeting room. The third floor contained only 2 rooms. The first room took up more than 80% of the space, housing various state-of-the-art fitness equipment, designed specifically for the master of the house, the leader of the Reaper mercenary group, now better known as the president of the Reaper Guild. As for the other room, though not large, it housed a variety of firearms, making it a favorite spot for gun enthusiasts, and undoubtedly, a favorite room of the house's owner. Right at that moment, in the office on the second floor, a man in a suit was listening intently as a young man gave a report. President, As expected, the resistance from Asia has been immense. Our success rate is only 97%, which is 2% lower than in Europe and America. After delivering his report, the young man looked toward the president of the Reaper Guild. The president of the Reaper Guild chuckled and said, "Hey you're becoming more data-driven in how you do things. But a 3% failure rate means that we've come across over a dozen strongholds in Asia. That makes sense though. Asian countries generally have large populations, especially China. Some of its provinces and cities have more people than entire countries in Europe and America. It's truly impressive how they gather so many people together and manage their living quarters and work arrangements. But with such numbers, it's inevitable that more survivors will remain on their side. Moreover, the high number of zombies there also helps train their forces. Yanhuang is absolutely not a place to be underestimated." As he spoke, the president picked up a dart from the table and casually threw it, hitting a world map hanging nearby with perfect precision. The dart landed right on the capital city of Yanhuang country, Jingxing. With his dart landing perfectly on target, the president continued, Our goal is the entire world. Right now, the White House, Moscow, everything else is simply no longer worth fearing." The man nodded in agreement, but refrained from making any comments. "Hey, it's snowing." Qi Xiang, sitting in the car, looked at the falling snowflakes in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. He was already almost in Beijing. Although Qi Xiang often visited the north, and this wasn't his first time seeing snow, he was still quite excited. This wasn't unique to people from the south. Even northerners looked forward to snow as if it represented a shared anticipation in everyone's hearts. Indeed, after the snow falls, the earth turns white, as if all the imperfections are covered, and how could anyone dislike such a beautiful scene? However, this snowfall was different from what Qi Xiang had seen before because it was too intense, as if determined to finish off the entire year's snowfall in one go. Chapter 227, The Capital City, Part 1. The wind and snow grew fiercer, and Qi Xiang's car was already stuck halfway along the road. Qi Xiang wanted to get out of the car and proceed on foot, but after weighing the freezing wind outside against the car's air conditioning, he opted for the latter. How long had it been now? Perhaps no one could say for sure. No one cared about the season either, because an unusual phenomenon was occurring worldwide, abnormal natural climate conditions. Today might scorch under blazing sun, while tomorrow morning could bring a blizzard, followed by thunderstorms in the afternoon, leaving people utterly unprepared. After returning to the mainland, Qi Xiang had encountered such conditions, so he decided not to rush on the journey. Anyway, the weather would settle down eventually, and by that time, walking wouldn't be as cold as it was now. Besides, they were not far from Beijing anymore, so Qi Xiang wasn't in a hurry. Sitting inside the car, Qi Xiang found a CD, a collection of Chopin piano pieces. Listening to the music, he reclined his seat, lay back in the car, and closed his eyes to rest. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, occasionally interspersed with the cries of wild beasts or zombies. However, all this had nothing to do with Qi Xiang, as if his car existed in a world isolated from the outside. "Uncle Da, should we continue in such heavy snow?" Uncle Da glanced at the blizzard outside and said, "Even if we go, we won't make much progress. With this snowfall, its depth will soon prevent us from moving further. We'll have to rest here." As he spoke, Uncle Da took out a military GPS they had found in a military base, fortunate that the satellite system still functioned. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known what to do. Looking at the GPS, Uncle Da said, "Yes, we're very close to Beijing. Let's take a break before continuing our journey. There's no need to rush." Everyone in the car started cultivating their abilities. Zhao Liang and Uncle Da didn't meditate for cultivation, so they didn't interrupt others, and simply went to sleep. Yoo-hoo, it's snowing. Chaidan watched as snowflakes descended from the sky. At first, he was excited, but when the snow reached up to the calf of the pseudo-dragon zombie, Chaidan finally began to feel anxious. "Hey, this is quite a heavy snowstorm. Pseudo-dragon zombie, charge. Hurry to Beijing. I can't wait to have a cup of hot coffee." Following this, a sound resembling a dragon roar echoed, and the pseudo-dragon zombie dashed ahead. With increased strength, it had grown a pair of wings capable only of gliding rather than true flight, but it could employ some simple wind-based magic. Its height stopped at 4 meters, and its black scales looked incredibly tough. Its yellow vertical pupils seemed alive, unlike the lifeless gaze of normal zombies. One might say that except for lacking a life force and having organs that served merely decorative purposes, the pseudo-dragon zombie was now almost indistinguishable from a living being. Though these three groups led by Qi Xiang were currently apart, they all aimed for the same destination, the capital city of Beijing. This wasn't due to any coordination between them, but because someone mentioned that the capital hadn't leaked even a shred of information. This raised a discussion, yet no definitive conclusion came from it. Of course, those closer also made their way to Beijing, though no one knew their fate. So, the three groups headed by Qi Xiang planned to investigate, and not just them. There was a large group of people adhering to the philosophy of great wealth lies in taking risks, who joined the journey. "Boss, is it safe to enter the city with such thick fog?" A lean man asked the burly man beside him. The burly man gave him a glare and said, "You know nothing. This is smog. PM 2.5, you understand? This stuff existed before the apocalypse, and who's cleaning it up now after the end of the world? It's actually better now. It's not as bad as it used to be. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare come here at all. Let's go, find a subway station to enter, and we'll avoid the smog." The lean man muttered, "Oh," and followed behind the bulky man without saying more. Half an hour later, the burly man located a subway station according to the map. Once inside, both men breathed deeply. The thin man gasped loudly. "My mother, this smog is powerful, almost choking me to death." The burly man didn't say anything, just breathing heavily, each breath seeming like an effort to exhale all the air in his lungs and then refill them again completely. The process looked painful. Still, despite this, within less than half a minute, their faces turned pale, they foamed at the mouth, and collapsed, ceasing to breathe. Che-Dan, looking at the city cloaked in smog, swallowed a pill and said, "This smog in the capital isn't something to be trifled with now. Without this air-purifying pill, I wouldn't dare enter. Hee pseudo-dragon, let's go." Among those who arrived in the capital city were elites, and also expendables. The expendables were like the lean and burly men mentioned earlier, eliminated straight away without even encountering any monsters, simply done in by the smog. On the other hand, the elites, like Che-Dan, had long prepared breathing apparatuses. The moment Che-Dan entered the capital city, he felt as though he'd stepped into another one entirely. All traces of the cold brought by the wind and snow from outside were completely shut out. In its place was heat, sweltering heat, as if one had instantly transitioned into summer. Though Che-Dan felt uncomfortable, he made no movement. Due to his relentless self-strengthening, his body now had a strong adaptability to various environments. Even in the icy cold where others were heavy layers, he only donned short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Naturally, he wouldn't complain about this place either. Gazing at the empty streets, Che-Dan found not a single zombie, but he wasn't anxious. Seated on the back of the pseudo-dragon zombie, he proceeded slowly forward. His patience had long been trained. In the apocalypse, what wasn't in abundance was time, especially for someone like Che-Dan who never worried about food or drink. Time meant nothing to him. If he wished, Che-Dan could use an entire month, or even a year, to hunt down a target, not because he had to, but because it pleased him. Roar! A wild beast's cry shattered the tranquility of the city. Che-Dan neither looked nor dodged. Out of nowhere, a blue ice arrow materialized from the quiver on his back. Then, that ice arrow flew off and struck the chest of a creature resembling a feral dog hovering above Che-Dan. Instantly, the creature began freezing all over, as if transforming into an ice sculpture. It fell onto the back of the pseudo-dragon zombie, then slid off, crashing to the ground where it shattered. Che-Dan paid little attention to all this. His goal wasn't here, but rather the big fish. Even if this could be considered a clue, Che-Dan preferred to search the whole city directly, believing it more effective than relying on uncertain clues that might or might not lead to anything. Chapter 228, The Capital 2. The snow stopped. Chi-Xiang kicked the car roof open and climbed out, looking at the snow that had already submerged the vehicle before summoning Desika. Chi-Xiang took out a water-repellent bead and stuffed it into Desika's mouth, saying, "Let's go." Then Chi-Xiang jumped onto Desika's back and rode toward the capital, using wind element magic to lighten their load. This way, the snow which would trap an ordinary person had no effect on Desika. Boja's group moved forward in an even simpler manner. Boj laid down barriers as they went, moving more slowly but still reaching the capital within half an hour. In a cemetery somewhere within the capital, a man was leaning against a tombstone, gnawing on a rotten apple in his hand while reading a book. This book is pretty good. I didn't expect people these days to live such interesting lives, haha. Saying this, the man tossed the Playboy magazine aside and picked up another one to read. In this cemetery, he was the only person around, and only one grave among many remained undisturbed, the one next to him. All the other graves had a hole broken into them, as if someone had crawled out of them. Scattered around the man were various adult magazines, along with some offerings placed there that had rotted due to time. Additionally, there was one object that drew particular attention. It was a red greatsword, not a curved blade but a straight sword, blood red with double-sided engravings of a red lotus flower carved into its surface. Upon entering the city, Chi-Xiang's first action was heading towards the city center, which is also what every abnormal ability user arriving in the capital should do. At Tiananmen Square, a stout middle-aged man stood atop the Tiananmen Gate, overlooking the square. The square was now filled with zombies dressed in military uniforms, and standing by the side of the chubby middle-aged man were more than a dozen zombies clad in green military fatigues. At this moment, Tiananmen Square resembled a grand parade of zombies. Inside a restaurant, dozens of people wearing clothes stitched from animal pelts were feasting noisily, making sounds like animals' roars. "Big brother, there seems to be something over there." Outside the restaurant, a subordinate pointed at the establishment and spoke. There were 7 people in this group. Their leader said, "I see it. Why are you wasting words? Follow me. Let's find out the situation of the capital." With that, he strode toward the restaurant. Entering the restaurant, the man wrinkled his nose upon seeing those eating inside, dirty and smelly. He grabbed one person by the shoulder and said, "You, tell me what the current situation in the capital is." That person turned around and glared, unhappy about being disturbed during his meal. The man was startled because the person in front of him looked like an ape man. If he had studied history, he would have known this was none other than the famous caveman from the top of the mountain. Before the man could recover from the shock of seeing an ape man, he was punched and thrown out. Then a group of cavemen rushed out of the restaurant and pummeled the outsiders mercilessly with wooden and bone clubs. The screams of pain and anger echoed continuously for minutes. When the angry cavemen left, all that remained here was a pile of meat paste. "Boss, aren't those zombies gathering somewhere? There are so many. You don't understand anything." A muscular man hit his junior, frowning as he looked at the zombies on the tower. He said, "Let's go. This level isn't something we can deal with," and turned to leave. The junior who'd just been hit saw that his boss wanted to leave and quickly said, "Boss, everyone in our team has mass attack skills. These zombies are just numerous, but there aren't any strong ones. We should be able to handle them." The muscular man sighed. Just leave when I say so. Why so much chatter? Yes, boss. Chidan rode a dragon-like zombie at high speed and had already arrived inside the first ring road. Observing the area clearly more luxurious than where he had passed earlier, Chidan marveled at the prosperity of the first ring road in Beijing while searching for potential enemies. Wow, even the primitives are out wandering. This corpse mutation is truly incredible. No flesh remains on the bodies, yet they grow new flesh and continue to move. Chidan, watching those cavemen, took out the cold blade and summoned his zombies. Toxic spike zombies, blade zombies, flame zombies, lightning zombies, water zombies, and fat zombies. These 6 zombies appeared instantly, their presence boosting the momentum on Chidan's side significantly. Each of these 6 was at least a commander-level zombie. Furthermore, blade zombie, flame zombie, and fat zombie had already ascended to the ranks of free-willed beings, surpassing level 50. The others hovered between levels 48 and 49, also about to break through into this elite class. It was extremely formidable, for free-willed beings could rival even Lord-class zombies. In other words, besides his own power, Chidan commanded 2 summonable creatures of Lord-class zombie strength and 5 nearing that same level, a force globally almost unmatched. Such entities were only possible through the summoner's arts, though summoners themselves weren't usually very powerful. Yet Chidan, being a gaming ability user, had seen significant improvements in personal strength too, along with forming a very strong team early on. This allowed him to subjugate many potent entities, eventually growing into what he is now, an extraordinary summoner in a million. The cavemen also felt the immense aura emanating from Chidan's group, making it impossible not to take notice. Seeing this situation, their irritability stemming from being interrupted during a meal turned even more sour. Their rage still hadn't dissipated when they spotted such a hostile presence. Thus, their battle spirit surged immediately, and wild screams filled the air as they charged forward like beasts ready to rip Chidan and his zombies to shreds. Chidan gave a cold snort, and his blade struck toward the ground, emitting a streak of blue light onto the path of the rushing cavemen. Instantly, frost formed beneath their feet, and the cavemen stumbled, slipping and falling left and right. Only then did Chidan issue a single-word command, charge. All the zombies surged forth except for the dragon-like zombie, which stood still alongside Chidan, unmoving, observing the fight. As the first caveman rose, roaring in fury and preparing to charge again, Blade Zombie was already before him. His knife-like right arm swiftly cut across the caveman's neck, sending a head rolling to the ground while blood gushed out violently. Chapter 229, The Capital, Part 3. The battle was imminent as all the zombies began their assault. This was practically a one-sided massacre, but Che Dan watched those Shanding Dongren, and his brow slightly furrowed. When the Shanding Dongren were wounded, blood actually flowed from their injuries, something Che Dan had never anticipated. But when he reviewed their profiles, the reality stood that these beings were named Shanding Dongren zombies. They weren't living creatures, they were zombies. Yet, the blood flowing was undeniably real. This made Che Dan uneasy. Presently, zombies had undergone many mutations, each potentially leading to serious consequences, much like the butterfly effect. Initially, it might not seem significant, but as time passed, various issues would inevitably arise. Now, for dead bodies to exhibit human traits was already a very grave problem. During his trials, Che Dan experienced much and matured considerably. Thus, he knew that the matter at hand was no trifling affair. With a flick of his right hand, Che Dan cast out a spider web, binding one of the Shanding Dongren. Then, the toxic spike zombie charged forward in perfect harmony, grabbing the web and returning with the Shanding Dongren to Che Dan's side. Che Dan didn't bother to look at the ongoing battle, a lopsided conflict that held little interest for him anymore. Instead, he focused on the Shanding Dongren before him. He drew his cold blade and cut a gash on the creature's face. Then, retrieving a pair of chopsticks from storage space, he dabbed a bit of blood from its face, sniffing it cautiously near his nose. Next, he pulled out a pair of sunglasses, equipped with a perspective, function, examining the internal structure of the Shanding Dongren. The Shanding Dongren continuously roared angrily, trying desperately to break free from the cursed net confining him, but it was all in vain. Che Dan's spider web was difficult even for commanding zombies to break through, let alone this not-so-powerful Shanding Dongren. Indeed, the Shanding Dongren were not weak, but their strength lay solely in their physical prowess. Their robust physical nature and brute force enabled them to achieve the rank equivalent to commanding zombies. However, their fighting ability was only comparable to mutated zombies, since they lacked any special abilities that came from mutation. After all, overwhelming power can subdue many disadvantages, but only if the strength is truly exceptional. Otherwise, it was just sheer brute force. Che Dan observed that the body of the Shanding Dongren was almost indistinguishable from that of a human. Any differences were merely due to a lack of evolution. Glaring at the Shanding Dongren, he kicked him aside and frowned lightly, uncertain what such an occurrence implied. If it was simply humans being revived and regaining bodily functions, that was manageable enough. The most severe consequence could be infiltration into the current group of survivors. However, should prehistoric creatures also be brought back to life, that would be far more troubling. It wasn't just dinosaurs, but the even more terrifying species that existed before them. At this thought, Che Dan lost his calmness. Recently having been in contact with the Institute, Che Dan now wanted to quickly wrap up matters here in Beijing and then head over to the Institute to report this. It was certainly no trivial issue. Who goes there? Qi Xiang looked at the figure blocking his path. The man was dressed in traditional Han clothing, wielding a steel blade. and staring straight at him with eyes that seemed normal, yet gave off an eerie sensation, akin to looking at a corpse. Chi-Xiang scoffed, giving Daska's neck a pat. Daska opened his wolf-like mouth, and a wind blade shot forth. To Chi-Xiang's surprise, the man didn't even attempt to dodge. He met the attack head-on with his steel blade, only to have both himself and his weapon cleaved into two halves by Daska's wind blade. Clap, clap, clap. Following the sound of applause, Chi-Xiang saw someone slowly descending, a masked clown with the face of a crying jester. Impressive, the clown said approvingly. You've got some skills. With his hands in his pockets, he stood atop a lamppost. For some inexplicable reason, Chi-Xiang suddenly felt an urge to strike the clown. It wasn't anything specific, except that the clown was being overly arrogant. Looking at the clown, Chi-Xiang jumped off Daska and mocked. Hey, come down will you? Performing acrobatics up there. With a graceful leap, the clown executed a flip and landed firmly on the ground. With a slight bow, he declared, Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a wondrous performance brought to you by the great Clown Jack. As he spoke, his hands thrust forward, sending 3 red balls flying toward Chi-Xiang. Chi-Xiang evaded 2 balls, then casually caught one. As the ball emitted a white glow, the swallowing flame erupted dramatically, devouring the red ball. Seeing this, the clown laughed and said, TSK, you're really talented. I should give you some flowers as encouragement. As he spoke, the clown threw flower-shaped darts straight at Chi-Xiang. Chi-Xiang's swallowing flame created a wrist guard that deflected all the darts before he charged forward. Be careful. Following Daska's voice, Chi-Xiang saw a wolf rushing toward him with its claws extended. Without thinking, Chi-Xiang used his swallowing flame to block it. A ding sound echoed, and Chi-Xiang was thrown back. After standing up, Chi-Xiang looked at Daska and noticed a few of Daska's hairs were bristling. Upon closer inspection, Chi-Xiang discovered several transparent thin lines entangling Daska. Chi-Xiang turned to look at the corpse on the other side and asked, Clown, are you also a puppeteer? The clown shrugged and replied, Oh, you've spotted me, very clever. But I'm not like those puppeteers hiding in the shadows. I'm here to bring joy to everyone. Chi-Xiang followed the thin lines, but couldn't find anyone. Well then, I'll just cut these lines first. As he said this, Chi-Xiang rushed forward, his swallowing flame cutting towards Daska. Daska suddenly leapt up, startling Chi-Xiang who quickly withdrew his blade. Then Daska's left front claw swiped, catching Chi-Xiang unprepared. 4 bloody gashes appeared on his chest, followed by an intense pain in his back as he retreated, glaring at the clown. The clown looked at Chi-Xiang innocently and said, Sorry, seeing you struggle like this, I just couldn't resist intervening. Hee. Chi-Xiang spat on the ground and said, You wait for it. With that, he shouted, Collect. A hexagram appeared, generating a powerful attraction pulling Daska into it. Simultaneously, Chi-Xiang unleashed a shadow cutting through the thin threads. Chapter 230, The Capital City, Part 4. The clown, seeing this scene, laughed and said, Oh ha 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 ha. The puppet master was still boasting to me that his string would never break. Now he's been proven wrong, haha. Speaking, the clown rushed forward, saying, Come on then, water gun flower. Then the clown swiped a hand across their chest, producing a red flower that sprayed liquid from its center, just like in that classic moment where the puppet master holds up the clown puppet and invites the audience closer, only for the flower on the puppet's chest to spray water. But Chi-Xiang didn't think it was water, quickly sidestepping to avoid it. When the liquid hit the ground, it burned through the asphalt road, releasing white smoke, which made Chi-Xiang feel very lucky to have dodged it. Chi-Xiang looked at the clown, noticing now there was someone else behind the clown, a zombie devoid of any vitality, looking to be at least of lord-level strength or higher. Suddenly, the zombie charged towards Chi-Xiang, swinging its fist the size of a wok. Neither did the clown hold back as flying flower darts came shooting over too. Chi-Xiang exchanged punches with the zombie, blocking its blow before performing a somersault. This not only avoided the clown's darts, but brought him behind the zombie. Without a word, Chi-Xiang rushed toward the clown with all his might, stabbing the soul-bite knife into the clown's abdomen. Corrosive fire began to burn. It hurts so much. What kind of flame is this? It's more painful than the flames of the fire ring the lion jumped through. No, I am a clown. I will not cry. I must laugh. I will always laugh. Other people can laugh if I laugh. Ha, ha. Chi-Xiang pulled out the soul-bite knife and gave the delirious clown a quick glance before rushing toward the zombie. Seeing the zombie standing motionlessly in place, Chi-Xiang didn't have time to think about it much. He lifted the soul-bite knife and swung it down upon the creature. Huff! A phoenix flute sound rang out suddenly, and a shadow appeared before Chi-Xiang. Then Chi-Xiang felt as if he had been struck by an iron hammer in the abdomen. He was hurled into the air, and, as he landed on the ground, the pain surged intensely. His throat tightened, and Chi-Xiang coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Chi-Xiang was bent over, resembling a large shrimp, not out of choice but due to the need to alleviate some of the intense pain. This newcomer, wearing a green suit, stared at Chi-Xiang with eyes full of fury, as though ready to devour him. Step by step, the man approached Chi-Xiang, saying as he walked, You actually killed the clown? You eliminated a person who sacrificed himself just to bring smiles to others. This is unforgivable, truly unforgivable. While Chi-Xiang used his Dan energy to ease his own pain, he kept an eye on the man, unsure what he intended to do next. The man reached Chi-Xiang, crouched down, grabbed a handful of Chi-Xiang's hair, and slammed his head against the ground 3 times. Half of Chi-Xiang's skull immediately became bloody and mangled, even cracking the earth beneath him. Feeling dizzy, the pain becoming lighter as consciousness faded. Qi Xiang started losing focus. Lifting Qi Xiang, the man walked over to the clown while saying, "Don't worry, clown. I will use this person's flesh and blood to pay tribute to you." As the man continued walking, he added, "Am I dying?" That was what Qi Xiang thought at the moment. Despite his confidence in his abilities, knowing he could flee even if unable to defeat a stronger opponent, he had been knocked unconscious by a single punch, something Qi Xiang couldn't understand. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the man deflected the bullet with his right hand. A figure darted toward him rapidly, landing a punch. Next, Qi Xiang saw something, a thing that brought him immense relief. The piercing barrier. Indeed, the purple piercing barrier erupted from underground, aiming directly at the waist of the man in green. Feeling the impact in his body, the man released Qi Xiang. Before Qi Xiang could hit the ground, someone saved him. Looking at the face before him, Qi Xiang weakly muttered, "Xiaoyang." Lin Xiaoyang smiled sweetly and said, "Big brother Qi Xiang, it's been a long time. You've gotten weaker. Don't worry though, my true self isn't here. The only one participating in close combat is Uncle Jiaoyang. Everyone else is hiding far away." Seeing Lin Xiaoyang, Qi Xiang felt it wasn't real, but he had to admit that finally meeting these old friends, especially Lin Xiaoyang, was a relief. When Lin Xiaoyang took him to where everyone was, Qi Xiang nearly cried. It had been such a long time since they last met. It was impossible not to miss each other. In such a situation meeting again, Qi Xiang almost burst into tears. Months of solitude made him miss his good brothers even more. Uncle Da and Bo Gu walked over to look at Qi Xiang's wounds. Uncle Da said, "TSK, TSK, TSK. That punch was vicious." His stomach almost got shattered. It seems Qi Xiang hasn't been training hard enough these days. Bo Gu nodded and said, "That's right. He's become so weak. I'll be embarrassed to stand beside him from now on." At this moment, Bing Yue, who had been aiding the battle with ice spears, also said, "Yes, break up quick. With a boyfriend this week, does he protect me or do I protect him? Hey, you guys are really insufferable." Qi Xiang laughed and cursed, while Bo Gu and Uncle Da exchanged glances and said in unison, "Qi Xiang, welcome back." Although Jiaoyang was still battling over there, none of them were worried. Despite Qi Xiang being injured by the green-clad man earlier, they still trusted Jiaoyang's abilities. By now, Jiaoyang had transcended his former self, no longer just an ordinary human. He had grown into something truly terrifying. However, Qi Xiang wasn't aware of this and hurriedly told Bo Gu, "Brother Bo, don't just stand there. Go help Jiaoyang. That green-clad guy is really strong." Uncle Da, who was treating Qi Xiang's injuries, chuckled, "Haha, Xiao Xiang, relax. Even if it wasn't just one human, but the Lord-level zombie leading all the zombies in the city, Jiaoyang could handle it alone. He's far stronger now than before, to the point that unless we want to fight, we hardly engage anymore." Hearing Uncle Da's words, Qi Xiang awkwardly laughed twice, but couldn't help casting anxious glances toward Jiaoyang. At that moment, Jiaoyang was locked in combat with the green-clad man. 3 zombies were ganging up on Jiaoyang, yet instead of being overwhelmed, Jiaoyang had already managed to wound all 3 zombies. And as for the green-clad man, he was already covered in wounds. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiang finally felt at ease. Watching these companions, Qi Xiang let out a sigh of relief. Now, he wouldn't need to worry about their safety anymore, because all his friends had become powerful. Chapter 231, Puppeteer and Clown, Part 1. "Clown, I've come to stay with you." The puppeteer lying on the ground crawled toward the clown's position. Jiaoyang stood nearby, silently watching him. Although Jiaoyang hadn't given the puppeteer a quick death, every muscle in his body was tense. And if the puppeteer dared to resist or escape, Jiaoyang was confident that he could kill him in one move. But clearly, Jiaoyang had overthought it. The puppeteer crawled to the clown, then took out a thin string and tied their fingers together. The puppeteer smiled and said, "In the next life, let's be brothers." As soon as these words were spoken, the puppeteer's head fell to the ground, losing consciousness, and also losing the breath of life. 1 month before the apocalypse. Haha, this clown is so funny. "Hey mom, can I throw an egg at him?" A middle-aged woman affectionately looked at her son beside her and handed him 5 yuan, saying, "Sure, go ahead." The boy ran down happily, bought an egg from the place near the circus specifically selling them for throwing, and then threw it with all his might. The clown was surrounded by egg liquid and shells. This was already the 37th egg thrown at him today. Because the circus business wasn't doing well, the circus manager introduced such a show, throwing eggs at the clown. This program indeed attracted a lot of people, selling even up to 1,000 eggs on good days. The clown's job was just to perform, smile, endure the eggs hitting his face, and not wipe off the yolk dripping down. There were only about 30-odd spectators scattered sparsely in the audience, and a man wrapped tightly in a trench coat stood out strangely. This was summer. In a season where even short sleeves felt hot, this man was wearing a trench coat, and on top of that, a mask, a cap, and sunglasses. Such an odd attire made everyone pay attention to him, perhaps fearing that he would suddenly hurt someone. The trench-coated man suddenly stood up and went down, his leather shoes making sounds against the ground. People around paused, even though his footsteps weren't particularly loud, but still created an urge for everyone's attention to focus on him. The man slowly approached the stand selling eggs. The seller watched as the man walked towards him and inexplicably felt a sense of fear in his heart. Yet he reassured himself that it was nothing more than just another customer buying eggs, nothing to worry about. When the man reached him, he asked, "Sir, do you need some eggs?" The man nodded. Just as the egg seller thought he'd been overly paranoid and sighed in relief, he saw the man suddenly grab an egg, smear it on his own face. jump over the egg box, and land on top of him, pounding furiously into his face. The audience gasped in shock. Staff members of the circus rushed out, especially the manager who came with a rubber baton, cursing at the trench-coated man while ordering, "You there, stop it right now." Standing up, the trench-coated man glanced carelessly at the group surrounding him, then turned his eyes to the trembling clown and said, "Hey, clown, how about you come with me? You mustn't be having much fun here, right?" The clown glanced at the man and then at the manager. Seeing this, the manager hastily added, "Clown, if you dare leave, I'll have people break your legs." At that moment, the man delivered a powerful punch to the manager's face and muttered under his breath, "Too many words." Then he started fighting with those rushing around him, including the circus staff and a few audience members whose sense of justice had erupted. There were over 20 people surrounding and attacking the trench-coated man. Yet the man didn't seem in a rush at all, occasionally glancing at the clown, as if waiting for a reply from him. Finally, the clown seemed to have made an important decision, nodding. The trench-coated man smiled, kicked the person in front of him down, pulled a handgun out from his chest pocket, and fired into the sky. Everyone nearby froze, some even falling onto the ground directly. Strangely enough, the clown stood beside calmly, showing some fear on his face but far better than others. The man weaved through the crowd frozen in terror, grabbed the clown's hand without caring that it was stained with egg yolk, and pulled the clown toward the exit. It wasn't clear who called the police, but when they finally stormed in, the trench-coated man and the clown had already escaped, sitting inside a SUV parked outside, driving into the distance. Inside the vehicle, the trench-coated man chuckled. "Haha, you look so weak, never resisting anything. But why aren't you afraid of my gun?" "That's because I cannot resist. A clown's purpose is to bring joy and laughter to people, not other emotions. As for your gun, though I am afraid of it, I know you won't hurt me, so there is nothing to fear." Saying this, the clown revealed a resolute face and said, "Now, I will go with you." Upon hearing the clown's words, the man laughed heartily. "All right, then follow me. But didn't you say that the clown's role is to bring others joy and happiness? Then how can your expression make anyone happy? Come on, crack a smile." "Haha, that's more like it." Half a month later, in a small village somewhere, the trench-coated man rented a room here. He and the clown had already been living there for half a month. Although the villagers were very curious about these two odd individuals, one with painted face, the other concealing himself tightly even in the middle of summer, the two hadn't made any suspicious moves. In fact, they got along peacefully with the villagers. So, the villagers no longer paid much attention, merely considering them as eccentric individuals. During these past half a month, the trench-coated man took the clown through daily training routines every day. Every afternoon, he let the clown practice throwing stones while he stitched dolls. Yes, you read that right. He was sewing dolls. The trench-coated man, a tall, sturdy figure over 6 feet in height, was indeed sewing dolls. Even the clown found this peculiar and asked many times, but the trench-coated man never explained. Today marked the 7th doll the trench-coated man had sewn. These 7 dolls were each distinct in form, yet extraordinarily lifelike, as if endowed with life. Once again, the clown asked a question he had posed countless times before. "Brother, what are you making these dolls for?" The man chuckled and placed the doll he just finished stitching on the ground. Then, astonishingly, the doll moved, which startled the clown momentarily. But soon after, the clown wasn't scared anymore. He realized that the trench-coated man's right fingers were constantly moving, and 5 threads tied to his right hand connected the doll. Chapter 232 Puppeteer and the Clown 2. The man in the trench coat laughed. "Haha, did I scare you? Actually, I'm a puppeteer. This is my 300th child. What should I call him?" "Long hair," the clown blurted out. The man in the trench coat looked at the clown, then at the doll in his hand, with long hair. The trench coat man burst into laughter immediately. "Haha, it's really long hair. What a wonderful long hair." As he spoke, the trench coat man made the long hair doll dance, and seeing this, the clown also began to dance. Clown, doesn't this doll look like you?" The man in the trench coat held up the doll and asked. The clown walked over and looked at the doll in the trench coat man's hands, nodded, and said, "Yeah, not bad. It does look like me." The trench coat man smiled and said, "Then from now on, he will be your brother." The clown smiled and suddenly realized something. He went up and strangled the trench coat man's neck while laughing and cursing. You say the doll is your child, and then you say the doll is my brother, so what are you to me?" Haha. Like usual, the two walked towards the village. However, when they were still a distance away, both the trench coat man and the clown heard wild beast-like howls coming from the direction of the village. "What is that sound? It sounds so terrifying." The trench coat man shushed and then picked up a stick from the side of the road. He walked towards the village, and the clown also picked up a stick and followed behind the trench coat man. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, the sight shocked the trench coat man and the clown. At the entrance of the village, Uncle Wong had already collapsed in a pool of blood. At that moment, Grandpa Li was biting Aunt Zhang like a rabid dog. Upon seeing this, the trench coat man placed the doll into his chest, then holding the wooden stick, he rushed forward and kicked Grandpa Li aside. As the trench coat man was about to examine Aunt Zhang's injuries, he discovered her eyes were unfocused, and she had already lunged toward him. The trench coat man quickly retreated, and at that moment, the clown, who had just caught up, kicked Aunt Zhang back. Right at that moment, Uncle Wong lying in the pool of blood staggered to his feet as well. The trio moved towards the trench coat man and the clown. Looking at their appearances, the trench coat man cursed. "Clown, go for the kill." The clown was startled by the trench coat man and asked, "Go for the kill?" The trench coat man nodded and said, Yes, they're probably infected with some kind of virus. Though I don't want to admit it, they resemble zombies from movies. Saying this, the trench coat man threw the stick aside and took out a steel knife from his pocket, saying, "Move in, don't get hurt." Before the words even finished, the trench coat man had severed Aunt Zhang's head. It was the last time the clown saw the trench coat man fight before leaving the circus, where the trench coat man had engaged in combat with the circus staff. Now watching the trench coat man again in action, the clown felt nothing but awe. Every move ended in death. This was absolutely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Before the clown could react, the trench coat man delivered 2 more quick slashes, killing the 3 zombies. Blood splattered onto the trench coat man, but he didn't bother to take off his mask or sunglasses, instead saying, "Let's go, clown. We'll go home, grab some things, and then leave here." Saying this, the trench coat man strode forward decisively. The clown said, "Oh," and hurriedly followed suit. On the way, the clown saw all the former grandmothers, uncles, the children, and young people of the same village. Now, each and every one of them looked grotesque and behaved like beasts, very terrifying. The clown had experienced for the first time the true abilities of the trench coat man. His knife struck with fatal precision, every swing bringing forth blood as though performing a mundane task. At this moment, the clown couldn't help but doubt the true identity of the trench coat man. Back home, the trench coat man swiftly gathered all sharp weapons, food, drinking water, and medicine together, then said, "All right, let's go." The trench coat man and the clown drove off in the car they had arrived in, heading towards the city. Based on the trench coat man's estimation, if the villagers had become zombies, there was no reason that only their village would have encountered such a situation. If it happened in the city too, the trench coat man might have the chance to show off his skills. Also, during this period, both the trench coat man and the clown awakened special abilities. Comparing their skills, the duo evidently became a powerful combination on a world scale. In a house in a village not far from the capital, Beijing, 2 beams of light suddenly erupted. 2 beams of white light pierced through the roof and flew toward Beijing. Just when Zhao Yang had returned to the group to reminisce, these 2 rays of light crossed the sky. These 2 beams of white light resembled 2 suns, lacking the heat of the real sun, but radiating brilliance equal to the sun, drawing attention from the various paranormal individuals arriving in the city. Ultimately, the 2 beams of light descended upon the corpses of the clown and the trench coat man. "Ah, you're still smart enough to have taken a portion of their souls earlier and made them into dolls. Otherwise, we would have died this time." This was the first sentence after the clown got up, and the trench coat man smiled, replying, "But after using this ability, I can't use it again. And before being resurrected, my soul only has 1/4 left. After resurrection, although 3/4 are restored, without any special encounter, there's no way to recover fully. Even though this kind of ability allows us not to fear injuries from soul damage, our power will decrease somewhat." The clown cracked his knuckles with a crackling sound and growled, "No problem, but now we are already 3 times as strong as before. I'm going to tear them apart right now." Before he could move forward, the trench coat man quickly grabbed hold of the clown and said, "Don't rush. Didn't you see that just now only one of them acted? The one with the knife was hit by me because I sneaked up on him. If I had been in the open back then, it's uncertain who would have ended up lying down. Our strength may have improved, but we need to stabilize ourselves first. We retreat for now and find another opportunity later." Okay. Although the clown extremely unwillingly accepted the decision, what the trench coat man said also made sense. The clown was used to listening to the trench coat man, so at this point, he had no choice but to obey. The clown and the trench coat man found a nearby sewer drain and disappeared. Haha, that can't be real, right? Was Brother Bo really searching in a septic tank? As Chi Xiang mocked, Brother Bo hurriedly explained, No, that was because Uncle Da was injured and Zhao Yang wasn't around. There was no way 2 girls could handle such a task. After hearing this, Chi Xiang put on a serious expression and patted Brother Bo on the shoulder, saying, "Good buddy, you've suffered." Then came a burst of uncontrollable laughter. "Hey, what about those 2 guys lying over there?" Finally, Zhao Yang noticed the situation there. Chapter 233, Everyone is Here, Part 1. Chi Xiang looked ahead, seeing no one on the ground. His eyes slightly narrowed as he said, "This isn't good. Something's wrong." Everyone looked and noticed that there was no one left at the shore. Feeling something amiss, they immediately went on alert. Bogu said, "Now we should leave this place and find somewhere safer." After all these trials, Bogu had become somewhat like the commander of this small team. Even though Chi Xiang had returned, Bogu still habitually gave orders, but Chi Xiang didn't care. As long as Boji's leadership wasn't incorrect, it didn't matter who led. They quickly moved toward the city center. In fact, their concerns were completely unwarranted because Shur and Clown had already left by now. More and more factions were getting closer to the city center, and after encountering each other, dozens of skirmishes had erupted. This was because everyone wanted to maximize their own interests, so the only method was to reduce the number of people sharing in the spoils. Even Chi Xiang's group had just finished their 7th battle, and Che Dan, facing his first wave of enemies, was merely 1 kilometer away from entering the inner ring. Seems like lone wolves are in style lately. A burly man with an open shirt showing chest hair said as he carried a broadsword. Behind him stood 3 hooded figures. Chi Xiang glanced at them, noticing their levels ranged from 42 to 45, then relaxed a little. He coldly snorted and said, "What if you're more? A group of weaklings is still just a bunch of weaklings. Damn it, dare calling me weak. Brothers, attack. Kill him." With that, The burly man rushed forward with his broadsword while the three behind him began forming spells. It turned out to be a team consisting of 1 warrior and 3 mages. Che-Dan stood still, grabbing the blade effortlessly with his left hand, immobilizing the sword. Then he kicked the burly man hard in the chest, sending him stumbling backward several steps. The burly man steadied himself and sneered. "You've got some skill, I see. But let's check how well you can handle magical attacks." As the burly man smirked, he believed that his trio of mage brothers would deliver absolutely potent magical strikes, invincible in his mind. He could almost visualize the scene of Che-Dan being annihilated into dust. But Che-Dan simply stood where he was, wearing a slight contemptuous smile, untouched by any spell. The burly man quickly turned around and saw something that shocked him immensely. He saw 3 zombies gripping the heads of his 3 brothers. These zombies clearly belonged to a superior rank, probably commanders or higher. The burly man looked back fearfully as Che-Dan approached him slowly and asked, "Still bragging, huh?" Though terrified, the burly man stubbornly retorted, "Humph, with those 3 zombies here, you won't survive either." Che-Dan chuckled lightly and remained silent. Then, without warning, he pierced through the burly man's chest with his frostblade. Che-Dan retrieved his weapon, muttering dismiss. The 3 zombies were absorbed back into another dimension. Then he continued heading towards the city center. Then, Che-Dan stopped and seemed to mutter under his breath, "All right, you've followed me for several blocks now, come out." No response came after a few seconds. Che-Dan muttered again, thinking I'm bluffing? Then, he swung his right hand, casting a shadow moon slash, cutting off a signpost. He persisted, "Why aren't you coming out yet?" Still no movement. Che-Dan's patience was running thin, shouting out, "Call." Subsequently, a purple light emerged at the intersection where the sign fell earlier. A trench coat-clad woman rushed out, followed closely by 2 zombies, lightning and water. The 2 undead creatures kept attacking her, causing her to dodge repeatedly while she shouted at Che-Dan, "Hey, could you make these 2 stop? I don't mean any harm." Che-Dan approached her and signaled both the zombie lightning and water to cease their attacks while walking and asking, "Who are you?" The woman regained her composure, smiling mischievously. "Hee, call me Xiaoying. Are you traveling alone too? How about we go together? There's big trouble here. It's very dangerous." Che-Dan said briefly retrieve. He called back both lightning and water zombies into the other realm, stating apologetically, "Sorry, I don't have that habit. You'd better go before I change my mind." With that, Che-Dan turned and continued walking toward the city center. Why are you following me?" Che-Dan looked at the woman beside him, utterly exasperated. The woman smiled back. "Hee, I do my own thing. You do yours. Does this road belong to your family?" Che-Dan sighed, taking out a motorcycle from his storage space and riding it. He didn't waste words with the woman and just rode off. "Hey, you, why don't you have any sense of chivalry?" Hearing the woman's shout behind him, Che-Dan was at a loss for what to say. If this had been before the apocalypse, he would have definitely been interested in showing his gentlemanly side, but this was now the end times where gender equality ruled supreme. If you underestimated someone because they were female, you could easily get yourself killed. Besides, these were the days when all sorts of strange powers existed. How did you know the coquettish girl wasn't really an ugly woman in disguise, or even a transgender person? More importantly, Che-Dan already had a sweetheart named Li Wei. Although Che-Dan didn't currently know where Li Wei was, he believed that as long as he saved up enough coins, he could find some kind of object that could help him locate her. When that happened, Li Wei would surely be found. But it's been such a long time since I last saw Li Wei. I wonder if she's okay. Che-Dan murmured to himself. The old saying, "Birds of a feather flock together," held some truth. Chi-Xiang and Che-Dan were both earnest and faithful guys who also believed in love at first sight. Before this, they had gotten into fights with many hoodlums over their feelings for women they barely knew. In the end, they didn't win those ladies' hearts. The fights were in vain, and so were the gifts they bought. Yet the two remained unrepentant. Now Chi-Xiang was completely devoted to Bingyu, who had never forced him to do anything. Chi-Xiang firmly believed that since he had been intimate with Bingyu, he had a responsibility to see things through with her. Che-Dan shook his head, trying not to think about Li Wei anymore. He focused his mind instead. This place was no longer safe, dangers lurking everywhere. Although one didn't need to be constantly on edge, letting down your guard here wasn't wise. Chapter 234, Everyone Arrives, Part 2. All those who had entered the capital city were either gathered in small groups or had clashed in pairs, leaving one group behind. In short, most people had now reached within the first ring of the capital, and the real danger began at this moment. Chi-Xiang, I feel that it is becoming more and more dangerous now. Boga looked around at the surroundings and said so. Chi-Xiang nodded and said, We have already entered the first ring. It is also the central area of the capital city. Everyone, be careful. Saying this, Chi-Xiang took out the soul-devouring blade and the Saint Blue shield. The moment these two weapons were drawn, they emitted dazzling light simultaneously, the purple light of the soul-devouring blade intertwining with the golden and blue hues of the Saint Blue shield. What's this? Looking at the soul-devouring blade and the Saint Blue shield in his hands, Chi-Xiang felt quite curious since he hadn't channeled any Dan energy into the weapons. Still, why had both of them suddenly started to glow so brightly? Bo-Gu saw the bewilderment on Chi-Xiang's face and asked, Is something wrong? Chi-Xiang looked at the weapons in his hands and said, I don't know. My Saint Blue shield and soul-devouring blade have mysteriously lit up. Bo-Gu stroked his chin and speculated, Could it be that there is something here causing these two weapons to resonate? Chi-Xiang nodded and said, Indeed, there is a good possibility of that. As he spoke, Chi-Xiang stepped back a few steps, and immediately, the brightness dimmed somewhat. Then, Qi Xiong walked forward again. The further forward he went, the brighter the light became. Fascinating. I'm quite interested in seeing what it is. As he spoke, Qi Xiong turned his head and said, let's go. My eyes. What's going on? So blinding. Just as Cha Dan took out his cold blade, he let out a wail. The pale blue light emanating from the cold blade was no small irritation for the eyes. Cha Dan almost fell off the summoned quasi-dragon zombie. Holding the cold blade farther away, Cha Dan then put on his sunglasses before he dared to open his eyes again. Seeing the cold blade, Cha Dan couldn't help but curse. What's wrong today? Has the cold blade gone haywire? Speaking thusly, Cha Dan opened the cold blade's data information, only to see an unusual status in its list of states. Mutual resonance. When a weapon encounters another of equal rank, it will shine with its inherent brilliance. The closer the distance, the brighter the light. My goodness, I've hit the jackpot this time. Haha, quasi-dragon zombie, charge quickly. We can't let anyone get ahead of us. As he spoke, Cha Dan stood up, raising the cold blade like a grand general steadily mounted atop the quasi-dragon zombie. Ho ho, have you found a treasure? A man holding a pitch-black dagger glanced into the distance, snickered lightly, then pushed off with his right foot and rushed over. Why is my glove glowing? How interesting. A little girl looked at her glowing green gloves with curiosity, making her unconsciously head towards the direction where everyone was gathering. At this point, in the middle of a crossroads, a red box lay in the center, and the golden light emanating from within was hard for the box to contain. Qi Xiong, look at that. Bogo pointed at the central box. Qi Xiong nodded and said, yeah, but who would leave such a box right in the middle of the road? Wait, someone's coming. Boga nodded, formed hand seals with both hands, creating a barrier that concealed their group. From within this barrier, they could see outside while remaining invisible from without, utilizing light refraction. This barrier was called the invisible barrier. As footsteps sounded, Cha Dan and his mount, the quasi-dragon zombie, made their entrance first, its sheer size drawing everyone's attention immediately. It's brother Cha Dan. Lin Xiaoyang noticed Cha Dan and called out, but Bo Gu did not rush to dismantle the barrier yet. Subsequently, a man with a dagger stopped at another corner of the intersection without moving an inch. Next, a little girl appeared from the only unoccupied path and, upon seeing the quasi-dragon zombie, shrieked excitedly. Big lizard. And with that, she ran toward the quasi-dragon zombie. On the left side of Qi Xiong's group, a bald brute wielding a large hammer stood firm, gazing at the box in the center of the road. At this moment, the advertisement screen on the side of a building at the crossroads lit up. A masked individual appeared on screen, located in a place so utterly dark that all that could be seen was his face. Ha, is everyone here? Nope. Looks like some people are really cautious and didn't show up for such a good opportunity. But it doesn't matter. All of you present, welcome to this game. Don't rush. Your surroundings have already been enclosed by a barrier now. The Imperial sword in the middle is the prize provided courtesy of me. Whoever gets it will depend on your skills. I can't wait to see how many people will die today. Ha. Then, the screen went black instantly, but Qi Xiong noticed that the monitors around began to rotate. Move. The giant iron hammer was just ready to act when he was startled by a group of people who suddenly appeared next to him. Without hesitation, Qi Xiong's soul-devouring blade mercilessly pierced his neck, ending him. Qi Xiong looked at the iron hammer on the ground and sighed with a bitter smile. Sometimes I really don't know if I am a mage, summoner, warrior, or assassin. As he said this, he kicked the hammer up from the ground and passed it to Zhao Yang, saying, Zhao Yang, you use this first. Zhao Yang caught the hammer, swung it a few times, and praised, great stuff. Qi Xiong nodded and shouted, Qi Dan, deal with that assassin. Got it, brother Xiong. Qi Dan, upon seeing Qi Xiong's team, felt much better immediately and charged out holding his cold blade. Summoned zombies also appeared by his side. Sister, let Xiaoyang handle the little girl. Lin Xiaoyang looked at the little girl rushing toward the quasi-dragon zombie and volunteered actively. Qi Xiong glanced at the little girl and nodded, saying, all right, be careful. Don't underestimate her. Yes. Saying this, Lin Xiaoyang ran forward. During this time, her combat skills had improved a lot, and she'd gained more abilities, considering herself to have grown significantly. Now, Lin Xiaoyang wanted to give a good performance in front of her brother. Qi Xiong walked over and looked at Bingyu, asking, well, aren't you going to show us what you've got? Bingyu shot an icy glare at Qi Xiong and replied, if you want to get castrated, I'll gladly do it. This frightened Qi Xiong so much that he jumped back, holding his crotch and shouting, oh no, darling, you cannot cut off your own happiness. Bingyu humphed and muttered, who's your wife? Before walking toward Lin Xiaoyang. Seeing Bingyu's slightly flushed face just now, Qi Xiong admitted silently that he had indeed fallen for her. Chapter 235 Death Game, Part 1. Qi Xiong was staring blankly at Bingyu's retreating figure and suddenly began to chuckle foolishly. Gobo and Deshu exchanged glances and burst out laughing at the same time. Deshu sighed, wow, it's great to be young. Gobo nodded in agreement and said, true, but unfortunately we're all bachelors. As they spoke, both started laughing once again. Qi Xiong, however, didn't have time for these two men. His mind was fully occupied by Bingyu. At this moment, the masked man hidden behind the monitor was watching everything unfold on the screen. Two groups are actually allies? But these two groups are really strong, having gathered 3 quasi-artifacts. That's impressive, but the game has lost its thrill. No, it can't go on like this. I must spice up the game a bit. Che Dan and a group of zombies charged forward, wielding frosty blades. The man snorted coldly, and moved with an unusual gait to evade them. He then vanished right before Chetan's eyes. Standing his ground, Che-Dan retrieved a bead and said, "Assassins may be tough, but come out." With that, he hurled the bead to the ground. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing the man's figure. "Attack!" On Chetan's command, the zombies rushed forward. The man muttered under his breath, "Not good," and quickly retreated. Although this man was strong enough to fight against so many zombies even with his assassin abilities, what he hadn't expected was Chetan's game player capability. As long as a game player had coins, their items would never run out. Che-Dan always prepared some valuable items just in case, which came in handy at this moment. Revealing Pearl, activated by forceful collision. Within 50 meters, any living being is subjected to the revealing effect, making invisibility impossible for 5 minutes. For many people, 5 minutes isn't much time, especially to kill a nimble assassin. However, for Che-Dan, it was more than sufficient. His strength lay in team battles and ambushes. How could anyone evade attacks from several equal-level opponents, regardless of their agility? Moreover, Che-Dan frequently used frost blades and spider webs to interfere, ensuring that 5 minutes was enough even for a game of cat and mouse. Lin Xiaoyang approached the little girl and smiled. "Hey there, little sister, shouldn't you be home instead of wandering around?" Lin Xiaoyang tried to look as friendly as possible. However, upon seeing how close Lin Xiaoyang was to her, the girl lifted her right hand and fired an energy beam that struck Lin Xiaoyang on the head. In the next second, Lin Xiaoyang disappeared and reappeared 10 meters away. Looking at the girl, he patted his chest and said, "Phew, glad I'm smart." Then, Lin Xiaoyang silently chanted a spell, causing his body to blur and split into multiple avatars. Each one looked identical but had different capabilities, depending on their purpose. This required mental power to alter their attributes, and mastering this skill of avatar transformation was quite difficult. The little girl saw so many identical people standing together and showed no curiosity, unlike she had when encountering the quasi-dragon zombie. Instead, she stomped her foot, huffed, and declared, "So many identical people, it's annoying. I want you all to die." With that, her gloves emitted a bright light, releasing beams in all directions. She didn't care about the consequences, possibly due to her age or because the apocalypse had changed her. 2 defensive avatars stepped up to block the beams and were severely injured. However, this was enough because 2 agile avatars had already reached her sides, seizing her hands to prevent her from aiming. Her beams became ineffective. "Let me go? You bad people, let me go!" The little girl screamed, her gloves glowing as her power activated. To everyone's surprise, she easily broke free from the grip of the 2 avatars. These avatars specialized in agility but still had significant strength, yet they couldn't hold on to her. Subsequently, these 2 avatars were disintegrated by her beams. However, 2 strength-focused avatars arrived. They grabbed her simultaneously, ensuring that no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free. Despite her gloves amplifying her powers, her actual strength was limited as she was only a small girl. Meanwhile, each of these strength-optimized avatars possessed twice the power of an adult male. With frustration, the little girl began kicking wildly, but it was in vain. The last of Lin Xiaoyang's avatars approached the little girl, delivered a strong chop to the back of her neck, and she closed her eyes, fainting immediately. Lin Xiaoyang couldn't bring himself to harm such a young girl, but her abilities were something that couldn't be underestimated. He personally removed her gloves and tied her up with ropes before heading back. "Xiaoyang, it's just a little girl, do you really need to?" In response to Bingyu's question, Lin Xiaoyang smiled and said, "You try fighting her next time." Bingyu had already seen how powerful the girl's gloves were and knew that if they fought one-on-one, she might not stand a chance. Shaking her head, she said, "Never mind. If you can confiscate her gloves, then maybe I could." "Haha, go ahead and pick on this little girl." Hee. Seeing Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang chatting happily and laughing occasionally, Qi-Xiong was originally entranced, and now he was completely mesmerized. Perhaps only Qi-Xiong would look at his own girlfriend so intently. It was simply because he was acting like some sort of pervert. When Lin Xiaoyang and Bingyu noticed Qi-Xiong's expression, Lin Xiaoyang teased, "Sister Bingyu, your charm is immense. Brother Qi-Xiong is still smitten even though you two are already together." Bingyu, seeing Qi-Xiong's antics, said helplessly, "Is this guy the type who hasn't seen women? How embarrassing. He's like the monk Beiji from Journey to the West." Snicker. Qi-Xiong walked up, touched Bingyu's face, and said tenderly, "Moon." Bingyu shoved him and said, "Get off me, how disgusting." She turned away to watch the battle by Che-Dan, yet Lin Xiaoyang clearly saw the smile on her face, a very happy smile. Watching this moment, Lin Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Chapter 236, Death Game 2. That assassin kept dodging attacks coming from all directions. At this moment, Che-Dan was extremely frustrated. His and his zombies' attacks were nearly seamless, but the assassin always found a way to evade, with movements so tricky that it was astonishing. Spiderweb. A purple spiderweb was thrown out. The assassin made a flourish and deflected Chetan's web aside before continuing to fight against several zombies. "Oomph, my explosive temper is kicking in." Saying this, Che-Dan ordered, "All of you retreat. I'll have a one-on-one with him." As a result, several zombies simultaneously stepped back while Che-Dan moved forward. The assassin took a sip from a water flask and said, "Haha, we've been fighting for a while already and you're just now talking about a duel." Che-Dan snorted coldly and replied, "Don't forget, I'm a summoner." As he spoke, Che-Dan swept his cold blade across the ground and called out, "Absolute Zero." Blue light struck the ground, instantly forming ice. The assassin continued retreating, only to find the ice spreading rapidly, as if chasing him. The assassin jumped to avoid being frozen, but there was another problem, slipping on the ice, almost falling to the ground. It was at this very instant that Chaedan launched a spider web, completely wrapping up the assassin. Following that, Chaedan swung his icy blade, sending out several icicles which pierced through the assassin's body from one side and emerged from the other. The assassin opened his mouth to say something, but only an sound came out. This well-known assassin in the Yanhuang region fell due to his own greed. Chaedan waved his cold blade to clear away the ice on the ground, then walked over and seized the dagger radiating a dark black light from the assassin's hand. He weighed it carefully for a few moments, muttering to himself, "I wonder if there's any zombie with an invisibility ability." As he said this, Chaedan returned the cold blade and the dagger to his inventory and walked towards Qi Xiang was currently whispering something to Bingwe. Bo Gu, Deshu, and Lin Xiaoyang watched the couple's overt display of affection with black lines appearing on their foreheads. As for Zhao Yang, he was wielding a newly acquired mace, practicing to become more proficient with his weapon. "Xianggu, it's done over there." Finally, Qi Xiang was interrupted by Chetan's voice. Looking at Chaedan, Qi Xiang nodded and asked, "By the way, what about the dagger that guy had?" Chaedan chuckled and said, "Your eyesight is sharp indeed. But I plan to keep this dagger for myself since none of you need it anyway. Any objections?" Qi Xiang nodded and said, "That works fine too. You can find a zombie suited to be an assassin later. Alright, now let's take a look at our gains from coming here." With that, Qi Xiang turned to Lin Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, send a clone to retrieve it." Lin Xiaoyang nodded, then created a clone and directed it to walk over. Having a teammate who could create clones was truly a blessing because there were often situations where someone would need to test whether danger was present, serving as a kind of death squad role. And Lin Xiaoyang in such a team filled that role, not herself, but her clone. This made Qi Xiang and Chaedan significantly more unlucky. Chaedan still had summoned creatures to help him, though each creature had been nurtured over a long period of time and was exceptionally powerful. Losing even one would leave him heartbroken. As for Qi Xiang, he only had 3 mounts. Surely it wouldn't be practical to risk them for dangerous tasks. So whenever such a situation arose and Qi Xiang acted alone, he had no choice but to face risks himself. Quite an unfortunate circumstance. Lin Xiaoyang's clone rushed towards the box in the middle. This box was painted entirely red, rectangular in shape, but the golden light emanating from within told everyone it was definitely a precious artifact. The masked man who appeared earlier also mentioned that this contained an imperial sword. An imperial sword. How many people had yearned for it in ancient times? With the power of the imperial sword, one could strike first and report later. It symbolized the right to confront an unjust ruler or treacherous minister. A corrupt emperor's spirit would falter, and disloyal officials would lose their heads. When Lin Xiaoyang's clone opened the box, it immediately stepped back. Just as everyone thought something might happen inside, Lin Xiaoyang laughed and said, "Nothing serious. The light inside was too dazzling for my clone to handle properly." Hearing this, everyone groaned in disappointment. The clone retrieved the sword from the box, drew it from its scabbard, and swung it around, but nothing extraordinary happened. It seemed like an ordinary sword. Under Lin Xiaoyang's command, the clone brought the sword back. Everyone looked at this treasure sword, which no longer emitted light and appeared like an ordinary one. However, a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon was painted on it, symbolizing the supreme power. Bo Gu took the imperial sword, drew it out, and put it back in its scabbard, saying, "This is definitely no ordinary weapon, but how do we use it?" Chaedan took it over and grinned. "How to use it? It's obviously for the emperor." "Oh, right. I seem to remember that some ministers in TV dramas were also granted the imperial sword." Deshu nodded. "Indeed, but what exactly is the purpose of this particular imperial sword?" Chaedan scrutinized it thoroughly from top to bottom, but could not figure out any secret. Chaedan handed the sword to Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang took the sword, and then something unusual happened. As soon as the imperial sword came into Qi Xiang's hands, it started shaking, and the 5-clawed golden dragon engraved on the scabbard began emitting light, as if trying to escape. A low and heavy dragon roar echoed from within the scabbard. Seeing this strange movement, Qi Xiang could not help his curiosity and pulled the sword directly out of its sheath. Instantly, a sharp dragon roar sounded. A streak of golden light shot up straight into the sky, breaking through the fog in the air, piercing through the clouds, and allowing sunlight to shine in, as if an entire golden dragon had broken through the clouds, creating an awe-inspiring sight. For a moment, everyone was stunned. None of them understood what had just happened. Clap, clap, clap. A string of clapping sounds brought everyone back from their astonishment. They turned and saw a person walking toward them, clapping continuously with both hands. It was the same masked individual from earlier, still wearing the mask on his face. Brilliant, brilliant. Never would I have expected someone with imperial bloodline among you. This imperial sword truly falls into worthy hands, but obtaining such a treasure seems too easy for you. Qi Xiang stared at him coldly and asked, "Then what do you want?" Chapter 237, Death Game, Part 3. The masked man chuckled and said, "Hee, friend, don't rush. Calm down a bit. Actually, I don't have any ulterior motives. However, you've taken the grand prize without participating in the game yet, right?" As he spoke, the masked man pulled out a button and grinned, saying, "Wish everyone an enjoyable game." Then, as the red button was pressed by the masked man, the red box on the side suddenly exploded, with all sorts of things spilling out from it, and the surroundings had already transformed into something different. Now, everyone can fully enjoy this moment of the game. Ha ha. Hearing the voice of the masked man, Qi Xiong waved the imperial sword twice in his hand and said, "Why do I feel so uneasy?" The surrounding scene had already changed now, becoming like a living hell, filled with terrifying and desperate vibes that permeated the air, making people feel inexplicable panic and at a loss for what to do, even having an impulse to die right away. "Brother Qi Xiong, I'm scared." Qi Xiong patted Lin Xiaoyang's head beside him and said, "Xiaoyang, don't be afraid. We're all here." Speaking, Qi Xiong looked at Bingyu, who was clearly scared but pretending to be calm, and said, "You, come over." Seeing Bingyu make no move, Qi Xiong took Lin Xiaoyang to Bingyu's side, hugged Bingyu, and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Bingyu's mind went blank for a moment, and for some reason, she nodded her head. Chaidan took out the cold blade, gathering the zombies, and said, "I can't take it anymore. This is too mushy. Bo Gu, Deshu, Jiao Yang, let's 4 single dogs fight our way out." "Good. Let's show the fighting spirit of single dogs." No one would have expected those words to come from the steady Deshu's mouth, which did make people rather astonished. It seemed Deshu has been troubled by being single for quite a while. As the group moved forward, a pavilion appeared before them, with 4 large characters written on it, "The Path of Death." However, these characters weren't golden characters on a red background, but bloody characters on a black one, which indeed suited the current situation. Looking at the road ahead, Chaidan said, "How about sending the shadow or summon creatures first?" Qi Xiong glanced at the trembling Lin Xiaoyang beside him, and then at the summoned creatures, saying, "I'll go." Speaking, Qi Xiong released Lin Xiaoyang and Bingyu and walked forward. "Hey, Brother Xiong, isn't this a bit dangerous?" Qi Xiong looked at Chaidan and said, "I can sense things more clearly than when you use shadows or summon creatures. Plus, if my strength is involved, there's a chance I might break through this level directly." Then, Qi Xiong put away the imperial sword, took out the holy light spear, pointing the long spear forward, and stepped forward boldly. Passing under the archway and entering this land, blood-soaked hands immediately came from all directions to grab Qi Xiong. Strangely enough, these hands had no bodies attached, only a short segment of arms appearing out of nowhere. Anyone seeing this might have been utterly terrified already, but Qi Xiong remained firm, and the holy light spear was thrust into the ground. A flash of gold light passed by, and the blood-soaked hands around him were instantly shattered. Next, Qi Xiong rushed forward violently. This path of death was only about 100 meters long, but it had 3 checkpoints. The first checkpoint consisted of blood-soaked hands, while the second checkpoint was called Blood Eyes. As he looked at blood-streaked eyeballs floating in the air, occasionally exploding near Qi Xiong, he fought off the nausea and used the holy light spear to defend himself. After spending some time going through the second checkpoint, Qi Xiong reached the third one, which was named Fatal Sounds. An ear-splitting noise came from behind, making Qi Xiong dizzy and almost fall. Hardly supporting his body with the holy light spear, Qi Xiong felt very uncomfortable because these sound attacks not only affected his body and ears, but also targeted his soul. Even though Qi Xiong was strong, like many other energy wielders, he hadn't undergone any reinforcement regarding his soul, so he was nearly overcome by the soul attack. Bracing himself with the holy light spear, beads of sweat poured down Qi Xiong's forehead as he heavily breathed, clenching his teeth tightly. Qi Xiong knew if he couldn't endure, none of his brothers would be able to proceed either. But just as Qi Xiong wanted to push forward, blood-soaked hands and blood-drenched eyeballs began rushing towards him from all sides. Damn, why now? While looking at the surging blood-soaked hands and blood eyes, Qi Xiong resisted the pain caused by the soul attack, while quickly pondering for solutions in his mind. Back at the entrance, the group led by Chaidan was already worried. However, when they tried to charge in, they were blocked by an unknown force, and blood-red letters appeared in the sky. The game has begun. This checkpoint is a solo mission. Only one person can participate. Bo Gu also attempted to use a boundary to help Qi Xiong, but it was useless. This force pushed Bo Ji's boundary outwards. At this moment, all they could do was watch Qi Xiong barely holding on without being able to offer any assistance. Shit, I will not die in a goddamn place like this. Qi Xiong cursed, then took out the imperial sword from his storage space with his left hand and quickly channeled his Dan energy through it. Qi Xiong wanted to test what this sword could do. When the creamy white Dan power surged into the imperial sword, a dragon's roar came. The golden dragon engraved on the blade seemed to come alive as a bright, golden light surrounded Qi Xiong's body. Even though that piercing sound was still present, Qi Xiong no longer felt his soul under attack, and the blood hands and bloody eyeballs around him scattered away. What Qi Xiong did not know was that the imperial sword was an object of extreme yang energy, and the immense pure yang energy it released had a protective effect. Moreover, using pure yang energy against these evil beings was like fighting them with ease. Qi Xiong stood up, and, as he channeled Dan energy throughout his body, moved forward. As Qi Xiong crossed the path of death, a broadcast echoed throughout. Congratulations to the players for passing the path of death. Now, you may continue playing the game. Wish you all a delightful experience, haha. The voice of the masked man reached everyone's ears, and at that moment, everyone shared the same idea, catching the masked man and beating him up thoroughly. When the broadcast ended, something incredible happened. The path of death disappeared, and there stood Qi Xiong right before the group. They quickly rushed over. Qi Xiong gripped the holy light spear and put the imperial sword away, bitterly smiling and saying, this road was hard to handle. I almost failed. Next is on all of you. Chaidan nodded and said, absolutely, no problem. Indeed, Qi Xiong was ultimately saved by the imperial sword, but the damage to his soul should not be underestimated. Chapter 238 Death Game 4. Chaedan laughed and said, Haha, Xiong brother, the next step is mine. With that, Chaedan took large steps forward. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, there were 4 characters carved on it. Broken Intestines Valley. Yes, it was indeed the Broken Intestines Valley. However, what Chaedan saw wasn't a canyon but 2 rows of skyscrapers with a street in between. Perhaps because the masked man's abilities were limited and he couldn't truly simulate a canyon, he decided to make use of his surroundings. But Chaedan didn't care about these things and was just about to walk in when he noticed 2 lines of small words on the tablet. Broken Intestines Valley, Love Breaks. 6 characters carved into 2 lines. For some unknown reason, when Chaedan saw these 6 characters, his heart beat once, not out of excitement, but out of shock. It seemed as if this heartbeat was warning Chaedan that something difficult lay ahead. However, after having boasted so much, how could Chaedan let someone else take the challenge for him? Now, he could only push through despite himself. Qixiang sat cross-legged on the ground, retracted the Emperor's sword and the holy light spear. While recovering with internal energy, he asked, What's the next trial? Bo looked and replied, It seems called the Broken Intestines Valley. Broken Intestines Valley. Qixiang muttered these 3 words and suddenly stood up, only to spit out a mouthful of blood due to overexertion. Still, he stubbornly pointed towards the Broken Intestines Valley and said, Quick, stop that guy Chaedan. He has an emotional wound. Bo sighed, helping Qixiang to sit down gently while saying, It's too late. Chaedan has already gone inside. Shit. Qixiang cursed, slamming his fist hard on the ground. Watching Chaedan, who had entered the range of the Broken Intestines Valley, Qixiang didn't know what to say anymore. Chaedan walked into the Broken Intestines Valley, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, I hope this place doesn't stir up painful memories. As Chaedan moved forward, the surrounding scenery began to change. Shally, I've bought back the cotton candy. Yeah, since you're so slow, I'll punish you by making you carry me to the next amusement project. Alright, here's your cotton candy. Get on my back. Haha. Chaedan watched her from the past, smiling on her face, and also his former self smiling. This scene, which would have appeared warm and touching to anyone, caused Chaedan's eyebrows to furrow slightly. It seemed as though he really did not wish to recall this memory. As Chaedan took one step after another, memories of the past replayed one after another. Shally, Chaedan's first love, the girl he spent half a year pursuing. 3 years of recollections now flashed before Chaedan's eyes like scenes from a movie. Every step Chaedan took showed another scene. Unconsciously, they reached a cloudy day, and at this moment, Chaedan quickened his pace. But no matter how fast Chaedan went, it was as if he were standing on a treadmill, unable to move forward, watching the scenes unfold in his mind. Even though Chaedan closed his eyes and covered his ears, he couldn't prevent these memories from entering his brain. His thinking ability had ceased entirely. Shally, why are you leaving me? Chaedan, what do you have worth liking? Can you give me money or power? Shally, don't go. The scene of the past appeared before his eyes. Chaedan walked briskly toward that familiar figure, and his past self kneeling on the ground, tears already streaming down Chaedan's face. But he could only watch Shally leave, powerless to do anything. Raindrops as big as beans fell, hitting Chaedan's face. Chaedan screamed wildly, wanting to release all his sorrow. The thunder, wind, sound of rain falling on the ground, and Chaedan's shouts intertwined, giving off a feeling of despair. Seeing this scene, Chaedan finally stopped walking. Unlike his past self shouting, he stood silently. Then, a tear welled up from Chaedan's eyes and trickled down his cheek. Suddenly, everything around grew dark, and 2 beams of light shot down from the sky, one shining on Chaedan's body and the other illuminating a man in front of Chaedan. The man had long hair, with a handsome face that appealed to many women but lacked a strong masculine air. His entire outfit was nothing but luxury brands, whether clothes, pants, shoes, or watches, all were very expensive. Meanwhile, Chaedan's clothing had changed to match his attire at that time. Indeed, Chaedan's family was very wealthy, but compared to this guy, Chaedan acted far more quickly. Chaedan at most could be considered a rich 2nd generation, whereas this man not only belonged to the 3rd rich generation, but also the offspring of an official, possessing both power and money along with a handsome face that drove countless girls crazy. In contrast, Chaedan's clothing back then consisted entirely of inexpensive items, as all his pocket money was spent on entertainment, paying no attention to his attire. Therefore, the comparison between Chaedan and this man resembled the difference between a commoner and a noble. Hey, isn't that Chaedan? A rich 2nd generation, huh? Why are you dressed so poorly? Chaedan clenched his fists tightly. Looking at this person's face made him want to tear it apart immediately. Still, Chaedan held himself back, standing there with eyes that pierced through the other person's body like daggers. If looks could kill, this arrogant heir would have already died many times over. But that was just a wish, if looks really could kill. For now, Chaedan's eyes remained powerless. You're even glaring at me? Think you've got some guts, eh? Do you believe I can ensure you'll never see Wang Li again in your entire life? Chaedan squeezed his hands into tight fists, constantly reminding himself that this was part of the environment. However, this setting felt too real, especially since Chaedan had always wanted to settle the score with this man. Even though Qixiang had suggested taking care of him before, Chaedan knew that even the combined efforts of their 2 families might not match up to this despised individual. Hence, he let it go previously. But now presented such a chance. For Chaedan to endure without reacting was already quite difficult. The pompous heir strode confidently toward Chaedan, raised his right hand, and slapped Chaedan's cheek, sneering. Do you know, Wang Li is still a virgin? I'm truly curious what you 2 were doing during the time you dated. Let me tell you, she sure is tight. And her moans are quite wild, haha. Li Jian, your mother. In a fit of rage, Chadan screamed, lifting his right leg to kick Li Jian directly in the stomach. Then, chasing after Li Jian flying midair, Chadan grabbed Li Jian's ankle, raising his hand. With a flash of blue light, a cold blade appeared in Chadan's right hand. With one swift strike, Li Jian's right leg detached from his body. Qi Xiang observed Chadan from the broken intestines valley as he slashed at empty air, instantly realizing that something terrible had happened. Yet Qi Xiang's condition was also in bad shape. This time, he genuinely had no idea what to do. Chapter 239, Death Game, 5. Ha ha ha, you useless piece of trash. The illusion shattered, and the surroundings turned dark again. Chadan panted heavily, looking around. Now, Chadan no longer knew which direction led to the exit. He could only silently wait for what would happen next. Chadan, you're unworthy of me. You have no money, no power. What right do you have to be with me? Chadan stared at Wang Li in front of him. His face showed no emotion, but inside, it felt as if needles were pricking his heart. Just one sentence deeply pierced Chadan's heart. Ha ha, look at that stupid expression of his. A hand gripped Wang Li's shoulder, while another hand reached between her legs. Li Jian. Ha ha ha. Li Jian laughed wildly. The hand on Wang Li's shoulder was not idle, lifting up her shirt to grope her. Watching this scene, seeing Wang Li putting up no resistance, Chadan felt as though all his strength had been drained. He no longer had the energy to step forward and kill Li Jian. Chadan slowly sat down on the ground, covering his head and lying there. Headache, heartache. Chadan finally understood the prowess of the Broken Gut Valley, but it was already too late because first love was a hurdle Chadan would never be able to overcome. Hearing the cries coming from Wang Li and the sounds of flesh colliding, Chadan desperately covered his ears, but it was futile. No matter how hard he blocked his ears, he could still hear the sounds he didn't want to hear. Qi Xiang looked at Chadan over there who had fallen to the ground, but since no one had announced the next challenger yet, it meant Chadan had not yet failed. However, Qi Xiang knew Chadan wasn't far from failing. Everyone looked at Chadan lying on the ground desperately clutching his head, thinking his memories must have been about being beaten by someone. But Qi Xiang knew Chadan must have seen Wang Li and Li Jian together. Two despicable people. Qi Xiang cursed, drawing everyone's attention. Big Brother Bo asked, "What's wrong?" Qi Xiang shook his head and said, "Nothing." Qi Xiang didn't want to say anything because it involved a secret about Chadan. Seeing Qi Xiang didn't want to speak, the group stopped asking questions. However, at this moment, it seemed as if the creator of this game, the masked man, wanted to increase the difficulty for Chadan. Brother Qi Xiang, you're so naughty. Don't you know I'm Chidan's girlfriend? Haha, how could that guy like Chadan discover such a thing? Come on, let me kiss you. Hearing this voice, Chadan forced himself to sit up and watched as Qi Xiang's mouth neared Wang Li's face. Although Wang Li's hands tried to block him, her face wore a smile, clearly showing she enjoyed the process. Suddenly, Chadan sprang up from the ground and slashed with the cold blade in his hand. The blade fell. Wang Li looked at Chadan in surprise, unable to understand why Chadan's sword landed on her. Chadan spoke coldly. Wang Li, there is no more bond between us. The surroundings went black again, then an ugly face appeared, laughing arrogantly. While laughing it said, "Kid, you've grown up, huh? But you're still so weak. Want to taste my piss again?" Chadan snorted softly and swung a moon shadow slash, muttering, "This guy has already been severely beaten by me and Brother Xiang. Even if he shows up now, he's nothing more than a clown." Then Chadan looked toward where Wang Li had previously stood and muttered, how could Brother Xiang ever like you? Too many flaws in your plan." At this point, the masked man looked at Chadan, completely astonished. He couldn't figure out why this guy only had one weakness, and that it was such a fatal weakness. What baffled the masked man even more was how Chadan managed to conquer the deep scars within his own heart. Cracks appeared in the surrounding darkness, and light streamed through. Chadan walked towards the finish line step by step, standing tall with pride, because he had finally overcome the memory that should have been impossible to beat. Qi Xiang looked at Chadan, a smile forming at the corner of his lips. Though he didn't know exactly what happened, seeing his brother come out unharmed made him happy. This time, just like the last, after passing the level, it disappeared, and Chadan came to stand before the group. "Haha, Brother Xiang, I told you I could do it." Qi Xiang smiled and said, "That incident?" Chadan nodded and replied, "Yeah. Qi Xiang, congratulations to you." Chadan, "Hehe, thank you." The group, seeing their expressions, didn't feel comfortable asking what exactly happened, so they shifted their focus to the next challenge. The Valley of Death. As everyone stared at the four words, Chadan was just about to act when Brother Bo strode out, stretching his muscles and laughing heartily. "Ha! I can finally show you my skills. I'm a melee magician." Seeing Brother Bo's movements, Chadan moved to stop him, but Uncle Da blocked Chadan and shook his head, saying, "Chadan, relax. Little Bo is quite strong now." Brother Bo cracked his finger joints with a kacha-kacha sound and stepped into the third level, the Valley of Death. The moment they entered the valley, a horrifying scream erupted as a wailing female ghost rushed toward them. With an agile move, Brother Bo dodged the ghost and cast a light attribute barrier that instantly eliminated her. However, the masked man began to laugh maniacally. "Ha, you fools. This final level features my million ghost formation, gathered from 1 million souls, among which there are more than 930,000 vengeful spirits. You're all going to die." Brother Bo looked around and saw ghostly figures drifting everywhere, on the ground, in the air, even in the sky. He had become their target. On this scream, It acted like a starting gun as all the ghosts surged towards Brother Bo. But he stood still, gave a cold snort, dissolved his hand seals, and erected a defensive barrier. Immediately after, light attribute barriers appeared in the air, killing dozens of ghosts each time they struck. But the masked man wasn't worried. What were dozens at a time compared to the million waiting here for Brother Bo? Watching the growing numbers of ghosts relentlessly attacking his defenses, Brother Bo both reinforced his protection and retaliated. This is too slow, Brother Bo muttered. Then, with these words, Brother Bo settled into a horse stance, moving his hands quickly to undo the seals. At this point, his clothes began to flutter without any wind, while 8 points of light emerged in the air. These lights shot out beams, connecting together to form a solid plane. Secret Art: The Light Within the Apocalypse. Chapter 240, Death Game 6. A barrier formed in midair, shining like a brilliant sun, illuminating the earth. Then, Bogu raised his hands and brought them together with a loud clap. With a snap, the barrier exploded, and its light instantly formed countless beams that shot out at high speed. In such a densely packed area of ghosts, using this skill could only lead to one result: the mass dispersion of many ghosts' essences. Masked Man watched as the ghosts he had painstakingly collected were wiped out by 70% in an instant. His right hand trembled as he removed his mask, revealing a grotesque and twisted face. Attack! Kill him! In an instant, all the remaining ghosts launched an assault simultaneously, their wailing cries echoing as if they would reverberate throughout the entire city. Meanwhile, Bogu reinforced his defensive barrier while forming another light-based barrier to counterattack. Boji's every move was calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. During his training, he had realized the true essence of being a barrier master, maintaining composure at all times, lest one forgets even how to release seals and makes a fool of oneself. Barriers shimmering with light kept appearing in the sky and exploding. The number of ghosts was rapidly decreasing. However, Boga did not need to worry about spirit energy depletion since he still had a large supply of Uncle Da's spirit-restoring pills stored away. The ghost count continued to drop, driving Masked Man into a rage. He had already decided that even if today meant the destruction of his death game and its permanent end, he would ensure that these people who disrupted his game, especially the barrier master, would meet their doom without a grave. As soon as this thought appeared in Masked Man's mind, he began adjusting the mechanisms here, preparing to launch a full-scale attack once the barrier master finished his actions. 5 minutes later, Bogu approached the group, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled, saying, "It took longer than expected. Sorry to keep you waiting. Now, everyone, you can start the final challenge." Boji's words were just followed by an unpleasant voice. Masked Man's voice rang out. Before the group could figure out what was happening, the ground suddenly shook violently. Countless bats appeared in the sky. The ground cracked open as strange creatures emerged, along with a barrage of crossbow bolts aimed at Qi Xiang's location. Following the bolts were fireballs. "Release the seal," Boga shouted and began unsealing rapidly. However, Qi Xiang, Shi Dan, and Zhao Yang charged forward quickly. Qi Xiang drew the holy blue shield and the soul-devouring knife, holding the shield in his left hand and the knife in his right. The soul-devouring knife emitted a purple glow as though it would devour everything, while the holy blue shield emanated a cleansing light. Despite having earlier endured the soul's impact, Qi Xiang stood forward, knowing his role as a warrior put him on the front line. Shi Dan wielded a frost blade and a rhinoceros shield, using the latter to block arrows and fireballs from above while speaking to Qi Xiang beside him. "Xiang brother, go back to the barrier. You're injured. Me and Zhao Yang are enough here." Qi Xiang fended off arrows and fireballs while hacking at approaching monsters with the soul-devouring knife and laughed. "You're underestimating your Xiang brother? Why are you so stubborn?" Shi Dan looked helplessly at Qi Xiang, unsure what else to say. Waving a large hammer upwards to fend off aerial attacks, each swing struck the heads of nearby monsters, making Shi Dan quite formidable. Due to this, Zhao Yang couldn't stay close to Qi Xiang or Shi Dan for fear of hitting them by mistake. After withstanding the first wave of ranged attacks, the trio now faced endless waves of monsters, while inside the barrier, Bogu had already begun attacking, killing hundreds of beasts with his piercing barrier. Daska, Tax, and Shi Dan's zombies surged forward without hesitation, akin to tigers rushing into a sheep herd, commencing their massacre. Skills erupted everywhere, with the most conspicuous ones coming from the dragon-like zombies, Qi Xiang and Zhao Yang. The dragon-like zombies continually charged against larger creatures, leaping onto them before tearing with claws and fangs, or spitting corrosive venom in their attacks, inevitably drawing attention due to their size. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang swept with his swallowing whirlwind technique, leaving neither landbound nor airborne enemies untouched. Like wielding a tornado in hand, how could Qi Xiang avoid drawing attention? Zhao Yang swung his large hammer repeatedly, creating a deep crater each time it hit the ground. Not a single monster could withstand even one blow from him. Bogu stood steadily inside the barrier, using an attack-oriented barrier to deal with enemies outside. The zombies of Tsidan and Qi Xiang's steed, Daska and Tax, were incredibly strong. Possessing strength surpassing that of a zombie commander level, they could be considered invincible here. Of course, this surpassing refers to one-on-one duels rather than situations where a commander leads a group against them. Tsidan's attacks might not be extraordinary, but they were reliable. Moreover, as a summoner, his summoned creatures were already formidable. If he himself were too powerful, it would almost seem supernatural. At this moment, Bingyue inside the barrier looked glum because she longed to go out and use mass targeting spells to handle the monsters outside. However, Boga stopped her. The reason was that Bingyue was a mage with virtually no close combat ability. Inside the barrier, her mental energy was blocked, leaving her unable to manipulate the water elements outside for attacks. Currently, Bingyue squatted on the ground, watching the others kill with pleasure, feeling deeply frustrated. Dashi and Lin Xiaoyang had completely opposite attitudes. Dashi sat leisurely eating popcorn, watching everything outside as though at a play. Lin Xiaoyang was even more extravagant, playing rock-paper-scissors with his own shadow form to pass the time. The monsters emerging from underground became increasingly powerful, yet Qi Xiang and the others still wore expressions of ease. While they were comfortable, the controller of this game, Masked Man, was certainly unhappy. Oh, wait, he shouldn't be called Masked Man anymore, since his mask had already been crushed in his hand. Nevertheless, for distinction, we'll continue calling him Masked Man. Masked Man watched in rage as none of the settings in his game affected these people. However, it wasn't entirely his fault. If only 1 or 2 people entered this game, they would surely meet their death. But now, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people who came in. Chapter 241, The Shoes Mount, Part 1. Now, the team entering is a highly skilled one. Even on a global scale, this team could make an impact, although their cooperation might not be particularly seamless due to a lack of opportunities for joint battles. Nevertheless, each individual's strength ranks among the best. A group like this together has an extremely powerful influence. And now, they are using their overwhelming power to break through every level of this game. No, they can't destroy my game. That guy. Yes, lure that guy over. Suddenly, Masked Man seemed to have thought of something and jumped down from his seat, running outside. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang and his companions had already started cleaning up the mess. Watching the last monster fall to the ground, Qi Xiang, Che Dan, and Zhao Liang took a sip of water. Qi Xiang laughed and said, "Haha, it's been a long time since we've fought side by side. It feels great." Che Dan nodded and said, "Yeah, being alone can be really lonely." Zhao Liang gave a mischievous laugh, but didn't say anything. However, it was clear he was also happy. Congratulations, challengers, you are very lucky. Not only did you defeat other contestants and claim the prize of the Shangfang sword, but you also survived my death game. Well done, fantastic. Qi Xiang and others looked in the direction the voice came from. Masked Man had put on another mask somewhere, standing not too far away with dust swirling around him as if something large was about to charge forward. Masked Man glanced back briefly, then ran off laughing. Haha, this is my final gift to you all. Defeat it, and you will leave the boundary. Enjoy your stay. His voice gradually faded until he disappeared around the corner at that moment, and the huge thing began its rush. Seeing a massive ankylosaurus rushing towards them, everyone's faces showed bewilderment. This was a prehistoric creature. How had it appeared? But there wasn't much time to question it now. First, they had to deal with this massive creature in front of them. Looking at the ankylosaurus armored shell and spiked tail, Qi Xiang couldn't help but feel a headache. Such a tough opponent. How were they going to take it down? Does anyone know about ankylosauruses? As Qi Xiang spoke, he prepared to launch an attack. Bogu stroked his chin and replied, I don't know. I'm not interested in dinosaurs. Che Dan nodded, saying, me neither. Deshu shrugged and said, I only know a lot about military matters. Bingyu, while raising her staff, remarked, I am more familiar with underworld affairs. Zhao Liang chuckled, don't ask me, I'm not in the same world as you. Finally, Lin Xiaoyang chimed in. It seems that the ankylosaurus' weak point is in its abdomen. Receive. With those 2 words, Qi Xiang lunged forward, the holy blue shield held in his left hand raised high, ready to block the charging ankylosaurus. Everyone looked at Li Xiaoyang, making Lin Xiaoyang a bit uncomfortable under their gazes. He scratched his head and explained, well, I have a cousin who likes dinosaurs and keeps pestering me to tell him stories about them, so I know a little bit. Stop. Qi Xiang had engaged the ankylosaurus, and upon the beast's head crashing into the holy blue shield, he understood what it meant to possess immense power. The ankylosaurus didn't slow down at all, nearly causing Qi Xiang to trip and get trampled. Thankfully, Qi Xiang maintained his balance, but he still found himself being pushed backward no matter how hard he struggled. Takes, use Earth Spike to lift it up. At Qi Xiang's shout, Take's front left hoof struck the ground, and instantly a spike shot out of the earth toward the right side of the ankylosaurus. However, to everyone's surprise, the spike had no effect on the ankylosaurus. It crumbled upon contact without even lifting the creature slightly. The hardness of Take's earth spike was comparable to rock, yet against this ankylosaurus, it was ineffective. They struck the ankylosaurus abdomen, which Lin Xiaoyang had identified as the weak spot, yet it proved just as strong as the rest of its body. Finally, the ankylosaurus stopped. But before Qi Xiang could mount a counterattack, the beast spun around, swinging its heavy spiked tail directly at Qi Xiang. Knocked backward by the blow, the force sent him flying. The size of the spiked tail was almost half as large as Qi Xiang's own frame. This was no trivial hit. Shit. That was the first word Qi Xiang muttered after being thrown into the rubble he created himself. Then, spitting out a mouthful of blood, he consumed some medicine before shouting, summon. A crocodile turtle appeared with a roar so loud it seemed to want to burst everyone's eardrums. Moreover, it produced a wave of air currents resembling a small whirlwind. The ankylosaurus turned around and looked at the crocodile turtle. The crocodile turtle took a step forward and roared again. This time, it was an outright provocation. The ankylosaurus didn't back down either, roaring in response. Although the crocodile turtle stood taller than 3 or 4 ankylosauruses stacked together, the ankylosaurus showed no fear of the larger creature and instead appeared intent on taking out the massive beast before it. Roar! Finally, Che-Dan's zombie-like dragon couldn't stand the suspense any longer and moved forward. The lizard-like zombie dragon kept a sharp eye on the ankylosaurus, ready to deal some damage. The ankylosaurus glanced left and right, then suddenly charged ahead. The crocodile turtle and the zombie dragon also launched themselves into the fight. Just as the three were about to meet, the ankylosaurus abruptly turned its body, striking the zombie dragon with its tail hammer. Then, it slammed the crocodile turtle's shell too. A thunderous sound erupted immediately, revealing that the strength of the crocodile turtle's shell and the ankylosaurus tail vertebrae were comparable. However, the zombie dragon wasn't so lucky. With only a layer of scales for protection, not focused on defense, it was sent flying through the air with a snap of broken bones, crashing into a building. In an instant, the building crumbled into rubble, pinning the zombie dragon beneath it. Retreat, summon. Che-Dan pulled the zombie dragon back in and summoned it out again, commanding, healing spell. This was a healing spell Che-Dan had learned specifically for summoned creatures, which had no effect on other living beings except for summons. But for summoned creatures, it worked wonders. As green light spread over the zombie dragon, the creature seemed visibly more comfortable. The crocodile turtle lifted its front claw and struck the ankylosaurus shell, causing it to sink into the ground. Following this, Chi-Xiang ordered the crocodile turtle to flip the ankylosaurus over. But just as the crocodile turtle was about to act, the ankylosaurus rose from the earth and charged headlong into the crocodile turtle. Chi-Xiang was startled by the speed of the ankylosaurus and quickly commanded the crocodile turtle to retract its head, joking that the head of the ankylosaurus wasn't comparable to that of the crocodile turtle. Chapter 242, The Shoes Mount 2. The crocodile turtle pulled its head back and while extending its right claw to strike the ankylosaurus, swatting it aside. Chi-Xiang then rushed forward, sliding on the ground beneath the ankylosaurus's belly and slashed with his soul bite blade as he roared, split. To everyone's surprise, the soul bite blade, which could easily split granite, only sparked against the ankylosaurus's abdomen and left a faint white mark. Shit, this thing is damn tough, Chi-Xiang muttered, pulling out the sword of supreme command since the soul bite was ineffective. Switching weapons, Chi-Xiang did not apply corrosive fire but instead infused the sword with his Dan energy, making it glow brightly, illuminating the surroundings. Then, Chi-Xiang thrust the glowing sword into the ankylosaurus's abdomen, producing a hift sound. Finally, the armor of the ankylosaurus was pierced, though just at its belly, which was enough. Chi-Xiang intended to create a larger wound, but after being struck, the ankylosaurus began moving uncontrollably, as if driven mad. Chi-Xiang had no choice but to pull out his sword and retreat so as not to be crushed underfoot by the ankylosaurus. As Chi-Xiang withdrew, he saw someone charging forward. This person was none other than Deshu, the sole non-combatant in their small group. Indeed, before the apocalypse, Deshu was undoubtedly the strongest among them, except for Jiao Liang, who wasn't even from this world. However, after the apocalypse, Deshu became constrained by his profession. In the early stages, it didn't matter too much, but later on, his strength waned. Despite that, Deshu contentedly took up his role as a logistics member. But today, something seemed off. Deshu actually ran over. Despite the enemy being a formidable opponent even Chi-Xiang struggled against. Deshu, get back. Deshu showed no reaction to Chi-Xiang's shout and continued running towards the now frantic ankylosaurus. As Deshu ran, he drew a handgun from his coat, aiming for consecutive shots at the ankylosaurus's mouth. With an angry roar, the ankylosaurus reacted, yet to Chi-Xiang and Su Dan's bewilderment, it gradually calmed down afterward. Deshu approached and extended a hand, seemingly wanting to pat the ankylosaurus. Surprisingly, the ankylosaurus lowered its head in compliance. While gently petting it, Deshu said soothingly, "That's good, that's good. Be calm now." Then, with a joyful bellow from the ankylosaurus, a purple six-pointed star appeared on its body. The massive star quickly enveloped the ankylosaurus before disappearing into its body. As Deshu yelled, "Bind!" a six-pointed star materialized once again, and the massive silhouette of the ankylosaurus entered the star, vanishing shortly after. Ha ha ha, I am finally no longer just a logistics person. Ha 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 ha. With Deshu's maniacal laughter ringing in the air, Chi-Xiang and Su Dan stared at each other from a distance, utterly confused about what had happened. Could Deshu have turned into a summoner? That seemed impossible unless those 4 gunshots fired earlier held some secret explanation. Just as Deshu was still laughing wildly, both Chi-Xiang and Su Dan grabbed him in a necklock simultaneously. Deshu, explain yourself. What was that all about? Yeah, spill it already. Let go of me, you two brats. You're killing me here. A scuffle broke out with Deshu pressed helplessly underneath. After squirming around for a bit, Chi-Xiang and Su Dan finally let go. Standing up, Chi-Xiang looked at the group approaching and said, "You guys must have known about this already." Boga chuckled. Haha, Deshu got it rough from you too. Gesturing toward Deshu, Chi-Xiang and Su Dan glanced and noticed Deshu was indeed covered in dirt, his hair disheveled, and his clothes torn as if after a fierce battle. Sighing wryly, Deshu remarked, "You two rascals, I was planning to tell you anyway. Was it really necessary?" "Necessary? That could have been my mount. Necessary? It should have been my summoned beast." Chi-Xiang and Su Dan simultaneously spoke words nearly identical. They exchanged glances and retorted, "Damn it, stop mimicking me. Damn it, don't imitate me, parrot." Seeing the pair acting in perfect sync, the others were speechless. Deshu apologized. "All right, Alright, my bad. Sorry for stealing your ankylosaurus. Satisfied? Qi Xiang nodded earnestly. Fine, we forgive you. Watching Qi Xiang act overly serious, the crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing. Sudan also kept a straight face, saying, Alright, we won't hold this against you anymore. Now explain, how can you tame summoned beasts too? You too. You're just being foolish, the Shu said helplessly. I found a book on beast taming pills in the system store. It cost me 7,000 gold coins. Inside, there were beast taming pills, exotic beast space pills, healing pills, and affinity enhancing pills, plus a pill launcher given as a bonus, that pistol from before. But each person can only tame one beast, so I've been waiting for the right moment all this time. Luckily, all of us will now have summoned beasts. No need to always watch you two summon creatures daily. Qi Xiang nodded and asked, Yeah, indeed. So, do they all have their summoned beasts already? Boga laughed. Zhao Yang's body doesn't recognize the pills, so he's exempted. We helped Lin Xiaoyang capture an extreme speed horse while Bingyu has a bloodthirsty tiger. My summoned creature hasn't appeared yet. Qi Xiang nodded again, then looked at Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang, saying with a smile, Sweetheart, little sister, can I see your summoned beasts? Who's your sweetheart? Bingyu retorted despite that. She still summoned her bloodthirsty tiger. Sure thing, big brother. Lin Xiaoyang was evidently more compliant compared to Bingyu. As the two summoned beasts materialized out of nowhere, Qi Xiang couldn't help but marvel at them. Bingyu's bloodthirsty tiger didn't bear the usual yellow-white or black-white stripes. Rather, it had striking black-red patterns. There was also a bold black Wang character, meaning king, emblazoned on its head, making the entire tiger look incredibly muscular and imposing, and its sharp teeth were certainly intimidating. Lin Xiaoyang's extreme speed horse, on the other hand, was jet black all over, with blue lightning symbols on either side of its body. Its hooves were adorned with long fur, resembling stepping upon clouds. The horse's eyes gleamed brightly, radiating great elegance and power. Staring at the fierce bloodthirsty tiger and the graceful extreme speed horse, both Qi Xiang and Su Dan felt envious. Qi Xiang muttered aloud, compare those two, then look at mine. All dogs, old cows, and turtles, not to mention a white tiger with a pair of weird wings looking absolutely strange. The moment Qi Xiang finished speaking, a shadow darted toward him. It was none other than Deshu. Meanwhile, Takashi, the white tiger, and crocodile turtle let out low grunts simultaneously and returned to their alternate dimension to express their dissatisfaction. Chapter 243, Rapid Progress, Part 1. Daska was riding on Qi Xiang, butting heads with him while saying, Good one, Qi Xiang. We risked our lives for you. Yet a newly arrived summoned beast from someone else matters more to you? You bastard, I'll give you a good lesson. Qi Xiang pleaded for mercy as he dodged Daska's wolf head. Although Daska wouldn't use real force, the collision still hurt quite a bit. At this moment, Che Dan also chimed in sarcastically. Exactly, Brother Qi, your summoned beasts are at least alive. Look at me, they're all zombies, living deads. What can I say? As soon as Che Dan finished speaking, he felt the surroundings suddenly grow dim. Next, Che Dan hurriedly ran away because right where he had stood were the zombies he controlled. Bo Gu and Deshu looked at this scene. Boga laughed and said, Haha, who would have thought that even zombies could express such emotions? This is truly interesting. But these two guys might be in trouble. Who knows how long it will take them to please their summoned beasts? Deshu replied with a laugh, That's true. I wouldn't dare do such a thing. Otherwise, my ankylosaurus would come after me, and I wouldn't be able to handle it. Bing Yu couldn't bear to watch any longer and asked Lin Xiaoyang to withdraw their summoned beasts like herself, then find a place to rest. Watching Qi Xiang and Che Dan, these two jesters, one being pinned under his own summoned beast, the other chased by his zombie summons down the street. This kind of situation would only happen to them. If another summoner encountered such a situation, no summoner would let their creatures act so freely. They both knew they could control the beasts with mental control, but neither did so. They understood that true summoned beasts were cultivated through emotions, not mental domination. Mental control might work temporarily, but not forever. To have a powerful summoned beast, emotional cultivation was essential. Finally, when Qi Xiang promised to improve the meals for Daska and the others, and Che Dan agreed to provide a feast for the zombies, everything calmed down. By this time, the surrounding scenery had already reverted to an ordinary urban landscape. Now, without mounts, Qi Xiang and Che Dan had to awkwardly hitch a ride with Bo Gu and Zhao Liang onto Shu's mount. Fortunately, the ankylosaurus was large enough, accommodating 5 people without issue. Qi Xiang's group wasn't in a hurry to chase the masked man, since they had lost some time. It seemed the battle in between had already begun. They didn't want to miss a good fight, especially one they could participate in, just because they were hunting the masked man. In New York, USA, and London, UK, capitals of their respective countries, incidents occurred, treasures appeared, and bosses showed up, all promoted by gaming power users on forums. While this hadn't been verified by anyone, those capable individuals from Yanhuang's capital city had obtained the news via multiple channels, with one goal in mind, to enter the capital and search for treasure. This became the common wish for every person arriving in the capital. No one would allow someone else to take the treasure while they went home empty-handed, including Qi Xiang's group. Therefore, they needed to speed up their journey. However, Qi Xiang, Che Dan, Deshu, and Zhao Liang were somewhat satisfied. Qi Xiang had obtained the Imperial Sword, Che Dan had previously gotten a dagger, Deshu owned the Ankylosaurus, and the iron hammer taken from the defeated psychics handed over to Zhao Liang. As for the little girl's gloves, Qi Xiang and his friends didn't take them. Even though they wished for such an item to enhance their abilities, they knew the girl might only possess a unique enrollment skill. Although the principle in this post-apocalyptic world was to abandon humanity and ethics to survive, Qi Xiang's group had already achieved the ability to survive. Thus, there was no need to snatch the chance of survival from a child, despite knowing that none who came to the capital at this time would be simple folk. Of course, the burly man wielding the iron hammer and the assassin were purely unlucky, finding what trouble wherever they went searching for treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have perished so early. Certainly, this was merely Qi Xiang's excuse, turning murder into another's mistake, an art mastered by Qi Xiang. Battle sounds echoed around increasingly. Qi Xiang and his group realized they were now in a combat-dense area, needing constant vigilance against possible enemies pulling them into fights. At this point, Qi Xiang and Che Dan summoned Daska and the zombie dragon respectively. Although these summoned beasts had earlier resisted the most, they now knew this was not the time for sulking and promptly entered the battle state, or rather, the ride state. Soon, a group of unsuspecting individuals charged over. Zhao Liang jumped off the ankylosaurus, holding the large hammer, and said, "You guys go ahead, I'll deal with them." Alright, time is money. Every second counts when rushing towards the interior, so no one questioned Zhao Liang's decision to stay behind and cover their retreat. Zhao Liang raised his massive hammer and roared, "Come at me." Qi Xiang and his group continued forward. Daska also jumped down, smiling and said, "Alright, you all move on." The team kept moving. For the third group, Bo Gu stayed behind. Qi Xiang sat atop Daska, frowning slightly. At this point, there was no one in the group who could detach from the main team. Besides Qi Xiang, the other three had no capability for close combat, meaning if they were attacked up close, it would be extremely dangerous. And just as they feared something, the fourth group arrived. Shit, they're really like flies buzzing around, impossible to get rid of. Qi Xiang leaped off Daska. He didn't plan to stay behind either, but aimed for a swift resolution. "Wife, assist me," he called out before rushing forward and yelling, "Fuck, get out of my way." With a single punch, Qi Xiang crushed ahead, and simultaneously Daska, Tax, and the White Tiger charged into battle. Even Bing Yu's bloodthirsty tiger joined the fight. However, while the bloodthirsty tiger's fighting strength wasn't bad, compared to Qi Xiang and his three mounts, these four monsters, it clearly appeared much weaker. This time, Qi Xiang unleashed his full power, alternating between punches and the spirit-devouring blade in his attacks. Within less than 10 seconds, several enemies lay defeated. Daska's wind blades, Tax's earth spikes, and the White Tiger's sharp claws weren't jokes either. Though not as fast as Qi Xiang, they rapidly slaughtered the enemies. Zhao Liang faced the horde of enemies ahead, feeling absolutely no fear due to their numbers. Instead, gripping his hammer with both hands, he muttered to himself, "Hurry up, we still need to catch up with them." Chapter 244, Unthinkable Enemies, 2. The gigantic alligator turtle appeared, followed by a charge. Despite the zombies trying to stop it, any creature who got in its way was either killed or gravely injured. Even though the zombies here were strong, they were no match for the massive alligator turtle. Not only did the alligator turtle's enormous body attract the attention of the zombies, but also the attention of the psychics. "Boss, look, there are two people on that giant turtle." "Yeah, what's going on?" "Damn, we can't let them get ahead of us." "Everyone, speed up." At once, all the psychics unleashed their full power, and the leaders of each faction gave the same order simultaneously: accelerate forward. Suddenly, all the psychics advanced 3 times faster than before. Apparently, they hadn't just been holding back, they had held back a lot. Even so, their speed was still no match for the alligator turtle. After all, who could blame the alligator turtle for having an innate advantage? As two creatures as large as the alligator turtle rushed over to intercept them, Qi Xiang summoned Daska's 3 beasts and said, "Tarks, White Tiger, you 3 continue forward with Sheeta. I'll go intercept with Daska." Next, Qi Xiang charged toward one of them. Daska muttered, "Always me being the busiest," then charged toward the other one. In the sea of zombies, Qi Xiang and Daska didn't walk on the ground. Instead, they stepped on the heads of zombies, moving forward step by step. The opponent in front of Qi Xiang was towering and robust, wielding a utility pole in his right hand and continuously swinging it around. He was over 3 meters tall, but he looked like an ordinary zombie, meaning this was just a larger version of a regular zombie. On the other side, Daska faced a bare-chested zombie armed with a large knife. Qi Xiang charged forward, blocking the swinging club with the Saint Blue shield in his hand, then attacked again. With his soul-devouring knife, he severed the utility pole, and then blue light erupted from the Saint Blue shield in his left hand. A streak of blue light shot out, directly piercing through the chest of the zombie, then passing straight through its body. A bloody hole immediately appeared in the zombie's chest. Then, Qi Xiang unleashed a shadow slash, cutting into the zombie's head and causing it to explode. With the zombie falling to the ground, Qi Xiang turned to help Daska. Cheetah stood on the alligator turtle, with flaming zombies, water zombies, electric zombies, Tax, and the White Tiger constantly attacking to block the incoming zombies. Meanwhile, Cheetah's eyes remained fixed on the city gate at Tiananmen Square. On it stood a row of people, with the person in the center appearing slightly stout, with a prominent forehead and a mole on his face. Seeing him, Cheetah couldn't help but curse. Shit, this can't be true. By now, Cheetah was already within 300 meters of the city tower. The strength of the zombies here grew stronger, and the alligator turtle was also injured. Though Cheetah's healing skills weren't particularly effective, they did help improve the turtle's condition. Just then, a figure on the farthest left of the city tower jumped down and swiftly rushed over. Cheetah observed that it was a man dressed in a green military uniform, currently firing 2 handguns continuously. His targets were the alligator turtle's eyes. Damn it, alligator turtle, pull your head back. Speaking, Cheetah leaped off the alligator turtle's back. 2 streaks of blue light flashed, blocking the bullets. Cheetah then wielded the Lingxi shield in his left hand and the cold blade in his right hand, charging towards the man. The man retracted his dual pistols and pulled a large sword from his back. As their swords collided, sparks flew. Cheetah kicked the man in the stomach, spun around, and a surge of energy from the cold blade decapitated all the surrounding zombies. Then, Cheetah unleashed a dark moon slash aimed at the unsteady soldier. Although the soldier dodged the fatal blow, his arm was cut off. Capitalizing on his momentum, Cheetah pursued relentlessly. The man tried to escape but was impaled in the chest by a sudden blade zombie, and then Cheetah severed his neck with the cold blade. Afterwards, neither Cheetah nor the blade zombie returned to the alligator turtle, but began slaughtering amidst the sea of zombies. Cheetah knew that if they went back, they'd have to come down again soon, and someone else would likely descend from the city tower. Indeed, more people came down from the city tower, this time 3 of them. When Daska confronted the knife-wielding giant, he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Although the opponent couldn't deal with Daska either, every time Daska prepared to attack, a huge broadsword slashed down, forcing him to dodge repeatedly while also defending against nearby zombie attacks. Daska was suffering immensely. However, when a purple fire tornado struck, the situation changed. Qi Xiang used the devouring cyclone to directly carve out a path. Then he went head-to-head with the zombie in a blade-to-blade fight. With 2 consecutive slashes, Qi Xiang cut a notch into the zombie's weapon. Clearly, Qi Xiang had no intention of stopping there as his soul-devouring knife continued its relentless dance. Even the Saint Blue shield was exchanged for the royal sword, and both weapons alternately flew in rapid succession. Within just a dozen seconds, the blade that had given Daska so much trouble was cleaved in 2, and Qi Xiang landed on the ground before delivering a powerful leap forward. The soul-devouring knife pierced the zombie's chest, followed by activation of the devouring cyclone, which completely pierced through it. Then the royal sword was flung from Qi Xiang's hand, embedding itself in the zombie's head. Qi Xiang leapt onto Daska's back, saying, "Daska, don't waste time battling these zombies. Let's go help Cheetah." All right. Man and wolf sped toward Cheetah's location. At this moment, Cheetah was fighting off these 3 intruders while simultaneously leading the zombies against them, all while yelling, "Shit, where the hell is Brother Xiang? Why is he taking so long? We're about to die here." As Cheetah spoke, he deflected the massive broadsword aimed at him, but his cold blade was blocked once again. Rushing quickly to the scene, Qi Xiang and Daska joined the battle. Qi Xiang's weapons moved with astonishing speed, dispatching 2 opponents within moments, after which he said, "Cheetah, you deal with the last one. I'll clear out the surrounding zombies." As he spoke, Qi Xiang activated the devouring cyclone and took off with Daska. Cheetah ordered the zombies to swarm and attack their final opponent. Against such overwhelming force, even this formidable adversary could not hold out forever and soon found himself teetering between life and death. With the devouring cyclone and Daska's wind blades slaughtering the surrounding zombies, they left behind destruction resembling autumn leaves swept clean. Those zombies rapidly filled the vacated areas. All Qi Xiang needed was to wear down their enemy's strength, not create an actual void. At this point, the massive army of psychics was still a kilometer away, likely to arrive in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, some spectators who had been watching could no longer restrain themselves and rushed out from the sidelines. Chapter 245, An Unexpected Enemy, Part 3. Figures rushed toward Qi Xiang and Che Dan at an astonishing speed. Their goal was not to kill zombies, but to move fast, so everyone used methods to boost their speed. Of course, one figure stood out, an imposing man wielding a heavy sword. Despite his towering 2-meter height and the weight of his weapon, he swung it repeatedly with surprising agility. Though slower than those charging straight ahead, he would reach the destination in just about a minute, a much higher efficiency compared to the larger group. Seeing so many experts suddenly appear around them, the team of psychics couldn't help but feel anxious. They thought they were the first ones here, believing treasures awaited them. However, after battling zombies outside for a while, they made little progress. When an unexpected crocodile turtle boosted their morale, the psychics realized that all their efforts had been quickly surpassed by others. Frustration bubbled up. Then someone shouted, "Why should they go in first? Aren't we, so many people, better than them? Brothers, charge." No one knew which leader gave the rallying cry, but everyone responded regardless of allegiance. With fiery determination ignited by that single sentence, the pace accelerated. What was supposed to take 5 minutes now seemed achievable in just 1. Qi Xiang and Che Dan were unaware their haste spurred all these psychics to peak performance. But they weren't concerned because 7 figures had already descended from the city tower. Only 2 remained, one being Mao, the other a cloaked man holding a heavy sword. This cloaked man, standing beside Mao, showed no sign of deference, exuding arrogance contrasting sharply with Mao's air of leadership. Mao seemed to realize his zombie army faced significant issues. Taking out a microphone from somewhere, he announced, "My children, let us unite against the oppressors invading us." Zombies could talk now. This realization struck everyone who heard it as their first thought. Although Mao repeated the same phrase, the fact that zombies could speak left quite an impression on many. However, for Qi Xiang, Che Dan, and some other psychics, this revelation carried no surprise. They'd already encountered numerous talking zombies. More importantly, everyone shared a common experience. The zombies surrounding them suddenly grew stronger, tripling in power, creating immense pressure. Qi Xiang had already recalled his crocodile turtle. He then ordered, "Flame zombies. Daska, you two handle the surrounding zombies. Everyone else find your own opponents." Next, Qi Xiang and Che Dan, longtime companions, targeted a random victim. After a barrage of coordinated attacks, they killed him instantly. At that moment, the other psychic forces arrived. An array of skills erupted simultaneously, not only from Mao's minions, but also affecting Che Dan's summoned beasts, some even dangerously depleted to critical health points. Che Dan hurriedly retracted his undead creatures and applied healing skills. Anger flared within him. Yes, it was natural. His loyal summoned beings were fighting well when someone attacked them out of nowhere, nearly killing them. Who wouldn't be incensed? With fury, Che Dan cursed, "Damn it! Which bastard attacked my summonings? Blind or what?" Upon hearing this, 3 individuals immediately abandoned their original targets and charged at Che Dan. Without further ado, Daska was already commanded by Qi Xiang to intercept one attacker, while Che Dan fought another directly. The last foe met the newly freed Qi Xiang. Currently, 6 combatants came, but that wasn't enough as there were still 5 remaining enemies. Each person among the rest soon found themselves paired off in battle. Qi Xiang lunged forward. Before his opponent reacted, he dealt a blow to his chest and followed up with a swift kick. As a sound of cloth ripping filled the air, the enemy flew away. Qi Xiang knew the man surely wouldn't survive falling into the sea of zombies with such grievous wounds. It wasn't impossible, but highly unlikely. A shadow slash from Qi Xiang aided Daska's fight, allowing him to rush in and assist Che Dan, bringing down 3 foes within half a minute. Don't waste time. Let's continue. With the addition of Qi Xiang's trio, the pressure on Tax and Baihu diminished significantly. And those 3 psychics also felt immense pressure. They all knew that each of the 3 defeated psychics was no weakling. But now they had been taken out with such ease, a display of power that struck fear and helplessness in them. The 7 individuals here were swiftly dealt with as well. The cloaked man on the city wall said, "Now, all your able troops have been eliminated. Do you still have anything up your sleeve?" Mao let out a roar, and every zombie became even more powerful. Mao himself leapt from the city tower to join the battle. Yes, Mao was actually going to fight. Looking at Mao, Qi Xiang only now noticed such a formidable figure among his opponents. Qi Xiang asked, "Hey, Che Dan, do you think it's appropriate for us to take him down? We used to be young pioneers, you know." Che Dan gave Qi Xiang a look and replied, "All right, cut the act. Everyone gets to be a pioneer, but didn't you quit the team back in 7th grade? And there's no place for you in the youth league either." Qi Xiang grunted in acknowledgement and said, "Oh, if that's so, then I'm reassured." He then retracted his Shangfang broadsword and brought out the blue saint shield, saying, "All right, let's get ready." Because at that moment, Mao charged forward. Seeing the 2 men who had been joking around moments ago suddenly grow serious, the 3 psychics were uneasy. Nonetheless, they too grew solemn, fighting off zombies nearby while preparing to attack Mao. Meanwhile, the guy wielding the heavy sword charged over from far away. Although the surrounding zombies grew increasingly stronger, it hardly affected him. Now he'd already surpassed the main force and reached the front lines. Seeing one individual charging through the horde of zombies, these psychics weren't disheartened. Instead, their fighting spirit soared, their advance unrelenting. Chapter 246, Unthinkable Enemies, Part 4. "Uncle Da, you said these guys are getting stronger, so should we find a place to hide? My barrier is almost breaking." Uncle Da laughed and said, "Don't worry, we trust in you. Hey, these sunflower seeds taste pretty good. Would you like to try some?" Bogu turned back and gave Uncle Da, who was happily cracking the sunflower seeds, an evil glare and said, "You, when the zombies rush in, they will eat you first." Uncle Da laughed and said, "Haha, then I would rather be a well-fed ghost. I remember there's still 1 chicken leg left. Let me look for it." "Xiaoyang, did you see? This is the result of spending too much time with Qi Xiang and Che Dan, turning into an idiot. Isn't that terrible?" Lin Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Hee, Binghue's sister, since you are Qi Xiang's girlfriend and my sister-in-law, aren't you just like him?" Binghue blushed and said, "Who's his girlfriend?" Then, looking at Lin Xiaoyang's smile, Binghue immediately said, "All right, you little girl, how dare you tease me? It seems you've forgotten what it feels like to be tickled." "Ah no, Xiangge, this guy's aura is incredibly oppressive. What shall we do?" Qi Xiang coldly chuckled. "So what if his aura is oppressive? We'll fight him." Saying this, Qi Xiang lifted up his soul-devouring blade and shouted, "Charge!" At Qi Xiang's command, the swallowing whirlwind instantly activated. In front of them appeared a fan-shaped vacuum area. Qi Xiang and the others quickly passed through, already arriving in front of Mao before the zombies could refill the area. "Fall apart on me." Qi Xiang's soul-devouring blade glowed with a purple light as he swung it towards Mao's neck. Mao retreated to dodge Qi Xiang's attack. Then, Mao rapidly rushed forward, striking Qi Xiang's chest with one palm, directly flinging Qi Xiang away. "Cough cough, all of you get out of my way," roared Qi Xiang angrily. The zombies surrounding him were all sent flying by Qi Xiang. Getting up, Qi Xiang saw Mao already surrounded and attacked again. By now, Che Dan and 3 other psychics, along with numerous summoned beasts, joined the assault on Mao. And the warrior wielding a heavy sword also joined the battle. He handled his weapon so boldly that no one dared approach him. So at the moment, this heavy sword warrior fought Mao alone while others who could use long-range attacks kept attacking from afar, and those who couldn't could only deal with nearby zombies and wait. The heavy sword warrior kept hacking and said, "Ha, Mao, because of the movement you initiated, my family was beaten and treated as rich people. Now your current situation is deserved. Today I will seek revenge for many families like mine. As he spoke, the heavy sword warrior's weapon swung faster and faster, which wasn't even normal speed for a heavy sword. Standing beside Che Dan, Qi Xiang said, "It seems he has deep grievances." Che Dan nodded and said, "Yes, indeed that era was a bad era." Then Qi Xiang and Che Dan exchanged glances and said, "Seems our families were affected as well." Speaking of this, both Qi Xiang and Che Dan also rushed forward. With 3 powerful psychics attacking simultaneously, even Mao had difficulty holding his ground. He continuously roared, trying to strengthen the zombies around him to assist, but the zombies had been blocked by Qi Xiang's and Che Dan's summoned beasts and couldn't break through. The hooded man standing on the city wall looked at this scene and said, "This is interesting. A level 60 big boss being suppressed like this. These 3 psychics are truly strong. That guy with the purple blade seemed hit by Mao earlier. Has he recovered this fast? Really surprising." Mao, engaged with the 3 warriors, was now at a disadvantage, constantly forced back until his back touched the city wall. Qi Xiang said, "The 2 of you move aside, let me finish him off." He then returned the soul-devouring blade, giving the imperial sword to his right hand. Upon hearing this, Che Dan immediately stepped back. The heavy sword warrior hearing it snorted and disdainfully said, "Why should I make way for you? Are you going to take the glory? Move yourself, let me resolve it." Qi Xiang gave him a glare, stepping back while saying, "You will regret those words." The heavy sword warrior disdainfully smiled, because many had told him similar things, but none made him regret. Although Qi Xiang and Che Dan were strong, in the heavy sword warrior's eyes, Qi Xiang was just another person among those same sorts. 5 minutes later, the heavy sword warrior was breathing heavily. The main force had already arrived here. When they saw Mao's corpse on the ground, everyone's face showed only one emotion: shock. Mao could be considered an important person, a symbol for them, but now he was gone. However, it wasn't like that for the heavy sword warrior. "Ha ha ha ha. I have finally taken my revenge. I have finally taken my revenge." Qi Xiang walked over at this moment and said, apologizing now would still be in time. The heavy sword warrior turned his head to look at Qi Xiang, as if he were looking at an idiot, saying, "Apologize? Why? I killed Mao. I am a hero. You are nothing. Why should I apologize to you?" Qi Xiang nodded, and the soul-devouring blade and holy blue shield appeared in both hands. He said, "Che Dan, help me keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't let anyone come near. I need to give this guy a good lesson." Che Dan replied readily, "All right, Brother Xiang." The heavy sword warrior looked at Qi Xiang disdainfully and said, "Since you are looking for death, don't blame me." Saying this, the heavy sword warrior slashed out with the heavy sword. Facing this attack, Qi Xiang did not dodge, instead taking it head-on. When the soul-devouring blade and the heavy sword collided, the 2 weapons halted simultaneously, neither able to advance even a little. The heavy sword warrior, looking at this scene, said, "Kid, you do have some skills." Looking at the heavy sword warrior, Qi Xiang knew the other party hadn't exerted full strength yet. A person who used all their strength couldn't speak. Talking would lead to air leaking, losing part of the power. Qi Xiang gazed at him and said, "Keep going, I haven't used my full strength either." The heavy sword warrior said just one word, "Fine," then lifted the heavy sword, slashing it out again. This time, he truly poured all his might into it. The slash seemed to cut through the air itself, producing howling wind sounds, with the air continuously emitting explosive sounds. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiang couldn't help but marvel at how much strength this guy truly possessed. Chapter 247, Treasure Hunt, Part 1. However, this time Qi Xiang did not intend to rush forward and clash head-on with the opponent. Instead, he darted aside, then struck the opponent with the holy blue shield, shoving the heavy sword warrior back. The tip of the holy blue shield pierced the heavy sword warrior's chest. Qi Xiang sneered coldly. "Now, there's no chance for you to apologize. You get out of my way." The heavy sword warrior roared in fury, attempting to lift his heavy sword toward Qi Xiang. But the warrior found that his right hand was completely immobilized. Qi Xiang pushed hard, and the holy blue shield plunged straight into the heavy sword warrior's chest. Retrieving the holy blue shield, Qi Xiang glanced at the corpse before him and turned to look at the remaining psychics, asking, "What are you still doing here?" Instantly, many psychics fled. Yet those who remained had no such intention. Although Qi Xiang had just taken down a powerful opponent, they hadn't truly faced him, so they didn't think Qi Xiang was all that formidable. Plus, their numbers were on their side. "Hey, who the heck are you? We'll stay if we want. What business is it of yours? Why should we leave when we've worked so hard to get in here? You guy who wants to take all the treasure for yourself." But then, they fell silent. The sharp-toothed zombies charged in, severing 17 heads and retreated even before the other psychics could react. Witnessing this, nearly every psychic reconsidered staying. Everyone valued their lives greatly and wouldn't risk it for some uncertain treasures. They had come because these zombies previously didn't pose much of a threat. However, Qi Xiang, Qi Dan, as well as their summoned creatures were clearly far beyond what any of the psychics could handle. They knew that if they tried fighting, there was no guarantee of winning, and even if they won, how many of them would survive? Gradually, most of the psychics began retreating, leaving only a few determined ones who believed themselves to be powerful. Their end was simple, having their necks severed one by the sharp-toothed zombie. Qi Xiang looked at the watchtower and said, "Qi Dan, let's go up." "All right," Qi Dan agreed, leaping onto the wall's surface step by step, climbing upward. Qi Xiang and the others also climbed using similar methods. Baihu spread her wings from her back and flew directly up. Tax, although not as fast and unable to fly, used earth power to create a rise in the ground that carried him up. The cloaked man on the tower murmured to himself, "Are they all here? Time to return and report." As he spoke, he vanished from his spot. No one noticed, but Imo had a red lotus pattern on his neck. This small detail might forever remain unnoticed by everyone. Qi Xiang and Qi Dan stood on the tower. Qi Dan looked puzzled and said, Shouldn't there be someone else here? Where'd they go? Qi Xiang looked around, releasing his spiritual energy to sense, and replied, "Seems like that person has left. Qi Dan, summon your dragon-like zombie, and let him go with Baihu to pick up Brother Bo." Qi Dan nodded and summoned the dragon-like zombie. After giving the directions, Qi Xiang asked Qi Dan to let the zombie follow Baihu. Subsequently, the large and small summoned creatures departed, one crawling and one flying. Qi Dan turned to Qi Xiang and asked, "Xiang, do we enter now and see if there's anything valuable, or wait for Brother Bo to arrive?" Qi Xiang said, "Can your zombies detect where you are?" Qi Dan nodded, replying, "Within a kilometer range, we can feel each other." Qi Xiang acknowledged and said, "Leave a zombie here. When Brother Bo arrives, have the zombie lead them to us. We'll go inside first." "All right, Spike Zombie, you stay here." With that, Qi Xiang and Qi Dan led the rest of the summoned creatures searching the surroundings. Upon entering the tower and moving downward, Qi Xiang and Qi Dan discovered nothing unusual. When they reached the lowest level, Tax suddenly spoke. "Qi Xiang, there's a cave underground here." "Cave?" Qi Xiang said. "Can you find its entrance?" Tax nodded, stepped to a certain area, and crushed the floor tile beneath him, revealing an opening. Qi Xiang said, "It seems too shallow here. Tax, you take the lead, expand the inside a bit." "Got it." Tax nodded, then jumped in. Then, the cave lit up with a brownish-yellow glow. Qi Xiang and Qi Dan jumped down one after another. It was indeed much bigger inside. Qi Xiang and Qi Dan could even walk upright. Following them were Tax and the group of zombies. Qi Dan grinned. "Xiang, your summoned creatures are awesome. They can fly, they're fast, and they can dig holes too. Oh yeah, that crocodile turtle must be good at swimming, right? It's just too powerful." Qi Xiang smiled. "You little guy, you already have so many powerful zombies and yet still not satisfied. By the way, isn't your dragon-like zombie supposed to grow? How come it's still like a big lizard?" Qi Dan replied, "Almost there. When the dragon-like zombie reaches level 55, it will grow a pair of wings. Then I'll be able to fly too." Qi Xiang nodded, saying, "I remember you still have one more summon slot available. Haven't caught anything yet?" Qi Dan chuckled awkwardly. "Well, it's just that with all these powerful zombies now, I've lost interest in taming any more creatures." Qi Xiang said, "Yeah, it's fine. Summoning beasts doesn't need to be rushed, but when you find a good one, don't let it slip away." "Hey Tax, how far is this cave?" Tax responded, "At this speed, we should be out in about 30 minutes. Qi Xiang said, "Oh, can we go faster?" Tax replied, "Probably not. If we go faster, it will consume too much energy, and I may not be able to hold up." "All right," Qi Xiang said. "Then what about your dragon-like zombie, Qi Dan?" Qi Dan grinned. "No problem. It'll just stay outside for a bit. There won't be any issues anyway." Qi Xiang nodded. "Yeah, that makes sense." Sister Binghua, isn't that Brother Qi Xiang's white tiger over there?" Binghua looked in the direction Lin Xiaoyang was pointing and said, "Hey, it really is. That seems to be Chiden's dragon-like zombie too. Looks like we should head over there." Chapter 248 Treasure Hunting 1. As they were speaking, Brother Bo had already unleashed several piercing barriers to clear the area. After undoing the defensive barrier, Brother Bo and the others quickly mounted the zombie-like dragon beast and left swiftly. It wasn't that they were in too much of a rush to meet Qi Xiang and the others, but because if the current situation became unsatisfactory, the zombies would swarm around them. Brother Bo looked at Baihu and asked, "Baihu, are we going to find Qi Xiang now?" Baihu nodded and said, "Yes, Qi Xiang called us over." "Bo, how was the battle? Was it smooth?" Baihu, "Very smooth, the battle is over. Look, those are the psychics who were scared away by Qi Xiang." The group followed Baihu's pointed direction and indeed saw the initial group of psychics now struggling to return, though they couldn't get out since the barrier here had not yet been undone. They could only stay near the outer edge, guarding while waiting for the barrier to be lifted. As for why the barrier hadn't been undone yet, and how to do so, no one knew. However, the cloaked man on the city tower had not been hindered by the barrier and had already left. Brother Bo and the others arrived at the base of the city tower. After ascending it, they found a narrow path ahead. At this point, the dragon-like zombies received the withdrawal command and remained in place. Brother Bo and the others followed the spiky zombie down the narrow path. Qi Xiang and the retreat commander, with the help of Takos, an ox known for his impressive digging skills, smoothly emerged from the underground tunnel. Upon seeing the vast subterranean world, Qi Xiang couldn't help but recall the black insects. But there were none of those black insects here. All that was present was a heavy stench of blood mixed with the smell of rotting flesh. However, what was surprising was that these smells seemed to exist only here, as even near the entrance of the cave moments before, these smells were absent. However, upon exiting the cave, everyone was immediately overwhelmed. Especially Dasker, who used wind magic to disperse the odors, clearly indicating that his acute sense of smell wasn't doing him any favors at this moment. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang instantly adjusted his own olfactory sensitivity to its least sensitive state. Even then, Qi Xiang still felt nauseous, let alone Sidon, Takos, or the highly sensitive Dasker. With Dasker's wind, the bloody smell dissipated slightly, but the strong fishy odor still made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable. This smell was far more pungent than the putrid stench of zombies and smelled not of fresh blood, but rather of blood that had accumulated for a long time, making it both difficult to breathe and causing one to want to vomit. Shit, Chi Xiang and Sidon, where did you guys find this place? The smell is enormous. Listening to this voice, Chi Xiang and Sidon turned to see Brother Bo and his group covering their noses. Chi Xiang shrugged and pointed to Dasker, saying, "You should be thankful. When we entered just now, we almost fainted from the smell. If it weren't for Dasker, do you think you'd still be standing here talking right now?" Brother Bo said, "Strange, isn't this Tiananmen? How come beneath Tiananmen there's such a strong bloody smell? Where does this blood smell come from?" Chi Xiang said, "We don't know either. We just got down here. Who knows where this bloody smell comes from? If it's caused by a treasure, I wouldn't want it. That smell could kill someone. It must be some kind of bioweapon." The Shu frowned slightly and said, "I may know what's going on here." "What's going on?" everyone asked simultaneously. The Shu recalled a bit and said, "Back when I was a soldier, we were assigned a special mission to explore the conditions inside a cave. We thought it would be a simple task, but after entering deep into the cavern, we discovered a lake of blood. Yes, a lake made entirely of congealed blood. There were piles of bones beside the empty land nearby. We wore gas masks out of fear, but in a coincidence, one of our team members' gas mask fell off, and he passed out. Once we brought him up, the doctor said he didn't have any poison in his system. He just fainted from the overwhelming stench. Later, he recounted the experience and mentioned the presence of a very concentrated and pungent bloody smell, similar to that of spoiled blood." "A mass grave," Chi Xiang said. The Shu nodded and said, "Yes, we later found out it was a mass grave. The object stored inside was a mystical artifact. The cave we went into was a place where an ancient wizard hid his treasures. Fortunately, due to the gas mask falling off, one of our soldiers being incapacitated by the smell helped save the rest of us. Otherwise, venturing deeper could have led to unknown consequences. Eventually, that place was forgotten. Apparently, Dragon Group sent someone later, but they also returned without success, losing 2 members in the process." "Is there really a Dragon Group?" Chi Xiang rolled his eyes at C.I. Dan, saying, "C.I. Dan, your emphasis is well placed. Hey Da Shu, you mean to say that there might be a mass grave here, and it possibly holds some kind of valuable treasure?" The Shu nodded and said, "Yes, I'm just curious. This is clearly the capital city, so who could possibly be the one behind such a grand operation, hidden underneath Tiananmen?" Chi Xiang, while putting on a mask used for drug smuggling, said, "Who built it isn't my concern. I only know that there might be treasures inside, and I intend to go in." As he spoke, Chi Xiang sent Daskar, Takos, and Baihu back, picked up the soul-devouring blade, and said, "Are you coming or not? Let's go." As the group moved forward, Chi Xiang led at the front with Su Dan trailing behind, Zhao Yang and Bo to the left and right respectively, encircling the 2 female members as well as the Shu, this great auxiliary god. After walking about 10 meters and turning a corner, Chi Xiang and the others were astonished by what they saw. A blood-red lake appeared before them, exactly as the Shu had described, the blood lake. However, next to it, there was indeed an open space, but the space was completely empty except for some soil traces indicating the presence of bones. Sudan looked at this scene and recalled the previous Singuan, mountaintop cave people, wondering, could these bones have come back to life? Chi Xiang also noticed this situation, but since she hadn't encountered those mountaintop cave people, her guess wouldn't include Sudan's layer of speculation. Despite her inner questions, she continued leading everyone forward. Walking another 50 meters or so, a massive bronze door appeared. The 3-meter-high bronze door looked incredibly solid. Chi Xiang gave it a light push with no response, then a forceful push with still no response. Finally, Chi Xiang lifted her right foot, and with a resounding clang, the bronze door burst open, revealing a narrow corridor. Chi Xiang looked at the corridor before her and asked Sudan, "So, do you think we'll face poison gas, projectiles, or walls crushing inward?" Sudan smiled and said, "I bet it'll be all of the above." Chapter 249, Treasure Hunting 3. "Hey, you two have been watching too many TV dramas," Bo Gu said sarcastically. "Xiaoyang, let your clone try it out." Lin Xiaoyang was just about to agree when Chi Xiang and Che Dan walked forward and said as they went, "What are we testing? Let's go. Hey you two." Seeing Chi Xiang and Che Dan walk right in, Bo Gu couldn't let the others stay behind, so he had to go in too. "Hey, there are hidden weapons." Following Chi Xiang's voice, Bo Gu had already put up a barrier. As the defensive barrier appeared, throwing darts and arrows hit it. Bo Ji's barrier this time was a long strip stretching straight to the other side. Thus even if there were traps or poisonous gas, there would be no need to worry. Chi Xiang looked at the stone walls around, marveling at the mechanisms here while praising the cleverness of those who made them. It was as though he wasn't walking down a trap-laden corridor, but was sightseeing instead. Che Dan, why are the mechanisms only at the entrance?" Che Dan shrugged and said, "Don't know." Bing Yu rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, "Nonsense, with you two stepping on the barrier, how could any mechanism possibly trigger?" Chi Xiang and Che Dan wore expressions of sudden realization and then simultaneously turned to Bo Gu and said, Bo, could you please deactivate the barrier and let us play with the traps? We wanted to challenge these sorts of things when we were young, but never got the chance. Now that we've encountered it, dear brother Bo, please, pretty please." Bo Gu looked blackly at the two and thought that a normal person's first reaction to seeing such traps would be to keep their distance. Yet these two were unhappy about passing safely through, wanting instead to trigger the traps. However, looking at Chi Xiang and Che Dan's eager faces, Bo Gu helplessly said, All right. After we pass, you can play for a bit. Yay. After Bo Gu and his group had crossed, Bo Gu deactivated the barrier, and instantly the mechanisms were triggered. Uncle Da laughed. Didn't expect you'd actually agree to them. Bo Gu helplessly said, what else could I do? Let them smash the barrier. Haha, they'd probably do it. Wearing gas masks, Qi Xiang and Che Dan completely ignored the poison gas around them. Instead of dodging or blocking the arrows and throwing darts coming from all around, they simply caught them. Qi Xiang stylishly caught an arrow and said with a smile, hey, honey, could you take a picture for me? Auntie, me too, me too. This was the unclear voice of Che Dan who had an arrow dangling from his mouth. Bing Yu turned away and ignored the two, but Bo Gu could see that Bing Yu's girlish demeanor indicated she had indeed accepted Qi Xiang. Che Dan, don't you think we should look for more places like this in the future? It's quite interesting. Although this place is too simple, it's easy mode. Qi Xiang said as he kept catching throwing stars, complaining that the mechanisms here were too simple. If the designer of these mechanisms ever found out that his designs were being toyed with and called simple, he would surely rise from the dead. Che Dan agreed. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think ancient tombs would be great, not because of the mechanisms inside. Good, then let's find one after this. These two played with the mechanisms here happily, leaving Bo Gu both amused and exasperated. Qi Xiang's foot sank into the ground, and suddenly stone doors appeared on both sides of the path, and the stone walls on both sides began to press inward. Wow, jackpot! Quick, quick, try to see if our strength can hold it back. As they spoke, Qi Xiang and Che Dan each faced one wall, pushing against the stone walls with their hands. To their surprise, the stone walls were not affected at all. Qi Xiang and Che Dan then looked at the ground and discovered that it was slippery. Meanwhile, the place was full of poison gas, making it impossible for Qi Xiang to summon Dasker. Moreover, judging by the width of the stone walls, they certainly couldn't be broken through easily. F***CK, this is serious, let's go. Brother Bo, you guys stay far from the stone doors. Saying that, Qi Xiang and Che Dan kicked against the stone doors together with a boom, directly breaking them open. Haha, that was invigorating. Yeah, haha. Watching the two fall flat on the ground laughing after rushing out, Bo Gu and the others were at a loss for words. Cough cough, can we continue moving now, gentlemen? Have you had enough fun? In the end, it was Bo Gu who broke the awkward silence. It seemed neither Qi Xiang nor Che Dan felt any awkwardness at all. It was like how some people think their activities are especially interesting and entertaining, but from others' perspective, it's akin to acting foolishly. At this moment, Qi Xiang and Che Dan were exactly like that. Qi Xiang and Che Dan stood up, patted the dirt off their clothes, and Qi Xiang said, haha, that mechanism was really invigorating. So magical. Let's go find some ancient tombs later. As he spoke, Qi Xiang glanced around and said, alright, let's go. I wonder how far it is. The group set off again, with Qi Xiang and Che Dan discussing the funny incidents from before, like Qi Xiang almost being hit by a dart or Che Dan catching an arrow between his legs, and so on. For others, these might have been dangerous or foolish things, but for these two brothers, they brought laughter. Perhaps this was what brotherhood meant. Only someone who truly understood you could grasp your thoughts. As Qi Xiang's group turned a corner, they saw a huge frog sleeping in the middle of an open area. Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang, along with Che Dan, looked quite uncomfortable. Although Qi Xiang and Bo Gu didn't react as strongly, they still felt uneasy, because the back of this large frog was covered with countless bubbles. Even though they were wearing gas masks, Qi Xiang already guessed that this frog's smell wouldn't be much better than the stench of blood. Bing Yu, Lin Xiaoyang, and Che Dan immediately stepped back. Che Dan said, brother Xiang, you know I'm scared of frogs and toads. I'll sit this one out. Qi Xiang nodded, swallowed hard, and replied, I find it disgusting too. The calmest reactions, however, came from Zhao Liang and Uncle Da. Afterwards, Che Dan asked Zhao Liang why he wasn't afraid, and Zhao Liang said that there were monsters worse than this where he came from, so he wasn't bothered much. Uncle Da, having been dispatched to the rainforest during his military service, had seen such frogs before, though they weren't as big. Frowning, Bo Gu said, man, what is this thing? Looking at the frog, Uncle Da said, it's probably a type of goo poison. I've heard about this kind. It's a very high-level entity with great power. But why is something like this here in the capital city? Chapter 250, Treasure Hunting, Part 4. Qi Xiang looked at the giant toad and guessed, this guy is probably protecting something. That means if we kill him, we might find the treasure? Bo Gu nodded and said, looks like it. Qi Xiang sighed and said, alright, I guess there's no other way. We've come this far, but honestly, I don't want to fight with it. Hey, Qi Dan, make your zombies follow our command. As long as that nasty thing doesn't stay in this world, you can command the zombies. Looking at Qi Dan, Qi Xiang couldn't help but remember a past scene when he was scared by a bullfrog at a restaurant. It made him chuckle. Bo Gu, can your barrier work against it? Bo Gu said, let me try. With that, Bo Gu formed a hand seal and shouted, barrier. For glowing lights appeared. Then Bo Gu raised his hand, and a barrier quickly formed, though it looked quite unstable. Qi Xiang looked at Deshu, puzzled, and Deshu explained, there's nothing we can do. This kind of barrier creates a huge load for Xiao Bo. A barrier this large is definitely a challenge for him. Qi Xiang responded with an O, placed his left hand on Bo Ji's shoulder, and a wave of Dan power surged into Bo Ji's body. Bo Gu instantly felt less pressure, and the barrier became more stable. Bo Gu turned around and said thank you. Then, just as Bo Gu was preparing to use the barrier to kill the giant toad, the toad suddenly woke up, broke through the newly stabilized barrier, and directly charged at Qi Xiang and his companions. Moreover, while it was charging forward, the bubbles on its back burst open, and black shadows jumped out. On closer inspection, they were all toads. Fight! Upon Qi Xiang's order, all the zombies moved simultaneously. Their target wasn't the big toad, but those small ones. Qi Xiang and Zhao Liang rushed forward, aiming for the giant toad. Break! Facing the airborne toad, Qi Xiang slashed with his sword. However, to his surprise, his Shirhan sword failed to penetrate the toad, and he was pushed back. Zhao Liang struck with his hammer, receiving the same result. Looking at the toad, Qi Xiang ignited flames on his Shirhan sword and said, Zhao Liang, go deal with the smaller toads. This big one has good elasticity. Okay. Qi Xiang charged forward with his Shirhan sword, activating the corrosive effect. This time, the corrosive fire directly pierced through the toad's skin, and the Shirhan sword cut inside. Blood and poison spurted out, but Qi Xiang had already anticipated this. The corrosive fire burned around his body, forming a barrier that deflected the blood and poison. After being cut by Qi Xiang, the big toad roared in anger and charged into Qi Xiang, knocking him away. Then it opened its mouth wide, and a red tongue shot out towards Qi Xiang. As Qi Xiang landed, he continuously slashed with his Shirhan sword, severing a piece of the toad's tongue, then rushed forward again. Since he had already found the method to defeat the big toad, Qi Xiang wouldn't let it escape unscathed. Even if it took grinding it down, he would wear it out. The small toads around had been dealt with, leaving only the giant toad. Qi Xiang estimated that the big toad was almost done for. At that moment, cries came from Qi Dan and the two girls. Ah, toad, die die. It was Chiden's voice, and his scream had already turned high-pitched and extremely sharp. Then came a series of explosion sounds. No one knew what cruel method Qi Dan used against the small toad that ran over to their side. Ignoring all these distractions, Qi Xiang swung his Shirhan sword repeatedly. The big toad's body was almost completely torn apart. Roar! Suddenly, the big toad let out a loud roar. A bat descended rapidly and landed on the toad's back. It then entered through a wound. Yes, it burrowed inside, and subsequently, a pair of bloody black wings grew out of the toad's back. Shit, it evolves, Qi Xiang exclaimed while intensifying his attacks because he could feel the big toad about to unleash its ultimate move. This time, Qi Xiang's attack missed as the toad waved its newly grown wings, flew up, and shook off the blood. When Qi Xiang's Shirhan sword came close, the toad barely managed to dodge. Now, the big toad had become an aerial combat unit. You must understand, an aerial combat unit has significant advantages. If you don't have sufficient long-range weapons or can't fly, then you will be entirely chased around by the opponent. And now, the toad extended its tongue, obviously planning to implement such a strategy. Not to mention other things. Qi Xiang's white tiger could fly, and Qi Xiang's shadow slash along with Bo Ji's barrier, as well as Chiden's abilities when he sees a toad have ranged attacks. Oh, right, there is also the mage Binghua. Seeing the tongue rushing towards him, Qi Xiang deflected it with his sword, then sent out a shadow slash which struck one of the toad's wings. The giant toad immediately lost balance and was about to fall. At this moment, there was a boom, Deshu's sniper rifle smoking slightly while the other wing of the toad was injured, causing the toad to crash down completely overpowered by Qi Xiang. Actually, it wasn't fair to blame the toad. The toad had been here since before the apocalypse. If any ordinary person came in, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even just hand-to-hand combat would be more than what normal humans could handle, not to mention the smaller toads behind, flight, and its venom were all powerful skills. Also, its skin had high elasticity. Even if a sniper rifle shot at point-blank range might not necessarily pierce it. But unfortunately, it now existed in the apocalypse era, facing a group of people who were at the top of the strength pyramid during these times. Thus, this toad that was meant to face ordinary humans stood no chance against such a group of psychics. Nevertheless, Qi Xiang still sighed. If this were really a goo, bewitched creature, then it truly would be incredible. Deshu nodded and said, Indeed, many think that goo refers to small insects or something, but some goo can create these large creatures, and they are very dangerous. If Qi Xiang hadn't been here today, though we could have protected ourselves, there is no way we could have beaten it. Boga said, That's true. If it weren't for Qi Xiang's corrosive fire, we wouldn't have known what to do. Haha. Okay, the three hiding over there. Let's see if it's time for a bountiful harvest here. Chapter 251, Parting. A group of people walked forward, bypassing the corpse of the giant toad. Looking at the stone door behind the giant toad, Qi Xiang smiled and said, I wonder what's behind it. Che Dan replied with a face full of disdain. No matter what it is, I just hope there aren't any more toads. Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang didn't say anything, but their expressions seemed to suggest they were thinking the same. Qi Xiang smiled faintly without replying. He lifted his hand and cast a shadow slash which struck the stone door and directly collapsed it. Stepping on the ruins of the stone door, Qi Xiang and the others entered. In the small space within, there was a jade table that held a red pearl. Yes, it was entirely made of jade, over half a meter tall, and appeared to be of very high quality. And such exquisite jade was merely used as a table for placing the pearl, indicating that this pearl must hold great value. Because even disregarding the pearl, this table alone could fetch an astronomical price. Yes, even now in the apocalypse, this table would still sell for an exorbitant amount. Qi Xiang asked, Che Dan, can you check its attributes? Che Dan took a look and said, Seems like it's called the Fire Spirit Pearl, there's no description. Qi Xiang uttered an, oh, stepped forward, and picked up the pearl. Before he could understand it clearly, loud rumbling sounds arose all around. The entire underground space began shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Qi Xiang quickly stored away the pearl and the jade table while Bo Gu extended a protective barrier to shield everyone. Huan, Tax, stabilize this place for me. Mo, Tax gave a shout, stepping out from the barrier. The two bull horns on Tax's head glowed with earth-yellow light that radiated outward, stabilizing the space here. Moreover, he created a gas mask for himself using earth, clearly dissatisfied with the smell inside. After half a minute, when all other areas had collapsed, only where Qi Xiang and the others stood remained intact. However, without Bo Ji's barrier or Tax's earthen power, this area would soon follow suit. Tax, seeing that the surroundings had stopped collapsing, began to stabilize the area while simultaneously digging upward to create a path for everyone. Meanwhile, at a certain cemetery in Beijing, a man dressed in a black cloak was wielding a curved knife, gesturing with it while listening to reports from one of his subordinates, also wearing a cloak. Suddenly, the man with the curved knife paused and looked toward the direction of Tiananmen, saying, "The fire spirit pearl has been taken by someone." "What?" the cloaked subordinate exclaimed anxiously. "It was my mistake. I will immediately retrieve the fire spirit pearl." The man holding the curved knife laughed and said, "That won't be necessary. The fire spirit pearl is protected by countless traps. Even if we knew the layout, neither you nor I would dare attempt it. If someone could obtain the fire spirit pearl, their strength must far exceed ours. You going would only result in unnecessary casualties. It's better to conserve our energy. The revival day of our Blood Lotus sect is approaching, right?" "Yes, master." The clothing of these two men bore the same emblem, a blood-red lotus flower. On the cloak of the man addressed as master, a massive blood lotus bloomed prominently on the back. As for the subordinate, a blood-red lotus of average size adorned the chest of his cloak. At this moment, Qi Xiang and the group were slowly advancing toward the surface under Tax's guidance. Finally, after half an hour, the group emerged back into daylight. "Haha, the air above ground is so much fresher," Qi Xiang commented, looking at Che Dan. Che Dan said apologetically, "Brother Xiang, please stop teasing me. I know I shouldn't have eaten so many soybeans." "Haha, admitting fault is good," Qi Xiang laughed. Che Dan gave a bashful smile and asked, "Brother Xiang, have you figured out what the fire spirit pearl does yet?" Qi Xiang shook his head, looking at the red pearl in his hand, and said, "I haven't fully understood it yet, but this pearl contains tremendous energy. It's definitely a treasure, though I'm not sure what exactly it's for." Well then, Brother Xiang, you keep the fire spirit pearl safe." Qi Xiang did not refuse, tucking the fire spirit pearl away. Then he asked, "What are your plans next?" Che Dan responded, "I'm going to find those people at the institute. I need to talk to them about something." Qi Xiang raised an eyebrow and turned to Bo Gu, asking, "What about you guys?" Uncle De responded, "We plan to visit the Long Group headquarters and discuss things with them." "What about you, Qi Xiang?" "Lin Yang, wouldn't it be nice to go together?" Lin Xiaoyang coaxed, her sentiment shared by Bing Yu, who didn't speak, but clearly felt the same way. Qi Xiang scratched his head awkwardly and said, I want to travel northward to check out the situation there." "Ah, I see." Lin Xiaoyang revealed a disappointed look while Bing Yu turned her face away. Looking at Bing Yu's expression, Qi Xiang walked over, turned her face to make her look at him directly, and said, "Dear, rest assured, we'll be together soon and never apart. I swear." "Who is your dear? Who wants to stay with you forever? And the word you were saying is vow not fort." With her face flushed, Bing Yu broke free from Qi Xiang's hands. However, Qi Xiang saw Bing Yu like this and smiled because though she denied it verbally, her body language told a different story. Qi Xiang grinned and said, "All right, then let's part ways here." "Oh, Che Dan, do you have any way to stay in touch so that we don't only meet during big events?" Che Dan grinned back and said, Been prepared for this already." Saying that, he took out two metal-like items, handing one to Qi Xiang and the other to Bo Gu, and explained, "These are communication metals. As long as we're on the same planet, we can connect with each other. You two get one each. The usage method will automatically download into your brain, so I won't elaborate. Just remember to take good care of it. While it's not easy to damage, it's also not something easily made. Under normal circumstances, it's best stored in your storage space. Although when placed in the storage space, you cannot receive information or coordinates, there's a mail-like system available. If you can't reach someone, send them a message, and they'll see it once they check." Che Dan looked at the metal in his hand and laughed. "What a great item. All right, then let's part ways." His words had barely ended when Qi Xiang disappeared like the wind, leaving behind a Bing Yu whose face was red as an apple. Though fast, Qi Xiang's departure wasn't missed by sharp eyes among the group. They all clearly saw him kiss Bing Yu's cheek just before leaving, explaining why her face was so red. "All right, I'm off too." With that, Bing Yu left as well, while the rest of them did not tease her about it. After bidding farewell to Che Dan, they followed Bing Yu's direction and departed. Chapter 252, The Battle of the Alchemist, Part 1. Uncle De smiled, while Long Qi interjected, "What? Didn't Uncle De tell you? He's a veteran on our side. Even Long De has to treat him with respect." Uncle De was part of the previous generation of the Dragon Group. "Hey, Long De, don't glare at me. Now that the higher-ups are gone, what's the point in hiding anything? Don't mind him. That's just how Long De is. Shall I explain it to you?" Bo Gu waved his hand and said, "Never mind. I'm afraid Long De will beat me up." "Haha." Long De coughed and said, "All right, Long Qi, take them upstairs and make arrangements. I need to discuss something with Uncle Da." Long Qi stood up and laughed. "Haha, Long Da's acting like an official again. All right, everyone follow me. There are game consoles waiting for you upstairs." Uncle Da looked at Bo Gu who was about to leave and said, "Hey, Xiao Bo, stay as well." Boga glanced at Long Da and laughed. Never mind. I'd rather go play some games. It's been a long time since I last played. Uncle Da sighed. All right. As he got up, Uncle Da knew fully well why Boga said this. It was because Long Da had already issued an unwelcome notice. Staying would make Boga look odd. After Long Chi took the group out, Long Da spoke. So, Uncle Da, have you completely forgotten your identity in the dragon group and now solely see yourself as a bodyguard? Uncle Da stared at Long Da and asked, what do you mean by that? Long Da grinned and said, it means nothing. I just think you've changed. Honestly, I don't know what you're thinking, bringing them to such an important place. Do you think the dragon group is a playground or an amusement park? Uncle Da stood up and said, Long E, they call you Long Da, but don't forget, I used to be your superior. I know the rules of the dragon group better than you. Rule 7 of the dragon group's code of conduct states that everything should be handled specially during special periods. Do you think now isn't a special period? This time, Uncle Da's tone was much stronger, no longer as casual as before. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with what Long Da had said. Long Da retorted, no, precisely because I know this rule, I didn't resort to violence when they entered here. Oh, right, you're not even part of the dragon group anymore, so I guess you don't have the right to come in, do you? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing these words, Uncle Da became furious immediately. He had dedicated himself diligently to the dragon group for over a decade. Later, due to a huge favor owed to Bo Ji's father, he chose to retire and become a bodyguard. However, his feelings for the dragon group were unmatched. Now, Long Da saying that Uncle Da didn't have the right to enter the dragon group infuriated anyone under similar circumstances. Seeing the tension rise, Long Air quickly stepped between them, holding Uncle Da's shoulder, and said, Uncle Da, please sit down. Then, Long Air turned to Long Da and asked, Long Da, what exactly are you doing? So, you want to defy your superior too? Long Da's words ignited Uncle Da's anger, even making Long Air feel uneasy. Uncle Da stood up, bypassed Long Air, and threw a punch at Long Da. Long Air certainly had the ability to stop Uncle Da, but Long Air also felt that Long Da's actions were inappropriate, so he did not intervene. The punch landed squarely on Long Da's chest, forcing him back 3 steps. Long Da looked at Uncle Da and chuckled. Impressive, Uncle Da, devil Uncle Da indeed. Even though you're in an auxiliary role, your strength is formidable. I really underestimated you. But now, you've attacked a member of the dragon group, which gives me the authority to kill you. As he spoke, Long Da threw a punch. At this moment, Long Air couldn't stand idly by anymore. Everyone in the dragon group had become metahumans, and Long Da's single punch could shatter granite. If it hit Uncle Da, it would surely cause harm. Long Air dashed forward, blocking Long Da's punch with his own. Long Air, are you planning a mutiny? Looking at Long Da, Long Air clutched his right hand with his left. His right hand was probably broken. Yet enduring the pain, Long Air questioned, Long Da, what exactly are you doing? Have you gone mad? He's Uncle Da. Long Da laughed. Uncle Da? So what if he is Uncle Da? Let me tell you frankly, the dragon group is my domain now. Only a few stubborn ones were eliminated, and you are one of them, the only remaining one among the 10 members of the dragon group. I originally planned to deal with you later along with Long Chi, but it seems I must act earlier than expected. Uncle Da sighed. Sigh. Long Da, you've lost your head to greed. So what? What did I get for risking my life for the country in the past? A few useless military medals? We stayed in the small dark room all day long, guarding the national administration. Once we made a mistake, we would be eliminated immediately. I don't want fame or money. It has been 7 years since I last saw my parents. I didn't even attend my father's funeral. Is this the price of being a member of the dragon group, being a hero? Uncle Da said, hey, I understand how you feel, but you should know that if it weren't for the dragon group, our country would have been destroyed by those foreign special departments long ago, without even needing the end of the world. Long Da nodded and said, that's why I chose to stay until the end. But what era are we in now? The apocalypse. Uncle Da, it's time for us to achieve our ambitions and enjoy the things we didn't have before. Now it's our time. Uncle Da scoffed and said, Humph, do you think your strength is so great? Let me tell you clearly, any relatively powerful outside anomalist is stronger than you. Is that so? There must be quite a lot of talents out there then. Just after Long Da finished speaking, he heard a boom. A hole was blown in the ceiling, and Long Chi was thrown down. Then Zhao Liang jumped down, grabbed Long Chi by the neck, kicked him up, while Bo Ge and his group came downstairs. Bo Ge said, Uncle Da, what's going on? Why did your colleague attack us right away? This can't be tolerated. Uncle Da looked at Long Chi coldly and said, he is not my colleague. Neither is Long Da, nor Long Air. You take a step back. I guess you haven't seen how an alchemist fights. Today, I will let you see something new. By the way, tie up Long Chi well, don't let him escape. Sure thing. Zhao Liang agreed, took the chain from Bo Ge and began binding Long Chi. Chapter 253, Battle of the Alchemist, 2. Uncle Da looked around at the instruments and said, hey, let's fight somewhere else. I don't want to damage these devices. Haha, I don't care about all that. Right now, I'll make you all die. Long Da said as he ignited a fierce flame in his hands, and immediately launched a fireball towards them. Xiao Bo, protect the things here. Uncle Da shouted while swallowing a blue pill. This pill was made from an inner core extracted from a water attribute magical beast. After taking it, one would obtain water-based abilities for 10 minutes. Uncle Da used both fists to intercept the attack, and the water enveloping his hands neutralized 2 fireballs, producing white smoke instantly. Then, Uncle Da lifted his right leg and kicked forcefully, directly kicking Long Da back, who had been rushing forward with the fireball. After retreating a few steps, Long Da grinned as he looked at Uncle Da, saying, you truly live up to your name, Devil Da. Your martial arts skills are indeed formidable. In that case, I'll take this seriously. Saying that, Long deformed hand seals, causing a blood-red lotus to appear behind him. From the blood-red lotus pattern, fireballs continuously shot out toward Uncle Da. Seeing this scene, Long Air was surprised and exclaimed, "This, Long Da, you've actually joined the Blood Lotus sect." Without denying it, Long Da replied, "Haha, to enhance my strength, who cares about what sect it is? Only power matters to me. After all, winners rule, losers become outcasts. Uncle Da, your era has passed. Today, I will make you die." As he spoke, the speed of the fireballs became increasingly fierce. Long Air, enraged, shouted, "Long E, you bastard." Due to his anger, Long Air's address changed directly from the respectful Long De to the simple Long E. Do not underestimate the change in this title. Only unpopular team leaders are referred to by their numbers, while those genuinely respected are called Long Da. However, Long Da's current actions were no longer worthy of respect from Long Air. Zhao Yang stepped forward to stop Long Air, who was ready to help, saying, "Don't go. Trust Uncle Da." Long Air turned around to look at Zhao Yang, and in Zhao Yang's eyes, Long Air saw something called belief. He nodded slightly and didn't move forward anymore, but was still prepared to step in at any moment. At this time, Uncle Da wasn't worried about the place being damaged because Goop Brother had already protected it with a boundary seal. Unless the attack intensity exceeded the load-bearing capacity of the boundary, it would be absolutely safe here and wouldn't be damaged. While fending off the fireballs, Uncle Da swallowed a brown-yellow pill. This was a medicinal herb that increased human hormones, making the user's strength increase by 200% for 10 minutes. Some people might ask why there were no side effects from the pills Uncle Da refined. That was because Uncle Da didn't follow the extreme method, which fully unleashes the drug's efficacy to force the body's potential to burst, resulting not only in side effects, but also harm to the person. Uncle Da chose some moderate medicines to balance the effects, suppressing the drug's potency, so the released effect, though not extremely strong, was sufficient for use, and most importantly, without side effects. Of course, if too much is consumed, side effects will still occur. As Uncle Da used the water element to block the incoming fireballs, he continued advancing slowly. "Break for me." Uncle Da struck with a punch, hitting Long Da directly in the stomach. Long Da flew away and crashed into Goop Brother's boundary seal. "No, it's impossible. Aren't you just an alchemist? How could you be this strong?" Uncle Da looked at Long Da and said, "Do you think this is still the era of the Dragon Group? The power of paranormal abilities far exceeds your imagination. Alright, take Long Chi and leave. I don't want to see you anymore. You wait and see." Long Da stood up from the ground after leaving a harsh threat, quickly departing and not forgetting to take Long Chi, who had been caught. Long Air walked up and asked, "Uncle Da, how did you win?" Uncle Da laughed and said, "You silly boy, have you been corrupted by following Long E? His skills are like a cannon tower. Do you think with his strength, he can still act on his own? If you can get close enough, you can hit him." "Oh, that's how it works," Long Air said, looking enlightened. Uncle Da smiled and said, "Long Air, what do you plan to do next?" Long Air sighed, walking over to touch the instruments, saying, "I want to find a place to enhance my abilities. The Dragon Group isn't the same as before, and other branches should be similar." Uncle Da approached and patted his shoulder, saying, "Alright, don't be too downhearted. It can only be said that fate is cruel. I've raised a white-eyed wolf. Oh, would you like to come with us?" Long Air shook his head and said, "No, I prefer to visit places where we've carried out missions in the past. Perhaps I can find some memories from before. The Dragon Group of today is gone, and I hope to rediscover the old Dragon Group." Uncle Da nodded and said, "Alright, then I won't say anything more. Wish you success." "Okay." Uncle Da turned around and smiled. "Alright, let's go." Brother Bo nodded and asked, "Alright, where are we heading next?" Uncle Da stroked his chin and replied, "Since Chi Xiang has gone to the north, we'll head west. It seems like our people haven't been to the west yet." Brother Bo responded with an approving nod and started walking ahead. Uncle Da patted Long Air on the shoulder and said, "Alright, don't be too upset. We're leaving. Take care of yourself. Let's meet again when fate permits." "Alright, meet again when fate permits." Brother Bo and the group set off once again. On the car, Brother Bo, while driving, joked with a laugh, "Uncle Da, I didn't expect you to keep such a deep secret. You're from the Dragon Group. Shouldn't I ask for your autograph or something?" Uncle Da chuckled bitterly and replied, "Xiao Bo, stop teasing me. Haha. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Come on, speed up, let's go." With that, Brother Bo slammed down on the gas pedal and sped off. Master of the Bloodlove sect, most of the people who came this time have left. Even those 3 who stayed in Beijing at the beginning have departed. Can we start executing the plan now? The Master of the Bloodlove sect closed the book in his hand, nodded, and said, "Yes, exactly. By the way, what about Wu Ling Wang? Is he going to stay with us or leave?" The person reporting said, "Wu Ling Wang has decided to remain in Beijing and collaborate with us. His troops will also arrive in Beijing within 7 days." The Master of the Bloodlove sect exclaimed, "Good, good, excellent." Saying 3 goods, he continued, "Make everyone hurry immediately. We must revive all members of the Blood Lotus sect as quickly as possible, then build the palace of the Blood Lotus. This world will belong to our Blood Lotus sect. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 254, Black Gathering Place, Part 1. Chi Xiang looked at the GPS in his car, muttering to himself, "Finally, I've reached the borders of Inner Mongolia. I wonder if there are really those towering giants that were mentioned on the forum? Heh, I'd love to meet those big monsters." With that, Chi Xiang slammed on the gas pedal and sped off. Finally, after a few days of leaving Beijing, Chi Xiong arrived at his first city in Inner Mongolia, Alankab. Looking at this city, Chi Xiong didn't stop, but drove straight into it, because his target was the grassland region where those strong zombies were said to appear. However, Chi Xiong hadn't planned to stay here long, but someone had already set their sights on him. Hey, hurry up. That guy is still driving around. He seems pretty capable. If we ambush him, do you think we'll find something good? A skinny guy walked ahead while beckoning his companion behind. Behind him was a person with average build and looks. Upon hearing his companion's plan to attack someone, he responded, "That's not a great idea. Since you said he's skilled, there's no guarantee we can beat him. Let's go, let's go. Hey, have you forgotten what Bosley did to everyone? Now that we've run away, we can't go back unless we find a way to rapidly boost our strength. I think he might be a good opportunity. But can't we ask him for help instead? You're dumb. Who would willingly get involved in something like this? Come on, or we'll lose track of him." At this moment, Chi Xiong slowed down his car, looking at the rearview mirror at the two guys behind him, unsure of what they wanted. Then he glanced at the time. It was already noon, and his stomach was rumbling. Chi Xiong decided to just pull over and grab something to eat. Look, he stopped. Did he notice us? Don't move, don't panic. Let's observe the situation. All right. Chi Xiong got out of the car and released several summoned creatures. Of course, he dared not release his crocodile turtle. There simply wasn't enough room for it here. Moreover, feeding the crocodile turtle normal food was quite a burden on Chi Xiong, so he found a specialized feed for large animals in the system store. After eating it, the creature wouldn't need food for 3 days, making Chi Xiong very happy to give this to the crocodile turtle. As for Desika and the other three, since they didn't eat much, they generally shared meals with Chi Xiong. While starting a fire to cook some noodles, Chi Xiong took raw meat and hay from storage space. Yes, all of this was looted from a zoo's feed warehouse by Chi Xiong. Though Chi Xiong didn't have fresh grass, he still had plenty of dry hay. As he munched on the hay, Tax complained, "Chi Xiong, when will you improve our diet? Eating dried hay every day is making me sick." Desika laughed. "What are you complaining about? White Tiger and I haven't even said anything yet. Look at us, eating meat every day, and we'd also like a change in taste." "Go screw yourself," Tax mocked. "If you want better food, come on, try some of my hay." Upon hearing this, Desika quickly declined. No, I'll stick to my meat." Haha. Chi Xiong laughed. "All right, Tax, don't worry. We've arrived in Inner Mongolia. There's grassland here, so as long as the environment isn't completely destroyed, the grass should grow soon. I think before long you'll be able to enjoy fresh grass." "Great, I'm tired of eating dry hay." At this moment, the two who had been trailing Chi Xiong were stunned by the scene before them. The one with an average appearance said, "Well, see? I told you not to bother him. Look at him with meat and noodles while we've been eating expired cookies for days." The skinny one said, "All right then, let's go up to him." "Go? What?" the other one asked, confused. The skinny one rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid? Since this guy has done so well, he must be strong. He's probably already noticed us, but just hasn't cared enough to act. Let's go beg him. Even if we can't resolve Boss Lee's issues, we could at least ask for something to eat. The taste of expired cookies is unbearable." "Fine, I'll follow you." As they spoke, the two stepped out from their hiding place and approached Chi Xiong. Chi Xiong turned around and looked at the two men. He didn't know why they were following him earlier and now revealed themselves. If Chi Xiong knew that it was because of his impressive food spread, he might have burst out laughing. The skinny one came forward and grinned. "Brother, you're eating well. Where did you get your supplies? It must have been a bumper harvest." Chi Xiong had been part of a search team at a gathering place before, so he naturally understood what the other party was implying. With a smile, he said, "This? Just got some here and there. Anyway, I haven't boiled the noodles yet. Would you two like to have some?" This time, before the skinny guy could speak, his companion blurted out, Sure, if you don't mind." Chi Xiong smiled, but didn't say anything. Instead, he took out some dried noodles and placed them into boiling water, intentionally adding more than usual in case these two wouldn't get enough. The three beasts, Desika, Tax, and White Tiger, watched silently as the men approached and started eating their own food. However, the continuous glances toward Desika and White Tiger's meat made these two men increasingly uncomfortable. Chi Xiong noticed this and retrieved a vacuum-sealed ham from the storage space, saying with a grin, "Here, eat this first to tide your stomachs over. The noodles will still take some time." At the sight of the ham, the two men gulped audibly. Though they wanted to refuse, they found no valid reason to do so, since the craving for meat had already taken hold in their minds. The skinny man chuckled and said, "Thank you," then accepted the ham, tearing open the package and sharing it with his companion. While boiling the noodles, Chi Xiong asked casually, "Are you two from one of the nearby gathering places?" Upon hearing this question, both suddenly fell silent, even stopping the sound of chewing. Chi Xiong turned around and noticed their troubled expressions, laughing lightly. Seems like your gathering place isn't that great, huh? Come on, tell me what's going on." The skinny man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Could you help us? We can't bear it anymore. That gathering place is simply a hell." As they spoke, both unexpectedly knelt down simultaneously. Faced with their kneeling, Chi Xiong didn't rush to lift them up, but said calmly instead, "All right, explain the situation to me. Also, I despise people who kneel without thought, so get your knees off the ground." Chapter 255, Black Gathering Place, Part 2. The two immediately got up upon hearing this. The skinny one said, "It's like this. Our gathering place is in a village not far from the city. When we escaped, there were 342 of us, but now I don't know how many are left." Chi Xiong asked, "Is it because of attacks by zombies that the numbers have dwindled?" The skinny one shook his head and said, "No, it's It's because food is becoming harder to find, and even when we do find some, it's expired or spoiled. So the leader of the gathering place, Li Laoda, started committing heinous acts. They began killing people and eating human flesh. Men are either tied with bombs that only Li Laoda can dismantle and send out as search teams, or they're killed for meat. As for the women, it's not that no one in the gathering place wants to resist, but Li Laoda and his 3 brothers are very strong. No one can beat them. Many men and women have already died, over 100 people so far, and they also trade with other nearby gathering places, establishing a bar. In addition to alcohol and some food, the bar has dried meat and women. The women are forced, and the dried meat is dead human flesh. Absurd. Qi Xiang slammed his fist into the ground, cracking it. This shocked the 2 of them, but Qi Xiang didn't notice, saying, "How can things be like this? We are already in the apocalypse, yet people still don't know the value of unity, resorting to cannibalism. Is this really what it means to be human? You 2 eat quickly. Later tonight, you will take me to tour the gathering place. I want to see who exactly is capable of doing such terrible things." With that, Qi Xiang took out 3 bowls, filled them with noodles, and handed them to the 2 while he ate and thought about what to do. Seeing that Qi Xiang was deep in thought, neither interrupted him. Instead, they quickly ate the noodles, having not tasted something so delicious in a long time. Indeed, ever since Li Laoda and his followers became rulers, almost no one could get enough to eat, let alone good food. After finishing their meal, Qi Xiang drove with the 2 to the gathering place, handing each of them a cloak and mask along the way. Otherwise, they would be easily identified by the people at the gathering place. The 2 did not understand why Qi Xiang had decided to act this way. They assumed Qi Xiang lacked confidence in his own abilities and merely wanted to observe the situation before deciding on a proper course of action if he could not win. But Qi Xiang wanted to confirm whether the reality of their gathering place matched their story. If it did, then Qi Xiang would remove this threat for the benefit of everyone. If not, the motives behind their claims would certainly raise suspicions. The truth would soon be revealed once Qi Xiang arrived at the gathering place. Instead of rushing directly to the gathering place, Qi Xiang found a secluded spot about a kilometer away from it and waited quietly until nightfall. Then he started the car again and drove closer. When Qi Xiang arrived at the entrance to the gathering place, he stopped near the barrier, and someone immediately ran over to check. "Hey, who are you, and why are you here?" Qi Xiang grinned and said, "I'm just a traveler passing through. I saw that there's a gathering place here and figured I'd stop for the night for convenience." The guard nodded and didn't ask for anything from Qi Xiang, letting him pass directly. Perhaps he understood that anything collected would ultimately be handed over, so he decided not to bother. To him, most of the supplies these days have long shelf lives and aren't exactly pleasant to consume. He wouldn't have guessed that due to Qi Xiang's vast storage capacity, Qi Xiang had raided several warehouses already. Moreover, thanks to the characteristics of the storage space, not only did Qi Xiang store a variety of vacuum-packed foods, grains, and vegetables, including rare items like fresh greens, but he also had plenty of them. Driving in, following the guidance of the 2, Qi Xiang quickly found the bar. Indeed, there was a bar, repurposed from the village committee office. With its vibrant lights and parked cars outside, Qi Xiang chuckled as he stepped out of the car with the 2 others, entering the bar. As soon as they entered, a mix of cigarette smoke, alcohol, perfume, and foul odors hit them, nearly knocking Qi Xiang unconscious. However, having been recently exposed to a blood lake, he managed to hold his ground. Qi Xiang walked inside, and immediately 2 young girls approached. They looked only around 20-something, dressed in particularly flashy but skimpy clothing. Looking at the 2 girls, Qi Xiang couldn't help but smile. He leaned closer and smirked, saying, "Haha, they say this bar is great, and it sure looks fantastic. Come on, ladies, if you treat me well tonight, I'll invite you to feast on something truly delicious." "Alrighty," one replied cheerfully. Then the 2 girls led Qi Xiang to a seat, with the 2 others cloaked and masked trailing behind him like bodyguards. No one paid them any attention. Qi Xiang and the 2 young girls sat on the sofa, his feet propped up on the coffee table. With an arm around each girl, he laughed and said, "What good stuff do you have here? Bring me some." One of the women laughed and said, "Haha, sir, what we're most famous for here is XO and dried meat. But it's a bit expensive. How about that?" Qi Xiang smiled. "Then bring me XO and dried meat. By the way, do you have peanuts? Bring me some of those too." "All right." One stood up to fetch the items while the other leaned on Qi Xiang coquettishly and giggled. "Big brother, I don't even know your name yet?" Qi Xiang grinned. "You shouldn't ask guests their names so casually. It's very impolite. So, as punishment, you'll have to take a drink later." "You're so naughty, big brother." As they talked and laughed, the XO, dried meat, and peanuts were already brought over. The girl who fetched them pouted and said in a wheedling tone, "Big brother, I helped get these things for you, and couldn't spend more time being cozy with you. How are you going to compensate me?" Qi Xiang poured 2 glasses of wine with a smile, handing one to the girl who'd been accompanying him and holding the other himself. He chuckled, "Haha, I'll punish myself with 1 glass. And since she made a mistake, she also needs to drink a glass. Why don't we try drinking a toast cup instead?" "All right. No, I want to share a toast cup with big brother too." Okay. Everyone gets to drink." 2 glasses of wine went down smoothly without much effect on Qi Xiang. His strength was continuously improving, making it harder for alcohol to intoxicate him now. At this moment, he began to survey the surroundings. In the middle of the room was a stage where 2 women in revealing clothing were performing a fiery dance. The explosive music and dazzling lights electrified the atmosphere, drawing people into the revelry without restraint. Though the seats weren't entirely filled, there were still more than 20 people inside. including those on the second floor. Then, Chi Xiang caught sight of something blush-inducing. Someone was blatantly engaging in a gunfight. Chapter 256, Black Gathering Place, 3. One of the girls seemed to follow Chi Xiang's gaze and laughed. Hey, sir, do you want to give it a try too? How about you and me? As she said this, she started to take off her clothes. Chi Xiang lightly coughed and said, I'm not used to doing such things in public. Let's drink instead. All right, we'll do what sir says. Let's drink. Come on. Sir, let me feed you some jerky. Chi Xiang looked at the offered jerky. Although he had heard from the skinny guy that it was human flesh, Chi Xiang still took a bite. Once in his mouth, the jerky carried a faint bitterness. Chi Xiang immediately spat it out and said, Is this human meat? The two girls hearing this immediately replied, No, how could it be? Of course not, sir, you're imagining things. Chi Xiang glanced at them and smiled. It's you who are imagining things. When people die from fear, their adrenaline rises, which makes the taste bitter. I don't eat this kind of meat. But if you're willing to eat, then go ahead. I'll just have some peanuts. Upon hearing this, the two girls quickly thanked him and started eating. Even though they usually received meat as clients here, who would give so much meat to women who only needed a little rice? At best, a woman might receive a slice or two as a reward, but now in front of Chi Xiang was an entire plate full of meat. Despite knowing it was human flesh, the two girls cared not at all and dug right in. They even fed Chi Xiang peanuts or toasted him with wine, and Chi Xiang accepted it. After half an hour, the atmosphere was heated up enough for one girl to lean over and say, Sir, I want you. Then, she was about to kiss Chi Xiang. Even without being you, Chi Xiang wouldn't accept this kiss. This girl was very pretty, but Chi Xiang couldn't tell how many men she had licked below, let alone that she had eaten human flesh before with bits still left in her mouth. This was something Chi Xiang absolutely couldn't tolerate. Smiling, Chi Xiang blocked her with his hand and said, Stop, I didn't come here for that. Let's drink. Oh, all right. These two girls were immediately somewhat unhappy upon hearing this, because serving drinks meant far fewer grains compared to engaging in sexual acts. However, they would approach any guest anyway since they wouldn't worry about whether the other party had enough grain to pay when here. If they did, great. If they didn't, they'd cut meat to settle later. But if the latter happened occasionally, their daily rations of grain wouldn't be an issue for a few days. Of course, it wasn't about eating well or being full, just enough to satisfy hunger. Half an hour later, under the support of the two, Chi Xiang staggered out of the bar. Before leaving, he directly took out 10 vacuum-packed ham elbows to pay, and for the two little girls, Chi Xiang gave a combination of instant noodles and sausages. It wasn't that Chi Xiang was stingy with them. Actually, Chi Xiang was already quite generous. After all, giving such tips certainly qualified someone as a major spender. As for the 10 vacuum-packed ham elbows, it was because Chi Xiang drank 5 bottles of alcohol. Under the support of these two, Chi Xiang returned to his car. Once inside the car, Chi Xiang immediately recovered, saying, All right, I've got a rough idea of the current situation. Time to find Mr. Li. Good. In their conversation, Chi Xiang learned that the thin one was nicknamed Monkey, while the other one was called Handgun. With Monkey leading the way, Chi Xiang quickly arrived at Mr. Li's residence. Looking at the two-story house in front of him, Chi Xiang got out of the car, holding his submachine gun and walked straight over. What do you want? Faced with the guard's inquiry, Chi Xiang's response was simple. A barrage from his submachine gun resolved the two men at the gate and also drew attention from many others, but Chi Xiang wasn't in a hurry to deal with them. Instead, he rushed straight in. At that moment on the second floor, 3 burly men were playing a game of farmer against landlord. Old Wong. Didn't I hear gunfire just now? Hey, who knows which idiot did it? Forget about it. Our guys will handle it. We've got women, food, and drinks here. Why go out there? Speaking of this, the man called Old Wong touched the woman in his arms. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and Chi Xiang entered with his submachine gun. He looked at the 3 men who were still engrossed in their card game and the 3 women with pale naked bodies. Frowning slightly, Chi Xiang said, Ladies, get out. Men, stay. Hey, who the hell do you think you are coming in here showing off your power? The speaker raised his right hand, and Chi Xiang felt as if he'd been hit by something, stepping back 2 steps. However, it wasn't serious. Such an attack was too weak against Chi Xiang. Moreover, Chi Xiang had figured out that the man's ability was either telekinesis or compressed air. After stabilizing his stance, Chi Xiang didn't hesitate and began firing money. The mini submachine gun in his hand started spitting fire tongues, bullets shooting out toward the 3 men. Shit. One of them cursed, immediately grabbing the woman in his arms to shield himself from the bullets. When the bullets were exhausted, the 3 women on the other side were dead, yet the 3 men remained unscathed. Chi Xiang looked at the 3 men and said, Will you surrender, or what? Haha kid, are you a cop? You just spray with your SMG like that. Now it's your turn to die. A man with a scar on his face charged over, a tang knife appearing in his hand, emanating a faint black glow. Chi Xiang sneered coldly as the soulbiter appeared. The corrosive fire combined with the blade of the soulbiter sliced into the other man's tang knife, creating an opening. But Chi Xiang clearly had no intention of stopping there. Before his opponent could steady himself, Chi Xiang swung his blade and chopped him down. Just as Chi Xiang was about to attack again, the silent man suddenly appeared before him, single-handedly blocking the soulbiter, saying, Young friend, it seems you're here to uphold justice. But such matters aren't easy to handle. Leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. But I hope you don't challenge my bottom line. Chi Xiang snorted, then shot 2 white embroidery needles from his left hand, piercing the necks of the other 2 men, and the Danforce needles proved highly effective. Chi Xiang grinned at the man in front of him. You must be the big brotherly they mentioned. Then these other two are unnecessary. Your luck is good. Only you can defuse the bomb, so I'll spare your life. You talk big. Li Lao coldly snorted and kicked towards Qi Xiang. At the same time, Qi Xiang mirrored the move. Their feet clashed, causing both to retreat several steps. Chapter 257, The Black Gathering Place, 4. Qi Xiang looked at Li Lao and said, body reinforcement? Li Lao laughed. Haha. Good, you have some knowledge. But I wonder how strong your abilities really are. Saying this, Li Lao attacked, his fists seemingly roaring with wind as they charged directly toward Qi Xiang's face. Qi Xiang dodged to the side and swung his soul-devouring saber in retaliation. The soul-devouring saber slashed across Li Lao's shoulder but left no wound, only tearing through his clothes. Li Lao sneered coldly. The degree of my body's enhancement has long surpassed human limitations. I call it quasi-divine. Today is your day of death. As he spoke, Li Lao's figure suddenly became blurred, and in the next second, Qi Xiang felt a kick from behind that sent him flying out of the window, smashing through the glass on the second floor. At this time, Ho Zi and Shou Chang were rallying people, telling them not to help Li Lao because they had found a powerful ally. Right then, their powerful ally fell from above and landed on top of Shou Chang. Everyone attack. Capture that guy, and there'll be a reward. Even though Ho Zi and Shou Chang spent a lot of time mobilizing the crowd, Li Lao's single sentence was far more effective, not because of any tempting rewards, but because earlier, those who didn't follow orders were blown up by bombs strapped to their bodies. Ho Zi and Shou Chang used searching for allies as an excuse to escape before encountering Qi Xiang halfway through their escape plan, leading them to return. Qi Xiang watched as the surrounding crowd rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Take X, block them for me." With a bellow of a bull, Take X burst forth, creating a wall of earth that stopped the rushing attackers. Take X shouted, "Qi Xiang, hurry, there are too many of them. I can't hold out much longer." Qi Xiang nodded once and pulled out a set of pills he hadn't taken in a long time. Any pill that could enhance his power, he swallowed. Then, holding the soul-devouring saber, Qi Xiang charged ahead. "You overestimate yourself." Li Lao spoke these words before charging toward Qi Xiang at high speed. He halted just half a meter away from Qi Xiang and threw a punch. This time, however, Qi Xiang seemed to have spotted a weakness. Qi Xiang was thrown to the ground by the punch, but quickly jumped up again and continued his charge. Li Lao smiled faintly and swung his fist once more. This time, Qi Xiang swiftly dodged aside. Just as Li Lao attempted to evade, Qi Xiang's soul-devouring saber already swept upward. Li Lao mocked. "You still haven't realized that your attacks cannot even breach my defenses." Qi Xiang smirked coldly. "Let's see how many areas you can defend." "You." Before Li Lao could finish his sentence, 8 spider spears appeared behind Qi Xiang. His bloodthirsty magic spear emerged, red light illuminating the area and turning it into a blood-red zone. At this moment, Qi Xiang looked like a killing god, while Li Lao, revered by this gathering place, now had several bloody holes in his body. Though only 3, they were sufficient for Qi Xiang. Li Lao stared at Qi Xiang in defiance, asking, "How did you know about my weakness?" Qi Xiang smiled slightly and replied, "There's nothing special. It's just that I've met a physically enhanced ability user before. He told me that physical enhancement has limits. One can only reinforce a single attribute or reinforce a specific region. Perhaps a powerful ability user might be able to strengthen their whole body, but you clearly don't have the strength to achieve that." Li Lao spat out a mouthful of blood and admitted, "You're skilled. I concede." Qi Xiang nodded, retracting the bloodthirsty magic spear, and said, "All right, take off their bombs before you die." Li Lao chuckled at this point. "Ha ha ha, do you really think you're a savior? Let me tell you something. I'm not going to deactivate the bombs. Since I'm dying anyway, why not drag down a few more people? To be honest, almost everyone here has been fitted with explosives. There are 2 conditions to detonate the bombs. One is by my mental control, the other occurs when I die." Upon hearing Li Lao's words, Qi Xiang frowned, unsure what to do. At that moment, a man jumped down from the rooftop, gripping a bug in his hand. The man directly stuffed the insect into Li Lao's nostril, allowing it to crawl inside. The man commanded coldly, "Control the worm. Deactivate all bombs for everyone." His voice was ice cold, devoid of emotion, almost robotic. Then, surprisingly, Li Lao stood up as if unaffected by the blood streaming down his body and obediently stated, "Yes, master." Following this, Qi Xiang saw a circle of silver light expanding around the area. Li Lao then confirmed, "It's done, master." The man nodded, seeming quite satisfied, and said, "*O worm, come out." The worm actually crawled out on its own, then flapped its wings and flew back onto the man's hand. Suddenly, Li Lao collapsed to the ground, crying out in pain twice before shouting, "What's going on? Why have my bombs all been deactivated? What did you do?" At this moment, the man remained silent and left immediately. Qi Xiang wanted to pursue him with questions, but the man disappeared into the darkness without a trace. With no choice, Qi Xiang abandoned the idea of following him and turned around, pressing his right hand against Li Lao's head while saying, "All right, now it's your time to go." As he spoke, Qi Xiang used his strength to snap Li Lao's neck. Qi Xiang turned away and gestured for Takex to dissolve the earth wall as he announced, "All right, friends of the gathering place, the bombs on your bodies have been deactivated. You're free now." A few who still didn't believe him continued to follow Li Lao's commands and charge forward. Qi Xiang didn't hesitate. The attitude of that man who had just arrived irritated Qi Xiang greatly, so he treated these attackers as an outlet for venting his frustration, kicking them one by one until they flew backward. Though Xiang took care not to kill them, those men were likely to find it difficult to survive afterward. Xiang looked at the remaining people and said, "If you don't believe me, just check over there. Li Laoda has already become a corpse, and he deactivated the bombs for you before dying." At this point, someone commented, "That's true. If Li Laoda dying would cause the bombs to explode, why are we still alive?" This comment sparked discussions, and soon after, everyone fell to their knees in unison, saying, "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." At this moment, Ho Zi and Shou Chang returned as well, having fled earlier because they feared Xiang might fail and be hunted by Li Laoda. Ho Zi laughed and said, "Haha, I told you this guy was strong." Chapter 258, Being a Good Person, Part 1. Xiang looked at the two of them and said, "All right, everyone has suffered enough during this time. Now you two choose your own leader. I won't meddle in your affairs anymore. It's time for me to go." With that, Xiang walked toward his car. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped and said, "By the way, those two guys don't seem fit to be leaders. They run pretty fast." After saying that, Xiang continued walking to his car. The monkey and pistol also understood that Xiang was talking about how they too had not trusted him and fled instead. But they had no way to argue back because even though Xiang was brought by them, all the bad deeds were done without their involvement. However, monkey and pistol didn't really have much ambition anyway and weren't overly desirous of leadership. So after Xiang said these words, neither of them reacted too strongly. Getting into the car, Xiang saw a group of people surrounding it, trying to ask him to stay. Xiang smiled, rolled down the window, and said, "Step aside right now. Otherwise, I'll resort to Li Laoda's methods." At hearing this, the crowd immediately cleared a path for Xiang. Satisfied, he closed the car window and drove away from the settlement. Xiang did not know what would happen to this place in the future, whether it would continue to grow or fade away soon. These things Xiang didn't know, and he didn't care either. If he hadn't met Monkey and Pistol, Xiang might not have come here at all. However, since they encountered each other, he couldn't just leave things unresolved. So Xiang took care of the three under Li Laoda, and now that everything was resolved, it was time for him to leave. There was no point staying any longer. Continuing on his journey, Xiang arrived at the next city, which was merely a county town, not very prosperous, and thus it drew no particular attention from him. Xiang didn't plan to stay. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed before Xiang's eyes, making him jump in surprise. Given that Xiang was driving, this meant that the person who just passed by moved extremely fast. Xiang quickly pulled over, then got out of the car and prepared to check what it was. However, as soon as Xiang exited the car, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by a blackout as he fainted. At that moment, a needle tube was sticking out from Xiang's neck. A man wearing sportswear emerged from the road intersection, walked quickly over, and carried Xiang away. On the second floor nearby, someone with a tranquilizer gun in hand also left promptly. "Xiang, wake up quick. We can't hold on much longer." Upon hearing Desika's voice, Xiang strained to open his eyelids and looked around, but his first sensation wasn't visual. Rather, it was olfactory. Yes, a strong stench of fresh blood hit Xiang's nose. This smell was distinctly different from the previous putrid blood. It was new. Xiang opened his eyes and observed the surroundings, whereupon the first sight he laid his eyes on was Desika, standing in front of him. In front of Desika stood a middle-aged man and woman, though their fighting prowess against Desika didn't resemble that of typical middle-aged people. As Xiang inspected his surroundings, he realized he was in a basement. Blood flowed on the ground. Not a lot, but since the space was small and poorly ventilated, the smell of blood was pungent. What shocked Xiang the most was that the wall opposite him had a zombie tied to it. Though bound, the zombie kept wriggling, attempting to break free from its chains. At that moment, Xiang noticed that he himself was also restrained. Then, the middle-aged woman spoke. "Son, don't worry, Mom knows you're hungry. Once Dad and Mom defeat this big dog, we'll get you some meat to eat. Be a good boy." Upon hearing himself referred to as a big dog, Desika exploded with anger and immediately intensified his attack. The apparent couple struggled to defend themselves against his assault. At that moment, Xiang recalled the earlier situation and realized he had been deceived. The two had staged a play, likely with the zombie being their son who underwent a change after becoming a zombie. Instead of abandoning their son, the parents nurtured him. Looking at the blood on the ground, Xiang had no doubt that most of it belonged to members of nearby search teams from the settlement. If it hadn't been for Desika, he likely would have ended up like that too, dead or injured at least. But why Desika suddenly showed up intrigued Xiang. Xiang used his chi force to restore his strength, then broke free from the chains with effort, moving to stand beside Desika and asking, "Desika, why did you come out alone?" Desika replied bitterly, "Come on, are you refusing to appreciate my help? We saw you almost about to be butchered like a dead pig while watching from another dimension. That's when I rushed out. Forget it, don't dwell on this now. Let's focus on taking down this couple first." Xiang laughed, raised his hands, and two white beams shot out. The Dan power surged toward the two people, directly knocking them back into the wall, spewing blood as they did so. Seemingly upon seeing their parents injured or perhaps fresh blood, the zombie began to struggle violently, roaring and attempting to break free. Xiang charged forward, the soul-devouring saber swinging toward his opponents, shouting, "You beast, let me figure you out today." However, halfway through his charge, Xiang suddenly stopped because the woman had suddenly rushed over to block Xiang's path. Even more astonishingly, she actually offered her right hand to the zombie, saying, "Son, eat this, and your hunger will go away." The zombie, of course, understood no human feelings and immediately took a bite at her hand. Right as it was about to bite down, the man suddenly delivered a flying kick straight to the zombie's head, causing its head to completely fly off. The man pointed at the zombie and said, "Beast, that was your mother." The woman screamed as she rushed over and held the zombie's head, saying, "Are you crazy? He is still your son." The man roared, "Yes, he used to be, but he isn't anymore. Now he is nothing more than a monster, a man-eating monster. How many more people do you plan to endanger before you are satisfied?" The woman rushed in and said, "I don't care. Those people deserve to die anyway. Even if we didn't kill them, they wouldn't have lived long. We're just giving them some form of release. And what difference does killing them make? No matter who they are, as long as my son can feed on them, I will bring them back for my son. Give me my son back." Slap. A crisp sound rang out, and the woman covered her face, which now bore a red handprint. She stared in disbelief at the man, saying, You hit me. Fine, you killed our son, and now you hit me. Is it that you don't want us two to get along? Go ahead, kill me then. Chapter 259, Be a Good Person, Part 2. Upon hearing this, the burly man unsheathed a kitchen knife from his waist and moved forward. Just as the man was about to slash, Chi-seong quickly grabbed his wrist, snatched the knife, and then struck the woman with a hand chop, knocking her out. Her voice had been too annoying, like a scolding shrew. Chi-seong looked at the man, tossed the knife aside, took out a pack of cigarettes, and offered one with a smile. "Want one?" The man didn't hesitate, took a cigarette, lit it with a lighter from his pocket, inhaled deeply, and said, "Young man, don't you hate us?" Chi-seong chuckled. "If an ant bites you, would you hate it? You two are like ants to me." "Okay, I admit my words are harsh, but I'd still like to hear your story." The man nodded. "You see, my family of 3 were very lucky in the apocalypse. None of us became zombies, and we even gained superpowers. Later, my son got bitten. My wife and I used all our strength to chain him up. But as you can see now, my wife is almost driven mad. I can't bear this life anymore. If we keep killing people like this, we'll become just like those zombies. Now that you've shown up, even if you hadn't, I was about to break down." Chi-seong nodded, glanced at the woman lying on the ground, and said, "It's clear she loves her son dearly, but she went about it the wrong way. What a pity." As he spoke, Chi-seong squatted down, grabbed the woman, and said, "The environment here is terrible. Let's find somewhere we can rest. I'll help you solve this." The man nodded and followed him. Desika also trailed behind. At a hotel not far from the basement, Chi-seong was sitting on a bed reading a book when there was a knock on the door. Outside came the voice of the man. "My wife, she's awake." Chi-seong acknowledged, put down the book, got off the bed, put on his shoes, and went out the door. Together with the man, they entered the room where the couple stayed. "Let me go? I will avenge my son. Die, you bastard." Chi-seong looked at the woman who was tied with chains, yet continued to struggle fiercely. He frowned slightly, and said, "You need to be prepared. Your wife has gone somewhat mad. I'm not sure if I can cure her. By the way, did you give her the antidote for the zombie poison?" The man nodded. "I did." Chi-seong grunted, stepped forward, and sternly ordered, "Shut up." Though Chi-seong only spoke 2 words, it sounded like a command impossible to resist. The woman really did shut up, though she continued to glare at Chi-seong with eyes full of hatred, as if ready to pounce on him at any moment. Chi-seong remained unfazed and said to the woman, "Wang Hui, you have killed so many innocent people to protect your son because of your selfishness. Do you know what crime you've committed? You're talking nonsense. They deserve to die. Isn't it right to let them feed my starving son? You murderer, you and your friends killed my son, and now I am going to avenge him. Come on. Today, either you die or I do." Saying this, Wang Hui started struggling to break free from the chains, which seemed to be giving way under her efforts. Chi-seong flicked his right hand, and a white rope shot out. A rope made from condensed Dan energy bound Wang Hui's body. This time, no matter how Wang Hui struggled, this special rope showed no signs of breaking. Seeing her futile actions, Wang Hui began screaming wildly, resembling a fierce ghost. Chi-seong frowned slightly, walked forward, placed his left hand on Wang Hui's forehead, and allowed his Dan energy to flow into her body. Chi-seong wanted to calm her emotions and restore her sanity through this method. At this moment, the man standing outside the door felt helpless, unsure of what to do. He could only watch anxiously and pray that his abandoned daughter would recover. Roar! Suddenly, Wang Hui emitted a sound like a wild beast. With a sudden burst of strength, she broke both the Dan energy rope and the iron chains, freeing herself. She immediately lunged at Chi-seong. Chi-seong watched Wang Hui with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes and knew that it was already too late to save her. Lifting his right leg, he kicked Wang Hui back and picked up the soulbane knife to step forward. "Stop the killing." Chi-seong ignored the man's cry and swung the soulbane knife directly at Wang Hui's shoulder. Blood gushed out instantly. Wang Hui screamed in pain, tore herself away from the knife, rushed to the window, and crashed through it to jump out. Watching the shattered window, Chi-seong sighed and said, It looks like something big is about to happen." By now, the man was already kneeling on the ground. Although he did not acknowledge his son, a zombie, it was clear that the boy cared deeply for him. After all, his willingness to kill so many proved there was still affection in the man's heart. As for his wife, the man cherished her more than anyone else. So much so, in fact, that during their escapades, he always served as the bait while his wife merely needed to find a good place to take potshots with a tranquilizer gun. Losing 2 family members within one day had left him unable to bear it. Then, rising to his feet, the man lunged at Chi-seong, grabbing his neck with both hands and snarling ferociously. Shit. If you hadn't shown up, my family would never have ended up like this. I'm going to kill you. Qi Xiang threw a punch into the man's face, then kicked him away. Grabbing the man by the neck, Qi Xiang slammed him against the wall and said, "Shit, without warning, you keep taking pot shots at me. What did I even say? I should have killed the two of you outright. Why the hell am I stupid enough to help you? Now listen, your wife was bitten by a blood-related zombie, plus she's a superhuman, not to mention the immense malevolent energy within her. If she turns into a zombie, she'll become a powerful one, a killer zombie. And let me tell you, your family didn't fall apart because of me. It happened because of the zombies, and because your wife overly indulged your son. Do you understand? Shit, right now I want you to follow me and kill those zombies. You're going to kill that guy yourself. You need to clean up your own mess." With that, Qi Xiang flung the man with a powerful thrust of his right hand, sending him crashing straight onto the bed and breaking it. Qi Xiang walked over, crouched down, and looked at the man groaning in pain. "You better get ready right now, or I'll kill you." A menacing killing intent radiated from Qi Xiang's body, making others feel genuinely frightened. He was genuinely angry now, having been shot at unexpectedly and wanting only to do good, but receiving such treatment made it hard for Qi Xiang not to lose control. If he weren't restraining himself, Qi Xiang would probably have already gone berserk by now. Chapter 260 The Slayer, Part 1. Qi Xiang stormed out of the door, slammed it shut with great force, and then the door fell directly to the ground. The man started crying at this point. He couldn't understand why he had to endure such suffering. He wished more than anything that it was he who had turned into a zombie. In that case, he wouldn't have to endure so much pain right now. Without stopping, Qi Xiang left the inn straight away. He needed to vent his frustration. If he didn't release his anger, Qi Xiang truly felt uncomfortable. Charging ahead, he attacked any zombie he saw. Upon sighting a building, Qi Xiang took out the imperial sword. A flash of the blade sliced through the air, and instantly the building was severed in two at the waist. Meanwhile, in one corner of the city, a zombie had just evolved into an overlord zombie, becoming the strongest of all zombies in the city, when it was attracted by the sounds Qi Xiang had created and hastened over. Perhaps it hadn't anticipated being so unlucky, because if it had known Qi Xiang's strength and understood that Qi Xiang was currently filled with rage, it would have fled far away. But reality does not provide ifs. Qi Xiang looked at the foolish zombie coming for its own death, rushed forward, grabbed its neck, and as the overlord zombie realized its power was completely suppressed, Qi Xiang delivered blow after blow on its body, creating blood-filled craters with each punch, though these failed to deliver a fatal blow. Roaring in fury, Qi Xiang said, Why is it so hard for me to be a good person? Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have interfered like before in the previous settlement. This time, my intervention has led to mistakes. Damn it, this really pisses me off." As he spoke, Qi Xiang delivered his final blow to the overlord zombie's head, ending its life. What a pitiful overlord zombie. It hadn't even done anything significant after evolving and became the target of Qi Xiang's venting of anger. But perhaps this was karma. After all, they say those who don't die often avoid disaster. Throwing the zombie corpse aside, Qi Xiang lit a cigarette, and while smoking, released his spiritual energy outward, searching for Wang Hui. "I've found you." Qi Xiang flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground, crushed it underfoot, and muttered to himself, It's your end." Saying that, Qi Xiang dashed forward, but without realizing, something strange occurred. His internal infernal fire had spread slightly. Indeed, no matter how powerful Qi Xiang grew, the infernal fire and the essence power always remained equally matched. Now, however, the infernal fire had expanded. With a kick, Qi Xiang burst open the basement iron door, and there he saw Wang Hui along with her reassembled son. Qi Xiang let out a roar of anger, and the soul-devouring knife emitted a purple light, cutting down towards them. Roar! Wang Hui charged up with a scream, ignoring Qi Xiang's attacks as she collided directly with him. Qi Xiang was hurled backwards, slamming against a wall. The back of his head ached intensely, and a mouthful of blood was spat out. Surprised, Qi Xiang watched Wang Hui charge again. Her immense strength startled Qi Xiang. It surpassed even Li Lao Da's, since Li could only enhance certain physical attributes. It seemed Wang Hui might possess high attributes all across the board. As the bloodthirsty demon spear appeared, Qi Xiang attempted to intercept Wang Hui, but it shattered under her assault. She crashed into him once more, her claws beginning their onslaught. Boom! The corrosive purple flames ignited, instantly driving Wang Hui back. Due to the persistent flames burning on her body, she slashed at herself with her sharp claws, cutting away the flesh that had caught alight. But Qi Xiang wasn't faring well either. He felt 3 ribs break, and 2 wounds from claw strikes had already revealed his white bones. Qi Xiang glared at Wang Hui, stepping towards the ground, while Wang Hui slowly advanced. If Qi Xiang extinguished the corrosion flames, Wang Hui would charge at him. Daska, Tarks, White Tiger, get on it. Reaching the ground and observing the open surroundings, Qi Xiang summoned the 3 beasts. Immediately upon appearing, they rushed toward Wang Hui, releasing bursts of green, yellow, and white light simultaneously launching attacks of different attributes. Wang Hui leapt to evade the 3 attacks and charged directly towards the White Tiger. This was Qi Xiang's first time witnessing a Slayer. Previously, he'd only read about them on forums, where some mentioned that Slayers were stronger than Overlord zombies, known to be the only type of zombie exceeding level 60. Once transformed into a Slayer, one's strength automatically increased. Qi Xiang was only at level 56, meaning at least a 4-level gap ensuring he'd be dominated. White Tiger flapped its wings attempting to fly to escape, but Wang Hui jumped high, reaching above the tiger, delivering a strong kick. White Tiger was forcefully sent crashing to the ground, leaving a large indentation and seemingly suffering serious injuries, evidenced by its difficulty standing back up. Tarks quickly gathered the earth around Wang Hui with his soil powers, directly encasing her like a terracotta warrior. However, Wang Hui roared in anger and burst free from the constraints. Just as Wang Hui was about to attack again, Qi Xiang, using Dan force to temporarily stabilize his broken ribs, had already rushed forward. A majestic imperial sword glimmered with an aura of authority. The royal energy made all evil things fear, though it wasn't particularly useful against zombies. But what Qi Xiang valued was the weapon's attacking power. In his hand, the soul-devouring knife could be infused with corrosive fire for cutting through tough objects or paired with swallowing vortices to serve as a staff, but neither matched the sheer destructive force that the imperial sword could provide. With Dan force amplifying its power, the imperial sword unleashed an extremely strong attack capability. The sword's energy burst forth continuously, and this time, it was Wang Hui who had to dodge repeatedly. Suddenly, Qi Xiang sensed something amiss in the airflow behind him. In the split second he hesitated, Wang Hui seized the opportunity, charging forward and leaving a gash on Qi Xiang. As Qi Xiang used the imperial sword to suppress Wang Hui, he said, "Daska, what are you doing?" Daska replied, "Qi Xiang, that man is trying to shoot us down." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiang became enraged. He fully understood that the man didn't want him to harm Wang Hui, but Qi Xiang couldn't tolerate this interference now. Wang Hui had already become a slayer, and if she were let loose, bloodshed would occur, not just at nearby settlements, but possibly across the Yanhuang nation and neighboring countries. After all, many psionics today might not even be able to form a team strong enough to defeat overlord zombies, let alone such a slayer whom even Qi Xiang struggled to fight. Yet at this moment, all the man could think of was how to save his wife, something Qi Xiang absolutely couldn't endure. Chapter 261, The Slayer 3. Qi Xiang retreated from Wang Hui with a swift strike, then turned around and unleashed a sword blade straight toward the man. Qi Xiang didn't even bother to check the result before turning back to continue attacking Wang Hui. Roar! Wang Hui suddenly roared, ceasing her evasive maneuvers and launching an offensive. Qi Xiang knew that the man had undoubtedly been killed by him. As Qi Xiang observed the slayers, he gained more insight into them. Slayers enjoy killing, but they are not without awareness. They're merely suppressed by their thirst for slaughter, though they do have some consciousness. It was likely that slayers placed great importance on their relatives or significant people from their lifetimes. This could be seen from Wang Hui's effort to piece together her son's corpse, as well as the fact that she began attacking after the man was killed by Qi Xiang. Wang Hui's attacks intensified. Qi Xiang's Shangfang treasure sword also began to swing rapidly. Their shadows gradually blurred. The clash of sword energy and sharp claws offered no advantage to either Qi Xiang or Wang Hui. But Qi Xiang was already grateful because, with the help of this semi-legendary weapon, he could now stand against the slayer. Otherwise, Qi Xiang would only be suppressed by the slayer. This could be inferred from when Qi Xiang used the soul-devouring blade and was pummeled by Wang Hui. It was the first time Qi Xiang truly fought with the Shangfang treasure sword, and he had come to recognize its strengths. Qi Xiang's body began to glow with a faint white light, as Dan power surged throughout his entire body, strengthening it. This technique that Qi Xiang frequently practiced had never been used in combat before because no one could compel him to use it. Additionally, Qi Xiang believed that replenishing the consumed Dan power after each use was too arduous, so he didn't employ it lightly. The Dan power increased all of Qi Xiang's attributes by 20%. After consuming various attribute-enhancing pills, although Qi Xiang's strength hadn't yet surpassed level 60, it had reached level 58, directly leaping 2 levels. Although it was only temporary, this ability often gave someone the chance to survive in many situations. At this moment, the importance of Uncle Da's pills had subtly appeared. Combined with the Shangfang treasure sword in his hand, Qi Xiang's strength now exceeded level 60. Even an opponent at level 61 would not be beyond his capability to fight. The Shangfang treasure sword in his hands continuously waved, filled with fury. Qi Xiang had never been so disheveled. 3 of his ribs were broken, and the 8 spider spears on his back had all been reduced to half lengths. Despite his current state, Qi Xiang was unleashing strength rarely exhibited under normal circumstances. Roar! Wang Hui let out a roar, delivering a sudden kick towards Qi Xiang. Blocking it foot to foot, Wang Hui took advantage of being pushed back to flee outright. A zombie running away was something Qi Xiang had never seen before. Even if all the zombies under a zombie lord were wiped out, the lord itself wouldn't flee. Freethinkers would always fight until their last breath. Yet, here was this slayer, an existence supposedly higher than both zombie lords and freethinkers, choosing to retreat rather than see the fight through, breaking the typical fighting spirit expected of zombies. But this was fine too. Qi Xiang knew his current condition couldn't last much longer. If the fight continued, Qi Xiang might lose. After stabilizing himself, Qi Xiang said, "Let's go." With that, he returned to the previous inn with his 3 summoned beasts. First, Qi Xiang attempted to retrieve the broken bloodthirsty devil spear behind his back, but the already fractured spear refused to obey his command and couldn't be recalled. Furthermore, Qi Xiang currently didn't know how to repair it. However, fortunately, the bloodthirsty devil spear posed little impact on him except for making movements slightly inconvenient. Qi Xiang cleaned the blood off his body and changed into new pants. Due to the bloodthirsty devil spear, Qi Xiang did not wear a shirt on the upper part of his body. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Qi Xiong closed his eyes and started cultivating. Since entering the end times, Qi Xiong had always stood among the top achievers. His powers, ensured by the evil fire force, had placed him at the very tip of the pyramid among anomaly wielders. However, today, encountering the Slayer made him realize that zombies experienced significant improvements every set period. And soon, it would be a world dominated by level 60 beings. Although only the Slayers had been discovered so far, Qi Xiong was certain other kinds of zombies would appear. He needed to improve his own abilities, otherwise, he would be kicked off the apex of the pyramid. The Dan power within him kept rolling and surging, bringing Qi Xiong a sense of comfort. Meanwhile, the evil fire force in his body quietly contracted back to its original size. Bathed in the peaceful aura generated by the Dan power, Qi Xiong began his secluded cultivation. At this time, Chashan had already located the people at the research institute. Looking at the building in front of him, Chashan wouldn't have believed that this dilapidated house was the location of the research institute if he hadn't had the coordinates to guide him. Even now that he was standing right in front of it, Chashan struggled to believe. In his mind, a research institute should be large and extremely clean. However, Chashan forgot one thing. This research institute didn't belong to the state. It only chose representatives in various countries, individuals who happened to possess patriotic feelings. As a result, their modus operandi was always low-key, so much so that even high-level officials in the government were unaware of their existence. Added to that, the destruction brought by the apocalypse had caused even ordinary buildings to appear significantly older. How could a place that prided itself on its discretion remain unscathed? It had long since gone without cleaning. Qi Xiong approached and knocked on the door. The iron gate at the entrance opened, but Chashan did not step inside. Instead, he retreated a few steps because as soon as the door opened, a cloud of dust blew out, startling Chashan into quickly backing away. Hell, is this even a research institute? It's such a wreck. When the dust finally settled, Chashan cautiously stepped inside. Once he entered, the door shut behind him, and the lights within turned on. As Chashan moved forward, the lights in his wake dimmed while those ahead continued to illuminate the path. Watching this scene, Chashan couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the technology here. Just the design of the hallway wasn't simple. There were cameras at the entrance. Once someone arrived, the owner would know through the camera and decide how to respond to the visitor outside. Moreover, the lighting system conserved energy, hence the reason no single lamp illuminated the entire area. Chashan already figured out that this layout was definitely intentional, as only the lit areas were visible while the unlit sections remained pitch black. Chapter 262, Withdrawal and the Research Institute, Part 1. Withdrawal continued walking ahead, having traveled a full 100-meter distance before seeing the next door. He couldn't help but admire these institute people. If his senses weren't above average right now, he would never have noticed that the path slightly tilted downward and was not a straight line. This meant that Withdrawal had already descended underground, though how far down he didn't know. Looking at the iron gate before him, Withdrawal did not knock, but shouted instead. "People inside, open the door for me. I don't want to get electrocuted into a roasted person." Click. The iron door opened, and this time, Withdrawal calmly walked in. Seeing all sorts of precision instruments in front of his eyes, he marveled. Truly worthy of a research institute. I bet even the national research institutes aren't as luxurious as here. Who would have thought such an excellent place would be concealed under such an inconspicuous building? Here, Withdrawal saw 3 people. 2 were rapidly tapping away at keyboards in front of computers, busily doing something unknown. Another one stood up, approached Withdrawal, and smiled, saying, "Anybody who makes it to our institute must surely be a friend of the institute. Otherwise, they would have been zapped by the electric gate just now, haha. Welcome, friend. But please forgive my curiosity. I'm still very curious about which of our staff you know." Withdrawal smiled and said, "Do you know someone named Lu Ji?" That person revealed a look of surprise and said, "I truly didn't expect it." Lu Ji, who is known to be the most aloof, can actually make friends on the outside and introduce them to our institute. Oh well, I guess the end times really can change people. Withdrawal smiled and said, "Not exactly. By pure coincidence, I once saved brother Lu Ji. He said he wanted to repay me, so if I needed anything, I could come here. Coincidentally, I encountered a small issue this time around, so I came." The man laughed and said, "Great. I am Zhou Jian. That glasses-wearing guy over there is Wang Luan, and the girl is Jia Feng. Sorry, most of us in the institute are science fanatics. Please understand that among us, there are very few people like me who know how to interact with others." As he spoke, he seemed somewhat proud. Zhou Jian then asked, "Brother, may I inquire what brings you to us?" Withdrawal grinned and said, "It's like this. On a recent trip to the capital city, I encountered some cavemen." Then Withdrawal explained everything he'd observed, how the cavemen bled internally, the X-ray goggles showing that their insides looked the same as normal humans, plus the resurrection of Zhulong. As Zhou Jian listened to Withdrawal's words, he nodded and said, "So what you're suggesting is that the zombie virus can now bring animals back to life from just bones alone?" Withdrawal shook his head and said, "No, I think it's not the zombie virus because there isn't any sign of zombies on them. They rather seem alive." Zhou Jian pondered for a moment, stood up and took several steps to grab the landline phone and made a call. "Hey, Sarah, put me through to the headquarters of the Yan Huang region. Thanks a lot." "Hello, is that the boss?" "It's me, Zhou Jian. We've got trouble. Let me tell you." "Oh, you'll send people over? Great, thanks. I'll hang up now." After finishing the call, Zhou Jian hung up the phone, walked over, and smiled. "All right, the boss has already dispatched personnel to handle things over there." "Oh, I'll give you a communication device shortly since you were the one who discovered this matter. You should be entitled to knowing what's going on. I believe we will find out soon, so there's no need to rush. Withdrawal nodded and teased. How about it? Are you guys still using switchboards? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jian pointed at the phone and said, No, that's not a switchboard. It's an artificial intelligence system. But its role isn't limited to just connecting calls. It also records every phone conversation and sends it to a specialized team for processing. Of course, the teams responsible for both handling and analyzing the data are top-tier experts. Worth mentioning, that team doesn't include anyone from the land of the rising sun, but there are 2 of our Yin Huang citizens instead. Upon hearing this, Withdrawal became interested and asked, What? Isn't the land of the rising sun supposed to be a technological powerhouse? Zhou Jian nodded and said, That's right, they are indeed called a technological country, but that's just the surface. If we compare research institutes, our Yin Huang country is far stronger than them. They actually had the opportunity to enter some high-level areas, but because of their disgraceful actions, they aroused suspicion and thus were not allowed in. And you shouldn't be surprised. It's only reasonable for our Yin Huang country to have gotten in, as first of all, we have a great level of technology. I'm talking about research institutes here. Secondly, most of us focus on developing technologies that benefit humanity rather than, like them, always creating things used for war. Don't look at me with that expression. Yes, the zombie virus was created by us this time, but it was initially meant to revive the dead, not cause destruction. However, a mutation occurred, resulting in its current form. It's strange, because when we experimented on animals, there were no problems. But when we tried it on humans, everything went wrong. Not only did the virus spread uncontrollably, but the pathogen itself was incredibly strong. It easily broke through all the protections in place at the time. You should know that even if a nuclear bomb had exploded in that protected area, there would have been no issue, yet the zombie managed to break out. Furthermore, it propagated the virus through a special method completely different from what happens now, not via biting, and we've been chasing after him ever since. The problem is, he's fast, and every time someone discovers him, he kills them. So until now, we haven't caught him. Withdrawal looked at Zhou Jian and asked, Are you saying that the pathogen is extremely powerful? In terms of game players' levels, how strong is he? Zhou Jian stroked his chin and replied, We do have gaming ability specialists who have speculated on this question. Based on the current rate of leveling up, conservatively estimated, he must exceed level 100. Conservatively estimated over level 100. Withdrawal widened his eyes as he stared at Zhou Jian. He knew well that even he was currently only level 55. For Zhou Jian to say there exists a boss of at least level 100 shocked Withdrawal deeply. After all, if a 55-level mutant focuses on attack power, then destroying a city wouldn't be an impossible task. Therefore, a level 100 zombie. Withdrawal couldn't even imagine how formidable it must be. Seeing the stunned face of Withdrawal, Zhou Jian smiled and said, All right, don't worry. Chapter 263, Withdrawal and the Research Institute, Part 2. Withdrawal shot him a glare and said, What? You still say there's no need to worry? Could it be that you found a solution? Zhou Jian shook his head and said, No, but you don't have to worry either. After some time of investigation, Headquarters has issued a notice stating that the pathogen won't take any extreme actions in the short term unless someone provokes it, and it seems like it is searching for something. Therefore, our first priority is to find a solution. Of course, as you can see, we are still working in our respective jurisdictions because each person's job needs vary, and so do the required research institutes. Even the headquarters doesn't have the financial capability to build a research institute large enough to accommodate all of us. Did you know that even among the top-level researchers, our institute has dozens of them? If we were to construct such an enormous institute, it would be no small feat, perhaps requiring about 1/10 of the total annual production of all humanity on Earth just to meet everyone's research needs. Upon hearing this, Withdrawal was truly stunned. So 1/10 of all the goods produced by humans in a year would barely suffice for the research needs of just dozens of these researchers. What about the other levels of researchers? Seeing Withdrawal's expression, Zhou Jian laughed and said, Haha, you don't have to worry. If it really took that much resource, the Earth would have been ruined long ago by us. The 1/10 I mentioned is only the maximum limit. In fact, our entire institute doesn't even require that much annually, because each location must come up with ideas and conduct simulated experiments. Only if the simulation succeeds will the real action be taken, and many ideas get rejected during the simulation stage. Perhaps out of 100 ideas, only 3 or 4 might actually be implemented. Hence, most of what we do every year involves brainstorming and simulating experiments instead of conducting actual experiments for scientific research. Cough cough. Zhou Jian, what are you telling an outsider again? Last time when you leaked secrets, your superiors directly cut half of your annual research budget. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Jian immediately straightened his body and slowly stood up, saying, Yes, sir, I am sorry. Withdrawal turned around and saw an old man with a face full of scars appear on the screen behind him. This old man had neither hair nor a beard, not even eyebrows. His face was covered with sparse patches. Yet, his wrinkles betrayed his age. His scars were clearly not battle wounds, but rather mistakes made from various kinds of experimental errors. Withdrawal stood up and looked at the old man, saying, Hello, my name is Withdrawal. Are you the master of Xantro and Lu Ji? The old man instantly smiled upon hearing the mention of his 2 beloved apprentices and asked, Oh ho, young man, you know my 2 apprentices. How are they doing now? Withdrawal smiled and replied, I'm not sure about Xantro, but I think he's fine. Lu Ji is also doing well. The old man chuckled softly, then stared deeply into Withdrawal's eyes, inspecting him carefully before asking, "Hey, isn't one of your friends named Chi Xiang?" Withdrawal nodded and asked, "Yes, do you know him, sir?" The old man laughed heartily, saying, "Huh, now I understand why you seem familiar. You're the same person who stood beside Chi Xiang back then. Hee hee, not only do I know your friend Chi Xiang, but I'm also quite interested in him." Withdrawal hummed thoughtfully and asked, "Is there anything special about him? Isn't he just a normal guy with a nose and 2 eyes?" The old man laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, you're pretty humorous. But maybe you don't know that your friend possesses a kind of power that alters people's minds, making them aggressive and bloodthirsty. More astonishingly, there's another kind of energy inside him that suppresses this force. Thus, there's no need for concern. My curiosity is solely due to the balance point between the 2 energies within him, a breakthrough for us. Don't be surprised how I know this. Remember Xantro? That time, he went to gather data." Withdrawal nodded and asked, "So you mean Chi Xiang could possibly become a homicidal maniac?" The old man responded, "It's possible, but the probability is only 1%. A significant incident would need to trigger a change in his mental state for this to happen, which is otherwise unlikely. Well, I initially wanted to ask Zhou Jian how he knew about the situation in the capital city, but now I understand. I have matters to attend to here. Let's end this video call. Goodbye." As he spoke, the screen went black, and the old man disappeared. Withdrawal turned around and asked, "Zhou Jian, do you think this probability is high?" Zhou Jian smiled and said, "It seems you care about him quite a lot. I can honestly tell you, the possibility is extremely low. By the way, since you came here to inform us about this matter, what's your next plan?" Withdrawal looked around at the equipment and grinned. "I think I should learn something more advanced to enhance my inner qualities." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jian was momentarily surprised, then laughed. "Haha, that's great. I was just thinking about researching the system of your game ability users." Good, good, good. Welcome to join our Institute Yanhuang branch now. 12. But let me say first, don't go look for those 2 unless you have some business. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you will die or whether your body will remain intact. If you want to learn, find me." Withdrawal nodded and said, "All right, I'll go out first and clean up the zombies here to earn some coins. Then I will focus on learning with you guys." Zhou Jian laughed and said, "Good. I've been annoyed by the zombies around here." Withdrawal stood up and said, "All right, give me 3 days. I'll be back in 3 days." Zhou Jian also stood up and took a remote control from his pocket, opening an elevator. He said, "All right, I'll send you out now. See you in 3 days." However, after only 3 days, Zhou Jian was shocked. He thought Withdrawal merely wanted to clean up the zombies in the city. When Zhou Jian saw Withdrawal clearing all the zombies in less than 2 hours and leaving the city, he wondered why Withdrawal left the city. When Zhou Jian saw Withdrawal clearing the zombies in the entire province and returning, it was precisely 3 days. Withdrawal couldn't help but feel amazed because he always learned about these psychics through the data provided by his colleagues. This was the first time he deliberately paid attention to psychic individuals. Seeing the strength of psychics, even Zhou Jian felt astonished. He asked himself what conditions would be needed if the researchers came together to achieve the result of clearing all zombies in the province within 3 days, including 6 zombie lords. Zhou Jian's answer to himself was 7 top-level researchers of the combat type, plus a large amount of supplies. Chapter 264, Rest Time, Part 1. After returning to the Research Institute, Chaidan smiled and said, "Zhou Jian, everything is dealt with now. What do you plan to teach me?" Zhou Jian looked at Chaidan and said, "Brother, you're truly amazing. You've handled all the zombies in the whole province. Are all the psychics as powerful as you?" Chaidan walked toward the sofa and said, "Of course not. I am among the strongest." As he spoke, Chaidan sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and smiled. "Let me have a sip of water, and then we'll begin." Zhou Jian nodded and said, "All right. I've also prepared some materials for you. By the way, your psychic power is about summoning beasts, right? I want to conduct an experiment." Chaidan made an O sound and asked, "What kind of experiment?" Zhou Jian smiled and said, "I'm planning to modify zombies." "Modify zombies?" Chaidan turned his head and looked at Zhou Jian, saying, "Do you mean turning them into mechanical bodies like us?" Zhou Jian shook his head and said, No, that's for those who specialize in mechanics. Our focus is biology. My idea is biological modification and enhancement. Don't worry though, we caught some zombies before and conducted experiments on them, and they were all successful." Chaidan shook his head and said, "No need. My zombies grow stronger by eating other zombies and corpses. Their strength now surpasses average psychics. All right, it's time for you to teach me." Seeing Chaidan's attitude, Zhou Jian sighed and said, "All right, since you don't want to, I won't force you. Let's go. I'll show you some of our research results first." Okay. Boss Bo, where are we going now?" Bing Yu looked at Boss Bo and asked her question, and Boss Bo smiled and said, "Our goal this time is Tibet. It was mysterious before, so let's see if anything more interesting will appear this time." As he spoke, Boss Bo stepped on the gas pedal and rushed out. Damn, we're finally here. I was about to go crazy. With Deshu's complaint, this arduous journey had finally come to an end. After all, from Beijing to Tibet wasn't a short distance. Boss Bo insisted on driving here, and along the way, he had driven several cars to the point of being scrapped. Cars that before the apocalypse cost millions. But Boss Bo didn't feel any pity. There was nothing anyone could do. After all, why should Boss Bo treat a car as just a car? Boss Bo looked at the vast grassland in front of him and laughed. Haha, I have a feeling my steed is here. The scenery in Tibet was beautiful. Even after the apocalypse, it still resembled a paradise untouched by pollution, with blue skies, lush green grass, and boundless prairies stretching far and wide. If it weren't for the occasional wandering zombies, one might actually believe it was still pre-apocalypse. Sitting on the grassland, Bospo laughed and said, "Well, we've traveled such a long way, I know you're all tired. Let's rest well here today. We're on the grasslands now, so let's relax. Uncle Da, the job of roasting a whole lamb is yours." Uncle Da laughed and said, "Guess it's my turn again for the hard work. All right, Uncle Da will roast a whole lamb for you all." Bospo laughed and said, "Jiaoyang, you help me set up the tents later. Bingyu, Xiaoyang, you two can decide what you want to do. Bingyu sister, let's ride our mounts and gallop around, shall we? I haven't ridden my super fast horse much yet." Bingyu nodded and said, "Good idea, exactly. My bloodthirsty tiger seems to have gained some weight recently, so let's let it exercise a bit." As she spoke, the two girls summoned their respective beasts, and the sounds of horses neighing and tigers roaring filled the air. A horse and a tiger each carried a rider, running across the grassland, enjoying the sense of freedom the grassland brought. Uncle Da took out firewood, set up the grill, placed an entire mountain goat on the rack, and began preparing the roasted whole lamb. Bospo looked at the surrounding grassland and laughed. "Jiaoyang, you've lived in tents, but never in a Mongolian yurt, right? How about today, I show you how to set up a yurt?" Jiaoyang said, "What's a yurt? Is it a tent shaped like a bun?" Bospo laughed and said, "Haha, of course not. You'll know once we set it up." Saying this, Bospo took out the yurts just bought from the system store. 2 yurts, one for Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang, and another for Bospo and the 3 big guys. "Hey, Jiaoyang, that's not how you install it. Make sure it's stable, or it'll collapse while we sleep. Hey, you're not really trying to build a bun shape, are you?" Listening to Bospo constantly nagging Jiaoyang, Uncle Da chuckled. During this time, Bospo had changed a lot, and so did Uncle Da himself. No one could tell whether the apocalypse was a blessing or a curse. Maybe it held different meanings for everyone. Some people had nothing before the apocalypse, and were even on the verge of suicide, but due to the calamity and acquiring psychic abilities, they rose overnight to become elites. Others, who were once fresh-faced dignitaries in the blink of an eye, became ordinary zombies, losing everything. And there were still others who didn't turn into zombies, but still lived hard lives. While roasting the whole lamb, Uncle Da took out some vegetables to prepare a vegetable soup and stir-fry some greens. Even though they were going to eat roasted whole lamb, eating too much greasy food wasn't good. It was just that there weren't any materials available. Otherwise, Uncle Da might have cooked up some Tibetan specialties. Lin Xiaoyang and Bingyu discovered a patch of flowers at this moment. The two stopped immediately, letting their super-fast horse and bloodthirsty tiger play nearby, while they couldn't resist the allure of the flowers and began picking them. This patch of flowers was like a sea of blooms, with no end in sight as far as the eye could see. Red, white, blue, yellow, various colors decorated the meadow. Although they were wildflowers, such a magnificent flower sea surpassed all kinds of noble flower species in big cities like roses and peonies. Lin Xiaoyang laughed and said, "Haha, Bingyu sister, what a great place. The smell of soil, grass, and these flowers mixed together smells really wonderful." Bingyu nodded and said, "That's right. If we lived here, I think we wouldn't get bored for a long time." "Nope, I don't think we'd ever get bored in our entire lives." Bingyu laughed and said, "Silly girl, how could someone stay in one place for a lifetime? People nowadays are not like people from the past. Their horizons are much broader. Even if a place is beautiful, living there for too long will make it boring, right?" Lin Xiaoyang nodded and said, "True. You reminded me that each time we travel, we think the place is very beautiful and leave countless reveries behind. But the next time we go there, it's not as great anymore." Bingyu looked at the flower sea and said, "Exactly. Well, let's pick some flowers to take back with us." Chapter 265, Rest Time 2. Miss, it's time for dinner. At Uncle Da's call, Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang each held a bouquet of flowers with smiles on their faces, called back their respective mounts, and hurried back. When they were still some distance away, Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang could already smell the aroma of food. Bingyu laughed and said, "It seems that Uncle Da has not only prepared roasted whole lamb, but also something else." Lin Xiaoyang nodded and said, Yeah. Bingyu's sister, isn't that a Mongolian yurt? Is that the tent that Bo Gu and Jiaoyang put up?" Bingyu said, "Then shouldn't we hurry? Hey, big fat tiger, run faster, we can't make Sister Xiaoyang wait for us." "Oh whoa." The bloodthirsty tiger gave a plaintive cry, as if to say that he wasn't good at running and couldn't go fast. "Haha, you two have finally come back. Look, how do you like the Mongolian yurt that Jiaoyang and I built?" As soon as Lin Xiaoyang got off her horse, she ran toward the yurt and laughed. "Haha, I've never seen a Mongolian yurt before." At this moment, Jiaoyang just came out from the yurt, and Lin Xiaoyang happened to be standing beside the entrance, which startled her. "Ah, Jiaoyang, what are you doing in there?" Jiaoyang scratched his head and smiled. "Bo Gu said there should be a mat inside, so I laid one." "Mat?" Bingyu looked at Bo Gu, who smiled and said, "What do you expect? Do you want me to set up a bed for you? By the way, it's cold here, sleep in sleeping bags tonight. Now let's eat." Bingyu and Lin Xiaoyang looked at each other and couldn't help but swear. Shit, it's still a tent. Uncle Da called. All right, come over quickly. Hey, you'll surely like today's dishes." Everyone walked over and saw the mutton, lamb leg, and a bowl of lamb offal soup on the table. Of course, there was also the vegetable soup and stir-fried vegetables that Uncle Da prepared for healthy eating. And on the barbecue rack nearby, more mutton was being grilled, making zzz sounds continuously. Uncle Da put down the bowl in his hand and smiled. Alright, special spicy sauce. Let's eat. Oh yeah. Lin Xiaoyang ran over, picked up a piece of lamb without dipping it in the spicy sauce, and ate it directly. Instantly, the aroma of lamb oil and spices spread, and these were all very tender lamb pieces, tasting very delicious. A little hot, but so good. Uncle Da laughed. Hee hee, when I was in the army, I didn't learn anything else except cooking. I originally planned to become a chef after retirement. While eating, Brother Bo said, you can still do that now. We find a gathering place, you cook for us, feed us with your meals. I think this idea is great. Uncle Da laughed and cursed. Go to hell. With so much food, you're still talking nonsense. Everyone was eating the barbecued meat, chatting and laughing. After a while, Uncle Da took down the remaining lamb, smiling. This lamb, roasted to be crispy but not burnt. Try it. It tastes very good. Lin Xiaoyang happily reached out to take a piece and said, then I'll try it first for you. Speaking, Lin Xiaoyang took a bite, immediately captivated. The outside of the lamb piece was crispy and fragrant, but the inside was very tender, incredibly delicious. Lin Xiaoyang laughed. Haha. After eating Uncle Da's roasted whole lamb, I don't know if I can eat anything else later. Just your sweet talk, haha. Uncle Da happily laughed. Although Uncle Da wasn't old, less than 40 years old, he was already considered an older bachelor. He had no wife or children. At that moment, looking at Lin Xiaoyang, Uncle Da even felt a bit like he was looking at his own daughter. The meal went well, everyone ate heartily and fully. Even though they usually ate pretty well, that was compared to the end times. This time was indeed exceptional, better even than before the apocalypse. Brother Bo even pulled Uncle Da and Jiaoyang to drink a little white wine. Burp, Uncle Da, Jiaoyang, come drink. What are you drinking? If I drink any more, I'll fall asleep. Haha, Uncle Da, you're getting old. Useless. Come. Brother Bo, I'll drink with you. Who said I'm old? Let's drink. Pour me some. Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang helplessly watched the three drunk men. Bingyue said, Xiaoyang, do you think if we leave them alone, they will sleep outside? Lin Xiaoyang nodded and said, I think so. Bingyue stood up, patted her stomach, and said, I'm full. Let's go for a walk. By the way, the bloodthirsty tiger hasn't eaten yet. Saying this, Bingyue went over, picked up the leftover roasted lamb leg on the table and the lamb bone on the grill, and said, let's go. In the evening, Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang made a bonfire, sat around it, and Bingyue looked at the stars in the sky, smiling and said, it's been a long time since I last saw stars. Oh, how much I miss my childhood. In the countryside, although we were a bit poor, but very happy. Lin Xiaoyang laughed and said, yeah, childhood was great, and then before you know it, we grew up. Snore? Uncle Da, drink. What are you drinking? You're drunk already. I'm not drunk, Jiaoyang. Tell me, am I drunk? Stop talking, I want to sleep. Listening to the voices from not far away of those three men, Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang helplessly smiled. Bingyue wryly laughed and said, I don't even know whether they are awake or asleep now. Lin Xiaoyang lay down on the grass and said, I hope we can stay like this forever. Bingyue also lay down and said, yes, how good is this? Unfortunately Qi Xiang and Che Dan aren't here, otherwise it would be definitely more fun. That will surely add 2 more drunkards. Haha. In the early morning, Bingyue got up from the Mongolian yurt, stretched herself, and prepared to wash her face, only to hear deafening snoring sounds. It turned out that Bo and his 2 friends had not yet woken up. Bingyue walked over, conjured up 3 blocks of ice, and placed them separately into the clothes of the 3. What happened? So cold. As soon as Bo was chilled by the ice, he sat up. However, due to moving too fast and having consumed too much alcohol the previous day, Bo suddenly felt a headache and vomited with a wah. As for Uncle Da and Jiaoyang, Uncle Da naturally took the ice out of his chest and threw it aside, while Jiaoyang actually turned over and muttered something in his mouth. What's going on? Isn't this earth? Why is it so cold? Bingyue glared blackly at the 3 of them, secretly vowing never to let the 3 drink again. After vomiting for a while, Bo shook his head and said, oh, Bingyue, what time is it now? Bingyue angrily replied, now it's morning. You guys did a great job. You kept drinking endlessly. I asked why there wasn't a single bottle of alcohol in the area during the old days when we transported supplies. I thought it was Uncle Da. Turns out to be you. Chapter 266, Catching a Bear, Part 1. Bo gave an awkward laugh. Well, these details don't matter much. They're all fleeting, right? By the way, how do you like the Mongolian yurt? Comfortable enough. Bingyue shot him a cold look and said, puffed. It's just a larger tent anyway. No need to mention it. You take care of waking up those 2 guys. I'm going to wash up. With that, Bingyue turned and walked away. Bo looked at the 2 people beside him, kicked Jiaoyang in the butt, and said, Jiaoyang, wake up. Jiaoyang rolled over after being kicked, smacked his lips twice, and continued sleeping soundly. Bo then turned to Uncle Da, shaking Uncle Da by the collar while saying, Uncle Da, wake up. Don't bother me. Let me sleep more. Uncle Da replied, breaking free from Bo Ji's grasp and continuing to sleep. Bo stood up, unable to help cursing. Damn, how much did these 2 guys drink? Ugh, I still feel uncomfortable. I'm going to throw up again. When Bingyue and Lin Xiaoyang had finished washing up and were ready to eat breakfast, they saw Bo still trying to wake up Jiaoyang, and Uncle Da Bingyue helplessly said, Bo, why don't you have them continue sleeping inside the tent? Maybe we can leave at noon. As soon as you said that, go ahead and eat your breakfast. I'm going back to sleep too. Speaking, Bo lifted Jiaoyang onto his shoulder and dragged him toward the Mongolian yurt. Bingyue sighed and said, Xiaoyang, what would you like to eat? Lin Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said, let's cook some noodles. Bingyue nodded, taking out a portable camping stove and gas cylinder to prepare the noodles. After bringing the two men into the Mongolian yurt, Bo-gu threw them on the ground and laid down on the blanket, quickly falling back asleep. Just when Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang were bored and planning to stroll around, Uncle Da finally woke up. Uncle Da stepped out of the tent, looking at the sun, and said, it's already daytime. Bing Yu, Xiaoyang, you're good, huh? Have you eaten yet? Bing Yu shot another look at him and said, Uncle Da, are you still thinking about us? We've already eaten, just keep sleeping if you want. Uncle Da sheepishly laughed. This, ha ha ha. Don't worry about such details, speaking of which, I'm the first one awake. You should congratulate me. Bing Yu once again glared at him and said, You're dreaming. Bo-gu was the first one awake. Then he went back to sleep. He even dragged Yu and Zhaoyang back to the Mongolian yurt. This, ha ha. The three sat together, with Uncle Da eating bread while discussing their next plan. Finally, by noon, Uncle Da had prepared the meal and Bo-gu stretched lazily as he emerged from the tent. Damn, never drinking so much again, my head hurts so bad. Hey, Bing Yu, where's Uncle Da? Bing Yu pointed aside and said, No, he's over there. What, hasn't Zhaoyang woken up yet? Bo-gu glanced into the Mongolian yurt where Zhaoyang was still sound asleep and said, Not yet, maybe their alcohol tolerance isn't very high. No worries, if he hasn't woken up after the meal, we'll carry him along. Bing Yu nodded and said, Alright, that's the only way. Then she got up to call Lin Xiaoyang, who was feeding the super speed horse, to come over for the meal. After the meal, Zhaoyang was still sleeping, so Uncle Da could only sit atop an ankylosaurus, carrying Bo-gu and Zhaoyang and starting off forward. The group kept advancing deeper. Wow, the air here is so fresh. Have we finally reached the snow mountain? Bo-gu gazed at the snowy mountain before him. It was already the second day, and Zhaoyang was still not awake, but since he hadn't run into any trouble, the group stayed put. Bo-gu looked at the snowy mountain and said, Uncle Da, you wait here. I'm going to check above. Okay, go ahead. Bo-gu jumped down from the ankylosaurus and quickly climbed up the snow-capped mountain. Bo-gu ascended step by step until he soon reached hundreds of meters high, near the summit, where there was snow. What? There's nothing here. As Bo-gu climbed further and reached the top, he looked around and prepared to climb the next mountain. Roar! A roar echoed. Then Bo-ji's feet began to tremble. Bo-gu immediately retreated. In the place where he had been standing appeared a brown bear, and if seen correctly, the place where Bo-gu was previously standing was the position of the brown bear's tail. Holy crap, messed with a big guy this time. Roar! The brown bear turned around, charging towards Bo-gu. Without a word, Bo-gu turned and fled. But how could the speed of the brown bear be compared to Bo-gu? Barrier. A barrier appeared, the brown bear crashing against the barrier, causing visible cracks in it. Another hit, and the barrier would surely break. Bo-gu quickly added several more barriers, but the brown bear's every swipe was powerful, shattering one or two layers of the barriers with each attack. As the barriers broke, Bo-gu also retreated step by step. What's that noise coming from above? Did something happen to Bo-gu? Uncle Da listened to the roar of beasts echoing down the mountain and said. Bing Yu nodded and replied, Seems like it. Shall we go take a look? Uncle Da kicked Zhaoyang beside him and asked, What about this guy? Should we just leave him here? Bing Yu said, Alright, let's wait for Bo-gu. Then, the three of them calmly waited. However, Bo-gu was not so calm. Facing the increasingly aggressive brown bear in front of him, there wasn't much room left behind him. Shit, I have no choice. As he spoke, Bo-gu hurled a piercing barrier forward, and the brown bear had just shattered the last of Bo-ji's protective barriers. At the moment when the bear's claws were about to smash into Bo-ji's face, the piercing barrier knocked the brown bear off balance. The bear rolled on the ground before standing up again and charging back at Bo-gu. But this time, Bo-gu was ready. A defensive barrier appeared, and the bear couldn't break through. Moreover, Bo-ji's piercing barrier was already in position and directly crashed into the bear. However, the brown bear didn't just sit there to be hit. It steadied itself, and when the piercing barrier collided with the barrier itself shattered. Then, the brown bear attacked once more. By now, Bo-gu had a growing doubt. In the apocalypse, animals generally gain some kind of strange ability, otherwise they would turn into zombies. Of course, Uncle Da's Ankylosaurus mount was an exception, but this brown bear hadn't used any strange abilities against him so far. Despite that, its strength and defense had already surpassed those of a regular bear. Looking at the brown bear, Bo-gu took out a few pills. Chapter 267, Catching the Bear, Part 2. Following this, Go-bo took out a gun, similar to the one that Deshu had used before. Go-bo inserted some pills into the gun and then dodged another charge from the brown bear. Watching the bear, Go-bo was unsure if firing the pill now would hit it, but with the bear rushing over with its mouth tightly closed, Go-bo decided to create an opportunity. Barrier. With a roar, Go-bo summoned a barrier that blocked the brown bear's path. Then Go-bo quickly rushed towards the mountaintop. The bear roared furiously, broke through the barrier, and also charged toward the top. Reaching the top, Go-bo sighed in relief at the flat ground here. At least he wouldn't fall off like earlier. Though the current clearing wasn't large, it was sufficient. Roar. The brown bear climbed up and roared again, evidently frustrated by its inability to drive away this small creature. At this moment, Go-bo fired 3 shots in quick succession. Since the bear was not yet injured, healing pills were saved for later. The brown bear slapped its paw at the 3 oncoming pills and deflected them, then charged again straight at Go-bo. Go-bo summoned another barrier to block the bear briefly, then rapidly reloaded the gun. Slipping it into his belt, Go-bo resolved not to strike carelessly anymore, since such moves were easily blocked by the bear. Gobo intended to proceed more carefully this time, gradually using barriers to suppress the bear's movements. Roar! On another charge, this time Gobo did not stop the bear, but allowed it to come closer, while simultaneously pulling out his gun. It was now a test of speed. Whoever acted faster would win the battle. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shots were fired. The bear flicked its head and avoided the bullets before pouncing on Gobo. The bear's claws scratched at Gobo's shoulders, drawing blood. Roar! The bear lunged again, and Gobo tried to summon a barrier, but found his hands restrained and couldn't complete the hand seals. Just as Gobo thought he would die this time, he heard the voice of a burly man. "You beast, get off him!" A loud thud echoed. When Gobo opened his eyes, the bear was nowhere to be seen. A big hand extended towards him, and looking up along the arm, Gobo saw a burly man with a thick beard. "Haha, young man, are you okay?" Grasping the man's hand, Gobo stood up and looked at the fallen bear. "I'm fine, thank you for saving me." The burly man nodded and pulled out a hunting knife from behind. Seeing this, Gobo hurriedly said, "Hero, what are you doing?" Walking over while saying, "This beast has been terrorizing this area for a long time. I've wanted to capture it." As he spoke, the man's hunting knife was already poised to strike down. "Spare the life," Gobo shouted and ran over. Looking into the bewildered eyes of the man, he explained, "Listen, I can turn this brown bear into my mount. Can you let me have it?" Gobo knew that items like the bear skin and gallbladder of this kind of brown bear were extremely valuable medicinal ingredients. Since the bear had been knocked out by this man, Gobo had no choice but to negotiate. How could he possibly fight over it in his current state? The burly man glanced at Gobo and asked, "Where are you from?" "From where?" Gobo was momentarily confused, unsure of what the man meant. The man furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Then you must not be from around here. All right, let me see what you're capable of." Gobo nodded and took out 4 pills this time, ready to heal. He stuffed the 4 pills into the bear's stomach. The man's brow furrowed again, seemingly watching something unpleasant. However, as the bear woke up and stood, rubbing against Gobo and letting out a roar, the man's expression relaxed. Gobo grinned and said, "Thank you very much." The man nodded and said, "All right, the ones below must be your companions, right? Be careful here. Lately, there have been many strange occurrences in this area. You all need to watch out." With that, the man turned and leapt away swiftly. My savior." Gobo had wanted to ask about the situation here, but the man left so quickly that Gobo had no chance to speak. Gobo sighed, took a healing pill himself, and then rode the bear back down the mountain. "Uncle Da, I'm back." As Gobo shouted, he urged the bear to accelerate. Indeed, despite its bulky appearance, this bear wasn't slow. Its speed proved even more advantageous on terrain that wasn't flat. As he watched Gobo ride the brown bear, Uncle Da chuckled. "Looks like little Bo was in quite a rush, huh? He already captured a mount so quickly." However, when Uncle Da noticed the wounds on both of Gobo's shoulders, his tone turned serious. "Little Bo, are your wounds serious?" Gobo replied bitterly. "Uncle Da, what were you all doing just now? I almost died up there, and you seemed rather calm about it." Uncle Da explained, "We thought you could handle it. Besides, we had Jiaoyang with us. Even if we went up, we might not have helped much." Then, Gobo recounted the events that just happened. Uncle Da stroked his chin and said, "Those people from earlier, it seems like there's an organization here. But are you suggesting that the man who saved you is stronger than you?" Gobo nodded. "Yes, I estimate his strength can rival Qi Xiang's. No. Actually, I think even defeating this brown bear would be tough for Qi Xiang. Truly remarkable. But I don't know how many people like him are around here. If there are more, we might run into some trouble on this trip." Uncle Da gazed at the azure sky and the towering mountains as he smiled. "Well, since we're here, there's no reason to leave without finding out more. I don't believe that we lack the ability to protect ourselves." Gobo agreed. "All right, then let's set off." As he spoke, Uncle Da recalled the armored dragon, and Lin Xiaoyang summoned back the swift horse, since neither mount was suited for navigating mountain trails. Originally, they planned for Lin Xiaoyang and Bingyu to ride the bloodthirsty tiger while the 3 others walked. But with the brown bear now part of their group, the 2 mounts could carry all 5 people. Lifting Jiaoyang, who looked like a dead dog, onto the bear's back, Gobo and Uncle Da positioned themselves on either side of Jiaoyang to keep him from falling. "All right, brown bear, let's go," Gobo ordered. The brown bear roared in response, ending the seeming contest with the bloodthirsty tiger by letting out its own roar. Subsequently, the 2 mounts stepped forward and moved along the path. In Tibet, this mystical place, Gobo couldn't tell whether their journey would end well or badly. Chapter 268, Clan, Part 1. Bogu and his group kept going deeper, finding nothing unusual for 3 days straight, only crossing over mountain after mountain. "Should we capture those outsiders?" "Go." "Hohoya." Bogu turned around as a protective barrier appeared. Seeing the rapidly charging group of people, he shouted, "Who are you?" "Kill them." A man dressed in Tibetan robes charged with a long spear. The sharp spear stabbed into the barrier, and shockingly, Boji's barrier was pierced right through. "Jialong." Jialong roared in anger as it appeared, its body spinning to knock all the enemies back. "Uncle Da, can't you give me a heads up next time?" Bogu crawled out from under Jialong's body, complaining, while Uncle Da bitterly laughed, saying, "How would I have warned you? All right, let's get ready to run." Bogu nodded, helping Uncle Da drag out sleeping Jiaoyang. As for Lin Xiaoyang and Bingyu, they climbed out on their own. The bloodthirsty tiger and brown bear were already retracted when Jialong appeared. The warriors around them, each wielding long spears covered in fur, encircled Boji's group. Bogu looked around and asked, "Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack us?" A man who looked like the leader stepped forward and said, "You outsiders have trespassed into our territory. I need a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, your fate will be to be sacrificed to the gods." "Our territory?" Boga looked at him and said, "I think you're just after our lives. Come on then, let's see what you've got." As he spoke, Boga formed seals with both hands, creating alternating defensive barriers and piercing barriers. "How dare you?" the leader yelled, leading these warriors in dodging Boji's piercing barriers continuously. Then he attacked with his spear, every strike shattering one of Boji's barriers, which quickly diminished. "Roar!" Jialong roared again, breaking through the barriers and rushing out. Its massive body collided directly with several warriors. Subsequently, its huge form, paired with the tail hammer behind, relentlessly attacked the assailants. Use the beast capture formation. Following the leader's command, these warriors began to shift formations. Each one pulled out a rope from their chests and threw it quickly. Another warrior would catch the other end of the ropes thrown out, with Jialong's immense strength unable to break free from these ropes. "Ice spike shower." Bingyu called out sharply, her staff waving rapidly. Moisture from the air swiftly condensed into ice spikes that flew towards the ropes binding Jialong. Each ice spike broke one or two ropes, but when the warriors approached to attack Bingyu, the combination of defenses formed by Zhongxiong, Bloodthirsty Tiger, and Boji's barrier managed to repel the attacks. Roar! Finally, when only a few ropes remained, Jialong broke free of the bindings and rampaged again. "Kill them!" With shouts of battle cries, more warriors rushed in from afar to join the fight. This time, the beast capture formation was large, with hundreds of ropes thrown out, restraining Jialong. Bingyu also retreated into the barrier, but Boji's protective barriers were almost shattered. "Damn it! Jialong! Wake up, damn it!" Bogu roared as he maintained the last barrier. If this barrier was breached, Boji's group would truly be in danger. However, ideals are often high, but realities can be cruel. Jialong did not wake up, and Boji's barrier was broken. Then Bogu fell into unconsciousness. Slowly opening his eyes, Bogu took in the scene before him. A white ceiling came into view. He sat up, rubbing his sore head, glancing around. The surroundings were simply decorated but complete with a table, chair, wardrobe, and washstand, none of which resembled modern designs, rather an ancient style. Upon sitting up, Boga noticed that the clothes on his body were no longer his previous attire, but instead a set of ancient-style pajamas. "You've awakened." A female voice startled him. Boga looked over and saw a woman slightly bent standing beside him, someone he had failed to notice before. "Where am I?" Boga questioned. The woman responded, "This is the guest room of the Holy Sage Palace, respected friend of the sage." Bogu murmured to himself, "Sage Palace? Sage?" Looking toward the woman, he asked, "Can I meet the sage now?" The woman nodded and said, "Yes, it is also the sage master's instruction for you to freshen up and change." Boga stood up, looking at the pajamas on his body. Even though this was the apocalypse, it wouldn't matter if he didn't wear them, but wearing pajamas while being unconscious around a young woman made him feel somewhat awkward. However, the woman remained composed as she walked over and filled a basin with water, saying, "Please." Bogu walked over and thanked her before starting to wash his face, only for the woman to wet a towel and bring it close to his face. Boga stepped back a little, exclaiming, "Ah." The woman smiled, saying, "Master, you needn't be surprised. I am your appointed maidservant, and washing your face is my duty." Hearing that, Bogu immediately thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Then who changed my clothes?" "It was me," the maid replied. After hearing her answer, Bogu suddenly felt more awkward, but seeing that the young girl wasn't fazed by it, he felt overly sensitive. He said, "Well, I can wash my own face." With that, Bogu walked towards the water basin, first wetting his face and then pulling out some mysterious cream from an interdimensional pocket and began lathering his face. Seeing Bogu put an unfamiliar liquid on his face that produced foam, the maid became curious, yet reluctant to ask. Once Bogu finished, he took the towel from the maid and dried his face. Noticing her puzzled expression, he laughed and said, "Oh, are you wondering what this is?" As he spoke, Bogu pointed at the cream. Seeing her nod, he explained, "This is facial cleanser, used for washing the face. This one, well, it's men's only, so here." Saying this, Bogu pulled out a women's version from the interdimensional space and handed it to her with a smile. "Try it." "No, I cannot accept master's belongings nor wash my face in front of you." Boga laughed. "Haha, alright then, keep the thing, try it later. Just do as I did, it's good for the skin. Oh, don't let it get into your eyes, nose or ears." This. Looking at the hesitant maid, Bogu smiled and said, "Alright, don't worry about it. Consider it a gift from me. How's that sound?" Chapter 269, Clan 2. After the maid took the cleanser, she asked, "Master, may I help you change clothes now?" Boj nodded and said, Could you turn away for a moment?" "Does master look down on me?" Boj scratched his head and said, "No, it's just that I feel a bit awkward. If you don't want to leave, you can turn around, okay?" The maid hesitated for a moment and turned around. Boj walked toward the wardrobe. To his surprise, all the clothes inside were Tibetan robes in various colors, which looked beautiful, but he wasn't used to wearing them. He had no choice but to take out one of his own clothes from his storage space. "Alright, I've changed." The maid turned around, looked at Boj's attire, and exclaimed, "Master, why are you wearing this? You must wear Tibetan robes when meeting the sage, otherwise you'll be punished." Boj waved his hand and said, "Well, I'm sticking with this. Let's go meet the sage." Seeing the maid's indecision, Boj smiled and said, If you keep hesitating like this, I might just go out by myself. I believe wandering alone in the sage's palace would cause more trouble. Finally, the maid decided to lead Boj to meet the sage. Walking through the corridor, they passed many people dressed in Tibetan robes. When these people saw Boj in his modern gentleman's outfit, they glanced sideways at him before hurrying off. At last, they reached a massive door adorned only by the carving of a giant sun with a titan holding it up underneath. Looking at this scene, Boj couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" The maid explained, "This is the sage." Then, she shouted, "We seek an audience with the sage." The doors opened, and Boj stepped into the lavish hall within, glancing directly ahead as he laughed. "Haha, Jiaoyang, I was wondering who this sage was. Turns out it's you." Jiaoyang, decked out in shining golden robes sitting on the throne in the hall, looked quite amusing and clearly uncomfortable with the attire. Jiaoyang bitterly said, "Boj, please stop teasing me. I don't want this either." As Boj moved forward with a smile, he was stopped by the guards. With a look of displeasure, Jiaoyang ordered, "Step aside, he's my friend." The guards formed a path, allowing Boj to approach as he laughed. "Not bad, Jiaoyang. Your security measures are impressive. Come on, tell me what exactly is going on." Jiaoyang recounted, "That day, I woke up with a headache and then saw someone wielding a spear trying to kill you. They kept muttering, intruded into the clan territory, and kidnapped the sage master. Execute immediately. I rushed to intervene and repelled them. To my surprise, they knelt down calling me the sage master, asking who you were. I told them you're my friends, so they invited me here, dressed me up in these robes, brought me here, and even spirited you away somewhere. I was just about to come looking for you." After hearing this, Boj nodded and said, "I understand now. There must be something about you that resembles their supposed sage. As for safety concerns, I think we don't need to worry since the people here seem nice to us." "How dare you? Who are you to come before the sage dressed in such odd garb?" "Guard, seize him. I'll see who dares." A matron-like figure stormed in, pointing her finger at Boj and yelling loudly. Jiaoyang instantly stood up, glaring at the guards who were preparing to charge. Jiaoyang roared, "Everyone, stand down. Am I the sage, or am I not? Don't think that being the grandmother gives you the right to shout loudly in the sage hall. What kind of decorum is that?" At that moment, a sense of dignity emanated from Jiaoyang. The guards quickly retreated, startling even the maid. The reprimanded grandmother immediately knelt down saying, "Sage master, it is my fault. Please punish me." Jiaoyang waved his hand and said, "Never mind. Speak. What is your business here?" The grandmother said, "It's like this. The chief and the elders' council have requested your presence." Jiaoyang nodded and said, "All right, you exit first. I will go shortly. Wait for me outside." "Yes, sage master." Upon finishing, the grandmother hurriedly fled, clearly fearful of having offended Jiaoyang earlier. Watching the grandmother retreat, Jiaoyang tapped his head and said, "You've seen now. Every so often someone comes demanding something or another. Especially the grandmother, who seems dedicated to managing me. I've realized if I'm not tough, they'll nag about all kinds of rules, but if I'm too tough, it feels somewhat inappropriate." Boj nodded and said, "All right, then I'll accompany you and see what they're really up to." Upon hearing this, Jiaoyang immediately laughed and said, "Haha, I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's go." As he spoke, Jiaoyang stood up and walked ahead while Boj followed behind him. It was only then that Boj realized how unsuitable Jiaoyang's clothing was for walking. In fact, it was more accurate to say it was not fit for movement. Sitting would be fine, but doing anything else would be difficult. This naturally led to Boj's ridicule. Walking to the entrance of the grand hall, someone naturally came forward to open the door. The door opened, and instantly, the grandmother from before approached with a smile, asking, "Master Sage, can we leave now?" Jiaoyang nodded and replied, "You lead the way." The grandmother glanced at Boj and hesitated before saying, "Master Sage, your friend here?" Jiaoyang responded, "Don't worry about him. If anyone complains later, I'll explain. Just guide us." The grandmother nodded reluctantly and began walking ahead as a guide, though doubts inevitably lingered in her mind. In this clan, each generation trains one grandmother specifically to accompany a potential sage when they appear. Thus, every grandmother is chosen based on exceptional qualifications across various aspects and is bestowed with numerous privileges. In this particular case, the current grandmother had no intention of stepping down, even though the transfer of duty requires the grandmother herself to personally appoint her successor, who must then be approved by both the elder council and the tribal chief. Because of the strict adherence to tradition, this position should have been handed over at the age of 30. However, she remained in her role until the ripe old age of 47. She had assumed that she could enjoy her twilight years, intending to find a replacement after some more years had passed. Suddenly, Jiaoyang arrived, demanding her to perform her duties once again. However, Jiaoyang did not favor this aging grandmother. Moreover, the elder council already harbored grievances against her and used this opportunity to harshly suppress her. Naturally, the grandmother felt resentful about this entire ordeal. Chapter 270, Clan, Part 3. At this moment, Taimu was thinking that this saint not only did not follow the rules, but also found ways to make things difficult for her multiple times. Was it because he had something against her? Thinking about this, Taimu couldn't help but feel startled. Following the rules, a Taimu generally would not exceed 30 years of age, which means all were beautiful women. But now, she was just an old-faced woman. It appeared that the saint held some resentment towards her. As Taimu walked ahead, she thought about how to resolve this matter. Jiaoyang and Boj stayed silent behind her, not out of lack of words to say, but because certain words could not be spoken in front of strangers. Thus, both chose silence. Lord Saint, we've arrived at the council hall, please. With that, Taimu slightly bowed, extending her right hand. Simultaneously, the large doors of the council hall were opened by the guard stationed there. Inside were already the 5 members of the Elder Council and the clan leader. Jiaoyang and Boj stepped inside confidently. The guards at the door did not obstruct them as their authority wasn't enough. They had no right to question the guests accompanying the saint. However, it was different with the clan leader and Elder Council inside. A white-bearded elder stood up and pointed at Boj, saying, Lord Saint, who is this? Jiaoyang replied indifferently. This is my friend, also my brother. He came with me for this meeting. And by the way, third elder, didn't anyone tell you that pointing at people is impolite? The third elder was speechless and sat back down. The clan leader spoke up. Lord Saint, this matter involves our clan's secrets. What do you suggest? Jiaoyang glanced at him and said, since it involves secrets, I shouldn't be participating either since I'm an outsider. The clan leader and the 5 elders exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, the clan leader sighed. All right then, if Lord Saint insists on this, neither shall we object. Guards, close the doors, clear out everyone. Yes. The 2 guards at the door quickly shut it. Then sounds of hurried footsteps from outside followed, indicating the command to clear the area of any remaining people. The clan leader sat down and smiled. Please take your seats, Lord Saint. Jiaoyang nodded, walked over, and sat at the topmost seat. Boj looked around but found no seat prepared for him. Unperturbed, he simply took out a sofa from his storage space, chuckling. Sorry about that. My chair's a bit big. Hope you don't mind. The clan leader frowned slightly, displeased, and said, cough. This gathering is to discuss an important issue concerning our clan's survival. We require Lord Saint's assistance. Saying so, the clan leader pressed his hands onto the table before him, flipping it to reveal a sand tray underneath. Pointing at a depression on the sand tray, the clan leader explained, here lies our land. Then, pointing at the marked red zone surrounding it, he added, here are the battlefronts of the alien races. We estimate it will take no more than 3 days before they attack. Our task is to hold them off, making them regret coming here like lambs into a tiger's lair. Before he finished, Boj interrupted. Excuse me for interrupting, clan leader. May I ask what exactly does my friend Jiaoyang, or rather the saint you refer to, need to do? The saint nodded, saying, this is a question that Lord Saint himself should know. Shaking his head, Jiaoyang responded, I myself do not understand why I am regarded as your saint. The clan leader paused for a moment, replying, fine then, let me explain to both of you. Since ancient times, our tribe has been called Nima, which means the sun. Our saints are born with sacred energy attributes, and every single one is sent down by heaven to aid us. Therefore, they may not necessarily be born within our tribe, but anywhere in the world. There are 2 ways a saint manifests. One where our scouts find them, and another where they appear when we face major crises. Jiaoyang nodded, saying, I see, but still, you haven't told me what I have to do exactly. The clan leader stated, Lord Saint, allow me to clarify. Our Nima tribe has received a treasure bestowed by the celestial deities, which can only be activated by someone with sacred energy attributes. Once activated, the strength of the entire clan's warriors will increase several times. With this, we will surely win. After hearing these words, Boj stood up and put away the sofa, saying, all right, Jiaoyang, let's go. Lord Saint. The clan leader looked at Jiaoyang, who paid no attention and was about to leave following Boj. Lord Saint, please help us. For a moment, all 5 elders and the clan leader knelt down, pleading with Jiaoyang. Boj stood still and said, humph, you're quite amusing. If I haven't guessed wrong, the energy your device needs once activated isn't going to be trivial. Will my brother even survive after helping you? And if he does, will he remain healthy? Don't talk to me about taking care of his remaining life. Jiaoyang, let's go. As he spoke, Boj kicked open the door and left without hesitation. Jiaoyang followed him out without lingering. The clan leader now stood up from the ground, glaring at Boj, saying, that guy is sharp, a dangerous enemy. Deshu, Xiaoyang, Bingyu, let's go. Boj found each of them in turn, then called them to leave. Due to Jiaoyang's identity, they were not stopped along the way. Even when the guards at the gate tried to block their departure, Boj broke through their encirclement and fled the tribe. On the road, Boj finally explained what had just happened. After listening, everyone was displeased and held contempt for that Nima tribe. Deshu asked, so Xiao Bo, what should we do next? Boj replied, I don't know. I want to look for the master who saved my life earlier. Deshu responded, all right, that's acceptable. But it's a pity for Jiaoyang. He could have enjoyed some days as an emperor. Jiaoyang, upon hearing this, waved his hands frantically, saying, no, I wouldn't want to. If it weren't for Boj speaking up, I might have helped them despite softening. In the end, I would have been stuck growing old in their tribe. I prefer staying with all of you. Haha. Laughing, the group continued on. Meanwhile, chaos erupted inside the Nima tribe. What? The Saint Lord has left. He even knocked out the guards. No, wait, the Saint Lord was kidnapped. The guards were knocked unconscious by the enemies. Chapter 271, Clan 4. At this moment, Bogo and his companions still didn't know that they had already been labeled as kidnappers by the chief of the Nima clan for the interests of his people. However, they were also encountering some trouble. A group of people surrounded Bogo and his companions, trapping them in a circle. The language spoken by these people was completely unintelligible to Bogo and his group. Bogo asked, do any of you speak Mandarin? A man stepped forward and said, who are you? Why did you come out from the Sun tribe? Is that person the Sun tribe's sacred one? As he spoke, he pointed at Jiaoyang. Bo Gu replied. We are outsiders, adventurers who were kidnapped by the Sun Tribe. He is their sacred one. Who are you, and why are you stopping us? The man conferred with another man before saying, we are from the Moon Shadow Tribe. Since you're not from the Sun Tribe, you'll have to come with us. With the sacred one here, we can't let him leave, or how will we explain ourselves when we go back to our own tribe? Bo Gu responded, don't worry. Helping the Sun Tribe will cost them dearly. We won't take risks. We have other matters right now, so please don't hinder us. After more consultation, the man said, no, we don't trust you. Either come with us, or fight if you try to return. As Bo Gu hesitated, looking around with narrowed eyes, a commotion arose behind him. A group of people from the Sun Tribe burst forth, shouting, catch them. Those kidnappers of the Sacred One. Of course, they were speaking Tibetan, so Bo Gu and his companions couldn't understand them. Meanwhile, the Moon Shadow Tribe roared, accept the challenge. In an instant, both sides clashed violently. Bo Gu kicked Shu once and pulled Zhao Yang aside, yelling, hurry up, let's go. Bing Yu Xiaoyang, charge out. As he spoke, Bo Gu jumped off his ankylosaurus, summoning a brown bear, and began running. Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang leaped off the ankylosaurus too, summoning their bloodthirsty tiger and fast horse respectively, speeding away into the chaos. Shu waited until the three others dismounted before urging the ankylosaurus into motion. Stop them! A fierce shout echoed as a group from the Moon Shadow Tribe split off, some blocking the Sun Tribe members, others chasing after Bo Ji's group. They are spies from the Moon Shadow Tribe. They've abducted our Sacred One. Bring our Sacred One back. As soon as a minor leader of the Sun Tribe shouted this, the warriors of the Sun Tribe became inflamed with anger. The Sacred One was originally someone legendary, a very great person, practically the guardian deity of the Sun Tribe. Upon hearing that their guardian deity had been captured, naturally the members of the Sun Tribe could no longer hold back, their fighting spirit soaring through the roof. While the melee ensued, Bo Gu and his companions made a rapid escape. The pursuers kept on chasing. Bo Gu watched his protective barrier being shattered time and again, cursing, shit, do people here have a natural resistance to barriers or something? Each and every one of them is so aggressive. Saying so, Bo Gu hurled another barrier out, but it proved just as ineffective as before. Shu took out 2 grenades, laughing, I don't believe they aren't afraid of these. With that, Bo Gu threw the grenades backwards. The explosion of 3 grenades flipped over the pursuing enemies immediately while someone cried out, they practice witchcraft. Of course, this sentence Bo Ji's group didn't understand. Bo Gu slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he'd become. His barriers were considered magic. If countered, he'd better use another method, science. Seeing it work, Bo Gu and Shu simultaneously pulled out grenades and continuously bombed the area, while Zhao Yang also drew a handgun and started shooting. This hot weapon strategy had a miraculous effect. The members of the Moon Shadow Tribe dared not approach, only trailing far behind. However, Bo Ji's team didn't get long to celebrate because as they thought they might successfully escape, the sound of a horn came from behind, then horns sounded in all directions. Subsequently, the ground opened up and large numbers of soldiers emerged, spears raised and cries filling the air as they surrounded Bo Gu and his companions. Get on the ankylosaurus, Bo Gu yelled, and the 3 quickly jumped onto the dinosaur's back, retracting their respective mounts. Machine guns appeared in their hands. Bo Gu shouted, where are your negotiators? Where are you going with the Sun Tribe's Sacred One? Bo Gu said, we're not from the Sun Tribe. He isn't even their Sacred One. We refuse to be dragged into your conflict. The man replied, why should we believe you? Our chief has already given the order. Execute anyone found with the Sun Tribe's Sacred One without mercy. All of you must stay here. Shit, no point arguing anymore. Open fire. Many submachine guns and machine guns fired incessantly, the muzzles spitting flames. Grenades continued to explode, throwing shrapnel everywhere. Within moments, casualties mounted on both sides. Kill. For the future of the Moon Shadow Tribe. Immediately, a tug-of-war battle began. The Moon Shadow Tribe kept sending more people to join the fight. Bo Ji's group had bullets in quantities that could have looted several military factories, and there were a great deal of them. The ankylosaurus moved slowly. This was a tug-of-war battle. It was about who would give up first. In the end, the Moon Shadow Tribe gave up first. Retreat. With the order given, the Moon Shadow Tribe finally retreated, and at the same time, Bo Ji's group quickly fled from there. At the chieftain's house of the Moon Shadow Tribe, what? The Sacred One of the Sun Tribe broke through our blockade with only a few people and a strange beast. Are you all incompetent? They practice witchcraft? So what if they do? This time, our Moon Shadow Tribe has been preparing for 10 whole years and has gone through countless hardships to find our Sacred One. We must take down the Sun Tribe this time. Only then will we have the strength to compete with those people. The leader of the Moon Shadow Tribe exploded in rage, and the subordinates below could only tremble and bear the anger of their leader. The chief of the Moon Shadow Tribe sat in his chair and said, all right, pass my orders down. Send the 1st and 3rd squadrons of the Moon Shadow Elite Guard to chase after the Sacred One of the Sun Tribe. Even if you can't kill them, you must stop them from doing anything that might affect our plan. Yes. At that moment, a group of people dressed in black left the main camp of the Moon Shadow Tribe, swiftly pursuing Bo Ji's group. Bo Gu and his companions still didn't know they had already been targeted, and they were celebrating their escape and preparing for their next move. They still didn't realize they had already been marked. Inner Mongolia. Ah, this seclusion really felt good. Let me check. Oh, here are Bo Gu and the others. All right, let's get ready to set out. Chapter 272, The Strange Man on the Mountain Peak, Part 1. Xiaolong was rapidly sprinting forward, its speed undiminished in the mountainous terrain. Anything that obstructed Xiaolong's path would be instantly shattered. However, Bo Gu and his companions were unaware that several tails had already been following them. Xiaolong continued its frenzied dash until it finally came to a halt. It wasn't that Bo Gu and the others didn't want to continue. Rather, it was because they could no longer proceed forward. Bo Gu looked at the majestic Mount Everest towering into the clouds before him and chuckled. It's been years since I went up once by helicopter. Now, looking at this great mountain again, it's just as beautiful. Hearing Bo Ji's words, Bing Yu and Lin Xiaoyang simultaneously rolled their eyes at this rich man in disdain, while Uncle De remained calm because he had done similar things before. It's just that Bo Gu went for leisure, whereas Uncle De went to carry out missions. Bing Yu gazed at Mount Everest and asked, Brother Bo, how should we go now? Should we climb the mountain or take a detour? Bo Gu stroked his chin as he stared at Mount Everest and said with a smile, Don't you think under these circumstances, this peak, which already holds many secrets, might reveal even more astonishing ones? Uncle De nodded and said, Yeah, it is indeed possible. But based on our current physical condition, if Mount Everest hasn't changed, probably only Brother Jia and I could make it to the summit. Therefore, we'd better take a detour. Bo Gu looked at Mount Everest and said, True, but this mountain seems to have some kind of force attracting me, urging me to climb it. Saying this, Bo Gu turned around, looked at the four people, and said, Let's go up there. Bing Yu shrugged and replied, I don't care either way. You decide. Lin Xiaoyang laughed and said, Great. I've heard Mount Everest is very beautiful. I want to go up and take a look. Zhao Yang said, You guys make it sound pretty impressive. Let's check it out then. Uncle De looked at the three of them, then glanced at Bo Gu, sighed, and said, Fine, we'll go. But all actions will be under my command. Good. Desika ran hard and after a week, finally arrived at the foot of Mount Everest. Xiong looked at the Everest before him and bitterly smiled. These guys really have time to waste. What time is this to climb a mountain? Ugh, it almost killed me. As he said this, Xiong let Desika return to the other dimension and took out a piece of compressed biscuit from the storage space, munching on it while fiercely rushing towards the mountaintop. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from halfway up the mountain, followed by massive rocks rolling down. Seeing these boulders, Xiong cursed, shit, then struck one with his fist, shattering it immediately. However, the next rock continued to come towards him. Xiong continuously punched each falling boulder, while accelerating his pace upward. Finally, he reached the place where the boulders began to roll, uncovering the culprit behind the disturbance. However, upon seeing this individual, Xiong merely grinned and rushed over, directly embracing the person, laughing, My dear, I miss you so much. Startled by the sudden embrace, Bing Yu tried to push him away but froze as she recognized his familiar face. Her eyes moistened as she hit Xiong lightly and said, You idiot. Why did you take so long? Do you know how long I've waited for you? Xiong laughed and said, Haha, no more running. I'm not leaving anymore this time. Even if you try to drive me away, I won't go. With that, Xiong kissed her forehead. Bing Yu blushed and turned her head, saying, All right. My cultivation has improved enough. Let's go find Brother Bo above. Xiong nodded and said, Sure. Then, Xiong directly lifted Bing Yu in his arms and said with a laugh, Dear, let's go. Slow down. The two surged ahead straight toward the summit of Mount Everest. Along the way, Xiong also inquired Bing Yu about why she was cultivating at the halfway point of the mountain. Bing Yu explained that there was an energy fluctuation of ice attribute precisely there, so she decided to stay for cultivation. Anyway, being not an ability focused on enhancing physical power, climbing further upward would only slow her down. Of course, things are different now with Xiong present. As for the previous explosion, it happened during Bing Yu's breakthrough cultivation. They charged ahead, and Xiong, noticing the numerous craters and the traces of ferocious elemental energies left in the air, frowned slightly. He increased his speed while activating the Dantian power inside his body to protect Bing Yu, ensuring her body remained comfortable in this environment. Seeing Xiong's demeanor, Bing Yu asked, Xiong, is the environment here particularly harsh? Xiong, without concealing anything, nodded and said, Indeed, it looks like something bombarded this place. The elements here are extremely unstable, as if a storm could erupt at any moment. I've only seen such conditions in one place before. Bing Yu asked curiously, Where? Xiong simply responded with 3 words, Training ground. The training ground. Of course, Bing Yu understood what it meant. To be precise, everyone in this group knew. It was the benefit they received from their withdrawal of items. Once game abilities were developed to a certain level, players could spend some coins to enter a training ground. There were no enemies there. It was purely a battle against harsh environments. Notably, real death was possible there, although one could resurrect, albeit at the cost of paying a large sum of resurrection coins. Thus, this function wasn't used often among all game ability users. However, Bo Gu had curiously entered once to seek inspiration for developing new boundaries, but he got blasted out at the first level. In Bo Ji's description, the first level of the training ground was a mix of various natural disasters on Earth that appeared continuously. But the scene Xiong mentioned definitely wasn't the first level, which indicated that Xiong had already been inside and managed to pass many levels. Xiong, looking at Bing Yu's expression, chuckled, Don't look at me like that. I also went in to break through my limits, but who would have thought that even after breaking through to the 4th level, I still had to be forced out. Hearing this, Bingyu instantly regarded Qi Xiong with an expression akin to how one looks at a monster. Qi Xiong bitterly smiled and stopped explaining. He looked around at the environment. This place was certainly no match for the training ground in terms of danger. It was much safer compared to the training ground, but such an environment naturally aroused his suspicions. Moreover, what troubled Qi Xiong even more was that they were almost at the summit, yet there was still no sign of Bo Gu and the others. Could it be that they were really cultivating at the peak? With these doubts in mind, Qi Xiong carried Bingyu and dashed toward the summit. However, before Qi Xiong reached the top, a black figure suddenly fell towards them. Quickly, Qi Xiong put Bingyu down and rushed over to catch the person. It was none other than Zhao Yang. Chapter 273, The Strange Man on the Mountain, Part 2. Qi Xiong quickly caught Zhao Yang. Looking at Zhao Yang, whose body was full of wounds, Qi Xiong urgently asked, Zhao Yang, how are you? What happened? Zhao Yang coughed twice, broke free from Qi Xiong, and rushed forward again. This scene left both Qi Xiong and Bingyu dumbfounded, completely unsure of what had just transpired. Qi Xiong hurriedly chased after him, shouting as he ran, Bingyu, wait for me here. Of course, Qi Xiong couldn't feel at ease leaving Bingyu alone there. He summoned Desika to stay by Bingyu's side. Qi Xiong dashed up the mountaintop, where a sudden strong wind struck. Quickly, he drew out his Shirhun knife, planted it in the ground, and began surveying the surroundings. The snow blanketed everything in sight with white. In the distance, a man in sportswear was fighting against several people, and those opponents were none other than the 4 members of Bo Ji's group. Strangely, this man appeared to have no difficulty fending off them, while Bo Ji's team was clearly being suppressed. Upon seeing this scene, Qi Xiong charged forward with great force. His Shirhun knife emitted a purple light, sending blade-like waves directly towards the man. With an agile movement, the man dodged Qi Xiong's attack. Then, sliding his left foot across the ground, he sent a snowball flying towards Qi Xiong. Qi Xiong split the snowball apart with a slash, but what astonished him was that the seemingly harmless snowball actually forced him to retreat several meters. The man smiled at Qi Xiong and said, So, you're Qi Xiong, right? I've heard them mention you. Not bad, not bad. You've got good potential. Qi Xiong looked at the man, then at Bo Ji's group, and asked, Who are you? The man laughed heartily and replied, Me? I'm simply a resident of this mountaintop, a bit stronger than usual. So, these friends of yours asked me to give them some special training. Qi Xiong turned to look at Bo Gu. Bo Gu smiled and said, Qi Xiong, you're here. When I first heard about your improvements from Zhao Yang, I didn't believe it. But now I see that your skills have grown significantly. We can't even withstand one of Sasha's snowballs yet. Qi Xiong glanced at the 4 of them, each covered in injuries. Especially Zhao Yang, whose entire body was littered with cuts. However, their skills had undoubtedly improved significantly compared to the last time they met. Sighing, Qi Xiong said, All right, and blew a whistle. Desika then carried Bingyu and rushed up. Seeing the injured Bo Gu and his companions, Bingyu looked over at Sasha and asked, Qi Xiong, who is this? Qi Xiong replied bitterly, Bo Gu and the others found this guy for some rigorous training. Their injuries came entirely from this. Bingyu nodded and didn't say anything more. At this moment, Sasha, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Well, we should go down now. The thing is coming. As he spoke, Sasha bent down and pulled away part of the ground, revealing a hollow space below. Sasha jumped down first. Bo Gu laughed and said, Let's go, Qi Xiong, Bingyu. We'll talk more downstairs. Qi Xiong nodded, looked at the entrance, and considering Desika's size, he decided to recall Desika back inside. Then he took Bingyu by the hand and entered the tunnel. This was a 10-meter-long passage sloping downward, creating some distance from the summit. After descending, a small chamber revealed itself before Qi Xiong. Though small, it contained beds, cooking utensils, some basic ingredients, and walls illuminated by 4 lit torches. A modest yet complete little place. Qi Xiong sat down on a chair and asked, So, Sasha, what did you mean when you said the thing is coming? Sasha chuckled. It's really nothing extraordinary, just the cold current. It has occurred before, but recently, these cold currents have been getting stronger, so every time one comes, we can only hide here until it passes. Qi Xiong nodded and turned to Bo Gu, saying, Now, could you tell us what happened after you separated from Bingyu? Bo Gu agreed and began recounting their recent experiences. After we parted ways with Bingyu, we came to the mountaintop. We just managed to arrive during the cold current. By the way, the cold current here isn't the large-scale kind that changes the weather over vast areas. Instead, it's smaller in scale. Still, it was something we couldn't resist, and even my protective barrier barely held on. Just when we were about to give up, Sasha appeared and brought us down here. At this point, Sasha rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and said, It wasn't that amazing, really. At the time, I was sleeping, and I felt some energy fluctuations, so I went up to check. Pure coincidence. Bo Gu smiled and continued, While hiding from the cold current, we asked Sasha if there was anything unusual around here. Sasha said besides the strange weather lately, nothing else was noteworthy. Of course, we also inquired why Sasha was living here. Let Sasha explain that himself. Sasha nodded and said, It's like this. Originally, I was from a clan down the mountain, as Bo Gu knows, the Nima clan, which you would call the Sun Tribe. Seeing Qi Xiong trying to suppress a smile after hearing this name, Sasha coughed lightly and continued, But later, due to some incidents in the clan, I was forced to leave and search for a place to train, and I eventually chose here. To be precise, this is my 3rd year here, and I haven't been down yet. 3 years. Qi Xiong looked at Sasha's outfit and asked, Could it be that 3 years ago, you already had the ability to come up wearing a full sportswear set? And by the way, What have you eaten for these 3 years? Sasha laughed heartily and replied, You really are companions. When I first told Xiaobo, he also asked the same question. Indeed, 3 years ago I prepared quite a bit. Even though my body was stronger than the average person, it was still just a little stronger, and that trip was purely for training. But after reaching the summit and seeing its breathtaking beauty, I decided to stay. The following week, once my oxygen ran out, it was the toughest time for me, but soon I discovered a mysterious force altering my body. As I spent more time here, my body adapted better to this environment. It could be called adaptation or the mysterious force that those stubborn elders in my clan talk about. These things I don't know much about. As for food, it's actually easy to resolve. Although this altitude is high, there are some plants here, and migratory birds as well. Each year, I catch and store enough to last through the winter. Xixiang looked at Sasha, nodded, and asked, So during your time here, have you gained any special abilities? Sasha scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, Special abilities? Not really. If I must say, then it should be that my physical condition has improved significantly compared to before. Chapter 274, The Strange Man on the Mountain 3. Xixiang suddenly smiled and said, After what you've said, I really do want to test your strength. Shasak replied, Indeed, I have heard from them more than once that your strength is great. I also want to try your strength. How about right now? Fine. After saying this, Xixiang and Shasak simultaneously swung their fists upward, creating 2 beams of light instantly. One beam was formed by the wind from Shasak's punch, while the other was made from Xixiang's evil firepower. These 2 beams carved out 2 passages before they both leaped up directly. Yes, they jumped straight into the cold air currents, or more precisely, to spar within the cold current. Seeing their actions, Bogu and others did not stop them, but instead had expressions of enjoying a good show. Boga laughed and said, Uncle Da, who do you think will win between them? Uncle Da took a sip of wine and replied, It's hard to say. Shasak has never used his full power in front of us yet. As for Xixiang, after some time of not seeing him, we don't know how much he has improved. However, no matter what, this battle between the 2 of them should be quite impressive. Unfortunately, we can't go and watch it. Lin Xiaoyang chuckled and said, Uncle Da, who says we can't go and watch? Boga said, Exactly, who says we can't? As Lin Xiaoyang spoke, he created a clone, dispatching one to rush forward while Bogu, with hand seals, placed a protective barrier around that clone, a close contact shield. Lin Xiaoyang then formed hand seals with glowing eyes, creating a virtual screen. The images on the screen clearly displayed what the clone saw. Investigation clone, specialized in speed and concealing presence, used for reconnaissance purposes. Shared perspective, projected the perspective of the clone in real time. Spatial break barrier, encased items within another dimension, protecting them from outside attacks, but also rendering them unable to attack others. Seeing Bogu attach the spatial break barrier to the investigation clone, Uncle Da stroked his chin and said, So this is how it works. The investigation clone itself does not have high defense, but at its core, it is merely an energy form. While the consumption of the spatial break barrier is significant, if it's only covering the clone, which is a small manifestation of energy, it would still be manageable. Boga nodded and glanced at the shared vision screen. As soon as they reached the ground, Xixiang immediately entered a combat-ready state. Although in the cold airflow, even a metahuman would find it difficult to adapt to this environment. Not because it was deadly, but due to the frigid temperature continuously sapping body heat, accelerating the loss of stamina. However, these were not issues for Xixiang, having experienced colder conditions in the trial grounds and survived. Or, rather, adapted. Xixiang's body had already reached a saturated state prior to entering the trial grounds, a theoretically attainable limit for the human body. That meant Xixiang's physique had been perfectly altered by Dan force. Afterward, under harsh environmental influences, Xixiang's cells, accurately speaking, essence, began transforming. His body started adapting to various climates, whether extreme heat, severe cold, or dehydration and starvation. All this was part of the adaptation process, which was exactly the purpose of the trial grounds initiation. It wasn't about learning to face harsh environments, but about learning how to adapt to them. Of course, there are those who can't adapt to hostile environments but instead make the environment adapt to them, though this level of mastery is beyond Xixiang's reach currently. Xixiang looked at Shasak, with the soul-devouring blade in his hand igniting with purple flames. Shasak grinned. Someone who can adapt within such cold winds. You're the first person I've ever seen. Xixiang said. This is all trivial stuff. Come on, make your move. I'm itching to fight you. Shasak smiled and threw punches, unleashing waves of boxing wind aimed directly at Xixiang's body. More specifically, at every acupoint on Xixiang's body, including several death points. The purple glow from Xixiang's soul-devouring blade burst brightly, splitting apart the incoming streams of boxing winds. Meanwhile, Xixiang's steps beneath him began shifting in unpredictable patterns, though there was one constant feature. Xixiang was gradually closing in on Shasak. This footwork technique, devised by Xixiang through his own exploration under extreme conditions, might not offer high-speed progression, but its evasive capabilities were unmatched. Simultaneously dodging blows, Xixiang could advance toward his target steadily. Watching Xixiang approach him, Shasak laughed. Is that it? Then I'll switch my method of attack. Saying this, snowballs formed rapidly below Shasak's feet and flew towards Xixiang. If someone were to capture this moment with a high-speed camera, they would see that Shasak's feet never touched the snowy ground. Instead, the powerful gusts of wind created by his movements continuously formed snowballs, which then flew out propelled by the force of the wind. This might sound difficult, but in reality, it's quite simple since there are only two key factors, skill and speed. Yes, speed. Speed beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Qi Xiong watched as the snowballs flew toward him and didn't block them with the soul-devouring blade, but instead dodged using his footwork. These snowballs were moving far too quickly, and their manufacturing process had compressed them into something far more formidable than the typical snowballs used in casual snow fights that wouldn't even hurt upon impact. In fact, calling these missiles instead of snowballs would be more appropriate. Dodge, and dodge again. Qi Xiong kept closing in on Shasak while avoiding the snowballs. Meanwhile, the speed at which Shasak was generating the snowballs began to slow down, as this technique was extremely exhausting. Finally, Qi Xiong reached within 5 meters of Shasak. This time, he decided to charge straight ahead. The swallowing fire surged around his body, burning fiercely and enveloping him entirely. The swallowing fire now moved at a much faster rate compared to when it was used as a method to enhance his power. Qi Xiong had altered it into a defensive art. Yes, a purely defensive art. One capable of devouring or weakening any incoming attacks before they could reach him. No matter how strong the assault, if it could be consumed or diminished before hitting him, its strength became irrelevant. Qi Xiong burst forward with a powerful dash, catching Shasak off guard and landing a brutal leg whip right on his body, sending him flying. However, before Shasak hit the ground, Qi Xiong caught him and instantly vanished into the abyss of the cave in a flash. As Bo Gu watched the two return, he sighed bitterly, saying, "Does a battle between truly powerful people have to be this boring?" Chapter 275, Mountaintop Stranger, Part 4. Qi Xiong chuckled and said, "What else? It's just a little competition. If we were really fighting, it would definitely be much more spectacular." Sasaka glanced at Qi Xiong and said, No. If the two of us were to fight, it wouldn't look good because I can feel your energy is something I can't match. If it were a life or death fight, you could have used your final move from the start, leaving me no room for retaliation." Qi Xiong smiled and said, Haha, that's enough modesty. You're pretty strong too. Come on, I've got some whole lamb roasted from Inner Mongolia here. Though it's vacuum-packed, it's still pretty good. Everyone should give it a try. And the wine over there is also quite nice. Bingyu, Xiaoyang, the two of you can drink sheep's milk. Great. There's delicious food. Everyone was eating the roasted whole lamb, and Qi Xiong even pulled out an alcohol hot pot and started cooking in it. Watching Qi Xiong continuously pulling out all sorts of delicious food from his storage space, Deshu suddenly remarked, Xiaobo, I suddenly feel that all of us together don't live as well as Qi Xiong alone. Boga nodded and said, That's right. We travel around the country, get access to delicious foods everywhere, and enhance our strength while doing so. Without a doubt, Qi Xiong is living like it's the end times. Plus with a few followers, he's practically an Earth Emperor. Qi Xiong laughed and said, Bo Gu, Deshu, I wouldn't mind having you two as my followers, all meals and drinks included. Haha. During this meal, everyone ate very well. Qi Xiong was in a good mood, and the others hadn't eaten so well in a long time. As for Sasaku, he had the best appetite throughout the meal since he had lived on the summit of Mount Everest for many years. Though he wasn't short of food, there weren't many good meals, let alone any alcohol. This meal greatly satisfied this tough guy. After being full from food and drink, Qi Xiong leaned against the wall and said, According to your statements, Zhao Yang almost got captured by the Sun Tribe to be a sacrifice, and you guys were treated as prisoners, and Sasaku was expelled by the Sun Tribe. So what are we waiting for? Let's fight back. Sasaku burped and said, Although what you said is true, there's a problem. If the Sun Tribe is destroyed, then the Moon Shadow Tribe, without the Sun Tribe's restraint, will become the dominant power here. Qi Xiong smirked and said, Don't forget, that Moon Shadow Tribe was trying to capture them too, so this Moon Shadow Tribe won't be having it easy either. Boga shook his head, bitterly smiling, and said, Qi Xiong, you've really changed these past days. Everything has been solved physically, but have you thought about it? Both the Sun Tribe and the Moon Shadow Tribe consist of 3 parts, civilians, soldiers, and decision-makers. The real problem should be with the decision-makers. Both civilians and soldiers are innocent. Qi Xiong nodded and said, That's simple. Just take down the decision-makers, and we're done. Boga slapped his forehead and said, You make it sound easy. These 2 tribes have existed for many years. How could they have no reserve strength? Qi Xiong stood up, coldly laughing, and said, No matter how deep their reserves are, they mean nothing to me. Saying this, Qi Xiong emitted a powerful aura. Only now did Bogu realize just how big the gap between him and Qi Xiong was currently. At this moment, this was the level information of the group. Bogu, level 56 Barrier Master. Deshu, level 52 Alchemist. Bingyu, level 55 Ice Wizard. Lin Xiaoyang, level 53 Divider. Zhao Yang, level 55 Martial Artist. Qi Xiong, level 61 Evil Flame Warrior. Yes, Qi Xiong had already broken through level 60 and had gone up another level. It must be known that every 10 levels represent a significant threshold for psionics users, lost ones, or beasts alike. However, to Qi Xiong, these were trivial matters. With the cultivation method provided by the pill force, Qi Xiong's pill energy grew rapidly. Additionally, the convenience brought by swallowing fire for pill force cultivation made Qi Xiong completely worry-free regarding the pill force. As for the evil flame force, it could increase simply by consuming energy. Now both cultivation methods were balanced, meaning whether it was pill force or evil flame force, both had reached level 61 in terms of cultivation ability under Qi Xiong's command. Chi Xiang took a glance at the combat effectiveness of everyone, then looked at Sasaku, a level 53 body reinforcement expert. Clearly body reinforcement combined with years of living experience on Mount Everest made Sasaku quite formidable on Mount Everest, but not particularly strong in this team, only providing terrain advantages. Of course, this was only within Chi Xiang's small team. If placed elsewhere, Sasaku was undoubtedly a very powerful existence. Chi Xiang looked towards everyone and said, "All right, rest for one more hour, and after an hour, we set off." Boga nodded, responding with a good. This time, there was no plan, because the information on the opponent was almost zero. Sasaku might be from the Sun Tribe, but that was several years ago. Times had changed, and now with the emergence of unstable factors like psionic abilities, everything was unknown. However, Chi Xiang dared to go because he possessed the confidence and strength worthy of his pride. Chi Xiang and a few others rested and chatted, but Sasaku was alone, polishing a pale purple crystal. Chi Xiang noticed this scene. He glanced at the crystal, slightly frowned, then continued chatting without asking about the crystal. An hour later, although the cold current was still ongoing, Chi Xiang directly summoned Tax to lead the way, activating the power of Earth, forming a passage quickly. They soon emerged from a location hundreds of meters away from the summit of Mount Everest. Upon emerging, Chi Xiang looked down at the mountain and said, "All right, let's go." It took them several hours to reach the foot of the mountain, which was already a miraculous speed, but Chi Xiang was still somewhat unsatisfied, complaining, "Hey, descending wasted so much time." Boga laughed and said, all right, you're amazing. Let's go. Deshu, it's your turn." Deshu nodded and summoned the Ankylosaurus. The group sat on its back and retraced their steps back to where Bogu and the others had escaped from. Success. I must succeed. With a bang, an explosion went off, blasting a figure off the experimental table. Then this person crawled up from under the test bench. Though his face was blackened by the explosion and his hair was curled, none of these could hide his excitement. Haha, I finally succeeded. Test subject number 3, success. Chindan, what are you yelling about? Wait, did you say test subject number 3? Yes, Zhou haha, I finally succeeded. Chapter 276 Decapitation, Part 1. When Zhou Jian heard this, he immediately came over and said to Che Dan, who was holding the number 3 reagent. Che Dan, I really doubt whether your brain is human or not. With such a short time spent here, I was already amazed that you've successively managed to research reagents 1 and 2. But now, you've even successfully developed the number 3 reagent. I truly have no words for your talent. Could it be that you're really a genius? Che Dan laughed and said, haha, too kind. However, with these 3 reagents, it's like I have 3 powerful trump cards. Zhou Jian nodded and said, yes. Che Dan looked toward the doorway and said, well, it's about time for me to go. Zhou Jian replied, no problem. I've said before that you can come whenever you want and leave whenever you want. But let's wait half a day so we can make copies of these 3 reagents. Then once we've succeeded in developing the number 7 reagent, we'll contact you. At that time, the task of combating pathogens will be entrusted to you. Che Dan nodded and said, of course, there's no issue with that. On the adjacent test bench lay 4 slips of paper. Reagent number 1, success. Effect, spatial transfer. Range, 5 kilometers. Activation method, ingestion. Usage method, mental control. Reagent number 2, success. Effect, invisibility. Duration, more than 1 day. Restrictions, will appear under special circumstances. Usage method, ingestion. Reagent number 3, success. Effect, explosion. Range, half a kilometer. Power, equivalent to a hydrogen bomb. Usage method, throwing. Reagent number 7, not successful yet. Target effect, kill zombie virus. Turn zombies into ordinary corpses. Usage method, throwing. Now, Che Dan could be called the Institute's favorite child. The first, second, and third reagents were all significant breakthroughs for the Institute. Yet Che Dan, a newcomer who merely borrowed the facilities from the Institute, achieved such accomplishments. It was hard not to draw attention, but Che Dan's explanation was that since the apocalypse, there were many new materials previously unavailable. So many past obstacles had been overcome by these new materials. This also gave the Institute a new direction, collecting new materials. Chi Xiang looked at the nearby tribe and took out his soulbite knife and Saint Blue shield, saying, this time, our target is decapitation, so if possible, let's spare the lives of those ordinary individuals. All right. As Chi Xiang spoke, he urged Daska forward. Daska leapt down from the Ankylosaurus, and Chi Xiang's voice simultaneously echoed across the entire Sun Tribe. To the leader of the Sun Tribe, listen, I will give you 1 minute to come out. If you do not come out, then because of your evasion, your people will pay a heavy price. Saying that, Chi Xiang swung his sword, causing no casualties, but leaving a deep furrow in the ground, a 1-meter deep groove. Intruder, you. With a unique sound of a horn, large numbers of warriors surged out of the Sun Tribe, each carrying various weapons, most of which were spears. Chi Xiang scanned the crowd. Among these people, many were psychics, but for some reason, though they possessed powers, their strength was not very high, with the highest not exceeding level 30 or so. This was weaker than some gathering points, but the people here were very relaxed, without any sense of threat. Could the cause of their weak power be due to how overly comfortable their lives were? Chi Xiang did not know, but he did not intend to hurt these warriors. Instead, he released his Dan energy outward, and white light gushed forth, directly pushing back those rushing forward, causing them to fall to the ground. Although such attacks weren't very powerful, They were enough to ensure they couldn't stand up again within a short period. After all, it wasn't just about falling. It was about being genuinely restrained by his Dan energy. Qi Xiang glanced at the watch on his wrist and said, "Good, 40 seconds left. Who dares to provoke our tribe?" A stern voice rang out, then became filled with anger. "What have you done to my kinsfolk?" Qi Xiang turned toward the person who rushed out, a Zhanma Dao in his hand fitting perfectly, indicating the robust build of this man. The veins bulged on the forehead of this burly man. Clearly, upon seeing his tribesmen lying prone on the ground, he had fallen into rage. The only thing he wanted to do now was to slay Qi Xiang, the invader. Qi Xiang didn't even move, for although this man's aura was fierce in Qi Xiang's eyes, he was nothing more than cannon fodder, and an enemy at this level would warrant Qi Xiang's followers to take care of him without much effort. Daska opened its wolf mouth, and a wind blade flew out. Yes, there was only one wind blade, and it looked dull in color, obviously weak in power, but it was enough. A wind blade. The man blocked it with his Zhanma Dao, but the result was that the Zhanma Dao was cut in half by the wind blade, and the man's body was sent flying, a blood trace appearing on his chest. Bogu, standing on the back of the Ankylosaurus, watched Qi Xiang's battle and sighed. This kid Qi Xiang is getting stronger and stronger. He doesn't even bother to fight weaker opponents anymore. Deshu looked at Qi Xiang and said, "No, he is just following what he said before, not to attack ordinary people. After all, our target this time is those bad apples, though they are the leading ones." Qi Xiang didn't care what the two people behind him said, but glanced at his watch and said, 20 more seconds. Black shadows started to appear, and finally, those who were supposed to appear showed up. Zayap. A black shadow flashed past Qi Xiang, and suddenly a rip appeared on Qi Xiang's clothes. Although it did not cause any wound, it was still impressive that the shadow could leave a mark without Qi Xiang noticing. Of course, the black shadow didn't think like that. Looking at his dagger, the tip of it was bent, and he couldn't imagine how hard Qi Xiang's skin could be. In fact, it wasn't his fault, because Qi Xiang's skin had been strengthened to a terrifying degree, plus training in the arena. Qi Xiang's skin could be said to be harder than some metals. Ordinary weapons couldn't harm him, which was why there were no wounds on Qi Xiang. But one failed attack didn't mean that the Sun Tribe would stop their subsequent attacks. 7 figures rushed toward Qi Xiang at high speed. Each of these 7 individuals held a different weapon. The 7 weapons each emitted unique gleams. Looking at these 7 people, Qi Xiang slightly raised the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself. So the so-called Sun Tribe is finally ready to sell itself. Huh. Hee, let me try you then. Chapter 277 Decapitation 2. Qi Xiang leapt off Daska's body, landed on the ground with a forward somersault, and began rapidly swinging the soul-devouring knife to engage the 7 people. Haha, is this all you've got? Give me your full strength, or I'll take your lives. While laughing, Qi Xiang used his Dan force to resonate around him. The 7 opponents' faces simultaneously changed, and their weapons moved even faster, emitting 7 kinds of light like a rainbow. However, Qi Xiang would not miss such an opportunity to show off. A purple glow erupted, instantly overwhelming the other 7 lights. With one slash of his knife, Qi Xiang killed one person, saying, "If you don't use your full strength, you will all perish." "Who are you? Why are you against our Enima tribe?" Qi Xiang snorted coldly and replied, "It doesn't matter. I'm just an ordinary person, but my friend was bullied by you before. His name is Zhao Yang, so I have come for revenge. This is the accomplice of the guy who took the sacred one. Hurry up and inform the Elder Council." A man wielding a hammer said this while continuously swinging his large hammer, attempting to delay time so that others could notify the Elder Council. "You talk too much," Qi Xiang responded coldly, and as he swung his left hand, a dark moon slash emitted, stopping the man in place. He then fell onto the ground and split into 2 parts upon impact. Upon seeing Qi Xiang effortlessly killing 2 people, the remaining 5 chose to flee almost simultaneously. Stepping forward with his left foot, Qi Xiang sneered, "Thinking of running now? It's too late." As he spoke, Qi Xiang repeatedly swung his soul-devouring knife 5 times, sending out 5 slashes. 5 heads hit the ground. After Qi Xiang had slain the 5 individuals, a sharp sword suddenly appeared at his neck. "Where is the sacred one? Hand him over, and I'll leave you a complete corpse." Qi Xiang snorted coldly and said, "I haven't seen this kind of ability in a long time, shape-shifting into objects. But your cultivation level is too low, and your human aura is too strong. Are you trying to tell me that you're human? And aren't you blind? The sacred one is right behind me. Did I really need to tell you that?" Indeed, Bo Gu and the others had been nearby all along, but due to Qi Xiang activating the ultimate mockery aura right from the start, they had managed to draw the attention of the entire Enima tribe. This explained why no one noticed Zhao Yang standing idly in the back. The sword suddenly swung towards Qi Xiang with astonishing speed. However, the sword was slower compared to Qi Xiang, who not only evaded the attack, but also held another sword in his hand now. "Let go of me." The sword quivered violently, emitting a woman's voice. Qi Xiang was surprised and said, It was a man's voice earlier, but now it's a woman's? Are you trying to deceive me?" With a mischievous grin, Qi Xiang touched the blade and said teasingly, "I wonder if being turned into this sword affects certain things." "You damn bastard. Let me go." The sword cursed angrily, shaking violently as fierce sword energy emanated from it. While these effects might work on others, they were useless against Qi Xiang. This sword, more accurately, this person, tried to revert to her original form but found herself restricted by some unknown energy in Qi Xiang's hands, making it impossible to return. Of course, she wouldn't know this energy was Dan Force, nor would she know that someone with similar abilities had already been humbled by Qi Xiang's Dan Force. You bastard, quickly release our junior sister, or our Ma tribe will make sure you die without a trace. With a roar of anger, 6 individuals stood in front of Qi Xiang. These 6 were the chieftain and 5 elders of the Sun tribe. Although the sword in Qi Xiang's hands possessed considerable strength, because she was a woman, she held no position. However, since she was the junior sister of the 2nd and 4th elders, and she was well-liked, she still wielded some influence in the tribe. She had come here to contribute her efforts, though one might say she sought to claim the credit, but none expected her to encounter such a formidable opponent. Looking at the 6 in front of him, Qi Xiang said, "You're all finally here. Good, it seems it's time to fight." Speaking, Qi Xiang flung the sword away from his hand. Once separated from Qi Xiang, the sword returned to its original form. A young woman appeared, appearing to be less than 30 years old. However, at the moment, she looked disheveled, her clothes untidy, and her hair messy. The moment the 5 elders, who usually took good care of their junior sister, saw her in this state, they became furious. They immediately unleashed formidable combat power, ready to attack at any time. Meanwhile, the chieftain leapt into the air and caught the junior sister flying toward him. Landing on the ground, he glared at Qi Xiang with blazing eyes, filled with hatred. Qi Xiang looked at these 7 people and said, "Looks like all my targets are here. Time for me to take a rest." Saying that, Qi Xiang stepped back, while at this moment, Bo Gu and the others came forward. Bo Gu, De Shu, Zhao Yang, Bing Yu, Lin Xiaoyang, and Sa Sa Ku made up 6 people, perfectly matching the 5 elders and the chieftain. Seeing Sa Sa Ku, the elder-in-chief was surprised and asked, "Sa Sa Ku, how is it possible that you are still alive?" Sa Sa Ku snorted coldly and replied, "Thanks to you, not only am I alive, but I'm doing quite well now." The chieftain ignored Sa Sa Ku and instead turned to Zhao Yang, saying, "Sacred One, how can you be associated with these people? I know you've been forced by them. Come, Sacred One, return to the Sun tribe." Zhao Yang rarely cursed out loud, but did so now. "You piece of crap. Asking me to go die sounds too sweet. Today, we're gonna deal with you." The chieftain's face darkened as he said, "It seems our Sacred One has been brainwashed by these people. But don't worry, I will lead the 5 elders to defeat these guys and bring our Sacred One back." Sa Sa Ku said, Great, so righteous just like back in the day. But I wonder, do you still have the strength from those days to use your iron fist?" The chieftain didn't bother wasting words on Sa Sa Ku. He simply said, "Elders, let's move." And with that, he charged forward first. Of course, his rushing ahead wasn't to show bravery or skill, but to pick what appeared to be the weakest opponent, Lin Xiaoyang. Chapter 278 Decapitation 3. Facing the clan leader rushing towards Lin Xiaoyang, everyone chose their own opponents instead of helping Lin Xiaoyang. Lin Xiaoyang also stood ready for battle. Shadow Clone, Shadow Assassin. Lin Xiaoyang formed the hand seals and shouted. Then, the advancing figure of the clan leader suddenly stopped, then quickly dodged an attack as a dark shadow holding a dagger emerged from the shadows behind the clan leader. Shadow Assassin can summon a clone from any shadow with assassination abilities. The clan leader grabbed the Shadow Assassin and struck it, shattering it. But Lin Xiaoyang's attack was not over yet. Combat Clone, Defensive Clone, Gigantic Clone. 3 combat clones rushed forward to restrain the clan leader. 3 defensive clones stayed by Lin Xiaoyang to protect him, while the 2 gigantic clones stood in place, creating a shadowy area, maximizing the potential of the Shadow Assassin. The clan leader could still handle fighting against the 3 combat clones, and had even been on the upper hand. However, with the addition of the Shadow Assassin, the clan leader became suppressed. Bo Gu stared at the elder before him, forming the hand seals. The elder battling Bo Gu was a fire element ability user, and the fireball in his hands never ceased throughout his charge towards Bo Gu. However, such attacks were useless against Bo Gu. Bo Gu coldly laughed. "Is this all you've got?" He formed the hand seals and shouted, "Barrier, spatial displacement." In an instant, the elder's body was relocated to a position right in front of the path of his own fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, illuminating the ground with its flames, and even interfered with Lin Xiaoyang's Shadow Assassin for a fleeting moment. However, the clan leader was still being firmly suppressed. On the other hand, this elder was completely battered by the explosion. His back scorched black, his clothes turned to ashes, and even his hair burnt clean off. Bo Gu looked at the elder and said, "Impressive, you survived the blast. It seems your elemental ability has changed your body. But alas, do you still have the strength to fight me?" The elder let out an aggrieved cry and slowly fell down onto the ground. In this battle, Bo Gu emerged victorious. After winning the fight, Bo Gu retreated to Qi Xiang's side. Qi Xiang grinned. "Bo Gu, that was impressive. Your combat strength has increased significantly." Bo Gu chuckled. "Not really, I just happened to face an easy opponent. Actually, the one among us who improved the most is Uncle Da." Qi Xiang nodded and looked towards Uncle Da. Uncle Da took out a few pills and swallowed them. Suddenly, his figure became ethereal. At a glance, it seemed as though Uncle Da had disappeared from the spot, reappearing right before his opponent. With a single punch, just one punch, Uncle Da ended the fight. Retreating back to Qi Xiang's side, Uncle Da smiled. "What do you think, Qi Xiang? Care to give some feedback?" Qi Xiang didn't hold back with his critique. "Impressive, tremendous burst of power. Though, Uncle Da, I am curious how long you can maintain this state." Uncle Da sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Only 10 seconds. Qi Xiang grunted, "As I thought." However, with strength like yours, it's unlikely you'll meet any equal below level 50. As they spoke, the three looked toward the remaining battles. The elder matched against Bing Yu finally understood what it means to not provoke women. Of course, the clan leader facing Lin Xiaoyang now also understood the same lesson because both were being mercilessly tormented by the women. This elder was truly regretting choosing Bing Yu as his opponent. Initially, seeing her as a woman, he had assumed she would be an easy target, similar to the clan leader's thoughts. But while ideals are full, reality hits hard, and Bing Yu's ice attacks taught him what real cold meant. This time, Bing Yu's attack wasn't the usual barrage of ice spears, but rather a cold current. Yes, using magical power to reduce the temperature of the air and emitting it to form a cold current. If someone were to place a thermometer in Bing Yu's cold current at this moment, they would certainly discover that the temperature had already dropped below 10 degrees Celsius below zero. Keep in mind, despite the weather not being particularly warm now, it was still around 20 degrees Celsius. Abruptly lowering the temperature by 30 degrees Celsius is quite an accomplishment. Of course, the elder on the opposite side didn't see it that way, for all he wanted now was to find a stove to warm up, but that wouldn't happen. Bing Yu wasn't about to give him that chance. Gradually, within the cold current, points of light began to appear. Upon closer inspection, these weren't points of light, but rather fine ice needles, with the light simply reflecting off their surfaces. As these points of light emerged, wounds began to appear on the elder's body. Some merely grazed the skin, while others penetrated deep into his flesh. Fortunately for him, Bing Yu wasn't fully adept at this technique yet, otherwise the elder would not have fared so well. The situation was nobody's fault, but simply the result of a poor choice in opponent. If it had been the fire element elder, the outcome might have been different. Unfortunately, this elder specialized in enhancing his physical capabilities and was consequently weak against elemental abilities. From the moment he chose his opponent, his defeat was already determined. As for Zhao Liang and Sa Sake, their situations were even worse. One was expelled by grudges long built up, the other was used as a sacrifice. While they shared a burning desire for revenge, their skills differed greatly. Although Sa Sake possessed an advantage on the mountaintop due to environmental factors, his abilities diminished drastically once he descended to the ground, leaving him merely matching the elder he faced. On the other hand, Zhao Liang fought fiercely, showing no weakness despite facing a water element user. Instead, he grew more emboldened as the battle progressed, gaining a slight edge toward victory. Ultimately, Lin Xiaoyang and Bing Yu wore down their respective opponents until they succumbed. Afterward, returning to Qi Xiang, Lin Xiaoyang asked, "Big brother Qi Xiang, should we help big brother Zhao Liang?" Qi Xiang shook his head. No, it was already agreed upon before the fight that each person handles their own opponent without interference. Now, here with us around, we can ensure their safety, but what if they're alone? They could face not just one water element user, but several ability users, or perhaps all of them may be counter-effective to them. What then? Tell me, what should Zhao Liang do? Chapter 279, Decapitation, Part 4. Lin Xiaoyang nodded and said, "I understand." Qi Xiang grunted in agreement. "You'll see, Zhao Liang definitely won't lose. As for that Sha Sak, it's up to fate." As if to verify Qi Xiang's words, Zhao Liang's opponent had been continuously suppressed by him. Finally, after 3 minutes, Zhao Liang secured his victory. On the other hand, things were still at a stalemate for Sha Sak. An elder coldly laughed. Sha Sak, I thought you've become much stronger, but apparently, you've just clung to a more powerful figure. Very well, very well. Do you think that killing a few of us today will leave you unscathed? The skilled warriors of Nima tribe are not limited to us. After today, both you and them will be marked as people who must die. Sha Sak coldly retorted. Shut up, Elder Shi. Do you really think it's like those days when you drove me away? Let me tell you, now, it's my turn to come back and fight you. Regardless of what happens tomorrow, today's grudge is one I have to settle. Elder Shi snorted, and suddenly, his whole body burst into radiance. With a tremendous explosion, Elder Shi actually self-detonated, affecting Sha Sak as well. Elder Shi and Sha Sak ended up perishing together. As for Qi Xiang and the others standing further away, they managed to survive thanks to Brother Bo setting up a protective barrier in time. Indeed, no one knew what method this elder used, but the energy from his self-destruction was immense, turning everything within a 200-meter radius into rubble. At the sound of the explosion, the Nima tribe's warriors emerged once again. Perhaps under orders, everyone inside wasn't supposed to come out, but with such a loud explosion, the curiosity seekers couldn't help themselves. Upon looking, word quickly spread that all 5 elders along with the chief were dead. Immediately, a group of fiercely loyal individuals stormed out, prepared to fight to the death. Qi Xiang turned around and said, "That's it, the decapitation is over. Let's go. Don't bother the commoners." Saying this, Qi Xiang led the way out. Others followed, and after Brother Bo set up another protective barrier, he too quickly departed. This day would be difficult for the Nima tribe to forget. Their entire leadership was wiped out, and all reclusive experts returned only to find 6 lifeless bodies, no survivors. Of course, this was due to Elder Shi's self-destruction. However, this event only served to inflame their rage. Instantly, Qi Xiang and his group became sworn enemies of the Nima tribe. But Qi Xiang and his companions didn't concern themselves with any of this. Qi Xiang didn't care because he feared no retaliation, while Brother Bo and the others hadn't anticipated this consequence. At the moment, they were heading towards the Yueying tribe. The Yueying tribe was quite far away, but nearby there was an outpost meant for preparing an assault on the Nima tribe. Right now, this post had been completely massacred. Yes, This time Qi Xiang's group didn't perform a decapitation. Instead, they directly slaughtered the soldiers stationed at the outpost. Lin Xiaoyang's justification was that this wasn't the Yuan tribe's main base. However, the order came from their commanding officer, so the target for elimination was him, and the remaining soldiers here weren't significant enough to warrant staying behind. Thus, they executed them outright. During this battle, none of Brother Bo's group took part. Instead, they watched as Qi Xiang displayed his full might alone. Wielding only one soul-devouring knife, purple flames never ceased throughout the entire outpost, consuming until it was reduced to ashes. It was during this time that Brother Bo and the others truly witnessed Qi Xiang's current abilities: thunderous, overwhelming, ruthless. If someone was targeted, it meant no mercy. When Qi Xiang returned from the massacre at the outpost, sweat didn't even glisten on his forehead. He glanced at the five and said with a grin, "All right, isn't it about time we left? There's nothing left to entertain us here." Brother Bo nodded and asked, "All right, then where do we head next?" "To Europe. I need to go look for a big guy." Suddenly, a voice appeared out of nowhere, but instead of startling them, Qi Xiang's group merely smiled at the silhouette appearing before them. Qi Xiang grinned. "Haha, looks like you're back, boy. Are we all here?" Sedian rolled his eyes and said mockingly, "Uff, I thought you guys would jump at the sound of my voice. What a bore. And hey Xiao, what do you mean all here? Your sister-in-law hasn't shown up yet." Qi Xiang laughed. "Haha, good point. So Sedian, where is she?" Sedian scratched the back of his head awkwardly and chuckled bitterly. "Xiao, truthfully, I haven't seen her since last time she left." Qi Xiang asked curiously, "So what exactly have you been doing lately?" Sedian said, "I've been staying in a research institute until now." Qi Xiang slapped his forehead and said, "Dang, you always cause trouble. But never mind, it's good that you're back. As for the sister-in-law, as long as she's alive, she'll be yours eventually." "Indeed, haha, I think so too." For the reunion of these two brothers, Brother Bo and the others tactfully didn't interrupt. They could all see that though these two often separated, they were extremely close from the moment they met till now. Their bond was stronger than even blood siblings. Qi Xiang chuckled. "Sedian, what are you going to Europe for? Don't tell me you're looking for your wife." Sedian shook his head and replied, "No, I'm actually looking for the pathogen." "Pathogen?" The three characters immediately caught everyone's attention. Sedian nodded and said, "Yes, the pathogen. Since we parted ways, I've been at the institute. Actually, there is a way to solve the zombie virus issue we're facing now, but the antidote still needs some time. However, the pathogen must be eliminated. Otherwise, even if the antidote works, people will get reinfected." Qi Xiang nodded. "So where is the pathogen now? Why don't the researchers take action?" Sedian bitterly laughed. "The pathogen is alive. To be exact, it's an incredibly powerful zombie. It's continuously on the move. The institute has tried exterminating it, but there are only two outcomes. Either too many people go and scare off the pathogen, or too few people go and get slaughtered by the pathogen instead." Qi Xiang looked at Sedian and asked, "Then what about this time?" Sedian sighed deeply. "To be honest, Brother Qi, I'm exhausted. Though we have strong abilities, had it not been for this calamity, we wouldn't have lost so much. So right now, I want it to stop." Chapter 280, The First Battle in Europe, Part 1. Qi Xiang nodded, patted Che Dan's shoulder, and smiled. "Sure, no problem. Che Dan, it's decided. I don't like the current situation either. It's time to end it." Bo Gu and a few others stepped forward. Bo Gu said, "Yeah, we agree too. Bing Yu. To be honest, I'm also eager to meet that pathogen. Deshu. That's enough. It's time for me to retire." Lin Xiaoyang. "Hehe, whatever you say is what happens." Zhao Liang looked up at the sky and said, "It's already so beautiful here now. I wonder how beautiful it was before the apocalypse. I want things to return to the way they were." Qi Xiang laughed. "Haha, good. Since there are no issues among all of us, let's decide this cheerfully. The target is Europe. Number of people is 7. Let's go." This time, Jialong and dragon-like zombies became their mode of transportation. The two dragons headed towards an unfamiliar territory. Along the way, Qi Xiang and the others saw the regions of Western Asia, which were truly pitiful. Compared to Yanzhuang country, Western Asia was like hell itself. Forget finding psychics. Even normal humans were hard to see. The only things still moving were the zombies. "Master, a group of Yanzhuang people are heading our way. We're unsure of their intentions. What should we do?" A man in black was reporting. Behind a desk in front of him, a man while reading a Bible in his hand, said, "Let them come over. If they behave outrageously, we will punish them on behalf of God." "People from Yanzhuang? This is the first time I've encountered any since the apocalypse began." "Yes." On the other side, inside a warehouse, a muscular black man gnawed on a chicken leg as he listened to a report from one of his underlings. "Boss, a group of Yanzhuang people has arrived. What should we do?" The black man chuckled. "Yellow monkeys, huh? Haha, interesting. Are there any pretty girls?" "There are, and they're quite good looking, though they have oriental beauty. Their figures aren't very voluptuous." The black man licked the oil off his lips and said, "Good. I haven't seen Yanzhuang women in ages. Let's go, follow me, and check them out." Scenes like these happened simultaneously in dozens of places across Europe. Some factions chose to observe, some chose to ignore, and just 2 or 3 acted aggressively like the black man did. Even though Qi Xiang had come to Europe, he didn't know that right now the whole continent was surrounded by an invisible wall. Although this wall wouldn't stop anyone from coming in, every outsider would be discovered. Qi Xiang looked at the map in his hand and asked, "So where are we heading now?" Che Dan glanced at the laptop in his hand and said, "According to the satellite data, the pathogen last appeared in Munich, then disappeared." Qi Xiang put away the map and said, "All right, Let's head to Munich then. As they set off toward Munich, simultaneously 3 factions were making their way towards Qi Xiang's group. Those who hadn't come, yet mostly paid close attention to the actions of these visitors. Hey, you guys ahead, stop right there. That's right, you. Leave those 2 girls behind, and you can leave. The one speaking was the black man from before. He spoke fluent English as if waiting for someone to translate it into Chinese, but Bo Gu replied in English without hesitation. Friend, let us pass. We'll pretend we didn't hear you. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. For people from Qi Xiang's team, Qi Xiang, Che Dan, Bo Gu, and Shu could understand English well. As a result, Qi Xiang was quite upset by the black man's words. Though Qi Xiang originally wanted to start fighting directly, after Bo Gu initiated conversation, Qi Xiang simply stood and waited to see how events unfolded. Bo Gu came from a wealthy family, so knowing a bit of English wasn't surprising. The Shu had been on foreign missions as well. As for Qi Xiang and Che Dan, they mainly learned English for playing foreign original video games. Though Lin Xiaoyang understood a little English, she wasn't very fluent. She tugged on Bingyu's sleeve and asked, Sister Bingyu, what are they saying? Bingyu shrugged. I'm not sure either. Qi Xiang, what are they saying? Qi Xiang coldly laughed. What they're saying doesn't matter. What matters is that they're asking for death. At this point, the black man on the opposite side responded. Brother, I thought you guys were smart. Looks like we need to fight first before we get those girls, right? His words caused laughter and crude language from the back. Qi Xiang's veins bulged in anger. You big ape, if you say one more word like that, I'll smash your skull with one punch. You're looking for a fight. The black man roared with anger, and a mace appeared in his right hand. He shouted, attack. In an instant, dozens of people rushed over while shouting. On Qi Xiang's side, Qi Xiang was the first to charge forward without using any weapon. He simply swung his fists, knocking down enemies one by one. The black man roared again and swung his mace at Qi Xiang's head. Qi Xiang's right hand flashed with purple light as he blocked with the soulbiter knife. As the soulbiter knife collided with the mace, Qi Xiang immediately felt a sharp pain in his right hand, with his wrist throbbing. The ground beneath Qi Xiang's feet even sank slightly. Qi Xiang kicked out a foot, forcing the black man back. Looking at this black man before him, Qi Xiang couldn't help but exclaim, You really have some brute strength, my friend. But unfortunately, I'm not the kind that can be defeated by mere strength. The black man laughed. Haha, you yellow monkey, do you think this is all my power? Come on, if you have the ability, see my full strength. As he spoke, the black man roared loudly. His muscles began to swell, black hair sprouted from his black skin, and his face started to transform into something no longer human, but resembling Kong Jing, King Kong. Qi Xiang's eyes narrowed slightly, muttering to himself, Damn, this guy is tough. What bad luck. As he spoke, Qi Xiang began to adjust his state, preparing for a serious battle. Meanwhile, things weren't going smoothly in the other parts of the fight. Bo Gu and the others relied on the large number of their summoned beasts and their own considerable abilities, making the combat somewhat easier for them. Bo Gu and his companions each encountered opponents who were more or less challenging, though not problematic enough to cause trouble. This time, Qi Xiang and his group truly felt the pressure, but they did not perceive it as a bad thing. Because under pressure comes growth and strength. This was a conclusion they had reached throughout their journey. Chapter 281, The First Battle in Europe, Part 2. Qi Xiang gripped the soul-devouring blade tightly, watching as the man before him transformed into a muscular giant. With an explosive burst, Qi Xiang charged forward, and the giant moved with surprising agility for his size. The clash of fists and blade filled the air. The now 3-meter-tall black man had discarded his mace. Although large, it was now too small for him, akin to a child's toy. Instead, his clenched fists and fanged teeth became his most lethal weapons. As the fist collided with the blade, Qi Xiang was hurled backward by a single punch, landing on the ground after a backward somersault. Breathing heavily, he chuckled, that was invigorating. I think it's time to show some real skills. He withdrew the soul-devouring blade, and in his right hand appeared a gleaming white knife. A completely white blade that looked unreal, yet emanated terrifying energy ripples. This was the result of Qi Xiang's training, using internal energy to condense objects, enough to form a cleaver. As for why it was a cleaver rather than a sword, Qi Xiang explained he simply got used to using knives. Seeing Qi Xiang change weapons, the black man mocked him. Humph, little one, you really think changing your weapon will make any difference? Clearly, you still don't understand the true terror of a beast transformation mutant. Roaring, the black man charged again, and so did Qi Xiang. Again, their fists and blades clashed, but this time the outcome was slightly different. Once more, Qi Xiang was thrown back, but the cleaver formed from his Dan force remained embedded in the black man's fist. Only the handle was visible. What? How could your blade penetrate my defenses? The black man roared furiously, but before he could react, Qi Xiang spoke softly. Explode. In response, there was a thunderous boom. Energy erupted from the black man's fist, releasing bright white light that immediately engulfed the whole body of the black man. Staring at the black man, Qi Xiang frowned slightly. Despite sustaining such a powerful blow, the black man was not dead. When the glow faded, the black man stood firm, having reverted to his original form. Numerous wounds covered his body, yet he was still alive. The black man laughed coldly. Kid, you're strong, forcing me to resort to this level. Truly unexpected. But alas, it's time to use that thing. In his right hand appeared a test tube, containing golden liquid, an obviously dangerous substance. The moment Qi Xiang saw the liquid, his pupils contracted sharply as if he had seen something terrifying. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, But the black man didn't wait for him. Instead, he inserted the test tube into his mouth and bit it, shattering the glass. As shards injured his mouth, there was no sign of pain, only laughter. Ha ha ha. Kid, let's see if you can match me now. Speaking, the muscles across the black man's entire body swelled once more. A massive gust of energy swept out, blowing Qi Xiong back even as he approached. By the time Qi Xiong stabilized himself, the black man had transformed again into a hulking figure, but this time his hair was pure gold. A towering golden ape now stood before them, looking incredibly imposing. On the other side, one of the black man's subordinates battling Jiao Yang and others noticed his leader's transformation and muttered to himself, "Who would have thought? The boss actually used that thing. Well then, it's time for me to step up too." Suddenly, the speed of his chain increased, adding immense pressure to an already struggling Jiao Yang. Che Dan glanced at the golden ape and smirked. Haha, Brother Xiong seems to have met quite the formidable foe here. Golden Gorilla, it'll be tough on him. Talking about earlier, that energy must have been from that thing. Anyway, let's focus back on our own battle. Che Dan swung his icy blade and rushed forward again. But his opponent wasn't as eager. His only thought was to disengage, because against Che Dan, the fight seemed more like play. The opponent had to take every move seriously to avoid losing his life. Looking at the black man, Qi Xiong said, "You've used that thing. Is it really worth it?" Laughing, the black man replied, "In the apocalypse, surviving another day is always a gain. Even though using that thing reduces my lifespan, keeping you alive, I believe, wouldn't allow me to survive today anyway." A slight upward curl formed at the corner of Qi Xiong's lips. "True, but are you so certain you'll live just now?" The black man said, "Yeah, I'm not sure either, but how would I know without trying?" With that, the black man made his move. Purple, gold, blue, and red lights emerged from Qi Xiong's body as the soul-devouring blade, the holy blue shield, and the bloodthirsty demon spear appeared. In an instant, Qi Xiong's presence transformed dramatically. He charged forward with overwhelming force. The glow of Dan energy revealed white light hidden beneath the four colors. Divine Slayer, Demon Blade Slash. Qi Xiong roared as he swung down the soul-devouring blade. At this moment, it seemed like the one wielding the soul-devouring blade was not Qi Xiong, but a demon god. With just one slash, a single stroke, the black man's right arm was severed. But Qi Xiong's assault did not stop there. Shield Slash. The tip of the holy blue shield immediately emitted a luminous beam, tearing a gaping hole in the black man's chest. However, what poured out of the black man's body was not red blood but golden liquid. Indeed, it could only be called a liquid, for it wasn't blood at all. If pressed to explain, one might say it was the result of the black man burning his life force, mixing it into his blood, forming what could be termed elixir of life. Faced with the elixir of life splashing onto him, Qi Xiong didn't evade. Instead, he absorbed it directly using the swallowing fire. Then, the bloodthirsty demon spear behind him pierced into the black man's body. It was as though Qi Xiong and the black man were embracing, though it was an embrace the black man absolutely did not desire. The absorption ability of the bloodthirsty demon spear activated, and everything within the black man's body began to be devoured. The black man said weakly, "You're really terrifying? I wonder, why have you come to Europe?" Looking at the now frail-sounding black man, Qi Xiong replied, "I've come here to find the pathogen so I can end this apocalypse." The black man said calmly, "All right then, if what you say is true, that's good." As he spoke, the momentum around the black man suddenly shifted dramatically. Chapter 282, The First Battle in Europe, Part 3. With one punch, Qi Xiong was hurled away, but the black man wasn't faring any better. When his bloodthirsty spear was pulled out, the reverse barbs tore off chunks of flesh from the black man's body. Now, the black man looked completely disheveled. His right arm was gone. He had a wound on his chest. There were 8 other spots where his flesh had been torn off. And not only that, part of his energy had also been absorbed by Qi Xiong. At this point, it was extremely difficult for the black man to even maintain his current state. Qi Xiong was caught off guard by the blow, lying on the ground with a surge of energy coursing restlessly through his body. This energy was not his own. It had been driven into him by the black man's punch moments before. Though the amount of energy was small, it was extremely violent and restless, preventing Qi Xiong from focusing on anything else. His sole task now was to quickly destroy this unruly energy inside him. Ouch, I guess I can't play with you anymore. It seems something's happened over there. Che Dan suddenly said this. Then not only his opponent, but also the opponents of all his zombies were instantly killed at the same time. Che Dan hoisted his frost blade onto his shoulder and muttered to himself, "Wow, that guy is really ruthless. Not just to others, but also to himself. Using life-exhausting fluid in battle, and even using his soul as force to deliver a fatal strike just before death. Brother Xiong, you found yourself quite an impressive rival." With that, Che Dan approached. First, he used the frost blade to freeze the black man's corpse. Looking at the black man's still untransformed body, which resembled that of a golden-haired gorilla, Che Dan smiled and said, "The people at the Institute will probably find this specimen very interesting." Then, he stopped looking at the body and turned around to walk towards Qi Xiong. Sitting cross-legged, Che Dan observed Qi Xiong's body. Although Qi Xiong's expression remained calm and expressionless, Che Dan knew a fierce battle was unfolding within him, a battle he couldn't interfere with. "Brother Xiong, fight well. While I'm here, no harm will come to you from outside." Qi Xiong naturally couldn't hear these words, but he wasn't worried. He already understood the nature of this chaotic energy, soul. Yes, it was a soul, the soul of the black man. This was the black man's final move, soul invasion. It involved injecting his own soul into the target's body in an attempt to destroy the target's soul and take control of their body. Reaching his goal required replacing bodies, and while the black man didn't know how many bodies his soul had inhabited up to this point, he was certain he'd found a great new one now. However, as he was reveling in his upcoming success, he forgot one crucial fact. Anything seemingly invincible always has a weakness. And unlike the previous host whose souls hadn't played a role, this time his opponent was Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang turned inward and saw a soul heading toward his own. Of course, he couldn't allow it to succeed. A purple vortex began forming within him, playing a significant role in this moment. As Qi Xiang unleashed the power of evil fire and formed a vortex, the vortex started spinning, leaving the incoming soul unable to advance further. There was even a faint sensation of being pushed back. By the time the soul realized what was happening, it was too late. The vortex was already complete. The vortex rapidly attracted the soul, and despite its struggles, it was futile. Ultimately, it was enveloped by the embrace of the vortex. After the soul entered the vortex quivered slightly and expelled a white mass, another soul. But this time, the soul was unconscious and pure, drifting aimlessly until it was drawn toward Qi Xiang's soul and became one with it. Eyes open, two beams shot from Qi Xiang's eyes straight into the clouds, a dragon's roar erupting from within him. Purple and white dragons followed the light beams from his eyes, soaring skyward and piercing through the heavens. This strange phenomenon lasted for several seconds before disappearing, after which the perpetrator of it all, Qi Xiang, slowly sat up from the ground, rubbing his head and murmuring, "Ugh, why does my head hurt so much? Seriously, what just happened?" Che Dan glanced at Qi Xiang, saying, "Brother Xiang, you're unbelievable, getting such a huge benefit and yet still feeling uncomfortable about it." Qi Xiang looked at Che Dan and asked, "What do you mean?" Che Dan explained, "The big gorilla hit you earlier, and a soul entered your body. I don't know what method you used to absorb him, but you should check. Your soul power should have increased significantly." Qi Xiang nodded, looked inward, and found that his soul power had indeed become much stronger. Moreover, Qi Xiang made a surprising discovery. There were now two additional marks on his soul, a white dragon and a purple five-clawed dragon. Regaining his composure, Qi Xiang looked over at Bo's fight and said, "All right, it's time for us to end this battle." Che Dan nodded and commanded the zombies to join in, instantly turning the battle into a one-sided affair. After the battle ended, Che Dan stored the Frozen Kong gang into his storage space and said, "All right, Brother Xiang, let's continue moving forward, but we need to be more cautious from here on out. Your transformation earlier might have caught the attention of some unfriendly groups." Qi Xiang nodded. Che Dan had already explained what had happened, so Qi Xiang understood that they were becoming slightly noticeable. Actually, Qi Xiang was overthinking it, because when they entered Europe, all the powerful factions had already noticed them. They just hadn't acted yet. Though Qi Xiang's recent performance had been quite conspicuous, it still didn't warrant any immediate action. As for Qi Xiang eliminating the black man's group, the other factions observed silently since the black man's actions were completely suicidal. Rushing towards someone else like that wasn't Qi Xiang's fault. Of course, this could still serve as an excuse to act, but without any benefit or reasonable justification, they wouldn't move. So, for the moment, Qi Xiang and his group were still relatively safe. However, two factions were heading their way, meaning two groups of enemies awaited them, and neither would be easy to deal with. Chapter 283, The First Battle in Europe, Part 4. Dan, that black guy has already been taken care of by the Yinhuang people. Shouldn't we team up? At this moment, two other factions had encountered each other and coincidentally were old acquaintances. One faction's leader was negotiating a possible alliance with Dan, the head of the other faction. Dan was a young British man who, looking at the middle-aged man with a face full of scars in front of him, smiled and said, "Scarface, you're really cunning. But I wonder how we should divide things when the time comes." Scarface replied, "Hee, we aren't lacking women. We just want their weapons. You guys probably have your eyes on their women, right?" Dan shook his head and said, "Women, I'm not into them. I like men. You should know that." As he spoke, Dan licked his lips and continued, "However, I do agree with forming an alliance. But I would like to know the final distribution. By strength." Listening to Scarface's response, Dan laughed and said, "Haha, good, a fair fight based on strength. I agree, but if you dare to backstab before then, don't blame me for being unfriendly, and I'll make sure the one who plays dirty goes straight to hell even at the cost of my own life." Scarface extended his right hand and grinned. "Haha, it's settled." Dan grasped Scarface's hand and said, "Deal." And thus, these two forces joined together. With the help of the black people guiding the way, Scarface and Dan learned much more about Qi Xiang and his companions. Now they had reasonably allocated battle strategies for everyone within Qi Xiang's group. However, regarding Qi Xiang and Che Dan, both Dan and Scarface were stumped. While the others' displayed abilities were tolerable, not particularly hard to handle, some were tricky but manageable. On the other hand, Qi Xiang and Che Dan were different. One possessed immense personal strength while the other not only had considerable individual power, but also commanded a powerful batch of summoned beasts. This was a major headache for both Dan and Scarface because neither Qi Xiang nor Che Dan were regular opponents. And even though Dan and Scarface combined, they couldn't guarantee defeating either with absolute certainty. Scarface furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there no other way to deal with these two guys?" Dan coldly chuckled. "Hee, Scarface, you're getting old. Do you truly believe that overpowering with brute force is the only method to handle enemies? Think a little, my friend." If we can keep these two tied down and let the rest capture the remaining ones alive, would these two not be forced into submission? I don't believe this whole group was just temporarily assembled. They wouldn't care nothing for their teammates' lives. Scarface, looking at Dan, lifted the corners of his mouth and said, "Young man, your methods are truly ruthless. But, I still like them." Dan smiled and said, "No choice. In this era, it's either you or me. How can we not be ruthless?" Qi Xiang and his group were currently resting, enjoying some delicious food. They never imagined that at this moment, there were two wolves targeting them and devising a conspiracy against them. At this point, Qi Xiang's group was summarizing the first battle since arriving in Europe. Qi Xiang took a bite out of a hamburger, which he strongly requested Uncle Da to make specifically because they were in Europe. While chewing on the burger, Qi Xiang said, "To be honest, this battle showed us many things. First, our European enemies might be very strong. Remember that big gorilla and his underlings from before? Even putting aside the big gorilla, his subordinates alone would be considered fairly high-level fighters back in Yinhuang country. But here, the ratio differs. Out of a 100-person team in Yinhuang, it's uncertain if there'd be even one such level of strength, yet all the subordinates of that gorilla were at least this capable. We're unsure if this represents Europe's average strength, but we need to remain vigilant." Dan nodded and said, "Yes, that black gorilla even used a life-exhausting liquid during combat. It implies that here, although it may not be common, drugs that demand a certain cost but greatly boost one's strength over a short period exist. This is what we need to beware of most, as such substances can turn someone on the verge of losing into a superior opponent and result in counter kills." Brother Bo nodded and said, "Yes, I felt the pressure during our battle against them. Although I could still win, it was far less simple than before." Qi Xiang said, "Yes, this is exactly what I mean. I have a feeling that we will face more enemies ahead, and it's not necessarily just one group. So, we need to improve our strength in a short period of time, whether through cultivation or enhancing during battles. Our goal is to become stronger. Moreover, our target is the pathogen. As Dan already mentioned, the pathogen is a zombie, and a very powerful one at that. If this is all the strength we possess, then there's no point looking for the pathogen. It would be better to go back to Yinhuan country, find a gathering place, and become local kings." After listening to Qi Xiang, everyone fell silent for a moment. Then Zhao Liang suddenly said, "All right." This single "all right" instantly lifted the morale of the group. Bing Yu smiled and said, "That's right. If my strength is too weak, what will you do if you want to bully me? That can't happen. I also need to improve my strength." Lin Xiaoyang said, "I need to make myself stronger and not become a burden to my brothers." Boga laughed. "Although I always believe in solving problems with my brain rather than physical strength, I'm quite lazy to use my brain when brute force can simply overwhelm the enemies." The Shu took a sip of German dark beer and laughed. "Haha, all of you have made up your minds. What am I supposed to say? Just prepare the materials for me, and I'll give you better pills, haha." Qi Xiang looked at everyone and smiled. "Haha, I knew none of you would be willing to fall behind. All right, let's have another bite." As he spoke, Qi Xiang stuffed the remaining burger into his mouth and stood up, looking into the distance. In this vast grassland, besides Qi Xiang and his team, another group was heading this way. Over 100 people were walking toward them. However, Qi Xiang's team wasn't afraid. Instead, they calmly ate their food. Those who had finished eating stood up and adjusted their state to prepare for the upcoming battle. By now, it was the 5th day since Qi Xiang and his companions arrived in Europe, and this was their second battle against a faction since they landed in Europe. Chapter 284, Sparring Partner, Part 1. This battle involved no verbal communication. Dan and Scarface had already agreed to use a blitzkrieg strategy, attacking quickly so the opponent wouldn't realize it. Qi Xiang noticed that the enemies opposite showed no intention of communicating, so he decided to keep quiet as well. He simply pulled out his Shurhun knife and grinned. "All right, let's all be more spirited this time. After all, we've got a rare sparring partner." With that, Qi Xiang was the first to rush forward. There were quite a few enemies this time around, but Qi Xiang didn't take them seriously. To him, was the human wave tactic useful? The answer was no, unless they could find someone stronger than Qi Xiang. Otherwise, defeating Qi Xiang would only be a joke. "Your opponent is me," Dan shouted, leading 7 underlings rushing forward. All 8 surrounded Qi Xiang directly. Meanwhile, Daska was also surrounded. Sita was surrounded by Scarface and his 3 henchmen, and Sita's zombies were encircled by another group. Although Dan and Scarface seemed to have dispatched many subordinates, in reality, there were still fewer than 30 people. The remaining opponents were allocated almost 10 each for Bogey and his team. Bogey looked at his opponents, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Various barriers appeared, but actually, they were all the same kind, triggering barriers. Triggering barriers involved summoning elements from the air and amplifying them for attacks, like expanding water molecules in the air to form high-pressure water guns. Flames, water, lightning, and various kinds of attacks manifested before Bogey's enemies. While these attacks didn't mean much to them, Bogey wasn't counting on them doing much either. The sole purpose of these barriers was to delay time so Bogey could execute his ultimate move. The fight on Bingyue's side was completely overwhelming. Although the opponent sent fire attribute ability users against Bingyue, she wasn't without countermeasures. A blizzard erupted, instantly freezing the air, and icy gusts rushed forward. Those fire attribute ability users immediately began their counterattack, erupting flames to repel the cold current. Streams of fire surged towards Bingyue, but clearly, they overlooked one thing. If Bingyue could control ice, why couldn't she control water? Surging water. Bingyue's blue staff emitted a bright light, instantly turning the cold current into waves of water. A flow of water collided with fire, instantly generating a thick mist. However, this was only temporary, as Bingyue's water soon pushed through. Though Bingyue had never used her water attribute abilities in combat, she always knew one principle: the essence of ice is water. Therefore, her control over water hadn't slipped. Now it appeared that Bingyue was right to maintain this skill. Those highly regarded fire attribute ability users were instantly counterattacked, but they had a backup plan: electricity attribute ability users. Lin Xiaoyang's opponents were all physical enhancement type ability users, yet Lin Xiaoyang wasn't afraid. She immediately summoned a giant shadow clone and adopted the shadow assassin strategy for combat. Soon, however, Lin Xiaoyang realized this wouldn't work since the number of enemies was simply too great. The enemies supported each other, and even before the shadow assassin could attack, it would be killed. This was one weakness of the shadow assassin: low defense, making it easy for the enemy to kill once discovered. Clones are created through spiritual force and energy activation, producing something identical to oneself. What should I do about this? Oh, that's right. An idea formed in Lin Xiaoyang's mind, and she prepared to implement it. Jiaoyang was now swinging his stick wildly. It was his weapon, but it appeared ineffective, as all his opponents were long-range ability users. Every time Jiaoyang tried to get closer, they retreated. Thus, until now, Jiaoyang hadn't had a single close-quarters confrontation with any of his foes. Damn it, you just wait. Don't give me a chance to get near. Saying this, Jiaoyang rapidly swung his stick, leaving afterimages all over his body. Uncle Da was the most helpless at this moment, because, as an alchemist, he had to face an equal number of opponents like those fighting personnel. With a bitter smile, Bogey summoned an armored dragon and took an embodiment pill. It seems my improvement really can't come from battles. Speaking, a pair of feathered wings grew on Uncle Da's back, produced by an embodiment pill made from a flying eagle. Qi Xiang's Ashurhun knife slashed diagonally, severing one person's weapon with a single strike. He jeered. Haha, is this all you've got? Looks like I can finish you off quickly and go help the others. Dan smirked coldly. So, do you really think our strength is only this much? To Qi Xiang's surprise, this Brit spoke fluent Yinhuang language. But after some thought, he shrugged it off. Wasn't he capable of speaking perfect English too? Qi Xiang extended his right hand, wiggling his fingers, and said, Come on then, let me see what kind of strength you were talking about. Don't disappoint me now. Dan waved his hand, then all 8 rushed forward. Sita fought casually against Scarface and his 4 companions, while keeping an eye on everyone's movements on the battlefield, ready to unleash a dark moon slash at any moment. Scarface, noticing Sita's behavior, growled irritably. Hey, kid, you're looking around like that is really pissing me off. Sita shrugged and retorted. Can't help it if you're weak, can I? Haha, by the way, your guys' skills really are laughable, rookies. Say that again if you dare. Scarface swore with an F word and swung his curved blade, rushing forward again. Initially, they had assumed that since Sita was a summoner, he wouldn't be very strong and would have to split his focus controlling his zombies. However, in actual combat, Scarface realized Sita's power wasn't insignificant, and moreover, his zombies operated autonomously without requiring Sita's direct control. Thus began this completely unequal battle in terms of numbers. Yet, even with such a lopsided ratio, Qi Xiang's group never fell into a disadvantageous position. It was as if Qi Xiang's initial words proved true. Scarface and Dan's crew were merely their sparring partners, not real opponents, simply because they lacked the required strength. Chapter 285, Sparring Partner, 2. Bo Ge's hands quickly formed seals, so fast that they almost left residual images behind. But for Bo Ge now, this was still quite easy. What made him uneasy was the consumption of energy by this barrier. That was Bo Ge's greatest concern. Barrier, displacement space. Bo Ge shouted as 8 glowing points appeared in the air and formed a rectangular shape, though it was extremely thin, only 1 centimeter thick. Its range covered merely the area where his enemies were located in front of him. Even just this much consumed a great deal of energy from Bo Ge, because this barrier was originally beyond what he could master at his current level. If not for Bo Ge's special sealing technique, he would have already collapsed on the ground from exhaustion due to the loss of energy. But now, with the barrier complete, it signified that Bo Ge's battle was about to end. The displacement space was a spatial type of barrier which used spatial forces to trigger the power of the barrier, causing everything within its range to undergo spatial displacement. Of course, this move had limitations too. Its effects on spatial ability users were less than satisfactory, as they were themselves masters of space. This kind of trick was nearly ineffective against them. However, spatial ability users were extraordinarily rare among 10,000 people. Every spatial ability user was a powerful figure in their own right. Hence, Bo Ge had never failed with this move, until this time when Bo Ge failed. As the displacement space dissipated, all those who had been sent to deal with Bo Ge fell down. Their waists were missing chunks of flesh. Yes, missing chunks of flesh. But there was an exception. A woman clad in a windbreaker stood still, looking at Bo Ge. With a slight curl at the corner of her mouth, she said, I truly didn't expect that a barrier technique could unleash spatial forces. If Dan hadn't anticipated this point earlier, we might probably have all been annihilated by you. Frankly speaking, before meeting you, I also had doubts whether a barrier technique could indeed activate spatial forces. Today I see that it can. But such a cost is likely incomparable to ordinary barrier techniques. Haha, young man, you're very strong and talented. Why don't you join us? I can offer you what you desire. Bo Ge spat out a mouthful of phlegm, feeling slightly better. Looking at the woman in front of him, he said, a spatial ability user? Huh? Truly rare. This time, it's my mistake. But do you really believe I have no hidden cards? The woman chuckled and said, haha, handsome guy, I certainly don't think that way. But you know why spatial ability users are so few, don't you? It's because each of us is so strong that we are scarce. You may have hidden tricks up your sleeve, but would they really be useful to me? Huh. How will you know if we don't try? Boga said. Then suddenly, Boga shouted, Bear, attack her. With a bear roar, a six-pointed star appeared, and out charged a giant bear straight toward the woman. Just as the bear claw was about to strike her, the woman instantly teleported and dodged the attack. Then, turning her gaze back to Bogo, she coldly smirked and said, do you think having it delay things while you use drugs to restore your energy will work? That's laughable. Although I am curious to see if you in peak condition could defeat me. Let's talk about that after you've submitted to us. Saying this, the woman suddenly appeared before Bogo and delivered a swift kick, hurling Bogo flying backward. Upon hitting the ground, Bogo lay sprawled. He wasn't in any rush to get up. Right now, Boji's goal was to drag out time for the pills he just ingested to take effect. Watching the battle unfold and keeping an eye on Bogo, Cha Dan muttered to himself. TSK, a spatial ability user? Truly rare indeed. But hey, her figure is not bad at all. As he said this, he even licked his lips. This gesture was noticed by Daoba. Daoba immediately flared up, yelling, damn it, Brad, are you tired of living, talking about Fiona like that? Cha Dan looked teasingly at the scarred Daoba and smiled. Haha, what if I am? The person capable of killing me wouldn't be you. Saying this, Cha Dan deflected Daoba's saber with his icy blade and added with a laugh. Besides, isn't Fiona most likely not under your command? If I'm not mistaken, she's probably working for that British kid over there. TSK, such a pity. That British kid's gay, and Fiona herself prefers women, so both a man and a woman are beyond your reach. Huh. Daoba glared at Cha Dan and asked, how did you know? After driving the other three away, Cha Dan pressed the cold blade of his sword against Daoba's chest and laughed. Don't you know I am a game ability user? The title of intelligence expert belongs to us game ability users. Even though I haven't been to Europe, I have investigated your information long ago, Daoba Jack. Hearing Cha Dan call out his name, Daoba quickly retreated because he now believed what Cha Dan said was true. And Daoba also feared one thing. The weaknesses of people like him with some strength had been exposed on the game ability users forum. In fact, their weaknesses had indeed been exposed, but Cha Dan didn't have time to review their detailed profiles. In Cha Dan's own words, their abilities were too weak, and all he knew was what he mentioned earlier. Looking at Daoba retreating, Cha Dan mocked. What? Are you scared already? That's amusing. The great Daoba actually gets frightened by just a few words from me. Huh. As he said this, Cha Dan's cold blade danced swiftly, leaving the remaining three unable to fight back. Witnessing this situation, Daoba charged forward again, for if he didn't join in now, it would leave him alone and make the current situation even more awkward. Cha Dan's lips curled upward slightly. He enjoyed this feeling. Now Daoba had developed a psychological shadow toward him. It wasn't fear induced by overwhelming strength, but rather a psychological suppression. This was what Cha Dan truly wanted. As for Cha Dan's zombies, Cha Dan was not worried about them at all. Since arriving in Europe, Cha Dan only brought 4 zombies into battle: Blade Zombie, Spike Zombie, Flame Zombie, and Fat Zombie. Though few in number, each was a solo walker level zombie, and none were weak. For them, dealing with a few psychics was very easy. At this moment, the 4 zombies were attacking their opponents in their unique ways. Their opponents only then realized that these zombies, who could be easily killed under normal circumstances, had now become nightmares. Chapter 286, Sparring Partner, 3. Seeing the lightning flash on the opposite side, Bingyu showed no signs of worry and continued to rush water forward. The electric attribute Sai over there sneered coldly. What a fool, doesn't he know that water conducts electricity? He still dares to use water. Let you feel the sensation of being electrocuted. Saying this, a current rushed out, plunging into the water. However, strangely, the current did not follow the water as its master expected and electrocute Bingyu. Instead, it was pushed back and struck the Sai himself. With a scream, a man covered in black, his hair standing on end, appeared. Bingyu walked up now mocking him. That guy looked at Bingyu's face and said, no, this is impossible. Why? Why does your water not conduct electricity? What? Though Bingyu didn't understand English, she could roughly guess what the man was asking. However, Bingyu had no patience for explanation, but rather directly formed an ice spike. When the ice spike appeared, all of Bingyu's enemies already had the label of death. And at this point, Bingyu was the first among everyone to finish the battle, but she had no intention of helping anyone. Instead, she chose to retreat, looking for a safe place to reflect on her insights from the fight. As for why Bingyu's water didn't conduct electricity, it was actually very simple. Ordinary water conducts electricity because it contains impurities. Pure water alone will not conduct electricity. The water condensed by Bingyu using energy naturally would not conduct electricity. This was also why Bingyu had mocked the electric attribute Sai. Her mockery stemmed from his ignorance. Although Bingyu thought of this trick under Brother Bo's guidance, it didn't prevent Bingyu from laughing at others who were unaware of this fact. The battle was still ongoing. After Uncle Da swallowed the attachment pill, he and Zhao Long split the remaining enemies evenly, 5 each. It seemed like the enemies knew that Uncle Da's strength wasn't very strong, so those sent against Uncle Da weren't very powerful either. But for Uncle Da, they were still quite challenging, as Uncle Da was an auxiliary ability user. Although he could become a fighter by taking his self-made pills, compared with true combat type Sais, Uncle Da still fell far short. In front of Uncle Da stood a man holding a staff, who smiled and said, "Mister, our records show you to be an excellent alchemist with a high rank. Reasonably, the role of alchemist as an auxiliary profession should not participate in combat. It's a sin that they made someone of your stature take part in battle. I, too, am an auxiliary ability user. My skill is healing. So how about joining us instead? You and I, combined powerfully, could be the strongest auxiliary size." Looking at the golden staff in the man's hand, it indeed seemed like some form of healing ability. However, Uncle Da didn't buy it and chuckled, saying, "Young one, you are really shallow. There's no such thing in this world as dividing between fighting abilities and auxiliary abilities. Any Sai has combat power. Only those who haven't developed themselves choose to willingly remain auxiliary. Stop blabbering and fight if you must." Seemingly, Uncle Da's words struck a sore spot in the man, whose face immediately turned sour. Waving his hand, he ordered, "Attack." Uncle Da's wings fluttered behind him at lightning speed, flying swiftly up. Even these Sais failed to react before Uncle Da had already arrived behind the man. His right hand, which had transformed into a claw, held the man's neck, the sharp tips pressing against his throat, a deadly threat to the man. Uncle Da muttered to himself in Chinese, "This speed-enhancing pill is truly good." Then, Uncle Da taunted in English, "Sorry friend, it seems that the fighting power of my so-called auxiliary Sai isn't bad after all. However, I need to correct one error of yours. I'm not an alchemist. My name is Dan Master. Elixirs, do you understand?" Then, Uncle Da's right hand, or rather, his claw, pierced through the man's neck. Retracting his claw, looking at the soon-to-fall body of the man, Uncle Da snatched the staff from the man's hand, returning it to his storage space. Although Uncle Da did not fully understand, the aura from the staff was comforting, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. But this healer died without ever understanding the difference between an alchemist who could only produce healing drugs, poisons, and antidotes, and Dan Masters like Uncle Da, who created all kinds of elixirs. Before those people realized why what was supposed to be the weakest enemy had burst forth such formidable fighting power, Uncle Da acted again. Flying into the sky, he flapped the wings behind his back, causing the feathers to fly out like swords, leaving cuts on the enemy's bodies. It was only then that they remembered they were still in the midst of battle. As for Jialong's performance, there was nothing more to say. His carapace was a natural suit of armor, and with extremely high defense, he continuously swung his tail hammer, smashing it towards the enemies that sought to attack him. Already, 2 people had been inadvertently struck by it. It could be said that as long as Jia Long didn't expose his abdomen, which was his most vulnerable spot, he would be an almost invincible existence, like a tank. Replicate, Avatar. Finally, after pondering for a moment, Lin Xiaoyang made her move. If she hadn't acted, her enemies would have been about to slay the giant Avatar and then come after her. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoyang's speed was reasonably fast. This time, the Avatar didn't appear out of thin air, but directly separated from the bodies of those enemies. And what emerged wasn't Lin Xiaoyang, but them themselves. At this moment, the game invitation card sent earlier by Qi Xiang played a significant role in Lin Xiaoyang's favor. Thanks to the analytical abilities gained from her gaming experience, Lin Xiaoyang could directly analyze her opponent's data and summon an avatar possessing half the strength of her opponent. The reason why Lin Xiaoyang hadn't acted until now was due to the time spent on analyzing. When their avatars appeared before them, they transitioned from surprise to shock. Their surprise stemmed from the fact that this avatar looked exactly like them, while their shock was because this self had begun attacking them. Seeing their own abilities manifested through this avatar shocked them, but when they realized this avatar only possessed half their strength, they suddenly felt this opponent became rather simple. However, they seemed to have forgotten something very important. The giant avatar was still around, the shadow zone was still active, which meant the shadow assassin remained as well and hadn't disappeared. This, in fact, was Lin Xiaoyang's finishing move. Chapter 287, Sparring Partner 4. Zhao Liang looked at the last enemy in front of him and chuckled coldly. Aren't you really something? Weren't you playing kite flying with me? Haha, let's keep playing. As he spoke, Zhao Liang raised the stick in his hand. The man stared at Zhao Liang in terror and cried out, No. During this time, he had witnessed a terrifying scene. He saw Zhao Liang move with a speed that was hard for the naked eye to perceive, rapidly arriving at this spot, sweeping his stick horizontally. With every wave of the stick, a head fell. Though these psychics had the ability to attack from afar, it didn't mean they lacked close combat skills. However, in front of Zhao Liang, all of that seemed like a joke. The stick in Zhao Liang's hands was like a celestial soldier's divine artifact. Each time it swung, it carried away a head. If Zhao Liang's stick slid across someone's neck, the head would fly off. If Zhao Liang's stick struck someone on the head, their skull would instantly burst open, brain matter splashing everywhere. By now, Bingyu, Zhao Liang, Deshu, and Lin Xiaoyang had already finished their battles. Although there were more people in this fight, their strength wasn't as strong as the previous Black Man's elite squad. Nevertheless, this battle still brought some insights to Bingyu and the others, among whom Lin Xiaoyang gained the most. At this moment, Bo Gu was coordinating with Bear to battle Fiona. She was the only woman in the group that came this time, and also the only person currently one-on-one with an opponent while maintaining control. Of course, this did not imply that Bo Gu was weak. It just indicated that this woman was very strong. Che Dan's side of the battle was almost over too. As for Qi Xiang, he had been crushing the weak opponents from the beginning and was now entering the final stage. Fiona glanced at the current battlefield situation and sighed, saying, Men, your team has very strong abilities. I hope your intentions here don't pose any danger to Europe, otherwise you'll feel truly terrifying strength. After delivering this seemingly nonsensical statement, 6-pointed stars appeared next to Fiona, Dao Ba, and Dan, which had been prearranged as a retreat signal. Before coming here, Fiona had 2 missions: to suppress Bo Gu, the barrier master, and to observe the battlefield situation, preparing to retreat when the circumstances turned unfavorable. However, using energy for spatial transportation consumed a lot of power, so Fiona could only ensure that 3 people, including herself, successfully escaped, leaving the rest to fend for themselves. Seeing the 6-pointed star appear beside him, Dan realized that not many of them were left. Although the losses from fighting Qi Xiang and Che Dan weren't too heavy, that was only because the 2 hadn't used their full potential. It was impossible for Dan not to notice this. But when he was waiting for his subordinates to kidnap the other members as leverage against these 2, those who were originally supposed to be the prey had already counterattacked. Dan sighed, jumping into the 6-pointed star, and Dao Ba followed suit. Fiona gave Bo Gu a flying kiss and laughed. "I hope we meet again sometime," before leaving. The remaining individuals certainly wanted to leave, but Fiona's teleportation array specified certain individuals. Those not chosen wouldn't achieve anything even if they entered, unless they tried anyway, like one individual who stubbornly tested the system, resulting in him directly passing through the 6-pointed star and landing face first. As for the remaining people, Qi Xiang naturally wouldn't let them go easily, since letting them go would be akin to releasing tigers back into the wild. Qi Xiang wouldn't leave such an untranslated behind. After resolving the remaining enemies, Qi Xiang walked over and said, "Bo Gu, didn't expect your guys' capabilities to be that good after all." Bo Gu laughed. "Haha. Qi Xiang, what do you mean by that? Look, I'm pretty capable, okay?" Qi Xiang nodded, saying, "All right, you're strong. Anyway, we need to continue forward." Then, this group set out again. "Shit, they've wiped us out entirely with just 7 people. That makes me angry. No way, I have to take revenge for this." Dan angrily exclaimed, and Dao Ba took a puff of his cigarette and said, "All right, Dan, forget about revenge. None of that group can be judged by normal standards. Forget the 2 powerful guys. Even the remaining 5 are no easy opponents, let alone those 2. That summoner's own strength isn't bad, and his summoned beast is very strong, and who knows if he doesn't have other beasts. And that guy with the cleaver, his strength truly scares me. I believe that if he unleashes his full power, it would shake up the entire European landscape. Moreover, who knows what other cards they have up their sleeves. Do you think just with those 2 stepping forward, how many people in all of Europe could stand against them?" Dan said, "Scar, do you think Europe only has a few major powers? There are many strong individuals who are not famous because they are in seclusion for cultivation. Only by avoiding worldly disturbances can one achieve great power. By the way, I happen to know such a person." Scar patted his forehead and said, "Oh my god, Dan, your resentment is really strong. Hey, let me tell you honestly, you should not seek revenge. It's not worth it." Dan glanced at Scar and said, "I don't care if it's worth it or not. Anyway, this grudge I must avenge." Fiona smiled and said, "Well, Scar, stop trying to dissuade him. Dan has always been like this." After taking the last puff of his cigarette, Scar threw the butt on the ground and said, "All right, then I will no longer try to dissuade you. Anyway, I'm going to organize another force, and it's up to you how you proceed. By the way, Fiona, do you want to come with me?" Fiona glanced at Dan, shook her head, and said, "I'll pass." Scar pretended to be disappointed and said, "Hey, what a pity. I wonder what's so good about this gay guy. All right, then I'm leaving." With that, Scar left. Neither Dan nor Fiona stayed behind. The 2 of them set off toward the place where the secluded master that Dan knew resided. At this time, in a certain church. "Master, those people from the Yalan group have already destroyed 3 forces in Europe. This is truly intolerable." The man called Master opened his eyes, looked at the man before him, and asked with a smile, "David, tell me, which 3 forces were they, and what conflict led to this?" Upon being asked this by the master, David hesitated for a moment, lacking confidence as he answered. It was the forces of Black Chimpanzee, Scar, and Dan. The conflict arose because these 3 forces went to trouble them. The master gazed into David's eyes and smiled, asking, "So what do you think should be done about this?" Chapter 288 Pathogen I. David pondered for a moment and said, "I will drive them out of Europe because they have already disrupted the order in Europe." The cult leader smiled faintly and said, "I am the opposite of you. I don't think it's bad. They haven't disrupted the order here yet. Instead, they have improved it somewhat, right? We both know what those 3 forces are like during normal times. While they're not extremely malicious, otherwise we would have sanctioned them already, they're also not good either. Just mediocre and quite unstable. Rather than keeping them, this is a good opportunity for these people from Yanhuang to deal with them. And until now, they haven't made any aggressive moves, right? Actually, I'm curious about why they've come to Europe. Yanhuang has such vast territory that I don't believe resources are scarce there, and their strength couldn't possibly mean they're unable to survive in Yanhuang. So, they must have a purpose for coming here. What do you think this purpose is?" David replied, "I don't know, but I don't think it's anything good." The cult leader shook his head and said, "No, my opinion is contrary to yours this time. Yesterday, when I was speaking with the Lord, he told me that the purpose of the Yanhuang people coming here is beneficial to humanity and should be supported." David looked at the cult leader and asked, "Are we going to help them then?" The cult leader shook his head and said, "No, we still need to observe. We'll act when it's necessary. At that time, there will only be 2 possibilities. One is to help them, and the other is to eliminate them." Of course, there are only these two possibilities. Haha. I really can't think of a third option. Alright, David, go down. I need rest. Continue monitoring them and report immediately if anything seems off. I'm actually looking forward to what these people from Yanhuang might bring us. Oh, by the way, that guild has seemed a bit restless lately. Tell the Lord's followers to train well and improve their abilities as soon as possible. A battle awaits us very soon. David nodded, saying, yes, and then exited. The cult leader closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep while seated on his chair. Zhixiang, have you heard of the Death God Guild? Zhixiang suddenly asked Zhixiang this question. Zhixiang nodded and replied, of course, it's just an assassin organization. So what? Zhixiang laughed and said, it's nothing, just that their main base appears to be in Europe and America too. Why don't we take them out first and see how strong we are now? Zhixiang shook his head and said, Xianga, our priority right now is the pathogen. As long as the pathogen exists, countless people will suffer. You should know that there are still many people who haven't been infected by the zombie toxin, but also lack superpowers. Their lives are the hardest. Every day we delay means an unknown number of people might die. Zhixiang interrupted Zhixiang and said, all right, I got it. It was just a casual suggestion. Seriously, it feels like you've become so formal since we last met. Haha. Zhixiang's words instantly provoked laughter from a few people. Finally arriving at Munich, looking at this city, it was no different from all the cities around the world. This once prosperous city had now become a dead city. Zhixiang gazed at the place and said, looks like the city's overlooked by psychics. Let's go check if we can find the pathogen. With that, Zhixiang stepped out first. Bo Gu grabbed Zhixiang, laughing and said, Zhixiang, it's been a long time since we worked together. Do we use the old search method again? Come on, let me show you our method of searching. Then Lin Xiaoyang began to separate numerous duplicates from his body, and almost at every intersection, several Lin Ziyangs were dispatched. Bo Gu also released multiple barriers that expanded continuously for the search. Watching Bo Gu and Lin Xiaoyang conduct their search, Zhixiang didn't mind relaxing. He didn't bother leaving. Half an hour later, Bo Gu stood up and said, there's nothing. Besides one Dominion-level zombie, there's nothing stronger in this city. Zhixiang, does the pathogen have any distinctive features? Zhixiang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I don't know, but I think I've found it. With that, Zhixiang immediately rushed forward, unleashing full power. Spider webs flew out followed by freezing beams shooting out. All his zombies sprang into action. The second person to move was Zhixiang, who rushed out almost simultaneously with Zhixiang. The soul-eating saber and holy blue shield appeared, one in each hand. The bloodthirsty spear behind him also materialized. Even Daska, Tak, and Baihu, who hadn't shown themselves since arriving in Europe, emerged as well. Bo Gu watched these two unleash their full power and said, Jiao Liang, Deshu, Xiaoyang, you three stay right where you are. Bingwe, provide long-range fire support for them. As he spoke, Bo Gu had already started creating a barrier that blocked all possible escape routes. What prompted them to launch a full-scale attack was naturally their target, the pathogen, a zombie that looked extremely emaciated, almost just skin and bones. However, its eyes were like two light bulbs, very bright and flashing with red light. If this were a game and a capable player appeared here, no reconnaissance would be necessary because above its head would hang three large red words, pathogen. This was also one of the rules for game-capable players. If they encountered a boss-level enemy, the name would be directly displayed on their head, and the pathogen was clearly listed as a boss. In response to the sudden barrage of attacks, the pathogen remained calm, its mouth slightly open, emitting a low roar that shattered all surrounding attacks. Of course, this included Bo Ji's barrier. As the pathogen continued its composed performance, Zhixiang had already reached its front, his soul-eating saber and holy blue shield working in constant coordination. The slashes from both weapons complemented each other seamlessly. Though unable to inflict any real damage on the pathogen, this prevented it from retaliating, holding it in check. Che Dan, where's this thing's weakness? Zhixiang shouted. In response to Zhixiang's cry, Che Dan helplessly replied, Xiang Gu, if we knew, the research institute would have already dealt with it. Current research into the pathogen is ongoing. But one thing we do know is that the pathogen's eyes seem to be one of its weaknesses. Upon hearing Che Dan's words, Zhixiang wasted no time in activating the bloodthirsty spear behind him. 8 spider-like spears immediately began to whirl, attacking like 8 legs of a spider, thrusting toward the pathogen. Its main targets were the pathogen's eyes. As if understanding Che Dan's statement, the pathogen seemingly consciously began protecting its own eyes. A layer of crystalline shell appeared over its red eyes. Chapter 289, Pathogen 2. Behind Zhixiang, the bloodthirsty magic spears continuously waved. Finally, one of the spider spears broke through the pathogen's defense and struck its left eye. However, this blow did not break the shell covering the pathogen's eye. Regardless, it was what Zhixiang had been waiting for. The corrosion fire ignited instantly, and even the shell on the pathogen's eye could not withstand Zhixiang's corrosive flames. The corrosion fire on the spider spear immediately lit up the pathogen's left eye. Hiss! The pathogen let out a cry and slapped a palm forward. Sensing that this palm strike was something he couldn't resist, Zhixiang rapidly retreated. After repelling Zhixiang, the pathogen did not pursue, but instead grabbed its own left eye with its claws, forcibly peeling off the shell, then tossing it aside. Following this, it severed its 3 clawed fingers which caught alight when it removed the shell. Raising its head once more, it now had 2 eyes, one covered in shell, the other bare. A red eyeball gazed at Zhixiang, and in this instant, Zhixiang felt hatred emanating from it. But just now, The pathogen also seemed to have suffered greatly, retreating 2 steps before swiftly fleeing. Seeing the departure of the pathogen, Qi Xiang sighed in relief, saying, "Ah, finally this guy has gone." He truly was terrifying. Qidan warned, "Xianggu, don't relax too soon. That shout just now by the pathogen was calling all the zombies in this city. Their strength will increase because of that shout. It's a situation we've encountered before at the research institute. Once the pathogen prepares to flee, it emits an unusual cry, leaves quickly, and then large numbers of zombies will arrive where the sound originated." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "All right, then we won't go anywhere either. That guy is truly infuriating. Let's vent some anger on the zombies that are about to arrive." As he spoke, Qi Xiang recalled his holy blue shield and his bloodthirsty magic spear. A single soul-devouring blade was enough for the current situation. Qidan directly deactivated his equipment, saying, "Xianggu, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to rest." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Go ahead, don't fight over monsters with me." Then, Qidan called Boss Bo and others to find a place to rest and watch the show. This time, many zombies arrived. All the zombies in the entire city showed up. In front stood a half-man, half-horse zombie. It was the Lord Zombie of this city, a centaur, a creature that could only possibly exist in myths, turned into reality because of the existence of zombies. At that moment, it was commanding the zombie army. In the centaur's right hand was a long spear, and as soon as the spear was raised, all the zombies rushed forward instantly. Their target was Qi Xiang. The soul-devouring knife seemed to feel that it would be allowed to indulge in killing again, trembling slightly. Qi Xiang didn't care about this situation because it wasn't the first time, and this was a manifestation of the soul-devouring knife having its own consciousness. Although the soul of the knife was certainly not a benevolent existence, it could elevate the quality of the entire knife to a higher level. Qi Xiang's soul-devouring knife continued to slash about, purple fire dragons swirling around, devouring one zombie after another. This time, Qi Xiang felt that the speed of penetration was clearly much slower than usual. He wasn't inexperienced with fighting zombies enhanced by the Lord Zombie, and indeed, he had fought them many times. But this time, Qi Xiang distinctly felt how slow the advance was. When Qi Xiang cast a random reconnaissance skill, landing on a zombie, he saw a frightening buff. Pathogen's inspiration, battle encouragement from the pathogen, boosting all attributes of the zombie by 30%. With such a buff, combined with the reinforcement effects from the Lord Zombie on regular zombies, each common zombie possessed a combat ability surpassing that of enhanced zombies. No wonder even Qi Xiang felt these zombies were strangely powerful. However, such strength still fell short of being able to make Qi Xiang retreat. When enhanced zombies, mutated zombies, and even command zombies appeared, Qidan began to feel the pressure. These zombies, originally formidable, became significantly stronger under the enhancement effects, and their numbers were also great. Qi Xiang's devouring whirlwind devoured zombies faster and faster, racing against the tide. Yet even so, the pace of advancement slowed considerably, and there were even some zombies that the devouring whirlwind couldn't handle, requiring Qi Xiang to personally intervene. Just as Qi Xiang had finished slaying a command zombie and prepared to continue advancing, a long spear charged towards him, piercing the sky with such rapid speed that it brought roaring winds in its wake. By the time Qi Xiang reacted, it was already too late. He could only Minchang lift his soul-devouring blade to defend. At the moment when the long spear collided with the soul-devouring blade, Qi Xiang's body was thrown backward. At this point, the centaur zombie who was standing behind a group of zombies no longer had the long spear in its hand. However, as a yellow light appeared next, another spear manifested. The centaur zombie once again swung the long spear and hurled it toward Qi Xiang. Leaping up from the ground like a carp, Qi Xiang saw another spear rushing toward him. With one swift motion, he created a blade flower with the soul-devouring knife to deflect the spear aside. Then, Daska, Tax, and Baihu appeared, and Qi Xiang said, "Clear the way. I want to show the guy at the far end why roses are so red." Daska and the others, seeing the situation outside clearly, knew what had just happened. Daska grinned and said, "Qi Xiang, only your quick reflexes saved you from being shot by that spear." "Huh?" Glaring at him, Qi Xiang replied, "Don't sass me. It's time for battle." With that, Qi Xiang charged forward. The devouring whirlwind quickly formed around him, flames burning as they devoured these zombies. From Daska's wolf mouth, bursts of energy were continuously spewed out, hitting the zombies and exploding, just like hand grenades being tossed out one after another. Tack's method was simple yet brutal, stomping his hooves repeatedly onto the ground. Immediately, sharp spikes of earth erupted from the surface, impaling the zombies like skewers making sugar plums. Baihu simply opened its tiger jaw, a white beam of light spewing forth, sweeping across the zombies. This was comparable to Qi Xiang's devouring whirlwind and far surpassed the efforts of Daska and Tax. With the appearance of the three summoned beasts, Qi Xiang's forward momentum increased significantly. However, the frequency of the spears flying toward him became faster too. A spear would hurtle toward him every 10 seconds or so. Chapter 290 Pathogen 3. The speed of Qi Xiang's charge and the speed of the spear flying over had become proportional, but at this moment, Qi Xiang hadn't been hurt by the spear yet. The battle with the centaur zombie hadn't even started, and Qi Xiang was already taking the lead. Although he didn't know what other powerful skills the centaur zombie had besides throwing spears, when it came to close combat, Qi Xiang had never been afraid of anyone. As he rushed forward, Qi Xiang slashed his sword towards the centaur zombie. This guy had been annoying Qi Xiang for a long time from behind. At this point, Flames of anger naturally ignited within Qi Xiang's heart as he slashed towards the centaur zombie, seemingly trying to cut away the fury in his own heart along with this strike. The centaur zombie looked at the soul-devouring sword coming down and raised his spear to block it, managing to stop the blade. But could Qi Xiang's attack be so easily stopped? Corrosive fire replaced the ever-burning devouring fire, and under the corrosive fire's effects, the spear broke instantly. With renewed force, Qi Xiang's blade struck again. With one slash, the centaur zombie's abdomen gained a large wound. Then without pause, Qi Xiang continued swinging, delivering 12 strikes within 3 seconds. Immediately, the centaur zombie had 13 more wounds on its body. Of course, being a zombie, the centaur wouldn't suffer much damage from these attacks, at most just spilling some black fluid. Qi Xiang's goal wasn't necessarily to harm the centaur zombie. He was merely venting his frustration. Whether or not it caused damage was irrelevant to him, because failing now didn't mean the centaur zombie could live peacefully. This was Qi Xiang's confidence in his own strength. A new spear appeared in the centaur zombie's hand, its tip pointing straight toward Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang split the spear in two with a single strike and followed through with another thrust, cutting into the centaur's abdomen. At that moment, a sneer appeared on the centaur's face, a human-like smile. "Human, don't you know that the weakness of zombies is their head? What's the point of your attacks?" Saying this, the centaur swung a punch, its tall stature ensuring the straight punch hit Qi Xiang squarely in the face. Hit in the face, Qi Xiang flew backward. When Qi Xiang stood up again, he spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Fortunately, all his teeth were still intact. However, blood flowed from his nose and mouth, making him look rather ragged, yet Qi Xiang was smiling. "Ha ha ha, centaur zombie, do you really think I'm an idiot?" As he spoke, Qi Xiang twirled the soul-devouring sword in his hand, decapitating all the nearby zombies, then looking back at the opposite centaur zombie. The centaur zombie was about to say something, but suddenly felt something amiss in its body. Even though it couldn't feel pain, it still sensed an abnormality. Looking down, it cried out, for its body was already covered in purple flames, fierce flames burning like an evil spirit devouring the centaur zombie's body. Qi Xiang stood still, coldly laughing. "You have 1 minute left? No, you have 1 minute left before death. I forgot that zombies only truly die when their heads are destroyed, haha. I wonder if you can manage to kill me successfully while you're still able to move." Roaring furiously, the centaur zombie charged forward with a newly formed spear. All the high-level zombies also surged forward, seemingly aware of their individual inadequacies. Zombies below the mutant level went to fight Daska's 3 beasts, leaving only the strongest peak mutant zombies to engage Qi Xiang. With one slash, Qi Xiang beheaded a zombie, black liquid flowing down the tip of the soul-devouring sword and dripping onto the ground. Looking around at the surrounding zombies, Qi Xiang laughed coldly. "Ha ha, so many zombies, so much energy. You guys, there's no escape." As he spoke, Qi Xiang threw a punch, and the force of it directly flipped the zombie over. Then, Qi Xiang's attacks grew fiercer. One by one, zombies fell under his assault. In this city, there were no shortages of strong zombies, each with all sorts of abilities. However, their growth was restricted because if a lord zombie appeared in a city, then all other zombies could only ascend to commander zombies at most unless they found some special opportunity to leave the city and become lone wanderers, gaining true strength that way. Otherwise, commander zombies and lord zombies marked the limit for them, a boundary set by the first zombie in each city who became a lord zombie. This is why each city could only have one lord zombie. If more powerful zombies emerged, they would not be confined to a single city but instead conquer surrounding areas, becoming the true kings ruling multiple cities. Still, even so, each city could still only host one lord zombie. This is also why human animancers weren't necessarily too powerful, yet when grouped together, they were still able to capture cities with lord zombies, because there was just one very strong one, and the rest weren't much stronger than ordinary zombies. How could such a city withstand attack? This applied even more so for Qi Xiang, whose overall attribute rating had already reached level 61 within the game system. Both his malevolent firepower and Dan energy had ascended to level 61, meaning Qi Xiang's actual power was somewhat greater than the rated level 61. By comparison, these commander-level zombies didn't stand a chance, and even the lord zombie wasn't much of a challenge. SSSSSS. A sound akin to the hissing of venomous snakes rang out. Though quiet, it reached Qi Xiang's ears unmistakably. Hearing the sound, for reasons unknown, Qi Xiang instinctively became on high alert, his muscles tensing as he swung the soul-devouring sword, creating a vacuum-like area around him while intercepting the long spear thrust from the centaur zombie. With a violent flick, he hurled the centaur away. At this point, Qi Xiang had no time to play around because he felt a real sense of danger approaching. Tear. Qi Xiang's clothes were shredded, leaving 3 bloody marks on his back. The distance between the 3 scratches was uniform, as was the depth, appearing as though clawed by some savage beast. At the same moment, Qi Xiang finally saw who had posed this threat. Pathogen. Upon uttering these 3 words, Qi Xiang suddenly released an overwhelming aura. This was not driven by anger, but rather by his awareness that he must use his full strength if he wished to handle this opponent. Chapter 291, Pathogen 4. ZZZTZZZ. The pathogen paused in place, staring at Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang and the pathogen locked eyes. It turned out that the pathogen had never left. It was using the loss here to consume the strength of Qi Xiang's group. Qi Xiang did not know why the pathogen acted this way. Clearly, the pathogen was very powerful and didn't need to do so. Could a zombie possibly understand attrition warfare? Qi Xiang would never have guessed that the pathogen originally intended to leave, but returned because of Qi Xiang's abilities. These abilities made the pathogen feel threatened. In past battles of encirclement and annihilation, although there were times when the pathogen felt endangered, these instances always involved preset traps, formations, or alliances with multiple strong warriors. However, today marked the first time the pathogen was scared by the aura emitted from an individual person. For this reason, it decided to stay, as it believed Qi Xiang could not be allowed to live. This human was too terrifying. Should he remain alive, one day he would grow stronger than what the pathogen could resist. As Qi Xiang did not understand the pathogen's thoughts, the pathogen was also unaware that Qi Xiang was currently fearing its own abilities. At this moment, this human and zombie were mutually fearful of each other, yet simultaneously sizing each other up, both wanting to take the other's life. Qi Xiang moved first, wielding the soul-devouring blade which slashed toward the pathogen. A fiery purple flame raged on, the corrosive fire seemingly looking down upon everything as it surged towards the pathogen. The pathogen seemed to be wary of the corrosive fire and dodged with agility, reappearing behind Qi Xiang, swiping a claw toward his back. Qi Xiang quickly spun around, kicking the pathogen. This time, Qi Xiang succeeded first, sending the pathogen flying to the side while preparing for another strike after stabilizing himself. Qi Xiang continued attacking relentlessly, the pathogen fighting back ferociously with its twin claws. At this point, all surrounding zombies dared not step forward. Though they were submissive to the pathogen's presence, they also trembled in fear of its aura. And those who could match the pathogen in battle appeared equally formidable to them. But how could they comprehend Qi Xiang's current struggles? At this moment, Qi Xiang was unleashing all his strength, whereas the pathogen, though powerful in its attacks, still held something back. If the pathogen attacked at full force, Qi Xiang wouldn't have any defense, let alone with countless other zombies nearby. Should the pathogen command these undead creatures, Qi Xiang would certainly be overwhelmed by one pathogen combined with many strong zombies. Meanwhile, outside, Daska's three beasts encountered problems. As the commander zombies and lord zombies took action, Daska's trio of beasts began feeling the pressure. The countless mutated zombies already caused headaches, and even more daunting were the numerous commander zombies and one mighty lord zombie. Although this centaur zombie was entirely covered in corrosive fire and close to death, its combat capability remained nothing to scoff at. Huff huff. Daska gasped heavily, struggling to rise from the ground. Looking around at the blood-soaked earth, he realized these victims were his comrades such as Bo Gu and others. While Qi Xiang had been thoroughly overwhelming the centaur zombie, the pathogen had mercilessly crushed Daska and his companions. Even though Daska commanded an array of powerful zombies that had become his summoned beasts, one crucial fact couldn't be ignored. This pathogen was itself a zombie and the ruler over all zombies. Neither solitary wanderers nor summoned creatures mattered. Thus, even though Daska's zombies hadn't betrayed him, they had all lost their combat ability. In the blink of an eye, having lost nearly half their fighting strength, Daska's group was brutally beaten by the pathogen. This was pure domination, akin to adults fighting children. Though numerous, the children would only tire the adult out unless there were far too many. Otherwise, the children's strengths, no matter how significant, would never surpass an adult's capabilities. Daska stood up, drank a healing potion, and glanced at Bo Gu and the others lying injured on the ground. They had sustained severe wounds, and unfortunately, Daska lacked any healing abilities. Helplessly, Daska decided to wait a bit longer before moving his battered body to assist Qi Xiang. Even though severely wounded himself, Daska dragged his broken form toward where the zombies gathered. His goal was simple: help Qi Xiang as much as possible, even if only slightly. Qi Xiang swung his soul-devouring blade, as the bloodthirsty demon spear behind his back also emerged, striking continuously. The holy blue shield was no longer just a defensive tool. Icy spikes shot out from the blue gemstone, piercing toward the pathogen. Meanwhile, the golden sacred light struck the pathogen with power. As the pathogen blocked Qi Xiang's attacks, it continuously swung its claws. The light in its eyes grew brighter, then spread throughout its body. The pathogen's entire body glowed with a red radiance, and its attacks became fiercer. Qi Xiang roared, and suddenly 5 colors of light, golden, blue, purple, red, and white, flashed brilliantly. The 5 colors of light intermingled with each other, matching the red glow emanating from the pathogen, even surpassing it slightly. The 2 spheres of light clashed, separated, and clashed again. Red and the 5 colors, these 2 vibrant hues, were like 2 enormous suns colliding repeatedly. Although the pathogen was powerful, having reached level 70, 9 levels higher than Qi Xiang, it should not be forgotten that Qi Xiang possessed more than one special ability. Combined with the boosts from the 3 potent weapons, the soul-devouring blade, the holy blue shield, and the bloodthirsty demon spear, he could fight against the pathogen. However, this did not mean that Qi Xiang had reached level 70 strength. After all, various enhancements and abilities didn't represent personal power. The game system's leveling structure was not easily broken. ZZZT. Once again, this sound was emitted as the pathogen delivered a swift punch. The blow struck Qi Xiang's chest, sending him flying away. His ribs shattered almost entirely under the force of this single strike, and blood welled up in his throat. Qi Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon landing, Qi Xiang created a deep crater in the ground where he fell. At this moment, Bo Gu and the others were still gravely injured. Daska's trio of beasts continued to battle against the zombies, and as for Sudan, he had once again fallen unconscious halfway through. Listening to the footsteps echoing nearby, the pathogen approached Qi Xiang slowly. Qi Xiang's vision blurred, and he realized just how vast the gap was between himself and the pathogen. Chapter 292, European Research Institute, Part 1. Qi Xiang closed his eyes and fell into a coma. The pathogen raised its left claw, just as it was about to fall on Qi Xiang. A large hand grabbed the pathogen's arm, instantly stopping it midair. I mean, why be so ruthless? Always leave a way out for others. You should know this simple principle, don't you? The pathogen turned around, glaring ferociously at the man behind him. The man was tall and imposing, over 2 meters in height. Under his loose casual wear, his muscles were clearly defined. With his blonde hair and blue eyes, his features weren't exceptionally handsome but well-proportioned, making him obviously someone women would like. However, the pathogen was not a woman. The blonde man said, "Stop now. Give me some face." As he spoke with a faint smile, an incomparable momentum pressed down upon the pathogen. Although the pathogen wanted to struggle more, it proved futile. It ceased exerting force, and the blonde man let go, smiling. Isn't this better? Cooperation is good for everyone. Now what are you still doing here? Aren't you going to give him one last blow? Hiss. The pathogen's voice carried many emotions, most prominently anger and frustration. Even though reluctant, the pathogen quickly fled the scene. The blonde man looked at the surrounding zombies and sneered. Why do you remain here? In that moment, as if seeing something truly terrifying, the zombies all fled at once, as if following an order from the blonde man. The blonde man glanced at Qi Xiang lying on the ground and said, Your fate rests solely on yourself now. Both the abilities of Shi Huazixing and Wu Xiang Yuanjia have been sealed within you. Kid, your luck is truly enviable. I'm genuinely curious to see what you'll do to this world. Speaking, the blonde man looked up at the sky where a spatial crack had suddenly appeared, murmuring to himself, has the space displacement become worse recently? Anyway, there's already enough influence from other dimensional worlds to spark a transformation in this world. Well then, time to stop it. He then kicked off with his right foot, shooting off the ground, flying straight towards the fissure like a bird taking flight. Ugh, it's so dark. Where am I? Why does it smell so bad? As he spoke, Qi Xiang stood up. His body had mostly recovered by this point. The last memory Qi Xiang retained before waking was being kicked far away by the pathogen, breaking his ribs, and subsequently losing consciousness. Now standing amidst the ruins-like environment cloaked in eerie silence, Qi Xiang muttered, "Where am I? Am I dead or alive?" Examining his own hands, finding no changes, he clenched both fists and slammed one onto the ground. Instantly, a circular crater formed centered around him, while his knuckles received minor abrasions. Looking at his fist, Qi Xiang realized that he must still be alive. With great effort, he leapt out of the crater and reassessed his surroundings again. In the darkness, every part of the battlefield previously ravaged in combat lay utterly in ruins. But at this point, Qi Xiang's attention wasn't focused on the devastation. Instead, he noticed people and beasts lying unconscious on the ground. "Che Dan," Qi Xiang called out and rushed over. Kneeling beside Che Dan, he examined the injuries. Thankfully, despite being seriously wounded, Che Dan wasn't critically endangered, and his strong physical constitution allowed him some recovery already. Subsequently, Qi Xiang checked the conditions of several others and found them in a similar state. Meanwhile, the trio of beasts named Desika showed no injury, only having passed out. Regarding their unconsciousness, Qi Xiang determined it wasn't due to injury, although he didn't know the exact cause. Finally calming down, Qi Xiang began thinking deeply about two important issues. Where exactly had the pathogen gone, and how long ago had the previous battle occurred? Before he could ponder further, a SUV drove up, and the door opened. A blond man jumped out, saying, "People of Yanhuang, come with us. We have some questions to ask." Qi Xiang glared at him coldly, retorting, "Who are you? Do you expect me to follow you just because you say so?" The blond man, hearing this, maintained his solemn expression and replied, "We are from the European headquarters of the Research Institute. Surely, this identity is sufficient for you to consider coming with me." Qi Xiang looked at the blond man and asked, "What proof do you have?" The blond man shook his head and said, "There's no evidence." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "All right, I can go with you, but as you see, my companions are all injured. I'd like to know how you'll deal with them." The blond man nodded, walked to the back of the SUV, and opened the trunk. Then he pulled out a compartment from the trunk, and at this moment, 3 medical personnel in white lab coats jumped down from the SUV. The blond man said, "This should be good enough, right?" Qi Xiang chuckled. "Impressive, as expected from the Research Institute. You guys play high-end games. But what about my magical beasts?" The blond man replied, "Sir, that might not fall under our jurisdiction. From what we understand, these 3 magical beasts should be your summoning creatures, so you should be able to take them with you." Qi Xiang nodded, retrieved the Desika trio back to another dimension, and looked at Che Dan and others who had already been loaded onto the vehicle, saying, "I hope you're not deceiving me here. Otherwise, you've seen my strength. That pathogen wasn't a match for me. But as for you guys, At this point, the blond man finally revealed a hint of a smile and said, "We certainly have an accurate understanding of our situation. Please rest assured, get in the car." Qi Xiang glanced at him and got into the car. The blond man also sat in the car. They sat in the back seat while the driver up front was wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a mask, with long sleeves covering his body entirely. However, Qi Xiang didn't feel much curiosity about the driver. Instead, he stared at the blond man and said, "I'm very curious about why you're seeking me out this time. If you don't provide a reasonable reason, there shouldn't be any objection if I get out of the car right now, correct?" The blond man laughed. Certainly, but before I tell you the reason for this invitation, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Darwin, the head of the Biology Research Department at the European Research Institute headquarters. Chapter 293, European Research Institute, Part 2. Xixiang laughed and said, do you share the same surname as Darwin, that you might be related to the Darwin who wrote On the Origin of Species? Darwin smiled and replied, indeed, he is my ancestor. However, it doesn't matter much because my accomplishments might not be less significant than his, just that I'm not as renowned as him. In fact, the reason for your visit comes from the director of the European branch of the Institute regarding the pathogen matter. Xixiang looked at Darwin and asked, so you've been keeping an eye on us all along? Darwin laughed and said, sir, perhaps you're not entirely aware of the current situation in Europe. Right now, the entire border of Europe is under our surveillance. As soon as there's any external intrusion or outbound movement, all major forces like ours can receive news instantly. You were the first batch of uninvited people from Yanhuang. Oh, sorry, Asians. So we've had some attention on you. Of course, there are quite a few forces that have been paying attention to you too. Xixiang nodded and asked, so you watched silently as we fought against the pathogens and didn't lend a hand, right? Xixiang was smiling at Darwin while watching him, though his expression appeared friendly. If Darwin's words caused any dissatisfaction in Xixiang wouldn't hesitate to take action. Darwin smiled and said, yes, we had two considerations. First, we haven't yet discovered a truly effective way to kill the pathogens, so we aren't planning on conducting a full-scale crackdown against them just yet. Second, which is equally important, we wanted to assess your capabilities. Maybe my speech is a bit direct, revealing some truths. But since we wish to cooperate, let's not rely on meaningless excuses. Mutual sincerity will yield the best results, don't you think? After hearing Darwin's words, Xixiang laughed and said, haha, although your reasons make me feel like punching you, I must admit what you've said is correct. All right, I look forward to your sincerity, and if your intentions are genuine enough, I'll naturally consider cooperation. Darwin laughed and said, naturally. The car continued its journey. During this time, Xixiang checked the three unconscious creatures within the abnormal space, Daska's three beasts. They showed no signs of waking up, whereas the croc turtle remained calm after seeing these guys unconscious, quietly basking by the lake in the other dimensional space, very relaxed. Finally, after 3 hours of travel, Xixiang arrived at the headquarters of the European Research Institute. This place was an ownerless area, though categorized under Germany's territory but bordered neighboring countries and wasn't governed by Germany, hence it was ownerless. Upon stepping out of the car and looking at the massive building ahead resembling a castle, Xixiang was shocked. Darwin jumped out of the car, glancing at Xixiang's amazed face, explained with a smile. Mr. Xixiang, there's no need for such astonishment. This is merely a castle that has been remodeled by us. Come on, I don't know if you've ever been to the headquarters of your research institute in Asia, but I bet you've never come here before. This, the European region's headquarters, can be considered one of the miracles of modern humanity. As he spoke, Darwin's eyes lit up with reverence as if, to him, this place was a holy site. And indeed, for every member of the European Research Institute, this headquarters was their longed-for holy land. Even those who had worked here for a long time still held respect for the place, making it such a special location. As Darwin walked forward, Xixiang followed. When Darwin was 5 meters away from the main gate, an electronic voice rang out. Identity confirmed. Ryle, Darwin, head of the biology department. Access requested. Access granted. Welcome, Director Darwin. Darwin smiled and said, Alice, you're still as conscientious as ever. Click. The door opened. As the 3-meter-high gate swung open, Xixiang saw the great hall of the castle inside. It looked no different from the castles depicted in movies and TV shows, just larger and more luxurious. But Xixiang felt a slightly different aura emanating from it. Darwin gazed around and smiled, saying, even though I already work here, I must say that each time I return from outside, I feel my state change into its peak, capable of dealing with all experiments. Xixiang laughed and said, yeah, I have the same feeling. I must say, you guys sure have spared no expense in renovating this castle's internal environment. Everything that can affect a person's psychology and physiology, environment, atmosphere, temperature, humidity, etc., has been taken into account by you. While it may not be perfect, on Earth, there are probably few places as suitable for human survival and work as here. Clap, clap, clap. Xixiang heard the sound of applause. Following the source of the sound, he looked up to see an elderly man with white hair descending from the second floor. The elder smiled and said, truly impressive, a strong one from the Yanhuang country, capable of discerning so much at first glance. I am deeply impressed, very much so. Though the elder's voice wasn't loud, it still rang clearly in Xixiang's ears. Xixiang wasn't surprised, looking at the elder and smiling, saying, I suppose this must be the director of the European Research Institute. Nice to meet you. The elder didn't walk quickly, but his speed was fast. By the time they finished talking, he had already reached Xixiang's side. The elder extended his right hand and chuckled. Nice to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Bogu, Andersel, Siravenel. You may simply call me Siravenel. Xixiang shook the elder's hand and said, Xixiang. The elder laughed. Haha, good name. Come, follow me please. Let's go to the meeting room and sit down. There are important matters we need to discuss with Mr. Xixiang. Xixiang nodded and followed the elder, commenting while walking. Actually, I'm quite surprised. People like you, who live for research, would even set aside such a precious place for a meeting room. Siravenel laughed and said, Haha, not really. Although we love our research, our fields of study, we are humans after all and have our own preferences and lives. Besides, the Institute is an organization. If we don't even have a place to hold meetings, wouldn't it make people laugh until their jaws dropped? Huh. Oh, sorry, Director Darwin. I shouldn't be making jokes about losing teeth in front of you. It contradicts biology. Chapter 294, The Euro Institute, Part 3. Rule chuckled as Darwin said with a smile. Relax, I know this phrase probably originates from the Yinhuang nation. Though the expression laughing till your teeth fall out isn't biologically possible, I have to admit, Director Bogu, you do use Chinese colloquialisms accurately sometimes. Qixiang smiled and said, Alright, regardless of whether or not those teeth can laugh themselves loose, can you two first open this door? Saying this, Qixiang pointed at the iron door ahead, its keypad lock looking quite advanced. It was only then that these two senior members of the Institute realized they had arrived in front of the meeting room during their conversation, having unintentionally ignored their guest. Bogu laughed and apologized. Sorry about that. With that, he took a key from his pocket, turned the keypad lock, revealing the keyhole underneath, and unlocked the door. Seeing this, Qixiang looked at both of them, unable to comprehend why such a contraption was necessary here. It seemed Rule also felt slightly embarrassed by Qixiang's scrutiny. He explained with a smile, There's nothing particularly important in here, so a simple lock is sufficient. However, since this is a research institute, we thought it should still have some semblance of scientific sophistication. That's why we set this up. Qixiang remarked, Oh, I see. Do you guys know there's a Chinese idiom called painting the snake with feet that aptly describes your method? As they entered the meeting room, Qixiang started observing the surroundings. Inside, there was just one large conference table and 16 chairs. In front of the head seat lay a row of buttons, the function of which remained unknown. Looking around the empty meeting room, Bogu bitterly laughed and muttered, These guys must have forgotten about the meeting because they were too focused on their research. Rule shot Bogu an unimpressed glance and retorted, Director, surely it's not their fault, right? Could it be again that you forgot to inform them? Again, Qixiang caught onto a crucial keyword in Rule's sentence, eyeing Bogu, who awkwardly coughed, and said, No way, they must have forgotten. Yes, definitely that's the case. Despite his words, Rule headed to the button-laden seat and pressed it. This button, clearly different from the entry keypad, served a practical purpose. Its function likely called people from each lab to the meeting. Not long after pressing the button, the first person arrived. Even before entering, his voice already echoed inside. Bogu, what urgent matter could possibly require our immediate presence? I left my experiment for this. You'd better give me a decent explanation, or I'll make sure you understand why flowers bloom so red. Listening to this gruff voice, Rule introduced him. This is the director of the mechanical department. Simply call him Ford. Don't mind him, he's always like this. But the simulated mechanics he creates are top-notch. Qixiang nodded, harboring no animosity towards such a character. Talented individuals often had peculiar traits, though this one wasn't even eccentric. It merely indicated straightforwardness. Ford came in, sat down without sparing a glance at Qixiang, glaring instead at Bogu. Bogu smilingly addressed Ford. My dear Director Ford, don't be so fiery now. I assure you, if you don't attend this meeting, you will regret it for a long time. Ford sniffed disdainfully and replied, I hope so. Then, he took out his portable notebook and pen, writing and sketching away, completely ignoring Qixiang throughout. Subsequently, 13 more people entered. Among them were some fiery tempers, others silently contemplating unresolved issues from their labs, while a few noticed Qixiang. One of those who noticed her simply stared at her pensively, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. Had Rule not informed Qixiang that he was the head of the psychology department, she might have suspected him of being a homosexual from a degenerate country. Once everyone had gathered, Bogu stood up and said with a smile, Ladies and gentlemen, please pause your thoughts for a moment. I know all of you are working on very important projects that may lead to human and global advancements, but I hope you take a break now, because what I'm about to discuss pertains to the current state of human survival. Though Director Bogu appeared less than authoritative when he spoke, everyone's eyes naturally fixed upon him. This, perhaps, was the essence of leadership. As Bogu noticed everyone's attention was on him, he coughed and said, Here's the situation. Not long ago, the pathogen was attacked again, and the one who acted was this friend from the Yinhuang nation beside me and his companions. As he spoke, Bogu pointed to Qixiang standing nearby, and only then did the attendees realize that an outsider had been present for the meeting. Bogu continued, Although this friend came to Europe with a small team, he alone battled the pathogen for quite some time. Although the pathogen didn't exert full power from the start, it still demonstrates great skill. Moreover, this friend's ability created such a threat to the pathogen that it performed an action we've never seen before. It fled, and later returned to finish things off, something unprecedented until now against our friend Mr. Qixiang here. Pausing slightly, Bogu added, Therefore, there is a matter we must prioritize over all experiments, research on the pathogen. Remember, our purpose in studying the pathogen isn't merely to understand it, but to kill it. Thus, all of our studies should aim at this as our top priority. With that, Bogu patted Qixiang on the shoulder, smiling and saying, This Mr. Qixiang is the key to our success in eliminating the pathogen, the failed experiment. Only he possesses both the strength and potential. I believe Mr. Qixiang will not reject this proposal, will he? Qixiang looked at Bogu and laughed. Do you think I can still say no after you've gone this far? Fine, I'll agree to join the plan. However, until either you propose a feasible plan with over 90% likelihood of success, or until I gain enough strength to defeat the pathogen, I won't confront it again. Chapter 295, Oyen Institute, 4. Boga nodded and smiled. There's naturally no problem with that. After all, you're our trump card. We can't confront the other side too early, or things might turn sour. Alright, next I'll talk about our upcoming research goals. Then Boga spoke at length using professional terms and assigned tasks to the various departments. However, Chi Xiang had absolutely no interest in this. Just as he was about to doze off, Bogu said, Alright, that concludes this meeting. Dismissed. As the group slowly walked out, Chi Xiang looked at Bogu and asked, Director, you're not planning on deploying a region's entire strength for researching pathogens, are you? This isn't the time to be a hero. Bogu nodded and replied, You're right. I need to contact the Asian and Oceania Institutes too. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not that I'm unwilling to reach out to the American and African regions people. It's just that I can't even make contact. There aren't any research institutes established in Africa, as you know. Our research institute setup is not based on regions, but whether there are capable talents in a place. Therefore, it's talent-based instead of region-based. There certainly are such individuals in Africa, but they're too few, so it's not worth setting up anything there. As for the Americas, frankly speaking, I'd love the help of those creative guys over there, but unfortunately, they probably have to lie low for some time on Earth. Hearing Boga's words, Chi Xiang questioned, What do you mean by that? Boga didn't reply immediately, but pressed a few buttons instead. A projection dropped down, and after Boga manipulated it a bit further, he said, Please take a look. Chi Xiang watched as the screen displayed an image. In a wasteland, countless zombies gathered around. Among them, dozens of zombies were attacking a target. Every single one of these zombies had the power of a solo wanderer. The camera then changed angles. Chi Xiang finally saw their target. It was a semicircular building, resembling a giant metal ball embedded in the ground. However, at that moment, countless cannons and other weapons protruded from the surface of this ball-like structure, retaliating against the zombies' assault. The video lasted only 5 minutes. Throughout the process, the building's defense system was dismantled. People in white lab coats or combat suits emerged to fight, yet they still couldn't hold the attackers back. The result was the destruction of the building. Right at that moment, something appeared in front of the video camera. It looked like a zombie, but its identity couldn't be confirmed since the creature standing in front of the lens was unusually short, standing only around a meter tall with a bent back, much like an old man. Suddenly, the creature spoke. Humanity, this is our first battle against you, and we have won. I am looking forward to our future encounters. With that, the video turned into static. Boga lit a cigarette and said, Although I hate smoking this stuff, sometimes nicotine is needed when feeling troubled. Taking a puff, Boga began explaining the video. This footage comes from one of the surveillance cameras we set up at the American Institute. There are 27 videos similar to this, and 27 happens to be the number of research institutions in the American region. As you can hear, we've now lost all influence in the American area. They have been entirely wiped out by the zombies led by this mysterious figure. And this is just within the scope of our institute's influence. According to information we received, almost all the powerful forces across the Americas have been obliterated. Only old established major organizations like the FBI continue to put up resistance, but if it's against that guy, it's only a matter of time before they fall. Based on data from our satellites, it seems like they're searching for something. This kind of massacre is merely part of their attempt to clear obstacles. Listening to Bogu, Chi Xiang felt horrified. This existence was far more terrifying than any pathogen. Pathogens, though strong and able to command zombies, were still only zombies, or perhaps lone kings. They lacked significant ambition compared to the frightening behavior of this individual, who clearly aimed to overturn humanity itself. Chi Xiang asked, What do you know about him? Bogu shook his head, replying, Nothing. Whether it's people from America, ours who went over there, or even the team dispatched from Asia, none have gained any useful information. That guy's strength is simply beyond what ordinary people can handle. Moreover, he rarely intervenes directly. Instead, the zombies under his control always act. Chi Xiang nodded and said, All right, then I'll rest here for a few days. Once everyone under my command is fully recovered, we'll take a stroll around the American region. Bogu patted Chi Xiang's shoulder and said, There's no need to rush. Let me tell you something. Every continent has such an existence. Only their personalities vary. You've seen the one in America, while the one in Europe, who was already taken care of because he didn't comply with the pathogens. The guy from the Asian region rarely appears. It seems he doesn't like publicity. The one in Africa is a battle maniac, but he just challenges all sorts of experts, beats them, spares their lives, and waits until they grow stronger before challenging them again. As for the guy in Oceania, well, how should I say this? For some reason, that guy is obsessed with wealth. He's practically cleaned out all the treasures on land there. There are even rumors that he's about to dive into the ocean to search for antiques left behind by ancient merchant ships. Listening to Bogu's words, Chi Xiang asked, How did these guys appear? Bogu shook his head and replied, We don't know. We've been researching it, but by the time we found out about them and intended to investigate, they had already grown too powerful for us to fight. Of course, we do have a hypothesis that they are byproducts of this calamity, and there may not be just 5 of them. Oh no, now there are 4, since we don't have many informants in the North and South Poles and those areas have numerous blind spots. So, it's possible that similar beings exist there too. Right now, we can only classify both them and the pathogens as lethal threats, though apart from the American guy, the others can be put aside for now. Chi Xiang glanced at him and asked, Is it because their aggressiveness isn't that strong? Chapter 296, America, Part 1. Bogu smiled and said, Not really. They just haven't posed a threat to us yet. Well, since you've decided to go to America, let me handle the arrangements. but things over there are quite chaotic right now. Chi Xiang nodded and replied, those are minor details. However, I still need to discuss this matter with them. You can start making the preparations first, and I'll get back to you with an answer. Bogu nodded and handed Chi Xiang a mobile phone, saying, this is our modified phone. You can use it to contact me if anything comes up. Oh no, actually, only through this type of phone can you reach me. Haha, well, seeing that you're worried about them, I'll send someone to take you there. As he spoke, Bogu cleared his throat and said, Alice, would you be so kind as to guide this gentleman to his companions? Of course, Director. The same electronic synthesized voice from the door responded. Then, the floor tiles here suddenly lit up, forming a path as if guiding Chi Xiang. Chi Xiang watched this scene and laughed, saying, that's incredible. If I hadn't experienced it firsthand, I'd think it was movie making. Haha, your research institute truly is amazing, able to create such things that usually only appear in movies. As he spoke, Chi Xiang suddenly noticed a somber expression on Bogu's face and chuckled awkwardly twice, saying, all right, I'll head over then. Looks like Alice and you have some history. Don't be sad, everything will pass. With that, Chi Xiang left following Alice's guidance to find the others, while Bogu watched Chi Xiang's departing back. His whole body leaned back, lying down in the chair. Then Bogu took out a photo from his chest pocket. The photo looked like it had been around for quite some time. There were two people in the picture, a man and a woman. The woman appeared young, with her blonde wavy hair and eyes laughing into crescent moons, with two dimples showing at the corners of her mouth. Next to her was a man hugging her. They looked so happy together. If Chi Xiang were here, he would certainly notice that the man in the photo resembled Bogu and Shi Ruin extremely. Looking at the photo, Bogu murmured to himself, Alice, if only you could still be here. How I wish it was you yourself beside me, instead of this intelligent robot I developed during the time after losing you. Director, please don't be sad. Mrs. Alice wouldn't want you to be sad either, would she? A mechanical hand holding a tissue appeared in front of Bogu. Bogu wiped the tears streaming down from his eyes with the tissue and smiled, saying, thank you, Alice. I will, as Chi Xiang said. Everything will pass, isn't it? After all, nothing cannot pass, except that we lack some important things. Chi Xiang, listening outside the door, revealed a faint bitter smile on his lips. It seemed that Director Bogu also had a past story. Then, Chi Xiang followed the guidance of Alice, the current Alice, heading towards the room where Chi Dan and the others were located. Upon entering the room, Chi Xiang saw 6 people, including Chi Dan, arranged in one room, with 6 beds placed there. Instruments were attached to each person's body, which appeared severe, but Chi Xiang knew that their bodies, in these conditions, would wake up quickly. Moreover, with Uncle Da's pills assisting, they would recover soon, though what Chi Xiang considered soon was actually a month. However, this already was fast. For common people with the same injuries, even if they survived, recovery might take a year or more, hence a month was indeed quick. This delay happened because there were 4 individuals whose physical strength had not been enhanced too much, slowing down the process. As for Chi Dan and Jiayang, a week or 2 would suffice for their recovery. By now, Chi Dan had already awakened and was looking at the ceiling, contemplating why he was here. Hearing the door open, Chi Dan turned his head, looked at Chi Xiang, and grinned, saying, Xianga, you're here. Chi Xiang looked at Chi Dan and bitterly laughed, saying, kid, you're in such a state now but can still lie calmly in bed. How big is your heart, huh? Chi Dan laughed lightly and said, can't help it. We're recuperating here, aren't we? Since they're healing us, they probably can't harm us in a short time. If they intended to hurt us, they wouldn't bother doing this, so might as well stay calm. It's just frustrating that no one has come to explain to us. Chi Xiang nodded and told him what had happened after he woke up. Chi Dan looked at Chi Xiang and said, Xianga, did the Euro Research Institute save us then? And was the pathogen driven away by them? They didn't mention this, and I didn't ask either. However, I feel it shouldn't be them because the pathogen was using its full strength to kill me at that moment. Even if they were from the Euro Research Institute, I don't think they had the power to stop the pathogen when it was going all out. I believe they just came after the battle to take a look around. As for why they sent a section chief over, I asked this too. Their explanation was that it was out of respect for me. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly don't. I think there should have been an extremely strong individual who appeared while I was unconscious, then drove away the pathogen. And his strength should be something the pathogen couldn't resist. As for why the pathogen wasn't killed, it's not because I haven't seen its corpse. Instead, I have a feeling that the pathogen is still alive. Chi Dan nodded and said, then we'll be heading to America for a little trip, right? Chi Xiang nodded and replied, yeah, our strength is still too far behind the pathogens. To put it bluntly, among us, except for me, including you, our personal combat abilities are very strong within humans, but we still can't deal with zombies. You admit that, right? Chi Dan said, admitted. I also know my weakness. If it weren't for those summoned creatures, my zombies, my strength might only match up against a lord-level zombie. Such strength isn't enough. As for Brother Bo and the others, though their cooperative combat skills are excellent, individually, each has fatal flaws. These flaws can be compensated by teammates during joint operations, but when facing enemies alone, they expose their weaknesses and get easily defeated. Chi Xiang said, exactly, that's what I mean. So, we're going to America. First, to meet that person who has made the whole American continent uneasy. Second, I will conduct special training for all of you, including you. This time, no reliance on chance encounters, just pure effort. Chapter 297, Americas, Part 2. In the next few days, Chi Xiang and Che Dan stayed at the Euro Research Institute. Qi Xiong used the equipment at the institute for some special training. Of course, the result of this training was that Qi Xiong had a slight improvement in his abilities, but most of the training equipment he used, 9 out of 10 items, broke down due to being overloaded. This outcome left everyone Bo Gu sent to take care of Qi Xiong completely stunned because they naturally knew the upper limit their equipment could endure. Now seeing Qi Xiong destroy so much equipment didn't make them worry about the devices. Instead, it shocked them as to how strong Qi Xiong's physical constitution really was. After all, these devices were only designed to train 2 types of people, enhanced humans or cyborgs. Che Dan, on the other hand, utilized this time continuously conducting experiments. This round of experiments was quite slow for him, taking an entire month just for one experiment, but the results satisfied Che Dan immensely. He created a micro-bomb, a small ball with a radius of just 1 centimeter whose explosive power equaled that of an intercontinental ballistic missile. Seeing Qi Xiong and Che Dan wreak havoc inside the research facility, Bo Gu wasn't particularly surprised. For Qi Xiong, it was merely some broken equipment, not something necessarily useful anyway. However, Che Dan did pique Bo Gu's curiosity. When Bo Gu learned that Che Dan had solved several major scientific problems at the institute located in the Yanhuang region, he began to look at Che Dan differently and even entertained thoughts of keeping him around. Indeed, he took action, spending an hour talking to Che Dan one night. No one knows what happened during the conversation, but after that incident, Bo Gu never mentioned it again, clearly showing the obvious result. Bo Gu failed thoroughly. During this period, Zhao Yang and others gradually woke up and also used the institute's recovery facilities to recuperate. During this time, Qi Xiong and Bing Yu stuck together like glue whenever they weren't training or recovering, causing tons of harm to the other singletons. Zhao Yang, Deshu, and Lin Xiaoyang were better off. Zhao Yang didn't mind at all because he came from a different world where, according to him, life without love interest wouldn't matter much there. Deshu had been a bachelor for years and was already accustomed to the situation. Naturally, such comments were only said privately, and nobody would dare mention it in front of him. Lin Xiaoyang was still young enough not to understand romance, but was certainly unimpressed by it, claiming, "I'm not old enough yet. Why should I worry?" However, Che Dan and Bo Gu were different. Although Bo Gu came from a wealthy family, none of the girls he admired ever became his girlfriend, meaning he had no significant other. In fact, Deshu even disclosed that he had never seen Bo Gu date anyone, which meant his first love was still waiting for him. Being a normal person, Bo Gu couldn't help but feel envious. As for Che Dan, although there was a girl who wanted to be with him, nobody even knew where she was now, let alone engage in public displays of affection. For Che Dan, this period made him miss Li Wei even more, or rather, he had never stopped thinking about her. Finally, one day, Qi Xiong and Bing Yu's flaunting of their relationship met consistent opposition from Che Dan and Bo Gu, but it was useless. Before Che Dan and Bo Gu could even express anything, they felt a chill run down their spines as Bing Yu's glaring eyes turned toward them, scaring them into running away. By the time they realized they didn't actually fear Bing Yu, it was too late, and the couple had glued themselves back together. Eventually, after a month, the special guests at Euro Research Institute, the European headquarters, were about to leave for the Americas, embarking on a journey for cultivation and hunting down the brutal figure. As they watched the helicopter slowly descend onto the field, Qi Xiong mused aloud, "Truly worthy of a research institute, your funding must be overflowing if you can casually call on a helicopter." Bo Gu responded proudly, "Of course. Not just our Euro Research Institute. Every major continent's research institutes are the same way. The least scarce resources we have are funds and materials. Any single one of our research results sold either in society or the black market can fetch large sums of money. As for resources, ordinary ones can simply be bought with money, while rare ones have dedicated search teams dispatched to locate them. Though their strength might not match yours, Mr. Qi Xiong, they're still top-tier talents. At minimum, when going head-to-head against zombie lords, they'd do fine. Even before the apocalypse, they were selected elites from various fields." Listening to Bo Gu's words, Qi Xiong nodded and said, "All right, Director Bo Gu, I know your institute is powerful, but shouldn't we board the plane now?" Bo Gu nodded and said, "This plane is our Euro Research Institute's exclusive Eagle Feather helicopter. It can be driven autonomously or manually. Right now, we have it set on autonomous mode. If manual driving, it works the same as a regular helicopter. In autonomous mode, our lovely Alice controls the flight via satellite. How does that sound?" Qi Xiong chuckled wryly. "All right already, Director Bo Gu, shouldn't you teach our pilot something by now?" Uncle Da laughed. "No need for that. I wasn't idle this whole month. I've already learned to operate the Eagle Feather helicopter. Let's go, everyone." As Qi Xiong and the others were about to leave, Bo Gu called out to Qi Xiong, "Qi Xiong, the phone remains with you. As soon as we develop a method to combat the pathogens, we'll inform you. Oh, and this cross was given to me by a priest from the church. He said it would protect you all. I don't know if you believe in such things, but his intentions are good, so think of it as an amulet. Take it." Qi Xiong accepted the cross, smiling and saying, "All right, I'll take it." Then, his right hand swept over the cross before he pocketed it and bid farewell. "That's settled then, Director Bo Gu. We're leaving." Smooth journey. At the same time, inside the church office, the man known as the priest spat out a mouthful of blood, breathing heavily while clutching his chest as though gravely injured. When he recovered slightly, he muttered to himself, "This guy Qi Xiong sure isn't ordinary. He wiped out everything I had imbued into that cross. Haha, never mind. This guy's clearly someone I can't mess with. I'd better continue being my priest quietly." Speaking, he straightened up and stared coldly at the woman in front of him, sneering. Come on, let me bestow the grace of the Lord upon you. No, please don't. Chapter 298, The Americas 3. The plane was controlled by Alice, heading towards the Americas along a prearranged route. Chi Xiong and his team's first target wasn't that guy. Of course, for easy identification, the European Research Institute and Chi Xiong had already come up with names for these individuals based on their characteristics. Asia, Een, America, Desire, Oceania, Greed, Africa, War. As for Europe, its representative had already been compromised by a pathogen and was thus excluded from naming consideration. Chi Xiong and his team's first target was not Desire, but another person ravaging the Americas, Carter, the Vampire Count, a superhuman endowed with vampire abilities. Initially, Carter thought he had become the protagonist of a movie, ready to display his powers, when the zombie crisis erupted. Carter soon realized that more and more people with superhuman abilities were emerging, meaning he was no longer an exceptional 1 in 10,000. Consequently, Carter found a place to focus on self-cultivation in search of strength. During a battle, Carter drank the blood of another superhuman and suddenly discovered that drinking blood could enhance his power. Moreover, the stronger the source of the blood, the greater the benefits for him. From then on, Carter embarked on a road without return. This superpower has similarities to Chi Xiong's evil fire power, both growing rapidly at others' expense. However, Chi Xiong's insure fire can consume all things, converting them into energy to strengthen himself, while Carter's superpower only draws strength from blood. This creates a significant difference. Chi Xiong's ability can be used on zombies, utilizing them for his own enhancement and aiding humanity in eliminating enemies. But as for blood, could Carter drink the blood of zombies? He didn't know because he dared not try. Until now, he only consumed the blood of living creatures, mostly human blood. Countless human superhumans have died at Carter's hands. By this point, Carter had become an incredibly powerful entity who had surpassed the 60th level. In the process of being baptized by blood, Carter's strength had surged dramatically. At that moment, Carter was in a villa, holding a glass of red wine in one hand and stroking the cat in his arms with the other. Carter gazed at the sky outside, took a sip of the liquid in the glass, and sighed. The blood of strong humans is still the best. The feeling of gaining strength from it is so exhilarating. Isn't that right, Naya? Naya, the cat Carter referred to, stretched lazily and let out a drowsy meow. Although no one knew what Naya meant, Carter naturally assumed that Naya agreed with him, even though Naya simply meant that she was tired. Carter held Naya close. Naya was a stray cat that Carter had adopted and followed him before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, Naya remained unchanged, still an ordinary house cat. Nevertheless, Carter's feelings for Naya deepened, for the apocalypse had revealed to Carter the nature of humanity, betrayal by friends, treachery from women. And yet there were also people who sincerely cared for Carter, but those people were all dead, perished in battles, slain by enemies. Now, Carter felt exhausted. He no longer wished to trust anyone. Perhaps the only creature truly by his side was Naya. At this very moment, Carter was enjoying a rare leisurely time. Unbeknownst to him, Chi Xiong and his group had already set their sights on him. Chi Xiong looked at the materials provided by Bogu and said, "This guy has killed a lot of superhumans. We can take action against him. Moreover, his strength is formidable, level 60. Chadan, this mission is yours. Remember, this is special training, not a battle, so your zombies cannot intervene, nor can you use your skills. You are only allowed to fight with cold steel." Chadan laughed wryly. "Brother Xiong, are you trying to suppress my combat strength to level 20 or level 30? Without these resources, I'm completely unable to fight. The opponent is at level 60. Chi Xiong nodded after hearing Chadan's words, realizing that his demands were indeed a bit excessive. So he said, "All right then, using skills should be fine, right?" Chadan nodded and replied, "Good, I just happen to have new skills without a testing subject. All right, Vampire, let's see if your teeth are harder or my fists are stronger." For this mission, Chi Xiong selected 6 strong figures from the Americas, some humans, some zombies, and even monsters. Chi Xiong hadn't targeted anyone specifically. The criterion for choosing opponents was simply decided by drawing lots. And Chadan ended up selecting Carter as his first opponent. Whether this turned out lucky or unfortunate remains unclear. Of course, these individuals chosen by Chi Xiong had one common feature. They were all exceedingly strong. Chi Xiong's plan was to let each of the 6 people fight once, then find a place for them to focus on cultivation for a while. Meanwhile, Chi Xiong would go and meet Desire with Chadan. The helicopter slowly descended at the destination, and the loud noise caught Carter's attention. Carter placed Naya on the chair, watching her as she had already fallen asleep. Carter smiled slightly, activated a protective barrier he had set up here, then walked to the window and looked outside. What caught Carter's eye was the helicopter. Watching it land on the ground, Carter sneered coldly. "This time they're moving against me, huh? Fine, I want to see how much strength you really have. Come on, Reaper Guild." It seems Carter made a mistake. He thought Chi Xiong's group were members of the Reaper Guild, but his guess wasn't wrong. Chi Xiong and his team did indeed intend to take action against him. With a swish, the glass shattered into countless pieces. After smashing the glass with one palm, Carter dashed out immediately. A swarm of bats flew out from under the eaves of the villa, while Carter floated in midair, looking down at the helicopter from a high position, waiting for their next move. Chi Xiong watched Carter outside. Carter's face was very pale, possibly due to this kind of ability, dressed in a full suit of tails with a cold gaze that made him look just like a vampire. Chi Xiong said, "Chadan, go ahead. We'll wait here." Don't be so weak that I have to step in. Chadan rolled his eyes at Qi Xiong and retorted. Who would be that weak? Really, if things get tough, I still have zombies. As he spoke, Chadan leapt out. Then Bogu immediately activated a barrier. This helicopter was their only mode of transportation for the entire trip to America, and if it got damaged, Qi Xiong and his team would have to work hard to find new transportation, and whether or not they'd even be able to find it was another question. Seeing the helicopter release a protective barrier after only one person jumped down, Carter disdainfully looked at Chadan, muttering to himself, Humph, sending out such a weak guy to deal with me? Are you looking down on me? Chapter 299, America 4. Chadan listened to Carter's words, his eyebrows slightly raised, and said, You talk big. Do you think you're that capable? Carter suddenly rushed down and appeared in front of Chadan, then returned to his original position. At this time, a wound had appeared on Chadan's chest, blood seeping out and soaking the clothes over his chest. Carter sneered coldly. I don't think I'm particularly capable, but I'm more than enough to deal with you. Come on, let me see what makes you so arrogant. Chadan snorted coldly, kicked off from one foot, and charged forward. A cold blade appeared in Chadan's right hand as he roared. Then let me show you. Swinging the blade, Carter had already disappeared from his original spot. Just as Carter reappeared behind Chadan preparing to attack, a sudden purple glow flashed on Chadan's back, and a spider web shot out, enveloping Carter. Then, Chadan spun around, his cold blade chopping past, leaving a large gash on Carter's body that looked incredibly frightening. And because it was an attack from the cold blade, Carter's wound didn't bleed. It froze rapidly, causing frostbite. Chadan landed on the ground and taunted Carter, who glared at Chadan fiercely and said coldly, That's interesting. Saying this, Carter forcefully tore off the web covering his body and began muttering something. As Carter's lips moved incessantly, the bats that had been quietly stationary in the sky began to undergo strange transformations. They all screamed strangely, their bodies starting to swell, becoming larger. Their forms became monstrous, revealing 4 limbs, short legs and strong arms, with huge wings flapping behind them. The 2 small eyes on their grotesque faces were fixed on one target, Chadan. Chadan, looking at this sight, sneered, Do you really think this will be effective against me? Carter said, Try it and see. Go, my army of bats. As soon as Carter finished speaking, all the transformed bats charged towards Chadan, their fangs bared, as if ready to tear him apart in an instant. For the old Chadan, such an attack would have been very easy to break. If he released his zombies to fight, it would be simple. But Chadan did not do this, because it had already been agreed upon beforehand that this was special training. If it was special training, it must follow the rules. Since it was decided no summons would be used, none would be. The cold blade in Chadan's hand emitted an intense cold light, and beams of blue light continuously shot out, freezing the bat's wings upon contact. Holding the cold blade, every beam of blue light Chadan shot out would accurately hit a bat's wing. Though each wing could only be frozen on one side, this was sufficient, because once one wing was frozen, the bat could no longer fly and fell. As one by one the bats hit the ground, there were 20 left for which this tactic wasn't fast enough. Without hesitation, Chadan rushed straight in. With a single slash, he decapitated 2 bats. Then, with a swift palm strike on the chest of another bat, he retreated quickly, activating the explosion mechanism. That bat was instantly blown to pieces, its form unrecognizable, while 2 other bats nearby were also affected and killed instantly. In just 2 moves, a quarter of the 20 bats were already eliminated. However, Chadan no longer had any tricks up his sleeve. He had to take them on one by one. Fortunately, though these bats looked fierce, their actual strength was average. Even so, they kept Chadan busy for quite a while. Moreover, the bats that Chadan had knocked to the ground earlier had now all stood up and were walking toward him. Although their legs were short, they were still usable. While dealing with enemies in the air, Chadan was simultaneously observing those on the ground, cautiously handling the situation. Suddenly, a song cry rang out. Carter, who had just approached Chadan, was suddenly sent flying. The scream came from Carter himself. Chadan cut down the bat in front of him and dealt with the others, smirking. Do you really think I've forgotten your existence? Carter stood up from the ground, staring at Chadan. Recalling that brief moment, Chadan suddenly turned around and delivered a kick, then swung his blade back to kill the bat that was about to attack him, all within a second. Accomplishing such an attack in such a short time was not simply about being fast, it required exceptional reaction abilities. Take Carter, for example. His speed was indeed fast, but he had a fatal flaw. During battles, he mostly relied on his special abilities and hadn't undergone close combat training. This led to his reaction time in hand-to-hand combat being insufficient, which was also one of Carter's weaknesses. Carter was fully aware of this weakness of his, so he rarely engaged in direct fights with others. In their earlier exchange, Carter had already used both sound waves and hypnotism to probe Chadan, but these proved ineffective. Helpless, Carter had no choice but to let his bats mutate and attack. However, the result was still that Chadan held the upper hand, which caused Carter, who usually relied on his abilities in battle, to panic. Thus, he decided to try a close combat sneak attack, but it ended in failure. As Chadan was about to massacre all of Carter's bats, Carter suddenly realized that this person was specifically targeting him. Although not very powerful overall, his quality was high, and his abilities were particularly advantageous against Carter's own. At this point, Carter suddenly considered retreating. What Carter didn't know was that although Chadan's game-based powers did not have an inherent suppression against vampires, Chadan had completed a mission that granted him strong resistances to various vampire abilities, including sound waves and hypnosis. These resistances were passive skills and not active ones. They would trigger regardless of whether silence effects were applied or not. Hence, Chaedan dealt with Carter quite confidently. Seemingly sensing Carter's intention to retreat, Chaedan wouldn't let him escape. He immediately dispatched 3 consecutive slashes, eliminating the last few remaining bats, then turned around and charged toward Carter. Seeing Chaedan coming at him, Carter immediately fled, only to find himself entangled by a web. However, the web merely slowed him down briefly before he continued running. But the web was just Chaedan's first move. His second came right after it. A beam of blue light struck Carter, and instantly, no matter how hard he tried, Carter could only advance at an excruciatingly slow pace. Chaedan looked at Carter enveloped by the blue glow and smirked coldly. The slowing beam really works, as advertised. Chapter 300, Blood Demon, Part 1. Carter saw that his speed had already slowed down, making escape futile. He turned around to prepare for battle. Carter thought that the worst outcome would be death, but even in death, he wanted to make Chaedan pay a price. With this thought in mind, Carter prepared to confront Chaedan directly, yet he realized his movements were incredibly sluggish, completely insufficient for the situation. Chaedan slowly walked toward Carter, snickering coldly. Do you know what? I've always thought it was stupid how villains on TV explain their moves to their enemies, but it does look pretty cool. I'll explain to you too. Earlier, I used a freezing beam on you. Now, the blood and cells in your body have all become slow due to the cold. Your speed now can't be fully utilized. Come on, let's see if you can figure out a way around this little secret. As he spoke, Chaedan smiled at Carter, his expression showing that he didn't take him seriously at all. This enraged Carter, who instantly used energy to quicken the flow of his blood. Although doing so would severely damage his body and might even leave lasting consequences, Carter did not regret it because this time, if he didn't do so, he knew he wouldn't have another chance. Looking at Carter, whose entire body emitted white gas, Chaedan sneered. You know, you're very weak, so weak that when I got the mission to face you as my opponent, I thought it was an insult to me. Of course, this was just what Chaedan said to provoke Carter. He wasn't that confident in his own strength. But his real intention was to incite Carter to unleash his potential for training purposes. Watching Carter getting angrier and angrier, Chaedan's lips curled into a smug smile. Suddenly, a cat's meow came from somewhere nearby. Meow. Carter suddenly raised his head and saw Naya running away. He managed to suppress the impulse to rush over and bring Naya back inside. He knew that if he did, Naya would truly be in great danger. However, Carter underestimated Chaedan's attention to detail. Even with just a fleeting change in Carter's expression, switching from anger to worry and back again, Chaedan caught it. It made him suspicious. Anger followed by sudden worry, which then reverted back to fake anger. Surely something was amiss. Chaedan summoned a fire zombie, and the fire zombie grabbed Naya. For an ordinary cat, having a suddenly appearing fire zombie deal with it was way too easy. The fire zombie simply picked it up by the neck, with flames erupting from its right hand, seemingly ready to incinerate Naya at any moment. Chaedan stared at Carter and smirked coldly. Now, I'm really curious to see if you still have the guts. Carter anxiously looked at Naya, shouting, Let Naya go. Have the guts to come after me. Chaedan laughed. Humph. Quite temperamental, aren't you? But it seems like you've forgotten something important, didn't you? Seems like your precious Naya is in my hands now, isn't that correct? Don't worry though, I won't harm little Naya. After all, I love small animals, don't I? As he spoke, Chaedan's gaze grew icy, and he ordered sternly, Kneel down. Carter felt like he'd heard wrong and asked, What? Chaedan said coldly, Kneel down. I don't want to repeat those 2 words again. As he spoke, Carter clearly saw the flame in the fire zombie's hand getting closer to Naya. Sensing the heat of the flames, Naya began to panic, struggling continuously. But Naya was just a common house cat. No matter how much a house cat struggled, could it possibly escape from the clutches of a solitary zombie? Seeing the flames getting close to Naya, Carter immediately knelt down, saying, Please, release Naya. As he spoke, Carter's entire presence faded, resembling someone utterly helpless. Chaedan watched Carter mockingly. Truly unpredictable, isn't it? A powerful psychic actually likes a little kitten? Could it be you like this cat? TSK. Never would have guessed this normal-looking guy likes bestiality. Huh? Really interesting. Carter seemed not to hear Chaedan's words, continuing to repeat the same phrase over and over. Please, release Naya. Chaedan chuckled. All right then, since you're being so sincere, I'll let it go. As he spoke, Chaedan waved his hand, and indeed, the fire zombie released its grip on Naya. But awaiting Naya was a fireball. Naya cried out once before falling straight into the fireball. It didn't even get a chance to scream before perishing. No, Carter suddenly shouted and rushed out, colliding with the fire zombie and sending it flying. Then Carter stared at Naya, who was enveloped in flames. Unmindful of the heat, he attempted to extinguish the flames on Naya's body with his bare hands. But could the flames on Naya be so easily put out? Chaedan, observing this scene, did not act hastily but recalled the fire zombie. He wanted to see if Carter would fall into despair or extreme anger over Naya's death. If it were the former, Chaedan would leave directly, for he sought a goal for special training, not a depressed loser. If it were the latter, Carter's fighting ability might ascend another level, fitting for Chaedan's purpose of this visit. At this moment, inside the helicopter, everyone including Chi Xiang was watching the whole thing unfold. Lin Xiaoyang looked at Carter and said, This vampire is so pitiful, and Naya too. Why does brother Chaedan have to be so cruel? Chi Xiang gazed outside and replied, That vampire has no idea how many people he has killed. And though Naya appears ordinary, Didn't you notice that the fire zombie's flames haven't yet turned it into ashes? Flames of such intensity. Even I wouldn't dare let them burn on my body. Though the cat is dead, its body remains. Do you think it was an ordinary cat? Xiaoyang, remember one thing. Those who elicit pity must also have aspects that invite disdain. Everyone has their two sides. You cannot judge someone based solely on what you see before you. Everything depends on the details. Would you say that Chaidan is cruel because you saw him treat this vampire and cat so ruthlessly? I admit that this guy went quite far this time. However, if he hadn't acted this way, who knows how many more would die at the hands of that vampire and cat. Chapter 301 Blood Demon 2. Listening to Qi Xiang's words, Lin Xiaoyang nodded as if he understood, while Bingyu directly hit Qi Xiang on the head and angrily said, Qi Xiang, you guy never say good things. Why are you teaching Xiaoyang such negative stuff? Although Qi Xiang felt a little pain from being hit, his current physical condition made it not too bad. However, he looked at Bingyu with a sense of injustice and said, Don't you think what I've said is right? Bingyu slapped her forehead and said, You're right, but couldn't you be more tactful about it? Qi Xiang glanced at Lin Xiaoyang and said, Am I not doing all this for his own good? Do you think there are many humans left now who aren't like this? What if Xiaoyang feels compassion and then we have no time to regret it? Bingyu interrupted Qi Xiang's words and said, You idiot, don't I know these things? Xiaoyang is also my brother, but I won't allow you to give him such negative influence. Qi Xiang sniffed and said, Fine, I won't say it. There will be a day you'll regret it. Bingyu also huffed and said, We can't communicate. Looking at the two people who were arguing because of him, Lin Xiaoyang looked left and right, unsure of whom he should comfort. As for Bo Gu, De Shu, and Zhao Yang, they tacitly avoided getting involved in this matter. After all, these two were just a young couple bickering. How could they intrude on them? At this moment, the person outside ordering the withdrawal didn't realize that his behavior had already caused the two inside the helicopter to argue. He was still coldly staring at Carter, waiting for the final result, whether complete despair or extreme anger. He waited, wondering if Carter would eventually give him a satisfactory answer. As Carter stood motionless at the spot like death itself, half a minute passed. The withdrawer sighed. It seemed that Carter had entered the first state. However, just as the withdrawer was about to leave, something unusual happened with Carter. I will make you pay. A voice entered the withdrawer's ears. Although soft, the withdrawer heard it clearly. However, he was sure that this wasn't Carter's voice. So whose voice was this? Unsure, the withdrawer could only look around to locate the source of the sound. What the withdrawer failed to see at the moment was that Carter held Nia's corpse. Despite being burnt into pitch black, Nia's skin was still intact. All that was burned was Nia's fur. Nia's death was merely due to an inability to withstand the temperature of the flames. But the fire did little harm to Nia's body. Carter's fangs pierced through Nia's neck, which not even fire could burn through. Then, Nia's blood flowed along Carter's teeth and into his mouth, subsequently entering Carter's body. Glug, glug, glug. One gulp after another, Carter greedily sucked Nia's blood as though it was some kind of wonderful thing. And indeed it was. In this apocalypse, even though Nia, protected by Carter, didn't need to become stronger, she still underwent changes. More so since she was always with Carter, a psionic. Though not very powerful, Nia's body had turned into a rare tonic, akin to Tang Monk of the cat world. While it wouldn't grant immortality, it was certainly a 1 in 10,000 supplement. Moreover, due to Nia's lack of strength, she went unnoticed by other powerful creatures. At this moment, Carter's body was also undergoing a tremendous transformation. As Nia's blood continuously merged with Carter's body, Carter's strength improved further, ascending to a true combat psychic level. When Carter retracted his fangs and placed Nia down, his eyes had already turned blood red, devoid of any other color. His body was no longer the unhealthy white it used to be, replaced instead by an abnormal rosiness, as if fresh red blood might burst out of his skin at any moment. Carter slowly stood up, turned around, and stared at the withdrawer, saying, Do you know how angry I am now? Only your blood can honor Nia's death. Do you understand that? The withdrawer looked at Carter in front of him. At this moment, Carter had a rosy complexion, blood-red eyes, and his body had grown much stronger than before. Even his aura was far more powerful. For the first time, sweat trickled down the withdrawer's forehead. This time, fear gripped him. Yes, fear of Carter's overwhelming aura. Around Carter now hovered a layer of bloody fog, heavy with malevolent energy. Looking at the withdrawer, Carter suddenly transformed. Boom! Carter's body exploded, with his skin, bones, and even internal organs flying apart into countless pieces. What remained was a blood-formed humanoid shape, and yet, this very figure exuded an aura of danger to everyone present. Qi Xiang's eyes slightly narrowed as he muttered to himself, A blood demon? Never thought such a thing actually existed. Wow, this withdrawal guy has created a big boss this time. I really wonder how he'll resolve this. Listening to Qi Xiang's words, Bo Gu said, So, aren't you planning to go up there and help? Qi Xiang laughed and replied, Do I need to help? A blood demon is just a mass of blood after all. If it were someone else, I might consider lending a hand. But no matter if it's you, me, or the withdrawer, we all have ways to deal with these kinds of beings. There's absolutely no reason to worry, right? Bo Gu smiled and said, That's true indeed. At this moment, the withdrawer looked at the terrifying aura emanating from Carter's body, an aura so fearsome that the withdrawer even questioned whether calling forth zombies to assist him in battle would make them feel fear. However, the withdrawer did not summon any zombies, even to test the situation. Instead, he only kept his gaze on Carter, raising the cold blade in his hand because he remembered the purpose of his visit. Wasn't this trip for training? If the opponent wasn't strong enough, how could he grow stronger himself? With this thought, the withdrawer's composure towards Carter deepened, although his calm appearance infuriated Carter instead. The blood in front of the withdrawer began to boil. No guessing was necessary. Carter was certainly angry. Yet so what? The withdrawer's goal for this visit was to defeat him, regardless of Carter's anger. Carter moved, his entire body completely transforming into liquid blood without any defined form, rushing directly toward the withdrawer like a blood-forming dragon, intent on tearing him apart. But was the withdrawer so easy to subdue? Chapter 302, Blood Demon 3. Chaedan roared in anger, swinging the cold blade in his hand. An ice dragon shot out like a blue five-clawed dragon rushing forward, colliding and entwining with the blood dragon. The two dragons interwove, as if emitting a dragon's roar. Then Chaedan's ice dragon was shattered by Carter's blood dragon. However, Chaedan didn't pause, issuing a beam of blue light that froze Carter. Since it was blood, a liquid, it froze easily. In an instant, Carter's entire body was frozen solid. Then, Chaedan charged again, slapping his hand on the ice and shouting, "Explode!" Instantly, with a boom, part of Carter's body exploded, some of the blood evaporated immediately, while the rest flowed out through the hole, recondensing into a humanoid shape. Only this time, there was a bowl-sized hole in his chest, but since he was made of blood, it didn't look too abnormal. Carter's right arm began to transform, a red blade appearing. Once more, Carter rushed forward, but this time, Chaedan did not hesitate. A green object appeared in his left hand. Chaedan bit off one ring from the thing and threw it away. Instantly, another explosion resounded. As the explosion sounded, this time only a small amount of blood evaporated because the grenade relied more on shrapnel to harm the enemy rather than heat. However, it still caused Carter to hesitate for just a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Chaedan attacked once more. The dark moon slash swung out. The purple dark moon slash seemed like pitch black night, seeking to consume everything. As the dark moon slash passed through Carter's body, a chunk disappeared, the part devoured by the dark moon slash. Roar! This time, Carter became completely enraged, fully erupting. Pillars of blood sprayed from his body like dragons rushing toward Chaedan, trying to swallow him whole. These streams of blood were also rapidly rubbing against each other, boiling up and gradually rising in heat. This was one of Carter's abilities, boiling blood, raising the temperature of the blood to extremely high levels within a short period. However, this ability had a limitation. It could not be used for long. Otherwise, even the energy-protected blood would evaporate entirely due to the excessive heat. Seeing the oncoming pillars of blood, Chaedan continuously swung the cold blade in his hands, releasing beams of blue light. But these actions merely caused the blood pillars to pause momentarily, without truly stopping them. Chaedan's expression turned cold as he put away the cold blade and summoned the Lynxy shield. Chaedan planned to resist using this method. In reality, Chaedan hadn't learned many skills so far because after changing classes, his common skills had dwindled. Yet, post-transition summoner skills were difficult to obtain. Therefore, Chaedan's skills were not much different from before. Fortunately, Chaedan pursued the elite path. Although he didn't have many skills, each one he had was incredibly powerful. So, despite having fewer moves, Chaedan still appeared strong. However, when facing slightly stronger enemies, his disadvantage became evident. He should have been an all-around player, but he was countered by the opponent. Initially, Chaedan had intended to use his summoned creatures to make up for this weakness, something a summoner should naturally do. But ever since encountering such powerful zombies as pathogens, Chaedan no longer dared let his zombies appear before them. If they helped him, fine. Even mutual avoidance among the undead would suffice. But Chaedan feared his zombies might end up helping the enemy. Thus, the goal of this special training was for Chaedan to defeat opponents without using zombie powers. However, Chaedan repeatedly increased his own difficulty, making it not so easy now to deal with Carter. If Chaedan utilized zombie power at this moment, he could easily resolve the situation with Carter, but he couldn't. Not without losing the point of the exercise. Not until the very last moment would Chaedan give up. When the first pillar of blood struck the Lynxy shield, Chaedan felt as if he'd been hit by a car. Then Chaedan used force to deflect the stream of blood skyward, turning around to block another one, using the same method to send it upwards. Another followed shortly. Unbeknownst to him, Chaedan found himself in the middle of a blood-colored waterfall. Though this scene looked beautiful, those who had gone through it knew that even the slightest oversight could lead to death. Such a blood-colored waterfall was indeed gorgeous, beautiful enough to captivate one's gaze, but everyone knew this kind of beauty was terrifying. Break. Finally, Chaedan blocked the last blood pillar. Then the cold blade reappeared in his hand, emitting a bright blue light that shattered all the surrounding blood pillars. At this same instant, Chaedan placed the Lynxy shield above his head to prevent himself from being splashed by the flying blood. When the blood pillars had completely collapsed, Chaedan stood up and looked at Carter, who had reformed once more. This time, Carter's body was complete, without any damage visible. However, Chaedan could clearly see that Carter had shrunk by a third compared to before. Chaedan chuckled coldly. Is this your strength? It really is quite laughable. You haven't even managed to injure me properly yet, but you've already lost so much blood, huh? Carter paid no attention to Chaedan's mockery, but instead looked at his own hands and muttered to himself. I see. It's hard to control newly gained powers, but that's fine. I wouldn't find it interesting otherwise. Speaking thus, Carter raised his head and said to Chaedan, don't you agree? The tone of Carter's voice was strange, completely devoid of emotion, yet terrifying enough to make Chaedan instinctively take a step back. But this time, it was too late. Blood jail. At the sound of Carter's voice, dozens of blood pillars the size of fists surged up around Chaedan. These pillars formed a circle and converged above Chedan's head, wrapping him up entirely like a cage. Then Carter spoke again. Come forth, creatures from other worlds. Now is your moment to act. Remember this person's scent, remember the taste of his blood, then tear him apart. With that, Carter casually drew a circle in the air, opening a portal outlined with blood, from which emerged various creatures made of blood. Some had discernible forms, while others were indistinguishable, but each exuded a formidable presence. Chapter 303 Blood Demon 4. Looking at the creatures that appeared one by one, Chaedan took a step back. At this moment, Qi Xiang in the helicopter could no longer sit still. Looking at Qi Xiang, Bo Gu asked, Qi Xiang, what's wrong with you? Why can't you sit still? Qi Xiang explained, that dimension door over there isn't something Qi Xiang can handle. Even if I combine forces with zombies, we can't defeat it. I don't have any AoE skills. This is just a special training session, and I don't want anyone on our side to be endangered because of it. With that, Qi Xiang opened the helicopter door and walked out. Looking at Qi Xiang's back, Bo Gu smiled and didn't say anything. He merely opened the barrier for Qi Xiang and let him out. Qi Xiang's appearance immediately drew the attention of both Chaedan and Carter. Seeing Qi Xiang's silhouette, Chaedan hastily shouted, Xiang Gu, why did you come out? I can deal with him alone. As he spoke, Chaedan was about to rush forward to prove his strength, but Carter sneered coldly. What? Since you see that this waste can't handle me, so you've come to help, huh? Qi Xiang glanced at Carter and snorted, saying, You've become a blood demon. Aren't you bullying my brother by fighting with him? Since you've already been able to use the power of a blood demon, there's nothing left for me to say. I originally wanted to spare your life, but now it seems you must die today. Hearing Qi Xiang's words, Carter raged. What? Do you think you can kill me? Haha, then let me see what skills you have to brag like that here. Don't end up with me still standing here while all of you have already been killed by me. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Carter waved his hand and ordered, attack. This Carter indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Now able to control the blood demon force, his current power level had increased by 5 levels, reaching level 65. Although he couldn't yet fully unleash the power due to insufficient blood stabilization, that didn't mean he couldn't use some high-level skills. For example, as more blood-formed creatures emerged, Qi Xiang furrowed his brows slightly and said, All right, I won't waste time arguing with you anymore. It's time to deal with you. Saying that, Qi Xiang charged forward, and the purple glow of his soul-devouring blade lit up sharply, reaping the lives of these creatures like a sickle. Simultaneously, Qi Xiang shouted, Chaedan, blast that guy named Carter to pieces. I've been feeling annoyed by him for a while. Chaedan understood Qi Xiang's intention. He had seen that Chaedan could no longer contend with Carter and stepped down to balance Carter out. But even now, Qi Xiang left the task of killing Carter to her, indicating the special training would continue. Chaedan agreed. Humph, I've disliked him even longer, speaking as she rushed forward, wielding her cold blade, and moving towards Carter while dodging the attacks of surrounding blood-formed creatures. Break for me. Qi Xiang roared as the purple light from his soul-devouring blade shone brightly. This wasn't the glow brought by fire, but the brilliance caused by energy itself. The dimensional door was shattered in one slash by Qi Xiang. Then he cut down the last blood creature and observed the battle over there. Chaedan and Carter had been engaged in combat for a while. Though Carter's current power was strong, the ability he had acquired was rightly called the blood demon force, its source being blood. But Carter hadn't had enough time to collect sufficient blood. The dimensional door he previously used was already a skill that taxed him. Currently, Carter could not deploy another skill of that same tier. In their fight, Chaedan had taken the upper hand. Just at this moment, Qi Xiang suddenly moved. His form swift as wind, his blade shadow-like. A single slash split Carter into 2 halves. Before Carter could regenerate, Qi Xiang swung again, shouting, Swallowing Whirlwind. Though the flame burning on the blade wasn't large, Carter had no resistance left at all. Even with all his effort struggling, it was futile. In the end, when the very last drop of blood making up Carter's body was devoured by Qi Xiang sheathed his soul-devouring blade and smiled as he looked at Chaedan. Chaedan asked curiously, Xiang Gu, why did you suddenly make a move? Qi Xiang smiled and replied, You've completed the special training. Don't forget the original purpose of the training I proposed. It's to enhance your strength, not to defeat anyone, but to survive. You should know that if I hadn't acted just now, even with all-out effort, you wouldn't have had any specific AoE skills to counter the dimension door skill. I know you're smart enough to figure out a way to deal with it, but remember, this is a training session, not a real battle. In real combat, no one will protect you, but during training, someone will protect you from harm. Chaedan nodded, just thinking of leaving with Qi Xiang when he suddenly stopped, because he received an email, one from the system. Dear player, due to your participation in the battle against the vampire Carter, who possessed blood demon powers, we will award you with rich rewards. For details about the rewards, please check the attachment. System. After reading this, Chaedan quickly opened the attachment in the email system. Inside, there was only a skill book. Once Chaedan took it out and saw the skill inside, his blood began to boil. Crimson Slaughter, A rank releases a large amount of blood to deal damage to surrounding enemies. Upon seeing this skill, Chaedan couldn't maintain his calm. Not only had it been a long time since he'd obtained a new skill, but this wasn't an ordinary one. It was an A-rank skill. Though Chaedan currently had several A-rank skills, those were ones he'd painstakingly improved over time, and their bottleneck had only reached A rank. However, a skill that was originally at A rank level was different. It had greater potential for enhancement and far superior power compared to skills incrementally developed over time. After using the skill book, Chaedan immediately felt a noticeable change in his body. His aura grew more malevolent, but then it quickly disappeared. Nonetheless, Chaedan knew that he had acquired a very powerful skill, and one that appeared rare indeed. Returning from the system interface, Qi Xiang grinned and asked, "So, what good thing did you obtain?" Chaedan laughed and said, "Truly, nothing can escape your notice." With that, Chaedan described the crimson slaughter to Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang clapped his hands and smiled, saying, "Good. Now your strength has grown even further. Though I made the final move, the goal of your special training can be considered achieved." Very good, very good. Chapter 304, Battle, Desire, Part 1. Next, Bingyue, Lin Xiaoyang, Bo Gu, De Shu, and Jiaoyang each engaged in battles. The fights were all intense, but none of them encountered an opponent like Carter, who suddenly grew stronger halfway through a fight, so they all emerged victorious. Afterward, Qi Xiang found a place for them to peacefully cultivate while he set out with Chaedan to look for Desire. "Chaedan, are you scared?" Sitting atop a zombie-like dragon creature, Qi Xiang read a book in one hand while asking the question to his companion beside him. Chaedan chuckled and replied, "Brother Xiang, what kind of talk is that? At my age, I'm not afraid of anything. We've grown up together since we were babies. You still don't know me well enough? It's always been us two making others afraid, never the other way around." Huh. Qi Xiang glanced at Chaedan without saying much. In fact, he knew Chaedan truly had no fear, but he himself was different. There was an underlying uneasiness in his heart. For the zombies to attack with such coordination, it went beyond typical zombie behavior. No one even thought of Desire as just zombies anymore. With unknown creatures, Qi Xiang had never felt fear before, having suffered many injuries as a result, once almost dying from a snake bite. However, as Chaedan had said, they had always been fearless throughout their lives. Now, Qi Xiang seemed to hesitate slightly. Yet, he also remembered another reason for his mission. He wasn't fighting this time for the sake of humanity's grand plan. He wanted to improve his own strength. Reflecting on this, Qi Xiang took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and forced himself to calm down. When his eyes opened again, a pair of dark pupils revealed a tranquil gaze. Now, after arriving in America, Qi Xiang made his first call to Bogu. "Bogu, send over the coordinates of Desire." Upon hearing Qi Xiang's voice, Bogu laughed and responded, "Haha, Xiang, you guys are moving fast. Already dealt with all those targets? Great. I'll send you the coordinates right now. Make sure you receive it." Qi Xiang agreed. "All right. And give me all the information about him. All the data you have. I want it all." Bogu nodded. "That's understood," he replied before going silent. It appeared he was doing some operations. After a while, Qi Xiang's phone rang. A map appeared on his screen with 2 points of light, one blue and one red. The blue point represented where Qi Xiang was, and the red one indicated the location of Desire. Between them, there was still a great distance. Qi Xiang pointed a direction for Chaedan to guide the zombie dragon hybrid toward, and then began analyzing the information on Desire. Most of the information on Desire described what actions or events happened when and where, but none of these provided significant strategic use. Nonetheless, Qi Xiang noted a crucial detail. Desire had acted, and in its very first engagement, managed to kill a Lone Wanderer-level zombie within 5 moves. The detailed account explained that the Lone Wanderer zombie had clashed with Desire for unknown reasons. During the ensuing fight, Desire initiated an attack, and under Euro Research Institute monitoring, this marked the first ever confrontation between Desire and one of its own kind, or more accurately, a zombie. As expected, Desire effortlessly defeated it within 5 strikes. The estimated combat rating of that zombie alone was no less than level 56. Looking at the data Bogus sent over, Qi Xiang wryly remarked, "This guy seems to be getting stronger and stronger." Chaedan grinned and said, "Boss Xiang, don't worry about it. Killing a zombie in 5 moves isn't that hard. I think if you unleash your full potential, you can do it too." Qi Xiang echoed the same. That's true. Although internally, he didn't fully agree. Setting aside the army of zombies under Desire's command for now, did Desire's own power stop at this level? While Qi Xiang indeed had the ability to take out a Lone Wanderer zombie within 5 moves, the specific type mattered. Even against the weakest ones, Qi Xiang would need to expend about 60% of his abilities. As for how much strength Desire utilized during the encounter, Qi Xiang remained uncertain. Staring at Chaedan next to him, Qi Xiang couldn't help but smile. If he could discern all this, surely Chaedan wasn't oblivious either. Still, Chaedan showed no trace of negative emotion, but instead radiated confidence in their shared objective. Seeing Qi Xiang's sudden grin, Chaedan became curious. "Hey, Brother Xiang, why are you laughing? Is something amusing?" Qi Xiang burst into hearty laughter, replying, "No particular reason. I was just thinking about that time when you pooped your pants and wouldn't say anything until it dried up." "Ha!" Chaedan, upon hearing Qi Xiang's story, immediately retorted in exasperation. "Well, what about the time I couldn't wash off the urine smell from your bedsheet? You're bringing that up now. Haha, let's not forget that." Qi Xiang exclaimed with laughter. As they spoke, the two inexplicably began to expose each other's weaknesses. Qi Xiang looked at Chaedan and suddenly understood his intention. Chaedan was using this method to relieve stress and bring both of them into a perfect combat state. Then, the two started to mock each other over this matter. However, they failed to notice one thing. The red dot on Qi Xiang's phone was moving toward a certain direction, which was precisely the direction of the blue light point. Qi Xiang and Chaedan sat on the zombie-like dragon creature and began reminiscing about their childhood days, then slowly recounted their growth, as if every event was worth remembering. But because of an argument over who had once dragged their feet during a fight with others, they quarreled. Just when they were about to get physical, Chi Xiang and Che Dan suddenly became quiet, and even the zombie dragon hybrid beneath them stopped abruptly. In the air, a stench wafted by, carrying a trace of bloodiness, certainly not a pleasant smell. And along with this odor came a powerful presence, something that could only be found on immensely strong individuals. Chi Xiang and Che Dan simultaneously gazed forward, where a black speck appeared in the distance. Then, the speck grew larger and larger, looking like an army of thousands rushing toward them. But neither Chi Xiang nor Che Dan paid any attention to those minnows. Among them, perhaps some might be formidable, but for Chi Xiang and Che Dan, they were insignificant. The true threat was the individual far away who still managed to press upon them with a heavy feeling of intimidation. That person was undoubtedly the target of their journey, desire. Chi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed into the distance and coldly chuckled. It seems like that guy has already set his sights on us. All the better. It saves us from chasing him further. Che Dan, prepare for battle. As he spoke, a purple glow flashed in Chi Xiang's right hand, and the soul-devouring blade appeared. Following that, all four of Chi Xiang's summoned beasts emerged without delay. Chapter 305. War, Desire, Part 2. Daska, Tax, and the White Tiger trio appeared. Then the ground began to tremble. A massive hexagram emerged from the earth, followed by a colossal creature slowly crawling out. Seeing this giant, Chi Xiang laughed and said, "Haha, Egwin, it's been a long time since you've come out. Is the air here good?" The Egwin seemed pleased and let out a joyous cry. At this moment, not only were Daska's three beasts on its back, but even the zombified Draco-class creature stood atop the Egwin's back as well. The appearance of the Egwin was like a small hill suddenly appearing. However, this small hill packed quite formidable offensive power. Among the zombie ranks, you noticed this enormous creature that had just appeared on the other side. Although the Egwin did not emit any hostile intentions, the powerful aura emanating from it made you highly cautious. In Yu's eyes, the Egwin was an entity with great strength and no idea how to reign in its own energy. But he also knew one thing. If he himself were to fight this monstrous being in front of him, he wouldn't necessarily gain any advantage. Instantly, the zombie army halted, and Yu started to command his subordinates to prepare a small team to attack the Egwin. Indeed, Yu had developed such intelligence, which was no wonder why the Euro Institute, no, the entire research institute, placed significant importance on him, hoping to seize the opportunity to eliminate him at once. After all, a person like him, ambitious, aggressive, with not a low IQ, and considerable strength, posed a serious threat to humanity. However, the Institute took no action because they were fully aware that based on their current capabilities, any movement would inevitably lead to a lose-lose battle. Chi Xiang watched as the army of undead stopped ahead. Disregarding those matters, he immediately commanded the Egwin, saying, "Egwin, charge. Crush these guys." The Egwin roared. Then its four massive claws began to move, dragging its gigantic body forward. With every step it took, it was as though there was an earthquake nearby. It couldn't be helped, for an Egwin resembling a small mountain naturally moved with overwhelming momentum. Finally, the zombies also made their move. Several zombies rushed forth quickly, growing larger mid-rush. They seemed to be transformation-type zombies. But even after transforming, how could they possibly compare with an Egwin who was already so vast? The Egwin didn't bother with these few zombies, rushing straight at them, its colossal form easily colliding with them and sending them flying. It knocked them back into their original forms. Soon enough, the Egwin reached the heart of the zombie army. Its immense size became its most lethal weapon. Without even needing deliberate attacks, just trampling around caused substantial damage. Yu's lips were trembling, a sign of his anger, but what could he do? Even while enraged, Yu knew the enormous beast before him was something beyond what his followers could handle. Yu began directing his underlings to retreat, calling for reinforcements while retreating. At this moment, several hundred kilometers away, a hill started shaking. As dirt began falling off, a zombie as tall as a three-story building stood up, its eyes glowing with an unnatural intelligence. Then, it dashed toward the battlefield. Watching the retreating undead army, Chi Xiang felt something was amiss, but he could not let such a prime chance to strike at the enemy go to waste. So, he quickly commanded the Egwin to crush the enemy as much as possible within a short period of time, aiming to inflict maximum harm. Yu turned around and looked at the Egwin. His crimson eyes turned even redder, indicating that he was truly enraged. Every zombie by Yu's side was no ordinary one, and the heavy losses incurred left Yu seething with fury. Still, what difference did it make? Before reinforcements arrived, Yu had no effective strategy against the Egwin. Any method he might consider would end up being a case of mutual destruction. "Brother Xiang, look over there." Chi Xiang, still immersed in the combat, was abruptly called out. Following Chiden's pointed direction, Chi Xiang exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, really is true that big forest house all sorts of birds. I've never seen a zombie this huge before, haven't even heard about one. Is this Attack on Titan?" Indeed, the colossal zombie was running towards this side. His body had already recovered some agility from its original corpse state, elevating him to a solitary wanderer's combat prowess. However, it seemed that during his transformation into a larger size, his clothes couldn't withstand the strain and were torn apart. As such, he now appeared. Well, you know what I mean. Something resembling a stick swinging wildly in the air, an existence that could easily be flagged for censorship. Witnessing this, Chi Xiang realized just how adorable the giants from the Sun Country anime truly were. At least they never looked as grotesque as needing pixelation. Qidan frowned slightly and asked, Brother Xiang, what do we do? Qi Xiang smirked and replied, What to do? Tax, that big guy's up to you. The ants down there will be our responsibility. With that, Qi Xiang leaped down first, followed by Daska's 3 beasts mimicking his descent. Qidan, seeing the scene unfolding, hurriedly said, Hey, wait for me. Draconic zombie, what are you waiting for? Get down there quick. Prompted by Qidan, the dragon-like zombie also jumped down. Meanwhile, Tax turned toward the enormous opponent with eyes gleaming with excitement, perhaps thrilled at encountering a foe of similar stature. Regardless of what went through Tax's mind, he wasted no time dashing forth, seemingly eager to start a fight with the large creature. By the time Qidan landed on the ground, another zombie had emerged under his summoning. Now, Qi Xiang's group had grown larger in number. Still, compared to Yu's followers, there was still quite a gap. But that wasn't important. Although Daska's trio and Chitin's zombies didn't significantly outmatch Yu's subordinates, they still had Qi Xiang, an abnormal existence, on their side. So long as you didn't personally join the battle, Qi Xiang could, within a short span, drastically reduce the enemy's numbers. Nevertheless, Qi Xiang was uncertain about when exactly Yu might step in or remain passive. Regardless of when Yu might act, Qi Xiang knew his immediate task was to seize every moment possible to diminish the enemy's forces, making their sides battle easier. Now, Tax had engaged in battle with the giant zombie, while Qi Xiang and his group had clashed with the other zombies. Once they began fighting, all participants unleashed their ultimate skills. Chapter 306, Battle, Desire, Part 3. The sharp spines on the alligator turtle's shell, along with its powerful jaw and 2 sharp front claws, formed a formidable attack combination. The giant zombie was in a dilemma now. Attacking the shell would do no harm to the alligator turtle, but instead risk injury from the shell. Attacking the head meant facing the alligator turtle's massive mouth and claws. Stuck, the giant zombie had no idea what to do next, and could only wait for an opportunity while engaging in a grapple with the alligator turtle. However, the alligator turtle wouldn't care about such things, constantly launching fierce attacks, striking the giant zombie over and over again. Qi Xiang and Chadin directly charged into the horde of zombies. Qi Xiang's soul-devouring saber and Chadin's cold blade worked together to deal massive damage. Yet, Chadin's skill, Crimson Carnage, was simply unstoppable. When large amounts of blood spread outward from Chadin as its center, it resembled the expansion of a sea of death. Whenever the blood encountered a zombie, it unleashed ferocious attacks. Indeed, the blood itself attacked. There were various attack methods, but they shared one common trait. These zombies couldn't withstand such assaults at all. Red and purple lights shone together, momentarily enveloping this area. Instantly, all the zombies sensed a sense of danger. Even they started contemplating retreat. But Desire didn't care. Before he issued a retreat command, no zombie dared to retreat. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and move forward. If they were humans, they would have realized by now that this commander was using them as cannon fodder, and then they would fight back. But these zombies didn't know. Even if they did, they could only serve as cannon fodder. Desire coldly watched Qi Xiang and Chadin continuously slaughtering his subordinates. No one knew that at the moment. What he was pondering wasn't how many of his subordinates had been wounded or killed, but rather when to make his move after weakening these 2 humans. His conclusion? Even after all his subordinates were dead, there was still no guarantee of victory for him. After reaching this decision, Desire made up his mind and rushed forward. This was the first time he fought against outsiders. At the same time, he was hastily gathering all the powerful zombies on the American continent to help him. However, reinforcements wouldn't come in time. What Desire needed to do now was eliminate these 2 people. As for why Desire wanted to fight Qi Xiang and Chadin, it had to be traced back 3 days ago. 3 days ago, just like before, Desire was meditating. This was his only way to acquire information. Through this method, Desire continually destroyed human bases, which satisfied him greatly. Only this time, he received a very dangerous piece of information, that he himself would be in danger. However, Desire hadn't yet obtained any details on what the threat was. Over the following 3 days, Desire meditated repeatedly and, finally, today, found the source of the danger, namely, Qi Xiang and Chadin, the 2 humans. Desire looked down on humans, believing they were intelligent but flawed and not particularly strong. Otherwise humans wouldn't have died in such numbers at his hands. But his meditation results had never failed, which troubled Desire. After much thought, he decided to take the initiative. That's why today, both Qi Xiang and Desire aimed to annihilate each other and eventually met face to face. Desire moved, his pair of red eyes seeming to see through his enemies. His hands weren't really hands, but claws, and those claws rushed towards Qi Xiang. Surprisingly, as his claws swung, they brought purple lightning along with them, indicating space was cracking. Qi Xiang noticed Desire rushing forward and also charged forward, weapon in hand. The soul-devouring saber collided with the twin claws, instantly bursting out in dazzling light and exploding. A powerful blast sent shockwaves rippling through the surrounding zombies, some of whom struggled to remain standing. Qi Xiang took several steps back, steadied himself, and stared at Desire with astonishment, looking at the soul-devouring saber in his hand. At this point, the saber showed a noticeable notch. Desire too was surprised, finding that a segment of his claw had broken off. However, Desire didn't stop, but rushed forward once again to battle with Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang didn't hesitate either, shouting, "Underworld 100 flashes!" With that, he transformed into a streak of purple light and charged forward. Seeing Qi Xiang's quickened speed, Desire increased his own speed, resulting in black and purple lights colliding with each other in combat that happened too fast for the eye to follow. Both Qi-Xiang's soul-devouring saber and Desire's claws suffered tremendous damage. The saber's notch kept growing until cracks began forming, while segments of Desire's claws continued breaking off and shortening continuously. Finally, Qi-Xiang and Desire stopped, but it wasn't because they had decided the winner. Rather, it was because both of their weapons had failed. Qi-Xiang stood where he was, looking at Desire, who stood in place as well, staring back at him. They glared at each other. Chadan wanted to come over and help, but the zombies around him kept him busy. Crimson Carnage was still on cooldown, and with so many zombies surrounding him, Chadan felt his desire to help outweighed by his inability. Desire suddenly spoke up. "Human, why do you want to kill me?" Qi-Xiang found this somewhat amusing after hearing Desire's words. He replied, "Are you kidding me? Wasn't it you who came after me first? Besides, you've killed so many humans. I don't think I'm wrong in killing you." Desire let out a low laugh and said, "So, all who are not of my kind are outsiders, is it? All right then, let's see if you have what it takes." As he finished speaking, Desire suddenly rushed forward again. Though his claws were broken, they could still form fists, and with these fists, he began attacking Qi-Xiang, swinging his arms toward him. Qi-Xiang gave a cold snort as the holy blue shield appeared in his hand, blocking Desire's punch. Then, raising his leg, he delivered a kick that struck Desire in the stomach, sending him flying. But this wasn't the end yet. Qi-Xiang retracted the holy blue shield next and assumed a bow-drawing stance with both hands. A purple arrow made of flames materialized out of thin air. Then, Qi-Xiang shouted, "Swallow arrow." An arrow shot out and struck Desire, instantly igniting his body in flames. Desire's energy within rapidly decreased as the fire blazed fiercely. Desire let out a wail of pain and then charged forward once more. This time, he attacked swiftly, using his fists like sharp claws. However, this attack held no meaning for Qi-Xiang anymore. Chapter 307, Battle, U4. Qi-Xiang threw a punch back, and it directly hit Yu's fist. Punch against punch. This time, there was no standoff like the one between the soul-devouring blade and the claws that ended in mutual destruction. Qi-Xiang's fist was far beyond what Yu's small fist could handle, although Yu's fists were powerful too. His greatest strength, however, was his claws. Without the claws, he was like a toothless tiger, powerful but ultimately ineffective. Yu realized that the situation had turned unfavorable to him, and immediately issued orders for all the zombies around to come to his aid. But Qi-Xiang would not give him the opportunity. Looking at the zombies rushing over, Qi-Xiang formed a wall of fire using corrosive flames, encircling the area with fire and completely cutting off the zombies from entering. Simultaneously, Qi-Xiang also wanted to prevent Yu from escaping. Looking at the flames surrounding him, Yu let out a bitter laugh and said, "Looks like I've been defeated, but do you think you'll be any better off? All the zombies on this continent will take you as their enemy, and their strongest ones are heading here right now. You won't last." Qi-Xiang coldly snorted and said, "Is that so? Let's see then." With that, Qi-Xiang stepped forward. In his right hand was a fragment of the soul-devouring blade that he had picked up randomly. He intended to use this fragment to end Yu's life and offer it as a sacrifice to this blade which had accompanied him for such a long time. Seeing Qi-Xiang approach, Yu did not resist, but instead bore a look of acceptance, though whatever expression he made did not look appealing. Watching as Yu's pair of red eyes dimmed, Qi-Xiang let out a cold snort, raised his hand, and slashed across Yu's neck. Then, Qi-Xiang forcefully struck the fragment into Yu's forehead. Next, Qi-Xiang withdrew the devouring fire that had enveloped Yu. Feeling the abilities brought to him by the devouring fire, Qi-Xiang felt reassured. However, the soul-devouring blade, which was both Qi-Xiang's weapon for a very long time and his only weapon now, was broken. He had to start worrying about what he would use next. Qi-Xiang turned around and retracted the corrosion fire. Looking at the surrounding zombies, Qi-Xiang felt somewhat frustrated and then rushed into battle, while thinking to himself how much easier it would have been if the soul-devouring blade was still with him. As Qi-Xiang turned away, what he didn't notice was that the fragment of the soul-devouring blade that pierced Yu's head started glowing. Yu's body began shrinking and the fragments lying on the ground transformed into dots of light that gathered towards it. Continuing to fight more and more zombies, more kept rushing in, but to Qi-Xiang, it didn't matter. The more zombies there were, the more he killed and the more he improved. The purple light began to coalesce, and Yu's body disappeared, leaving only a mass of purple light. The purple light then condensed into the shape of a scythe. A long-handled scythe appeared with a skull where the blade and the handle joined. Then the scythe materialized fully and flew toward Qi-Xiang. At the same time, a voice sounded inside Qi-Xiang. "King of Hell's demon scythe. Haha, kid, you've certainly not disappointed me by restoring my weapon. Truly impressive." Upon hearing the voice, Qi-Xiang frowned slightly and said, "Zihua Zixing, how long has it been since you last showed up? I thought you were dead. And speaking of which, the King of Hell's demon scythe is..." Before Qi-Xiang finished speaking, a scythe flew over and cleanly cut off the head of a zombie in front of Qi-Xiang. Then the scythe hovered slowly in midair as if waiting for Qi-Xiang to grasp it. Seeing the scythe, Qi-Xiang felt a familiar energy. It was the energy of the soul-devouring blade. Instinctively, Qi-Xiang reached out and grabbed it. Immediately after, Qi-Xiang began wielding the scythe, and countless heads fell. These zombies lost their ability to resist, just like cabbages under Qi-Xiang's mastery of the King of Hell's demon scythe. Qi-Xiang, like a god of death, continuously swung the scythe. At this moment, something extra appeared in Qi-Xiang's mind. It was passed by Zihua Zixing when Qi Xiang took possession of the King of Hell's Demon Scythe. It contained the memories of Zihua Zixing regarding how to use the scythe. With these newly added skills, Qi Xiang did not hesitate to use them. Qi Xiang sighed and said, "Sigh of the King of Hell." As he spoke, a streak of purple light shot out from the King of Hell's Demon Scythe, killing many zombies instantly. Then Qi Xiang's tone turned angry as he yelled, "Wrath of the King of Hell." Qi Xiang leapt high into the air, descended swiftly from above, and wielded a purple scythe that seemed like a true King of Hell, carrying its wrath to slay mercilessly below. After 2 moves, a large vacuum area instantly appeared around Qi Xiang. However, it was not over yet. Qi Xiang raised the King of Hell's Demon Scythe and said, "Reign of Devouring." The blade of the King of Hell's Demon Scythe shot out a purple light toward the sky, and then a light sphere appeared from which fireballs composed of devouring flames continuously fell, and their numbers were indeed as many as raindrops. Seeing this move, Qi Xiang smiled satisfactorily. But next, he heard Cha Dan's furious scolding. "Qi Xiang, what on earth are you doing? Can your indiscriminate attacks get any more dramatic?" At the same time, Daska also yelled, "Qi Xiang, if you don't bring us back into the alternate dimension, we'll perish together with you." Qi Xiang looked along the sound and saw Cha Dan currently holding the Lingxi shield to defend against the flames falling from the sky, but none of his zombies could be seen, indicating they had been recalled by Cha Dan. And the 3 beasts of Daska were currently taking cover under the rock shield summoned by Tax. The man and the 3 beasts looked disheveled. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiang showed no sign of regret at all. Laughing while speaking, he said, "Haha, you guys are really something." Then, Qi Xiang still retrieved the 3 beasts of Daska back and strode towards Cha Dan, pulling him into his own circle. Now, Cha Dan didn't have to hold the Lingxi shield like an idiot anymore. Cha Dan put away the Lingxi shield, looked at the King of Hell's Demon Scythe in Qi Xiang's hand, and enviously said, "Damn, Brother Xiang, where did you get this scythe? It looks so cool. Looks like you benefited the most from this battle." Qi Xiang grinned and said, "Of course, although the soul-devouring blade is gone, this King of Hell's Demon Scythe is much better than the soul-devouring blade." As he spoke, Qi Xiang looked toward the crocodile turtle side, where the battle was nearing its end. Chapter 308 Evil Dragon, Part 1. The strength of the crocodile turtle is incomparable to that of a giant zombie. It completely dominated its opponent, and even though Qi Xiang's side didn't gain an advantage in the fight, the battle on the crocodile turtle side would end quickly so it could come over to help. However, although the crocodile turtle was not much help because its huge body would force Qi Xiang and his team to retreat if it joined the battle. Otherwise, they would be affected as well. Qi Xiang quickly resolved his side of the battle, reaping the undead with the Ming Wang Mo Liang, like cutting wheat. Of course, they were already dead, just controlled by the virus in their bodies. Finally, after 3 hours, the battle ended. Qi Xiang let out a breath and said, "Wow, I'm exhausted. I will never do this again." Che Dan gave Qi Xiang a disdainful look and replied, "This is a typical example of taking advantage of someone's kindness while complaining about them. You gain such a big benefit, yet you still say this. I really don't know how to comment on you." Qi Xiang grinned and looked at the Ming Wang Mo Liang in his hand, saying, "Now, I wonder if I can withstand another battle with the pathogen." With that, Qi Xiang swung the Ming Wang Mo Liang and unleashed a swallowing hurricane to clean up the mess. The zombies piled up on the ground like a small mountain, attracting Qi Xiang like a treasure trove. These zombies were all at least mutated zombie level or higher, and it could be said that 70% of the mid-upper layer strength zombies from America were here. After this battle, there would be a period of decline for zombies in America. However, many powerful human beings from America had also been killed by you. In a way, America seemed to return to the beginning days of the apocalypse. With this strength, they could only stay in the American continent. Elsewhere, they would be just as useless as cannon fodder. Qi Xiang put away the Ming Wang Mo Liang, then smiled. "Let's go Che Dan, back to training. We just have to wait for Boga's message now." Saying that, Qi Xiang took Che Dan and left. Upon arriving at Brother Bo's place where they were training, Qi Xiang reported the situation and stayed to begin his own training. His practice was aimed at enhancing pill energy, as the evil fire power inside him was unstable and needed to be contained with pill energy. In this battle, Qi Xiang absorbed energy from countless advanced zombies, and at this moment, the evil fire within him was burning fiercely. Without balancing it with pill energy, he might easily run into problems. As for Che Dan, he couldn't stay idle because increasing levels for game ability holders wasn't simply achieved through cultivation. Thus, Che Dan went out to fight and complete missions to boost his capabilities. Qi Xiang did not oppose this decision. First, being in a new land meant there were surely many tasks for Che Dan to take on, and secondly, most powerful zombies on this continent were almost entirely gone, leaving those that could match Che Dan extremely scarce. Meanwhile, Oyin Institute had been shaken. When Bogu received the news of Yu's death, he was first shocked, then became ecstatic. When he learned that a large number of high-level zombies in America had been exterminated by Qi Xiang and Che Dan, he was absolutely thrilled. Because there were no longer research institutes on the American continent, nor powerful zombies around. All the Oyin Institute had to do was send people over there to seize resources. However, he realized other continental research institutions must have thought the same thing. Consequently, their people began to clash in America. Eventually, after a unanimous discussion among several directors, the American continent was divided into several zones for the different research institutes to extract resources. Resources have always been the starting point of disputes among various research institutes. For these scientific enthusiasts, anything outside of research holds little interest, unless there are other things that catch their attention, but scientific research has always been their top passion. The more abundant the resources, the smoother the research can proceed, which is crucial for them. In the end, the European Research Institute and the Oceania Institute each obtained a piece of land, whereas the Asian area, led by the Yanhuang and Russia nations against the Sun Country and Gaul Country-led group of countries, resulted in 2 portions assigned in Asia. Clearly, Yanhuang and Russia got larger territories, and since Qi Xiang's group were citizens of Yanhuang and received their mission from the European Research Institute, Yanhuang and the European Research Institute both acquired a section of land. This mission undertaken by Qi Xiang's group thus contributed to the division of America by research institutes across major regions. As a result, after this event, the world regained balance, and it would be difficult for America to recover its former presence, in terms of population, individual power, or resources. They would reach a low point after this disaster. Qi Xiang had been waiting for Bogu's message all along, never expecting that the wait would last a month. After a month, Qi Xiang's evil firepower had only reached level 65, while his pill energy had already climbed to level 70. This indicated that the evil fire force had been completely suppressed by the pill energy. The reason both forces within Qi Xiang's body improved so quickly was because the fight with the pathogen had elevated the evil fire force immensely, providing an enormous boost to his abilities, which in turn helped to improve his pill energy at a rocket-like speed. During this month, Qi Xiang kept using his inner energy to assist others in their advancement. Bingwei, Lin Xiaoyang, and Bo Gu all broke through the milestone of level 60, and Zhao Liang even reached level 62. As for Bo Gu, due to the nature of his ability, he merely achieved level 55. However, such a rank meant that Bo Gu was already an exceptional presence among alchemists. After all, alchemy was essentially an auxiliary profession, where one needed not just high levels, but also good materials to truly shine. Though a higher rank did allow for ordinary materials to perform exceptionally well, this didn't diminish the importance of quality ingredients. Meanwhile, Deshu now possessed abundant resources. Having accumulated materials over a long period, whether from regular collections or purchases through the game system, he owned an impressive amount and quality that would make any alchemist envious. Even after spending hours every day refining these materials into pills for an entire month, there were still heaps left unrefined. At some point, Qi Xiang asked Deshu how long it would take to exhaust all the materials. After pondering for a moment, Deshu replied, probably about half a year. Upon hearing this number, Qi Xiang couldn't help but marvel at just how many materials Deshu had stockpiled. After a month of staying here, Qi Xiang noticed his training speed slowing down again. Just as he decided to leave America in search of more powerful beings to elevate the rank of his evil fire force, Bo Gu finally contacted him. Chapter 309, Evil Dragon, Part 2. Bo Gu told Qi Xiang that they would have a way to deal with the pathogen in a month. However, before that, they asked Qi Xiang to deal with an evil dragon rampaging in America. This dragon's rampage was preventing the European Research Institute from obtaining an important material. It wasn't just any ordinary material. It was so crucial that if it appeared on the market, all the research institutes would go crazy for it. At that point, no one would care about which zone it came from. As long as it could reach their institute, anything would work. Of course, Bo Gu couldn't say that directly to Qi Xiang. He merely mentioned that an important material had become unavailable and requested Qi Xiang to kill the dragon. Qi Xiang didn't object, since he currently needed an enemy to devour in order to enhance his strength. Moreover, this was also a good opportunity to test how effective his scythe training had been over the past period of time. So upon receiving the message, Qi Xiang instructed Brother Bo and others to continue training. Then, he sent a text message to Cheng Dan and headed first toward the location Bo Gu provided. As soon as Qi Xiang emerged, he sensed something unusual. Within only a few hundred meters, he encountered a small team. Such teams were common during the apocalypse, but the critical thing here was that they dressed in attire typical of the Institute's researchers and bore features of people from Yanhuang. This made Qi Xiang quite curious. When he approached them and started chatting, he realized the impact of killing Yu had been significant enough to draw research institutes from all major zones. When the head of the Yanhuang Region's Institute heard that Qi Xiang was the person who killed Yu, he immediately became very friendly, laughing and saying, "Haha, indeed a young hero has arisen. Young brother Qi Xiang, I must say your efforts have made us rich." Then they asked Qi Xiang where he was heading. Not having any reason to conceal it, he explained his mission. Upon hearing his destination and objective, the leader stroked his chin and revealed a cunning smile, asking, "Brother Qi Xiang, can I ask you for a favor?" Qi Xiang looked at him, smiling. "You mean that material, right? So, you're thinking about getting it too?" The leader nodded. "Since you are also part of Yanhuang, we share the same heritage. Can't you provide us with some convenience?" Qi Xiang shook his head. The leader quickly turned cold and snapped. "Do you intend to hand over that material to another race and be a traitor to our nation?" Qi Xiang's brow furrowed at this remark, and his left hand had already gripped the leader by the neck. Looking at him sternly, Qi Xiang said coldly, "Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. What you've been doing secretly is far more worthy of being called treachery. I've said I won't give it to you. I know plenty of people from the Yanhuang Research Institute. Why should I give it to you just because we met? If we're from the same country, I'd still treat you respectfully, but don't push your luck. And stop calling me young brother Qi Xiang. Do we even know each other that well? According to the current situation, calling me brother makes you of lower rank." As he finished speaking, Qi Xiang casually flung him aside and glanced at the remaining researchers, warning them, Don't try to trick me either. You know the strength of you. And you should understand my strength too. Don't make me angry. After finishing, Qi Xiang walked off resolutely into the distance. The leader struggled up from the ground, glaring viciously at the retreating figure of Qi Xiang. He ordered, "You two, find out who this guy really is. Let's see who he knows from the Yan Huang Institute." "This isn't a good idea," one researcher said cautiously. Evidently, Qi Xiang's display of power earlier had already frightened them. Another researcher insisted, "What are you talking about? The boss has given orders. Since this guy messed with us, there will be no peaceful resolution. Boss, rest assured, I'll handle it right away. I guarantee I'll find out not just who his ancestors are, but everything about him." Satisfied, the leader nodded, and then gave a glare to the researcher who had voiced opposition earlier, though he said nothing more. Qi Xiang kept walking farther and farther. Meanwhile, at this moment, Kenju was carrying out a mission and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he felt trouble was coming his way, although he didn't know what it was. Nevertheless, Kenju trusted these feelings instinctively, though he didn't give it much thought because his immediate goal was figuring out how to deal with the giant octopus in front of him. Qi Xiang arrived at the coordinates provided by Bo Gu and met the personnel from the European Research Institute waiting for him. As soon as they saw Qi Xiang, their faces lit up with joy like chrysanthemums in full bloom. With the photo sent by Bo Gu, they had already memorized Qi Xiang's appearance and were extremely excited to finally meet him. In their hearts, Qi Xiang was an unbeatable presence, whether it was surviving his battle against the pathogen or later directly killing you. Both were feats that seemed impossible, but which Qi Xiang had accomplished. This inevitably altered the perceptions of those aware of these situations toward Qi Xiang time and again. This time, the search team was worried because there was a very rare and crucial resource here waiting for them to extract, but a giant dragon guarded this place. To be clear, this dragon wasn't a zombie. It was actually a magical beast, a legitimate level 60 magical beast. It was only here because it liked the environment, not because it was guarding the resources, an accusation without evidence. However, after the search team arrived here and saw the dragon, assuming it was guarding the place, they immediately attacked. But how could they possibly match the dragon? They retreated only after losing 4 members of their team. Then, they immediately reported the incident to the European Research Institute's headquarters, and when the news reached Bo Gu's ears, he didn't hesitate and called Qi Xiang right away, saying that a method to deal with the pathogen would be found in a month was just a pretense. Although this was true, the incomplete result wasn't worth disturbing Qi Xiang over. Dealing with the dragon was truly the purpose of Director Bo Gu. Qi Xiang also understood that Bo Gu was about to assign him another mission. Although Qi Xiang disliked being used as a weapon by Bo Gu, creatures like dragons that existed only in myths had indeed piqued his curiosity. Moreover, Qi Xiang was also lamenting the lack of worthy opponents. So, this was a good timing choice on Bo Gu's part. Chapter 310, The Evil Dragon 3. Qi Xiang looked at these searchers from the European Research Institute and smiled. "Guys, you've waited for quite a while, haven't you?" The person in charge walked up and smiled, saying, "Mr. Qi Xiang, what are you talking about? We didn't wait long, and besides, to wait for this resource, it's worth waiting a year." Looking at the person in charge, Qi Xiang nodded and said, "All right, take it. First, let me see what your so-called evil dragon is like. By the way, I have another buddy coming over later. Leave 2 people to receive him." Saying this, Qi Xiang was about to go inside, but suddenly saw the difficulty on their faces. Qi Xiang asked, "What's wrong?" The person in charge laughed bitterly and said, "Mr. Qi Xiang, if it's about sending reinforcements, we can help with that. But as for taking you to see the situation, we really can't. That giant dragon has been angered by us. Now any creature that goes near will be fiercely attacked by it. We are already several kilometers away from there and still nervous. How could we possibly go there?" So, Qi Xiang had already understood his meaning. They were scared and worried they would die. Qi Xiang nodded and said, "All right, then I'll wait for my companion to arrive. You guys just stay here." Saying this, Qi Xiang sat down on the ground, but he was already secretly irritated. He was already upset after being treated badly by his compatriots from Yanhuan country. At this moment, although these people from the European Research Institute were very roaching toward him, they were afraid of death. Did they think he had a 100% chance of dealing with the dragon? Although Qi Xiang had such confidence, they didn't even believe he could do it and wouldn't accompany him. This made Qi Xiang very dissatisfied. Seemingly noticing Qi Xiang's dissatisfaction, this person in charge was still insightful enough. He immediately sent someone to bring some delicious food and drinks to entertain Qi Xiang. However, when the person he sent returned with red wine and steak, the person in charge didn't let him deliver it because he saw that Qi Xiang was drinking beer and eating pig hooves at the time. Apparently, he thought many people in the post-apocalyptic world did not have good living conditions. But he forgot Qi Xiang's strength. In this world, the stronger one's ability, the more resources they can occupy, an unchangeable truth since ancient times. After half an hour, Qi Xiang finally saw Chaidan arriving on a zombie-like dragon. With the experience gained over the past month, the zombie-like dragon had become stronger. The wings on its back had already grown fully. It was now a flying dragon. Thus, this time, Chaidan flew here. As soon as the zombie-like dragon landed, Chaidan jumped off and complained, "Shanga, I'm furious." Seeing Chaidan's expression, Qi Xiang asked, "What happened?" Chaidan said, "I'm furious. Those researchers from Yanhuan country called me a traitor, a sellout, and a lackey working for the Westerners. And I can't kill them. Seriously, man, it's my thing to be strong. Why should I share resources I fought hard for?" Qi Xiang said, "Is that guy the one who looks like this?" As he spoke, Xiang described the appearance of the person he had encountered before. Hearing this, Chaidan was startled and asked, Xianga, how do you know this so clearly? Could it be that you spied on me? Xiang spat out and said, do you dare to be any more self-centered? I could spy on anyone else instead of you. Who would expect that you met that guy too? It seems we need to have a good chat with him after we finish this matter. As he spoke, Xiang pressed the joints of his fingers, producing a clicking sound. Chaidan nodded and said, good idea. This time, let's handle it alone without contacting the institute. They don't have control over us anyway. Just act directly. Xiang said okay, and then walked towards the location where the dragon was. Chaidan glanced around at the researchers, followed along, and asked, aren't they coming? Xiang explained the previous situation. Chaidan stroked his chin and said, all right, they're only ordinary researchers without any fighting power. If they came, they'd only be trouble. Not coming is fine too. Xiang nodded and continued walking. As they got closer to the place where the dragon was located, both Xiang and Chaidan felt the surrounding air getting hotter. Chaidan wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed. It seems to be a fire dragon. Then, Chaidan looked at Xiang in surprise and said, Xianga, why is your forehead so clean? Not a single bead of sweat. Xiang gave Chaidan a dirty look and said, haven't you been to the trial grounds? Xiang's words made Chaidan scratch his head in embarrassment. As a legitimate game ability user, he naturally knew what the trial grounds were and their benefits. However, there was no help for it. His ability enhanced his mental power rather than his physical strength, though he did have some physical reinforcement too, but very little. Even so, this made Chaidan's current physical strength many times stronger than that of ordinary mutants, demonstrating the might of game ability users. The higher level game ability users are, the stronger their combat capabilities. However, Chaidan had only been to the trial grounds once, and then came out because his first trial in the trial grounds was a scene where he froze. He couldn't bear the cold at all in the icy wasteland, so he ran out directly and never went back again. In Chaidan's own words, if it was a hot place, it would be acceptable, but these cold places were the most tormenting. Xiang looked at Chaidan's appearance and immediately knew this guy must have skipped out on the hardships, so he patted Chaidan's shoulder and said, all right, let's deal with the situation in front of us. Then after dealing with that annoying person, you should visit the trial grounds. Chaidan nodded without objecting to Xiang's suggestion. Roar, damned humans, haven't I already told you not to come onto my territory? Do you creatures really want me to annihilate your entire race? An irascible voice resounded. The enormous sound generated air currents instantly, causing dust on the ground to swirl up into the air. However, Xiang and Chaidan calmly remained standing where they were, waiting for the imminent arrival of the creature. At this moment, Xiang remarked, looks like Bogo has concealed some matters as well. We'll have to settle accounts with him after finishing with this business. Chaidan nodded, understanding Xiang's implication. Judging from the giant dragon's words, someone had surely provoked the dragon using quite despicable means. And it was probably those researchers from the European Research Institute who bore the brunt of it and faced retaliation from the dragon. Now, Xiang wasn't sure if the dragon's presence here was to guard the resources. What Xiang did know was that the dragon had certainly been infuriated by people from the European Research Institute to reach this point. Chapter 311, The Evil Dragon 4. A huge red creature came rushing over from the distance. A pair of wings flapped and whipped up a gale that swept over this way, as if to tear apart everything in its path. A red dragon appeared in Xiang's, Chaidan's, and the dragon-like zombies' line of sight. It was just like one from Western fantasy movies and TV shows. At this moment, it charged toward this direction with flames constantly spewing from its mouth, seemingly only able to vent its emotions this way. Seeing this scene, Xiang didn't feel anything extraordinary, just standing indifferently at the same spot. Chaidan was also the same. However, the dragon-like zombie who had come along with them wasn't so calm. Rather, he revealed an expression filled with anger. Though he was just a zombie, don't forget that he was also a dragon, albeit a pseudo-dragon. And apparently, this pseudo-dragon didn't feel any fear towards real dragons. On the contrary, he harbored immense fury towards this genuine dragon, to the extent of wanting to unleash his strongest attack immediately upon meeting. At the same time, the red dragon from the other side was charging over. The dragon-like zombie wouldn't move forward unless ordered by Chaidan, but his whole body was taut, ready to spring forward like an arrow the moment Chaidan gave the command. Despite being only half the size of the giant dragon, the dragon-like zombie possessed this confidence that he would hold his own against the giant dragon even in battle. Even Chaidan didn't know where this self-confidence stemmed from in the dragon-like zombie. Damn humans, still pretending to be calm. I'll see how long you can keep up this act. With the voice of the fire dragon, a fireball flew over. Facing the incoming fireball, Xiang wasn't the least bit worried. Chaidan casually waved a hand and sent out a dark moon slash. The fireball was directly split into two halves and then vanished. Xiang chuckled. Hey, big guy, if you want to deal with us, you'd better show some real skills. This kind of strength just won't do. The fire dragon said with an arrogant sound, then flew up while opening its dragon mouth wide. Flames descended. This time, the water zombie appeared beside Chaidan. Water surged upwards, colliding with the flames, making the situation temporarily impossible to untangle. However, giants were after all giants. Their power definitely surpassed that of the water zombie, which soon fell into a disadvantaged position. Xiang, observing this scenario, went to the side and suddenly leaped up with great force. The height at which the dragon wasn't too high for Xiang. For him, it was quite simple to jump up. Then, Xiang didn't indulge the dragon, directly pulling out the holy blue shield and smashing it down. Following that, Qi Xiang kept hitting the dragon's head with the holy blue shield. The reason Qi Xiang didn't use the King of Hades' scythe was because it easily caused death, whereas Qi Xiang aimed to subdue the dragon. After all, the dragon was a very formidable magical beast, and subduing it brought far more benefits than killing it and devouring its essence. The dragon, hit by Qi Xiang, became consumed with rage. It had already been provoked by humans, and now it was further insulted by someone it considered weak. Furthermore, it hurt badly. Thus, the dragon couldn't stand it any longer. It let out a roar, flying around trying to throw Qi Xiang off its back, simultaneously heating its body surface. The dragon tried to make Qi Xiang fall off this way. However, none of these methods worked on Qi Xiang. He firmly held onto the scales on the dragon's body with one hand while striking the dragon's head with the holy blue shield with the other, not worrying about falling off at all. As for the high temperature, Qi Xiang had adapted to high temperatures during his training in the trial field, though it wasn't this hot. Yet, Qi Xiang could endure it. Moreover, the holy blue shield possessed not just holiness attributes, but also water attributes. The water energy spread throughout Qi Xiang's body, directly cooling him down. Seeing that its methods had no effect, the dragon grew even angrier, continuously shaking its body trying to throw Qi Xiang off, but this was trivially ineffective against Qi Xiang. Roar! Despicable human, get off me! The dragon roared angrily and spit out a flame, only for this flame to form a semicircle and fly back directly heading toward Qi Xiang. Without a word, Qi Xiang retracted the holy blue shield, and the King of Hades' scythe appeared. A fireball formed from the absorbed flames appeared in front of the King of Hades' scythe. Qi Xiang held the King of Hades' scythe up, and the flames were directly drawn in by the consuming flames and devoured. Just like this, the dragon spewed flames while Qi Xiang absorbed the flames, one consuming, the other swallowing, directly placing the dragon in a passive state where it could only take beatings. At this point, Qi Xiang was restless, continuously knocking the dragon's head. He observed carefully that the dragon's body was too large, thus making it difficult to cause significant harm. Otherwise, once subdued, the dragon would be tough to recover. So, Qi Xiang kept hitting the giant dragon with the holy blue shield in order to avoid causing any serious damage. Meanwhile, the dragon's attack seemed perfect for Qi Xiang's plan, as they allowed Qi Xiang to simply wait until the dragon exhausted itself before subduing it. Of course, the dragon wasn't that foolish. After spewing fire for a while, the dragon realized this method had no effect on the human on its head and decided to change tactics. The dragon rushed straight toward a nearby mountain peak and smashed its head against it. When the dragon pulled away, Qi Xiang was left there, not by choice, but because the impact had been too strong and he lost his footing. Then the dragon began spewing flames once again. Actually, during their battle so far, the dragon always found itself at a disadvantage not because it was weak. On the contrary, it was quite powerful, capable of wreaking destruction on an entire city. This power stemmed from its massive body and ability to breathe fire. However, these strengths could also become weaknesses when facing a small number of powerful opponents, since the dragon couldn't crush them outright with its bulk without putting itself in danger. That's why Qi Xiang wanted to subdue the dragon. It was the perfect war weapon. While it might only fight evenly with similarly large creatures in one-on-one combat, against hordes of enemies like an ocean of foes, the dragon's strength would prove unstoppable. But Qi Xiang had another reason. It was cool. Yes, who hadn't dreamed as a child of having a powerful companion? And Western magical dragons were undoubtedly a common childhood dream for many. Despite their somewhat infamous reputation, they possessed something incredibly attractive, immense power, and awe-inspiring appearances. Chapter 312, A Lesson, Part 1. So, Qi Xiang always looked at the theropods with envy when he saw similar dragon creatures in the wild. Later, when he saw Uncle Da's ankylosaur, Qi Xiang was also envious. But looking at his own summoned beasts, though they were all powerful, only the croc turtle had any relation to dinosaurs, and it wasn't a dragon. Therefore, as soon as he heard there was a real dragon, Qi Xiang rushed over. At this moment, Qi Xiang was watching the dragon and prepared to deal with it using the second method. He extended his right hand, and a pale white beam shot out. The ropes formed from concentrated Dan power flew out directly. With vast Dan power backing him up, Qi Xiang could create ropes as long as he needed without worrying if they would be sufficient to bind the dragon. From the dragon's perspective, all it could see was its own flames spewing forth, completely unaware of the white rope. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang used the previous technique to swallow the flames coming from the dragon. Though Qi Xiang couldn't see where the ropes went, they acted as if they had eyes of their own and began wrapping around. When the dragon sensed something amiss, the ropes suddenly tightened, bundling it up like a dumpling. Trapped, the dragon naturally started struggling. However, these actions were futile since the struggle was entirely useless. When Qi Xiang reached the dragon, it had already been struggling for some time. It was only then that Qi Xiang initiated the final step. Spirit, pierce. Qi Xiang uttered 3 words, but these 3 words seemed like sharp spikes piercing into the dragon's mind. This move, Qi Xiang chose correctly. Though not a spiritual force user originally, practicing certain spirit-based attacks posed no problem. And now, against the dragon, Qi Xiang acted confidently because he knew his spirit force wasn't particularly strong, but the dragon's spirit force was even weaker. As a magic beast, except for extremely rare ones specialized in spirit force cultivation, Qi Xiang had never seen any other powerful beast that also had formidable spirit forces. And clearly, the dragon before Qi Xiang was not one of them. Though Qi Xiang's spirit attack would cause harm to the dragon, such damage was not irreversible. Unless the dragon's spirit force was exceptionally weak, it could recover after resting for a period. As the dragon closed its eyes and stopped resisting, Qi Xiang swiped his finger across his tooth, drawing a drop of blood. Without delay, Qi Xiang dabbed the drop onto the dragon's head while declaring, I, Qi Xiang, form a pact with you today. From this moment on, we are partners. Seal it. As he spoke, his blood seeped into the dragon's forehead, revealing a purple hexagram on its head. Such a method of subjugation can only succeed under two conditions. Either the opponent lacks the strength to resist, or the beast willingly submits to Qi Xiang's mastery. So far, all Qi Xiang's successful cases have fallen under the first condition. The second never occurred, for Qi Xiang had little time to waste on a beast. For those willing to be tamed, he would take care of them, just like Daska and Tax, who became friends, or Baihu, whose relationship surpassed that of a summoned creature. And the croc turtle? For such a massive creature, Qi Xiang didn't know how to express care towards it, but it did not need his attention anyway. Staying in the dimensional lake every day and eating food provided by Qi Xiang from outside sufficed for the croc turtle. Qi Xiang refused to waste time on untamed beasts because he believed if they weren't willing to serve him, why should he bother wasting time? Either he could overpower them and make them submit, or if they lacked sufficient strength, he wouldn't need to tame them at all. Just defeating them would do. Thus, Qi Xiang had never subdued a beast purely out of respect until now. By now, the ceiling was complete. Qi Xiang observed the unconscious dragon, pulled it back into the alternate dimension, and proceeded towards Cha Dan. Seeing Cha Dan munching seeds with an expression of detached amusement, Qi Xiang flexed his knuckles with a creaking sound and coldly laughed. Cha Dan, you're truly living a leisurely life, aren't you, huh? Cha Dan laughed, saying, haha, brother Xiang, how could I steal your spotlight with such an epic and fierce move? You're right about that, haha. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. Qi Xiang nodded, saying, however, before we leave, there are still a few things we need to do. Qi Xiang also remembered there were still things left undone. So he and Cha Dan walked towards the place where the giant dragon had emerged. When they arrived, Qi Xiang and Cha Dan immediately noticed a deep pit, with only a single mineral at the bottom, shining with a pinkish light and emitting a soft glow. But even this faint light seemed to possess an irresistible charm that made Qi Xiang want to rush down. However, Qi Xiang did not end up charging in, but was pulled back by Cha Dan. Cha Dan looked at Qi Xiang and said, brother Xiang, don't be deceived by it. This thing is bizarre, and it contains immense energy, yet strangely unstable. Qi Xiang nodded, replying, now I understand why every research institute is scrambling to seize this item. Initially, I thought about giving it to the institute you used to work for, but now it seems we should keep it safe ourselves. Cha Dan agreed, saying, that's exactly what I think. Saying this, Cha Dan took out a blue sphere and explained, this is a storage tool. Throw it out, and it will absorb items without any leakage of aura or energy. Then Cha Dan threw the blue ball, which directly struck the pink crystal. Fortunately, the crystal didn't resist, and it was absorbed without issue. Looking down at the blue sphere lying on the ground, Qi Xiang joked, Cha Dan, does your ball have anything to do with the Pokeballs from Pokemon? Cha Dan laughed. The summary says it was invented by a Pokemon fanatic, so don't worry too much about that connection. He jumped into the pit and picked up the blue sphere, then stored it in the alternate dimension. He said, alright, brother Xiang, let's go. We need to teach that annoying guy a lesson. Qi Xiang nodded. Good, let's go. Speaking, they headed out and rode the pseudo-dragon zombie away. The unfortunate supervisor likely had no idea he had crossed two calamities, and what he probably hadn't foreseen was that these two highly capable individuals were indeed planning to waste some time on him. Whether he was lucky or unlucky remained to be seen. Chapter 313, A Lesson, Part 2. At this moment, the person in charge was looking at the documents in his hand. Residuum, Six Fingers, and Zhou Jian. Who would have thought that the arrogant Residuum and Six Fingers were connected to them? And little Zhou Jian, who used to be unknown but suddenly became famous, seems like it has something to do with them as well. However, how dare these two not hand over that shipment to me? It makes me furious. Haha, if you've pissed me off, then watch out. With that, he put the documents away and looked at the search team members who were busy working. You lazy bastards, hurry up and stop slacking off. In such situations, the searchers had always been seething with anger yet silent. At this point, they were somewhat numb. But what could they do? Who could blame them for being under this man's command? After all, this guy was the deputy director of the Yanhuang National Research Institute headquarters. Besides, none of them were as capable as him. Actually, before the apocalypse, this guy was pretty decent. Although he had strong connections, he wasn't particularly intelligent, and his physical abilities were lacking too. Even though he was made the leader back then, he stayed humble. But when the apocalypse arrived, he gained psychic powers and had already advanced to level 48, making him quite powerful. The flaws in his character gradually came to light, making people dislike him. Still, because of his strength and influence, no one dared to confront him. Perhaps this represented the most typical case of bureaucratic behavior in Yanhuang's research institute. However, as he schemed against Qi Xiang and Che Dan, little did he know that Qi Xiang and Che Dan were already watching him closely, preparing to give him a lesson to make him realize his place and understand the survival rules of this post-apocalyptic world. Only the strong have a say. Hey, you really are pretty cocky, aren't you? Aren't you worried your subordinates will beat you up? Qi Xiang's voice rang out, followed by him and Che Dan strolling over with their hands in their pockets, looking very defiant. The man stood up from the chair, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the two, asking, what is it? Have you finally decided to hand over the resources to me? This man was wearing the uniform of the Research Institute's search team, had a mushroom-shaped hairstyle, wore black-framed glasses, and looked quite formal, though his personality was anything but. Chi-Xiang laughed and said, "Che-Dan, look at this guy. Isn't he delusional thinking we'd come here just to hand over the resources? Don't you think he's an idiot?" Che-Dan also laughed and replied, "Hey, Brother Xiang, it's not that he got stupid from researching. This guy was born brain dead. There's nothing he can do about it. Just look at his dumb face. It's obvious he couldn't cut it as a researcher. Otherwise, why would he come here flaunting his power?" As Chi-Xiang and Che-Dan openly mocked him, even his subordinates couldn't help but laugh. Unable to bear it any longer, the man shouted at his team, "Stop laughing." Then pointing at Chi-Xiang and Che-Dan, he yelled, "You two are discrediting the dignity of our institute. Do you even realize the consequences?" Chi-Xiang and Che-Dan exchanged glances and smirked. Chi-Xiang said, "It seems that these days anyone dares to mix personal grudges with organizational issues. Might I ask, oh brainless wonder, may I know your esteemed name?" With a darkened face, the man responded, "My name is He Jing. Moreover, my superior is the deputy director of the Yanhuang National Research Institute." Upon hearing this, Chi-Xiang and Che-Dan exchanged looks and nodded as if everything was clear now. Che-Dan commented, "Oh, Brother Xiang, so this guy is an official's son. Never expected that, huh? Though, as far as I know, the institute doesn't harbor such bureaucrats. It should be a pure sanctuary for research enthusiasts. So wouldn't killing him be doing everyone a favor?" Chi-Xiang chuckled and said, "Not just doing everyone a favor, it would be benefiting humanity itself. Originally not good people themselves and spoiled as rich second-generation kids, although they hadn't liked bullying others much in the past, they were definitely masters at it when they chose to do so. Their current insult was already severe without needing to use foul language, especially since the man was used to living in a bubble where no one dared speak to him this way. By now, He Jing's face had turned pitch black with rage, but his subordinates secretly enjoyed seeing this confrontation despite fearing his authority. He Jing stood up from the chair and stared at the duo, saying, "Fine, if you want to play, let's play." With that, He Jing pulled out a handgun from behind him and fired several shots in quick succession. In an instant, he emptied a clip. Without pausing, He Jing rushed forward. His body began to transform as well. He Jing's body began sprouting hair uncontrollably as his muscles started swelling, and his fingers transformed into claws. He Jing's ability was to transform into a werewolf, which is a very Western power but had impressive melee strength. If used well, it could rival an energy user 5 levels higher. Unfortunately, in his enraged state, He Jing would never have analyzed the true power of Chi-Xiang and Che-Dan, let alone realize that those capable of defeating dragons were far beyond his reach. At this point, He Jing's mind was clouded by anger. His thoughts revolved solely around restoring his dignity, without considering how his actions might make things worse for himself. Chi-Xiang sighed, shook his head, and said, "A man who can't endure small humiliations will disrupt great plans." As he spoke, Chi-Xiang casually flicked his hand, then revealed his palm. Bullets dropped to the ground, one for every shot fired by He Jing, no more and no less. Watching He Jing charge forward, both Chi-Xiang and Che-Dan moved swiftly toward him, only to split apart at the last moment and deliver simultaneous knee strikes, sending He Jing flying. Chi-Xiang stepped forward and threw a punch directly into He Jing's stomach, making him cough up blood. He then grabbed He Jing by the neck and lifted him up. By now, He Jing had reverted to human form, barely conscious, on the verge of fainting. Holding He Jing tightly, Chi-Xiang grinned and asked, "Che-Dan, what do you think we should do to teach him some respect? Make him understand that there are people stronger than him out there." Che-Dan smiled back and replied, "I believe cutting off his fingers and toes piece by piece and making him eat them would leave the deepest impression." Still somewhat conscious, upon hearing these words from the two men, He Jing immediately writhed in terror. Chapter 314, A Lesson, Part 3. But when you think about it, anyone hearing that someone is going to use such cruel methods on them would be afraid. Some people are unafraid of death, but they dread the prospect of being tortured in terrible ways without being allowed to die. And at this moment, He Jing was exactly feeling this way. He Jing clung to his last hope and said, "If you treat me like this, the Research Institute won't let you go unpunished." Once again, He Jing invoked the name of the Research Institute, though this time not to boast or make others fear, but for his life. Chi-Xiang snorted coldly and said, "Do you really think the Research Institute will offend me and Shindan just for a waste like you? Think with your brain, will you?" As he spoke, Chi-Xiang loosened his grip, and He Jing fell to the ground like a disheveled puppet, completely collapsing. Then, Chi-Xiang retrieved a military-grade dagger from his storage space and smiled as he said, "Well then, let's start with the pinky finger." Speaking thus, Chi-Xiang licked the blade and grasped He Jing's right hand, separating the pinky. The dagger had already been raised. In one swift motion, the pinky was chopped into 3 pieces and tossed aside. Next, Chi-Xiang shook off the blood from the dagger and prepared to sever another finger. The knife rose and fell. He Jing's ring finger had already lost a section. "Please, spare him." A voice begging for mercy rang out. Chi-Xiang stood up and looked towards its owner, a quiet, composed young man who was trembling uncontrollably at that moment. It was understandable. Anyone witnessing such a scene would find it terrifying. Though some methods in the post-apocalypse era were even crueler, relatively few people had ever seen anything like this. The researcher said, "Ahem, both of you. I know you have grievances with our captain, and killing him would be effortless for you. But could we stop here? He has already paid a heavy price for it. Please Please show some mercy. Qi Xiang found what he said amusing and asked, "Oh, so why should we show any mercy? Do you have that kind of face?" The researcher replied, "No, it's just that I believe we're all descendants of the Yindi and Huangdi emperors, sharing the same bloodline. Although he made some mistakes that we also detest, he's still a compatriot, so..." Qi Xiang cut him off, saying, "So we should just show mercy? Sorry, this guy called me a traitor just a little while ago. I've never shown mercy to anyone like that. You'll be disappointed, I'm afraid." Speaking thus, Qi Xiang crouched down again, tapping He Jing's face with the dagger mockingly and said, "I didn't expect someone like you to actually have someone plead on your behalf. It's ironic. But unfortunately, he failed to convince me. Let's continue." Again, Qi Xiang swung the dagger. Pain radiates from 10 fingers to the heart. Even getting pricked by a needle causes unbearable pain. How much more, so using a dagger to chop the fingers into segments. This level of pain exceeds human tolerance. Already in great pain, He Jing had become speechless. This time, he directly passed out from the agony. Looking at the unconscious He Jing, Qi Xiang stood up and said, "Shen Dan, do you think he'll learn his lesson now?" Shen Dan shook his head and said, "I reckon he'll probably only think about how to take revenge on us. But neither of us are evildoers. That's enough. Let's hope he knows when to quit. Let's go. I wonder if Uncle Da will get so excited upon seeing what we've brought that he'll call us Dad." Qi Xiang, upon hearing Shen Dan's words, laughed and said, "Haha, definitely." With that, the two mounted their zombie-like dragon steeds and rode off into the distance. Meanwhile, far away, Uncle Da sneezed loudly, causing the alchemy furnace in front of him to wobble slightly and turning the medicine inside into a failure. Fortunately, the materials used for these pills weren't precious. Otherwise, Uncle Da would have been devastated. Uncle Da opened the alchemy furnace and began clearing out the waste inside, muttering to himself, "Strange, could my body, in this prime condition, catch a cold? Am I really getting old?" By the time he finished clearing the waste, Uncle Da was preparing to start his next round of alchemy. At this moment, the researchers let out a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling very relaxed with the departure of Qi Xiang and Shen Dan. However, they soon thought of something else. When He Jing woke up, would he trouble them because they hadn't spoken up on his behalf? When they thought about it, they all developed murderous intentions, but it was just thinking. Because every researcher in the institute had a life chip inside their bodies. Once a researcher died, his life chip would transmit the video of the last 10 minutes before his death to the main computer. If they killed him, they would have troubles. Therefore, at this moment, these people could only resent Qi Xiang and Shen Dan for bothering Black Mirror and causing him so much trouble without killing him. Human nature sometimes works just like that, doesn't it? Qi Xiang and Shen Dan had no idea what was going on now. They were heading towards Bo Ji's place. What? These two guys are so arrogant. They even said our Yindi Huangdi Institute deserves to be bullied by others. An elder with white beard angrily slammed the table at this point, because he was full of anger. His whole body was trembling right now as if he encountered something that angered both men and gods. There was a screen in front of him. The person on the other side of the screen was Black Mirror, who hadn't sustained many facial injuries, but was already heavily injured. Black Mirror said, "That's right, Grandpa. I negotiated with them and said that we can offer great sacrifices if they just give us that thing. But they said that it is for O Institute, and there is no way they'll give it to us. They also said that we are weak and deserve this. Who asked us for being not capable enough?" The old man furiously slammed the table again and asked, "Is what he said true?" The researchers behind Black Mirror immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice, afraid of making the other side unhappy if they nod too slowly. This Grandmaster is the second in charge of the entire Yan Huang Nation's O Institute. Although some people hold more real power than him, this guy is at least nominally the second in command, and it would be very easy for him to deal with these little researchers if he gets angry. However, the old man, being an old man, has eaten more meals and crossed more bridges than the young people. Seeing the performance of those researchers, his originally angry mood calmed down a bit as he asked, "Black Mirror, you didn't conspire with them, did you?" Hearing this, Black Mirror immediately shook his head and said, "Grandpa, what are you talking about? I am your grandson. Look how beaten up I've become." While saying this, Black Mirror also raised his right hand and showed his bandaged hand that was still seeping blood. Chapter 315, A Lesson, Part 4. The elder sat back in his chair, picked up the teacup on the table, and after sipping a bit of tea, said, "All right, I know who you are referring to. I'll contact them later, so don't worry about this matter anymore." With that, the elder casually waved his hand, and the screen instantly went black, cutting off the connection with He Jing. The elder lit a cigarette and began to smoke, fully aware of the nature of He Jing, his grandson. The elder did not intend to trust everything he had said. However, he was well informed about two youths from Asia who had slain Desire in the Americas. They were the secret weapon the Research Institute intended to use against pathogens. The elder wouldn't provoke such formidable individuals over this matter. Moreover, while not everyone at the Institute had been physically modified, those who had were better for it. From a certain perspective, their modified bodies worked even better than the original ones. It would be quite easy for the deputy director to arrange a perfect modification for his grandson. However, the elder wasn't pondering these issues right now. Rather, he was thinking about the object guarded by the dragon. That object was the true purpose behind the major zone's research institutes sending expeditions to the American sector. But who could have predicted that it would be guarded by a dragon? And who would have imagined that the final assault on the dragon would come from two people of Yan Huang descent? Despite their actions, they hadn't handed the item over to the Yan Huang government yet, nor had the European Institute issued any news about it. Though there might be some hiding involved, the elder thought it unlikely. After all, what his grandson said was just a partial account. Besides, an artifact like that would captivate anyone upon sight. How could they let it fall into others' hands? Thus, the elder decided to have a proper conversation with Qi Xiang and Chadan. At that moment, Heijin looked at his subordinates and asked, "Wasn't your performance lacking or something? Why else would my grandfather behave this way?" One of the researchers replied, "No, our performance was flawless. Perhaps the deputy director has other plans in mind. Don't dwell on it, Heijin. The deputy director will certainly resolve the matter well." Heijin glanced at him and chuckled. "You're analyzing correctly." Then he reclined in his chair and ordered, "Slap him." Instantly, several people surrounded him and began slapping. The guy never figured out why Heijin had done it. Unbeknownst to him, Heijin's question was merely to find someone as a scapegoat to relieve some frustration. It wasn't out of genuine curiosity about his grandfather's behavior. Lying back on the lounge chair, Heijin grew increasingly irritated as he thought about the matter. His mind kept replaying the faces of Qi Xiang and Chadan. Clenching his teeth, Heijin muttered, "You two guys will definitely pay the price." Meanwhile, where the dragon had originally been stationed, "Captain, the thing is gone." Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the captain snapped irritably, "I see it too. Those two must have taken the object away. No idea how they managed it, but we can't explain this failure. Prepare for a video call. We need to discuss this with the director." Yes. At this moment, the pink crystal stolen by Qi Xiang and Chadan had already caused a massive uproar worldwide. "What? That thing has appeared and been taken by someone already? Hurry, go grab it." "What? The thing has appeared and was taken by them. All right, I understand. Don't make a move yet. Let's observe carefully." In no time, all kinds of powers across the globe knew that the object had emerged and been taken. Yet, Qi Xiang and Chadan still had no idea that this had occurred. Qi Xiang and Chadan were idly chatting at the moment. "Hey, Chadan, do you have any clue what that pink crystal really is? Why do the people at the institute look at it like wolves spotting sheep?" Chadan shook his head and replied, "I don't know either. My system information has no records of it. This thing must be extraordinary." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "That's true. Though it's unusual, I hope not too many people start coveting it. I don't want to kill too many." Chadan smiled and said, "Xianga, you're as arrogant as ever. By the way, how is that dragon you tamed doing?" Qi Xiang responded, "It's still unconscious, but its power is strong, level 62. Haha, I estimate if my summoned creature fought yours, mine would win easily." Chadan shrugged and said, "That's for sure. But why should I compare myself with you? You can't be measured by the standards of an ordinary person. That was true before the apocalypse and remains so now. I wonder if you were born with a golden finger or some kind of cheat code. Otherwise, how could a human be like you?" Hearing Chadan's words, Qi Xiang laughed and said, "Ha ha, that's because I'm the main character, ha ha." Chadan rolled his eyes at Qi Xiang and said, "I don't know if you're the main character, but most of the time, I'm thinking about one question." Curious about Chadan's words, Qi Xiang asked, "What is it?" Chadan grinned and said, "It's definitely about how thick your skin really is." Qi Xiang smiled and scolded him. "All right, are you feeling itchy, boy?" Looking at the temporary residence of Brother Bo and the others, Qi Xiang and Chadan jumped off the dragon like zombie and walked back. However, when Qi Xiang entered the cave, they found everyone except Jiao Yang there, seemingly waiting for Qi Xiang and Chadan right at the entrance. At this moment, the ground in front of Brother Bo and Uncle Da was piled with cigarette butts. Seeing the appearance of everyone, Qi Xiang joked half-heartedly and said, "Wow, what's going on? Are you all waiting for us? Have you been slacking off on training?" As he spoke, Qi Xiang gave a forced laugh twice and then couldn't laugh anymore, because these few people were all staring seriously at Qi Xiang and Chadan. The atmosphere at the moment wasn't suitable for jokes. Qi Xiang said, Hey, don't look at me like that. Even if I die, I want to know why clearly. What happened?" Saying that, Qi Xiang looked around while asking, "Where's Jiao Yang? Did something happen to Jiao Yang?" Brother Bo coughed dryly and said, "No need to look. Jiao Yang is training. This matter has little to do with him." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "That's what I thought. If something had happened to Jiao Yang, there's no way you would have just sat here quietly. But coming back to the point, even Jiao Yang knows how to train, and you guys didn't. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, today's training will be doubled." Chapter 316 Face Off, Part 1. Big Bo looked at the silent group and said, "All right, since none of you want to say anything, let me take a shot." As he said this, Big Bo sighed and continued, "Qi Xiang, Qi Dan, did you two kill a dragon?" Qi Xiang shook his head and replied, "No, we indeed dealt with a dragon, but we didn't kill it. We just subdued it. If it wasn't still unconscious, Qi Dan and I would probably be riding back on a dragon." Big Bo nodded and said, "Okay, it seems like you did deal with a dragon. And if I'm not mistaken, someone from the OUI Institute must have sent you, right?" Hearing Big Bo's words, both Qi Xiang and Qi Dan understood some things, though they were still unsure. Qi Xiang simply nodded and said, "Yeah." Big Bo asked, "What about the resources that dragon was guarding?" At this point, Qi Dan took out a blue sphere and said, "The resource is a bit eerie, so we brought it back in this ball. Is there a problem with that?" Big Bo chuckled bitterly and said, "You've been set up. There's a pinned post on the forums now accusing the two of you of helping people from the OUI Institute to seize valuable resources for personal gain. It also says you injured members of the Huang National Research Institute. Now, all Huang parapsychics are furious with you, and every powerful organization globally knows you possess rare resources, treating you as a big, juicy target wanting to devour you entirely." Qi Xiang laughed and said, "Haha, so that's what it's about. I thought it was something serious." You guys make such a fuss over such a small matter. Really? Uncle sighed and said, it's not because we fear being attacked by others, but because we feared the rumors might be true, that you two really became traitors. Upon hearing Uncle Da's words, Qi Xiang immediately flared up, spat out an obscenity, and cursed. Damn it, it's definitely those bastards from the Wang Institute. They truly know no shame. Damn it. Qi Dan, let's go back to the country. I'll beat them until their mom doesn't recognize them. Saying this, Qi Xiang was about to leave when Big Bo and Uncle Da quickly held him back. Afterward, through Qi Dan's recounting, Big Bo and Uncle Da finally learned the entire truth behind the incident. Bing Yue and Lin Xiaoyang were all indignant on behalf of Qi Xiang and Qi Dan. Though Big Bo and Uncle Da were furious, they managed to stay calm. Big Bo analyzed. These guys are playing with you, completely unexpected. This step they've taken was clever. Qi Xiang asked, what do you mean? Big Bo explained, regardless of whether you handed the resources over to the OUYA Institute or not, in the current state of alliances, helping another camp is already a major taboo. That alone would invite criticism. What's more, the fact that you may possess some precious resource gives others an even better excuse to act against you. So, their move was well planned. I always thought the Institute focused on research, but I didn't expect their understanding of human psychology to be so deep. Of course, understanding human psychology is an extremely challenging subject. How could we not study it thoroughly? An unexpected voice rang out, prompting Qi Xiang and the others to immediately stand up and remain alert. The fact that this voice could penetrate unnoticed meant that someone very powerful had arrived. Don't be nervous. I come with no ill intent. I just want to have a conversation with you. Following the source of the voice, the group saw a rat lying there with its eyes closed as if sleeping. The sound seemed to emanate from a necklace around its neck. Next, a flash of red light emitted from the necklace, and a projection appeared, a white-bearded old man who materialized vividly before Qi Xiang and the others, so lifelike it was hard to believe it was just a hologram. Qi Xiang looked at the elder and asked, who are you? Why were you eavesdropping on our conversation? The old man smiled and said, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Zhengyang, the deputy director of the Huang Institute and He Jing's grandfather. I know two of you here had some conflicts with my grandson earlier, so I came to resolve this issue. Qi Xiang coldly snorted and said, resolve issues? Hasn't the public outrage been enough? Come on, let's see what other tricks you've got. Li Zhengyang hesitated for a moment, then said, hold on, and made a hand gesture as if making a phone call. He silently mouthed without speaking, which looked quite comical. Half a minute later, Li Zhengyang put down his right hand and said, all right, I've gotten the full picture of the situation. However, this whole ordeal wasn't caused by us, but by an organization specializing in creating public opinion. They have done this kind of thing many times before and seem adept at it. As for who is pulling the strings behind the scenes, we still don't know. Please forgive us. Qi Xiang sneered coldly. So you're solving this by just pushing out a small organization? Your plans are really good. Li Zhengyang said, all right, I know no matter what, you won't believe me. However, I came here to apologize. For the matters concerning my grandson, I sincerely apologize to both of you. Additionally, as compensation, I'm willing to use the Institute's resources to help you clear up this public opinion. Qi Xiang, looking at Li Zhengyang's earnest expression, said, tell me, old fox, what is your purpose? Speak plainly. Otherwise, I will kill this rat first, then your grandson, and then go find you in Wenhuang. Facing Qi Xiang's threat, Li Zhengyang didn't get angry but instead chuckled and said, here's the thing. Qi Xiang, right? Truly, heroes emerge from the young. I know that you dealt with the dragon and acquired its guarded resources, and yet you haven't handed them over to the OUYA Institute, have you? But I assume you probably never intended to hand them over to the OUYA Institute anyway. So, how about we make a deal? Qi Xiang asked, what kind of deal? Li Zhengyang replied, naturally, it's about that crystal. I think you should already know it's not an ordinary one, right? We won't hide it from you. That crystal is a conscious energy crystal. An energy crystal is a type of crystal containing immense energy, with no more than a ton in reserve worldwide. And among them, only 1% possess consciousness. The most precious ones are these conscious energy crystals because ordinary energy crystals only contain energy, which once consumed will simply become normal crystals. However, this conscious energy crystal is different. It can restore its own energy. In theory, as long as its energy doesn't fall below 1/10, then this crystal is virtually inexhaustible. Chapter 317, Tearing Off the Mask, 2. Speaking, Li Zhengyang paused for a moment and continued. However, such things should be of little use to people like you. Although this kind of resource is very rare, if it can't be used, isn't it still useless? Don't you think I'm right? But for us researchers, it's really useful. Qi Xiang interrupted Li Zhengyang and coldly laughed. Do you think I'll believe your explanation? Half-truths and half-lies. This trick of yours is really skillfully executed. But even though I don't know what this thing is for, if it were just an energy extractor as you say, I truly can't believe that so many people would fight over such a thing. Do you take me for a fool? As he said this, Qi Xiang lit a cigarette, took a puff, and added, if we're negotiating, show some negotiation sincerity. Otherwise, there's no need to continue talking. At this point, beads of sweat had already appeared on Li Zhengyang's forehead. He didn't expect his own words to have been so easily exposed by Qi Xiang. But he had forgotten one thing. Survival in this apocalypse depends not only on one's physical strength, but also on their sharp mind. Li Zhengyang wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, all right, you're right. This thing has another use. It can rapidly enhance someone's power. However, its side effect is that it will lead to mental confusion unless the user masters the correct method or has a very strong mind. Otherwise, using it will simply reinforce their body only to be controlled by something else. It might as well not be used at all. Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Good, then exchange the usage method with us." Li Zhengyang smiled bitterly and said, "You accuse me of lacking sincerity, but where is your sincerity?" Qi Xiang laughed. "Don't misunderstand me. I was just joking. Tell me, what do you intend to trade?" Li Zhengyang gritted his teeth and said, "From all the Institute's research achievements, you can choose 3 items. Also, you can propose 1 experimental objective, and as long as it's reasonable, we'll help you complete it." Qi Xiang tapped off some ash and said, "Such things we could achieve without your help anyway. Without the European Research Institute stepping in, our connections with some individuals within your institute could handle it too." You still lack sincerity." As he spoke, Qi Xiang got up and walked toward the rat, obviously showing that his patience had been almost exhausted. "Wait," Li Zhengyang said. "Don't rush to make a conclusion yet. We can keep negotiating. How about you tell me what you want first?" Qi Xiang stood there and smiled. "How about this? My grandson's life, plus unrestricted access to all the Institute's successes. Sounds good." Upon hearing Qi Xiang's words, Li Zhengyang roared furiously. "You lunatic! I don't know why a person like you has this much power. Let me tell you, I'll mobilize the entire Institute's force to ruin you. Since you love playing games so much, let me join you. I'll start with your grandson then." After finishing this sentence, Qi Xiang casually waved his hand, severing the necklace around the rat's neck. Immediately, Li Zhengyang's voice of anger and expression disappeared, although the rat itself suffered no damage at all, instead awakening. However, when it saw Qi Xiang and the others, it was startled and ran off immediately. Qi Xiang did not stop it, instead laughing. "Withdraw the deal. Looks like the masks are completely torn off now." Tue Dan nodded and said, "Yes, but who cares? Honestly, I've never liked him anyway." As he spoke, Tue Dan pulled out a remote control and pressed a button. Qi Xiang coldly laughed. This is just the beginning. At this moment, Black Mirror, who was urging his subordinates to work, suddenly exploded. Yes, the whole man blew apart, instantly becoming unrecognizable pieces of flesh. His men, being far enough away, escaped injury but were still shocked. They immediately reported it. In the deputy director's office of the Yanhuang Nation's Research Institute headquarters, Li Zhengyang looked at the last image displayed on the large screen in front of him with a grim face. It was Qi Xiang's smile. Yet looking at this smile, Li Zhengyang felt an urge to tear Qi Xiang apart. Since joining the institute, he had never been this angry. And this time, Qi Xiang made him furious. Despite his noble status, when had he ever endured so much disrespect? Clearly, his grandson's fingers had been severed, yet he still mustered the courage to negotiate with Qi Xiang for the benefit of the institute. However, Qi Xiang clearly had no intention of negotiating, which brought Li Zhengyang to his boiling point. Moreover, his grandson was the only heir of the Li family. With such a major incident happening, how could Grandpa not be heartbroken? Suddenly, the phone in Li Zhengyang's laboratory rang. Only a few numbers could reach this line, and at this moment, the number displayed on the phone belonged to Li Zhengyang's grandson, Black Mirror. Seeing his grandson calling, Li Zhengyang couldn't help but flare up with anger. Had it not been for his grandson's incompetence, how could he have gotten so furious? Picking up the phone directly, Li Zhengyang yelled, "You little wretch, you dare call me?" There was silence from the other end before a voice came through, not Black Mirror's. "I'm sorry, Vice Director Li, please calm down. Black Mirror, he's already gone." Upon hearing the news from the other side, the receiver fell from Li Zhengyang's hand onto the floor, and he slumped back into his chair. He suddenly remembered what Qi Xiang had just said. "I'll kill this rat first, then your grandson, and then find you in Yanhuang Nation." At the thought of this, cold sweat trickled down Li Zhengyang's forehead. He realized all of a sudden that he wasn't dealing with someone who merely possessed resources, but rather someone who truly had power. Power that likely no amount of research outcomes could match. There were probably very few people on Earth who could rival him. With this realization came fear, a primal fear of death. Then, Li Zhengyang suddenly calmed down. He understood that he currently lacked the strength to oppose Qi Xiang. After all, as the deputy director of an institute, though he might not manage many things day to day, there was a reason why he alone occupied the position of deputy director of Yanhuang Nation's entire research institute. It proved his capabilities. At this point, a grand conspiracy emerged in Li Zhengyang's mind, a scheme targeted against Qi Xiang and his group. Thinking about this plan, Li Zhengyang's body began to tremble, not out of fear, but out of excitement. Li Zhengyang was certain that if this plan succeeded, Qi Xiang and Tue Dan would surely meet their doom without a trace left behind. Chapter 318. Tearing Off the Masks, Part 3. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Li Zhengyang jumped up from his chair and rushed out. He had already planned to start implementing what seemed to be a perfect plan. At this moment, in the director of the institute's office. Yes, you read that right. The Research Institute indeed has offices, but this privilege is reserved only for the director. The general director of the Yanhuang Nation's Research Institute watched Li Zhengyang on the surveillance video, and then turned to the person with the crippled body next to him, asking, "What do you think?" The crippled person smiled and said, "Master, I think it's fine to just turn a blind eye. If Li Zhengyang succeeds, great. If he doesn't succeed, we can eliminate him like a disposable piece. If Qi Xiang wants to investigate, compensating them a bit would suffice. I doubt they will go crazy like dogs biting us relentlessly." The director chuckled and said, You really understand me. How could the plans I've been researching for years be destroyed by anyone? The zombie research was merely the beginning. Our real goal is to resurrect the dead." "Haha, Xiaoyan, Rest assured, you'll be alive again soon. No one can stop us. Saying this, the director stood up, opened a wardrobe. This wardrobe appeared normal on the outside, just like an ordinary wooden wardrobe, but inside it held a large container filled with liquid. In the container was a woman who looked good, though lifeless without any vitality. At this point, the director leaned in and said with a smile, Xiaoyun, I miss you so much. Looking at the director, Kanga tightened his fists for a moment but then relaxed them. Qi Xiong said, all right, everyone, let's go back and continue our cultivation. Don't let such matters affect your cultivation practice. Cultivation is crucial now, and enhancing power is what matters. It's unacceptable for our overall strength to be influenced by people like him. Ultimately, under Qi Xiong's persuasion, Bo Gu and others returned to continue cultivating. Qi Xiong and Che Dan then came to the cave entrance. Qi Xiong took out a cigarette, offering one to Che Dan, lighting one himself, and after taking a puff, Qi Xiong asked, Che Dan, what do you think? Che Dan laughed, saying, what? Brother Xiong worried? Can't see it. Qi Xiong bitterly smiled and said, you should know how strong the Institute's capabilities are. Those technologies aren't something our physical strength can handle. If they decide to fully confront us, they won't be easy to deal with. Che Dan blew a smoke ring, watching it rise slowly, and said, Brother Xiong, you're overthinking this. First, the Institute is powerful, yes, but not enough to deal with our group. Perhaps you worry about Brother Bo, but do you really believe their abilities are weak? Second, the Institute's primary objective is research, not combat or revenge-seeking. Right now, we only have Li Zhengyang as an enemy, so there's no need to be overly concerned about this. Third, how representative is this small figure like Li Zhengyang of the entire Institute? Without even considering whether he has loyal followers, if he does have them, in a place prioritizing research, how numerous could they be, and their actual strengths? Moreover, among researchers skilled in their field, how many can actually engage in combat? As for combat specialists like the disabled man, sure, while the Institute employs many of them, I found out that they take orders directly from the Institute's Executive Council. Not even the director has authority over them. Qi Xiong nodded and said, yeah, I know all this, yet I still feel uneasy, constantly worrying that Li Zhengyang might stir up significant trouble. Che Dan tossed his cigarette but onto the ground, stood up, dusted off his pants, and smiled, saying, rather than worrying about him, focus on strengthening our own abilities. Besides, our opponents aren't limited to just Li Zhengyang, don't forget. Whatever comes our way, we'll face it accordingly. So back to practicing. Qi Xiong nodded again and entered the cave to refine his energy, while Che Dan didn't move. Instead, he opened the system's forum, coldly chuckling, wanting to sway public opinion. Fine, let's see if my former position as a water army leader still holds weight. With that, Che Dan began editing a post, initiating a non-violent battle on the forum. These days, Qi Xiong and the others were quietly cultivating here, without any interaction with the outside world. However, what they didn't realize was that the outside world had already been thrown into chaos due to events related to them. Damn it. Hand over the resources, or I'll use force. A muscular giant shouted, and the thousands of henchmen behind him were also yelling aggressively. In front of him was the headquarters of the Yanhuang Nation Research Institute, a rather unremarkable building. At this moment, Li Zhengyang was standing at the entrance of the building and said, Biaozi, we've already told you. That thing is with Qi Xiong. He's currently in America. There's nothing here even if you search us. At the same time, another group of people arrived. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses smiled and said, Deputy Director Li Zhengyang, we all know that you threatened them before. Now they've handed over the resources to you, but you're still trying to confuse us and throw mud on them. I don't like this at all. Hurry up, stop procrastinating. Li Zhengyang, seeing another tough player had arrived, cursed and directly retreated into the headquarters without dealing with this mess anymore. This action instantly made the people outside restless, but they dared not rush in because everyone knew where the Institute's headquarters was located. But was it so easy to invade a place solely focused on research? Even taking 2 research results as defense systems would probably be more than an average person could handle, let alone the headquarters, which might have something even more terrifying. At the same moment, at the O Research Institute, Director, what should we do about the people outside? Boj raised an eyebrow and said, stay calm. As long as they don't break in, we don't need to do anything. Just sit back and watch. With that, Boj closed his eyes. At this point, at the Killer Union's headquarters, Chairman, what should we do? The man called Chairman played with a skull in his hand and smiled, saying, hee, what should we do? How can we miss such a great opportunity? Of course, this murky water needs to get murkier. Oh, by the way, we also need that item. Send a few top experts to America. I believe the item is still on their side. No matter how much the public opinion is hyped up, it's just false stuff. The real thing, no matter how it's covered up, will never be covered completely. Speaking of this, the chairman stopped talking and continued playing with the skull in his hand, as if it were the most interesting toy in the world. Chapter 319, Face Off, Part 4. However, at this moment, America was already seething with hidden currents. Those forces that had decided to wait and see thought the time was right and were ready to make their move. This was no longer a time for sitting on the sidelines. Once the item was taken, it would be gone for good. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if they ended up as cannon fodder only to find out that their target did not possess the item, that would be disastrous. Meanwhile, neither the Research Institute of Yanhuang nor the European Research Facility had released news about the resources. This meant only one possibility. The resources were most likely in the hands of the 2 individuals who had defeated the giant dragon. And their last known location was in America. So many powerful factions from various forces had now gathered in America. Qi Xiang let out a yawn, casually kicked a head lying on the ground away, and said, "Cancel the order. Why are we dealing with nothing but cannon fodder these days? What's going on? I thought there might be some formidable opponents. Do our capabilities really seem so weak to them?" As Qi Dan bit into his hamburger, he said, "Xiang brother, you're mistaken here. Remember when we played games before? We always probed first before going all out against the boss." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "You're right. All right then, let me see just how long they plan to keep probing." With that, Qi Xiang sat back down and started eating lunch. At this moment, 500 meters away from where Qi Xiang and Qi Dan were located, a man holding a telescope was taking notes on a small notebook. 70-second battle, duration 5 seconds, 17 attackers. After recording this, the man closed his notebook and continued observing the situation over there. It was already the second day since someone had made their move, yet the longest battle hadn't lasted more than half a minute. That was due to Qi Xiang and Qi Dan's playful mood in teasing their opponents like cats playing with mice. Otherwise, the longest battle might not have lasted even a few seconds. Such results caused frustration among the leaders of various factions. This time, they personally led their teams. Although those sent out were merely cannon fodder intended to test the opponent's strength, they weren't weak either. They were hard to cultivate. Now, every faction had suffered some losses. At this rate, complaints would inevitably arise. Some were already losing their patience. "Damn it, I don't believe our Black Fox gang, with so many people, can't handle them. All right, soldiers go slow them down, and mages, obliterate them." Following the order given by a man wearing a fox cap, a 100-person squad moved out. As soon as they acted, they were unstoppable. 37 warriors directly attacked Qi Xiang and Qi Dan, while the mages began channeling magic spells, preparing their ultimate attacks right from the start. Qi Xiang looked at the people suddenly rushing towards them, and saw that the sky overhead had changed color due to the magical fluctuations. Smiling, he said, "Dan, seems like someone can't hold back anymore." Qi Dan nodded and smiled. "That's true, Xiang brother. The mages are yours. I'll stay put and fight up close." Qi Xiang laughed and mocked. "Lazy bastard, this laziness will kill you one day, huh?" Saying that, Qi Xiang disappeared from his spot after launching an explosive kick. Meanwhile, Qi Dan looked at the incoming warriors and shouted, "Blood carnage." A deep red liquid began to spread. Over the past few days, although Qi Xiang and Qi Dan hadn't participated in large-scale battles, they'd been through numerous skirmishes. By now, Qi Dan had accumulated a lot of blood. But Qi Dan wasn't the least bit concerned, because these 30-some warriors could fully compensate for the losses incurred by this move. The blood spread outwards, and the warriors realized they couldn't move. By the time they noticed, their feet were submerged in a sea of blood. Then Qi Dan sneered coldly. "All right, your time is up." The blood sea surged upward, leaving the warriors no chance to scream as they died instantly. By then, the mages had also prepared to unleash their skills. Suddenly, all of them heard a single voice simultaneously in their ears. "Hello." Once these 3 words ended, they lost consciousness. Looking far off at the purple flames exploding on the hillside, Qi Dan chuckled. "This time, Xiang brother, your commotion was quite loud, huh?" Upon returning, Qi Xiang said, "Not bad, Dan, very sharp. You wiped them out in an instant." Qi Dan joked, laughing, "Brother Xiang, you're stronger than me. You reached them so quickly and swallowed all their magical attacks too. Tomorrow, how about changing your name to Great Gourmet?" At this moment, farther away, the man with the telescope wrote in his notebook, muttering to himself, 73rd battle, duration 17 seconds, number of attackers 105 people. Thus, Qi Xiang and Qi Dan spent another week. During this time, Brother Bo and the others had been continuously cultivating and hadn't come out at all. Qi Xiang also made use of his free time to practice. Though it wasn't very useful, he still managed to improve his Dan energy somewhat. That afternoon, Qi Xiang lay on a chair, playing with a blue ball in his hand, and said, "Dan, do you have any idea how to use this thing?" Qi Dan laughed and replied, "Brother Xiang, how would I know? So, do you actually intend to use it?" Qi Xiang stood up, nodded, and said, "Yes, I have this feeling that if I use it, my power will greatly increase. Then I'll be able to kill the pathogen, and our lives can return to normal." Qi Dan glanced at Qi Xiang, waved casually, and pulled the basketball back into his own hands, saying, "Brother Xiang, it seems even this ball isn't entirely harmless. Its energy is affecting you, though the influence is small, but this isn't sustainable. Well, let me put it away for now. We can wait until we find out the real way to use it." Saying this, Qi Dan stored the basketball back into his storage space. Watching the basketball disappear from Qi Dan's hands, Qi Xiang showed a hint of regretful look, but the expression disappeared instantly. After putting the basketball away, Qi Dan said, "Brother Xiang, stop thinking about that crystal for now. How's the giant dragon you tamed? Has it woken up yet?" Upon hearing this, Qi Xiang slapped his forehead and said, "Oh no, if you hadn't reminded me, I'd almost forget. Since 3 days ago when I left a week's worth of food for the crocodile turtle, I haven't checked on it." With that, Qi Xiang closed his eyes, and as soon as he did, a vision of the otherworldly dimension where Daska and his companions resided appeared in his mind. Qi Xiang smiled and said, "Daska, how are things going for you these last couple of days?" Daska, lying on the ground, cast an indifferent glance at Qi Xiang and said, "What do you think? We're hungry. The stupid dragon you brought back has eaten all our food. If it weren't for the fact that it's wary of the crocodile turtle's strength, the turtle probably would have already rushed out and fought you to the death by now." Chapter 320. The Assassin Makes a Move, Part 1. Xixiang sheepishly scratched his head and looked at the giant dragon flying in the sky, saying, "It looks like his spirit is still quite good." Daska mocked. "What do you mean by spirit quite good? He's hungry and looking for food. If it weren't for the creatures in the parallel space fighting amongst themselves, the three of us would have already battled him long ago." Xixiang gave an awkward smile and then took out some food, saying, "All right, this is compensation for you." Then Xixiang exited the parallel space, also pulling the giant dragon out. As soon as the giant dragon left the parallel space, it was about to take off to find food, completely ignoring such an important matter as why the environment had suddenly changed. And with a casual wave of his hand, Xixiang threw out a white pill rope that bound the giant dragon's tail. Then Xixiang pulled hard and dragged the dragon back. The giant dragon was already too hungry to have much strength left, so when Xixiang gave it a pull, it came back immediately. Xixiang approached the giant dragon, looked into its eyes, and said, "Hey, big guy, now you're my summoned beast. From now on, you have to listen, okay? If you do, I'll take care of your food. Also, when we return to the parallel space, don't snatch the food of those three magical beasts anymore, or else I'll deal with you properly." TCH, little human, how dare you be so arrogant? If the dragon hadn't underestimated you back then, there wouldn't even be a chance for you to act haughty here. Upon hearing this, Xixiang said, "Fine, then I'll lock you up in the parallel space and starve you for a few days. Then I'll see if you can still be as defiant as you are now." When the dragon heard this, it sighed and said, "All right, a dragon beneath the eaves must bow. Fine, I'll listen to you. But let's agree first that I won't do anything too dangerous." Xixiang smiled and threw a whole cow, saying, "Relax, haven't you seen those guys in the parallel space living pretty well?" While speaking, Xixiang kicked the whole cow that he had robbed from a frozen storage in Mongolia and said, "Eat up. You need energy after eating to work." The dragon smelled the fist-sized meat before it, opened its mouth, used its tongue to directly put the whole cow into its mouth, and while eating said, "Let's get this clear. This will only be enough for 2 days of my food. If you can't feed me, just release me now." After hearing this, Xixiang laughed because not only croc turtles, but even Daska and Baihu together could consume more than one whole cow in 2 days. Now, this dragon was saying that one whole cow would suffice for him for 2 days. How could Xixiang not be pleased? The dragon looked at Xixiang's face, realized it might have spoken too little, and added, "Of course, if you want me to participate in a battle, this amount of food won't be enough." Xixiang nodded and said, "Don't worry. Food isn't something I lack right now, and if I ever run out of food, this earth probably wouldn't have any food either." Hearing Xixiang's words, the dragon said, "You seem quite confident. I'll believe you once. Let me stand up. Please untie the ropes so I can move around and digest." Xixiang nodded and retracted the ropes, saying, "Go ahead. Don't wander too far. Come back after a bit of play." The dragon glanced at Xixiang and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll run away?" Xixiang smiled and said, "Do you think I am?" After Xixiang finished speaking, the dragon chuckled without saying anything and flew away with its massive wings. At this moment, Che Dan walked over and laughed, saying, "Brother Xiang, you really trust him." Xixiang smiled and said, "Even if he can run, what's the use? Can he truly escape? But don't look at me that way. Daska and the other three aren't stuck here unwillingly. They genuinely don't want to leave. Hey, I have no reason to deceive you." Che Dan laughed and said, "This I believe. But in the next few days, things may get tough for us." Xixiang nodded and said, "The cannon fodder has appeared about right. Probing each other's strengths has failed, and there are already those who can't wait to make a move. This will surely create a chain reaction." Che Dan laughed and said, "Well, then let them come. For these many days, I've been dying for a real fight, wanting nothing more than to battle thoroughly." Xixiang gave Che Dan a glare and said, "Only you could be so impatient. I'd rather rest. All right, you stay outside and wait. Let the dragon stay outside for a while after it returns, and I'll go inside to practice." With that, Xixiang moved inward. Che Dan laughed and said, "No problem. It's not a big deal." At this time, the man who had been observing for several days wrote in his notebook, "The giant dragon wasn't killed. It became Xixiang's summoned beast." After writing this down, the man stood up and left the place. It wasn't because he was tired of staying here for so long, but because the giant dragon was now circling in the sky, forcing the man to evade for a while. His mission was to observe Xixiang's and Daska's abilities, not to confront them head-on. "Hey, boss, we've been eating bread for such a long time here. Shouldn't we make our move already? Those two guys may be strong, but with all of us together, and especially since it's an assassination, can't we handle them?" A burly man eating bread complained grumpily. They had been eating bread for far too long, and the burly man was already sick of it. And not only was he fed up with bread, but the others were too. Although they were members of the Assassin's Guild, endurance and hardship were supposed to be part of their character, yet no one could endure eating bread non-stop like this forever. And the culprit behind this situation was none other than their team leader. The man referred to as Boss coughed dryly and said, "Bread has existed for so long. It must have its exceptional qualities. You see, aren't we relying on bread to survive right now? Doesn't that prove how great it is?" "Great, you ghost head," a bearded man retorted. "If only you hadn't made that mistake choosing supplies at the start, would we be stuck eating bread? I keep dreaming about steak and wine. I don't care anymore. If we can't make a move within 2 days, I'll abandon this mission even if I get punished. I never want to see another piece of bread in my entire life." The man laughed bitterly and said, All right, just wait here for me. I'll go stir things up among those factions to push them into making their moves earlier, wearing down our target's strength while letting them reveal more cards. That way, our chances of success will increase. Alright, with that, the man stood up, shoved the last piece of bread into his mouth, and then ran off. Chapter 321, The Assassin Strikes, Part 2. The moment the assassin acted, they struck mercilessly. That day, all organizations that were waiting for an opportunity were attacked, and all suffered assassinations. Each organization lost several members, and the information they received indicated that the two resource-wielding strong individuals had made their move. When the captain returned to their hideout, he already bore several wounds. Clutching his injuries as he entered, he chuckled. Alright, mission completed. The tall man glanced at him discontentedly and said, You got injured over something this simple? Looks like your training still needs work. As he spoke, he approached the captain, and green light emitted from his hands. Upon touching the wounds with the green glow, the wounds began healing instantly, bypassing the scabbing process entirely. The man laughed. I guess I indulged a little because I knew you could heal me. Saying this, the man moved his body around and examined his healed form before saying, Alright, I'll rest a bit. We'll likely be making our move soon. With that, he retrieved a white plastic bag from his storage space, chuckling, I know you guys have been suffering these past few days, so I managed to get some food specially for you. Eat up. He then walked aside and fell asleep on a grass bed with heavy breaths, clearly exhausted. The big man looked at the food in the bag and commented, Do you think he got those injuries when grabbing these foods? It's really hard to understand how such a considerate guy can last so long in the assassin world. As he spoke, the big man squatted down and took out an apple from the bag to eat. Meanwhile, the hiding places of all factions started stirring. Despite their leaders remaining relatively calm, their underlings were already getting restless. With no choice but to quell the situation, they decided to set out on missions. Of course, there were leaders who lacked the authority to keep their subordinates restrained, but these were rare cases. In an instant, dozens of factions simultaneously advanced toward the cave where Qi Xiang and his group were located. Their numbers reached over 10,000. As tens of thousands arrived from all directions, a peculiar event occurred. These faction leaders discovered each other's presence. Since they regularly interacted under normal circumstances, they exchanged details about their attacks and realized that their situations uncannily mirrored one another, as if meticulously planned by someone else. In the end, after deliberating among themselves, the leaders discovered a few familiar faces present in their ranks. After further negotiations, they concluded that they were being led into a trap. Yet, it was challenging. They couldn't retreat now since even if this explanation made sense to them, it might not suffice for their followers, who might perceive it as an excuse. Thus, all faction leaders formed an agreement. The factions would consolidate personnel for a united strike. The final reward would go to the one who contributed the most, with the strict condition that no one holds back during the operation or risk retaliation from all combined forces. With the agreement in place, all factions started organizing their troops, grouping individuals with similar abilities together, creating cohesive units. Eventually, four groups emerged: long-range attack team, melee attack team, assassination team, and the strong assault team, comprising tens of thousands of people in total. However, their enemies numbered only 2, causing their confidence to soar. At that time, Che Dan glanced at the massive dragon beside him and grinned. If what you said is true, we might be able to have a grand battle ahead. You better give it your all. The dragon chewed its lamb leg while muttering indistinctly. Rest assured, for this lamb you provided, I won't hold back either. By the way, don't forget your promise to me. Che Dan laughed. Hee, just 2 roasted cows. Food I can certainly spare. Hey, Che Dan, how dare you bribe my dragon behind my back? That's unfair. Qi Xiang interjected from inside the area, hearing his complaint. Che Dan laughed. Relax. It's not like I don't have dragons too. I'm not coveting yours. As he said this, he summoned all his zombies, smiling. Alright, let's give it our best shot. Qi Xiang shook his head and summoned Dasika's 3 beasts to prepare for the fight. As for the crocodile turtle, it would remain hidden until the very end. Attack. Following an enraged roar, countless people, no less than 5 or 6,000, suddenly appeared on the surrounding plains, rushing forward like a tide. Far away, in the skies, an anomaly arose, marking the accumulation of vast magical elements, indicating a far greater scale compared to the previous encounter with just dozens of people. Qi Xiang looked into the distance and laughed, saying, This time, 9 out of 10 forces must have made their move. Che Dan nodded and said, Probably. With so many people involved, it's obvious that someone is pushing things behind the scenes, but this allows us to finally have a proper fight. Qi Xiang shot him an unimpressed glance and said, Only you would be this eager for battle. I guess today Bo's cultivation will get disturbed by all this noise, but there's nothing we can do about it with this many people, right? Che Dan grinned and replied, Of course. Then he jumped directly onto the back of the dragon-like zombie, saying, Let's go. Don't wait for them to attack first. Qi Xiang nodded and mounted Dasika, saying, Alright, let's move. In an instant, the numbers mobilized were completely disproportionate compared to the other side. Although they had the mighty dragon and the dragon-like zombie to hold up the scene, the difference in numbers was staggering. Of course, no one on the opposing side thought this battle was imbalanced because of the sheer number of opponents. The dragon surged forward, its mouth opening wide as flames descended directly from the sky. Qi Xiang also charged into the crowd, finding a densely populated area where he released the crocodile turtle, letting it unleash its power freely. Then Qi Xiang didn't stay there, but instead rushed towards the rear, targeting those remote ability users. Chaedan looked at the vast crowd, sneering coldly. Looks like my blood massacre skill might just level up this time. And with that, Chaedan initiated his blood massacre. Instantly, the battle began, and both sides started clashing. One type of zombie under Chaedan's control immediately burst forth with formidable combat strength, while the summoned creatures under Qi Xiong demonstrated even more impressive power. The group of melee warriors quickly felt overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the distant ability users at the front line saw a shadow rapidly approaching them, causing immense pressure, making it difficult for some to even recite their spells. Yet, until now, the assassination team hadn't made their move. Chapter 322, The Killer Strikes, Part 3. Qi Xiong laughed. Ha ha ha. You group of fragile mages, let me see what power you have. As he spoke, Qi Xiong swung the King of Hell's scythe and charged down. A purple fire dragon had already appeared, about to collide with the long-range attack team, when suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, you guys are really arrogant, wanting to destroy this place all by yourself. With the sound of the voice, dozens of figures rushed forward, charging at Qi Xiong. One man even recited a spell, directly extinguishing Qi Xiong's fire dragon. Qi Xiong looked at these people and coldly laughed. Are all the elite units here? Heh. Suddenly, Qi Xiong's expression changed, using the King of Hell's scythe to repel the people in front of him, landing on the ground, and looking back. The alligator turtle and the giant dragon were gone. Not only that, Qi Xiong could feel that all of his summoned creatures had returned to his own alternate space. Qi Xiong hastily shouted, "Retreat." As he said this, Qi Xiong pushed off with his right foot towards the sky, the King of Hell's scythe glowing with purple light, summoning a purple giant dragon. Its mouth opened and swallowed the magical elements in the sky. Then without stopping, Qi Xiong returned to help cover their retreat. Qi Xiong's move caused significant internal injuries to the mages who were interrupted during their magic casting. Not only was their spells interrupted, but the entire magic was absorbed. However, they should be grateful. Indeed, they were grateful. There was no way around it. Qi Xiong's reputation among them was too great. Although they had resolved to come here and fight Qi Xiong in dual combat, how could they not feel fear upon truly seeing him? At this moment, watching Qi Xiong leave, everyone in the long-range attack team sighed in relief. After resting briefly and adjusting their wounds, they began to cast spells again. Despite having an impressive aura this time, they knew very well that this attack's power would absolutely be significantly reduced compared to before. The first reason being many had unleashed their ultimate techniques, which could only be used once. The second reason was Qi Xiong's previous counterattack had injured many of them. Considering releasing powerful magic requires taking one's physical condition into account, thus those with moving artillery platforms could only reduce the intensity of their spells. The people from the assault squad, however, left the long-range attackers behind as close combat ability users charged ahead chasing after Qi Xiong, though their speed couldn't compare with his. While withdrawing, Chaedan fought with pleasure, the blood-colored slaughter continually cutting down surrounding enemies. However, Chaedan suddenly discovered that all of his zombies had returned to the alternate space, unable to emerge despite his commands, as if the connection between the alternate space and this world had been severed. Following this, Chaedan found his summoned creatures couldn't be summoned anymore, and his skills were gradually disappearing. The range of the blood-colored slaughter shrank visibly, while the cold blade in Chaedan's hand turned into a streak of blue light entering Chaedan's body. Looking at everything happening before him, Chaedan bitterly smiled. Silence, huh? Didn't expect anyone to reinforce this skill to such an extent and use it against me. Qi Xiong's summoned creatures disappeared as well. Looks like I don't lose unfairly. Thinking this over, Chaedan took some pills while the effects of silence hadn't yet fully taken hold. Chaedan gazed at the pills in his hands and smiled bitterly. My gaming abilities have been completely restricted. Now I can only rely on these pills. Uncle Duh, thanks for saving my life this time. Saying this, Chaedan shoved the pills into his mouth. But the expected changes did not occur. Eating the pills had no effect on Chaedan. Chaedan smiled wryly. Chaedan, why aren't you running yet? Qi Xiong's voice carried through. Immediately, a purple giant dragon emerged, circling around Chaedan's body, devouring all the enemies. The dragon then charged straight ahead, cutting out a bloody path. Qi Xiong looked around and remarked, there sure are strange abilities in a big forest. Looks like you won't be able to participate in the battle this time. Chaedan chuckled bitterly. That's right, looks like I'll be playing the part of a bad teammate this time. Qi Xiong rolled his eyes and retorted, bad teammate? You just need to make sure you don't give up your head, and then hoisted Chaedan onto his shoulder. Swinging the King of Hell's scythe, Qi Xiong fended off the assassins rushing towards them one by one. Qi Xiong looked at them and coldly laughed. Your assassination skills are still not good enough. You are nowhere near the level of a professional killer organization. As he spoke, Qi Xiong swung the King of Hell's scythe, cutting a path through the crowd, then rushed forward to the cave entrance. He put Chaedan down and said, go inside quickly, don't let Bo Go and the others come out. The battle here is somewhat dangerous, and it seems someone is pushing this fight from behind. There might be trouble. I will handle it alone. After finishing his instructions, Qi Xiong turned around and charged again. The King of Hell's scythe kept waving in his hand, releasing streams of purple fire dragons as if they were Qi Xiong's soldiers, possessing the momentum to devour everything. And though these purple fire dragons would not return after charging forth, they were truly made of the swallowing fire. Every time a fire dragon swallowed a human, it left behind faint white light spots that directly flew back into Qi Xiong's body for healing. Facing so many enemies, Qi Xiang rushed forward and shouted, "All leaders stay. All cannon fodders get lost. I don't want to kill my own compatriots yet." Qi Xiang originally intended to scare some people off with this statement, then eliminate the main forces, as killing so many psychics at once would significantly impact humanity's power. But they didn't listen. Instead, someone yelled, "You traitor! Who do you think you're fooling? We are not your compatriots." Such remarks multiplied, becoming unbearable to hear, veins bulging on Qi Xiang's neck and forehead. Qi Xiang roared angrily, "Since you seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Qi Xiang's voice wasn't particularly loud, but was carried clearly by Dan force to every person's ears, including those in the long-range attack group. Naturally, it also reached the ears of the man who had been monitoring Qi Xiang and Cha Dan for quite some time. The man got startled, thinking he'd been discovered, but didn't move, because he saw something terrifying. Chapter 323, The Killer Strikes, Part 4. Around Qi Xiang began to become surreal, as if he were a massive black hole. All the objects around him moved automatically without wind, and they were all drawn toward him. The center of attraction was Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang's eyes turned purple as bloodthirsty magic spears sprouted from his back one by one. At this moment, Qi Xiang looked like a giant spider wielding sickles, making his presence overwhelming. Next, sparks appeared around Qi Xiang's body. These sparks ignited into flames as if touching flammable materials, forming a small tornado that rapidly expanded in size. The paranormal individuals nearby wanted to flee, but they realized it was too late since Qi Xiang had now generated an immense pulling force, just like a real tornado. Those who were weaker among them had already been pulled in, leaving only some strength-type paranormals barely holding on. However, they would not be able to hold much longer. As for the guy who kept recording, he had hidden away early on. After all, he was merely there to monitor Qi Xiang and didn't need to risk his life. So as soon as things became suspicious, hiding was all he needed to do. Even so, he could still feel the terrifying situation outside. At this moment, those in the long-range attack group started feeling the impending danger. However, their attacks were already completed. Instantly, a colorful large energy sphere shot out with a variety of attacks fusing together and flying toward where Qi Xiang stood. The energy ball and the tornado were about to collide, and the remote attackers had already begun retreating. Qi Xiang saw the incoming energy sphere and let out a cold snort, doing nothing more. He intended to use his strength to withstand this move directly. As the massive energy sphere hurtled towards him, when it collided with Qi Xiang's tornado, Qi Xiang's face darkened. He had underestimated the energy contained within the sphere. Though the vast energy could be absorbed, only a portion could be taken in, and the remaining part would still explode. With a cold snort, Qi Xiang muttered to himself, "So be it. Then let's see who can survive this explosion." Saying this, Qi Xiang began moving. Yes, carrying both the tornado and the energy sphere attached to it, which was prepared to explode. As soon as he moved, the strength-type paranormals lost their footing entirely, flying straight toward the tornado. Whoever flew into the tornado would instantly be consumed by the swallowing flames, while whoever entered the energy sphere would be torn apart by the energy storm. Just as Qi Xiang reached halfway, the energy sphere erupted with a loud boom. Qi Xiang immediately retracted the bloodthirsty magic spears on his back and drew out the holy blue shield, shouting, "Protective Realm." A semicircular energy dome shimmering with both golden and blue light appeared, enclosing Qi Xiang entirely. Immediately after, the raging energy storm swept through the surroundings, forming a wide-reaching circle that wiped out everything. None of the long-range ability users escaped unscathed, and as for the guy who had been monitoring, once he peeked out of his hiding place and saw what was happening, he took off running while yelling, "Damn, you freaks are all too strong. I'm just here for reconnaissance. Why treat me like this?" Nevertheless, his speed was indeed quick enough to escape disaster. When the energy storm dissipated, Qi Xiang stood up, observing his surroundings. Everything around him had vanished. Even the nearby mountains were no more. But surprisingly, the cave where Xidan and others were waiting still existed. Sensing the barrier emanating from the cave, Qi Xiang smiled faintly and walked towards it. Back at the cave, sure enough, everyone had already come out. Boga looked at Qi Xiang and said, "Qi Xiang, you and Xidan have had a tough time during this period. However, with such a grand scene going on, you didn't call us. Truly heartbreaking." Qi Xiang chuckled and replied, all right. These kinds of moments don't happen often. It seems there won't be any more opportunities like this in America. Oh, how is your cultivation progressing?" Boga laughed and said, "We've reported our achievements, and even Uncle Da has surpassed the 60th level. We haven't cultivated for this long in quite a while. Phew, it feels great. Qi Xiang, Xidan, what about you two? Surely you haven't been almost overtaken by us already." Qi Xiang grinned and said, "Of course not. I've already reached the 70th level." Xidan added, "Yes, I'm already at the 68th level." Hearing the levels mentioned by Qi Xiang and Xidan, Bogu and the others all had the word freak pop into their minds. Above level 60, it was already very hard to level up, and while Qi Xiang and Xidan had some improvements from their days of fighting, such rapid advancement was extremely difficult. Looking at these two, Bogu and the others finally understood what true talent and postnatal effort meant. The efforts they had put in were definitely proportional to their abilities. Qi Xiang said, "What are you guys thinking about? Why look so pressured?" Pausing for a moment, Qi Xiang continued, "All right, everyone keeps practicing for another week. We aim for everyone except Uncle Da to stay above level 65. Then it'll be time to fight the big boss." Boga laughed and said, You and Sidon must be aiming for level 75, you freaks. Alright, I'm going back to practice. With that, Bogo walked toward his training spot. Qi Xiang and Sidon's levels had completely stimulated everyone. Like Bogo, they all went back to continue training after uttering just a few words, but Uncle Da and Zhao Yang stayed behind. Zhao Yang smiled and said, Qi Xiang, Sidon, my current close combat ability is already quite strong, but ultimately, physical combat isn't everything. So can you guys find me a suitable weapon? Qi Xiang looked at him and asked, Zhao Yang, don't you already have the hammer given to you in the capital city? Zhao Yang smiled and replied, there's nothing wrong with it being heavy, but it cannot inflict the kind of sharp injuries that a bladed weapon would, which doesn't fit my fighting style. Qi Xiang chuckled bitterly and said, even as someone who specializes in melee combat, you want to create wounds. I'm really impressed. Alright, both swords and knives should work fine. I'll help you find one. Oh, give me your hammer. Zhao Yang nodded and left the hammer behind before returning to his training. Next, Qi Xiang turned to Uncle Da and smiled. Uncle Da, do you have anything else on your mind? Not like you also need a proper weapon or something, right? I'm not the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, and you're not Sun Wukong. Let's not do this. Uncle Da laughed and said, how could I be such a person? Then he took out 3 pills, swallowed one himself, and motioned for Qi Xiang and Sidon to each take one as well. Chapter 324 Assassination, Part 1. After taking the pill, Uncle Da's mouth remained closed, but his voice was heard by Qi Xiang and Che Dan. You two wait a moment. Zhao Yang hasn't gone far yet. Let's put on a show. As he spoke, Uncle Da opened his mouth and said, alright, close your eyes and absorb this pill. It should be very beneficial to you. With that, Uncle Da sat cross-legged as if to absorb the pill. Qi Xiang and Che Dan exchanged glances and then followed Uncle Da's example, sitting cross-legged and closing their eyes. Then, Uncle Da's voice came again. Alright, Zhao Yang is gone. The matter I am about to discuss is something Bo Gu and the rest of us believe in, so don't interrupt me before hearing me out. Sighing, Uncle Da paused for a second and said, the situation is like this. You haven't spent much time with Zhao Yang, so you don't know him well. But during the time we've known him, we feel that he is someone with strong aggressiveness and immense pride. Even though he doesn't exhibit these traits around you, he often proposes ideas and makes decisions around us. Decisions that are not always for everyone's good or any other reason, but purely to satisfy his desire for a certain thing or to uphold his dignity. These incidents are not singular cases. Most importantly, his craving for power is stronger than most. He practices more diligently than anyone, and despite saying that hammers aren't lethal enough, his combat strength at least enhances by 5 levels when wielding one. However, we've also seen him use sharp weapons that boost his combat ability by 7 to 8 levels. Perhaps that's why he wants you to find him a new weapon. After Uncle Da finished speaking, Qi Xiang's voice rang out. I finally figured out how this pill works, but tell me, Uncle Da, what's the point of all this talk? Uncle Da opened his eyes, glanced at Qi Xiang, and then closed them again, saying, it's simple. It's about making you cautious of Zhao Yang. After all, he comes from another world, not ours, and there are many unknowns about him. Even now, he rarely discloses information about his own world, and that's the real cause for our suspicion. Qi Xiang murmured in acknowledgement and said, oh, I see. I understand. But I still hope that Zhao Yang doesn't need us to doubt him since he's our companion. Uncle Da sighed and replied, who says otherwise? At that moment, Che Dan suddenly interjected. So this pill actually works. What a marvelous feeling. Wow, it's truly amazing. Upon hearing this, both Uncle Da and Qi Xiang opened their eyes simultaneously and looked at Che Dan helplessly. Qi Xiang tapped Che Dan's head and said, are you getting carried away? Did you master ventriloquism? That snapped Che Dan back to reality. He awkwardly laughed and said, no way out. But being able to do ventriloquism is pretty impressive, right? Standing up, Uncle Da dusted off the dirt from his pants and said, alright, I must return to continue refining pills. Speaking, he walked away inside. Qi Xiang glanced at Che Dan, who was looking back at him. Both men exchanged looks and then walked outside. Standing outside, they gazed at a desolate land. Qi Xiang sighed. I never would have thought that weak humans could produce such power, not through technology, but through their own strength. Che Dan nodded. Yeah, if someone had told me this earlier, I would have thought they were just writing web novels. But now, if you say there's someone capable of destroying Earth, I'll believe it. Qi Xiang nodded in agreement. True, seems like we've been away from the team too long. Such big things happened, and we didn't even know. Che Dan shrugged and said, who knows? But since Uncle Da has spoken, we probably shouldn't ignore it. Phew, what a headache. Qi Xiang rolled his eyes at Che Dan and said, you're just too lazy to deal with it, right? Don't look at me like that. I'm not interested either. Well, let's just keep one eye open and one eye closed. As long as things don't go overboard, we don't need to intervene. Che Dan nodded. Right, and regarding Zhao Yang, since Uncle Da brought it up, it's probably not baseless. So, it's better to watch him carefully. Qi Xiang took out a bottle of cocktail, unscrewed the cap, and chuckled. That's your problem. My focus is on fighting and increasing my strength, that's all. Saying this, Qi Xiang tilted the bottle to his mouth and gulped down some drinks. Che Dan stared helplessly at Qi Xiang. Meanwhile, where the hitmen sent by the assassin organization were located, chaos erupted. What? You mean almost all forces have been deployed and still couldn't deal with the situation, and one person killed all their enemies? And there are other experts in the cave where they are. The team leader looked astonished at his subordinate, who was reporting to him. This man had been stationed on a hilltop near Qi Xiang's cave for quite some time already. However, Due to the massive destruction caused by Qi Xiang's battle, the hill was obliterated, leaving no place for the man to hide, so he returned. Nodding at the man's words, the team leader placed his hands behind his back and paced back and forth. While walking, he said, "You've heard that too. Any good suggestions?" The burly man spoke up casually. "What kind of suggestion do you want? I say we just storm over and deal with them without worrying about what's going to happen. Isn't it strange that so many people couldn't beat just one guy?" Hearing the big man's words, the team leader nodded and said, "Yeah, that makes sense. That guy must have very strong area of effect combat skills." Listening to the leader, the reconnaissance man responded, No. Not only is he strong in group battles, but also in close combat. He has 5 summoned creatures, a wolf, a tiger, an ox, a tortoise, and a dragon. All except the tortoise are magic beasts. The first 3 are regular animal sizes, while the tortoise resembles a mobile fortress. No, even bigger than a mobile fortress. As for the dragon, it's the same legendary dragon rumored to have been defeated by him earlier. Pausing briefly, the man added, "His companion seems like a necromancer of some sort, summoning numerous powerful zombies. Each zombie is ranked at level 55 or higher. I suspect if not for someone from the crowd possessing sealing abilities that prevented their summons from coming out, then the battle wouldn't even require this Qi Xiang fellow to use his full strength." Chapter 325 Assassination 2. The team leader nodded and said, "All right, based on your description, launching a direct attack with our current strength probably isn't realistic. So, let's resort to other methods. Do any of you have any good ideas?" A pale-faced man grinned and said, "Use my poison. Let Ian handle the poisoning, and they will surely die without a trace." As he spoke, he burst into cackles that were particularly eerie, with a shrill voice that sounded truly horrifying. A man dressed in nightwear beside him glanced at him disapprovingly and said, "Why don't you do the poisoning yourself? With those guys, I suspect I'd be beaten to death as soon as I got close. There's no way I'm going." Speaking, Ian waved a hand, clearly rejecting this decision. The clan leader nodded and said, "That's true. Though the method of using poison is effective, don't you think poisoning them would be too difficult? Moreover, most food for modern mutants comes directly from storage spaces. No one has designated food supplies anymore. Are you suggesting Ian should poison them while those freaks are eating? Remember, our target isn't the great leader but rather a few mutant individuals living in the wild." Poison gave an awkward smile and said, "All right then, but my poison has 100 ways to take effect. Who says it can only be administered through food? Don't forget, I also possess colorless, odorless gas poisons." Speaking, Poison took out a grenade and chuckled. "This grenade has been modified by me. Upon explosion, it turns into a gas bomb capable of killing even mutates." Ha ha. Then followed another bout of maddening laughter from Poison. However, the few present seemed to have become immune to his laugh, and the team leader rubbed his forehead and said, "All right, Poison's suggestion passes. Does anyone else have any more suggestions?" The muscular man played around with the butterfly knife in his hand and said, "Boss, not to criticize the young ones, but why don't we just go straight for assassination? We are killers, after all, not meant to fight them head on. Why are you so tense? Could it be that you've lost confidence in your own assassination skills?" He stood up, performed a flourish with his butterfly knife before putting it away and smiled. "If that's really how things stand, I'll go alone then." The leader looked at him and sighed bitterly. "Big guy, what you mean is that if you fail to complete the mission, we can just return, right? After all, if the strongest person among us fails, it's understandable, isn't it?" As he said this, he walked over, pressed down Big Guy's shoulders until he sat back down on the ground, and smiled. "I understand what you're saying. Okay, there must definitely be a way to accomplish this mission that doesn't require someone dying, right?" After pausing briefly, the leader continued, "Does anyone else have other proposals? If not, I'll go along with Ian to execute the plan." As he said this, the leader surveyed the group. This supposedly elite team of 6 assassins now appeared strikingly helpless. This 6-person team was arguably the most elite, well-balanced lineup for assassination missions. They included Shadow, responsible for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, Ian with exceptional concealment skills, Du, who specialized in poisons, Big Guy skilled in martial arts, assassination, and weaponry, Medusa adept in seduction tactics, and Leader 1 with outstanding command capabilities. Such an assassin group ranked top within the Killers Guild. Although unknown to outsiders, their cruelty extended far and wide towards others, but treated their own with much consideration, which happened to be their sole weakness. At least for now, no one had exploited it yet. Medusa stood up and said, "All right, enough squabbling. I'll go." As she spoke, she tied her hair up. Noteworthy was that the tips of her hair were split like forked tails, not from wear, but because they were small snakes that matched her moniker well. Medusa's mutation power came from being granted the powers of Medusa, significantly boosting her combat abilities. Seeing Medusa standing up, Leader 1 sighed deeply and said, "All right then, Do, give me the gas bomb. I'll follow with Ian while Medusa goes ahead carefully. Retreat immediately if anything seems off, all right? We will step in if needed." Medusa laughed confidently. "Relax. No one escapes my allure once ensnared." Big Guy scoffed and replied, "You haven't managed to conquer number 1 yet, so don't talk too big." Medusa turned back and threw a seductive wink at Big Guy, laughing, "But I've conquered you already." Saying this, she displayed a deep and knowing smile, and Big Guy understood exactly what she meant. Bitterly laughing, he said, "Why do you bring this up again? Honestly, I feel like killing you to seal your mouth forever." Medusa turned her head and said as she walked toward the exit, "I know you can't bear to let me go." Team Leader 1 left with 2 others, leaving Big Guy, Shadow, and do behind. Big Guy played with a butterfly knife in his hand and asked, Shadow, what do you think are their chances of success? While repairing the telescope in his hand, Shadow replied, Who knows? I've only seen those two fight, but never seen how they handle assassination attempts against them, so it's unclear. Du snapped off a fong from a venomous snake and laughed. Relax, why worry so much? When has Team Leader 1 ever disappointed us? He paused for a moment and continued. Besides, if something happens to Team Leader 1, I will use my most powerful poison to fight these people to the death, achieving mutual destruction, huh? Hearing this, Big Guy nodded and said, Yeah, I'll do the same. Shadow glanced at Du, then looked at Big Guy and laughed. You two are quite pessimistic. Who said Team Leader 1 will fail? Don't forget, we are all the best killers. As he spoke, Shadow stepped forward and put an arm around both Big Guy and Du's shoulders and smiled. And you two keep saying they will fail. This kind of talk might lead to actual failure. Let's follow up from behind, if you're so worried. That way we can also come to their aid when necessary. After this speech, both Big Guy and Du nodded simultaneously and agreed. Although Shadow said this, could he really feel at ease himself? He had personally witnessed the strength of Chi Xiong and Cha Dan. If they couldn't detect the situation in time, it wouldn't be a problem, but once discovered, even the entire team may not be able to overcome just one of those guys. It's because they're freaks. Chapter 326, Assassination, Part 3. Number 1 looked at the vast plain and wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, Are these two freaks? I remember when I was here last time with Shadow, there were mountains all around. How come now it's just a flat plain? Ian glanced and said, Let's go. Go behind that mountain with the cave, and we'll enter directly through the cave entrance. Medusa complained, We still have to walk so far. Well, never mind. Saying this, the three of them left and headed towards their destination. Shadow and his group followed them to the back. Then looking at the flat ground, Shadow said, All right, let's stop here. The big one glanced at Shadow and said, Here? It's flat ground. How can we hide? Shadow pulled out a shovel and gave him a scornful look, saying, Start digging. With that, Shadow began to work. The three dug a hole, and then Shadow treated the soil before pulling out a camouflage net to cover the three of them. Meanwhile, Chi Xiong and Che Dan were munching on their hamburgers, chatting intermittently. Chi Xiong and Che Dan both regretted not cherishing the days gone by. There were still so many games they hadn't finished playing, and so many anime series they hadn't completed watching. The two of them especially missed the days when there was electricity and internet access. In the end, for this reason, Chi Xiong and Che Dan reached a consensus. The two must quickly eliminate the zombies, bring the world back to normal, and in the shortest possible time, revitalize the gaming and anime industries, at least before their own supply runs out. Chi Xiong laughed. Just thinking about this makes me full of energy. Che Dan nodded. Yeah. Saying this, it seemed like flames ignited behind Chi Xiong and Che Dan, as if they were two middle school boys filled with youthful fantasies. With a sharp scream, a black figure fell down from above the cave opening, startling Chi Xiong and Che Dan. They quickly turned their attention to the woman lying on the ground. Chi Xiong approached her and smiled, asking, Lady, are you alright? This fallen woman was none other than Medusa from the 6-person assassination team, and naturally, her fall had been premeditated. Medusa looked up at Chi Xiong and wryly smiled. How could I possibly be fine? Aren't you going to help me up? Chi Xiong extended one hand and grabbed Medusa by the shoulder, lifting her up. Yes, lifting her up. Chi Xiong grinned. All right, next time be more careful, shall we? Let's go. With that, Chi Xiong walked inside the cave. Medusa watched Chi Xiong and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, my companions and I got separated, and I'm currently all alone. Could you help me? As she spoke, Medusa batted her beautiful, enchanting eyes, looking pitiful. Che Dan stared at Medusa and swallowed hard, saying, Xianga, why don't we help her? Chi Xiong sighed. All right, what kind of help do you need? Medusa gave a faint smile. Could I rest here for a bit? I think I twisted my ankle just now. Speaking this, Medusa limped inward, acting like she really had sprained her foot. Chi Xiong nodded. All right, take a rest. With that, Chi Xiong went further inside to rest. Che Dan looked at Medusa, slightly smiled, and said, Need any help? Speaking this, Che Dan walked over. Medusa smiled slightly. Thank you. Saying this, she placed her hand on Che Dan's shoulder, walking over with his support. All along the way, Che Dan deliberately or unintentionally touched Medusa's body. Of course, Medusa noticed these actions, but kept smiling as if nothing had happened. Once seated, Medusa thanked them and asked, You two aren't from America, right? How did you end up here? Che Dan smiled. Unless you're a Native American? Seeing Medusa nod, Che Dan replied, Oh, that may explain why you've been unaffected. There aren't many Native Americans left now. Most people appearing now are from other continents. Their goal is America's resources, but don't worry, our purpose for coming here was to clean up a monster, and we've already taken care of it. Now we're just resting here, preparing for the next mission. The woman exclaimed with a wow. You two are so amazing. Saying this, she cast an admiring gaze at Che Dan. Che Dan scratched his head awkwardly, laughing. Not really, I didn't contribute much. Most of the work was done by Xianga. Saying this, Che Dan pointed at Chi Xiong. Following Che Dan's finger, Medusa turned her gaze towards Chi Xiong and sighed. That's how it is. Brother Xiong must be really strong, huh? Chi Xiong didn't respond to Medusa's question but continued playing with the stone in his hand, which made Medusa feel a bit awkward. Che Dan laughed and said, It's fine. He's just like that. By the way, why don't you tell us your story? Medusa nodded, agreed, and then began recounting the fabricated story she had prepared, naturally about an ordinary woman's struggle during the apocalypse, something happening across continents. This time, it merely took place in America instead. Although it was an ordinary tale, neither Chi Xiang nor Che Dan had ever experienced a regular survivor's life, so they were genuinely curious about Medusa's story, even though they knew it was fabricated. Chi Xiang moved closer, sat down next to them, and started listening intently, occasionally asking questions. At the moments of narrow escapes, Chi Xiang and Che Dan felt lucky. When hearing about food being a divine blessing, they found it pitiful. And when hearing about bad things that happened, Medusa cried, sobbing heartbreakingly as if it were all real. Chi Xiang and Che Dan consoled her in their own ways, Chi Xiang through words, and Che Dan through physical touch. Feeling the contact of Medusa's body, Che Dan still spoke comforting words, but his thoughts had shifted. Seeing Che Dan's demeanor, Medusa secretly thought with a smirk, humph, no matter how strong he seems, he's just another lecherous man. The other one, although calm, is almost under my spell now. Shadow praised these two so highly, making me think they would disdain women. Humph. Despite this, Medusa kept crying sorrowfully without a hint of any flaw in her act, further deepening her deception. Chapter 327 Assassination 4. Che Dan patted Medusa's shoulder and said, all right, it's all over now. Everything will be fine. Xiang and I will soon restore the world to its original state. As he spoke, Che Dan revealed a smile. Medusa nodded and then naturally moved closer to Che Dan. Just as their lips were about to meet, Che Dan suddenly pushed Medusa away, laughing. Brother Xiang, haha, I win this time. Chi Xiang stroked his forehead and said, you girl really or something. Can't you have a little more restraint? You should have prolonged this a bit longer. As he spoke, Chi Xiang brought up the system screen, transferred 10,000 gold coins to Che Dan, and said, however, I don't admit that you won by your charm alone. That's definitely due to your professionalism. Che Dan happily accepted the coins and said, no matter what, I've won. These 10,000 gold coins aren't few. They'll last me for a while. After saying that, Chi Xiang and Che Dan simultaneously turned to look at Medusa, and Chi Xiang asked with a laugh, is there anything else you want to say? Medusa maintained her calm appearance as she looked at Chi Xiang and Che Dan, and asked, what are the two of you talking about? Che Dan smiled and said, still not admitting it? Don't tell me that your move just now was only some so-called kiss greeting. Medusa swallowed hard and said, fine, I admit that wasn't a kiss greeting, but so what? What do you mean by this? Che Dan laughed and said, if I were you, I'd stick with pretending. After all, your story was quite moving, though it wasn't real. Still, it felt pretty satisfying to listen to. Someone else might fall for it willingly after realizing it was a scam. Your looks and figure are simply amazing, wow. Unfortunately, we two are both married men, probably hard to persuade otherwise. At this point, Chi Xiang interjected, by the way, it seems only I am married. Yours hasn't officially recognized you yet. Che Dan rolled his eyes at Chi Xiang and said, does it make sense to dwell on this issue now? After saying this, Che Dan turned his head, looked at Medusa, and said, hey, there are too many holes in your story. Think about it. A woman just happens to fall at the entrance of our cave so conveniently. And coincidentally, her clothes are still perfectly intact without any sign of weakness. Don't try telling me your hair fork is the reason for its current shape. Oh no, haha. As he spoke, Che Dan leaned forward and laughed. So, tell us, are you after resources or our lives? Medusa let out a cold snort and said, since you've discovered my true intentions, I don't need to keep up the act anymore. As she spoke, Medusa's hair suddenly came alive, like dozens of little snakes. Now, this Medusa was no longer the assassin Medusa, but the actual Medusa from mythology. Medusa's gaze. I want both your lives and resources. Blue light spread outward as she spoke. However, neither Chi Xiang nor Che Dan transformed into stone people as imagined. Che Dan adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and laughed. Back in Medusa's time, there were likely no such things as glasses, so this probably wouldn't work, right? But with the invention of glasses, do you think your scheme will succeed? As he spoke, Che Dan charged forward. A frosty blade materialized in his right hand. In one swift movement, he sliced through Medusa's hair, causing countless serpents to fall to the ground, transforming into stone. Looking at Medusa, Che Dan sneered coldly. I wonder if Medusa without her hair retains her previous level of strength. Medusa emitted a shrill cry, which was ear-piercingly loud. Chi Xiang and Che Dan could barely endure it. While Medusa's hair didn't regrow, her legs changed, morphing into a serpent-woman hybrid. Moreover, wings grew on her back, making her look quite terrifying. Looking at Medusa in this form, Che Dan sneered. Behind such a beautiful face lies this monstrous form. Huh? Good. Come at me. With that, Che Dan raised his frost blade. Medusa lifted her hands, and lightning arrows continuously shot out as she swung them. Bolts of lightning streaked towards Che Dan. Che Dan swirled his blade deftly, lightly muttered a command, and swung the frosty blade, dispersing all the lightning before him. Then Che Dan lunged forward, pressing the tip of his blade against Medusa's neck, sneering, don't move. My blade isn't known for precision. Answer whatever I ask, or else watch out. Just as Che Dan was about to start questioning, he suddenly felt a gust of wind pass by. At that moment, Chi Xiang held his Yunlin, King of Hades scythe, in his right hand. The scythe pointed towards empty air. But Chi Xiang stared at the void and mocked coldly. Don't move. Another twitch and my scythe will carve an opening on your neck. I'm sure you don't wish for that. So cooperate. With a grin, Chi Xiang continued. Show yourself. A figure appeared, and upon seeing him, Medusa immediately called out, "Ian, how did you get here?" Ian bitterly smiled and said, "There's nothing we could do. We were worried about you guys getting into trouble, so I came over to check, and didn't expect to still be discovered." Chi Xiang looked at Ian and praised, "You're quite skilled, kid. If it weren't for the big fluctuations in your emotions and movements, I might not have noticed you at all." Ian laughed awkwardly. "What good is that when I still ended up being outsmarted by you?" Chi Xiang smirked slightly, but didn't say anything. Instead, he glanced outside and shouted, "Hey, the guy outside, why don't you come out and show your face already?" As he spoke, number one walked in with his hands raised, laughing. "Don't worry, I haven't taken anything. I'm perfectly safe. Let's talk. Can you release my people first?" Chi Xiang coldly snorted and said, "Your meaning is that I should let go of the two people who just tried to kill me? Haha, your plans are certainly ambitious, but unfortunately, that's clearly impossible. But I must admit, I am curious as to why you would dare to come in here now, instead of rushing off to find help at a time like this." Number one laughed and said, "Well, there just wasn't enough time to gather reinforcements. How could I just watch as my subordinates die here?" After pausing for a moment, number one continued, "All right, tell me, what do I need to do for you to release my people?" Chi Xiang smiled and said, "Do you even have any bargaining chips right now?" Before number one could understand what was happening, a blade had already been placed against his neck, and behind him stood a zombie with a sharp blade. Chi Xiang coldly smirked. "Now, we should be able to learn the information we want, right?" Number one wiped the cold sweat dripping from his forehead and said, "All right, go ahead and ask." As he spoke, he slowly began lowering his arms, but Chi Xiang immediately barked, "Stop." Chapter 328, Choice, Part 1. Chi Xiang looked at number one, who had been startled, and said, "I feel a bit more at ease if you keep your hands up. The thing behind you emits a smell that I really don't like." Number one raised his hands again, not expecting that the poison gas grenade behind him had also been discovered by Chi Xiang. Number one bitterly smiled and asked, "Then what do you want to know?" Chi Xiang grinned mischievously and said, "What I want to know is actually simple. First, which organization are you from?" Number one answered, "We belong to the Assassin's Guild." "The Assassin's Guild?" Chi Xiang slightly furrowed his brows and asked, "Is it that Assassin's Guild?" Number one retorted, "Which other Assassin's Guild could there be?" Chi Xiang nodded and said, "So what's your code name?" "One." After number one spoke, he paused for a moment and then said, "You should know about our group, right?" Chi Xiang nodded and said, "Yes, your 6 of you are quite famous, but why did only 3 of you come this time? Is it because you look down on us?" Number one shook his head and said, "It's not because we look down on you, but because you all are too powerful. Although we have 6 people, one is responsible for reconnaissance and another studies poisons. Of course, there's also one for combat, but having a fighter come here and battle with you seems unnecessary since our reconnaissance member, Shadow, has already clearly seen your abilities." Chi Xiang said, "Oh," and asked, "Is the Shadow you mentioned the guy who was peeping at us from the mountaintop before?" Number one asked anxiously, "Do you know about Shadow's existence?" Chi Xiang nodded and smiled. "Of course, just look at our abilities." Number one asked, "Why don't you do anything to him?" Chi Xiang smiled and said, "Do you think we're bloodthirsty murderers? How amusing. He hasn't caused us any trouble, merely peeking at us. So, I regard him as a fan." Saying this, Chi Xiang shrugged lightly, appearing very relaxed. However, number one felt a chill, fearing for Shadow. It turns out that Shadow thought he had hidden well for so many days, but had actually been found out long ago. Number one could only laugh wryly and ask, "Is there anything else you would like to inquire?" Chi Xiang used a Dan energy rope to tie up the person in front, then walked towards number one. With a casual wave of his hand, he grabbed the poison gas grenade, sniffed it, and remarked, "Not bad. A powerful toxin indeed. The one who researches poisons in your organization appears to be a genius." As he said this, Chi Xiang released 2 more strands of Dan energy ropes to bind Medusa and number one together, grinning and saying, "I suddenly feel like seeing all your team members now." Chi Xiang's smile was sunny, making him appear comfortable, yet the trio inexplicably found his smile terrifying. Then Medusa asked, "Can I ask a question?" Chi Xiang looked at Medusa, who had restored to her original form, except she now had short hair. He said, "Do you have a question? I am willing to serve ladies." Medusa asked, "When did you two make a bet? Could it be that you knew I was going to show up?" Chi Xiang and Che Dan exchanged glances and smiled. Che Dan explained, No, we didn't predict your appearance beforehand. We just realized you were part of a honey trap when we met you. Shortly before you arrived, the 2 of us consumed a pill that allowed temporary telepathic communication, so we exchanged some thoughts and made a bet." Chuckling, Che Dan continued, "To be honest, is it because I'm so charming that you chose to seduce me?" Medusa rolled her eyes at Che Dan and said, "Who would think a kid like you is charming? I find this guy much more attractive. He seems steady and very strong." As she spoke, Medusa winked at Chi Xiang, but Chi Xiang completely ignored Medusa's flirting, saying, "All right, the 3 of you can go. Follow me to the cave entrance. Your companions should be watching you from somewhere nearby." Upon hearing this, number one immediately said, "We will not go. Even if the 3 of us die, we will not compromise our companions." Chi Xiang chuckled and said, "Are you trying to show me that this hitman isn't cold? Very well, I'm a democratic person. Now, I'll give you 2 options. One is to let the 3 of you go out and lure your companions here so I can ask them some questions, which might allow you to survive. The other option is for me to capture them and bring their corpses back. Which one do you think is better?" As he spoke, Chi Xiang spun the scythe in his hand and laughed. "If I were you, I would definitely not choose the latter. Number 1 shot Chi Xiang a glare and said, all right, I choose the first one. But let them stay here. I will go alone. Chi Xiang nodded and said, it doesn't matter anyway since 1 or 3 of you achieve the same effect. With that, Chi Xiang grabbed number 1 by the collar and took him outside while he stayed inside with Een and Medusa. Chi Xiang brought number 1 to the cave entrance, then picked up the scythe in his hand and shouted, companions of number 1, come over quickly. Otherwise, I'll kill your beloved leader. While speaking, Chi Xiang pushed the scythe slightly towards number 1's neck. Number 1 smirked and said, give it up. They're not here. When we 3 came out, we left them behind at the original location. Chi Xiang smiled faintly and said, is that so? Then let's see. Saying that, Chi Xiang fell silent and stared into the distance, where he could sense the energy fluctuations. At that moment, Shadow, Giant, and Poison were watching the situation happening from afar. Although Giant remained calm during assassination missions, deep down, he was an emotional person. Seeing number 1 being held captive, he immediately wanted to rush out. Shadow and Poison quickly held him back. Shadow hurriedly said, Giant, calm down. This might be the enemy's trap. We're not even sure if that person is really number 1. While struggling against their grips, Giant yelled, even if it's a fake, the whereabouts of number 1 must have been exposed already. Let's charge out and fight them now. Shadow strained with all his strength to hold Giant back, saying, Giant, wait. Number 1 may have already escaped safely with Een and Medusa. Let's head back and check. Giant shouted, I can't wait. Chapter 329, Choice 2. As he spoke, Big Guy was about to break free of Shadow and Poison's control. Poison took out a syringe with his right hand and jabbed it into Big Guy's leg. Instantly, Big Guy began to lose consciousness and collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Shadow looked at Poison, who simply shrugged and said, it's just a nerve anesthetic poison, no side effects. Let's go. Let's carry Big Guy away. As Poison moved to carry Big Guy, Shadow stood still. Poison nudged Shadow and said, hey, don't tell me you're going to charge ahead like Big Guy. Shadow pointed at the opposite side with his finger and said, look. Poison glanced at Shadow's expression, knowing that he shouldn't look, because if he did, perhaps he'd end up making the same choice as Shadow and Big Guy. But Poison couldn't help himself and looked anyway. In the distance, number 1's neck had already been pierced and blood flowed out. Chi Xiang continued urging them all to step out. Poison looked at Shadow and asked, what do you think? Shadow shrugged and said, you should understand me. Poison nodded, took out another syringe, and injected Big Guy. He said, then we'll have one more person, one more force. Shadow didn't stop Poison. He knew that even if they didn't wake Big Guy now, he would rush and once recovered anyway. It might be better to act together and have a fighting chance. The poison in Big Guy's body was neutralized after the antidote was administered. Big Guy looked at Poison, then at Shadow, and asked, what? Have you thought it through? Then let's go. Poison strapped various syringes onto his body and laughed. All right, let's do it. Shadow nodded, took out a submachine gun, and smiled. No problem. Big Guy showed a mouthful of white teeth and pulled out a blood-red axe, laughing. Come on, let me see if they really have 3 eyes or 2 noses. They're so strong. As he spoke, Big Guy had already rushed forward. Shadow also charged out, firing his modified submachine gun, which acted almost like a sniper rifle from their original position. If not for the concern for number 1, Shadow probably would have started throwing grenades already. Meanwhile, Poison continuously threw gas bombs laced with neurotoxins. Their arrival marked a fierce assault. Chi Xiang grinned and said to number 1, looks like your subordinates have strong opinions against me. While speaking, Chi Xiang summoned swallowing fire around him, and both bullets and gas were absorbed by the swallowing fire. To Shadow and the others, however, this appearance made them angrier since they saw number 1 also within the fiery sea. Chi Xiang laughed. Don't make a sound. I'll play with them. As he spoke, Chi Xiang shoved a towel into number 1's mouth and flung him back before charging forward. Seeing Chi Xiang rushing towards him, Big Guy wasted no time and swung his mountain-splitting axe, cleaving down toward Chi Xiang. Chi Xiang laughed. Wow, here comes Chung Yaojin. As he spoke, his Devil King scythe clashed with the axe, emitting a metallic clanging sound. Big Guy's axe immediately showed signs of cracking. Looking at the recoiling Big Guy, Chi Xiang pressed the attack, letting his Devil King scythe sweep past Big Guy's neck before dashing closer, leaving a message in his ear. You're already dead. Don't move anymore. And quickly moved onward. While Big Guy was still pondering the meaning of Chi Xiang's words, Chi Xiang disarmed Shadow by locking his arm with a wrestling hold. Turning to Poison, whose face was darkened with ink-black poison, Chi Xiang said, stop that. I don't want to be poisoned, waving his hand casually. A milky white light surged towards Poison, wrapping around his body. When the light dissipated, Poison's complexion returned to normal, and even the paleness caused by long-term exposure to toxins had improved. He appeared slightly ruddy. Chi Xiang looked at the 3 of them, smiled faintly, waved his right hand, and bound the 3 with Danforce ropes. He then brought them and number 1 into the cave. Chi Xiang looked at the 6 people, laughed, and said, you all can exchange ideas first. We'll discuss things as well. Saying this, Chi Xiang took Shi Dan and walked out, completely unfazed whether number 1 and the other 5 might escape because he was confident. His confidence in his Danforce ropes was through the roof. After Chi Xiang and the other person left, Shadow hastily asked, number 1, what is going on? Number 1 sighed, recounted everything that had happened earlier, and then glared at the 3 of them, saying, and here we are talking about us. Why did the 3 of you come when you were told not to? Why don't you obey my orders? Big Guy laughed and said, isn't it because I guessed that the 2 of you would surely fail? So, I brought people over to save you. Who would have thought that even someone as wise and mighty as me would get caught? Truly a miscalculation, a lifetime of brilliance wasted here. It's all your fault. Hearing Big Guy's words, Number 1 chuckled and said, "You three really don't know how to follow orders." Shadow glanced at Number 1 and asked, "So what should we do now?" He nodded and said, "Yes." Number 1 bitterly smiled and said, "Do you think we still have a choice? We can only wait and see how they deal with us. To be honest, I don't care whether we live or die. I'm content to die alongside you guys." Do smirked coldly and said, "Ha ha ha, that's exactly what I think too. And when I die, I'll release some truly terrifying poison. Might take them down too." Number 1 shot Do a disdainful look and said, "I think you're full of hot air. Neither Ian nor Medusa saw it, but I watched very clearly. When that guy dealt with your poison, he didn't show any fear at all. That white energy circled inside your body. Let me guess, has some of your poison been cleared out? The kind of poison that probably even you couldn't clear so easily?" Do awkwardly chuckled and said, "Nonsense, I just didn't want to remove it." Number 1 retorted, "Stop being stubborn." He looked up, gazing at the top of the cave, and laughed. "Never imagined it. Never thought in our entire lives as ruthless killers, we'd fall into someone else's hands, left to their mercy. Do you think this is retribution?" At this moment, Chi Xiang and Shi Dan were outside. "Dan, what do you think about my idea?" Shi Dan stroked his chin, looking at Chi Xiang, and said, "I think it's good, and it fits our current situation well. But is it really safe to not control them in any way, as you suggested?" Chi Xiang nodded and said, "Yeah, I'm confident in it." Chapter 330, Choice 3. Shi Dan nodded and said, "All right, I agree. Anyway, if anything happens, you'll be the one responsible." Then Shi Dan took out 6 sheets of paper and said, "These are the contract documents. This tool allows you to set a condition, and the other party must execute it. Of course, you will also have to pay a certain price by providing them with some things in return. This is quite an expensive item. Do you want it?" Chi Xiang chuckled and replied, "I was planning on giving you an unequal treaty anyway. Unexpectedly, you've only taken out a contract. Well, it's free anyway, never mind." As he spoke, Chi Xiang started filling out the contract without regard for Chetan's rage. Half an hour later, a smiling Chi Xiang and a sullen-faced Che Dan walked into a cave. Chi Xiang said to the 6 people known as Number 1, "All right, check this contract out. Signing it won't harm you. If you refuse, then great, your lives belong to me." As he spoke, Chi Xiang revealed a very sunny smile that somehow made everyone feel terrified. Number 1 bitterly laughed. "Hey, you should at least untie our hands so we can see what is written on the contract, right?" Chi Xiang nodded, untying the Donley ropes. Instantly after, he tied up all their legs. He smiled and said, "Don't take it personally, it's just a precaution." Saying that, Chi Xiang handed the 6 contracts to each individual and smiled. "Take a look." The essence of Chi Xiang's contract was to make them leave the Killer's Guild and join under his command. They would accept tasks from him while receiving necessary living resources in return. Furthermore, he would consider their wishes and capabilities when dispatching missions, deciding whether they should go or not. After reviewing the contract, Number 1 nodded and remarked, "Seems there's no significant change, so what's the duration?" Chi Xiang slightly smiled and replied, "When these contracts are destroyed, that's when they expire." Number 1 paused, then bitterly laughed and said, "You really are. Fine, let's sign it." As he spoke, Number 1 glanced at the others, nodded, and bit his thumb, pressing a blood-red fingerprint onto the contract as a sign of agreement. Seeing their leader consent, the remaining 5 individuals followed suit without hesitation. Chi Xiang happily retrieved the 6 contracts and said, "Good, from now on we're family." He then retracted the contracts and continued, "Since I'm your boss now, let me see if I can help any of you." He produced a dagger and a large hammer, chuckling as he handed them over, saying, "Here you go, Invisible One and Big Guy, these are for you." Then looking at Do, Chi Xiang placed his hand on Do's chest, feeding light white Dan energy into him while dispersing the poison in Do's body, and commented, "You use poison, but storing poison in your own body is really pushing it, huh? Alright, keeping a bit of poison inside you is enough, I've cleared the rest out." He turned and smiled towards the 3 left. Producing 2 pills, he offered one to Medusa, saying, "This is for you, it will help restore you. Have some for your hair recovery." Then turning to Shadow, he said, "You, the one who kept monitoring us, here, this pill will enhance your concealment." Finally, Chi Xiang looked at Number 1 and asked, "How about you? Do you need anything else?" Watching his subordinates all receive something, Number 1 laughed and said, "Do I need anything else? You're not bad at all." Extending his still healing finger, he added, "I think this contract suits you well." With that, Number 1 expelled a drop of blood with his energy, saying, "I, Number 1, willingly establish a blood covenant, swearing to follow the person before me until death." At the same time, the other 5 followed Number 1's action in perfect synchronization. Chi Xiang raised his eyebrows and questioned, "Oh, and what are you doing?" Next, Chi Xiang saw the 6 drops of blood floating in midair transform into 6 pentagrams. They passed over Chi Xiang's body and returned, falling onto the wrists of the 6 individuals. Each person's wrist retained a blood-red pentagram. Che Dan observed the 6 pentagrams, his eyes brightening. "A blood covenant? Are you truly willing to pledge a blood covenant to him?" Number 1 nodded and said, "Yes, although we've just met him, we can sense that this guy is pretty reliable and worth our trust. Besides, we've already established the contract. Adding a blood covenant won't make much difference to us." As he spoke, Number 1 knelt down with the other 5 in unison, loudly declaring, Killer Squad. 6 members present here. I. Number 1. I Shadow. I Invisible. I Do. I Big Guy. I Medusa. Swear our loyalty to you as our master. We pledge to serve you faithfully. Qi chuckled and said, all right, Rise. By the way, how bad was it at the Killers Guild that made you want to leave so desperately? It seemed Qi had guessed their intentions, so number 1 stood up, scratching his head awkwardly, and said, you figured it out? Qi nodded and said, of course, I'm not surprised they left a mark on you all. The Blood Covenant broke their mark, but also alerted them of my location, but it doesn't matter. A confrontation with them was inevitable anyway. As he spoke, Qi grinned mischievously and asked, but do you really think giving me a Blood Covenant was a good choice? With a sly smile, he even licked his lips as he glanced at Medusa. Medusa looked at Qi with no trace of annoyance, instead responding coyly, stop teasing. I thought you weren't interested in women, so now I can relax knowing you're still someone I like quite a bit. Before Qi could respond, Big Guy interrupted hastily. Master, what Medusa said is just a joke, don't take it seriously. Qi glanced at Big Guy and laughed. Haha, the two of you? Oh, I seem to understand something. Not only did Qi look surprised, but even number 1 and the other 4 were astonished by Big Guy's words. Medusa turned to Big Guy and said, stupid Big Guy, what nonsense are you talking about? Qi smirked and asked, do you not get what he's saying? Chapter 331, Choice 4. Qi hee smiled and said, Cha Dan, did you figure it out? Cha Dan nodded and smiled, saying, I definitely figured it out. But I didn't expect this big guy to look so foolish yet hide such matters so well. Xiao Di is truly impressed. Saying this, Cha Dan also made a bowing gesture with his fists. Medusa looked at the big guy and said, hey, big guy, you'd better explain. The big guy gave a foolish smile, not saying anything. But this was as if proving that the big guy admitted it. Qi hee smiled, putting his arm around Cha Dan's shoulders, and said to the 4 people of number 1, you guys still haven't left? You're quite eye-catching here. Saying this, Qi and Cha Dan walked towards the outside, while number 1 haha laughed, hugging an een, then said to Do, you are really as wooden as they say. Let's go. Saying this, the 4 of them also walked toward the outside. Medusa watched these people all walk toward the outside and hastily said, what do you people mean by this? The big guy looked at Medusa, stepping forward, and said, Medusa, I. Medusa rolled her eyes at the big guy and said, you also want to chase after me? Saying this, Medusa walked toward the outside. Then, Medusa said, then we'll see just how far you can go. The big guy foolishly laughed and said, haha good. Just like this, time quickly passed. Qi did not assign any tasks to number 1 and others, but let them get acquainted with Brother Bo and his group, then had them wait in the villa where Brother Bo used to live in the Yanhuang country. Qi and the rest waited until the agreed-upon day with Bo Gu, then returned to the European Research Institute headquarters. Sitting in the helicopter, watching the autopilot bring everyone back to the European Research Institute, there was no danger along the way, nor did anyone use leftover missiles to blow them up. Therefore, they returned to the European Research Institute fairly smoothly. Bo Gu had already been waiting for Qi and his group at the European Research Institute headquarters helipad. Watching the helicopter land and Qi and the others jump down, Bo Gu smiled and went forward to welcome them, saying, Qi, you've returned. How was this trip? Tired? Qi hee laughed and said, not too bad. We cultivated a bit in America, treating it as playtime. However, the supplies we consumed during this period need to be replenished. We ate a lot, you know. Bo Gu haha laughed and said, that's easily managed. But Qi brother, did you perhaps take something from us? Qi, looking at Bo Gu's smiling face, said, oh, is that so? If it weren't for me, the American continent would still be under Yu's occupation, wouldn't it? That being the case, isn't it true that all your regional research institutes owe me a favor? So what if I took one crystal? Saying this, Qi burst into laughter, stepping forward, patting Bo Gu on the shoulder, and smiled, saying, don't you agree? Bo Gu nodded and said, yes, fine, what you say makes perfect sense. Thus, all of us owe you a favor. Haha, alright, come in and let's talk about the main matter. Qi paused for a moment and said, hold on, it seems you haven't given me the supplies yet, have you? Bo Gu froze for a moment and said, laughing, haha, good, very good, that's all easily arranged. Right now, I'll send someone to take you to retrieve the supplies. Saying this, Bo Gu took out a walkie-talkie to summon a servant to handle the task. An hour later, Bo Gu looked at Qi sitting across from him with a wry smile and said, Mr. Qi, even though we have many supplies here, I'm somewhat overwhelmed by you. Qi hee smiled and said, alright, don't mind these trifles. You still owe me much more. Alright, let's talk about the pathogen situation. Bo Gu nodded and said, here's the thing. According to our analysis, we've developed a serum which, when injected via an intravenous needle, has an 85% chance of working. Of course, give us 2 more days, and we can increase this success rate by another 5%. Qi nodded and said, I believe that. But I am curious. Surely you must know the tough surface of the pathogen. It's probably impenetrable even to bullets. How do you plan to inject the serum inside? And since zombie blood doesn't flow, how can you ensure the serum will work throughout every part of the zombie's body? Bo Gu smiled faintly and said, that's simple. Some of our researchers are game ability users. We've saved some gold coins and bought several special syringes, solving the injection problem. As for ensuring the serum's effectiveness, we can guarantee it because it's not traditional medication, but rather a kind of biomicroorganism we've researched. This microorganism destroys the molecules within zombies to completely eliminate the pathogen. Xixiang nodded and said, all right, I understand. However, I'm curious, will the remaining zombies recover after the pathogen dies? Bogu nodded and said, yes, we've already developed the medication, and it is feasible. As long as the zombie's strength doesn't exceed that of a commanding zombie, we can make them recover, even commanding zombies. And for those beyond the level of lordly zombies, we have medication too. However, in such cases, we would need more powerful psychics to inject the serum one-on-one. Saying this, Bogu paused and added, I know you also want to ask about the damage to the zombies, such as missing arms and legs. It's actually very simple. We started studying zombies to research death and resurrection of life. The research topic on limb regeneration was completed and succeeded long ago with very low cost. Don't look at me like that. We didn't promote it before because there were many social opinions and other issues. But now, with no government around, all those problems don't exist anymore. Xixiang nodded and said, what will happen to the world once they are restored? Bogu smiled and said, we've already planned everything. The management layer will consist of research institutes and the remnants of the government. Each area will have its own management structure. Those without research institutes or government remnants will be directly taken over by the nearest forces. As for the Americas, let them survive or perish on their own for a few years. Once we're ready, we'll deal with them. Pausing for a moment, Bogu continued. In fact, recovery and reconstruction is quite simple. First, our technology hasn't been lost. Second, research institutes can employ many technologies beyond your previous understanding to restore things. Third, we've already begun recruiting restorative psychics, such as nature-based psychics. So, recovery and reconstruction will be simple and easy. It's just a matter of time. Chapter 332, Search, Part 1. Xixiang nodded and said, yeah, what you said makes sense, but how can you ensure that these things will come true? Moreover, with so many mutants now, what should be done about them in the future? Bogu smiled and replied, if mutants can appear, they can also disappear. That's our job. Also, how to guarantee that these matters will come true? I'm sorry, I cannot provide such a verbal assurance. We can only enforce it with iron fists. As he spoke, Bogu clenched his fist and continued, my wife and child also perished in this calamity. Don't you think I want the world to return to normal? Xixiang nodded again and asked, then why is the mastermind of this disaster still at large until now? Bogu bitterly smiled and answered, do you think I want him to be free? But it's the Yellow Emperor region's issue. Even though we've jointly filed complaints, the fact remains that this guy has control over core zombie technology, which is critical for zombie research. Moreover, you might not know this, but everyone in our institute has had many successful inventions, along with many failed ones. Our actions have always been a process of balancing merits and faults. This includes me, as I once caused an epidemic, albeit one that was quickly controlled. Xixiang seemed thirsty and picked up a glass of water nearby, drinking a little before saying, sometimes I wonder, is it really good that people like you are entrusted with such advanced technology? It clearly isn't beneficial right now. Speaking further, Xixiang gripped his fist and remarked, if everything you say can come true, then even without your methods, I have the strength to eliminate the pathogen myself. Bogu nodded and agreed. I believe you do have that power, but let's use our way instead. It would entail fewer costs. He stood up and concluded, all right, go take a rest now, and I need to supervise the current research process. Xixiang nodded and replied, is it the same room from last time? I understand. With that, Xixiang walked toward the exit. Bogu looked after him and chuckled, asking Alice, do you think choosing him is reliable? The electronic voice responded, Bogu, you're still the same old person. But my database indicates there's an ancient saying in the Yellow Emperor country that you may want to hear. Interested, Bogu exclaimed, oh, what is it? Alice stated, when employing someone, don't doubt them. When doubting someone, don't employ them. After hearing these words, Bogu pondered a moment and laughed. Haha, indeed. When employing someone, don't doubt them. When doubting someone, don't employ them. I start to admire the wisdom of the ancients from the Yellow Emperor region, especially regarding human nature. They were absolute experts. With that, Bogu left the room and headed to the lab currently researching antidotes against the pathogen. Meanwhile, Xixiang arrived at Che Dan's quarters and found him engrossed in some research. Approaching him, Xixiang patted Che Dan's shoulder and joked, what are you so absorbed in studying? Unbeknownst to Xixiang, the sudden touch startled Che Dan enough to unleash a moon slice attack directly towards him. Fortunately, Xixiang dodged swiftly. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare claim survival even from this blow. Exhaling deeply to calm himself, Xixiang glanced at the crack left on the wall behind him and exclaimed, dude Che Dan, are you so jealous that I got a girlfriend while yours isn't here? You've developed a hatred for me or something? Calm down, man. Seriously, this is absurd. Do you actually want to kill me? Speaking further, Xixiang grabbed Che Dan by the neck and shook him, demanding, talk. Struggling to breathe, Che Dan managed, let me go first. Finally releasing him, Xixiang asked irritably, what's wrong with you, pal? Che Dan scratched his head sheepishly, offering a smile. What can I say? You interrupted me while I was conducting research. It's the most crucial time, and naturally, any disturbance leads me to think an enemy has appeared. Xixiang nodded gruffly, his face darkened as he demanded, can you explain what kind of life-threatening study nearly killed me? Che Dan shyly said, this is their completed research result, based on the regenerative abilities of lizards and earthworms. It's a study on reconstructing severed limbs, and it's already a successful research project. Isn't it amazing? I was thinking if it could be modified to make the reconstructed limb more similar to the original human one. The success of this project makes the reconstituted limbs stronger than before, which lowers compatibility and may even lead to some people cutting off their own limbs just to enhance their physical strength using this technology. That's not good at all. Such research results should be applied in medicine rather than in human modification. Do you understand what I mean, Xiang? Qi Xiang nodded and replied, yeah, I understand. All right, let me take a look with you. Saying that, Qi Xiang approached the research table. It's worth mentioning that because this was the European Research Institute's headquarters, every room had a research table for studies. None were purely guest rooms. Both Qi Xiang and Che Dan had high IQs. Moreover, Qi Xiang's knowledge of biology surpassed Che Dan's. Although Che Dan had completed several research goals in the Yanhuang District Laboratory, his insight into this topic paled in comparison to Qi Xiang's. Qi Xiang spent an hour mastering the essence of this subject, and then pointed out issues that Che Dan hadn't noticed yet, followed by further study. The two thus became engrossed in their research, spending 2 full days continuously studying without rest. During this time, Bo Gu and others came by multiple times, especially Bo Gu and Uncle Da, wanting to discuss countermeasures against the pathogen with Qi Xiang, but they were both turned away. Lin Xiaoyang also visited to hang out with them, but this request was denied as well. Even Bing Yu was only allowed to watch quietly without disturbing the two. She eventually left due to boredom. On a side note, Zhao Yang also dropped by. He wanted to bring up his weapon situation with Qi Xiang, who paused his research briefly to say, lately, things have been busy. I'll help you find it when there's an opportunity. Qi Xiang found various excuses to dismiss Zhao Yang. It could be said that Qi Xiang and Che Dan were very similar personalities, making them childhood friends since young, possibly due to their family's relations. Growing up in the same environment made them alike in many aspects, except appearance, of course. After dismissing Zhao Yang, Qi Xiang continued his focus, and the two remained deeply engaged in research. None of the interruptions had swayed their concentration. Chapter 333 Search, Part 2. It is likely that if it weren't for Bogu personally coming to inform the two that they were to set out to deal with the pathogen, they would not have finished this research without reaching a conclusion. Even so, as the two walked toward the meeting room, they kept discussing matters related to their research. This persistent spirit, though Bogu had already grown accustomed to it. After all, this was the European Research Institute, with many such research enthusiasts, still proved somewhat unbearable when it came to Qi Xiang and Che Dan. Finally, upon entering the meeting room, Bogu finally had a reason to interrupt the two. Watching them sit down, Bogu cleared his throat lightly and said, after you two resolve this matter, I will dispatch a research team to assist your research. But can you listen now? Looking at the two who were still engaged in discussion, Bogu clearly showed signs of frustration, pounding the table and shouting, will the two of you listen to me? However, Bogu immediately regretted making that gesture because Qi Xiang and Che Dan simultaneously swung their hands, releasing Moon Shadow Slash and Shadow Slash respectively, two attacks of similar appearance but completely different in nature, that shot straight towards Bogu. Bogu dodged to the side just in time. Looking at the extent of destruction to the wall behind him, Bogu wiped the sweat from his brow and said, so, can we begin now? Qi Xiang and Che Dan nodded and said, yeah, we can. With that, the two looked at Bogu, though Bogu, who had just narrowly escaped their attacks, was somewhat fearful. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said, our research is complete, with a success rate that has reached 90%, a very high number indeed, which I believe the two of you should understand. Qi Xiang nodded and said, yeah, achieving such a high success rate without conducting experiments on the target's main body is truly impressive. Bogu nodded and said, yes, but now there's another issue. While we do know the general location of the pathogen, it's an ancient tomb in the Yahuang region. We've heard about some tombs in your area. Some are practically miracles, so we prefer not to go into any ancient tombs of yours. Therefore, please understand. Qi Xiang nodded, took the tablet Bogu handed over, and looking at the place displayed on it, smiled and said, Che Dan, isn't this place in Yunnan? Che Dan nodded and said, if it's a tomb in Yunnan, it must be in Miaojin territory. There are always various legends surrounding it, and it seems your decision was correct. Qi Xiang nodded and said, all right, prepare the necessary supplies, tools, and means of transportation. We set off in 3 days. As he spoke, Qi Xiang and Che Dan stood up and walked toward the exit, leaving no doubt that they were heading back to study the yet unfinished topic, since before even stepping outside the meeting room, they had already begun arguing again. 3 days later, with everything prepared, Qi Xiang and his team were ready to depart. This time, apart from Group 1's 6 members, all 7 of Qi Xiang's group would be fully mobilized. This time, Qi Xiang stated it would be the moment to test everyone's training results. Qi Xiang and the others directly arrived at the nearest place capable of accommodating a helicopter landing near the ancient tomb, a primary school playground in a small village, which was also the closest place with level ground. As they disembarked from the helicopter and surveyed the surroundings, Qi Xiang slightly frowned. The environment here was poor, the village roads were uneven, and large forest areas surrounded the entire village. Strangely enough, no sign of zombies could be seen in the village. Qi Xiang realized this wasn't a good omen since this was a populated village, not an abandoned one, but lacked both zombies and humans. That only indicated something peculiar was going on here. Additionally, this being in Yunnan, Qi Xiang had heard numerous legends about the Miao people, which naturally made him more cautious by instinct. Nevertheless, cautious as he might be, Qi Xiang still needed to accomplish the mission. Since Bogu only provided the approximate location of the tomb, Qi Xiang and the group had to locate the entrance themselves, a challenging task indeed. Knowing only the rough location and not where the entrance lies meant either excavating a pit directly above the tomb or, like professional tomb raiders, taking some time to find the entrance, an especially arduous task for novices like Qi Xiang's group. However, Qi Xiang had no intention of directly blowing up the tomb, as he believed such an act might result in undesirable consequences. This notion stemmed not merely from his logical thinking, but from his subconscious intuition. Qi Xiang looked at the deep mountains and old forests and said, "Let's go." It seems like this job won't be easy. As he spoke, Qi Xiang took out an axe for clearing paths, not the Minglongwen, king of hell's scythe, but the axe. It wasn't that Qi Xiang thought using the scythe would be overkill. Rather, he had a constant feeling that large-scale destruction here could lead to something unpleasant. Qi Xiang didn't know why he felt this way, but he chose to trust his subconscious. Qi Xiang said, "Let's go," then headed into the forest. Chaidan also mochit ly, in unison, took out the axe. As for Bogu, Datu, and Xiaoyang, since they didn't have convenient weapons, they had no choice but to choose the axe as well. Lin Xiaoyang and Bing Yue, being the two young girls, didn't need to do these things. They only needed to follow closely behind. While cutting through the brush and looking at the map in his hand, Qi Xiang said, "According to our current pace, we'll reach the location of the ancient tomb in about 2 hours. I just don't know how long it will take us to find the entrance when we get there." Chaidan looked at the brambles ahead and complained, "I really don't understand why the ancients were so stubborn. The tomb is so far from the village. Was it convenient for them to dig the tomb back then?" Qi Xiang said, "Chaidan, you just don't get it. This tomb seems to belong to a great Miao tribal high priest, and the original site of the tomb was once a village. According to some instructions from the high priest, the villagers turned their old village into a tomb and added many plants around it on top of what was already dense forest to block intruders. Then, before we arrived at the village, they established a new one nearby and became the guardians of the high priest's tomb." Chaidan nodded and said, "Oh, so that's how it is. This high priest was truly remarkable, still managing to make so many people willingly work for him even after death." Qi Xiang chuckled and said, "Of course, priests in ancient times were quite a powerful profession." Chapter 334 Search, Part 3. Chaidan said, "I know this much, but do you think it's interesting? We can't even find the entrance to the tomb anymore, right?" Qi Xiang bitterly smiled and replied, "There's nothing we can do. Let's just perform a thorough search like sweeping a carpet over this area." Chaidan nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it seems there's no other option." With that, Chaidan released all the zombies, and Qi Xiang unleashed Dasika's 3 beasts. As for the alligator turtle and the giant dragon, Qi Xiang didn't believe they'd be of much practical help for the search. Of course, this carpet-style search wasn't reliant on just Qi Xiang's and other summoned creatures. The rest of the group mostly had only one summoning beast at best. Zhao Yang didn't even have one, and Dashu's Ankylosaurus wasn't suitable for searching here. So, the main force of this search unexpectedly became Lin Xiaoyang. Her ability to create spirit duplicates now turned out to be an incredibly powerful skill. Thus, Lin Xiaoyang stayed behind, dispatching her mental projections with her spirit energy, while Bo Gu remained by her side to protect her. The rest split into individual groups looking for the entrance to the ancient tomb. Qi Xiang stared at the mountain forest and sighed. Having no idea where to start, he picked a direction and started walking towards it. In this manner, after half a day of searching, Qi Xiang and his companions still hadn't found anything, and the entire area had already been combed through by them. When everyone gathered again, Qi Xiang rubbed his chin and said, "Hey, it seems this method isn't working. Let me try something else." He sat cross-legged and let his spiritual energy spread out, searching for any possible clues. Suddenly, Qi Xiang's eyebrows shot up. Before anyone could react, he had already rushed off. After 2 minutes, when the others were chasing after Qi Xiang, panting and exhausted, Qi Xiang came back carrying a young man in his hand. The youth was dressed in traditional Miao attire, looking lively, but his expression was full of anger as he shouted curses. "You blasphemous bastards! You will end up dying terribly. The priest will take revenge for me." Hearing this, Qi Xiang patted the young man's head and said, "Dude, are you done yet? You've been yelling nonstop since I grabbed you. Do you really think I won't kill you?" Saying this, Qi Xiang placed the scythe of Hades against the man's neck. But Qi Xiang hadn't expected this action to make the man even more furious, shouting, "If you're capable, go ahead and kill me. If you don't dare, then you're a coward. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Qi Xiang muttered under his breath, "Crazy," before throwing the man to the ground and saying, "This guy is what I captured earlier, Dashu. You used to be a special forces soldier. Interrogate him." Dashu nodded, went forward, and dragged the bound man further away. As Dashu disappeared, Qi Xiang recounted the events earlier. He had used his spiritual energy to detect a living being around. Qi Xiang couldn't understand how well hidden the person was, escaping from everyone's eyes, but not his spiritual awareness. He immediately rushed over and apprehended him precisely. Seeing the clothing and grooming of the man, Qi Xiang realized this person must surely be one of the tomb guards in this area. However, once captured, instead of yielding, the man directly began cursing, leaving Qi Xiang extremely angry. After eating a meal, Dashu finally walked over dragging the man. This time, unlike before, the ropes binding the man were gone. But the man now bore a face filled with piety, and his gaze towards Qi Xiang and the others contained newfound reverence. Confused, Qi Xiang and his team stared at the man, while Dashu chuckled. "All right, this young man knows our identity now, so there's no need to keep things hidden from him. I've already explained the purpose of our journey to him. He agrees to serve as our guide and assist us in eliminating the wicked high priest. The Shu winked knowingly at everyone. The man then apologized. Forgive my ignorance before. I did not realize all of you were embodiments of celestial beings. I vow to help you eliminate the high priest. Qi Xiang nodded approvingly. Great. This shows real enlightenment, young man. Then, he spoke seriously, lead the way. The youth nodded and took the lead while Qi Xiang sidled up to the Shu and quietly asked, impressive work, the Shu. Tell me how you managed this. At this moment, Che Dan also leaned in, perking up his ears to hear what the Shu would say. The Shu gave a faint smile and said, in our previous missions, we also encountered similar situations. Pretending to be gods worked when our military identity did not. It seems these people believe in nothing but the divine. Qi Xiang nodded, saying, hey, your methods are really ingenious. I must say, experience truly does count for a lot. The Shu smiled modestly, replying, heh, I'm not that amazing. The youth led Qi Xiang's group out of the mountain forest and into a house in the village. Inside, he opened up an underground passage, stating, please enter. This is the channel leading into the ancient tomb of the high priest. Qi Xiang looked at the tunnel and said, no wonder we couldn't find the entrance before, it's here all along. Continuing, Qi Xiang said, all right, let's continue forward. The youth nodded and then led Qi Xiang and the others further inside. As they ventured deeper, the width and height of the passage increased significantly. Just as Qi Xiang and the others marveled at the prowess of the ancients, several youths dressed like the guides suddenly rushed out. Azuna, how dare you bring outsiders here? Don't you know this is the tomb of our great ancestor, the high priest? You've brought strangers here. Do you want to die? A voice sounded, with multiple spears pointed at Qi Xiang's group. The leading youth said, Azuna, I know you must have been deceived by them, right? If you fight against them, I will plead with the elder to lighten your punishment. Azuna looked at the youth in front of him and said, Nio, these are celestial incarnations who have come here to help us eliminate that high priest, who is actually an embodiment of evil. Let us pass quickly. I still need to inform the elders about this matter. Nio sighed and said, I wish you were just being misled by them. With that, Nio waved his hand, commanding, seize them. Chapter 335, Search for. As Azuna watched his clansmen rushing over to try and grab the group, he was just about to flee but then suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly shouted, hold your fire. It turned out that Azuna's shout was right on time because Qi Xiang only retracted his murderous intent after hearing the sentence. Using grappling martial arts, he dislocated the arms of those who rushed forward. He merely stripped them of their ability to fight without taking their lives. After all, it would have been much simpler for the current Qi Xiang to let the enemies die than to simply incapacitate them. Azuna looked at the tribespeople lying on the ground crying out in agony and knew that Qi Xiang had held back. Turning his head, he muttered a thanks, then looked at Nio before saying, Nio, did you see that? That is the power of an immortal. What more do you have to say? Nio snorted coldly and said, such strength might make him nothing more than a brute warrior. In front of our high priest, he is utterly unremarkable. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Nio raised the long spear in his hand and prepared to charge forward into battle. Qi Xiang also emitted a faint white glow as he coldly snorted. Are you really considering attacking again? I don't want any more unnecessary casualties. As he spoke, along with Qi Xiang, the others also began emitting different glows. Bo Ji's purple light, Da Shu's green light, Bing Yu's blue light, Lin Xiaoyang's yellow light, Zhao Yang's silver light, and Che Dan's red light respectively represented the purple of spatial power, the green of alchemical abilities, the blue of ice power, the earth-affiliated force of multiplication showing as yellow, Zhao Yang's innate silver power from his home world, and finally Che Dan's red light, as the summoner's professional glow. Watching Qi Xiang and the rest emit their respective glows, Nio dropped the long spear in his hand and fell to his knees, exclaiming, gods! These are gods! Even those whose arms were dislocated by Qi Xiang and were in agonizing pain knelt down and worshipped simultaneously. And even Azuna was no exception. Qi Xiang looked at these people, all of whom had been indoctrinated from a young age with the concept of deities, and none of whom had yet come into contact with superpowered individuals. Thus, the display of abilities by Qi Xiang and his group fit perfectly with their inner fantasies. While walking forward, Qi Xiang continued speaking. Azuna, you lead the way ahead, the rest go back and heal yourselves. I've already said, I don't want anyone to get hurt. With that, Qi Xiang followed Azuna towards the interior, and after they left, these men gradually got up and reattached their companions' arms. Nio sighed as he watched Qi Xiang and the group walk inside, murmuring, One of his comrades approached and asked, Nio, why the sigh? Nio chuckled bitterly. Yes, those guys may be skilled, but they are not gods. Precisely speaking, there are no gods. Our high priest is not one either. They are merely a kind of special human. Looks like they belong to the same kind too. And some time ago, our high priest met a monstrous entity. By coincidence, I saw it. That monster's form looked somewhat human, but it was covered with bizarre skin. To avoid attention, that creature was shrouded in a large cloak. If it weren't for a lucky chance, I wouldn't have seen that scene. Another companion gasped in surprise. What? The high priest didn't die? Nio nodded, replying, yes, though this secret is known only to a few within our tribe, so keep quiet about it. Nio's comrade nodded. Oh, I see. Then why are you sighing? Nio glanced at the tunnel leading inside and replied, I'm sighing because the faith of our tribe's elders will probably crumble this time. And these newcomers' faith too. Let's clean up and tell everyone to evacuate. Take away as many people as we can. Let the immortals fight among themselves while we mere mortals find a place to hide. Saying that, Neo stood up to pack his belongings. His companion also agreed to carry out the task. Though unclear about the specifics, his trust in Neo made him feel confident in doing what Neo suggested. Slightly moving his ears, Qi listened to Neo's words outside. A slight smirk appeared on his face as he realized his goal was drawing closer step by step. At this point, Azuna looked excitedly at Qi and his group and asked, "You guys are truly incredible. Can you teach me how to make my body emit a glow?" Qi responded with a hum. "Haven't there been anyone in your village who has exhibited any special abilities or gone through any major changes?" Azuna scratched the back of his head and said, "Oh yes. Some people in our village have exhibited symptoms of madness. The Great Elder sent a group to eliminate them and then had their bodies burned before leading us here. But from time to time, 1 or 2 people are taken away by the elders for special training. Now, there aren't many young men left in the tribe, while the elderly, women, and children are hiding in a hidden chamber here." Qi nodded and said, "I understand." Azuna looked at Qi and asked, "By the way, honored immortal, you said you're here to destroy the high priest. But hasn't he already died?" Qi chuckled softly and said, "Dead? Do you really believe that so easily?" As he spoke, Qi glanced ahead and continued, "What if it's just a lie?" Azuna wanted to say something but stopped himself and could only lead Qi and the others forward toward where the great elders were. Che Dan observed the passageway and said, "Azuna, is the defense here limited to that group we saw earlier? It seems rather lax." Azuna heard Che Dan's words and proudly explained, "Immortal, don't underestimate this place. The old and weak are safe in the hidden chambers and need not worry about intruders. If anyone breaks in, Neo will notify those inside. Earlier, they just recognized me, and your divine glow subdued them, so no alarm was raised. Otherwise, the guardians of the Elder Council would have already appeared." Che Dan nodded, pointing ahead and asking, "The Elder Council you mentioned, are they these people coming now?" Ahead lay a corner, but as though confirming Che Dan's words, a group of people suddenly emerged around the corner, each wielding different weapons. Azuna immediately recognized all of them. They were those who had been summoned away by the Elder Council for training. Looking at them, Azuna laughed. "Haha, you guys have been locked up for training for too long. It's been quite a while since we last met." Chapter 336, High Priest, Part 1. However, the people on the opposite side paid no attention to Zhu. Each of their faces was painted with red patterns, similar to ancient war tattoos, and their eyes lacked any hint of fighting spirit, but instead radiated a cold, killing intent, as if they were born solely for slaughter, not random massacre, but targeted killing. Looking at them, Qi said, "Zhu, I don't care if they were your good friends before, but today, they might have to die here because their minds are no longer those of normal people, whether it's brainwashing or something else. They've now become killing machines. Sorry, our list of targets may have to include them in addition to the High Priest." Qi wasn't lying with this statement, but he did have his own motives. If they tried to subdue these people, even Qi could feel the pressure. Their priority was to push forward quickly, otherwise, whether it was the unknown High Priest or the pathogens, either could pose a great threat to them. Thus, Qi decided to take the initiative. Upon hearing Qi words, Zhu paused and said, "Esteemed one, can we first incapacitate them and then try to save them?" Qi shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't work." As he spoke, he moved forward. With each step of Qi, the warriors reacted as though triggered by some mechanism, immediately springing into action. Each one lifted their weapons and rushed toward Qi. A powerful killing intent spread immediately, and even Qi and his companions felt the immense pressure. Meanwhile, Zhu had been so frightened by the heavy aura of violence that she fell to the ground, watching in terror as her former tribal companions had transformed into beings exuding such overwhelming malice. She didn't know what kind of special training these partners must have undergone to become like this, but she started to believe Qi words. Perhaps they indeed needed to be eliminated in order to cleanse this malevolence from them. Seeing the movement of the opponents, Qi made no move yet, instead retrieving the Lord of the Underworld's magic sickle. Instantly, a chilling aura appeared, along with a strong combatant energy that confronted the opposite side. Not exactly just the killing intent emanating from Qi weapon, it was more like a blend of various negative energies, a mixture of bloodthirsty rage, malevolence, ferocity, resentment, and all other hellish energies combined. This was the essence of the Underworld Lord. As the two different energies collided, the one being purely the strongest form of murderous intent clashed with the other, an undercurrent of mixed dark forces from the nether realms. There was no sign of merging between the two forces. Rather, they seemed to intensify each party's readiness to fight. It was like two fierce tigers encountering each other, roaring, glaring, and preparing for a life or death battle. Right at this moment, the situation involving Qi and these people was akin to a prelude to conflict. The metallic clashing sounds of weapons colliding marked the beginning of a violent fight. Even though Qi was alone, the formidable strength coupled with his potent weapon, the Lord of the Underworld's magic sickle, along with many other hidden abilities, gave him absolute confidence. However, the opponents possessed more than just an intense murderous intent. These individuals who had been regular folks just months ago now possessed remarkable power. Qi guessed that each of them held at least a level 54 prowess. Combined with their bizarre weapons, their combat capabilities had grown even stronger. Qi let out a cold snort and said, "Do you really think this level of strength is sufficient?" It seems that both the supposed high priest and the pathogen lack talent. As he said this, Qi Xiang charged forward, his magic sickle emitting purple light that radiated a chilling sensation felt by everyone present. Due to the disparity in strength, each individual experienced this feeling differently. For Zhu, the weakest person there, it felt like stepping into hell. Despite the brief pause shown by the warriors' bodies, they resumed their attacks immediately. However, even that small hesitation was enough for Qi Xiang. A flicker of sharp insight passed through Qi Xiang's eyes, and with a sweep of the Lord of the Underworld's magic sickle, 3 enemies were instantly hurled away. Following this opening, Qi Xiang attacked fiercely, his sickle spinning furiously, sending enemies flying back one after another. This battle had lost all its suspense. Roar! A wild roar echoed from within the passage, startling Qi Xiang. His acute senses told him that the owner of this voice far surpassed his own strength, and Qi Xiang could speculate that this entity was likely the pathogen itself. Still, Qi Xiang knew that retreat was not an option since they had come this far. It was impossible to turn back now. Qi Xiang roared in anger, the purple light from the Lord of the Underworld's magic sickle blazing brightly. His attack speed had tripled compared to before, blood splattering everywhere. The individuals, who originally possessed formidable strength, were now being thrown out one by one under Qi Xiang's fierce assault. Their throats slashed open, they turned into bloody figures. However, this sudden burst of power placed a considerable burden on Qi Xiang. After all, Qi Xiang's original speed was already fast. Now that it had tripled, the energy consumption wasn't simply additive, but rather multiplied. Panting heavily, Qi Xiang unleashed the devouring flame, absorbing those bodies to restore some of his stamina. Looking toward the passage ahead, Qi Xiang said, "Let's go. It seems like someone inside can't wait anymore." Yes, during this time, the roar of anger inside had never ceased. Zhu had almost fainted from fear long ago. If not for the belief that he was among deities, he would have passed out much earlier. Now hearing Qi Xiang's words, Zhu showed some signs of hesitation. Though his faith drove him to serve the deities, essentially Qi Xiang, and these quasi-deities, truthfully, his instincts were warning him not to proceed further. Things would go awry. Uncle Da noticed Zhu seemed ready to retreat, smiled, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Zhu, if you're scared, just say so. You can leave. Escorting us here has already fulfilled your mission." Hearing Uncle Da's words, Zhu suddenly felt no fear. His tone grew firm as he said, "No, what am I afraid of? Being able to serve you is an experience my descendants and I will boast about forever. I must complete this journey entirely. I am the bravest warrior." Uncle Da nodded approvingly and said, "Good, the bravest warrior. But if things get dangerous, come stand by me and Brother Bo." As he spoke, Uncle Da pointed at Brother Bo, who then turned around and flashed Zhu a gentle smile. Zhu nodded vigorously, replying, "All right, I understand." New paragraph starts here. Chapter 337, The High Priest, Part 2. A black figure slowly emerged from inside. The creature had a humanoid body, but it looked nothing like a human. It was covered in scales, and its limbs had transformed into claws. If you had to categorize them, they would be dragon claws. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on them, and its throat moved as if it were the one making that sound. Qi Xiang glanced at it, and said, "Yes, this is the pathogen." Upon hearing Qi Xiang's words, everyone including Che Dan was shocked, because there was no indicator provided by the game system over this pathogen's head this time. However, since Qi Xiang spoke so confidently, it must be due to the aura radiating from the pathogen. Looking at the pathogen in front of them, Qi Xiang and the others couldn't help but feel how drastically it had changed. They were improving, and clearly, the pathogen was also progressing. No, more accurately, evolving. Qi Xiang still remembered the previous encounter with the pathogen. Though it was strong then, its appearance looked frail, at least weak enough to make people feel insecure, of course, when they didn't sense its presence. But now, judging by its appearance alone, the pathogen already looked formidable. What kind of person has disturbed this old man? An elderly voice rang out. Though not loud, it entered their ears clearly, completely unaffected by the pathogen's roar. Listening to the voice, Qi Xiang narrowed his eyes slightly as Dan energy began flowing throughout his entire body. Qi Xiang did this to keep his body cells as active as possible so he could perform better during the ensuing battle. Not only was it the pathogen that made him act this way, but also the owner of the elderly voice. A figure dressed in a black cloak emerged. He was hunched over, an aged right hand gripping a wooden staff that appeared ordinary. Yet, both the staff and the aura emanating from the elder made it hard for Qi Xiang and his companions to underestimate him. The elder removed his cloak, revealing his face. It was extremely aged, appearing at least over 100 years old. However, Qi Xiang and the others knew that this individual was likely the high priest, a centuries-old or even millennia-old monster. Seeing Azu, the elder smiled with amusement and said, "Oh, isn't this one of my clan's descendants? How about it? Are you here to assist outsiders in attacking your ancestor?" Azu looked at the elder, then at the pathogen, and for some reason, summoned the courage to say, "No, although you're our ancestor, you've fallen to the dark side. The helper beside you is proof of this. These celestial beings have come to eliminate you." The pathogen suddenly stopped roaring and laughed, saying, "Ha! This is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard. A bunch of freaks with abilities generated from spatial overlap actually dare to call themselves celestial beings. Haha, Gaisai, you've been cultivating for over 1,000 years and haven't called yourself a celestial being yet, but these youngsters do. Isn't that funny?" The elder referred to as Gaisai chuckled and replied, "Don't say that. Aren't you just a failure from an experiment? Only now have you grown stronger. But looking at these young ones, their power might truly surpass mine, despite my cultivation spanning over 1,000 years. Truly impressive. As Gaisai emphasized his last sentence, Qi Xiang and the others suddenly felt dizzy. Azu fainted outright, collapsing on the ground, her condition unclear. Gaisai smirked and said, "Seems like you're not much either. Perhaps I don't need to lift a finger." The pathogen nodded and said, "Yes, strengthening my body was quite the hassle this time. Let me test just how powerful my current form really is." With that, the pathogen took a step forward, an ordinary-looking step, but left a crater on the ground. This caused Qi Xiang and the others to reassess the pathogen's strength. The pathogen exhaled deeply and declared, "If you surrender now, I might consider letting you go in one piece. Don't wait until I take action." Che Dan scoffed disdainfully and said, "TSK, you zombie pretending to intimidate us humans is useless." The pathogen let out a cold snort and replied, "Is that so? Then let's see who's bluffing here and who can back it up." With that, the pathogen suddenly leapt off the ground, charging forward. Its right claw, not hand, grabbed, distorting space itself. Its target was none other than Qi Xiang. The pathogen breathed heavily and announced, "If you surrender now, I might leave your corpse intact. Don't wait until I get serious." Che Dan scoffed disdainfully, stating, "Ha, you undead creature still pretends with human-like tactics. It's meaningless." As he said this, Che Dan signaled, and Uncle De stepped forward, hoisting the unconscious Azu onto his shoulder. The pathogen snorted coldly, replying, "Is that so? Let's find out if I'm bluffing or if you truly have what it takes." With that, the pathogen suddenly launched off the ground, dashing forward. Its right claw, not hand, reached out, warping space as its aim locked onto Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang raised the Miangmen, King of Hell's scythe, charging forward as the malevolent energy surged through his entire body, flowing into the King of Hell's scythe. The same source energy provided the scythe with its maximum enhancement. At the same time, 8 flesh bumps bulged on Qi Xiang's back, and from them emerged the Shuan, bloodthirsty demon scythes. 8 blood-red spider-like spears instantly amplified Qi Xiang's aura. When the pathogen's claw clashed with Qi Xiang's bloodthirsty demon scythes, black and purple lights intertwined, and an enormous collision of energy produced an effect where extremes reversed each other, canceling out all the energy, leaving behind only pure force. This single blow caused the pathogen to retreat 3 steps, while Qi Xiang flew several meters before landing to steady himself. In just one strike, the massive disparity in strength between the two became evident. The pathogen gave a cold snort and said, "Is this all you've got? You're really disappointing me. Our last encounter wasn't this wide of a gap in power. Looks like you've been slacking." Qi Xiang spat and replied, "So what if you're the so-called pathogen, the undead boss? That's all there is to it. Looks like I'm going to win this time." As he spoke, Qi Xiang charged again. Seeing Qi Xiang's actions, the pathogen smirked disdainfully and once more confronted him. As for Che Dan and others, they had already set off according to their plan, heading to deal with the High Priest Gaisai. They knew long ago that the pathogen was only capable of fighting Qi Xiang one-on-one. Anyone else stepping in would only interfere with the battle. This was Qi Xiang's fight against the pathogen. But when it came to dealing with Gaisai, the group could all go together and gang up on him. Bo Gu and Deshu remained stationary, with Deshu tending to the unconscious Azu while Bo Gu erected a protective barrier to shield both of them. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Bo Gu stood ready to provide support for either side of the battle at any moment. Thus began a fierce fight inside a tomb. At this very moment, Azu's clan members each felt an inexplicable unease and started praying. Meanwhile, calamities began to strike Earth due to the side effects of the spatial overlap finally taking their full effect. Chapter 338, High Priest, Part 3. Qi Xiang's death god scythe continuously swung in his hand, but the pathogen didn't seem to be in a hurry to directly confront Qi Xiang. Instead, it dodged while saying, "Human, do you know that I was once human too?" Qi Xiang snorted and said, "So what? Don't tell me you want to be human again." The pathogen chuckled disdainfully and said, "Huh, you're quite amusing. Anyway, do you know why I became like this?" Qi Xiang replied, "Wasn't it because you underwent research for some reason?" The pathogen laughed slightly, as if mocking Qi Xiang's words. Then, the pathogen spoke a shocking sentence. "I was forced by the Institute." Qi Xiang hesitated, his body pausing for a moment. Originally, the pathogen could have taken advantage of this pause to attack Qi Xiang, but he didn't. Normally, Qi Xiang's psychological state in battle was very high, and such a basic mistake should have been impossible. However, it happened. The reason was that Qi Xiang had long suspected the Institute of doing this kind of thing, but this time hearing it from the pathogen's mouth made it completely different. Qi Xiang quickly resumed attacking while asking, "Then, what do you mean by that?" The pathogen smiled and said, "You hesitated, which means you were thinking. Let me tell you honestly, the Institute has done a lot of contributions for humanity, but do you know why they can't appear openly?" Qi Xiang said, "If I knew, would I let you babble here?" The pathogen said, Is this how humans ask others for information, by hitting them while questioning? Fine, consider it my own fault since you're someone I've chosen. I'll tell you then." "Hold on." Qi Xiang interrupted the pathogen. "What do you mean someone you've chosen?" The pathogen grinned and said, "We'll talk about that later. First, let me tell you about the Institute. The reason why the Institute can't be known to the public is because they simply can't be accepted by the masses. They can only conduct deals with a few higher-ups in human society. Even so, these higher-ups have strong objections to many of the Institute's practices, but But due to the Institute's power and its ability to provide useful things regularly, not to mention helping them out in critical moments, they turn a blind eye. For instance, 2 years ago, during the Great Flu outbreak, it was the Institute who produced the vaccine. After a brief pause, the pathogen continued. But they are certainly no good people. Of course, they aren't bad people either. They're just a group of insane scientists without any limits or humanity. Discussing morality, ethics, or law with them is utterly useless. All they care about is making their scientific projects successful, even if those projects might bring catastrophic disasters upon humanity. Take me, for example. Initially, I was nothing more than an ordinary IT guy, but I fit their requirements as a carrier of a pathogen. I guess I should have been happy, being 1 in 10,000. But precisely because of this body type, I became the monstrous form you see now, a neither human nor ghost-like entity hated by everyone. Speaking of this, the pathogen suddenly exerted force, pushing Qi Xiang back and shouted, "Do you know how long it took me to regain my original consciousness?" Holding his chest, Qi Xiang responded, "How would I know?" The pathogen bitterly laughed. "It took me a very long time to grow into a high-level zombie, and then regain my consciousness. But the memories from the time when I was a zombie are still deeply engraved in my mind. What's worse, I retain the memories from when I was human, which makes me far sadder than ordinary zombies. Even if they gain awareness, they won't recall human memories but will think like a zombie instead. As for me, I don't even know whether I'm thinking as a zombie or as a human." While recounting this period, the pathogen appeared extremely pained, as if searching for someone to confide in. At this moment, Qi Dan was enthusiastically battling. Guaxi's wooden staff continuously swung. Though it looked like just a wooden stick, the effects it created were nothing like that of a simple wooden staff. Bingyue could confirm that Guaxi's staff was stronger than her wand. You see, Bingyue's wand had gone through countless upgrades and was now at SS rank, nearly reaching SSS rank. A wand of this level simply didn't exist among current psychic abilities, and only a group like Qi Xiang could obtain such an impressive wand. Even so, Bingyue's wand still couldn't compare to Guaxi's wooden staff. Moreover, Guaxi's wooden staff clearly wasn't something that appeared due to spatial overlap. There was only one explanation. Guaxi already possessed this staff before the calamity began, and at that time, there was only one possibility. Guaxi himself crafted it. Indeed, this was the case. Though it looked like just a simple wooden staff in Guaxi's hand, it was created using many secrets of the Yindi Huangdi methods along with his own clan's mystical techniques, embodying the true wisdom of ancient humans. Many people regard the myths of ancient times as mere legends, but only a select few know they are real, and even fewer can still apply these techniques today. Guaxi learned them hundreds of years ago, when these secret methods hadn't been completely lost yet. These were the true ancient mystical arts, incomparable by any power from other dimensions. Guaxi's wooden staff continuously swung. There were no flashy lights or summoned beings. Only unremarkable but immensely solid energy blasts. However, these kept both Che Dan and Xiaoyang at bay, unable to even get close. Even Lin Xiaoyang's suicidal attacks on the shadow clone failed to penetrate. As for Bingyue's attacks, her ice spears dissipated before they could get within 2 meters of Guaxi. Guaxi spoke in a raspy voice. "Haha, you youngsters are quite amusing. You have immense potential but don't know how to use it. Alas, what a pity. You all only seek flashy attacks. Haha, it seems my battle today will end quite easily." Hearing Guaxi's words, Che Dan asked, "What do you mean? Is there someone stronger than us who has fought you?" Guaxi smiled and said, "There indeed was, and not long ago at that. But that person didn't have much potential. They just knew how to fight, so I defeated them. As for you all, though you have great potential, especially that young lady with the wand, your fighting style is truly wasted on you." At that moment, Guaxi made a statement none of Che Dan's group expected. Chapter 339 High Priest 4. Perhaps one of the young ladies would like to be my disciple. Not only will I spare your lives, but I will also protect all of you when the real disaster comes. How does that sound? Isn't this a pretty good offer? When Guaxi said these words, everyone including Che Dan was surprised. They were amazed not only because Guaxi had developed an appreciation for talent, which didn't match his appearance at all, but more importantly, by the real disaster that Guaxi mentioned. Wasn't what they were experiencing already a disaster? And how did Guaxi know about it? As if reading their minds, Guaxi said, "Hee, I'll tell you what the upcoming disaster is, but only after I take on a disciple. But don't worry about where I got the information from. I used the Great Prophecy spell. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing me in this state now. In 2,000 years, I would have been as handsome as a young man. But due to the use of the Great Prophecy spell 200 years ago, I've become like this. Although it hasn't affected my lifespan, it has had a significant impact on my looks." As he spoke, Guaxi affectionately touched his own face, as if reminiscing about how handsome he once was. But none of that mattered, because the information Guaxi had just shared was far too important. If Guaxi's words were true, then major changes might soon occur, and only someone at Guaxi's level could protect others. They didn't know what kind of people could protect themselves, but based on Guaxi's words, their own abilities were definitely insufficient for self-preservation. Otherwise, why would Guaxi even suggest protecting all of them? However, that wasn't necessarily true. It was also possible that Guaxi was using this as an excuse. Regardless, there was no need for Guaxi to deceive Che Dan and the rest, since his strength could instantly annihilate them if he so wished. The truth was, Guaxi had had many opportunities to kill Che Dan and the others up to this point, yet he hadn't acted. Che Dan stopped first, then motioned for everyone else to stop as well. He asked, "If you don't show some sincerity, How can we know whether you truly intend to take on disciples, or if you have other plans in mind? Gaisai chuckled, saying, Little brat, you really know how to strategize, huh? Very amusing. Still, since the old man has taken a liking to your talents, I might as well tell you. A great calamity is coming. A genuine catastrophe for humankind. No, to be precise, it will be a catastrophe for all spaces involved in the current overlapping of dimensions. This calamity will last for 7 cycles of 7 hours, 49 cycles in total, or 98 hours. At that time, various natural disasters will occur, and creatures from hell will emerge. It's the true underworld. Even with the combined power of myself and Bing Yuan, we would only be considered mediocre before those powerful beings. We would have no choice but to retreat. Does that make sense now? Chaidan nodded, asking, So how do you guarantee our safety? Gaisai glanced at Chaidan and said, Young man, don't calculate everything too precisely. It won't benefit you. Moreover, do you think I could escape enemies even I couldn't resist? Would I really have the means to protect all of you? He paused, looking at Chaidan as though waiting for his answer. Chaidan nodded, replying, You could. However, if you're willing to teach Binghua some real skills, we may consider it. Gaisai agreed, asking Ice Moon, And what about you, little girl? Ice Moon held her staff and glanced at Qi Xiong beside her. Reflecting on the gap between her and Qi Xiong, she felt that she'd always been a burden to him. Nodding resolutely, she answered, All right, I agree. Gaisai grinned, saying, That's amusing. Normally, if I announced my willingness to take on disciples, the eldest sons and daughters of every major family around the world would scramble to study under me. Today, when I voluntarily offered to take on disciples, someone hesitated for such a long time. Humph, laughable. Pausing for a moment, he added, Anyway, let me go inform Bing Yuan and ask him to halt. In fact, Qi Xiong and Bing Yuan had already ceased fighting. Bing Yuan had just finished speaking the sentence before this. Qi Xiong looked at Bing Yuan and asked, So what do you plan to do? Seek revenge. Bing Yuan shook his head, answering, There are many people who wish to avenge themselves on them. Just among those I know, there are over 20 individuals, each stronger than or equal in power to you. Let them handle the Institute's affairs. Today, I just find you people interesting. Furrowing his brow, Qi Xiong inquired, What do you mean? The pathogen understood. None of you have any relatives left now. Even if there are, they've been scattered and lost to the unknown. So, you can be said to have no ties, save for each other. And your potential is enormous, surprisingly so. Up until now, not one of you has truly unleashed your full potential. It's like owning an oil well, but only selling crude oil without refining it. The ghost priest seems to have his eye on that young female mage among you. As for me, I'm interested in you. Qi Xiong, upon hearing the pathogen's words, regarded him warily and asked, What do you mean? The pathogen smiled and replied, Don't be so tense. If Ghost Priest and I wanted your lives, we would have acted by now. We've held back for one reason alone. We want to take the two of you as disciples. My strength may have surged recently, but compared to how well I control my power, you're nowhere near my level. Therefore, I am qualified enough to be your master. After listening to the pathogen's explanation, Qi Xiong scoffed coldly and retorted, If you want to be my master, then show me if you've got what it takes. Saying this, Qi Xiong burst forward with great speed, swinging his Demon King magic sickle. This time, Qi Xiong unleashed all his firepower. This single strike was all he had, but it possessed a power mighty enough to split the heavens, seemingly capable of tearing apart space itself. Even the pathogen could feel the pressure. However, watching Qi Xiong's attack, a slight upward curve appeared at the corner of the pathogen's mouth. Good. No wonder you're the one I've chosen. Despite not having fully developed your abilities, you already possess such strength. I'm curious about just how powerful you'll become once your potential blossoms. The pathogen remarked as he rushed forward, his claws transformed into knives, to meet Qi Xiong head-on. At this moment, Ghost Priest was just about to intervene when he overheard their dialogue and observed their performance. Instead of stopping them, he broke into a subtle smile and conjured up a protective barrier. Instantly, a seal encircled the man and the zombie, encapsulating the energy they both radiated, allowing none of it to leak outside. At this juncture, Boga suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at the seal that had just appeared over there. Bo Ge's eyes gleamed with avarice, as if staring at the most precious treasure in the world. Chapter 340, The Truth, Part 1. Staring at the barrier, Brother Bo's eyes gleamed as he shouted, Analyze. As he spoke, Brother Bo formed seals with his hands, and his eyes emitted a faint blue light. Instantly, the structure of the barrier created by Gaisai was revealed under Brother Bo's gaze. Looking at this barrier, Brother Bo was as if he had found a treasure. This barrier was unlike any others he'd seen before. It didn't have any elaborate or complex design, but instead was very simple, with only a few magical marks. Despite its simplicity, it worked perfectly to confine the energy erupted from Qi Xiong and the pathogen carrier within the barrier. Upon seeing this, Brother Bo immediately attempted to replicate it in his hand, though without success. He remembered the method for this barrier clearly. It was the first time Brother Bo encountered such a barrier, simple yet effective, truly reflecting the essence of barrier techniques. Indeed, Brother Bo had always pursued powerful and intricate barriers, forgetting about the initial essence of barriers. Although this one might just be an ordinary barrier, after adjustments and reinforcement, it definitely did not fall short compared to the high-level barrier techniques Brother Bo had learned so far, and it was much simpler, more convenient, and faster than what he had mastered. Gaisai sensed a trace of spatial fluctuation in the air, and the source was imitating his barrier technique. Though it failed, the completion rate had reached 85%. If it was the first trial, that number was certainly commendable. A slight smile curved on Gaisai's lips as he muttered to himself. Seems like this time around, it's not just a little magical girl who can inherit my legacy. As he spoke, Gaisai's eyes glanced towards Brother Bo, observing the barrier he had conjured. Rubbing his chin, Gaisai murmured, "Ah, a splendid barrier, very solid too, but overly extravagant. Today's youth are anything but simple, unlike our generation. Well, maybe some guidance will help." Qi Xiang collided with the pathogen carrier as their weapons met. Meditation King magic sickle against the pathogen's claw, and suddenly white flashes of light erupted. Despite both trying to contain their energy so as not to unleash it indiscriminately upon each other, their collision still sparked a strong explosion. This explosion instantly flung both parties back, sending them into a storm of rampant energy in the limited space. Amidst this chaos, Qi Xiang quickly summoned a Saint Blue Shield, channeling internal force through it to protect himself. In contrast, the pathogen carrier remained calm, standing grounded, while its scales glowed with a dazzling black light, as if this energy storm was not an attack to him, but rather a form of purification. What would have been catastrophic in normal people's eyes seemed entirely useless before Qi Xiang's Saint Blue Shield and the pathogen carrier's scaly armor. As the light dissipated, thick dark fog lingered behind. After Gaisai lifted the barrier and watched the smoke clear, the pathogen carrier was still standing there, looking arrogantly down at Qi Xiang, who leaned on the Meditation King magic sickle, forcing himself to look up at the pathogen carrier despite his injuries. Coughing, Qi Xiang said, "Humph, you're quite formidable." The pathogen gave a cold snort, replying, "All right, this means you've agreed." He then shouted to Gaisai, "I'm done here. How about you?" Gaisai chuckled and responded, "The young girl is good to go. And that young man over there using barrier magic. How about you? Are you interested in becoming my disciple?" Startled, Brother Bo realized Gaisai was referring to him. Then, abruptly realizing that two individuals had already become apprentices during the earlier interaction when he and Uncle Do were inside the barrier, confusion set in. Although Brother Bo liked Gaisai's barrier technique immensely, given his lack of understanding regarding the entire situation, he would not rashly become anyone's disciple. Instead, looking directly at Gaisai, Brother Bo called out, "Piercing barrier." As he spoke, a purple barrier surged forward, followed by the sound of explosions as the explosive barrier detonated around Gaisai. Immediately thereafter, hundreds of different types of attacking barriers unfolded from Brother Bo's hands, causing the space-time order to seem as if it could be shattered by the power unleashed by Brother Bo. Gaisai, seeing Brother Bo in this state, sighed, shook his head, and muttered to himself, "It's such a waste of energy to create so many barriers. It would be better to focus on one instead." As he spoke, Gaisai lifted the staff in his hand and lightly tapped it on the ground. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind blew outwards from Gaisai's staff, dispersing all of Brother Bo's barriers as well as their effects. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a simple display of power, but Brother Bo could tell that this wasn't a spell, it was a barrier technique. It was only a basic barrier clearing move, yet under Gaisai's hands, with some modifications, it revealed remarkable strength. This left Brother Bo utterly astonished. Brother Bo looked at Gaisai, then at Qi Xiang and the others, finally turning his gaze toward Uncle Do. Uncle Do chuckled and said, "Don't look at me. I'm not you. If you want to become someone's disciple, I won't stop you. After all, Qi Xiang and the others have already found masters, and they don't mind having you join them." Brother Bo replied, "Does that make me look like someone who would join dark forces just to gain power?" Uncle Do shook his head and responded, "The rules of this world have always been set by the strong. Besides, do you truly know who is evil and who is righteous? Haven't you realized how the Institute has been manipulating your thoughts all along? Don't worry, relax, and follow what your heart tells you." Hearing Uncle Do's words, Brother Bo nodded vigorously and said, "All right, good." Then, Brother Bo deactivated his defensive barrier, glancing at Gaisai and nodding once more. Gaisai grinned and boastfully turned to the pathogen carrier, saying, "You see, I've taken on 2 disciples this time around. Better than you, aren't I?" Hee. If the pathogen carrier had whites in its eyes, it would surely have given Gaisai a nasty glare at that moment. Observing the interaction between Gaisai and the pathogen carrier, Qi Xiang spoke up. "All right, now can you tell us everything you know about the Institute and the impending catastrophe? Oh, and why did you kidnap a Zhu's tribe? Can you let them go?" Gaisai smiled and said, "Good lad, you're eager to learn so much right after becoming a disciple, even making demands. Fine, we'll tell you everything you want to know, but I cannot release them. They are my descendants, after all. How could I let my own descendants face extinction in the coming calamity? Isn't survival part of humanity too?" Chapter 341, The Truth, Part 2. Qi Xiang nodded and said, "All right, I'll believe you this time, but I don't think discussing these matters here is a good idea." Bingyuan also nodded and replied, "All right." Then he walked ahead and said while walking, "Would your young human friend like to be placed somewhere? It might not be good for ordinary people to hear some things." Qi Xiang nodded again and said, "Xiaoyang, you take your clone to escort Azu out." Lin Xiaoyang gave a reply and then created a clone who went over and carried away the unconscious Azu outside. Qi Xiang and the others continued on with Bingyuan and Gue Si, going deeper in. Upon reaching the interior, it indeed turned out to be a tomb chamber, and it was truly Gue Si's tomb, except Gue Si wasn't dead yet. Looking at this tomb, everyone was shocked as Gue Si, despite his power, was just the high priest of a small tribe after all. But judging from the scale of the passage they had passed through earlier and the tomb room before them now, Guaxi's identity seemed more akin to that of a great king ruling over millions of subjects. Bogu observed the structure and remarked, an eternal flame lamp, a starry ceiling, sandalwood coffin, not a single burial artifact. I estimate that your burial artifacts were probably used in various magical researches by you instead. Guaxi nodded and replied, nowadays, young people who know quality when they see it are truly rare. Hee. With that, Guaxi raised his staff and pointed casually, and instantly a stone wall rose, revealing a room. Guaxi chuckled. This is where we're really heading. Saying this, Guaxi walked ahead. Once inside the room, Guaxi closed the stone door behind him and asked with a laugh, how do you find this place? This room was 5 times larger than the previous tomb chamber, almost like a small warehouse. Various materials were piled up together, experimental equipment, casting devices, and 3 large bookshelves stocked with numerous ancient texts. According to Guaxi himself, all of his centuries-long possessions were stored here. The items in this place were more important than his own life. The first one to voice something upon entering the room wasn't Qi Xiang, Guaxi, or Bing Yuan, but Lin Xiaoyang. Lin Xiaoyang panicked and pointed at the creature before him, yelling, old, rat, rat. Guaxi smirked and with a casual point, sent the rat flying, saying, people capable of surviving the apocalypse are actually afraid of rats. How amusing. With that, Guaxi waved his hand casually, and a chair appeared next to each person. Guaxi sat down on his chair and said, it's a bit messy here, so we won't go further in. Anyway, it's the same wherever you are. Let's just discuss things here. Qi Xiang nodded and took his seat rather casually. As for Bogu, he admired the chairs conjured by Guaxi, saying, these are 9 of the 12 zodiac chairs. Each one of them alone would be priceless. Who would have thought that Guaxi could be so generous and directly allow us to sit on them? Guaxi smiled faintly and said, humans are about to go extinct anyway. What use do these chairs have? Sit down. Boga nodded and seated himself on his chair, which happened to be the snake chair. The snake-like chair coiled around, holding up the person, striking fear into people, but also compelling admiration for its masterful craftsmanship. Each chair appeared exquisite, apart from Guaxi and Bing Yuan. Only Qi Xiang showed no interest in these chairs. Much like Guaxi had said, humans were nearing extinction. These chairs didn't hold much meaning to him. What Qi Xiang was more curious about was the information that Guaxi and Bing Yuan possessed. Qi Xiang cleared his throat and said, let's look at the chairs later. We need to deal with urgent matters first. Since someone had spoken up, everyone else stopped dwelling on the chairs and sat upright. Qi Xiang looked at Guaxi and said, so, now can we start hearing how much intelligence we can gather from you two? Guaxi grinned faintly and said, all right then, let the person you call Bing Yuan talk about the institute matters first. Bing Yuan nodded and began to recount the development of the institute. At first, the institute was merely founded by some research geniuses. It started out well, but as more talented yet mentally unstable individuals joined, the institute began to cross ethical boundaries, shifting from research for humanity's sake to research for research's sake. Every year, the deaths caused by their experiments numbered in the 5 digits, at least. Of course, this is on a global scale. The reason they've never been exposed is because all the governments have needs for them. What followed was the same as what Bing Yuan had told Qi Xiang before. After Bing Yuan finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought, just like Qi Xiang did earlier. It's as if one side has already planted a theory in your mind, but the words from the other side contradicted entirely, creating 2 completely opposite viewpoints in your head. This situation is extremely alarming, as you don't know which side to believe. At this point, Qi Xiang didn't want to let the others continue thinking about it, and continued asking, all right, then what exactly does the Great Catastrophe mean? Guaxi chuckled and said, finally getting to the crux of the matter, isn't it? Actually, you don't even need to ask about the institute, because when the Great Catastrophe comes, all institutes, all kinds of organizations like that will vanish. Because the Great Catastrophe heralds the dawn of a new era. A new era? Qi Xiang paused, puzzled. Guaxi nodded and said, yes, the next era. At that time, only a small number of humans will survive, and a new creature called Yuan will emerge in the new era. This creature will possess intelligence higher than humans and a physique stronger than dinosaurs. That's nature's choice, and we can't interrupt it. All we can do is withstand it. Indeed, running away won't be an option. We'll have to fight it head on. However, there is some good news. This era transformation will occur before the spatial overlap ends. In other words, at least half of the power involved in this era change will dissipate into other dimensions, and with some luck, perhaps only a third of it will affect us here. Even so, with just half the power, I'm confident we can get all of us present, including my people, through this calamity. Qi Xiang nodded and asked, all right, do you know the exact timing? Guaxi shook his head and replied, I certainly don't possess the Maya's ability to predict such things, but we can be sure that it won't happen within a year. Chapter 342, The Truth, Part 3. Qi Xiang nodded and said, that means we have 1 year of preparation time, right? Guaxi also nodded and replied, exactly. Within this year, your task is to enhance your own strength while I prepare the formation to get through the epic change. As for Binjiwani, his job is to have his zombies collect materials for us. Qi Xiang nodded again and said, all right then, but we still have some things to take care of. Give us half a month, and we will return here in half a month to start cultivating. I believe you won't miss this half a month, right? Guaxi grunted affirmatively and responded, sure. I am also preparing to contact some older generation paranormal individuals from Earth, gather them together to go through this epic. Moreover, I know people who can serve as masters for each of you, to guide you. In fact, I'm quite curious about how a group of young people with such potential ended up together. Is this perhaps heaven's arrangement? Qi Xiang laughed lightly and said, maybe this is what's called birds of a feather flock together. Saying that, Qi Xiang stood up and said, all right, no point delaying. Time shouldn't be wasted on idle chatter. We should go. Guac agreed with a sound and waved his hand, opening the stone door while smiling and saying, I look forward to your return, and I even more anticipate how much stronger you will all become in these half a month. Qi Xiang grinned mischievously without saying anything, instead leading the way out. In this conversation, it was only Qi Xiang who spoke, but this was already enough. Because the questions Qi Xiang asked and the decisions he made were able to represent everyone. Whether it was the intelligence they obtained or their future plans, Qi Xiang hit everyone's sweet spots. Because although both Binjuani's and Guac's words seemed truthful and credible, they were ultimately strangers whom Qi Xiang and the others met for the first time. Even though Qi Xiang and his group had reservations about the institute, and its nature indeed matched what Binjuani described, how could anyone guarantee that Binjuani and Guac were good people? After all, if there are equal parts truth and lies, then no one knows which is real and which is fake. True seems false, and false seems true, a mixture that makes it hard to tell apart. Hence, Qi Xiang and his team needed half a month to decide how to determine the path ahead. Half a month was just enough time for them to gather information. Upon exiting the tomb, Qi Xiang and his group immediately boarded a plane. However, the plane they boarded wasn't the Institute's, but one they had stored in their storage space. This aircraft, although manually operated, couldn't be monitored by the Research Institute, at least not by the European Institute. Moreover, they were already within the boundaries of Yanhuan country, close to Bo Ji's previous residence. That's where they were headed now, to meet up with Squad 1 and make further plans. On the helicopter, everyone began to close their eyes and rest, with two exceptions, Qi Xiang and Uncle De naturally. As the pilot, Uncle De couldn't rest, while Qi Xiang was analyzing the words of Binjuani and Guac. Qi Xiang was making an analysis based on everything he had seen since the apocalypse. It was a massive undertaking, requiring every detail to be considered, not just what he had experienced, but also what he had heard and seen. Only then could he decide what course of action to take. After fully 3 hours, Qi Xiang emerged from his thoughts. It was already dark outside, but Qi Xiang showed no intention of resting. Instead, he took out a notebook from the storage space. It wasn't an ordinary notebook. Rather, it was one that could link to the game forum. Compared to the direct display of the game system, Qi Xiang found that the presentation format of the notebook was better suited for his thinking process, so he chose this method. Opening the game system's forum, Qi Xiang started searching for key terms, looking at the messages posted by the game's capable players. At this moment, even paid messages were irrelevant to him. Of course, for Qi Xiang, those gold coins weren't worth considering. He immediately started work akin to panning for gold in the sands, examining countless posts closely. Throughout the journey, Qi Xiang didn't do anything else but sort through all this information. Finally, after a long flight, Qi Xiang and his group arrived at City A, which was Bo Ji's home. Returning home again, Bo Ge felt as if everything had happened just yesterday, even though the villa, no, it should be called an estate by now, had already been sold and turned into a private island. But due to the outbreak of the apocalypse, all that didn't matter anymore, and the owner who bought the place was long gone. The villa's grasslands were overgrown with weeds because no one had taken care of them, but the interior was very clean thanks to the stay of Team 1, and all the zombies had been cleared out. Bo Ge felt like he had returned home. Walking inside the villa, looking at familiar furnishings, perhaps the new owner hadn't had time to decorate before being attacked by zombies. Bo Ge thought this as he walked further in. At this moment, hearing the sounds, Team 1 came out. Seeing Qi Xiang and the others, Team Leader 1 knelt on one knee and said, Leader 1 leads his subordinates to pay respects to the chief. Please give us instructions. Qi Xiang chuckled and replied, Get up, we're in the apocalypse now. There's no need for so much formality. Anyway, you've done a great job cleaning this place. If only the backyard wasn't overgrown with weeds, it would almost look like nothing bad ever happened here. One laughed and said, Hee hee, we don't deserve such praise. There were never any zombies inside the villa, so it's pretty clean, just some dust accumulation. However, since no one has lived here for a long time and there's no electricity, all the appliances are unusable, but daily life is still manageable. Qi Xiang nodded and said, All right, let's go. Bo Ge, to your study where we can discuss our next moves. Bo Ge nodded and replied, All right, I'll show you around my former study as the original homeowner. Saying that, Bo Ge led the way. The group followed Bo Ge into the study and looked at the tidy room where all the familiar books were neatly arranged on the shelves. Bo Ge felt a sense of bewilderment. This is a common human illness. After experiencing major events, returning to a familiar environment suddenly makes one feel as if they have returned to their past life, even though deep down they know this is impossible. Still, the subconscious tricks them. Chapter 343, The Truth, Part 4. Qi Xiang patted Bo Ji's shoulder and smiled. All right, stop worrying about it. Go ahead, that position is still yours. Saying this, Qi Xiang pointed to the boss chair behind the desk. Seeing the familiar seat, Bo Ge smiled, did not refuse, but walked over and gently touched the leather seat, then sat down and said with a smile, So familiar. Qi Xiang chuckled and said, All right, everyone find a place to sit. After everyone sat down, Qi Xiang explained the intelligence he had gathered from Guac and the pathogen carriers, then said, Number 1, I hope you can mobilize your team's connections and power to investigate what that research institute is really up to. Also, keep an eye out for any psychics who can predict the future. If you find one, capture them alive if possible. But if not, contact us, and I'll take care of it personally." As he spoke, Qi Xiang took out a card and handed it to number 1, saying, "This is a game invitation letter. Although it won't give you the supernatural abilities of a game user, it does have some basic functions. Consider this our first gift to you." Number 1 nodded but did not immediately use it. Instead, he said, "All right, but master, no, brother Xiang. This card has already been used by me, also Shadow and Du of course. It was issued to us by the organization's game users, and only within our responsible zones. Medusa, Yan, and Big Guy haven't received it, so I'd like to give this one to them." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "That's fine. Since you've already used it, consider this invite card as your personal property. You can distribute it as you see fit." Number 1 nodded again and handed the card to Medusa, saying, "Medusa, this is for you." Medusa didn't hesitate, thanked him, and used the card. Actually, obtaining such an invitation only required a few thousand gold coins, which might be expensive for ordinary people, but for Qi Xiang and his group, they had accumulated a terrifying amount of gold just by killing zombies in their daily routine. As for Qi Xiang's wealth, it had already surpassed 1,000,000. A mere invitation card held no value for him. Even if all 6 members of number 1's team were equipped with it, it wouldn't matter much to him. However, Qi Xiang only gave them one because, though he verbally called them brothers, in reality, Qi Xiang hoped they would maintain the mentality they had when they were in the Assassin Guild, free from too many constraints, yet clear on what they should and shouldn't do. This was the attitude a sharp blade should have, and this invitation card was just Qi Xiang's way of testing the waters. After distributing the invitation and assigning tasks, Qi Xiang put his leg over his knee and asked, "All right, do you all understand your tasks, number 1? Number 1 nodded and replied, "Understood. Good." Qi Xiang nodded, continuing, "For the next 2 weeks, I want to give 10 days off. Take a break, relax, and do whatever you feel like doing. No need to train. Anyway, I plan to go home and visit my parents." Che Dan nodded and said, "All right, brother Xiang, I'll go with you." Uncle De smiled slightly. "Then I'll return home too." Boga looked at his study and said, "I'll stay here for a couple of days, and then I'll also visit my parents after a few days." Ice Moon stepped forward and said, "Great. I'll go home as well. We 3 will take the same route." Saying this, Ice Moon smiled warmly at Qi Xiang. Lin Xiaoyang looked around and said, "Xiaoyang doesn't know where to go." Zhao Liang smiled slightly and said, "Xiaoyang, since I've come to Earth, I haven't explored it yet. Though I know there are fewer entertainment options now, there should still be some, right? Can you show me around?" Xiaoyang nodded and smiled sweetly, "Sure." With that, the group had made plans for the next few days. Number 1 and his team left directly to carry out their task assigned by Qi Xiang, while Qi Xiang and the others stayed at Bo Ji's house for a day before setting out. Now, in the spacious house, only Bo Gu, Lin Xiaoyang, and Zhao Liang remained. Bo Gu stood on the open-air balcony, holding a bottle of wine fetched from the basement wine cellar, gazing at his vast grassland. How Bo Gu wished this were all just a dream, but reality was cruel. It couldn't be so. On the grassland, Zhao Liang was practicing martial arts alone, while Lin Xiaoyang was riding her super-fast horse, galloping across the grassland. As for Bo Ji's giant bear, it lay lazily in the sun, basking in its warmth. Watching this scene, Bo Gu hoped time could just stop. If he could spend the rest of his life like this, it might not be a bad choice. But Gu Aci's words kept echoing in Bo Ji's mind. Bo Gu muttered to himself, "A new era. Huh. Let's see how amazing it will be." Qi Xiang, along with 2 others, sat comfortably on the croc turtle, whose massive body moved surprisingly fast with each step quick and steady. Yet Qi Xiang and the others felt no turbulence, as if they were walking on flat ground. Qi Xiang smiled while looking ahead and said, "With this speed, we can make it home in 2 days." Che Dan nodded and said, "That's true. Your summon creature is pretty good, Xiang Gu. My zombie-class dragon, who knows how long that would take." Bing Yu also nodded and said, "Same here. My bloodthirsty tiger too." Qi Xiang felt a bit bashful from the compliments and said, "Well, don't say it like that. But if the fire dragon were to come out for a high-speed flight, it might even be faster than the croc turtle, only less stable." Upon hearing these words, both of them gave him a glare. Che Dan sighed and said, Qi Xiang, you really are one to bask in the sun, aren't you? Could you die without showing off?" Bing Yu also nodded, saying, "That's right, Qi Xiang. Since you're so capable, why don't you just walk yourself? What do you need me for?" Qi Xiang looked at the 2 of them and laughed helplessly. "What's your problem, both of you?" Laughing, Qi Xiang suddenly remembered something and asked, "Che Dan, did you encounter Li Wei after that?" Che Dan shook his head and chuckled bitterly. "Xiang Gu, where's that easy? The Earth is so big. Even limiting the search area to 1 province leaves a lot of space. To be honest, I miss that girl a lot now." Qi Xiang nodded and said with a grin, "Heh, that's pretty good. Young people can be quite devoted." At this moment, Qi Xiang and the others were passing through a city. On top of a tall building, a man and a woman stood on the roof. The man looked down at the giant croc turtle and said, "Sister, that's a powerful summoned creature." The woman smiled and said, "Yeah, Aja, leave them be. They may just be passing by." Chapter 344, Reunion, Part 1. Aja nodded and said, "All right, sister, let's go down. By the way, sister, our food supply is running low again. We've pretty much searched this city thoroughly. Should we move on to another place?" The woman nodded and replied, "Yes, it's unexpected that this turned out to be an abandoned city. Abandoned gathering places really don't have much to offer. Hopefully, these supplies will last until we reach the next city. With that, the woman walked ahead as the two of them went downstairs. Yes, the apocalypse was like this. Some people were swimming in wealth. Not just Xiang and his crew. Even a minor leader would have enough food to last for years. But for lone survivors like this brother-sister duo, they could barely sustain their lives. As they went downstairs, Aja suddenly said, "Hey, sister, why did I feel like someone on that huge turtle looked familiar just now?" Familiar? The woman hesitated and asked, "What do you mean?" Aja explained, "Yeah, it feels like someone I saw before in the Fallen City. It's such a familiar feeling." The Fallen City, huh? The woman paused momentarily, recalling a face of a handsome man with a sunny smile. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing thoughts of him, and continued, "Aja, maybe you mistook them. Besides, even if we did see someone so capable, there's no way we can talk to them. It's better to keep our distance. If they were to attack us, wouldn't we stand no chance at all?" Aja laughed and replied, "Hee, no worries, sister. I'm a level 57 Wind Shadow Warrior, and you're a level 54 Fire Shadow Warrior. Together, we form a powerful fire-wind combination. Even if we couldn't win a fight, surely we could still run away." Yes, you're very strong," the woman responded sarcastically. "All right, let's go." Aja nodded and didn't say anything more. At this time, on the back of the crocodile turtle, Dan suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. Surprised, he said, "Why am I still sneezing? That's strange." Xiang glanced at Dan and continued fiddling with the food in his hands, saying, "Maybe someone's thinking about you." Dan nodded and replied, "It might actually be true. I feel like there are acquaintances in this city." Xiang looked around and said, "Are you sure? This clearly looks like an abandoned settlement. No zombies, no humans, no supplies, a totally empty city. Even loners wouldn't choose a place like this. It's just a waste of time." Dan gave a wry laugh and said, "I hope I'm being paranoid. Anyway, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore." He then eyed the food in Xiang's hand and said, "Xianga, that thing you've got looks really tasty." Xiang shot him a glare and said, "If you want to eat, get it yourself. Don't try to snatch it from me." Uncle Da gazed at the familiar countryside village, the place where he spent his childhood and youth. Even though he later became a special forces soldier and then earned a lot working as Brother Bo's personal bodyguard, Uncle Da's parents, like many elders, refused his filial piety under the pretense that they weren't accustomed to living in urban apartments. They lived peacefully in the small village, and Uncle Da didn't force them either because only those who lived in the city truly understood how irreplaceable the rural environment was, worth far more than any amount of money. Still, Uncle Da installed many convenient household appliances in the rural home, ensuring that his parents lived in the countryside but enjoyed the same conveniences as in the city. This time, Uncle Da had little hope that his parents were still alive. All he wished for was that his old house remained intact, giving him something to remember. Moreover, he fervently hoped not to encounter his parents transformed into zombies, as there'd be nothing more painful than encountering them without a way to cure them. The helicopter landed slowly. Uncle Da jumped off the helicopter, stretching his arms lazily as he breathed in the fresh air unique to the village. Then, he walked toward the village. Looking at the familiar surroundings and the dried blood stains on the ground, Uncle Da didn't see a single zombie or human. For some reason, he didn't know why, but looking at the bloodstains on the ground revealed that the zombie outbreak must have reached the village too. With a micro-assault rifle on his back, Uncle Da carefully scanned the environment. When he arrived at his front gate, staring at the ancient, heavy red wooden door, Uncle Da instinctively stepped aside due to long-standing survival instincts. Just then, a sharp arrow zipped past him. Had Uncle Da been standing there a moment longer, the arrow would have pierced directly through his heart. And as an auxiliary power user, such a wound to the heart would leave him with no chance of survival. Glancing at the arrow embedded in the tree behind him, Uncle Da was startled. However, his surprise soon shifted to joy since finding such arrows here indicated the possibility of survivors. Furthermore, since this was his own house, then perhaps. Uncle Da didn't dare to think further, but walked straight inside. He looked at the familiar arrangement in the house. There wasn't a drop of blood anywhere, and it was evident that there were still signs of human habitation. Uncle Da called out, "Hey, is anyone here?" "It's me, Sandazi." Upon hearing Uncle Da's voice, two elders about 50 years old immediately stepped out from the inner room. Although calling them elders might be too formal, they were particularly healthy for their age in rural areas. At the sight of Uncle Da, they burst into tears right away. And Uncle Da, a man who had fought on bloody battlefields and slaughtered zombies in countless waves, now found his own eyes welling up as well, because he saw his parents. With a choked voice, Uncle Da's father said, "Dear, look, it really is Sandazi. Quick, Sandazi, let me take a good look at you." As he spoke, he tried to step forward, but the woman could only cry uncontrollably, standing frozen as she stared at her son, unable to speak through her streaming tears. Seeing his parents, Uncle Da suddenly ran forward, hugging his father tightly before pulling his mother into an embrace as well, saying, "Dad, Mom." No matter how many words might try to express this moment, nothing would compare to the power of these two calls, Dad, Mom. The three embraced silently, crying without making a sound, and that silence reflected their deepest sorrow. After witnessing the death of Xiang's parents, Uncle Da thought he had come to terms with not finding his own family. Unable to see his parents die, deep down he no longer held any hope. After all, even 6 elders under the strict protection of Xiang and his group couldn't survive this apocalypse. What chances then did his parents have? Sometimes, Uncle Da imagined how he'd reunite with his parents if they were indeed alive. Yet when this day finally came, he found himself unwilling to dwell on anything else. All he wanted was to protect the two people who gave him life, the two most important individuals in his life. Chapter 345, Reunion 2. Sandatsi, how did you manage to come back? After the peak of their reluctant encounter had passed, Dashi's father looked at Dashi, observing that his son's clothes were unwrinkled and rather new. Although he hadn't brought anything with him, Dashi's complexion was not only good but also much better than an average person's. He clearly appeared to be living comfortably. Meanwhile, Dashi noticed that although his parents had a few more white hairs, they too looked well overall, unlike people who had experienced the chaos of the apocalypse, as if they were living a normal life. Realizing the differences between them, both Dashi and his father understood that each of them had been faring well. However, Dashi's mother hadn't noticed these details yet. While wiping away tears, she said, "Look at me. I've been crying too much. Sandatsi must have gone through a lot this time coming home. It's very chaotic outside, isn't it? Just come back already. That's all that matters. Wasn't there enough food for you out there? Let me prepare some good meals for you right away." As she spoke, Dashi's mother turned toward the inner room. Before Dashi could stop her, his father smiled and said, "Go ahead, Sandatsi. Let your mother cook you something nice. We can chat about everything while you're here. Your clothing and appearance look presentable, and your complexion is fine. You don't seem to have suffered. Tell me honestly, did you bring any alcohol back? Life without liquor has been difficult." Dashi nodded and said, "Yes, Dad. It's specially supplied alcohol. Let's go inside and share a drink." Saying this, Dashi went into the house with his father. Dashi fetched a few plates, 2 glasses, took out a bottle of baijiu, along with some snacks, then began pouring drinks into the glasses. As he poured, he said, "Father, you've suffered during my absence." To which Dashi's father replied, unperturbed by the sudden appearance of the supplies, laughing instead. "Haha, no hardship, none at all. But look at you, leading quite a comfortable life, enjoying this special supply maudai, the quality of which is usually reserved for the national premier at least. Never thought that an old man like me would get such treatment." Dashi smiled and said, "There's nothing to it, father. You're far more important to me than any national premier. Cheers, this drink is from your son. You talk well, indeed." Dashi's father responded happily. "All right, cheers." Then, raising the glass, the elder gulped down the baijiu in one shot, face unfazed, heart calm. He smacked his lips and commented, Truly luxurious enjoyment. These bastards wouldn't have such a good life if it weren't for what our elders accomplished long ago. And now even my son has helped establish their rule. Yet, we still need to live through these troubled times to enjoy such quality alcohol. It's hard to describe how things are." Dashi drank up the liquor in his glass and said, "All right, let's leave the past behind. Enough talk. Here, let me pour you another cup." Dashi's father didn't refuse but picked a peanut seed and put it in his mouth before saying, "Sandatsi, why don't you tell your old man what's been going on for so long?" Dashi smiled and called out, "Mother, stop cooking for now. Come join us in some conversation." At this, Dashi's mother stepped out of the kitchen, holding a bowl of steaming noodles, and said, "Sandatsi, since you're back, there's no time to prepare fancy food. But when you were little, you always loved eating the hand-pulled noodles I made. Look, I even added an egg for you. Eat while it's hot. I hope you didn't suffer because you weren't eating properly." Dashi's father chuckled and said, "Old lady, see how this table is filled with appetizers and even that special maudai. This boy's life seems much better than ours. Eat first, Sandatsi, take your time." Dashi nodded and said, "All right." Then picking up chopsticks, he started eating noodles loudly, slurping audibly. No one in the family laughed at him, for regardless of how stable and mature others saw him, within this home, he remained Sandatsi to his parents, a dutiful son who adored his mother's noodles and knew how to please his father. Seeing how her son ate greedily, Dashi's mother smiled and said, "Sandatsi, slow down. No one will snatch it from you. Old man, you say the boy hasn't suffered, yet look at how he's eating." The father just grinned mischievously, saying nothing but slowly savoring his drink, occasionally tasting a piece of appetizer. Although a single bowl of noodles wasn't a lot, Dashi finished it quickly. Curiously, the egg in the bowl seemed celebratory, like it heralded joyous news. It turned out to be a double yolk egg. Dashi's mother remarked, "I wondered why this egg was so large. Turns out it has 2 yolks." Dashi agreed with her. "Yeah, looks like I'm pretty lucky." Dashi's father just smiled and didn't say anything, but he knew that the egg must have 2 yolks. After all, that egg had been sitting in the kitchen for a long time. Every time Dashi's mother saw it, she would murmur something about waiting for Dashi to come back, so she could cook him a steaming bowl of handmade noodles with this very egg. And now, her wish had finally come true. The family scene was filled with warmth and joy, as if they were living normal lives. But the bloodstains in the village and the feathered arrow on the tree in front of their house betrayed the truth. They were indeed in the apocalypse. The bowl of noodles was quickly finished. Putting down his chopsticks, Dashi said, "Mom, your cooking is still the best." Dashi's father threw him a towel, laughing, "Sandatsi, wipe your mouth, then tell us how you've been surviving these days." Dashi took the towel, nodded slightly, wiped his mouth, and started recounting everything since the apocalypse began. From acquiring abilities at the beginning, then meeting and traveling with Qixiang and others, he narrated how they underwent adventures and trials constantly, improving themselves and growing stronger. Dashi held nothing back, speaking of both good times and bad. When he told them the good parts, the old couple genuinely felt happiness for him. But when he mentioned the dangerous episodes, they worried deeply for Dashi, despite the fact that he was already safely home. For any parent, even hearing about dangers their child faced, no matter how far in the past or briefly recounted, could not fail to cause concern. Dashi's storytelling wasn't particularly vivid, yet perhaps due to it being about their own son, the elders listened intently. Even Dashi's father forgot to sip from the wine glass he'd been holding throughout the tale. By the end, there remained half a cup of wine untouched in the glass. Finally, the story ended, and several hours had passed. Chapter 346, Reunion 3. Uncle Da looked out the window at the sky and laughed. Haha, is it already this late? Hey, old man, you haven't finished your wine yet. Haha, alright, you two must be hungry. Wait for me here. I'll go prepare a good meal for you. Let's have a nice dinner as a family. Uncle Da's mother nodded and said, okay. Then she stood up and said, then let me help too. Uncle Da's father drained the last of his cup of wine and said, haha, good. Then I will wait for the delicious meal my son is making for us. After a busy session, a table full of sumptuous dishes was set. Even though such extravagance was wasteful in this post-apocalyptic world, these three who were still doing well even after the apocalypse believed that only such a feast would befit their reunion as a family of three. After enjoying a rich dinner, Uncle Da asked, Father, Mother, how did you make it through? Uncle Da's father took a puff of smoke and said, Sandaisi, there's nothing surprising about your old man and your mother surviving. There weren't many people in the village to begin with, so not many turned into those creatures you called zombies. Moreover, your mother and I aren't ordinary people, so surviving wasn't strange. We stayed here all along waiting for the day you'd return and we'd reunite. We had given up hope, but who would have thought this day would actually come? Not ordinary people. Uncle Da raised an eyebrow slightly and said, Father, what do you mean by that? Uncle Da's father chuckled and said, judging from your stories mentioning those ghost sacrificers, I suppose you've encountered cultivators. That's right. On Earth, there has always been such a group of people, powerful. Every country has its own strong ones. These either live secluded in the mountains or are treated as secret weapons by the state. They become powerful thanks to the essences left behind by the ancestors of various races and family legacies. Our great country of Yanhuang, with its 5,000 years of history, naturally has many kinds of legacies, but the most common ones are warriors and sorcerers. The one you met earlier was likely a sorcerer. Your mother is also a sorcerer, while I am a warrior. Back in our days, our families were fairly large families, hence the marriage alliance. Upon mentioning this, Uncle Da's father paused and said, Don't you wonder why I didn't tell you these things before? Because your mother and I decided not to let you continue with such cultivation anymore. And this decision was agreed upon by the family. But quietly, we gave you quite a few medicines that enhanced the body's constitution, and we also taught you some cultivation methods that strengthen the body, which is why you easily reached the physical standards of a special forces soldier. However, since it's come to this point, there's no need to hide it anymore. Uncle Da nodded and said, I understand, but father, mother, what level of strength have you both reached? Uncle Da's father stood up, swung a punch, and the power released from the punch came with a sharp whistle sound, and remained intact without breaking, though it caused no real damage. Yet Uncle Da immediately saw through it. His father's physique was at least at level 57. This was certainly related to the increase in human attributes after the apocalypse, but also couldn't be separated from his father's previous training. Uncle Da's mother, on the other hand, didn't show off her strength. Instead, she pulled out a book and said, Sandaisi, you mentioned before that you're a pill refiner. I just happen to have an isolated manuscript related to pill refining. Take a look, perhaps it might be very beneficial for your future. Uncle Da took the book from his mother and scanned through it briefly. He looked up and asked his mother, This book really comes from the heritage of your family. Uncle Da's father nodded and said, Yes, Sandaisi. Although the so-called abilities you talk about have allowed you all to grow rapidly, remember one thing. The world's cultivators may progress slowly in terms of strength, but every one of them has their own secret techniques. When they unleash their true power, they far surpass you all in both depth and accumulation of strength, as well as application skills. You should have felt it when you fought against that ghost sacrificer, so never confront these people head-on. Uncle Da nodded and said, I understand. At that moment, a raven's caw suddenly echoed outside. In the countryside, encountering ravens isn't unusual, but in the post-apocalypse world where animals are rare, hearing a raven cry at night meant something different. Upon hearing the bird's call, Uncle Da's father stood up and as he walked toward the door, said, Oh yes, Sandaisi, there's one more thing. That ghost sacrificer you mentioned, it could be an elder from your mother's lineage. And we've met them. As he spoke, Uncle Da's father opened the door, letting a raven fly in which then transformed into a sheet of paper. Uncle Da's father picked up the paper, glanced at its contents, and laughed. Old woman, your elder wants our help. Do you think we should go? Uncle Da's mother nodded and replied. Then let's go. Sandaisi, come along with us. Uncle Da hummed in agreement and then said, Well, father, mother, can I send you over first and then take some time apart? You stay for a while with that ghost sacrificer because my companions and I still have some things to do. Uncle Da's father nodded and said, All right, then we'll set out in 2 days. 2 days. Uncle Da paused, looking at his father with confusion. Don't you want to spend more time with us? I do. At this moment, Qi Xiang, Che Dan, and Bing Yu had already returned to Pingluo City. Looking at the city that seemed almost unchanged, Qi Xiang retracted the alligator turtle, as this city held many memories for him, and he didn't want to cause any destruction. So, Qi Xiang's Desika and White Tiger, as well as Bing Yu's bloodthirsty tiger, replaced the alligator turtle as their mounts. It wasn't that Che Dan didn't want to summon dragon-like zombie creatures. It was just that Qi Xiang thought they should return home riding normal mounts. Although his own white tiger was once a zombie too, Che Dan didn't mind such details. Thus, the three rode into the city on their mounts. Looking at the familiar streets, Chi Xiang and Che Dan remembered the reckless years when they roamed these very streets, and so did Bingyu, back when she was still Jinhu's daughter, doing all sorts of arrogant things. Now recalling those times, they seemed so childish but yet unforgettable. Those truly belonged to their youthful memories. Chapter 347, Reunion 4. Back at the neighborhood where Chi Xiang and Che Dan lived, looking at the familiar area, the three of them walked upstairs. Bingyu looked at the two houses directly opposite each other and laughed. No wonder you two get along so well. Looks like your families have a good relationship too. Chi Xiang and Che Dan exchanged a smile, but didn't say anything. Che Dan took out 2 keys from his storage space. These 2 keys were originally thought to be useless by Che Dan and Chi Xiang, only kept as mementos, but now it seemed that these keys still had some use. Although the house had been sold, the locks hadn't been changed. Moreover, it was rumored that the buyer of Chi Xiang's house had been attacked by zombies before moving in. As for the buyer of Che Dan's house, even though they had moved in, they didn't get a chance to renovate before being swept into the tide of the apocalypse. At this moment, Chi Xiang and Che Dan, with the keys to their respective houses, unlocked the doors and walked inside just as they used to separate after school. Chi Xiang's house remained unchanged except for gathering much dust. On the other hand, as soon as Che Dan entered, a pungent smell of blood hit his nose. Che Dan slightly frowned as he stepped inside, looking at the dried blood on the ground and the desiccated corpse of a dead man. Che Dan approached him, noticing that the man had committed suicide with a knife, half of which was still lodged in his chest. Che Dan let out a soft sigh, shook his head, and said nothing. Though Che Dan hated the man for making such a mess of his house, when he saw the state of the man, he couldn't bring himself to hate him anymore, because it was clear the man had taken his own life under immense pressure. Che Dan could not feel hatred towards him. He could only feel pity. Indeed, what else could be said about people like this except that they were pitiable? Chi Xiang entered Che Dan's house, glanced at the dead man, and said nothing. He simply reached down, grabbed the corpse, and devoured it with fire until it was completely gone. Then, Chi Xiang remarked, "Che Dan, it seems our homes both need a cleanup." Che Dan nodded and replied, "That's true." Thus, Chi Xiang, Che Dan, and Bingyu began a massive cleaning operation. Chi Xiang's house was relatively clean, only needing to remove some dust. Che Dan's house required similar efforts, mostly cleaning up the debris left by the man, and most importantly, clearing the bloodstains. However, thanks to the game system store available to all three of them, this was no big task. Such items in the shop were extremely affordable, at least for them. A tool purchased for just a few dozen gold coins could easily clear away all the blood without leaving any trace. After the hard work was done, the two houses looked refreshingly new again. Chi Xiang smiled and said, "Che Dan, wouldn't it be great if you had the ability to reverse time? Would we then be able to return to the world before the apocalypse?" Che Dan gave a faint smile and replied, "Xiang, that would only mean reliving history again. Stop fantasizing. I think your Xbox should still be usable, right? Come on, let's get the generator running." Chi Xiang grinned mischievously and said, "Even though I haven't played in a long time, crushing you should still be effortless." Is that so? Then let's see if you can do it." Bingyu remained silent beside them, watching the two brothers. She sincerely envied their brotherhood from deep within her heart. Having grown up under the education of her gangster father, Bingyu had always admired such brotherly bonds. However, as a woman, all she had known were women scheming against one another. And if a man tried to talk about brotherhood with her, it was often because they had ulterior motives. Therefore, Bingyu never really had an opportunity to experience such a genuine friendship. But now, seeing Chi Xiang and Che Dan together, she felt she was finally witnessing real brotherhood. Though they shared no blood, they were closer than blood relatives. As Chi Xiang and Che Dan fiercely competed in front of the gaming console, Bingyu found Chi Xiang's books and started reading. Don't underestimate Chi Xiang. He and Che Dan might love playing games, but everyone has something exceptional about them. In terms of academics, both Chi Xiang and Che Dan were very strong. Now, as Bingyu flipped through Chi Xiang's books, she found them to be far beyond her current intellectual level, making them quite difficult to understand. Yet whenever she managed to grasp a small part, it brought her great insight, filling her with surprise. Just as the three were relaxing, an explosion suddenly sounded outside. Che Dan nudged Chi Xiang and said, "Hey, brother Xiang, there's an explosion outside. Go check it out." Chi Xiang, wildly pressing the game controller buttons, shouted back, "Che Dan, don't distract me. You're about to lose. If you want someone to go yourself." Che Dan immediately flared up, retorting stubbornly, You think you can win against me? Look at who's currently winning here. I'm telling you, I'm going to win this round no matter what." At this moment, Bingyu was engrossed in reading. The three of them somehow very tacitly chose not to go out and check. It made sense too. In these times, explosions outside were commonplace. Although Chi Xiang, Che Dan, and Bingyu had originally thought that Pingshi City had become a ghost town, the current explosion told them that there were still living, or dead, things moving around in this city. But for the three of them, one explosion wasn't nearly as important as what they were doing at the moment. However, if a single explosion couldn't distract the three, then the subsequent continuous explosions that followed soon impacted their eardrums. Meanwhile, on the TV screen, two big letters appeared, KO. And the one who got KO'd was none other than Che Dan. Che Dan immediately jumped up and protested, "Xiang, you cheated. If it weren't for those explosions startling me, how could I possibly have lost?" Chi Xiang rolled his eyes at him and retorted, "It seems like I did win in exactly that situation." With that, he stood up and said, Alright, let's go see who or what out there is disturbing our entertainment time. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles loudly, clearly irritated by the event. And Bingyu also put down her book and said, let's go, and take a look outside. The three didn't choose the most common way of traveling in the apocalypse, by jumping out of the window, but instead opted to walk out through the front door. After listening for a moment, Chi Xiang said, come on, it's over there, and began walking toward the direction from which the explosions originated. At this moment, on the grass field of Pingshire No. 3 Middle School, a bald man with a thick gold chain was leading a group of people, continuously firing rocket launchers and unleashing all sorts of strange powers. Their opponent was just a child. Yes, only a 5-year-old child. Chapter 348, Meeting the Parents, Part 1. If it was just a child, perhaps it wouldn't be that terrifying. But what about a child who remained unscathed under bombardment from rocket launchers and all sorts of skills? What about a child that an entire group of powerful psychics went all out against as if facing their greatest enemy? In such a situation, no one would think this was merely an ordinary child. In fact, this wasn't an ordinary child at all. In front of him, with his bright blue eyes, seemed to exist some kind of barrier. No matter how strong the attacks were, they were always deflected and could not break through. The bald man roared, attack! Kill this brat! As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a massive bolt of lightning rapidly condensed before being hurled forward, striking the barrier in front of the child. Yet, it still proved useless. Suddenly, the child's bright blue eyes turned blood red without warning. At this sight, the bald man and his subordinates immediately became panicked, as though they had encountered something truly horrifying. At that moment, the child opened its mouth, and a voice, raspy and entirely unsuited to his age, emerged. You insignificant ants, you dare to attack me while my other personality is present. I shall make you pay dearly for this. Speaking, the child raised his right hand, and the barrier in front of him shattered accordingly. However, in its place, countless blood-red arrows appeared out of nowhere and shot off with a whistling sound. Retreat, quick retreat. Despite the loud shouts of the bald man, he and his subordinates fled frantically, but were cut down one by one by the blood spears, some pierced through, others decapitated. Their deaths were exceedingly brutal. Suddenly, a whistling wind came, and thereafter, there were no more blood spears flying. Ho ho, kid. Don't look your age, but you sure have a nasty temper, killing so many people already. Looks like we elders need to teach you a lesson. A youthful voice sounded. The bald man and his few remaining subordinates stood rooted to the spot, turning around to see 3 young adults standing behind them, 2 men and 1 woman. Meanwhile, those blood spears had completely vanished, replaced once again by a barrier erected in front of the child. The child glared fiercely at the trio and said, who are you 3? Why are you interfering? The youth standing in the middle smirked slightly and said, haha, it doesn't matter who we are, the important thing is harmony in society. As he spoke, the youth kicked off with his right foot and flew forward. A purple scythe materialized in his hand, and instantly, a purple flame enveloped the scythe. Then, with just one stroke of the blade, the barrier that had been causing headaches to the bald man and his followers cracked. And the attack did not end there. With another swift turn and strike, 2 consecutive slashes left the seemingly sturdy barrier broken and on the verge of collapse, as if it might shatter at any moment. Before this young man, named Chi Xiang, could deliver a third blow, the child withdrew the barrier himself and shouted furiously, die. Countless blood spears erupted from the child's back, each carrying an overwhelming malevolent energy, as though seeking to devour their target's whole. Seeing the blood spears approach, Chi Xiang gave a cold snort, and with a casual flick of his hand, a wall of flames arose in front of him, instantly forming another protective barrier. Then, Chi Xiang rushed forward, breaking through the fiery wall. With his right hand transformed into a claw-like shape, he grabbed the child. Afterward, Chi Xiang retracted his scythe, and with his left hand, swiftly sealed the child's energy sources. Smirking coldly, he taunted, haha, can I deal with you now? Simultaneously, as Chi Xiang charged ahead, the bald man cried out, young man, don't go. That child is very strong. Dad, don't worry, he's strong. The woman turned around and looked at the bald man, who was momentarily stunned before saying, daughter, Lao Wu, Lao Chi, take a look. My daughter Jinyu is alive. It's really her. Bingyu gave her father an exasperated look and said, come on, Dad, do you really think someone like me could die that easily? Uncle Wu, Uncle Chi, why don't you guys rein in my dad a bit? Oh, by the way, I'm not called Jinyu anymore. My name is Bingyu now. Nonsense, you're our only heir of the old Jin family. How can you change your surname? You must bear the surname Jin. Give me a break. It's what era are we living in now? Still clinging on to lineage? What exactly did you pass down to me? Anyway, I don't care. From now on, I'm Bingyu. With a face full of helplessness, Cha Dan watched the old man and his daughter argue over surnames. Even more astonishingly, Cha Dan realized that Jin Hu, once the black market kingpin of Pingluo City, was actually a person who wore gold chains and kept his head shaved in the apocalypse. He couldn't help but wonder what expression Chi Xiang would have if he met his future father-in-law. While Chi Xiang was beating the child's bottom as he said, such a young age, and yet so bad, so bad, so bad. The child continued to rage uncontrollably, shouting, let me go. I will kill you all. I'll kill you. As Chi Xiang returned, Jinhu grinned and said, young man, you're really skilled. This little brat has been giving us quite a headache. Chi Xiang glanced at the bodies on the ground and nodded. Yeah, I can see that. He patted the child's head and said, why don't you apologize to them already? The child snorted and said, "It's their own fault for being weak. Is there something wrong with survival of the fittest?" "Hee, you little brat," Chi Xiang said as he lifted his hand to strike the child's bottom again. "All right, stop fooling around," Bing Yu called out. "Chi Xiang, this is my dad, Jin Hu. Dad, this is my boyfriend, Chi Xiang." "Dad, boyfriend?" Both exclaimed in shock, then stared blankly at each other. Bing Yu nodded and said, "That's right. What's the problem?" Chi Xiang was still recovering from her statement when Jin Hu came forward, patting Chi Xiang's shoulder and laughing. "Haha, young man, I said it before, your face seems familiar. Aren't you the son of old Chi? And isn't that guy over there the son of old Che? Truly, a tiger father doesn't raise dog sons." "Huh." Jin Hu scrutinized Chi Xiang carefully and continued. Not bad. Your strength is strong, and you're handsome too. You have the same air as your father did back in his days. I can rest assured leaving my daughter in your hands." Chi Xiang had first been startled by Bing Yu's words and now was shocked speechless by Jin Hu's long monologue. His mind, along with Cha Dan's, were filled with ellipses. Cha Dan was baffled. How could all members of this family act so strangely? Moreover, based on what Jin Hu said, it seemed like they knew both of their fathers and even had a good relationship with them. Chi Xiang, on the other hand, was utterly flabbergasted. He never imagined that he would end up meeting the parents on this outing. It was truly unexpected. Chapter 349, Meeting the Parents, Part 2. Looking at Chi Xiang and Che Dan's surprised expressions, Jin Hu patted Chi Xiang's shoulder and said, "Young man, there's no need to be so shocked." Chi Xiang calmed himself down a bit, seemingly accepting the situation, then glanced at Jin Hu's attire. A bald head, a big gold chain, and even part of his arm revealed a dragon's head. It was clear that he had an over-shoulder dragon tattoo. Despite this, Chi Xiang didn't hesitate and directly said, "Uncle, hello." Jin Hu smiled, then looked at the child in Chi Xiang's hands and asked, "What do we do with this little one?" Chi Xiang looked at him and said, "This child seems to have been influenced by something, but his strength is indeed remarkable. I want to help train him well, and perhaps he could become a great asset for us." Jin Hu nodded and said, "Good, let's proceed like that. We've been active in Ping Luo City, and our gathering place is our old house. Let's go to where we'll train." Chi Xiang nodded and agreed. Then two of Jin Hu's subordinates ran over and brought out two minivans. Everyone got into the cars and headed toward the residence. In the car, Chi Xiang came to understand that neither Jin Hu nor his subordinates were particularly powerful. Jin Hu, the strongest of them, was merely level 49, whereas the child, despite being young, had apparently experienced some strange encounters and was already level 55, even though he hadn't focused on cultivation. Looking at this child whose abilities Chi Xiang had sealed, he couldn't help but imagine how terrifying this kid might become if he dedicated himself fully to practice. When asked about the child's origin, Jin Hu said, "This little one suddenly appeared in this city a week ago. At the time, my brothers were patrolling the streets when they encountered this kid. Since the appearance of such a small child is bizarre in this era, my gang shot at him. But alas, their power wasn't a match for him. All of my brothers were defeated by this kid. Up until now, we fought him multiple times. As you can see, only 17 of us remain. Tragic, truly tragic." The child coldly snorted and said, "Heh, it wasn't as if you guys didn't provoke me first." Jin Hu glared at him and said, "Don't think I don't know who you are, Sanguine Blood Demon Child. You're quite famous, and even if we didn't act first, wouldn't you have captured us for training anyway?" The child laughed and said, "Don't call me that. While the title may sound okay, I also have my own name. Call me Tong Tong." Upon hearing the nickname-like name coming from the child's mouth, Chi Xiang and Che Dan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bing Yu, seeing her father's displeased face, tried hard to suppress her laughter because the name was just too funny. Tong Tong stared disdainfully at Chi Xiang and his companions and said, Haha what? All three of you really, it's just a name, what's the big deal?" Chi Xiang laughed and said, "Exactly, that's what we're laughing at. Of Tong Tong. Is this your baby name?" Tong Tong snorted and said, "If only I could defeat you. I wouldn't stoop to quarrel with you three at all." With that, he turned his face to look out of the car window. At that moment, a voice rang out of nowhere. "Hee, bloody demon god, long time no see." Everyone's gaze followed the voice and gathered on Chi Xiang. Shrugging, Chi Xiang said, "Yeshing Zixing, it's been a while since you showed up. Were you sleeping inside all this time?" Yeshing Zixing laughed and said, "Yeah, that nap felt good. If I hadn't sensed the bloody demon god's presence, I wouldn't have even wanted to wake up." Tong Tong looked at Chi Xiang and said, "Oh, isn't this Yeshing Zixing? Wasn't he sealed by someone called Yuan Shun or whatever? How did you end up possessing a human body? And from the looks of things, it's the human leading while you're merely existing. Huh, how amusing." Yeshing Zixing coldly snorted and said, "And you, the chief of demon gods, why have you ended up residing within a mere child? Besides, judging from your mental fluctuations, it seems not even a small child can contain you adequately. Truly pathetic." Tong Tong snorted once more and stopped talking, crossing his arms. Yeshing Zixing continued, "Fine, if you don't wish to talk, I won't force you. I'll give you that respect. Chi Xiang, I'm going back to sleep. Your powers seem to have grown significantly since the last time I saw you." Chi Xiang grinned mischievously and said, "True, but aren't you going to leave me some secret techniques before you go?" "Ah, you're impossible," Yeshing Zixing sighed, then left some skills in Chi Xiang's mind before falling back into slumber. Seeing the knowledge gained in his mind, Chi Xiang smirked slightly. This trip hadn't been in vain. The treasures Yeshing Zixing had revealed were genuine masterpieces. If he learned them all, even without an increase in energy, his strength would rise to another level. Qi Xiang, looking smug, sighed. Hey, why don't I have a deity like that living inside me who just drops a couple of manuals and then leaves? Hey, that's so unfair. Che Dan's words earned simultaneous eye rolls from both Qi Xiang and Tong Tong, a double dose of disdain. Qi Xiang looked at Tong Tong and said, Hey, bloody demon god, can you also go into deep slumber like Yexing Zixing? Otherwise, this kid's body won't mature fast enough, and he will die soon. And then all your efforts would be wasted, wouldn't they? Tong Tong looked at Qi Xiang and asked, What do you mean by that? Qi Xiang smiled slightly and replied, What I mean is, I'll take on an apprentice, you fall asleep, and I'll help Tong Tong train. When you need the body again, you can use it. It works perfectly well for everyone. The bloody demon god nodded and said, Sounds like a pretty good idea. But let me warn you, don't do anything weird to my body. Then, Tong Tong tilted his neck, closed his eyes, and fainted. Looking at Tong Tong, Qi Xiang nodded and muttered, Well, looks like I'm becoming a master. Jin, who turned to his future son-in-law and asked, Qi Xiang and Che Dan, how are your parents doing? As soon as he mentioned this, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Bingyu tapped her father and whispered, Dad, don't ask about it. Qi Xiang forced out a bitter laugh and said, No worries. It has already happened. There's no harm in talking about it. In this apocalyptic era, death is inevitable anyway. If I could make sure my parents lived comfortably during the apocalypse, I'm already content. Jin, who nodded solemnly and said, Both of your fathers were great friends of mine. We three started off exploring the world together. Later on, as we gradually gained power, they chose to clean up their reputations and leave behind their criminal lives, while only I remained to keep this business going. Our paths diverged since then, but I never expected that now we are parted by life and death. Chapter 350, Meeting the Parents, Part 3. Qi Xiang and Che Dan sighed simultaneously. The rest of the journey passed in silence. Upon arriving at Jin Hu's house, an imposing villa came into view before Qi Xiang and the others. The entire villa looked resplendent and far exceeded the elegance of Bo Ji's home. It was, after all, an estate. Jin Hu laughed and said, Come along, welcome to my humble abode, sons of my two old friends, haha. With that, Jin Hu led the way, while Qi Xiang, holding Tong Tong, followed behind with Bingyu and Che Dan. As for the others, they walked behind. Upon entering, the interior of the house appeared very luxurious, unlike the refined atmosphere of Bo Ji's home. Jin Hu's home exuded a grandeur, but without making people feel like it belonged to a nouveau riche family. Jin Hu boasted, This house was specially designed by a designer I hired back in the day. It's one of a kind globally. However, Jin Hu didn't know that Qi Xiang and Che Dan had already been here once long ago. Thinking about this matter, the three shared a smile without saying anything, listening instead as Jin Hu recounted how wonderful everything was and what was good about where. Meanwhile, Jin Hu's subordinates exchanged awkward glances, wondering if their boss should be boasting like this in front of these two younger men. But Jin Hu wasn't bothered by any discomfort, getting increasingly excited as he talked. Father, since we've finally reunited, shouldn't we have a proper gathering and feast? Jin Hu paused, then said, All right, you're so thoughtful, daughter. You two, go prepare the meal. The two people Jin Hu called upon immediately started preparing the food. Then, Jin Hu pulled the three guests over to the couch and sat them down, asking, Daughter, were you mistreated after separating from us? Bingyu smiled. No matter how bad things got, I certainly wasn't chased around like this by some little kid, right? Jin Hu shot him a glare, retorting, It's only you who would mock me. You seem to be doing pretty well, though. Bingyu nodded. Exactly, father. And how are you doing? Jin Hu lit a cigarette and replied, What can I say? Making do with a bunch of followers to scrape together a living. Now, as you can see, there aren't many left. It's not that your old man is incompetent. A lot has happened over time. Bingyu looked at his father, thinking if it were an ordinary father, one might check for gray hair now. But seeing Jin Hu's shining bald head made Bingyu awkwardly ask, Father, what plans do you have ahead? Jin Hu glanced at his subordinates, saying, What else can I do? Keep muddling through life with my group of followers. However, with you guys around, especially my capable son-in-law, I imagine life will become easier. Bingyu smiled and said, Qi Xiang, you tell him. Qi Xiang nodded and began recounting what Gui Si had said, only focusing on the important parts, yet still needing quite a bit of explanation to make himself clear. Hearing Qi Xiang's words, Jin Hu stroked his chin, saying, Your meaning is that I take my men to find someone named Gui Si, and after some time, you'll join us? Qi Xiang nodded. Yes, uncle. That's exactly what I mean. Jin Hu nodded again. Sounds like a good plan. Oh, by the way, earlier you said my strength is merely enough to be cannon fodder, right? Upon hearing this, Qi Xiang pretended to look up at the ceiling, replying, I never said that. And Bingyu kicked Jin Hu, adding, Stop denying it. Haven't you a clue about your own abilities? Don't scare my boyfriend. Hey, young lady, now that you've found a partner, do you no longer care for your old man? If you continue scaring my boyfriend, we'll leave right away. Seeing this interaction between the elder and the youth, Qi Xiang and Che Dan didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Jin Hu's subordinates remained completely calm, obviously accustomed to such antics by now. After a hearty meal, Qi Xiang and Che Dan took their leave, instructing Bingyu to spend some quality time with her father. They both headed back to Qi Xiang's place. He joked about returning to reminisce and tidy up, but Bingyu clearly knew these two were just eager to resume their unfinished game. Still, she didn't expose them, simply asking them to bring back the book she had read earlier. And to such a request, Chi Xiang naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Leaving Jin Hu's home, Chi Xiang and Che Dan each mounted their steeds to return. Hey, Desika, how are things going inside the alternate dimension? Hearing Chi Xiang's question, Desika said, do you still care about us summoned beasts? Well, what can we do? We eat well, sleep well, and run around aimlessly every day. It's quite leisurely actually. By the way, Chi Xiang, can you please not bring back any more big creatures? When it was just me, Baihu, and Tax, everything was fine. Later, the crocodile turtle came out but spent most of his time in water management. That was tolerable too. But what's with that fire dragon? He doesn't eat much, but why does he poop so much and stink so badly? To be honest, if there wasn't a way to handle this stuff in the alternate dimension, I bet the crocodile turtle would have slain the dragon first before any of us acted. Baihu also agreed. Yeah, Chi Xiang, can you solve this problem for us? Otherwise, we summoned beasts who risk our lives for you will have to endure the smell of dragon dung, which is utterly unreasonable. Chi Xiang chuckled, saying, all right, I'll take care of it. Che Dan looked at Chi Xiang's predicament and smirked. Hee hee, brother Xiang, how about my summoned beasts? A pure undead army. They definitely don't have such problems. Chi Xiang gave him a sideways glance and replied, sure, your summoned beasts don't mind each other. But who's the one who returns from battle reeking of corpse odor every time? And who's the one who tried using his summoned beasts to capture someone last time, only for the whole gathering place to come after you because they saw the zombies? Caught red-handed by Chi Xiang, Che Dan didn't have a comeback yet and could only say, cough cough, brother Xiang, let's leave those matters behind. After uttering those words, both sides simultaneously, sharing the same thought in their hearts. Oh, having summoned beasts really ruins one's life. However, thoughts aside, the help that the summoned beasts provided to Chi Xiang and Che Dan was undeniable. Not only did they save them a lot of trouble, but they had saved their lives numerous times. So while complaints were made, the bond between the two of them and their summoned beasts was clear. Chi Xiang looked at Che Dan and asked, hey, Che Dan, when are you going to get a couple of living and breathing summoned beasts? Chapter 351, Meeting the Parents, 4. Che Dan gave Chi Xiang a withering look and said, do you think everyone is like you, finding a magical beast for a mount or a summoned creature? I already have a summoned creature, and do you know who I am? I'm a summoner. Summoned creatures are plenty, but there's no time to take care of them. Zombies are better. They don't need feeding, just some regular training, and they can play a big role when it matters. Chi Xiang nodded, thinking that Che Dan had a point, then turned to Baihu and asked, by the way, Baihu, were there any good zombies on the small island where you went berserk that could be used as summoned creatures? Baihu thought for a moment and replied, well, Chi Xiang, all the zombies on that island were animal-based zombies, inherently stronger than human zombies. Regarding strength, I was only slightly stronger than them when I was there. What do you think of their overall power level? Chi Xiang nodded again and said, Che Dan, do you find that island appealing at all? Che Dan nodded and said, Xiang Ge, when the time comes, you'll have to come with me. Chi Xiang grinned and said, of course. However, neither of them planned to leave immediately. Instead, they stayed at home and played games for 2 whole days, the battles reaching a frenzied state. They would probably have spent the rest of their lives in the game if not for Bing Yu personally coming to find them. Chi Xiang stretched lazily, looking at the sun and smiled. Wow, this has been so much fun. Che Dan nodded and said, that's true, Xiang Ge. The world may be vast, but nothing beats games. Bing Yu watched the two with exasperation and said, you two usually play games too, right? Why do you act possessed whenever you're back at Chi Xiang's house? Chi Xiang shook his head and laughed. You wouldn't understand. This was where we fought before, full of memories. And isn't it better now that we can play until we're satisfied, instead of having to leave after just a while? Che Dan nodded in agreement. Exactly, Bing Yu obviously doesn't have this kind of experience. Bing Yu retorted, and you two still haven't handed me the book you promised long ago. I've been waiting for that book for quite some time. Chi Xiang chuckled nervously. All right, honey, stop being mad. Let's go pick up Uncle, and then set off. Bing Yu nodded. Okay, since your attitude is decent, I'll forgive you this time. Back at Jinhu's place, upon learning that Chi Xiang and Che Dan planned to visit their parents' graves, Jinhu said, why not bring me along? I want to see my old buddy as well. Chi Xiang agreed. All right, Uncle, let's pay our respects to both of our parents first, and then there are some other things we need to do. Can you handle visiting Guasi alone? Jinhu laughed. Of course, don't underestimate us. The group gathered their stuff. Well, actually Jinhu stored away a few supplies and munitions. While insignificant to Chi Xiang and Che Dan, even small contributions mattered, and Jinhu decided to gather them. In the end, everything was placed into Jinhu's storage space. Yes, you read that right. Jinhu had his own storage space, and apparently it wasn't small. Then, they all got into a car and left the city. Once outside, the leading car stopped, and Chi Xiang got out, smiling and saying, Uncle, driving is too slow, why don't we ride on my mount? As he spoke, a massive 6-pointed star appeared, followed by a huge claw emerging from it, and soon after, an enormous beast climbed out, an alligator turtle that seemed like a small mountain, which was quite intimidating. Jinhu, meanwhile, stared with stars in his eyes and exclaimed, my goodness, such a big turtle. If we made it into a cooling jelly tonic, how nutritious it would be. Chi Xiang couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward at his father-in-law's train of thought and awkwardly said, everyone get on, as one by one they hopped, or more accurately climbed, onto the turtle. Once all aboard, Chi Xiang gave the order, and the alligator turtle quickly moved its massive limbs and began racing forward. Seeing the surroundings rapidly receding, Jinhu laughed and said, Qi Xiang, this thing of yours really moves fast. If it's this quick, wouldn't it take no time to get to America? America? Qi Xiang looked at Jinhu with a puzzled expression. Sure, the turtle could get to America in no time, but why mention America? This doubt was ultimately resolved by Bingyu. Dad, if you're thinking about American women, I'll emasculate you for mother. Jinhu immediately stopped talking after hearing his daughter's words, instead looking edly at Bingyu. Bingyu didn't even look at Jinhu and directly turned her head away. Seeing this father-daughter pair, Qi Xiang couldn't figure out how to describe them and could only console himself by saying, get used to it, just get used to it. Meanwhile, over at Bo Ji's place. Hey, Xiaoyang, how was your day with Jiaoyang? Lin Xiaoyang and Zhao Liang returned to the house, each dressed in a new set of clothes. Seeing the meal prepared by Bo Gu, Lin Xiaoyang smiled and said, it was great. Even though this place has been destroyed by zombies, there are still many beautiful things to see. Yeah, really nice. Bo Gu, why don't you go take a walk? You've seen the world before the apocalypse, but you haven't seen it after, right? Bo Gu laughed and shook his head, replying, never mind, you two go enjoy yourselves. I reckon Qi Xiang and the others will be back in a few days. By the way, number one sent some data over these last couple of days that I need to sort through. How about you help me? Recalling the last time she helped Bo Gu organize data, where stacks of information had utterly confused her, Lin Xiaoyang quickly declined this time around. Bo Gu, you'd better handle it yourself. I think I'll continue enjoying myself for a few more days. Bo Gu chuckled and said, enjoy then. Then he added somewhat sorrowfully, but you won't be able to enjoy much longer. Zhao Liang, who hadn't spoken up until now, said, all right, why so suddenly gloomy, Bo Gu? Hey, come on, let's eat. Who would have thought Bo Gu could cook so well? It's almost as good as Uncle Da. After hearing Zhao Liang's comment, Bo Gu laughed. Of course, I've had cooking training. How could I possibly be worse than that cook Uncle Da? Ha. That one sentence instantly dispelled the gloomy atmosphere, but the words about great calamities and new eras that Ghost Sacrifice mentioned were always a concern in the hearts of Qi Xiang and his companions. Sometimes, knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing. Chapter 352, Team on the Move, Part 1. Nowadays, many people are still killing and competing for fame, money, women, and power. However, Qi Xiang's team couldn't care less because they know that all of these will turn into nothingness sooner or later, and the only important thing at that time will be who can survive. What kind of person? A roar resounded as a man holding 2 machine guns burst out from the house, but was faced with a mess in the archive room. The man cursed under his breath, saying, damn it, I am the 17th one again. Lately, why have some people developed curiosity about the Institute's archives? If my experiment wasn't still incomplete, I would have killed you. He turned around to call his assistant to clean up the mess while he completed the unfinished experiment himself. Looking at the files in his hands, Number 1 slightly raised the corner of his lips and said, Qi Xiang was completely right. This bunch of people from the Research Institute have truly no moral bottom lines. Medusa, looking at the data retrieved by Ian, her hands were even trembling slightly, not due to any other reason, but due to anger. Yes, other research institutes were okay, but this particular branch had conducted many experiments concerning women, and not in a good way. They were related to enhancing female physical combat abilities and reproductive functions. And more importantly, they actually used live human subjects. Each test subject was recorded meticulously with names, photographs, and status. It looked like a grotesque novel, but these were genuine experiments indeed. Seeing Medusa's reaction, Number 1 patted her on the shoulder and said, all right, Qi Xiang and the others will handle this. Medusa lifted her head and said, boss, I want to kill that guy. When she said these words, cold, killing intent radiated off her entire body, spreading an icy chill through the air. No one believed that she referred to the guy as anything but deadly serious. Even members of Number 1's team hadn't seen such intense bloodlust from Medusa before. Number 1 nodded and said, all right, then this time, we'll follow your lead. Medusa nodded, thanked him briefly, and quickly departed. Ian, watching Medusa leave, asked, boss, should I follow her and check? Number 1 shook his head and said, do you not trust Medusa's strength? Moreover, Big Guy isn't even worried, so what's your rush? As he spoke, he glanced at Big Guy and continued, look at him. How much faith he has in his teammates and especially in women. Then, flipping through the data in his hands, he said, hey, Shadow, sort through these materials and send them over to Brother Bo. Shadow nodded and immediately took over the task, starting to organize everything. Holding a red and a purple dagger in hand, Medusa suppressed her presence. Clutching the daggers named Qilian and Zio, she crept forward like a venomous snake ready to deliver a fatal blow. Initially, these daggers weren't particularly famous, but as more people fell victim to them, accumulating more negative energies, the daggers earned their reputation as 2 renowned weapons among assassins. And these daggers became Medusa's personal weapons. At this moment, the man already marked with a death sentence remained completely oblivious, still immersed in his research like a study-crazed maniac. Although there's nothing inherently wrong with being focused, breaking ethical boundaries might just make you the one who ends up dead. As Medusa saw the assistant tidying up the library, she didn't hesitate. With a chop of her palm, she knocked him out. While working as an assistant at the Institute demanded high intelligence and research capability, their combat prowess wasn't anything to boast about. Yet, Medusa didn't intend to let him go either because according to the records, this assistant had participated in numerous unethical experiments. Without taking any measures against the unconscious man, Medusa entered the lab where the man was conducting experiments. A cold snort escaped her lips, and raising the Zio dagger, she lunged forward. This time, Medusa's attack was without any covert assassination techniques, purely raw combat skills. Haha, little brat, I knew you'd come back. Come on then. The man laughed, turning around suddenly, his right arm now transformed into a machine gun spewing fiery bullets. Faced with these possibly specially customized bullets, Medusa showed no hesitation. Opening her mouth, she spat out a stream of liquid. Instantly, a purple barrier formed in front of Medusa and advanced. As soon as the bullet struck it, steam began rising. The man glanced at the incoming venom, let out a cold snort, and hurled a chair toward it. Instantly, a large portion of the venom was deflected. The remainder posed no real threat to the man. However, this short span of time was already sufficient for Medusa to close in. Chilian pierced directly into the man's abdomen. Then Zio followed, stabbing into his arm. Instantly, the man's originally enhanced body began to experience two sensations: extreme heat and extreme cold. Ah! The man screamed in agony, but Medusa didn't hesitate. She lifted her hand, and Zio swiftly chopped off the man's arm. Chilian simultaneously tore open the man's stomach, resulting in blood spurting everywhere. Medusa retracted both daggers, Chilian and Zio, and then pulled out a chain, binding up the man who was howling in pain. Smirking coldly, she said, "Since you're so fond of reproductive experiments, I bet your certain parts should be quite happy now." With that, Medusa grabbed the man and dragged him outside, throwing him beside his assistant. Smirking cruelly, she remarked, "I'll let you know just how terrible it is to offend a woman, especially a female assassin who knows 367 different methods of punishment." And with that, Medusa began the first method of torture. Each one of Medusa's methods could induce unbearable pain without killing the victim. Moreover, she had fed both men a special pill used for torture interrogations, which would forcibly keep them calm and prevent them from going mad prematurely, thus ensuring they wouldn't collapse or become insane before she extracted all the information she wanted. Hearing the screams emanating from the research institute, Number 1 wiped the cold sweat trickling down his forehead and asked Ian, "Do you remember what happened when Medusa last interrogated a criminal?" Recalling the event, Ian shuddered and replied, "Number 1, please don't mention such terrifying things casually. It's really scary." Number 1 laughed bitterly and responded, "Is it my fault?" Chapter 353, Squad on the Move, 2. Just as Number 1 and others were growing impatient and ready to enter regardless of how disgusting the scene might be to call Medusa, Medusa came out. There wasn't a drop of blood on Medusa, but he had changed into a new set of clothes. Seeing Medusa like this, Number 1 bitterly smiled and said, "Medusa, do you have to be so perverted?" Medusa replied, "Before you accuse me of being perverted, take a look at who I did it to." Hearing Medusa's words, Number 1 couldn't refute him and fell silent. Looking at the map in his hand, Number 1 said, "So shall we go there next?" Saying this, Number 1 pointed to a place on the map. With no objections from the group, Number 1 and the rest immediately set off. Meanwhile, all research institutes within the Yanhuang country were conducting video meetings. The big boss was already livid. What exactly is going on? The data rooms of so many research institutes have been stolen from, and one institute even saw its researchers and assistants brutally killed. What exactly happened? Is our security system completely useless now? Listening to the big boss's roar, a man with gold-rimmed glasses said, "Boss, I originally thought these cases were someone performing a simple information raid, but it may not be that simple anymore. This time, the brutality of the killings I've seen is extremely rare in the world. As far as I know, the only person capable of such cruelty is Medusa from the European Assassin Guild. Assassin Company? Are they planning to become our enemies?" Hearing the big boss's words, the man with gold-rimmed glasses said, "I'm not entirely sure about this, but apparently Medusa's entire team was expelled from the Assassin Guild some time ago. Whether or not this serves as foreshadowing for recent events, Medusa remains affiliated with the Assassin Guild, at least until recently. Boss, you've always been interested in some aspects of the Assassin Guild. Why not seize this opportunity?" The big boss listened to the man with the gold-rimmed glasses and nodded smilingly. He said, "All right, let's handle it this way." With that, he waved his hand and declared, "Meeting adjourned." While Number 1's team continued their mission, arguments between the Assassin Guild and Yanhuang region's research institutes were reaching fever pitch. Even with the director of the Eurasian Research Institute attempting to mediate, it proved ineffective. Yanhuang's side insisted on only one principle. People from the Assassin Guild killed their personnel and stole their data, demanding the return of the data along with compensation. However, the Assassin Guild staunchly denied any involvement. Both sides were on edge. On one side, there was Yanhuang Country's Research Institute, rich in resources from the Yanhuang landmass with abundant scientific achievements. On the other, the Assassin Guild occupying a small island, with an unknown number of assassins at their disposal. Neither organization operated openly on the world stage, yet each possessed enough power to rattle the globe. Now with these two major forces on the verge of conflict, many factions were preparing to watch the spectacle. In the past, there might have been those who would attempt to intervene, looking to benefit from the chaos by forming alliances, but now all forces plan to remain as spectators because these days, what mattered wasn't acquiring something, but preserving something. However, the impending clash between the Assassin Guild and the Yanhuang Research Institute was undeniable. It was just a matter of time. While neither knew when exactly it would happen, both were already on high alert. And despite this, Team Number 1 still carried on their activities within Yinhuang country, even upon learning the reasons behind the conflicts, deciding to fan the flames and exacerbate matters further. Therefore, beyond merely acquiring data, they began killing certain researchers, those deserving of death for their egregious crimes. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang and Cha Dan were still on the road. Cha Dan, like usual, was browsing posts on forums when he suddenly came across one post and immediately shared it with Qi Xiang. After taking a cursory glance, Qi Xiang revealed a slight smile and said, "These guys from Team 1 are truly skilled at playing around. But has the nature of the institute been clarified yet?" Cha Dan shook his head, saying, "Not yet. The data obtained by Team 1 is directly sent to Brother Bo for collation, and Brother Bo hasn't given us a response yet. But I estimate it won't be good." Qi Xiang nodded, saying, "All right, it seems when I get back, I'll have to give some rewards to Team 1. At this moment, Brother Bo at home was reviewing the data sent back by Team 1 and an email written by them. Looking over its contents, Brother Bo slightly curled up the corners of his mouth and said, well done this time." Speaking this, Brother Bo started reviewing the materials sent back this time. As Bo Gu reviewed more and more Research Institute data, his disdain for the Institute only deepened. Thus, when he learned that the Institute had encountered a formidable adversary, and what's more, it was the Institute who provoked them, Bo Gu couldn't wait to watch the ensuing drama unfold. Meanwhile, researchers from all branches of the Institute were on the move, flocking in groups toward the headquarters in Guangzhou. Essentially, all the branch offices were now empty, but this made it even harder for Team 1 to steal the data. Because of previous incidents, the researchers knew they were targeting the data. Therefore, each branch's database was now protected by top-tier security measures. These measures didn't distinguish friend from foe unless disarmed, and no one could emerge alive if they triggered them. Even if someone managed to survive, the data inside would self-destruct. Faced with this situation, Number 1 felt overwhelmed. The Institute's security measures were arguably the best in the world. Leveraging their inherent advantages in this field, each institute had its own cutting-edge scientific achievements. Out of 10 institutes, at least 7 or 8 had different security protocols, making them extremely difficult to crack. Moreover, any minor mistake could lead to the destruction of the data, rendering the effort futile. In light of these challenges, Number 1 had no choice but to contact Bo Gu. After learning the situation, Bo Gu said, "Number 1, you've already done an excellent job. Since they're so ruthless, why don't you fan the flames further and get the Institute and the Assassin Guild to fight? I trust your methods will be far more sophisticated than mine. Remember not to expose your identity information, especially ours." As Number 1 listened to Bo Ji's words, he agreed, and a concrete plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 354, Squad Departs, Part 3. After finishing the conversation with the director of Yinhuang Country's Research Institute, the boss of the Assassin's Guild immediately became agitated. He smashed a large hole in the table and cursed. "Damn it! What kind of drug did that yellow-skinned monkey eat? How dare he talk to me like this, and even demand compensation from me? Shit, I see this as just an excuse to ask for things from me. Jack, gather some manpower for me right now. Let's see how powerful this research institute really is." Jack, seeing that the boss was still angry, advised cautiously. "President, I think this is a special time. We could focus on defense, but if we attack, it would be very disadvantageous for our power reserves. After all, no one knows what will happen next in this world. So, preserving strength might be the best option." Listening to Jack's words, the president of the Assassin's Guild nodded slightly, sat back into his chair, took a deep breath to calm himself, then said, "All right, let's follow your advice." Jack nodded, accepted the task, and left to make arrangements. Meanwhile, the president picked up a photo on his desk and began looking at it. In the picture was a group photo of a European man and 2 Asians, one male, one female. All 3 looked very young, and could truly be described as good-looking men and beautiful women. Gazing at the photograph, the president muttered to himself, "So many years have passed, and you still can't let go of the past, can you? Well, perhaps if it were me, I wouldn't forget either. Sigh, Chunfeng, how wonderful it would be if you were still alive. Maybe our relationship wouldn't have deteriorated beyond repair like it has today." Saying this, the president put down the photo and lit a cigarette, smoking as if only the burning sensation within his lungs could calm him. At the same moment, at the headquarters of the Yinhuang Country Research Institute, a man in a military overcoat was sitting in his office chair. The man looked elderly, over 50 years old. His military overcoat, though officially part of military attire, was outdated in design. Yet the rank insignia upon it exuded a sense of authority. Right then, the man was observing a photograph. This photo had been specially preserved using the Institute's unique technology, placed inside a frame so that despite passing decades, it remained unchanged. The man gazed at the 3 figures in the photo, gently touching the image of the woman as if truly caressing her face. The gesture was incredibly tender. Murmuring to himself, the man whispered, "Chunfeng, rest assured, this time I will ensure that the person who wronged you pays their dues." 30 years ago, during their prime, these 3 individuals, Pearson, Wang Luo, and the woman they both loved, Luo Chunfeng, were dear friends. In their youth, they were each outstanding members of their respective organizations. Pearson, a once-in-a-century prodigy of the Assassin's Guild. Wang Luo, the youngest squad leader and also an exceptionally talented researcher. Luo Chunfeng, a young, beautiful, and independent swordsman. These 3 people were widely renowned across every clandestine organization. Moreover, Wang Luo also served under the national military, giving him yet another public identity. He was the only one among the three who could reveal his true face publicly. Back then, they were known as the famous Iron Triangle. However, during a joint mission, they faced their greatest enemy. Due to Pearson's misjudgment, Luo Chunfeng met her demise. Ever since then, a crucial member of the trio was gone, and Wang Luo and Pearson completely severed ties, leading to no further communication between them except when conflict arose between their affiliated groups. Later on, one of them became the president of the Assassins Guild while the other became both the director of the Research Institute and commander of the military district, two figures who swayed the times significantly. Nevertheless, due to various constraints, Wang Luo never initiated any direct declaration of war against Pearson, and Pearson, burdened by guilt, would have never done so either. But this time, it seemed that Wang Luo had decided on the final showdown. What number one and others were doing was merely the trigger, like a fuse, where even a small spark would ignite, uncontrollably detonating a bomb buried for 30+ years. At this moment, number one and his team had already arrived at a crucial passage leading to the Research Institute headquarters. Seeing the hastily arriving researchers and assistants, Big Brother showed no mercy and began attacking. With Big Brother's cover, Ian successfully and effortlessly killed the intruders. Number one scribbled something on his notebook and murmured to himself, "This is the 35th one. Haha, I wonder what the director of the institute feels about this situation. He will be furious." A voice sounded out of nowhere, and then a cannonball exploded directly towards them. However, number one and his team avoided the attack thanks to their sixth sense honed from years on the brink of life and death. Then, they saw who their opponent was this time. It was a man wearing a windbreaker with a hood, seemingly trying to hide his identity. But his right face and right arm were completely metallic, clearly showing that he was a cyborg. Looking at the man before them, number one smirked coldly. "I was wondering who had come, but it's just you, Residual Body. It seems your director holds us in high regard." Heh. Residual Body yawned and said, "Oh, it's number one. Don't tell me all these people here were killed by you guys. Really, there was no need for such a fuss. Why do I have to get my hands dirty? The boss really should have let someone else handle the task. If you're already locked as targets, why did he bother asking me?" Listening to Residual Body's words, number one asked, "What? So you don't want to kill us?" Residual Body shook his head and replied, "It's not that I don't want to. It's just that you're too hard to kill. This mission is way too much work. I haven't even finished one experiment yet, and I wanted to wrap it up before the final assault. Honestly, such a waste of time." Hearing this, number one didn't feel any anger but instead asked, "When are you planning the total assault?" Residual Body gave him an unimpressed look and retorted, "Do you think I'd possibly tell you that kind of information? Come on, let's fight already so I can go back to my research." With that, Residual Body got into a starting stance. As for number one, he let out a cold snort without saying anything, but gave a gesture, which meant, "Start the battle." In an instant, both Ian and Shadow vanished into thin air, while Big Brother took out his weapon. Medusa's twin daggers appeared in her hands, and Poison had already retrieved several vials of corrosive venom to inject into his sprayer. As for number one, he had already rushed forward. Chapter 355, Team Strike 4. Residual Corpse glanced coldly at the oncoming group and raised his right arm for a barrage of machine gun fire. However, such an attack meant nothing to number one and others. Then number one immediately accelerated forward, reaching Residual Corpse's position. A pistol appeared out of nowhere in number one's hand, before pointing the barrel straight at Residual Corpse's chest and firing 3 shots. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, after which Residual Corpse collapsed on the ground, while number one quickly issued orders for retreat. The team promptly left. After they were gone, Residual Corpse slowly climbed back to his feet, touching his battered chest, 3 large holes riddled with flickering sparks. With a wry smile, Residual Corpse muttered, "This guy is really serious about it. Well, that's life." With that, he began repairing his body on the spot. When number one saw Residual Corpse still breathing, he took the team away. Why? Because he considered Residual Corpse something of a friend. Actually, Residual Corpse got along well with many people. His appearance signified that their actions had crossed a line. This time, Residual Corpse gave them another chance, but if there was another instance, he might indeed have to intervene. Thus, number one led his team into retreat. Their mission was complete anyway. Meanwhile, both the Killer Guild and Research Institute were in a frenzy, one side preparing for defense while the other prepared to launch an offensive. Both parties were busily occupied. To this day, no one knows why the director of the institute in the Yanhuang district, Wang Luo, seemed like a rabid dog determined to wage war against the Killer Guild. Some guessed it was due to crucial resources. Others speculated that Wang Luo, aware of his impending death, intended to drag his many down with him. Still others suggested there was personal animosity between Pearson and Wang Luo, which led Wang to use public affairs as a cover for private grievances. In fact, the last supposition came closest to the truth, though not even Pearson could fully grasp what Wang Luo truly intended inside his head. Qi Xiang scrutinized the message sent by Brother Bo, stroking his chin and saying, "Seems like the pathogen spoke accurately. It turns out the Institute really did engage in plenty of foul play. But Ghost Sacrifice's claims are yet unproven." Qi Xiang added, "Oh, looks like number one's team hasn't finished its assignment yet." Sidon nodded and said, "All right, Brother Xiang, stop worrying too much. Let's go, it's our destination." As he spoke, Sidon pointed ahead. Qi Xiang agreed, gesturing everyone down. He then returned the crocodile turtle to the astral dimension. Observing the area not far ahead, Qi Xiang said, "Let's walk over." For once, Jin, who didn't indulge in hyperbole, but merely nodded subtly. acknowledging with a faint sound before continuing towards their goal. At that moment, there already stood someone near the tombstones. Seeing this individual, neither Chi Xiang nor Zidong said anything, merely approaching and letting Chi Xiang speak. You've arrived. The person nodded, replying, yeah, once I finished matters at the institute, I hurried here. What ghost sacrifice mention will take some time to resolve. Chi Xiang nodded again, asking, Brother Bo, did you know we'd come? Bo chuckled softly. That enormous crocodile turtle. You think I wouldn't notice? Chi Xiang grinned lightly without response. First, he bowed several times before his parents' graves, before seating himself on the ground. From his satchel, he pulled out food and drinks, laughing as he addressed them. Dad, Mom, your son has come to see you. Speaking thus, Chi Xiang opened 2 bottles of beer, poured one onto the ground, followed by opening a bottle of orange juice, which was also poured on the ground. Picking up the beer, Chi Xiang drank a swig, muttering, Dad, you always liked this kind of beer best, and back then, I never understood what was so special about it. Now, just like Mom, I prefer orange juice over these bitter tastes. What's so good about this stuff? Lifting his head and swallowing, Chi Xiang drained the bottle in one gulp. Slight reddening showed in his eyes, but he said no more. Without speaking, Brother Bo burned paper money beside the graves, piece by piece. Likewise, Zidong, having arranged the offerings, babbled incessantly, a torrent of words recounting all that had occurred since their departure. Jin, who moved forward as well, pulling from his astral pocket 3 bottles of white spirit. Before the graves of Chi Xiang and Zidong's parents, he carefully poured each one. Subsequently, Jin, who solemnly declared, Good brothers, we are separated now by life and death, but I hope that we may be friends again in the next life. This cup of wine, I toast to you. Speaking so, Jin, who picked up the wine bottle and gulped it down. Then water coursed down his face, the mixture of alcohol and tears mingling together. After a bottle of white spirit, Jin, who wiped the tears from his face and laughed. Haha. Back then, you two said the path I chose would definitely make me die before you, haha. Come back to life. Wasn't it agreed that I would die first? Why did you leave me behind like this? Ah. His voice choked up as he roared in agony, shouting loudly as if to vent all the discontentment in his heart. Ah. No one interrupted Jin, whose outburst. Chi Xiang, Zidong, and the others continued with their own affairs. Bing Yu and Jin, whose subordinates, just silently watched him, knowing that such an old friend, unseen for years, was now forever separated by life and death. How could Jin, who not be sorrowful? And how could such a genuine man not feel deeply grieved? Then there was silence, a long silence, only punctuated by the wind and some murmured conversations, making the atmosphere unusually heavy. After a while, Chi Xiang stood up and said, All right, let's fill the soil. With that, he took out a shovel to start. Zidong smiled and replied, Sure. Bo and Jin, who didn't say anything, but also each pulled out a shovel and got ready to begin. Shall we leave now, Dada? Looking at Uncle Da, who had already started packing, his parents asked. Uncle Da nodded and said, Yes, I'll send you to your destination first, then I'll go find my companions. Upon hearing Uncle Da's words, his father said, Forget it, go find your companions, we're not so weak. Listening to his father, Uncle Da chuckled and said, Okay, Dad, just listen to me this time. Since your son has come back, shouldn't we let you rest without suffering? After hearing his son's words, Uncle Da's father could no longer refuse, laughing instead. All right, looks like my son has grown up and is decisive now. But son, how do you plan to take us? If it's by car, we might actually get there faster on our own. Chapter 356, Going to the Island, Part 1. Uncle Da smiled and said, You'll find out soon. With that, Uncle Da asked his parents to wait at home for a while as he went out for a bit. Watching Uncle Da leave, his father chuckled. Do you think this old guy from Guac is reliable or not this time, wife? Uncle Da's mother shook her head, replying, Guac's personality in our circle is known for being quite peculiar. Over the years, he has devoted himself fully to cultivation and doesn't meddle in worldly affairs. No one knows how he has changed during this time. Let's just take it step by step. Uncle Da's father nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's all we can do. As they were talking, the sound of the wind roaring approached, signaling the slow arrival of a small helicopter. Watching the helicopter, Uncle Da's father laughed. This boy sure does things in style, huh? Wife, looks like we're getting our own private flight. After performing tomb rites for his parents, Chi Xiang and the others took some time to gather their thoughts. Chi Xiang then said, Brother Bo, what are your plans next? Brother Bo replied, I'm going back home. Xiao Yang and Zhao Liang are still there. What about you guys, any more plans? Chi Xiang nodded, right. Do you remember the small island where I used to live initially? I plan to go there with Che Dan to see if there's anything worthwhile. Brother Bo nodded and approved. Then he looked at Jin Hu and asked, Who's this? Chi Xiang introduced him, saying, This is Jin Hu, Ice Moon's father and an old friend of my father and Che Dan's. Don't look at me like that. I only found out about this connection this time. Listening to Chi Xiang's words, Brother Bo nodded and extended his hand, smiling. Jin Hu, elder brother, nice to meet you. My name is Li Bo, call me Little Bo. Jin Hu looked at Brother Bo and said, Ah, truly talented young man. But isn't it a bit inappropriate the way you're taking advantage of Chi Xiang and the others? Brother Bo merely chuckled and didn't say anything. After shaking hands, Chi Xiang then said, Brother Bo, please take Ice Moon home first. And if possible, could you help me deliver Uncle Jin Hu and his group to Guac's place? Brother Bo nodded and agreed. No problem, leave it to me. Chi Xiang also nodded, then turned to Ice Moon and said, Dear, Che Dan and I will be leaving first. We'll come find you soon. Ice Moon, hearing Chi Xiang's words, nodded and responded, "Be careful on your journey." "Yes," Chi Xiang replied affirmatively. Following this, the two groups briefly parted ways. Brother Bo and the rest left by car, while Chi Xiang and Che Dan rode Daska and Baihu quickly heading onward. Arriving at the shore, gazing out at the vast sea, Chi Xiang called back Daska and Baihu, summoning instead the enormous turtle crocodile. The sudden appearance of such a giant turtle caused the seawater around it to roil, before continuing its rapid voyage forward. "Che Dan, why do I feel somewhat uneasy?" Hearing Chi Xiang's words, Che Dan nodded. "I feel the same. Should we go back?" Chi Xiang shook his head. "We've already come so far. There's no reason to turn back now." Saying this, Chi Xiang made the crocodile stop suddenly and released the fire dragon, which hadn't been seen in quite some time. As soon as the fire dragon appeared, it began chatting non-stop. "Let me tell you something. Being your summoned creature is really easygoing. Food, drink, even sleep when I want to, and battles are rare. It's not bad. Not once have I regretted choosing you over guarding that thing in the past." Regarding Fire Dragon's chatterbox nature, Chi Xiang felt utterly helpless. Due to its strong excretion capacity, Dasuka's trio always harbored resentment toward it and never engaged in conversation with it. As for the crocodile turtle, it was busy regenerating its vitality underwater, so it didn't bother paying attention to the fire dragon either. However, this was nothing new to the accustomed fire dragon, who had realized Chi Xiang would talk to it, thus deciding to let loose all the words it had held in these many years all at once. But this time, Chi Xiang didn't release the fire dragon for idle chit-chat. A red pearl appeared in Chi Xiang's hand, the fire spirit pearl he'd obtained in Beijing. The moment the fire dragon sensed the fire spirit pearl, it immediately became excited. Its eyes locked onto Chi Xiang's right hand as it asked, "Chi Xiang, is this for me?" Chi Xiang nodded, asking, "How much stronger would this make you?" The fire dragon swallowed and said, "About a third stronger." Chi Xiang hummed in acknowledgement, then asked, "How long will it take?" The fire dragon grinned and replied, "That's what makes this a precious treasure, short absorption time. A day at most. But considering yours looks top-notch, a day and a half. Conservative estimate." Chi Xiang nodded again and threw the fire spirit pearl, saying, "Absorb it quickly then." The fire dragon quickly swallowed the fire spirit pearl without another word, as if eager to enjoy the treasure and return to its space. Following that, Chi Xiang took out the ore guarded by the fire dragon and communicated telepathically with the crocodile turtle. "Crocodile turtle, would this be useful for you?" "Yes, it could enhance my power significantly." "How long will it take for you to absorb it?" "This thing has a lot of energy. I estimate it will take about half a month." Upon hearing the crocodile turtle's response, Chi Xiang hesitated but ultimately decided against it. While he could wait 1.5 days for the fire dragon, Chi Xiang couldn't afford to wait half a month, as he still greatly relied on both the crocodile turtle and the fire dragon for their battlefield prowess. After making his decision, Chi Xiang said, "Crocodile turtle, let's move forward." He then turned to Che Dan and said, "Dan, we'll wait near the island until the fire dragon finishes its absorption, then we'll land. In the meantime, prepare yourself and adjust the number of creatures under your command to the maximum." Che Dan chuckled upon hearing Chi Xiang's words. "Hee, Brother Xiang, don't worry. I've been saving skill points for quite some time now." With that, Che Dan sat cross-legged on the crocodile turtle's back and began distributing his skill points. He boosted his enhanced skills up to 200% efficiency and allocated all remaining points towards raising the limit for taming creatures. Following that, Che Dan purchased a large number of items from the store that improved the taming limit and used them all at once. Although these actions drained Che Dan of all his skill points and 2/3 of his gold coins, he deemed it worthwhile. If the small island lived up to the guesses of Chi Xiang and Che Dan, it would bring him a large group of powerful summoned creatures, greatly boosting his combat strength. Additionally, some attributes of the summoned creatures would be distributed to his own stats, meaning not only would his army of summoned beasts grow stronger, but so too would his personal capabilities. Chapter 357, Landing on the Island, Part 2. Near that small island, Chi Xiang stopped the crocodilian turtle and then took out a pair of binoculars to observe the distant island. If one looked with the naked eye, it was pitch black over there, completely enveloped by dark clouds without any light. But when using the binoculars, it became clear that the sky wasn't just covered by clouds, but by countless flying zombie creatures, all of them birds. Upon seeing this scene, Chi Xiang said, "Chi Dan, hasn't this island been taken over by animal zombies?" "Hey, found something!" Chi Dan suddenly shouted, then shared a post with Chi Xiang, saying, "Brother Xiang, take a look at this. I didn't expect anyone to have investigated and analyzed this island and managed to survive." Hearing Chiden's words, Chi Xiang was curious about who could have done such a thing, so he clicked on the post and began reading. The author of the post was someone who earned their living by entering various scenarios, gathering information, uploading it as paid posts in exchange for coins. This person's special ability was investigative in nature, and they were conservatively estimated to be at least level 60 or higher, indicating great talent. Chi Xiang would have liked to recruit such a person, but others likely had similar intentions. Still, since the individual remained independent, it indicated that they didn't want to join an organization. Hence, Chi Xiang dismissed the thought. After reading the content of the post, it was indeed as Chi Xiang suspected, the island had become a gathering place for animal zombies. Whether they swam in the water, ran on land, or flew in the sky, they were all congregating there. Moreover, due to the transformation into zombies, many creatures originally unable to leave dry land or freshwater now had the ability to cross the sea. Therefore, the animals on the island weren't limited to its original inhabitants, with more and more zombies still heading towards it. All this was due to the appearance of a certain zombie. Although even the author of the post hadn't identified what type of zombie it was, only this piece of information was known. Additionally, the island was roughly divided into 27 regions, each led by a zombie boss defending their respective territories. The skies and seas formed natural defense lines, creating a powerful encirclement. It was evident that breaking through this forcibly would require no ordinary strength. Even the author, possessing exceptional stealth skills, barely escaped with their life, making it clear that Qi Xiang and Qi Dan couldn't infiltrate this way. During their journey, Qi Xiang also asked Bai Hu about some information regarding the island. Some things Bai Hu confirmed, others Bai Hu knew but the author missed. The strength of the zombie guards generally surpassed level 65. After calculating, Qi Xiang determined that these zombies conservatively reached at least level 70. While this level might still be manageable for Qi Xiang and Qi Dan, engaging in battle wouldn't guarantee victory. There was, however, good news. The zombies' formidable strength meant Chiden's abilities could potentially grow significantly. Afterward, Qi Xiang and Qi Dan waited in the middle of the ocean until Fire Dragon fully absorbed the Fire Spirit Pearl. Looking at the island, Qi Xiang said, "Crocodilian turtle, charge. We're landing on the island, and anyone who blocks our path will be mercilessly slaughtered." The crocodilian turtle let out a roar, and its limbs moved rapidly, advancing full speed like a moving island. Meanwhile, the enormous body of the fire dragon emerged from the dimensional space, its dragon cry shaking the heavens and earth, instantly spreading immense dragon might. Qi Xiang could clearly feel the fire dragon's strength had greatly improved. These two colossal beasts charged toward the island, while black currents of oceanic and avian life appeared instantly from the island, rushing toward them to intercept the invaders. Countless marine creatures and birds surged forth. This was an outcome Qi Xiang and Qi Dan anticipated. They unleashed a series of group attack skills, temporarily halting their opponents and inflicting losses on the wave of zombies. Subsequently, the fire of the fire dragon and the crocodile's powerful close combat capabilities came into play. No matter how strong the enemies were, they couldn't stand against these two, let alone the fact that these were merely cannon fodder. In an instant, the crocodilian turtle and the fire dragon carved out a bloody path forward. As for these zombies, Qi Dan had no intention of capturing them, because Qi Xiang and Qi Dan had killed so many of these types already that there was no point in trying to recruit them. Qi Xiang squinted his eyes, looking ahead, and said, "Something bigger is about to come out." Qi Dan nodded and said, "Yeah, I see it." With that, he leaped out, a cold blade appearing in his hand. He swung it down, parting the water, and instantly a giant octopus was struck out of the water. As the octopus screamed, Qi Dan showed no mercy, slashing continuously with the cold blade and severing its tentacles instantly. Before it could regenerate its limbs, Qi Dan initiated the summoning process. Immediately, an octopus entered Chiden's list of summoned creatures. Then, lightly stepping on the water's surface, Qi Dan rushed forward again, this time targeting something in the sky. Even before they landed on the island, Qi Dan had already tamed two summoned creatures. These creatures weren't extremely strong, but also not weak. They were just average. However, compared to the cannon fodder army, these two creatures were undoubtedly the strongest. Luckily, Qi Dan had greatly expanded the upper limit of his summoning list this time, so he didn't feel too bad about using two spots for these creatures. Looking at the nearby shore of the small island, Qi Xiang took out the bloodthirsty magic sickle. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, just 3 strikes, and he instantly turned the area into a vacuum. Then, Qi Xiang spread his aura, causing all surrounding zombies to retreat rapidly out of instinctual fear, something even turning into a zombie couldn't erase. As the zombies scattered, Qi Xiang looked up at the island. Even before entering, Qi Xiang already sensed the ominous aura radiating from the place. Last time, when the crocodilian turtle suppressed the situation and the island's aura hadn't been as dangerous, Qi Xiang had ventured alone to rescue Bai Hu. But now, even Qi Xiang could feel the impending danger. Curious, Qi Xiang wondered what had happened on the island that attracted so many powerful zombies. It wasn't a good omen at all. At this moment, Qi Xiang became increasingly intrigued by the zombie that drew the other zombies to the island. The thought even crossed his mind whether it would be possible to tame such a powerful creature. Then, Qi Dan asked, "Xiang brother, are we sure about landing on the island?" Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Let's go land." Chapter 358, Landing on the Island, Part 3. There were already many blood-red eyes watching Qi Xiang and Qi Dan at this point on the island. However, to be more precise, they were actually observing Qi Xiang's two summoned creatures, the alligator turtle and the fire dragon, because their size and the auras they emitted made them impossible to overlook. Facing the creatures on the shore, Qi Xiang grinned and said, "Qi Dan, give your new summoned creatures a try." Qi Dan nodded in agreement, then casually waved his hand, summoning a giant octopus and an eagle into existence. They immediately charged forward, leaving those near the shore defenseless against the octopus's tentacles, the eagle's beak, and its talons, forcing them back instantly, although only temporarily. This retreat was sufficient for Qi Xiang and Qi Dan since the alligator turtle and the fire dragon had already entered the island's perimeter. As they eyed the island and the oncoming zombies, Qi Xiang expanded his voice with Dan energy, projecting it widely as he said, "The lord of this area, I suggest you show yourself. Otherwise, we will begin our slaughter." With these words, the surrounding zombies seemed to grow enraged and immediately became restless. Even the previously frightened zombies who retreated earlier returned, launching attacks once again. Qi Xiong wasn't worried about this situation because for him, it was entirely advantageous. The King of Hell's magic scythe appeared in his hands, radiating an instant surge of purple light. Qi Xiong shouted, "Tao Tai Feast." Instantly, it felt like a shadow emerged behind Qi Xiong. It was a bizarre creature resembling a goat-like body with a human face. Then, surprisingly, the creature licked its lips vividly, almost as if it were hungry. Moreover, an ominous aura emanated from Qi Xiong's body, causing Che Dan considerable discomfort. This technique was one of the overlaid skills from the 4 fiendish beasts and 7 deadly sins taught to Qi Xiong by Xie Huazixing. It combined Tao Ye's power and gluttony, allowing Qi Xiong's devouring ability to reach its peak most effectively. This time, Qi Xiong intended to do exactly that. An overwhelming force manifested abruptly as Qi Xiong leaped off the alligator turtle and moved swiftly. Everything he passed over turned barren. Witnessing Qi Xiong's current state, Che Dan quickly recalled the octopus and the eagle to avoid collateral damage. Qi Xiong kept swallowing these zombies. Since they were zombies, unless Qi Xiong exerted immense pressure like before, the present Qi Xiong emitting dangerous vibes wouldn't make these zombies retreat. Roars erupted continuously, but before they could recognize what their enemy did, they vanished from the world. Observing Qi Xiong's relentless consumption, Che Dan gazed at the island, his lips curling slightly upward. He felt this island was truly a vast treasure trove. He didn't know how much this trip would enhance both their powers, but he sensed it would bring about abundant rewards. Facing an endless tide of zombies, Qi Xiong showed no signs of fatigue, devouring and slaughtering them swiftly. Thanks to the flame of devouring, Qi Xiong avoided 2 common problems among regular psychics. 1. Excessive accumulation of corpses hindering their abilities, and 2. Current energy replenishment being insufficient for his consumption rate. Thus, Qi Xiong was simultaneously enhancing himself through battle while destroying countless enemies. More and more zombies perished under Qi Xiong's hands. Yet still, the main target for Qi Xiong and Che Dan, the lord of this area, hadn't shown up yet. The pair wondered why he had remained hidden. Theoretically, if one ruled an entire region, they should possess consciousness and enough wisdom to decide whether or not to engage in combat. Yet the true opponent had yet to appear. While Qi Xiong wasn't concerned, neither of them had much time to spare. Their goal was to settle everything here within 5 days, though their planned optimal scenario aimed for 2 days' time. Hence, Qi Xiong had no intention of lingering aimlessly on the beach. Qi Xiong began to move inland, and the alligator turtle and the fire dragon also started moving upon Qi Xiong's command. As for Che Dan, he had been continuously searching for potential beings, but unfortunately, this place was merely the shore, where almost all were cannon fodder level. After observing for a long time, Che Dan didn't even find any entities surpassing the 2 zombies he had captured earlier. Such weak beings weren't something Che Dan would be interested in. So far, his only gain was the pair of those weak zombies. However, Che Dan wasn't the least bit anxious because, though the island wasn't large, it certainly wasn't small either. Qi Xiong and Che Dan already knew this island harbored many dangerous creatures. These were their true targets. At this moment, inside a cave by the seashore, there came loud snoring sounds. A giant bear was sleeping soundly. The outside noise merely made him turn over and scratch his body before continuing to sleep. However, the incessant racket soon prevented the giant bear from resting further. Annoyed by being disturbed, the ill-tempered bear roared angrily, slowly stood up with a shake of his head to clear his drowsiness, and then sluggishly walked towards the outside. He really wanted to know who exactly was causing trouble on his territory and disturbing his rest. The bear decided to rip apart whoever that was and return to sleep. Standing at 2 meters tall, the giant bear made the ground tremble as he walked, each step emitting an enormous sound. Meanwhile, Qi Xiong and Che Dan had already ventured into the forest. The giant bear emerged from the cave, gazing around at the frenzied zombies and muttering curses. Damn it! What's wrong with these guys? Who caused all the creatures from other areas to come over here? While speaking, the bear casually grabbed a dog-turned zombie with one hand and questioned it. Nodding, the bear looked towards the direction where Qi Xiong and the others were located. Sure enough, there was a huge alligator turtle on land and a red dragon in the sky. Upon seeing these 2 beings, the giant bear snorted coldly, threw the zombie onto the ground, and ran towards them while shouting, "Daring to cause trouble on my territory. You'll pay the price." With that, the bear charged forward. At this time, Qi Xiong also sensed a powerful presence approaching. Chapter 359, On the Island 4. Die. The giant bear roared furiously as its massive claw swiped through the air. This bear, with a single leap, positioned itself above the crocodile turtle. Its claws cut sharply through the air, streaks of sharp light rushing towards the turtle. Moo. An abrupt moo sound came just before an incoming bull's horn rammed the great bear back. Subsequently, 1 bull and 1 bear landed on the ground, standing face to face. The great bear looked at the bull in front of it and said, "You are not a zombie, but a magical beast, huh? Interesting. I didn't expect there to be not only humans, crocodile turtle zombies, fire dragons, but also magical beasts like you here. I wonder if there are any other beings here." After hearing the great bear's words, Daska sneered and replied, "That is none of your business." Saying this, Daska kicked off the ground, causing earth spikes to suddenly surge from beneath and shoot towards the great bear. However, the great bear appeared clumsy but moved very fast, constantly dodging Daska's attacks. Moreover, even the attacks that couldn't be avoided didn't cause any damage because its skin was a natural armor. Looking at the great bear's powerful fighting ability, Second shouted from atop the crocodile turtle. Hey, Daska, keep this guy alive for me. I want to recruit him. I know. Daska responded and then looked at the great bear, saying, It seems someone wants to spare your life. You don't have to die now. Hearing Daska's words, the great bear retorted, arrogant. As it said this, it charged forward while Daska kept using the surrounding land to attack and intercept it. For the great bear, these attacks were like a drizzle. They couldn't even slow it down. Facing Daska's attack, the great bear simply raised its paw to shield its eyes and continued charging full force until it reached Daska. Then, with one swipe, it hurled Daska away. Looking at Daska lying sprawled on the ground, the great bear coldly laughed. Now, do you still have the audacity to talk nonsense? Upon hearing this, Daska slowly rose from the ground, sneered once again, and said, Dust solidify. What did you say? Daska's voice was low, naturally making it hard for the great bear to hear. But just as the great bear tried to take another step forward, it suddenly realized it could no longer move, not entirely immobilized, but every joint in its body was restricted, preventing it from budging even slightly. Seeing the situation of the great bear, Daska asked, Now, are you convinced? Roar. With a fierce roar, the great bear made no reply to Daska's question but instead strained its body fiercely, trying to break free from the restriction. However, the great bear found that each joint had been firmly locked, making escape impossible. This skill, Dust Solidify, was created by Daska himself. Targeted specifically at tough physical types like the great bear, it utilized earth-based attacks which spread dust onto the enemy's body. While incapable of inflicting serious damage, these particles unintentionally attached themselves around joints, effectively locking them tightly, so even the greatest strength couldn't shake them loose. For this technique, Daska had entrusted Qi Xiang with finding information on various creatures, gradually studying ways to control enemies based on their characteristics, and now it was time for Daska's show. Observing how completely subdued the great bear was, the subsequent period became solely Daska's opportunity to beat it mercilessly. Skills of all sorts unfolded experimentally upon the great bear, with Daska maintaining precise control so the bear wouldn't die during these trials. At this moment, the great bear felt his fury boiling inside. Originally sleeping peacefully, he had been invaded by enemies and unable to defeat them, even receiving humiliations along the way. No creature could endure such treatment easily, and yet it fell squarely upon this undead great bear. Watching Daska's performance, Qi Xiang had originally intended for him to stretch his muscles and assist Che Dan in battle. However, what Qi Xiang didn't expect was the tremendous improvement in Daska's skills, or rather, the significant progress in his fighting style. At this moment, the evil humor Daska displayed made Qi Xiang speechless. Beating an already restrained opponent was indeed a despicable act, yet here Daska was, thoroughly enjoying himself with not a hint of shame. Che Dan too began to find it hard to watch, jumping off the crocodile turtle to ask Daska to stop, then observing as Daska attempted to tame the dying great bear who was being utterly dominated. And Daska, somewhat reluctant, muttered, Really, I've finally come across such a durable punching bag, and I wanted to keep playing a bit longer. Hearing Daska's words, both Sudan and the giant bear felt uneasy. Sudan couldn't help but think, how had Daska, once such a simple and honest bull, become so sly? However, Daska remained completely oblivious, instead reveling in his achievement. After all, this was their first formidable opponent since landing on the island, seemingly even a regional overlord who had been subdued by Daska. This could surely be considered a victorious debut, and why wouldn't Daska be thrilled? At this moment, Qi Xiang was still forging ahead, unaware of what went through Daska's mind. If he knew, Qi Xiang would certainly berate Daska for a while, because there was nothing commendable about triumphing over such an adversary, let alone indulging in arrogance. Moreover, Qi Xiang was very clear that the great bear wasn't truly the ruler of this area, it only thought itself to be one. The real mastermind hadn't even shown up yet, and was merely biding its time. Faced with such an opponent, Qi Xiang felt curious. He wondered just how long this opponent could remain patient. For intelligent zombies, they might not consider ordinary zombies as close kin worthy of high regard, but those lesser zombies are essentially their subordinates, a part of their power. If ordinary zombies were slaughtered en masse, they certainly wouldn't stand idly by. By now, whether it be the number of ordinary zombie casualties or the subjugation of the great bear, these events constituted quite significant blows. Still, the enemy remained concealed. Confronted with such an elusive rival, Qi Xiang didn't have much recourse other than to keep pressing, constantly testing the opponent's limits until they were forced to show themselves. In the meantime, a pair of blood-red eyes observed from not too far away as the towering figure of the crocodile turtle moved alongside a purple form that mercilessly butchered zombies. Humans? A very interesting human indeed. It seems this little island will no longer be at peace. Chapter 360. The 27 Lords, Part 1. Qi Xiang and Cha Dan were continuously advancing, but according to Baihu's account, they had already passed through 2 areas without encountering a single lord. Even the previous giant bear was just stronger, not a lord at all. Qi Xiang knew it clearly. That creature wasn't a lord. So where exactly was the real lord? Looking around the island, Qi Xiang and Cha Dan discussed briefly and decided to dispatch all their summoned creatures except for the crocodile turtle, the fire dragon, and the 3 zombies that Cha Dan had recently subdued. Their mission was to search the island for its lord. Qi Xiang's command was clear: report immediately upon discovery. Do not engage directly. Qi Xiang and Cha Dan split up as well. Qi Xiang took the fire dragon, while Cha Dan moved ahead with the crocodile turtle, both scanning their surroundings in every direction. However, even using this wide net of searches, no lord appeared. Despite Qi Xiong having consumed tens of thousands of zombies, there was still no effect. Given this, Qi Xiong and Cha Dan could only adopt a strategy of waiting patiently. Qi Xiong thought, if necessary, I'll consume every last zombie on this island. I won't let them escape me. At the same time, inside a tree located in the center of the island, one thick enough for 3 people to barely encircle, a fox hid. Inside the trunk were countless miniature windows projecting the situation on the island, which the fox monitored with perfect clarity. The fox looked at Qi Xiong and his group, stroked its whiskers, and said, this human is interesting. And hey, isn't that Baihu? Who would have thought he'd dare come back here? Heh, so it seems the one who rescued him before must have been this human. Quite surprising. Alright then, looks like we can only proceed this way. Speaking thus, the fox tapped a few times with its paw, looked at the projected screen, and declared, the 27 lords, heed my order. Gather at Zone 7 immediately. We're preparing an ambush. Once the fox's words were spoken, all the zombies in the picture sprang into action, and the 27 lords all chose the secret passageways. The fox had already stated that the goal was to ambush the intruders. By this time, Qi Xiong was in Zone 4, heading towards Zone 7. As Qi Xiong neared the targeted location, the corner of the fox's mouth turned upward slightly as it muttered, humans, you have a saying called divide and conquer. Let's see how you handle this tactic. But as the fox believed his grand plan had succeeded, Qi Xiong noticed something odd ahead. His sixth sense told him something wasn't right. The area ahead felt dominated by powerful beings, not just one, but several. The energy radiating from their collective presence was quite formidable, causing Qi Xiong to hesitate about advancing further. Nevertheless, Qi Xiong pressed forward, and simultaneously, Cha Dan and the rest of Qi Xiong's summoned creatures received a short message. Coordinates, hurry. Just coordinates plus 2 words, but this was more than sufficient for Qi Xiong to understand. Qi Xiong looked at the terrain ahead and said to the crocodile turtle, you return now. The crocodile turtle cried out, unwilling to leave, because it too felt the imminent danger in front. It didn't want Qi Xiong to go alone, but Qi Xiong persisted. Ignoring the protests, Qi Xiong returned the crocodile turtle to its alternate dimension, knowing that its massive body wouldn't be much use in the coming battle, likely risking harm. Qi Xiong had a specific plan in mind for what lay ahead. With that, Qi Xiong charged forth explosively, canceling the effects of his Tao Tai, voracious feeding skill. No longer caring about the zombies blocking his path, Qi Xiong pushed forward relentlessly. Suddenly, the ground erupted. A scorpion tail lunged straight at Qi Xiong. With a swift strike of his Hell King magic sickle, Qi Xiong deflected the tail, leaping higher in the process. Then, a fierce flame roared into existence. As he landed, the purple flames scorched the ground, instantly clearing everything within range. After performing the move, Qi Xiong panted heavily, looking at the land where numerous zombies emerged, precisely 27 in number, a figure matching the intel he previously obtained. Seeing these 27 zombies, Qi Xiong coldly laughed and said, fine, setting up an ambush here, huh? Interesting. With that, Qi Xiong rushed recklessly into the fray, confronting adversaries whose individual strength matched his own without hesitation or fear. Instead, he plunged headfirst into battle. Dealing with numerous animal zombies is much more difficult than dealing with human zombies. Human zombies generally look alike. Even if they possess unique abilities, Qi Xiong could still handle them. However, animal zombies don't have special powers but instead maximize the characteristics of each type of animal, which was extremely challenging. This situation involved 27 zombies representing 27 different animals, indicating 27 strengths, truly terrifying. Faced with the attacks from surrounding zombies, Qi Xiong unleashed his bloodthirsty demon spear from behind his back and his azure shield in his left hand, entering a heightened combat state. It was impossible not to enhance himself in such a situation. Yet, fighting against so many enemies wasn't without its advantages. All of them had large bodies. As a result, despite being surrounded on all sides by enemies, only 15 zombies could attack Qi Xiong at most, preventing him from facing all 27 simultaneously. Therefore, it could be considered relatively manageable. Meanwhile, Cha Dan immediately recalled all of his summoned creatures and shouted, Fire Dragon, hurry, go full speed to this direction. As he spoke, the Fire Dragon exhaled a torrent of breath, pushing the surrounding zombies back before speeding towards where Cha Dan indicated. Daska slashed open the zombie blocking his path with one hand, then turned around, cursing, damn it. Qi Xiong, hold on. He transformed into a shadow of wind, dashing forward. Tax quickly buried the zombies in front of him using yellow earth before plowing ahead with his bull horns, charging rapidly toward the location of Qi Xiong. As for Baihu, he hid his figure using the scent of zombies, avoiding confrontation until now. Receiving Qi Xiong's signal, he unfurled his wings, advancing swiftly without any obstruction. At this moment, the fox also noticed this and watched as these individuals were rapidly approaching Zone 7, where Qi Xiong was. The fox sneered coldly, saying, interesting, very interesting. Then come on, let me see whether you're humans, you're magical beasts, or those tamed zombies are more formidable, or if my 27 lords are. Speaking thus, the fox directed towards the battle scene in Zone 7. Attack with full force. Chapter 361, 27 Lords, 2. At the fox's command, the 27 lords immediately became as if they had instantly activated a bloodlust buff, attacking even more fiercely. Various attacks were directly aimed at Qi Xiong. Qi Xiong had just repelled a python that wanted to bite him and then kicked away a wild boar. Even with this rapid succession of attacks, Qi Xiong still felt overwhelmed. Moreover, facing the increasingly fierce assaults from the 27 lords, Qi Xiong felt he was barely able to hold on because his own strength was not much stronger than theirs. It was only through the power of the corrosive fire that these guys hesitated at all. But now, they were attacking recklessly without fear of the effects of the corrosive fire, which was Qi Xiong's biggest headache. As they say, you're not afraid of the reckless or the brutal, but you are truly afraid of those who fight to the death. And right now, Qi Xiong was facing such an opponent. Faced with them, Qi Xiong shouted, "Tuogawei, come out and help." Tuogawei's massive body rapidly burst out from another dimension, directly knocking down enemies. Tuogawei took a heavy breath and said, "You little vermin, you sure have guts." Seeing Tuogawei's arrival, 3 of the 27 lords immediately charged toward Tuogawei. Although Tuogawei's body was huge, its speed was not slow. With 2 swipes of its claws, it slapped 2 zombies flying away. Then it rushed forward forcefully and rammed the last one. Meanwhile, since these zombies' attention was diverted, Qi Xiong gained some time to rest. He instantly burned his Danal energy. At this point, Qi Xiong no longer cared whether it could be restored. Resolving the immediate problem was what mattered most. Qi Xiong also put away the underworld devil scythe. His left hand wielded the Saint Blue shield, which kept waving to attack with the shield's tip. The holy attribute attack instantly had an effect. The remaining 24 lords were forced back in an instant, but then they surged forward again. At this moment, the fox inside the tree cursed while watching the situation on the projection. What a bunch of idiots. Are they stupid or something? Usually so cunning, when reinforcements will arrive any moment. You are still wasting time here. But however angry the fox got, it was useless because these lords also wanted to quickly kill Qi Xiong. While Qi Xiong couldn't defeat them, he wasn't going down easily either, leading to a stalemate. The competition was whether Qi Xiong would give up first or whether the reinforcements like Qi Dan and Desika would arrive first. Fall down. Qi Xiong roared forcefully, hitting a wild boar on the head with the Saint Blue shield, knocking it onto the ground. Then Qi Xiong jumped onto the wild boar's back, using his feet to pin it down, then looked around at the surrounding lords, continuing to resist their attacks. Who? A dragon roar echoed, followed by several figures rushing over. The first one to arrive was Qi Dan, who was already close by. His dragon's speed had increased after absorbing the Fire Spirit Pearl. Chiden's arrival was good news for Qi Xiong because a summoner's greatest advantage is having a powerful army always ready. Although Qi Dan did not have too many summoned creatures, he could still draw away a large group of Qi Xiong's enemies. And with the addition of the Fire Dragon, 3 airborne lords went to confront it. Meanwhile, Qi Dan also lured away 2 other opponents. Suddenly, the number of enemies in front of Qi Xiong was reduced to 14. Though it was still uncomfortable being alone, it was manageable for Qi Xiong. Looking at the wild boar under his feet, Qi Xiong said, "Qi Dan, looks like your summons will decrease by 1. Saying this, Qi Xiong exerted force with the Saint Blue shield in his hand, causing black blood to spurt out from beneath his feet, splashing in all directions. Then Qi Xiong jumped off the wild boar to continue dealing with the other enemies. As for Qi Xiong's words, Qi Dan didn't reply because Chiden's personal combat ability was not as strong as Qi Xiong's. Facing 2 opponents at once, Qi Dan didn't have a significant advantage. Even though Qi Xiong remained on the battlefield, he continued to use lethal techniques. Without control-based moves, if he had unleashed deadly attacks from the start, although there were many enemies whose strengths matched his, they wouldn't have been able to withstand his initial lethal strikes. However, partly because he was curious about the treasures on the island and partly to help strengthen Chiden's abilities, Qi Xiong held back. After all, these 27 zombies weren't just lord levels, they had reached the level of zombie kings. Such zombies were rare in quantity and hard to encounter. However, only fights involving zombie kings could match Qi Xiong's combat capabilities. "Qi Xiong, little buddy, hang on. I'm here." A voice sounded, and then an invisible figure rushed out swiftly. Desika, with her speed advantage, was the farthest but became the second to arrive. Upon reaching, Desika immediately struck down 3 zombies and lured away 2. This strike was crucial. Qi Xiong directly condensed Dan energy into ropes to bind them, resisting the enemy's attacks while quickly moving over. With 3 consecutive kicks, he drove the 3 beasts back and shouted, "Sidon, lure your zombies over here. Subdue these 3 first." "All right," Sidon responded and slowly moved toward Qi Xiong. Qi Xiong didn't waste time on the 2 zombies. He ignored the enemies in front of him and went straight for 1 punch, knocking it to the ground. At the same moment, Desika and Baihu also arrived. In no time, everyone on Qi Xiong's side had gathered. Within a short span, the 27 lords were now very scattered. Their opponents, Qi Xiong's group, fighting above their rank, gained the upper hand. Sidon also tamed 3 more zombies, boosting their fighting strength. At this point, out of the original 27 lords, 1 was killed by Qi Xiong, and 3 were tamed by Sidon, leaving only 23. At this moment, the fox had grown so furious that it was yelling loudly, shouting at the video, "You fools, can you be any stupider?" Then, the fox yelled at all the videos, "All zombies, go to Zone 7. I will make sure these people have no way out once they come in." Instantly, the entire island was in turmoil as all animal zombies began to move, whether they ran on the ground, flew in the sky, or crawled in the soil. Even a large number of zombies from the water, capable of moving on land, emerged from the sea and rushed towards Zone 7. This was what happened wherever Qi Xiang's group went. They were like the brightest stars, drawing the attention of all the zombies. Chapter 362, 27 Lords, Part 3. It could be said that all the zombies on the entire island were stirred into action by Qi Xiang and Che Dan along with their summoned creatures. Of course, they were worth it. However, because of this, a battle that could have been handled before suddenly turned into a disadvantageous situation. Qi Xiang was originally dealing well with several lords, but now all the other lords had turned to confront him. As for Che Dan, when he tried to return to help Qi Xiang, they were tied up by the zombies acting as cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang, who specialized in fighting large numbers of zombies, found himself trapped by the remaining 23 lords. This time, these lords initiated another fierce assault, while after some time in battle, Qi Xiang had no chance to recover from his prolonged high-intensity combat. Both his internal energy, Dan force, dark firepower, and physical and mental strength were severely depleted. Furthermore, Qi Xiang began to sustain injuries. Che Dan's cold blade danced swiftly in front of him, as if generating wind, but even so, every time one zombie fell, another immediately replaced it in front of Che Dan. Looking at the seemingly endless ocean of zombies behind them, the sight was black and oppressive, with no end in sight. Yes, not a horde, but a sea of zombies. A zombie horde would mean just a wave of undead, at least with breaks. But here the quantity of zombies truly resembled an ocean, determined to wear down any resistance until death. Che Dan continuously launched area of effect skills. Even flames made from gasoline and torches were unleashed. Yet still, there was no effect due to the overwhelming number of zombies. The summoned creatures felt the same way, especially Crocodile Turtle, who could only keep battling these zombies without going to assist Qi Xiang. While the zombies couldn't hold him back, the sheer density of their numbers compared to his size posed a problem. If they swarmed into his shell, Crocodile Turtle would take severe damage, since the skin inside his shell is very tender, unlike his tough limbs and head. So Crocodile Turtle could do nothing but continue attacking, preventing such a scenario, causing him to go madly running and dashing around in all directions, crushing the zombies under his movements. Fire Dragon continuously spewed flames, leaving airborne and ground-based zombies helpless against his assaults. Yet Fire Dragon was also unable to disengage. Once he stopped, waves of bird-like zombies would attack him, forcing him to keep attacking constantly. Watching the battle displayed on a monitor, Fox chuckled coldly. Fight, fight. I'd love to see just how many zombies you can eliminate. Interesting. Zombies haven't feared a war of attrition against anyone yet. Che Dan, I apologize. Looks like your abilities might be slightly discounted this time. Qi Xiang murmured something to himself, then, as if making a decision, took out the King of Shadows magic sickle again. Get lost. With a roar, Qi Xiang unleashed a fiery wave towards all sides, leaving nothing in its path. From the moment Qi Xiang gained certain abilities, he hadn't used this move again, but today he employed it once more. Thanks to his enhanced strength, this flame burst was now a true mass destruction technique, stronger and instantaneous offensive power than any skill Evil Fire Purple Star had ever taught him. Instantly, for lords surrounding Qi Xiang were obliterated, while the remaining 13 had half their bodies devoured by the flames. Only 6 zombies survived due to their distance from the epicenter. However, Qi Xiang didn't let them off so easily. With the Shadow King's scythe, he either chopped or slashed, sometimes thrusting the pointed end straight forward, incapacitating all the lords within moments, rendering them unable to continue fighting for the short term. Still, Qi Xiang did not become complacent, directly binding all the surviving lords with his Danforce ropes. Since these lords, likely having originated from animal mutations, possessed incredible regenerative abilities, their bodies started recovering right before everyone's eyes. For the moment, though, they remained without combat ability. Surveying the surrounding zombies, Qi Xiang activated his swallowing cyclone, rapidly devouring the zombies around him to replenish his strength as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, he shouted, Che Dan, come over here and subjugate these lords. Cutting through the zombies in front of him, Che Dan agreed and turned to do as instructed. He prepared to subjugate 1 or 2 lords, but saw 19 lords already confined on the ground. Though surprised, Che Dan started the process of enslavement. Any questions he had would need to wait until after the battle. Not concerned about the disappearance of 4 lords, Che Dan knew that under Qi Xiang's control, unless intended otherwise, none of his enemies escaped. With Qi Xiang joining the fight, even a zombie, didn't matter. You have a lot. Fine, bring it on then. I'll take as many as you can throw at me. As Fox watched this scene on the video feed, he clenched his teeth in anger but had to suppress his frustration and issue the retreat command, ordering all the zombies to temporarily pull back. Losing 27 trusted generals in an instant made Fox's heart ache like blood dripping. And only 5 of these lords were killed by the enemy. The remaining 22 had been taken over by the enemy, which was what Fox hated most. Grimly glaring at Qi Xiang and the others on the screen, Fox turned around, pulled open a hidden door from the ground, and jumped into the underground passage. Qi Xiang watched the rapidly retreating zombies and didn't pursue them further. Although the Dan force and dark fire power inside him hadn't fully recovered yet, at this moment, Qi Xiang's physical strength and mental energy were truly drained. After subduing all surviving lords, Qi Xiang approached Che Dan with a smile and said, Brother Xiang, sorry to put you through that. Qi Xiang gave a bitter laugh and replied, No problem, no problem. Just didn't expect it would take so long that we'd still need to kill some to win. It's really inconvenient without restrictive skills. As he spoke, Qi Xiang took out several pills and said, Che Dan, You watch over here for a bit. I'll recover for a while. Che-Dan nodded and agreed, then fetched out over a dozen electronic dogs to patrol the area, sending out the zombies he had first tamed to do the same. The zombies they subdued after arriving on the island weren't weak, but Che-Dan wasn't fully familiar with them yet, so he decided not to send them into combat immediately. Sitting cross-legged, Chi-Xiang began to channel the power of the pills using his internal Dan force to restore his physical strength. Then he allowed his Dan force to circulate to replenish it and continually convert it into dark fire power, aiming to restore all three powers. Regarding his mental energy, it wasn't something pills or energy could fully heal. Those could only serve as enhancers. Mental energy could only be restored by rest, but Chi-Xiang didn't have time for it now. Chapter 363, Lord 27-4. Your Majesty, a group of very powerful people have come to the island this time, and we may not be able to resist them. The fox looked at the figure in front of him, knelt down on one knee, and said. The one the fox called Majesty was a skeletal, bent-back humanoid creature. However, it didn't really look human, so it couldn't be determined if it was indeed human or not. This creature held a staff in its right hand, with a transparent gemstone atop the wooden stick that would likely go unnoticed without close inspection. Oh, even Lord 27 can't withstand them. Being questioned by the Majesty before him, the fox nodded and said, Yes, Your Majesty, 5 out of the 27 lords have perished, while the rest were subdued. Worthless, the Majesty cursed, saying, Each of the 27 lords has considerable strength, yet they've been led to such ruin. Tell me, what crime do you deserve? The fox was startled for a moment, then quickly said, My sin merits 10,000 deaths, but Your Majesty, the immediate concern is removing those invaders. I am willing to atone for my faults, and lead the 4 envoys into battle against the intruders. The Majesty hesitated and said, But the 4 envoys recognize only the staff, not you. The fox nodded and said, That's true, Your Majesty, but don't forget, even with the staff, Your Majesty cannot command the 4 envoys either. Thus, I volunteer to act on Your Majesty's behalf. You allow me some thought. Your Majesty, there's no time left. If they launch an attack here, the entire island will still not be enough to stop them. Hearing the fox's words, the Majesty sighed and said, All right. Then, he handed over the staff, saying, Lead the 4 envoys to kill the invaders and return as quickly as possible. The fox took the staff, gazed at the gem on top, revealed a greedy expression, did not answer the Majesty's words, but asked instead, Do you enjoy being this beast emperor? What do you mean? At the fox's question, the Majesty immediately flared up in anger, stood up and looked at the fox, angrily saying, Don't forget who gave you everything you have today. Intelligence will never match power, do you understand? The fox let out a cold laugh, saying, However, those with power alone can only be led by clever minds. Then, the fox pointed the tip of the staff towards the Majesty and said, Your Majesty, farewell. Next, a streak of transparent light shot out from the staff's end. The Majesty instantly darted behind the fox, his right hand. No, his right claw, grabbed the fox's neck without hesitation, plunging straight into it. Nevertheless, the fox did not die as a result. Instead, it chuckled coldly, saying, As the former owner of the Spirit Pearl of Beasts, don't you remember? As long as you are beast kind, not of the human race, should you dare to attack someone possessing the Spirit Pearl of Beasts, your end will be sealed. Hearing the fox's words, the Majesty incredulously said, How could this be? Why aren't you dead yet? The fox snorted coldly, saying, Did you forget who I am? I am nowhere near as fragile as you think I am, dying that easily. Speaking, the fox used its claw to grab the Majesty's claw, then turned around and pushed casually, watching the Majesty fall lifelessly on the battlefield. He lamented, Who would have thought? Forcibly altering your body to use the Spirit Pearl of Beasts would eventually cause your demise. Speaking, the fox waved his hand casually, causing the corpse on the ground to vanish instantly. Subsequently, the fox removed the Spirit Pearl of Beasts from the staff and discarded the wooden rod aside. Then, the fox roared, Where are the 4 envoys? We're here, my lord. 4 voices chimed in unison as if rehearsed, and then 4 figures appeared out of thin air. Looking at the 4 figures in front of him, the fox nodded and said, Good. Envoys, I now send you to wipe out the intruders. Remember, give it all you've got. Don't hold back and under no circumstances split up. This enemy is quite formidable. As he spoke, 4 beams of light shot out from the Spirit Pearl of Beasts in the fox's hand. The fox said, Now, the Spirit Pearl of Beasts has amplified your abilities. Depart. Yes, Your Majesty the Beast Emperor. Then, the 4 figures sped swiftly toward the direction where Chi-Xiang was located, while the fox remained in place, staring lovingly at the Spirit Pearl of Beasts. The fox laughed, Ha ha ha. How could something so valuable be occupied by the human for so long? It should originally belong to us beasts, shouldn't it? Ha ha. Humans, I'll make you realize that our beast tribe is the true master of Earth, and you can only be our slaves, ha ha. Meanwhile, Chi-Xiang suddenly opened his eyes and said, Call off the patrol, bring back all the zombies and cyberdogs we sent out. Enemies are coming. Che-Dan nodded and issued the order for all patrols to return. Chi-Xiang then stood up, stretching his body. Though he hadn't yet reached his peak state, Chi-Xiang had recovered significantly. Looking toward the distance, Chi-Xiang said, Prepare for battle. Che-Dan nodded and replied, Yeah, understood. The 4 protectors were the final line of defense for this island, arguably the strongest 4 beings on it. Moreover, they weren't all zombies. Rather, their team consisted of 1 zombie and 3 magical beasts. They only obeyed direct commands from the spirit pearl of beasts or its holder, which is why they didn't follow the orders of that majesty. The majesty wasn't truly a beast, but rather a human who transformed into something akin to a beast, not pure-blooded enough to command them. As a result, they could only control ordinary zombies and those 27 lords, but not the 4 protectors. Of course, these 27 lords were much stronger than regular lord-level zombies. Meanwhile, the fox now wielding the spirit pearl of beasts wasn't a zombie either. It was a magical beast, specifically a spiritual creature, one rank higher than ordinary magical beasts. While it specialized in wisdom instead of combat strength, it could still fight, albeit with a power gap over 20 levels below its true capability. At this moment, Qi Xiang and his companions were facing the strongest force on the island. Seeing the 4 figures rapidly charging at them alongside the massive army behind them, Qi Xiang chuckled coldly. Firebird, dragon turtle, white tiger. Oh, is that the azure dragon? So, it's the formation of the 4 sacred beasts, vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger, huh? Humph. And the ones behind them? Let me check. Flying eagles, crocodile turtles, tigers, green pythons. Oh, quite an organized army, aren't they? Chaidan grimaced and said, Xiang, stop teasing and get ready. It's time to fight. Qi Xiang nodded and asked, all right, Chaidan, how many creatures can you still control? Chapter 364, The 4 Protectors, Part 1. Sidon paused in surprise and said, there are still a lot. Qi Xiang looked at the zombies in front of him, resembling an army, and said, how about I organize these guys into 4 armies for you? Hearing Qi Xiang's words, Sidon nodded and said, sure. Qi Xiang smiled and nodded, saying, all right then, let me try this move. Hey, CF Fire Zixing, why does he have to set so many restrictions? He doesn't unlock them unless it's critical, or the battle earlier wouldn't have been so exhausting. As he spoke, Qi Xiang stepped forward, summoning the Death King magic scythe, and cried out, Xiamun Swamp. With Qi Xiang's voice, he plunged the Death King magic scythe into the ground, and the CF Fire energy surged into the scythe. It flowed into the ground, spreading forwards, causing purple light to appear momentarily on the ground. If there were fewer enemies, even zombies might have avoided such strange phenomena. However, in front of Qi Xiang now was 4 separate armies. Although their numbers weren't vast, just personal guard units with only hundreds of zombies per team, it was still hard for him to quickly stop them, which is why Qi Xiang used this move. During the previous battle, Qi Xiang didn't want to use these restricted skills, but some of the abilities CF Fire Zixing taught him were indeed limited. Now, Qi Xiang had finally managed to remove the restriction on the Xiamun Swamp. Once Qi Xiang felt that the released energy was sufficient, he suddenly raised the Death King magic scythe, drew a circle, and pushed it forward. A purple circle instantly flew out like a moon, landing on the ground. At this point, the 4 great protectors already sensed something amiss and fled from the area rapidly, instructing their subordinates to withdraw quickly. Still, they were too slow, as only a dozen or so zombies managed to escape, while the majority fell victim to the trap. The purple glow spread across the land, and instantly all the zombies felt a powerful force sucking their feet down, preventing them from pulling free no matter how hard they tried. Qi Xiang shouted, Sidon, go now. Upon hearing Qi Xiang's words, Sidon charged directly ahead, along with all the summoned creatures, each taking an opponent in instant combat. As for those 4 protectors, Daska, Tax, Baihu, and Blade Zombie, they split up one-on-one against them. Although their strength was inferior to that of the protectors, it was enough to block them for a while. This interval was very important for Qi Xiang and Sidon, because Qi Xiang could not move at all while using the Xiamun Swamp, and Sidon was busy taming those zombies. At once, several hexagrams lit up, and Sidon continuously and swiftly tamed the zombies using his skill, even knocking the more resistant ones unconscious before capturing them. Seeing their forces diminish quickly, the 4 protectors were furious and started attacking their opponents fiercely. As for the green dragon, it immediately knocked the blade zombie in front of it down and rushed toward Qi Xiang since it realized that interrupting Qi Xiang's casting would free its minions, turning the tide of victory. However, things didn't turn out well. The blade zombie leaped up quickly from the ground and pursued. Just as the green dragon was about to reach Qi Xiang, the blade zombie had already caught up behind the dragon, lifting its right-hand blade and slashing, instantly cutting open a wound on the dragon's back. Despite the pain, the dragon bore through it and continued rushing forward. Roar! As a roar echoed, the fire dragon swooped down from the sky and snatched the green dragon with its claws. Yet, the fire dragon wasn't having an easy time either because Zhuke led flying-type magical beasts which weren't affected by the Xiamun Swamp. They mercilessly attacked the fire dragon in swarms. And due to Qi Xiang's command, the fire dragon couldn't kill them, only playing chase around with them. If not for Baihu's advantage in flight against Zhuke, the fire dragon would have had it much worse. After the fire dragon carried away the green dragon, the threat to Qi Xiang vanished, and at that moment, Qi Xiang also pulled the Death King magic scythe out of the ground, as Sidon had completed his mission. Almost 300 magical beasts were brought entirely under control, without a single one left uncollected aside from a few that escaped. The green dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise-led armies were practically absorbed fully by Sidon alone. Now that Qi Xiang was free to move again, he naturally wasn't idle. He directly rushed forward, soared into the sky, and landed on the back of the fire dragon. Observing the flying eagles around him, white light radiated from his hands, and one after another, pills of Dan energy formed in Qi Xiang's grip. Qi Xiang looked at the flying eagles in the sky, and continuously threw out the Dan energy ropes, binding them one by one. saying, "Sidon, my boy, catch them for me." As he spoke, with the contraction of the Dan energy ropes, each eagle was instantly bound. Qi Xiang then swung his ropes, sending the eagles flying towards Sidon. Sidon watched the eagles fly over and started catching them while continuously taming those that had escaped on the ground. With both Qi Xiang and Sidon constantly subduing creatures, the fighting force brought by the four great protectors was quickly diminishing. Although their summoned beasts were all powerful, they were still no match against Qi Xiang and Sidon. As for the four protectors themselves, their enhanced racial attributes made them formidable when battling humans, often allowing them to take on challenges above their level. But right now, what they faced, aside from Blade Zombie, were three magical beasts, and even Baihu was a semi-magical beast. Their so-called racial advantage counted for nothing in this situation. Thus, they wished to end the battle as soon as possible, but reality was merciless. The opponent of the Green Dragon wasn't exactly an animal, yet the Green Dragon found its breath of frost easily handled by the Blade Zombie. For close combat, the Green Dragon didn't feel too confident about facing the fully bladed body of the Blade Zombie, since the wound the zombie carved into the Green Dragon's back earlier already proved that the scales of the dragon were not as strong as the blades on the Blade Zombie's body. Therefore, the Green Dragon decided not to fight directly, but rather to harass and evade. If any of the other three protectors became free, the Green Dragon could break away from the current fight. Though the Green Dragon couldn't deal with the Blade Zombie, the Blade Zombie also wouldn't kill the Green Dragon because Sidon intended to tame it. In the eyes of the Green Dragon, the situation turned into one where the Blade Zombie temporarily had no means to deal with him. Chapter 365, for Protectors, 2. However, Qinglong's little plans might not be ringing as loud, because the other three protectors are not in such a good situation either. Baihu and Desika are currently engaged in a game of pursuit. Baihu cannot quickly defeat Desika. To be precise, Baihu's attacks can't even reach Desika. However, whenever Baihu tries to retreat, Desika immediately launches an attack. Desika and Baihu are not so much in battle as they are playing a game of cat and mouse, with Desika being the cat and Baihu the mouse. As for Takis and his opponent, the turtle, no, it should be Xianwu. Their combat is even more measured. Whether it's Takis's earth shields or the shell on Xianwu's body, it's a slow-paced battle. Even if Takis wanted to end the fight quickly, it wouldn't be easy. Of course, Takis could restrict Xianwu easily if he wanted to, but Takis isn't in such a rush. And Takis's opponent is the only zombie among these four protectors. Not only does this zombie surpass the level of the 27 lords, but it also has its own special way of attacking, spewing water. But this has little use, at least not against Takis. The battle between Baihu and Zhu Ke is no less fierce. Baihu spits beams of light, while Zhu Ke spits flames. One tiger and one bird refusing to give an inch, showing no mercy to each other. Baihu and Zhu Ke constantly wave their wings. Even though Baihu is a tiger, his flight speed and agility do not fall behind Zhu Ke, who is originally a bird. The reason why this side's battle is so intense is that when Baihu was on this island, there had been some friction with the four protectors. Now, encountering Zhu Ke, who was not involved in the worst friction then, since it was the white tiger among the four protectors who clashed most unpleasantly with Baihu, still made Baihu angry due to their mutual species and tiger-like pride. Although back then nothing broke out under the authority of the beast spirit pearl, the fuse was already lit. And now, seeing Zhu Ke, even if Baihu couldn't fight his fellow tiger due to the division of combat objectives, he unleashed his full fighting power on Zhu Ke to vent his anger. Meanwhile, Qi Xiang and Che Dan's subjugation efforts were almost complete. By now, the fox had long lost patience and personally emerged from the center, leading its royal guard, a three-headed dog. Although the guard's strength is comparable to the four protectors, he is not a protector but a royal guard, truly commanded by the fox instead of by the beast spirit pearl. When Qi Xiang and Che Dan had taken over all the subordinates of the four protectors and were preparing to move against them, the fox finally arrived. Seeing the scene, the fox immediately raised the beast spirit pearl, causing instant unease among all summoned beasts present, whether Qi Xiang's summoned creatures or Che Dan's dragon-like zombies. All became restless due to the presence of animal bloodlines. Just as trouble seemed imminent, Qi Xiang shouted, "Retract." Che Dan did not hesitate and retracted his dragon-like zombies. The battlefield now remained with only Qi Xiang, Che Dan, and a single type of Che Dan's zombie summoning beasts. The arrival of the fox instantly stopped the battle. The blade zombie, although unaffected by the beast spirit pearl, automatically retreated and stood beside Che Dan. The four protectors also instinctively gathered around the fox. Standing atop the middle head of the three-headed dog, the fox looked down on Qi Xiang and Che Dan, sneering coldly. "Humans, you are indeed talented, causing chaos on this island, just the two of you. Tell me, what exactly are you here for?" Qi Xiang looked at the fox and laughed. "Nothing much. We simply came here to enhance our strength a bit. Seeing the numerous formidable zombies and magical beasts here, we decided to take control of them casually. By the way, your four protectors and the three-headed dog under you have become our targets too. Oh, and your strength is too weak. We don't care about you, but that bead in your hand, we really want it." Listening to Qi Xiang's words, though Qi Xiang kept smiling, his words were highly aggressive, leaving no room for compromise. Since Qi Xiang chose this path, the fox showed no mercy either, letting out a cold snort, and said, "Since you've spoken so boldly, I have nothing more to say. Let's fight and see who ends up disturbing this island, or if we leave your lives here." Qi Xiang scoffed and said, "Haha, you really know how to talk, don't you? Do you actually think this island isn't in chaos right now? The loss of animal zombies, and the losses of the 27 lords and your 4 great protectors' armies are all losses that you can't bear. I would like to see what makes you still so confident in making us stay here. Che-Dan nodded and said, Xiang brother, actually, I've wanted to subdue this fox as well, then take it back as a pet. Listening to Che-Dan's words, Chi-Xiang laughed and said, good idea. Arrogant. The fox uttered 2 words, then leapt off the 3-headed dog and shouted, charge. At the same time, the beast spirit pearl in the fox's hand emitted a rainbow of colors. This light was extremely dazzling, but it did not illuminate everywhere. It shone only on the Sug race and Bidrog race. This meant that during the brief conversation between Chi-Xiang and the fox, many animal zombies had already gathered around. Chi-Xiang looked at the surrounding animal zombies and said, Che-Dan, these guys have been enhanced. They're not easy to deal with. Let your zombies stall them for some time, while we quickly resolve the situation with these few opponents in front of us. Che-Dan nodded and said, all right. No sooner had he spoken than Chi-Xiang surged forward in an explosive burst, his Scythe of Hell King waving wildly as his target became clear, the fox. Yes, capturing the enemy commander amidst 1,000 soldiers was always what Chi-Xiang enjoyed doing most. But this time, things might not go as smoothly as he hoped. Because just as Chi-Xiang charged forward, 2 figures simultaneously rammed into him. Baihu and the 3 heads of the 3-headed dog together slammed into Chi-Xiang. Even Chi-Xiang didn't expect the attack to come so fast, and he was caught off guard, sent flying by the force. Stabilizing himself with a roll after landing, Chi-Xiang glanced at Baihu and the 3-headed dog and coldly chuckled. This is getting interesting. Meanwhile, Che-Dan was wielding his rhinoceros shield and chilling blade against the remaining 3 protectors. A variety of skills kept bursting out, both high-level and low-level skills connecting one after another seamlessly. Chapter 366. For Protectors, 3. The white tiger Chi-Xiang faced now was very different from his own white tiger. It did not have the wings on its back like Chi-Xiang's tiger, but this white tiger looked fierce in terms of claws, teeth, and spikes on its tail. However, Chi-Xiang could see with just one glance that although the white tiger before him was strong at the moment, it was only because of the beast spirit pearl's amplification. If there were no enhancements, Chi-Xiang's white tiger would surely win in a fight against the guardian white tiger. There was no doubt about it. It wasn't because Chi-Xiang's white tiger could fly and thus gain an aerial advantage, but rather due to their fundamental strength. As for Hu Li's personal guard, the 3-headed hound appeared very robust, resembling a 3-headed pit bull. The short-haired creature looked quite muscular, and its 3 heads were alert, with 6 eyes gleaming ferociously. Its 3 heads weren't merely for show or mutation. They had a purpose. From left to right, the 3 heads controlled fire, electricity, and water attributes, respectively. This was as if 3 specialized magical beasts had been condensed into one. Now, amplified by the beast spirit pearl, it became even more formidable. Chi-Xiang watched the 2 mighty beasts before him, sneered softly, and tightened his grip on the King of Hell Demon Sickle, muttering to himself, humph, what a bother. I can't directly kill these powerful opponents. I have to spare them and subdue them instead. What a hassle. As he said this, Chi-Xiang twirled the King of Hell Demon Sickle and charged forward. The white tiger lunged first, transforming into a streak of white light, with its sharp claws leading the charge. Meanwhile, the 3-headed dog opened its 3 mouths wide, instantly bursting with red, yellow, and blue lights representing fire, lightning, and water energies, which shot out rapidly, bypassing the white tiger and heading straight toward Chi-Xiang. Chi-Xiang stopped abruptly as the energy beams approached, then deflected all 3 attacks using swift movements of the King of Hell Demon Sickle. But immediately after came the figure of the white tiger. The white tiger pounced onto Chi-Xiang, striking his chest with both claws, piercing through cleanly. Chi-Xiang kicked the white tiger off with his right leg, causing it to retreat. Then he glanced down at his chest wounds. Multiple cuts crisscrossed there, blood already flowing. Looking at the gashes on his chest, Chi-Xiang licked his lips and laughed coldly. This is quite interesting. It's been a long time since any living thing has made me bleed. Saying this, Chi-Xiang dashed forward, swiftly arriving beside the white tiger, where he kicked it into the air. Then, appearing above the white tiger, he delivered another kick, sending it plummeting back down. Before the tiger hit the ground, Chi-Xiang had already moved beneath it and continued kicking it repeatedly. With each kick following another, the 3-headed dog, attempting to rescue the white tiger, found itself powerless due to Chi-Xiang's incredible speed. The 3-headed dog didn't know whether to attack the top or the bottom. As for the white tiger, it was thoroughly dominated. Yes, even with the beast spirit pearl's amplification, in a one-on-one situation, Chi-Xiang could still completely dominate the white tiger. After nearly half a minute of inhumane attacks, Chi-Xiang finally let the white tiger crash to the ground. With a boom, it hit hard, causing dust to fly everywhere around it. Meanwhile, Chi-Xiang's chest wounds had already been healed by his pill energy, though the clothes on his body were beyond repair. Thus, Chi-Xiang casually tore them off, revealing his well-built upper body. He then coldly laughed while looking at the 3-headed dog. It seems like you also had a part in those earlier attacks. The 3 heads of the dog simultaneously swallowed audibly, but still prepared for battle, ready to meet Chi-Xiang head-on. At the same time, Che-Dan's continuous skill combos gave the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird quite a headache. Although none of the skills could kill them outright, the various debuffs, occasional stunning effects, and damage-related abilities were extremely annoying. Che Dan had so many skills at his disposal, accumulated over time from numerous skill books, tasks, and opportune learnings, reaching over 100 in total, and his mana pool was exceptionally deep. Thus, even if Che Dan were to use each skill individually, it would take a long time. In this scenario, where he used mana-efficient skills with short cooldowns that produced decent effects, Che Dan's mana regenerated faster than it depleted. As the fox observed her 4 guardians and personal guards, even with the enhancement from the beast spirit pearl, they were unable to gain the upper hand. The white tiger had already been brutally beaten by Qi Xiang. Although it still had a breath of life left, it looked almost dead, with an unknown number of broken bones. It was likely that its inner core was also damaged. If left to recover on its own, it might take 3 to 5 years to return to its peak state. The fox realized that these 2 humans before her truly intended to subdue all the strongest fighters on this island. What troubled the fox even more was that despite the enhancement, the zombie animals couldn't break through the summoned creatures of the other human. These zombies, each strong in their own right, guarded every direction effectively, making any advance impossible. Moreover, they were human zombies, not beast zombies, meaning they were unaffected by the beast spirit pearl's influence. Although the beast spirit pearl significantly reduced the combat effectiveness of Qi Xiang and Che Dan, all but one dragon-like zombie among the summoned creatures belonged to Qi Xiang. And while Qi Xiang's summoned creatures were powerful, his own combat prowess far exceeded theirs. Thus, for Qi Xiang, whether or not he used his summoned creatures in this battle didn't matter much at all. As for Che Dan, losing the dragon-like zombie wouldn't harm his fundamental strength. Now fully engaged in combat with the 3-headed dog, Qi Xiang retracted his King of Hell demon sickle because he could not kill the creature. Instead, he donned a pair of knuckle guards. These were no ordinary knuckles, but items exchanged from within the system. Seeing the human opposite choosing to fight fully with him, the 3-headed dog seemed to see the hope of victory. Although the image of how the white tiger had earlier been effortlessly defeated by Qi Xiang using just his feet still lingered in the dog's mind, the dog believed its own melee ability was stronger than the white tiger's. Besides, the dog specialized in energy attacks. If it could keep its distance, it would be able to utilize a kite strategy very well. But it overlooked one thing. To successfully kite your opponent, you either need to be faster than them or start out at a distance where both move at similar speeds. Chapter 367, The 4 Protectors, Part 4. Qi Xiang looked at the 3-headed dog that was trying to create distance while continuously spitting out energy balls, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. He found it hard to evaluate the 3-headed dog's actions. Seeing the 3-headed dog trying to create distance, Qi Xiang didn't rush to chase after it, but allowed it to move away before he directly charged towards the direction of the fox. The fox, seeing Qi Xiang rushing over at high speed, cursed under his breath calling him a stupid idiot, and quickly fled in another direction. The spirit bead in his hand shot out beams of colorful light towards Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang instinctively knew these beams were dangerous and dodged them immediately. Then, Qi Xiang rushed toward the fox again. Just as Qi Xiang was about to grab the fox, the 3-headed dog suddenly charged out and collided with Qi Xiang. When Qi Xiang had charged towards the fox, the 3-headed dog realized it had made a mistake because its task was supposed to block Qi Xiang, not engage in battle with him. It should have been fighting Qi Xiang instead, keeping him from attacking the fox, but now, by running away, it essentially made Qi Xiang's job easier. So the 3-headed dog immediately returned, and fortunately, it still managed to catch up. This time, Qi Xiang did not let the 3-headed dog hit him. Instead, he sidestepped and avoided it. And the fox used this opportunity to quickly escape, putting distance between himself and Qi Xiang. Looking at the 3-headed dog obstructing him once again, Qi Xiang clenched his fists tightly. The knuckles of his fists were slightly deformed by the force. The 3-headed dog swallowed once more, feeling the intimidating aura emanating from Qi Xiang. It knew it must toughen up and charge forward despite all hesitations. Meanwhile, Cha Dan was ready to finish off his own fight elsewhere. With improved skill levels, Cha Dan faced the 3 guardians, who were already showing signs of fatigue. Although these advanced skills came with longer cooldowns, Cha Dan had so many skills at his disposal that finding an effective substitute was rather simple, allowing his combo chain to proceed without any interruptions. Finally, Zhu Ke collapsed first, falling down from the sky. Instead of capturing him right away, Cha Dan casually threw a net to cover Zhu Ke. Now secured by the net, Cha Dan turned to focus confidently on Xuan Wu and Qing Long, the remaining 2 protectors, which were no longer a significant threat. Cha Dan stopped the continuous release of skills, picked up the cold blade once more, and glared at Xuan Wu and Bai Hu before coldly rushing forward. Seeing that the human before them had ceased using spells, Xuan Wu and Qing Long breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could make a move, Cha Dan had already closed in on them, the cold blade radiating chilling frostiness. Even just approaching, Xuan Wu and Qing Long felt as if they were placed into a freezing wasteland. Qing Long reacted well, having an agile body. At the first sign of trouble, he swiftly retreated. On the other hand, Xuan Wu wasn't as lucky, struck directly by Cha Dan's blade. A blue light burst forth from Xuan Wu's body, instantly covering it with layers of ice. Even though not fully frozen into a statue, such frost was sufficient for Cha Dan, as it would trap Xuan Wu for some time. Seeing Zhu Ke and Xuan Wu both trapped consecutively, Qing Long stepped back slightly, casting a helpless glance at Cha Dan, and then reluctantly charged ahead. Observing the 4 fallen protectors lying on the ground, and the severely beaten 3-headed dog, Cha Dan wasted no time taking them over. As for the fox, it had run away, though Qi Xiang had chased after it. Considering Qi Xiang's efficiency, Cha Dan never doubted the success of the mission. It was fundamentally impossible for failure. With a calm smile on his face, Qi Xiang followed the rapidly fleeing fox. These undead creatures summoned by the fox to hinder him were insignificant to Qi Xiang. He could easily brush them aside with just one punch, completely unable to slow him down. Thinking that he had put considerable distance between him and Qi Xiang, the fox halted momentarily to turn back for a quick look only to find that Qi Xiang was nowhere in sight behind him. Taking this moment to rest, the fox finally paused. But when he turned around next, Qi Xiang was already standing in front of him, smiling and saying, "How about it? Are you tired?" While speaking, Qi Xiang retracted his boxing glove and reached out with both hands simultaneously, one hand grabbing hold of the spirit bead and the other gripping the fox's neck. Qi Xiang sneered coldly. "This bead is called Beast Spirit Bead, right? Hehe, I know that humans can't use it." As he spoke, Qi Xiang flipped his hand, and the Beast Spirit Bead disappeared. Of course, Qi Xiang had just put the Beast Spirit Bead into a storage space. Then, Qi Xiang looked at the fox in front of him and said, "Judging by the aura you're emitting, you must be a powerful magical beast, so why do you keep running? Don't you know the real use of the Beast Spirit Bead?" The fox glanced at Qi Xiang and replied, "Since I've already been caught, you can kill or dissect me as you please. Stop with all this nonsense." "Hey, you've got some guts," Qi Xiang laughed and continued. "All right then, let's see just how much guts you have." Saying this, Qi Xiang turned around along the same path and dragged the fox back with him. By now, the four protectors and the three-headed dog had all been subdued. However, Baihu and the three-headed dog were quite unlucky because they had chosen the wrong opponent. Unable to strike a fatal blow, they were first surrounded and beaten up by the 27 lords, and then both Baihu and the three-headed dog successively tried to block Qi Xiang and injured him. Though Qi Xiang healed quickly, such actions would not be tolerated. Hence, these two unfortunate ones became Qi Xiang's punching bags, and their wounds were certainly not something that could heal easily. So, seeing Qi Xiang holding onto the fox, Cha Dan rolled his eyes and remarked, "Brother Xiang, although you didn't deal any lethal blows, Baihu and the three-headed dog have been battered into such pathetic states that they will not recover anytime soon and can't even count as combat forces, right?" Qi Xiang grinned mischievously and said, all right. Aren't they still subdued by you? You've benefited plenty, yet are still complaining." Then, Qi Xiang flung the fox onto the ground casually and added, "All right, you handle this guy yourself." Chapter 368, The Last Leisure, Part 1. Cha Dan chuckled and looked at the fox trying to escape. With a casual flick of his cold blade, a blue light shot onto the fox's feet, instantly freezing them into a big ice lump. Then, Cha Dan stepped forward and said, "To be honest, I never thought that one day I would tame a creature who may not become a fighter into my summoned beast. But you're lucky because you will be the first, hehe." The fox looked at Cha Dan and said, "No, you vile human, I would rather die than become your slave. The beast race shall never be enslaved. The Shorin never be enslaved." "Oh, well said." Looking at Qi Xiang making a ruckus on the side, Cha Dan raised an eyebrow and said, "Xiang brother, I am also from the horde, so please stop cheering me on, alright?" Then, Cha Dan looked at the fox and said, "I didn't say anything about making you a slave. You will merely be a summoned beast." As he spoke, a six-pointed star appeared in Chetan's left hand. Seeing Chetan's movement, the fox struggled with all his might to break free. But it was futile because, even though the ice on his feet didn't look very solid, in reality, no matter how hard the fox tried to use his energy to shatter or melt it, it was all useless. After imprinting a mark on the fox, Cha Dan looked around at the surrounding zombies and asked, "Can you order them to retreat now?" The fox glared at Cha Dan and shouted, "Never, you vile human." Qi Xiang stepped forward and took out the beast spirit pearl from the storage space, smiling and saying, "Seems like your prejudice against humans runs deep." Speaking, Qi Xiang handed over the beast spirit pearl and said, "All right, make them retreat." The fox stared at the beast spirit pearl close by and immediately grabbed it. He was about to give the command for a full force attack, but somehow, he ended up issuing a retreat order instead. Watching the retreating zombies around him, Qi Xiang casually picked up the beast spirit pearl again. The fox looked angrily at the two humans in front of him and, thinking about the mark Cha Dan had just left on him, snarled, "Humans, you are truly the most despicable creatures." Qi Xiang and Cha Dan shrugged and said, "Who cares what you say?" Then Cha Dan snapped his fingers and sent the fox back to another dimension. Looking around at the remaining summoned zombie beasts, he said, "All right everyone, good job, time to go back." Hearing Chetan's words, the group of zombies disappeared one by one into the other dimension. Qi Xiang and Cha Dan smiled at each other. This expedition to the island proved fruitful for both of them. Qi Xiang glanced at his wristwatch and said, "All right, we still have some time. If we head back now, we should be able to relax comfortably at Bo's villa for a couple of days." Actually, Cha Dan hesitated and Qi Xiang looked at him, said, "All right, let's just go home. I know you think you can still beat me in gaming." Cha Dan rolled his eyes and said, "Who says? It's clear you cannot win against me. Oh well, let's go home." Next, Qi Xiang and Cha Dan mounted the fire dragon and flew back towards Pingluo City, the place where they started. Brother Bo were back. Seeing number one and others return, Brother Bo grinned and said, "Excellent, excellent. Your mission was accomplished perfectly." Number one smiled and replied, "It is our duty." Satisfied, Brother Bo nodded and said, "All right, go rest first. Once Qi Xiang returns, we'll decide our next move." Those two kids said they would go to the island, and they haven't returned yet. Number one nodded, saying, "All right," and then led the group out of Brother Bo's study. Brother Bo turned to the three inside the study and asked, "Uncle Da, Bingyue, Xiaoyang, Jiayang, what are your thoughts on the battle between the Assassin Guild and the Research Institute?" Uncle Da stroked his beard as he laughed and said, "Of course, we have an opinion. They are fighting among themselves, and we reap the benefits. However, after their war ends, we don't know if the flames will burn towards us." Brother Bo nodded, saying, "Indeed, there's such a possibility. Nevertheless, number one's actions were quite covert, and in fact, we don't actually have a direct connection with them. If it weren't for the operation in America, we wouldn't even know these people, so we can be at ease on that front. Oh, by the way, Uncle Da, how is the current situation of this battle?" Uncle Da shrugged and said, "How would I know? I'm not an intelligence officer. Didn't you let the intelligence officers go rest without mistake?" Brother Bo slapped his forehead and said, "Oops, really, I forgot about that. There's nothing we can do but wait until they're rested before asking them. All right, let's check the systems forum for any intelligence we might be looking for. Xiaoyang, Jiayang, do you two have anything else to take care of? If not, go rest." Lin Xiaoyang smiled and said, "Brother Bo, I'll help you look through the forums too." Brother Bo nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Yang glanced out the window and said, "I'm going to practice." With that, he jumped directly out of the window. Seeing Zhao Yang's hard work, Brother Bo helplessly shook his head, since it was related to physical training. Even though Zhao Yang had energy inside him, his improvement depended largely on his physical fitness. In the previous period, under the high pressure brought by their battles and training, Zhao Yang grew quickly despite already having a strong foundation. But during this period of rest and consolidation, both Brother Bo and Lin Xiaoyang as well as Bingyue could continue to improve via meditation, while Uncle Da was practicing pill making to elevate his skills. As for Qi Xiang and Che Dan, they went to a place where they could greatly enhance their strength. When they returned, their power would undoubtedly have increased significantly again. However, because Zhao Yang lacked such opportunities for battle, his progress slowed down significantly, and daily training could only maintain his current state rather than lead to real improvement. This was Zhao Yang's main dilemma. Even during meditation, the growth of his internal energy was much slower than that achieved through physical training. Bingyue did not comment on Zhao Yang's behavior, but said, "Then I'll meditate." And with that, she left, leaving Brother Bo, Uncle Da, and Lin Xiaoyang behind. Brother Bo sighed wryly. "All right, it's our turn to labor. Let's get to it then." Uncle Da grinned and said, "Hee hee, this feels like organizing data back in the days when we were special forces." Lin Xiaoyang also chuckled. "Yeah, organizing documents at our school was pretty much like this too." Brother Bo could only bitterly laugh and say, organizing documents for the company is just as troublesome." Chapter 369, The Last Leisure, Part 2. Actually, the information Bo Gu wanted had already been organized by Qi Xiang and Che Dan on their way back to Pingluo City. The current situation is that the Assassin's Guild and the Research Institute can be said to have both suffered heavy losses. On one side, the Assassin's Guild utilized its own advantages, assassinating many senior members of the Research Institute, causing a heavy blow to the elite forces of the Institute. Meanwhile, on the side of the Assassin's Guild, since President Pearson was resolute in not abandoning the headquarters resistance, this resulted in two factions emerging. One faction supported dispersing and giving up the headquarters for guerrilla warfare, while the faction led by Pearson believed that the Assassin's Guild's headquarters was the foundation of the guild and couldn't be abandoned. However, even this rationale didn't convince Pearson himself. But this was just an excuse. Only Pearson knew the real reason for holding onto the headquarters. Pearson clearly understood that if the headquarters were lost, then the Assassin's Guild would truly be finished. Thus, although the Assassin's Guild had assassinated many elite talents from the Institute wasn't passive either. Recognizing that the Assassin's Guild wouldn't abandon the headquarters, they directly launched fierce attacks on it, investing large amounts of manpower and resources. On the Assassin's Guild side, relying on the headquarters for defense, they continuously dispatched assassins for assassination missions, depleting the opposing forces. But people trip over themselves sometimes, and even the best killers occasionally fail. Therefore, during these assassination missions, a large number of assassins were discovered and perished in the enemy camp. Thus, both sides engaged all their manpower and resources in full-scale warfare, constantly clashing, getting injured, and continuing to clash again. No one knew what Pearson and Wang Luo were truly after. These two guys were really acting irrationally this time, turning something negotiable into such a disastrous state between two major organizations. And the original instigators were still at large. In reality, even Pearson didn't know what Wang Luo was trying to accomplish. Perhaps only Wang Luo knew when this fight would end. However, as these two factions continued their heated battles, various organizations around the world also began warring. First was Africa, a place already plagued with conflict that started with the disaster and hasn't stopped. By now, two powerful factions have formed there, and the situation remains extremely intense. Europe banded together to counter attacks from the Soviet Union, and Asia also experienced intense conflicts. North and South Korea had already fought themselves down to nothing but remnants, which barely counted as any real force anymore. West Asia and South Asia continuously attacked the borders of Yahuang, making the local organizations furious and spontaneously reacting with retaliation. What should have been the most chaotic, the Sun Country, was still recuperating due to Qi Xiang's previous trip, so they hadn't regained the strength to cause trouble elsewhere. On the other side of the earth, Oceania enjoyed relative peace, having thoroughly cleared away zombies. They've begun reconstructing their cities based on new abilities developed, and while occasional natural disasters still occur, they're no longer significant threats to the Oceania people. They've returned to a peaceful period. Aside from the deaths of loved ones and newfound powers, life seems to have gone back to normal. Thanks to the distance, the number of zombies in Oceania was minimal, leading to relatively low casualties. Of course, every coin has two sides. The disadvantage here is that, without enemies, the Oceania-based psychics remained weak. Even the strongest among them didn't surpass level 30. Whether this was good or bad remained unknown. Qi Xiang and Che Dan stared at the globe, observing the global landscape. Only personnel from the Institute remained in America searching for supplies, and no intelligence was available for the polar regions. Oceania was doing very well with reconstruction, and currently, only 3 continents, Asia, Europe, and Africa, were still embroiled in conflicts. Moreover, the African conflicts were expected to resolve soon. Looking at the map's conditions, Qi Xiang snorted lightly and asked, Che Dan, do you think their constant disputes make any sense? Che Dan shrugged and responded, who knows? If not for the new era, I might have wanted to get involved myself, but the emergence of the new era appears genuine. So there's no point in continuing these disputes. However, they are ordinary people, and only a few know the situation like us. In fact, I'm curious, apart from us being informed by the ghost sacrifice, who else could possibly know about this situation? Qi Xiang nodded and said, that's true. Never mind. None of that has anything to do with us. Let's just enjoy our last bit of leisure time. In a few days, it will be the agreed-upon date, and we'll have to go back. Che Dan chuckled and replied, Boss Xiang, at the end of the day, isn't it because you want to play? Qi Xiang shot Che Dan a glance and said, very funny. I'm so frustrated. How hasn't Wang Luo died yet? If this keeps up, does he really think there will be any good outcome for him? I really want to know what's going through his mind. Pearson was swearing at Wang Luo while angrily drinking the vodka in his hand. Do you really want to know what I'm after? Suddenly, a voice rang out, not in English but in Yehuang language. Pearson knew this voice all too well. Its owner was none other than Wang Luo, the instigator of this fight. Pearson put down his glass on the table and narrowed his eyes as he looked around, saying, Wang Luo, stop fooling around like a ghost. I know your institute excels at these tricks, but it won't work on me. Wang Luo scoffed coldly and retorted, you're such an idiot. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead 100 times over. Do you really think my goal is to destroy both of our guilds? Hearing Wang Luo's words, Pearson took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked, what do you mean? Wang Luo sneered coldly and asked, have you ever thought about what the future holds for humanity? The future? All I know is that if you keep this up, neither of us will have a future. We'll just end up destroying each other. Feeling Pearson's anger, Wang Luo said, you're just as hot-tempered as ever, aren't you? Hell yes. All my hard work running the Assassin's Guild is almost ruined by you. Do you really think I'd still have a good temper? That's enough. Can't you just listen to me without interrupting? Chapter 370, The Last Leisure, Part 3. Listening to Wang Luo's roar, Pearson sat in his chair and said through clenched teeth, speak. Wang Luo sighed and said, do you think that now that I've reached this position, I wouldn't consider the well-being of my people? Do you think I don't understand that such a move would greatly weaken both our organizations? But some things are unavoidable. Having said this, Wang Luo paused for a moment before continuing. Do you know about the new era? The new era? Pearson, hearing Wang Luo's words, furrowed his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? Wang Luo explained. The Earth is already facing an impending catastrophe. Our people detected it a long time ago. Moreover, this space overlap was not accidental. It was orchestrated by us in order to ensure humanity has the ability to survive. Hence, we created psychics and zombies so that the elites among humans could emerge and enter into the new era. Upon hearing Wang Luo's words, Pearson scoffed and said, are you so sure there will be a new era? If there isn't one, I wonder what your plan B is. Sighing, Wang Luo replied, do you think our institute would do something without being certain? Despite how arrogant we may seem, our confidence is based on absolute success rates. I didn't intend to tell you about these matters, but now we only have a few months left. Your current strength isn't enough to withstand the disasters of the new era transition period, which is why I must communicate with you this way. Otherwise, letting too many humans into the new era wouldn't be a good idea. Hearing Wang Luo's words, Pearson questioned, so what are you suggesting? Wang Luo said, abandon the Assassin's Guild and join the Institute. Then, I can protect you using our research achievements, and together we'll get through the transitional period of the era change. Hearing Wang Luo's words, Pearson suddenly burst out laughing as he mocked. Haha, Wang Luo, how pitifully naive you are. You expect me to blindly believe your fabricated story and willingly walk into your territory to be exterminated? That would conveniently fulfill your wish, wouldn't it? Come on, if you can talk to me via your devices, couldn't you just press a button and kill me? As he spoke, Pearson's body unleashed a sudden circle of light around him, causing all electronic devices in the room to instantly explode without any remnants. Wang Luo, listening from the other side as the transmission device near Pearson exploded, sighed and said, I see. Having a reasonable conversation doesn't work. Hey everyone, continue attacking the Assassin's Guild with full force, and make sure their president is captured alive. With the rapid advancement of the Fire Dragon, Qi Xiang and Che Dan returned to Pingluo City. Qi Xiang glanced at the date and laughed, saying, Che Dan, our time really is limited. Let's hurry up and enjoy these crazy few days. Che Dan nodded and responded, all right, let's go. In City A, Brother Bo's home. Brother Bo looked at the ongoing battle situation and said, Uncle Da, Why do I feel like they're doing all this just to hide something? Uncle Da nodded and replied, indeed, though both sides seem to be putting everything on the line, the Assassin's Guild has clearly used its full potential. However, regarding the Institute side, I feel like they're holding back. If they went all in, the fight should have ended by now. Throwing the documents in his hand onto the table carelessly, Brother Bo stretched and said, whatever. It's none of our business what they want to conceal. Well, I've organized data for several days now. I'm going to rest. Saying this, Brother Bo got up and prepared to retire. Hey, little Bo. Huh? What is it, Uncle Da? Confused by Uncle Da's unexpected halt, Brother Bo wondered why he had called him over. Uncle Da said, I'd like to visit Ghost Sacrifice first. One reason is to see my parents. The other is to learn some alchemy knowledge from him beforehand. Brother Bo nodded and said, sure, since you mentioned it, go ahead. By the way, ask Bingwei if he wants to come since his father is also there. Ask him if he plans to come along. Uncle Da agreed and said, okay, then stepped out. Brother Bo, watching Uncle Da's retreating back, smiled and muttered to himself, Uncle Da, such a filial son. After reuniting with his parents, he hasn't even spent much time with them before coming here. That's thoughtful of him. Old man, you've placed that magic stone in the wrong spot again. Da's father looked at the newly placed magic stone and chuckled. Seems like I really made a mistake this time. Recently, I've been feeling quite useless. After finishing drawing a rune, Guac looked up and said to Da's father, what's wrong, little Samling? You seem restless lately. Da's father chuckled and replied, nothing. Let's continue. As he picked up the magic stone to place it again, Guac and Da's mother exchanged glances, helplessly shaking their heads before returning to their tasks. As a matter of fact, everyone who received Guac's letter either came over unless they were already dead or among the few exceptions. Some had already arrived while others were on the way. Guac also began constructing defensive formations using his stockpiled materials and what the people brought along, preparing for the upcoming cleansing of the era change. It was a massive project. Natural disasters weren't easy to resist, even with thorough preparations, and there was still a chance of failure. All that Guac and his group could do was strive for perfection in their efforts. The same scene unfolded at the Research Institute headquarters of the Yan Huang Nation. Hey, kid, quickly recalibrate device number 3. And you over there, finish attaching part 7 right now. Everyone needs to speed up. We have to complete this thing before the appointed time. Li Zhenyang stood alongside Wang Luo observing the progress of the project. Li Zhenyang asked, Wang Luo, can we really hide what we're doing like this? Wang Luo nodded and replied, of course. We've done enough groundwork. Even if they investigate here, they'll only see this as preparation for battling the Assassin's Guild. As for the other research institutes, you needn't worry. Even if they uncover anything unusual, it will be too late. We just need to finish this task quickly, and that will be sufficient. It seems like we also need to bring Pearson over, right? Chapter 371, The Last Leisure 4. At the sudden sound, Wang Luo and Li Zhenyang turned around to see Zantu approaching. Wang Luo shouted, Zantu, what do you mean by that? Zantu snorted coldly and said, do you really not have any idea what I mean? Look at what you've done to the Yanhuang Research Institute. Sure, you're doing well now, but I'm curious. Will bringing Pilsen here help us withstand attacks from other factions trying to take advantage before the epic change? Even if you bring Pilsen, isn't it just for your selfish reasons? You simply miss him because he's an old friend of yours. But I want to know how Pilsen can benefit our future development in the new epic. As Zantu spoke, Wang Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked, what exactly do you mean? Li Zhenyang also spoke up. Zantu, don't be disrespectful. Step aside. Zantu snorted again and said, all these years, you two have indeed done much for the Institute. But don't forget one thing. I've been largely responsible for the Institute's diplomacy. Many of its cutting-edge inventions were my work too. In terms of qualifications and time served, I am probably the highest-ranking person here after the two of you. With the epic change approaching, are you going to cling to your corruption? I can't stand this anymore. Times change, and today, I am taking over. After hearing Zantu's words, both Wang Luo and Li Zhenyang were shocked. Then Wang Luo roared angrily. Are you planning to become a traitor? Fine then, somebody, seize this man. Zantu chuckled coldly in response to Wang Luo's command. Do you really think you still hold authority within the Institute? Let me tell you something. Everyone inside is already on my side now. And as for those machines, well, I'm confident I can control them easily with my abilities. Wang Luo frowned slightly as he gazed at Zantu and asked, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Zantu snorted coldly and said, your threats mean nothing to me. Here are your choices. Leave now, never to return, or die at my hands. Your body's left as test subjects. To be honest, I'd love to see how many researchers would eagerly fight for studying the corpses of the previous two directors out of resentment against you two. You disgraceful disciple. Li Zhenyang was so enraged that his whole body was trembling, yet he didn't dare confront Zantu directly. As Zantu's master, Li Zhenyang knew all too well that Zantu was far superior to him in every aspect. His respect for his master was purely out of courtesy. Otherwise, compared to Zantu, Li Zhenyang wouldn't amount to anything. Sighing deeply, Li Zhenyang looked at Zantu and said, I guess I'm getting old. All right, I'll leave. He then walked towards the exit. Smiling, Zantu said, Master, once a teacher, always a father. Though I cannot keep you here, I won't let you leave empty-handed. A vehicle awaits outside, ready to take you away to a good place with automatic navigation. He smiled again. Li Zhenyang glanced at Zantu and asked, you haven't set it for some strange destination, have you? Of course not, Zantu replied with a grin. Isn't that right? Ha ha ha, fine. I'll trust you. One last time. Li Zhengyang laughed, stepping firmly towards the door. With Li Zhengyang's departure, Zonta turned to Wang Luo and said, all right, it's your turn now, Director Wang. What's your decision? Wang Luo looked around, sighed, and muttered, Never thought we'd have someone so ambitious in the Institute. Sigh, it seems I misjudged you back then. I once believed you could lead the Institute to new heights. Zonta scoffed and said disdainfully, Stop wasting time with meaningless talk. Haven't you already foreseen all this in your mind? Stop enjoying your final moments of speech, because I have far less patience with you than with my master. Hearing Zontu's words, Wang Luo sighed deeply. It seems it's time to end this. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Luo vanished from where he stood. Without hesitation, Zonta swung his fist towards his back. Wang Luo reappeared behind Zontu. Watching the punch aimed at him, Wang Luo attempted to subdue Zonta with a grappling move. However, he had forgotten, Zonta wasn't an ordinary human, but a cyborg. His strength couldn't compare to regular humans, especially since Wang Luo's special ability did not emphasize physical power. Wang Luo grabbed the right arm of Zontu's cyborg body with both hands. But even if Wang Luo exerted all his strength, he couldn't alter the trajectory of Zontu's punch by a fraction. A single punch landed squarely on Wang Luo's chest, sending him flying to crash into the wall behind. Zontu's cyborg body looked at Wang Luo and gave a cold laugh, saying, Now, I'll give you a chance to leave your last words. Don't hurt Director Wang. Several voices rang out simultaneously. Then, suddenly several researchers ran in from outside. They were all wearing white lab coats as if they had just come out of the lab. As soon as these people entered, they formed a line in front of Wang Luo, separating Wang Luo and Zontu. Zonta scanned these people and laughed. Wang Luo, look at your supporters. Aren't they all young people? Haha, young people, I admit. Each of you has potential. But have you ever thought about why none of your predecessors care about this matter? One of the leading researchers said, Those predecessors are either indebted to you or brainwashed by you. You nasty thing, we will not collude with you. Director Wang, can you still stand up? Hearing the words of the researcher, Wang Luo coughed twice and said, It seems not. 3 ribs on my old man's chest are broken. You guys should leave, don't bother with me anymore. No, Director Wang, we won't go. Even if we cannot defeat Zontu, we will stand by you together. Clap, 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 clap. Zonta clapped and said, What a touching scene. Although I don't want to harm you, leaving you alive won't make you obey me anyway. A bunch of fools brainwashed by Wang Luo. What good could you possibly do, Wang Luo? Remember, all of them are due to your mistakes. I really don't know what good it does for you to drag them into this. What if I join them? Chapter 372, Killing God Pearson, Part 1. Hearing the voice that suddenly arose, Wang Luo's face initially showed surprise, then a smile emerged. On the other hand, Kanju's face turned dark as could be. The researchers who rushed in to protect Wang Luo didn't understand the significance of this sound at all. One researcher was still saying, What? Is this Kanju's backup help? However, Wang Luo laughed and said, Haha, old buddy, just as I expected, you're the most dependable when it matters. Kanju said, Seems like you have deep feelings for him indeed. Haha, Wang Luo, you old bastard, I actually came here to kill you, but seeing how useless you've become now, and still managed to lose power. No choice, since I'm soft-hearted, I'll lend you a hand. Wang Luo replied, Tisk tsk, you being soft-hearted? Come on, you dare say that. Why shouldn't I say it? Oh yeah, that little guy named Kanju, stop scanning me with your equipment. It's no use. You should know our killer guild has many anti-surveillance techniques, right? All your efforts will go to waste. Listening to these words, Kanju withdrew his searching device and asked, Will you not come out yet? If you don't show yourself, I'll make my move, President Pearson. When Kanju mentioned the name, the researchers started discussing immediately. Pearson? Isn't he the president of the killer guild? True. Aren't they enemies with our guild? So why is he here? Listen to the tone in which they were speaking earlier. Doesn't it seem like Pearson and our president Wang Luo are quite close? As the researchers spoke, Kanju let out a cold snort and said, You idiots, can't you tell that Wang Luo and Pearson are old friends? Behind closed doors, they have done some dirty dealings. Pearson smirked upon hearing Kanju's words. It's improper to say that. Although these kids might lack emotional intelligence, low emotional quotient can be compensated by wisdom. Unlike you, who also wants to seize power. Also, don't put things in such an ugly light. What dirty dealings? I wouldn't agree to work with such a good-for-nothing fellow like you anyway. Upon finishing his speech, a black figure fell from above and quickly landed behind Kanju. After all that chatter, Pearson finally decided to reveal himself. As soon as he appeared, he placed his right hand around Kanju's neck. However, what he held wasn't a traditional dagger, it was a rectangular black object, with 2 pointed ends facing Kanju. Once more, Pearson's voice echoed near Kanju's ear, this time extremely close, genuinely in his ear. Combined with Pearson's distinct voice, it sounded like death itself was speaking. How about it? Isn't my speed satisfactory? Haha, I'm sure you know exactly what I hold. Something that means nothing to ordinary people, but for you mechanical augmented humans, it's your death warrant. Haha, I'm very curious to see what happens when it touches your body. Kanju emitted a cold humph and said, Pearson, do you think if you kill me, the killer guild would survive? Or even you can walk out of here? Upon hearing Kanju's words, Pearson laughed. Ha ha ha, you really crack me up. Do you think after knowing the epic change, I'd still care about the killer guild? Although letting it go pains me, after all, it took years of effort. But so what? During the epic change, it would end up ruined anyway. Instead of exhausting myself protecting it now and feeling heartbroken later, I prefer to enjoy my last free moments before time runs out. You're absolutely right, huh? Looks like you and Wang Luo truly are great brothers. Saying this, Kanju suddenly unleashed root-like tentacles from his body, binding Pearson tightly. Kanju smiled coldly and sarcastically. How does it feel? Let's see whose hand is faster, mine or yours. Pearson was bound by Kanju's tentacles, unable to move even slightly because each tentacle had sharp points precisely aiming at several acupoints. Knowing the lethal killing techniques, Pearson was well aware that if those points were pierced, rather strongly struck, it would result in severe consequences. With a bitter smile, Pearson asked, Wang Luo, why have you mad scientists created someone so insane? This isn't something that can be described as human, right? Laughing while looking at Pearson, Wang Luo said, Hee, aren't you always boasting that your assassination skills surpass any scientific advancements? So how's it feel now? Not conceding. Pearson's voice rang out again, but this time not near Kanju's ear, rather, next to Wang Luo. Seeing Pearson suddenly appear opposite him, Kanju clapped his deformed hands and laughed. Impressive, impressive. No wonder you're the Grandmaster of the Killer Guild. Your strength far exceeds that of your subordinates. But do you really think I'd let someone as dangerous as you, who could potentially cause great harm to our Yanhuang Research Institute, walk away? Pearson smirked and said, Impossible, but so what? Do you even have the ability to stop me? Then let's see about that. With that, Kanju charged forward. Pearson had just thought of moving when he suddenly realized his feet were locked in place by a hidden mechanism. He was stuck. Kanju's fist struck Pearson hard, sending him flying back. Coldly laughing, Kanju said, Didn't Wang Luo tell you? Every inch of this institute hides potential traps, and as a mechanical augment, I hold the highest control over all these mechanisms. Shit, Wang Luo, why didn't you warn me earlier? As Pearson struggled to his feet, his first words weren't rebuttals to Kanju, but curses aimed at Wang Luo. Wang Luo's temper was also ignited, snapping back with a curse. Why the hell would I warn you? I haven't forgiven you for what happened in the past. In fact, seeing your sorry state now only makes me want to hasten your death. You piece of trash, unable to survive on your own, yet dragging others down with you. As Wang Luo spoke, he swallowed a pill, then looked at Kanju and said, You bastard, augmented humans are truly abnormal creatures surpassing normal humans. But have you ever considered the consequences of being too reliant on technology? Taking a step forward, Kanju replied, Technology is what kept me alive. What else should I depend on if not it? Pearson chuckled and shook his head, saying, All right then, let me show you the true power of humans, those who create and command such technologies. With that, Pearson's presence began to soar exponentially, radiating a completely different aura than before. Chapter 373, Killing God Pearson 2. Watching Pearson's transformation, the mechanical eye on the damaged body suddenly issued a danger warning. This warning would only be triggered when facing an extremely powerful enemy, analyzing various parameters of confrontation, and assessing any potential harm to oneself. At this moment, as Pearson triggered such an explosive situation, the damaged body paused in astonishment. He didn't understand. Sure, Pearson was just a killer, with strength that should mainly manifest in assassination. Why then was there such an immediate and intense danger warning? However, Pearson didn't give the damaged body time to think and provided his answer swiftly. A red glow, red eyes, all red. This wasn't a danger message from the electronic eye, but a real red radiance appearing. Seeing Pearson like this, the damaged body took a step back and said, Weren't you saying our assassin guild only excels in assassination? Fine then, I'll tell you. We have another name, the Death God Guild. And I am the killing god among death gods. Pearson's voice became abnormally hoarse, but still reverberated with authority, evoking fear deep within one's heart. Then, Pearson's right hand revealed a dagger. The tip of the dagger had a carved skull head. For some reason, though having seen countless genuine skulls, the damaged body felt the little carved skull was so frightening. It looked as if the skull's eyes were deep and could pull a person in completely. Because of the skull, the damaged body didn't notice the dagger, now dripping blood. Yes, blood of unknown origin flowed down the blade's grooves, dropping and leaving a sinister impression. Pearson charged forward fiercely. The damaged body roared angrily at the same time. Both fists swung out, and, although they hit empty air, the wind generated by the punches resembled two enormous fists rushing toward Pearson. Pearson showed no fear at the damaged body's fist wind. He directly rushed forward. As a result of the collision, Pearson paused momentarily before continuing his advance. Seeing this, the damaged body immediately activated all defense and attack devices in the room, targeting Pearson. The damaged body also mobilized his own energy, preparing to fire an energy beam. Meanwhile, those young researchers were already frightened to the point of sitting on the ground helplessly. Wang Luo, on the other hand, watched Pearson appreciatively and smiled. You're still so capable even now. Looks like you can't beat me with brains, but in terms of combatability, I'm probably never going to surpass you. In an instant, all possible attack methods in the room were set off against Pearson by the damaged body. Pearson wasn't trying to avoid them, not because he couldn't, but because he had no intention of doing so. The mind of the killing god harbored only one conviction. Kill, kill, kill. Nothing else existed for him. Because, as a killing god, Pearson did not dodge. He acted until his target was dead. Nothing else mattered. Seeing Pearson's possessed-like appearance, the damaged body's energy beam was ready. Boom. As the energy beam along with various attacks crashed onto Pearson, smoke rose instantly. The wall behind Pearson was blasted into a massive crater. One must know that this wall was made of special materials capable of resisting nuclear explosions, yet here it stood with a large hole. The power of the energy beam released by the damaged body was self-evident. With the spreading smoke, the damaged body directly used the cooling fan on its chest to disperse it. Then looking at the ruins in front of him, Pearson had vanished. Not just Pearson, Wang Luo's figure had also disappeared. Those few young researchers, due to their physical condition, had died from the aftereffects of the energy beam. Sitting on the ground while watching the ruins, the damaged body ordered robots to quickly bring him energy, looking at the large crater and sighing bitterly. Never expected it. Never imagined it. I've gone this far, and they've still managed to escape. Can humans truly become this strong? Humph. Seems like compared to machines, humans have greater potential. Hey, Pearson, let go of me. You old guy are already beaten up like this. Don't bother about me anymore. Wang Luo cursed at Pearson from his back. Pearson chuckled bitterly. You old bastard. I worked hard to rescue you, and you want me to let you go? Dream on. Wang Luo observed Pearson's right side, which was empty. Although Pearson avoided the fatal blow, his right arm hadn't managed to evade in time and was utterly destroyed. Moreover, Pearson's internal organs suffered some damage. Seeing Pearson had been so badly injured for his sake, Wang Luo choked up and said, Pearson, I will definitely use all my knowledge to help you recover your arm. Although Pearson did not turn back, he still gave Wang Luo a withering glance, saying, You fool, I've already told you I don't care about your tech stuff, and yet you bring it up. No replantation or regeneration could ever compare to what I had originally. Got that? I got it. I got it. This time I'll do everything as you say. Pearson, hearing no opposition from Wang Luo, continued, Do you know? Now I wish you were not like this. You're not the Wang Luo I used to know anymore. You should be someone who hates me, detests me. But why did you think of me when the new era came? If you hadn't thought of me, there wouldn't have been internal turmoil in your institute. You wouldn't have become this way now. Tell me, Wang Luo, how could you, so smart for most of your life, suddenly be so confused? Listening to Pearson's words, Wang Luo suddenly laughed. He laughed while speaking. Hee, I thought you had become an irascible and cold-blooded killer union president. Who would have guessed you also have a soft-hearted side? Frankly speaking, were you really here to kill me before? Yeah, I wish this guy could die sooner. Ha ha ha, then I must live longer. At least longer than you. The legendary killing god, president of the Assassin Guild, strongest assassin, Pearson. After the battle at the Research Institute in the Yanhuang Zone, Pearson suffered internal injuries, lost his right arm, and refused to have it restored through technological means. The legendary brain genius, director of the Yanhuang Research Institute in the Yanhuang Zone, the greatest intellect, Wang Luo. Since the incident in Yanhuang's headquarters, Wang Luo has lost his position as director and has never returned to the head office of Yanhuang Institute. Chapter 374, The Prophet, Part 1. Of course, the matters involving Pearson and Wang Luo were later developments. In short, the Assassin's Guild was now leaderless and had suddenly ceased operations due to the performance of the Yanhuang Zone. Therefore, the Vice President and the Elders Council of the Assassin's Guild decided not to continue fighting, withdrawing all members to rest and recover while also preventing opportunistic attacks. It turned out that this decision was a very wise one. Not even 3 days after the Assassin's Guild and the Research Institute declared a ceasefire, numerous organizations immediately began attacking the two forces in an attempt to take advantage of their weakened state after their recent battle. However, they underestimated their opponents, as although both factions had expended considerable manpower and resources, they had fortunately halted the conflict early enough to prevent major damage. Indeed, even with Pearson's departure from the Assassin's Guild, it hadn't affected the fundamental structure because Pearson usually only intervened at the most critical moments and did not fight during normal times. Hence, whether or not Pearson was present, for the Assassin's Guild, it merely meant losing a commander and a moral support pillar. Of course, this also had much to do with the fact that very few people knew the true extent of Pearson's power. Overall, though, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Those daring to attack these two factions were mostly mid to lower tier powers. There were, however, some formidable entities that conducted exploratory attacks, but unsurprisingly, they ended without success. Clearly, the Assassin's Guild and the Yanhuang Research Institute were two forces that had been shaped through long periods of cultivation. Their foundations were far beyond what these newly established organizations, which were less than 2 years old, could rival. At the same time these two forces stopped their war, Qi Xiang and Su Dan departed from Pingluo City, heading to meet up with Bo Go. As usual, on their journey, the two discussed not the fight between the Assassin's Guild and the Yanhuang Institute, but rather their own performances within the game over the last 2 days, though not in a problem-solving attitude, more like mutual complaints and mockery. Meanwhile, back at Bo Ji's home, Deshu and Bingwe had already gone to Gussie's place earlier. This was partly to keep their parents company and partly to learn about Gussie's preparations while receiving guidance in advance. Boga looked around the group gathered in his study and asked, Number 1, how do you perceive the outcome of this battle? Number 1 replied, Based on our information, Kanju has no ambitions, if he ever had any. With his position in the Institute, sooner or later the leadership role would naturally come to him. There is no need for a power grab. Moreover, judging by his personality, he isn't the type to seize power, as his character is about leaving a good impression on everyone, rather than seeking rebellion that would tarnish his name. Besides, both Li Jingyang, the former director of the Institute, Wang Luo, and Pearson, the president of the Assassin's Guild, have vanished without a trace. I speculate that perhaps the leaders of these two forces utilized this battle to conceal something important. Kanju couldn't stand watching the organizations completely destroyed, so he seized control. However, as for how exactly Pearson disappeared, I remain in the dark. Hearing number one's analysis, Boga nodded and said, your analysis is quite good, especially regarding Kanju. To be honest, I'm not very familiar with him, so your words are crucial to me. Number one nodded, continuing. In fact, Bogo, I wonder if the people at the Institute are aware of the era change? Given the Institute's capabilities, they should be capable of detecting such occurrences. Moreover, I'm curious if the current state of Earth might be related to them knowing about the era change. Additionally, according to my knowledge, Pearson, the president of the Assassin's Guild, and Wang Luo, head of the Yinhuang Institute, were close friends in their youth, but later split over a woman. Despite their past falling out, it seems unlikely that their previous bond simply vanished. Thus, I speculate, is the Yinhuang Institute using this battle as a cover-up to secretly rescue Pearson? You're suggesting? Bo Ji's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at number one. Wang Luo exploited his authority for personal gain and to restrict too many humans from entering the new era, thereby sparking this conflict. When Kanju saw the situation spiraling out of control, he stepped in and took over. As number one spoke, Boga laughed and clapped his hands, saying, Haha, well said. Truly worthy of being the captain of the strongest team in the Assassin's Guild. Number one, you do justice to your name. To be honest, you think more deeply than me, which is probably because you know more insider information than I do. But your analysis is correct, no mistake about that. Of course, all this has little to do with us now since we also need to prepare for the era change. We don't have much time to care about their affairs. Otherwise, considering Qi Xiang's and Su Dan's personalities, they would definitely go and take advantage of their weaknesses. Achoo, who's talking behind my back? Damn it, don't let me find out who. Qi Xiang sneezed. Then hearing Su Dan's words, he said, someone's cursing us. Are you suggesting that both the Assassin's Guild and the Yinhuang Research Institute have become like drowning dogs now? Haha, don't talk to me about how even a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. I'm a tiger, so what should I fear? Let's go, let's take advantage of them. Looking at Qi Xiang, Su Dan coughed lightly and said, Xiangji, shouldn't we first join up with Bo Gu before thinking about these things? Qi Xiang awkwardly chuckled and replied, Hee, I got a bit too excited. But you must come with me later, right? Su Dan nodded and said, of course. How could such a good thing happen without me? You said it yourself. With that, Qi Xiang and Su Dan burst out laughing simultaneously. Just as Bo Gu and the others had finished their meeting, eaten lunch, and everyone returned to rest while Bo Gu was about to organize the materials, the window outside suddenly grew dark. Bo Gu looked at the room, noticing it had grown dimmer. Looking out the window, he chuckled and said, these two fellows actually remember to come back. It's not easy. Needless to say, the shadow blocking the sunlight belonged unmistakably to Qi Xiang's fire dragon. And Qi Xiang and Su Dan didn't enter through the door. They jumped directly into the room through the window. The moment they saw Bo Gu, Qi Xiang grinned and immediately said, Haha, Bo Gu, how about it? Number one and his team did great, right? Heh, just like I've always believed. Bo Gu rolled his eyes at him and retorted, what are you boasting to me about? Their success belongs to them. By the way, how long should it really take you two to go to a small island? Speak up. Where did you wander off to this time? At Bo Ji's question, Qi Xiang and Su Dan gave sheepish smiles. Qi Xiang then said, we went home again for a few days. Chapter 375, The Foreteller 2. Listening to Qi Xiang's words, Bo Gu rubbed his forehead and said, while we're busy risking our lives here, you and Che Dan sure know how to enjoy yourselves. Qi Xiang gave Bo Gu a scornful look and replied, what do you have to be busy with anyway? Isn't it just about organizing the information that number one sent back from here? Not to mention, you didn't pass even a bit of it on to me and Che Dan, forcing us to search for data on the forum. Besides, you've been staying at home all along. So what exactly do you have to complain about? A single sentence left Bo Gu physically speechless, so he could only say, well, prepare yourselves. We'll rest tonight one last time before setting off tomorrow towards the ghost worship place. Che Dan looked at Bo Gu and smiled. Bo Gu, you go first. There are still a few things I need to take care of with Brother Xiang. Hearing Che Dan's words, Bo Gu raised an eyebrow and asked, what kind of things? Don't tell me you two are planning to visit around the headquarters of the Yinhuang Research Institute and the Assassin Guild. Qi Xiang grinned. Bingo. As expected from Brother Bo, your brain works well indeed. Truly, there is none who knows us better than you, Brother Bo Hee. Disdainfully, Bo Gu responded, go away, stop flattering me. Are you two really determined to go? Even a starving camel is bigger than a horse, and these two camels are merely injured, not dead yet. Listening to Bo Ji's words, Qi Xiang said, Brother Bo, don't worry. Although they might be camels, we too are tigers. No, calling ourselves dragons would be more fitting. And aren't you going to tell us about the many forces that have already intervened but failed to achieve anything? Nodding his head, Bo Gu affirmed, yes. Qi Xiang laughed. Brother Bo, you underestimate us too much. Such minor forces can be easily wiped out by either me or Che Dan. Don't bring up those things. Sighing, Bo Gu said, all right then, I won't try to stop you two anymore. However, I have one suggestion. You can act against the Assassin Guild if you wish, but avoid targeting the Yinhuang Research Institute as much as possible. They may have knowledge of the epic shift and have prepared methods to navigate through it. Consider leaving some lineage behind for the Yinhuang clan. Listening to Bo Ji's words, Qi Xiang said, I never thought. Brother Bo, you're quite patriotic. All right, we'll follow your advice then. Let's go. Che Dan, let's skip the Research Institute and head directly to Europe. Che Dan nodded in agreement. All right, Brother Bo, we'll take our leave then. Just as the two were about to leave, suddenly, all three of their bodies froze. Qi Xiang said gravely, this aura. Something's wrong. A very powerful entity has intruded. Boga nodded. He's making no effort to conceal his presence. It's a declaration of war. Quickly outside. He's already in the living room. With that, the three rushed toward the exterior simultaneously. Every single person inside this villa sensed the danger at the same moment and came rushing out of their rooms. Lin Xiaoyang called out after coming out and seeing Qi Xiang and Che Dan. Hey, big brother Qi Xiang, big brother Che Dan. Number 1 also spotted Qi Xiang and said, big brother Xiang. Qi Xiang nodded and replied, we'll catch up later. We've got a visitor. Saying this, Qi Xiang, Che Dan, and Bo Ge jumped directly down from the second floor to the ground level. Qi Xiang looked at the trio of people who had just appeared. These three people sat casually on the couches in Bo Ji's living room, without bothering to hide their presence at all. The youth sitting in the center was dressed in a white suit, with fair skin and strikingly handsome features. His silver white hair added to his demeanor rather than detracting from it. However, the man carried himself arrogantly. He brewed a pot of tea for himself and was now leisurely sipping it. Boga noticed that the man used the treasured tea leaves he had kept for himself, something he was unwilling to consume even during the apocalypse. It was part of the things Bo Ge had planned to take with him, and the supply was limited to begin with. Seeing some of it being consumed by the man, Bo Ge immediately felt a surge of anger rising within him. The two people beside the man were a man and a woman who bore a strong resemblance to each other, seemingly siblings. They appeared far more reserved, sitting silently on the couch without a word. However, upon seeing the woman, Qi Xiang momentarily hesitated, while Che Dan was completely stunned. Bo Ge hadn't noticed the changes in the two, and immediately established a protective barrier encompassing all three, shouting, who are you? Confess truthfully, or else don't blame me for being unfriendly. The man slowly set down his teacup, looked up at Bo Ge, and asked, is this how you treat guests? Bo Ge scoffed, I don't entertain uninvited guests, and besides, and also drank your most precious tea, right Bo Ge? As the man voiced his thoughts, Bo Ge was momentarily at a loss for words and said, so what if it is, or isn't? Who exactly are you? The man smiled and replied, I think we can have a talk. You might as well undo the protective barrier first. Nonsense. Speak up first. At this point, the man stopped looking at Bo Ge and instead turned toward Qi Xiang and Che Dan, saying, the two over there, you've been surprised long enough, snap out of it already. Che Dan, didn't you really want to see this Miss Li Wei? Oh, let me introduce. This is her younger brother, Aja. You must have heard of this name, right? Hearing the man's words, Qi Xiang and Che Dan finally came back to their senses. Che Dan looked at the woman in front of him and asked, Li Wei, is that you? Li Wei responded with a nod and said, Che Dan, it's been a long time. Che Dan took a few large steps forward, casually waving his hand to shatter Bo Ji's protective barrier, then walked up to Li Wei and said, how have you been these past days? By the way, who's this guy? How come you're with him? He looks pretty dangerous. Aja, beside Li Wei, glanced at Che Dan and said, hey, what kind of person are you anyway? Sure, I know you were pursuing my sister, but do you have to act this way? Aja, don't be rude. Li Wei scolded Aja. Just as she was about to say something about the man beside her, the man interjected and said, Che Dan, don't jump to conclusions. I came here because there are some matters to discuss with you all. Knowing how much you missed Miss Li Wei, I specifically sought her out and brought her along. See, now we can start our discussion, no? Despite hearing the man's explanation, Che Dan ignored him and said to Li Wei, Wei, let's go. Shall we have a private chat? Li Wei nodded and said, little Zhe, behave yourself while I'm gone. Seeing his sister about to leave with Che Dan, Zhe exclaimed, wanting to stop her, but was held back by the man who said, give them some space. Chapter 376 Prophecy Emperor, Part 3. After Che Dan and Li Wei went upstairs, Xiaoyang and the others descended. The man looked at everyone and smiled. Can we talk now? Qi Xiang nodded and said, sure, let's go up to the study. Hey Bo Ge, come on. Bo Ge responded with a startled sound, only snapping out of his daze then. Ever since Che Dan casually broke his protective barrier, Bo Ge had been stunned. Now, he finally muttered, okay, and followed Qi Xiang upstairs. He still couldn't figure it out. Although the barrier he set wasn't extremely powerful, given his current strength, even a random barrier of his should be quite strong. Yet it was so easily broken by Che Dan. This made Bo Ge question his own abilities. He wondered just how far the gap was between him and Che Dan now. Could it really be that a single trip to the island widened their gap so much? In fact, Bo Ge was right. Before, Che Dan's combat prowess wasn't formidable because he didn't have many summoned beasts. Now, with more summons, each one added a bit of enhancement to Che Dan. When these enhancements accumulated, it became a terrifying value. It could be said that Che Dan's individual combat ability was also incredibly formidable. Only Qi Xiang, Bo Ge, number 1, and the man entered the study. These 4 people were enough for the discussion. The others remained outside. Lin Xiaoyang inspected Zhe but didn't say anything, returning to his room. Zhao Liang prepared to leave and continue practicing. Members of team number 1 split into 3 groups, guarding outside Che Dan's door, the study, and beside Zhe. Of course, only Medusa and De Ge were by Zhe. As soon as Du and Yin arrived at Che Dan's door, they heard Che Dan yelling, Du, Yin, you 2 guys get out of here right now, or I'll take action. Upon hearing Che Dan's words, Du and Yin immediately ran back to their rooms. Furthermore, the shadow standing outside the study was rudely driven away by the strange man. Aja and Medusa were unfamiliar with each other and lacked the man's intimidating aura, so they could only allow the two to stay close. However, Medusa wasn't just there to idly observe Aja. She intended to extract some useful information from this seemingly young and inexperienced person in front of her. It wasn't because of her professional instinct, but rather her innate female nature, an inclination for gossip. To be precise, practically every human has a curiosity about other people's affairs, just to varying degrees. Sitting next to Aja, Medusa began asking questions. Initially, Aja gave short answers, but as the conversation deepened, Medusa's conversational skills came through. Aja started talking freely, although revealing nothing particularly important. Still, it thoroughly satisfied Medusa's appetite for gossip. For example, he revealed that Che Dan and Li Wei had liked each other ever since Falling City, and after their separation, Li Wei had always missed Che Dan. Also, this time the man approached the starving siblings, not only providing food, but telling Li Wei that he could reunite her with Che Dan. Though Li Wei initially doubted his words, his actions not only convinced Li Wei, but also Aja. Moreover, Aja mentioned that the man wasn't a fighter or even an auxiliary type, yet his special ability could be considered the king among abilities. Hearing this, Medusa grew curious. King among abilities? What kind of ability is that? Aja. Predict the future, mind reading. Man. Predict the future, mind reading. Listening to the man's words, Qi Xiang, Bo Gu, and number one carefully observed him. The man laughed. That's right. These are my abilities. And this is why, despite the terrifying aura I emit, I claim to have no combat ability, because these abilities don't enhance my physical capabilities. Even though after the apocalypse, I acquired many items to strengthen my physique, how strong can I really be? Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. My old name is no longer used. You may call me Mr. Bai. Boga nodded and asked, Mr. Bai, I'm curious. Why did you choose to seek us out? If I'm not mistaken, you seem like someone who doesn't do things without a reason. Mr. Bai nodded and said, yes, you're absolutely right. Everything I do must bring profit. Either it ensures my survival or provides some form of reward. Otherwise, I'd rather stay in a completely safe place. Boga nodded and asked, good point. Now, can you tell us how you wish to transact with us? Haha, I really like the word transaction. Mr. Bai chuckled bitterly before continuing. You all must already know about the epic change. The truth is, I knew about this long before any of you did. I even know when each of you first learned about it. Don't look at me like that. All of you are among the best warriors in this post-apocalyptic world. Gathering intelligence on such capable individuals is vital. The reason I've come to seek you today is because this is the last day. If I wait until tomorrow, it might be impossible to find you. And if I'd come too early, you may have rejected me. So today represents the perfect opportunity. You said you can predict the future, didn't you? Why are you saying maybe now? Qi Xiang looked at Mr. Bai, who smiled and replied, do you really think someone with abilities as extraordinary as mine wouldn't face any limitations? Even at my current level, whether it's telepathy or prophecy, both still come with restrictions. Therefore, for certain matters, I choose to make predictions while for others, if possible, I avoid predicting altogether. Qi Xiang nodded and said, all right, we're aware of the epic change. But what does that have to do with why you've come to me? Mr. Bai grinned and said, as I mentioned earlier, every action I take is for profit. Either it guarantees my survival or yields some benefit. In this case, clearly, I'm here for my own survival. To be honest, preparations for the epic change have begun only among 3 groups. Your group, the Research Institute in the Yin Huang Zone, and the population of Oceania. Yes, their entire populace knows about it, and they are all preparing. Unfortunately, I cannot disclose how they are making these preparations. All I can say is that the 3 powers currently preparing will survive the upcoming disaster. Pausing briefly, Mr. Bai continued, as for why I've chosen you. Chapter 377, The Prophet, Part 4. Qi Xiang, Bo Gu, and number 1 were all waiting for Mr. Bai's reply, but Mr. Bai said, I naturally have my own considerations, which I can't share with you. Before the 3 could grow angry, Mr. Bai continued, I can only say that if you don't trust me, there's nothing I can do about it. However, you could let Gaisai meet with me. After all, the person who initiated this event is Gaisai. If he agrees, I should be able to join, right? Qi Xiang irritably asked, then why don't you go directly to Gaisai instead of coming to us? Mr. Bai chuckled bitterly. Do you think I haven't tried? I did go, but at the time, Gaisai told me that the timing wasn't ripe yet, and that the people weren't all gathered. Then, the guy named Binging expelled me. Geez, just thinking about it makes me annoyed. Hearing that Mr. Bai had been rejected, Qi Xiang and the other 2 couldn't help but feel pleased, because Mr. Bai was too arrogant. Furthermore, Qi Xiang, Bo Gu, and number 1 couldn't just kill him for this reason. Who knows if this guy would actually prove useful? After all, if his claimed ability to foresee the future is true, it could be very helpful for Qi Xiang and the others to survive the upcoming change of eras. Qi Xiang nodded and said, all right then, Bo Gu, you should go to Gaisai first. Bring Li Wei and her brother Aizhou along as well. As for this guy, since you have the ability to predict, wait until Bo Gu arrives there before you go. I'm not comfortable letting you travel together. Upon hearing Qi Xiang's words, Mr. Bai muttered under his breath, like I wouldn't be able to stop them from going without tagging along. Anyway, you're heading to Europe anyway. Although Mr. Bai's voice was low, Qi Xiang still heard him. Once Qi Xiang caught what Mr. Bai said, he coldly snorted and retorted, fine, since you said that, you might as well come with us. This way, we'll know exactly when Bo Gu and the others arrive once you leave. Mr. Bai's expression turned sour like he'd bitten into something rotten, and he complained, why must you be so ruthless? My physical condition is about the same as an ordinary person now. Even without encountering other mutants or zombies, just getting to Gaisai's place will take a lot of effort. Is this really necessary? After listening to Mr. Bai's complaints, Chi Xiang simply asked, do you agree or not? Boga suddenly interjected. Actually, I have a suggestion. He casually took out a pill and explained, this is a slow-acting pill. It will activate precisely during our journey to Gaisai's location. Without Uncle Da's antidote, the one who ingests it will die without fail. Swallow it, and I'll also place a barrier on you. Rest assured, everything will be undone once we arrive. It's just precautionary. Boga grinned ominously as he finished speaking. After pondering Bo Ji's proposition, Mr. Bai bitterly laughed and replied, all right, I'll go along with your plan. But make sure you undo it later. If I didn't hate traveling such a long distance, I truly wouldn't want to do this. With that, Mr. Bai accepted the pill Bo Gu handed over and swallowed it. He then allowed Bo Gu to place a mark on him and asked, is this okay now? Can we depart already? Chi Xiang nodded and said, it's fine, but we still need to wait. The matter with the withdrawal hasn't concluded yet. When Chi Xiang mentioned this, Mr. Bai immediately grew anxious and exclaimed, that can't be. I just poisoned myself. Hurry up, or I'm going to die here. Oh no, why do I have to consume poison right now? Boga shrugged and remarked, who knows? Placing the seal now works fine, but why did you take the toxic pill prematurely? You could have waited until you set off. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai wished he could bash his head against the wall. His regret boiled within him, leaving Mr. Bai with no choice but to hope the withdrawal process would finish quickly, otherwise, he might truly perish from this unknown poison. Li Wei, have you been doing alright recently? Sedian inquired while using the game system's function to check if Li Wei had suffered any injuries. Li Wei shook her head and responded, you guys are pretty impressive now. Didn't I see someone riding a giant snapping turtle earlier? Wasn't that you? After hearing Li Wei's comment, Sedian nodded and lamented, I'm really useless. I had a feeling I recognized someone familiar back then, but I still didn't discover you. Sorry about that. Li Wei smiled and gently patted Sedian's head, saying, it's fine. I'm here in front of you now, aren't I? Hee. By the way, why are you acting like a child? You summoned me here, but now you're acting shy in front of me. Hee. It's quite amusing. Chaidan scratched his head and chuckled. Well, what can I say? It's been a long time since we've seen each other, so I'm a bit nervous. How have you been these past days? Li Wei replied. I've been okay. My brother and I are the famous sibling duo who have phoned back home. Pretty impressive, right? Even though our old gathering place got into some trouble and was destroyed later. Oh, yeah, when it became your fallen city, but both of us managed to escape safely. We're doing alright. However, most people in that city were ordinary folk, and now they're mostly gone, including my parents. As she said this, Li Wei's voice choked up slightly, but she forced herself to remain calm as she continued. Chaidan, how about you? You guys seem really powerful now. You must be living pretty well, huh? Chaidan nodded vigorously and said, yes, our lives now are definitely among the strongest on Earth besides those in Australia. Without any warning, Chaidan dropped down on one knee with a pebble-sized diamond ring in his hand. He declared, Li Wei, will you marry me? I'll give you the best life possible and protect both you and your brother. Unless I die, no one in this world will be able to harm you. Li Wei gently placed her finger over Chaidan's lips and laughed. Silly, don't talk about death so easily. It's bad luck. Quite the big diamond ring there. Tell me, where did you get it? As she spoke, Li Wei extended her left ring finger and smiled. So, this is a proposal then, huh? Alright, I'll accept you. Chaidan nodded before carefully slipping the ring onto Li Wei's finger. He stood up abruptly, hugged her tightly, and said joyfully, great, we're finally together. Li Wei smiled and stroked Chaidan's back, saying, alright, why do you act like a little kid? Chapter 378, Return to Europe, Part 1. Chaidan chuckled and said, it's all good. With that, Chaidan stood up and said, let's go away. Don't keep them waiting too long. Li Wei nodded and said alright. Then the two walked out of the door. Outside, Chi Xiang and the others were already sitting in the living room waiting because Mr. Bai had foolishly eaten the poison, causing Brother Bo to get everyone ready to leave. They were now just waiting for Chaidan. But since his situation was a bit special, they decided not to disturb him. Just as everyone was prepared to leave, and only Chi Xiang was waiting for Chaidan here, Chaidan and Li Wei came out. What some would say is better late than early. Seeing Chaidan and Li Wei come out, Mr. Bai was almost close to tears because if they were taking a helicopter, it wouldn't be fast enough, and every second counted. However, if they took Chi Xiang's fire dragon, then the travel time could be significantly reduced. Even though the time difference might not exceed a few hours, for Mr. Bai, it was the difference between life and death. So when he saw Chaidan come out, Mr. Bai immediately became excited since Chaidan's emergence meant he could board Chi Xiang's fire dragon. Chaidan looked at the people downstairs and said with a smile, hey, why are you all waiting for us? What's so serious? Before anyone else could speak, Mr. Bai jumped in front of Chaidan and said, fantastic, brother Chaidan. You couldn't have shown up at a better time. Faced with this Mr. Bai, Chaidan was utterly confused, looking first at Li Wei beside him, then back at everyone, and said, what does this mean? Mr. Bai didn't give anyone the chance to explain, simply saying, we'll talk about it on the way. Let's go now, while trying to pull Chaidan along. But Chaidan wasn't so easily dragged away. He easily resisted and stayed in place. At this point, Brother Bo stepped forward and said, Chaidan, let's go. Time is pressing. We can discuss some things en route. Otherwise, this guy is going to burst. After hearing Brother Bo's words, Chaidan nodded and said, all right then. With that, everyone followed the previous arrangement. Qi Xiang, Che Dan, Brother Bo, Li Wei, and Mr. Bai boarded Qi Xiang's fire dragon, where the number of passengers would ensure the dragon's optimal speed. Meanwhile, the rest were assigned to helicopters piloted by number 1 and their team. Routes had been pre-instructed, so even though the helicopters weren't as fast as the fire dragon, there was no worry about getting lost. As for Az and Li Wei, the brother-sister duo, though reluctant to separate, had to accept this arrangement. Seeing his sister and Che Dan boarding the fire dragon hand in hand, Az shouted at Che Dan, "Hey, future brother-in-law, you take good care of my sis, or I'll deal with you once we meet." Che Dan turned around and smiled at Az, saying, "You got it." With that, Qi Xiang gave the command, and the fire dragon flapped its wings and began to ascend. On the way, Brother Bo updated Che Dan on the plan, to which Che Dan nodded and said, "All right then." Then Che Dan turned toward Li Wei and said, "Wei, you go with Brother Bo to go sacrifice first. I'll return after finishing some business with Brother Xiang, okay?" Even though Li Wei didn't know what Chetan's assassin guild business was, she still nodded and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you. Be safe." Che Dan grinned mischievously and said, "Sure thing." Meanwhile, Qi Xiang sarcastically said, "Che Dan, oh Che Dan, you're really something. Is it because our ice moon isn't here that you're flaunting your relationship?" Brother Bo gave Qi Xiang a tap on the head, laughing and scolding him. "Qi Xiang, you little brat, what do you mean? I'm an old single dog who hasn't spoken yet, and here you are complaining first." Huh. Listening to Brother Bo's words, everyone laughed heartily. Seeing Mr. Bai laugh too, Che Dan curiously asked, "Mr. Bai, how can you laugh considering you've got poison coursing through you, and need to use seals? Impressive psychological resilience you've got there." Mr. Bai replied, "What choice do I have? If there's a solution, I won't have any mental stress. If there isn't, I'll make sure to enjoy the final days of my life. Isn't such an attitude towards life great? Great. Very great. Then I'll make sure you die when you're happy." Saying that, Brother Bo made a seal gesture. Mr. Bai instantly put on a panic-stricken expression and said, "Hey, don't play around. I value my life greatly." As they watched Mr. Bai's performance, the crowd burst into laughter. However, Qi Xiang looked at Mr. Bai and said, "You sure are a great actor. Your mind-reading ability should have clearly told you that nothing bad would happen to you, right? All the big truths you spouted left me too embarrassed to criticize, didn't they?" Mr. Bai scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, "What can I say? I'm not a high and mighty person. Do you believe I'll kill you?" Suddenly, Qi Xiang emitted an intense aura of killing intent. Mr. Bai's mind-reading confirmed that Qi Xiang really intended to kill him, which made him genuinely nervous for once. This wasn't just a performance. In fear, Mr. Bai shouted, "What are you planning to do? You mustn't act rashly. Listen, I'm still very useful to you all." Ha ha ha. Qi Xiang suddenly laughed. Bo Gu and Che Dan joined in the laughter. Even Li Wei chuckled as well, because seeing Mr. Bai, who had been so smug earlier, now humiliated like this gave everyone a sense of satisfaction. Realizing he had been fooled, Mr. Bai squatted on the fire dragon's back in a huff and muttered, "You're all such terrible people, truly detestable. When will your group of partners arrive, Daju?" Daju smiled and looked at his father as he said, "They should be here pretty soon, don't worry." Daju's father nodded, then turned to Daju and said, "Hey Daju, look at that young lady traveling with you. I thought she was your girlfriend, but it turns out she already has one. You useless fool. How should I even begin criticizing you? You're such a waste, being an adult in such peaceful times without a partner. Fine, I won't blame you much since having kids in their 30s or 40s used to be normal. But now, look at yourself, not even a woman by your side. Do you intend to let our family line die out?" As he spoke, Daju's father grew increasingly agitated and raised his hand as if to strike Daju. Daju's mother intervened at this point, scolding her husband, "You old man, always pushing. Don't you think the child is already stressed enough?" Daju sighed and said, "Father, mother, please stop arguing over this issue. When the time is right, I will naturally meet my destined other. Why must you both get so worked up about this?" Chapter 379, Back to Europe, 2. Dashu's father lit a cigarette and said with an angry sigh, "Forget it, just do whatever you want. Just make sure that I don't die before you find a wife." Then he added, "You stay here. I'm going somewhere to smoke." With that, he walked outside. Dashu and his mother exchanged glances with wry smiles, at a loss for words. Dashu actually understood his father's feelings. But as Dashu had always believed, if one is destined to meet the right person, they would naturally be together. If not, there's no point in forcing it. Surely, one couldn't just marry any woman for the sake of having children. Even if Dashu wanted to, his father wouldn't approve of such nonsense. "Xianggu, how much longer until we arrive?" Qi Xiang glanced at the poker cards in his hand and said, "We're almost there." "Hey, Huolong, you didn't take us in the wrong direction, did you?" Huolong retorted, "Hey, my sense of direction is top-notch. How could I have taken the wrong way?" Qi Xiang responded, "That's good. Hey, Che Dan, put the cards over there." "Damn, 2 pairs. You lost, haha." Indeed, the 5 of them were playing landlord on Huolong's back. Though there were 5 players, they could simply rotate turns. Moreover, there was no worry about wind on Huolong's back since Bo Ji's barrier provided plenty of protection. Che Dan watched Qi Xiang finish his turn in one breath, then threw his cards on the ground in frustration, saying, Xianggu, I shouldn't have played cards with you." "All right, Mr. Bai, it's your turn." Qi Xiang chuckled and said, "By the way, Che Dan, transfer me the coins you lost. Oh, and Bo Gu, don't forget yours either." Smiling slyly, Qi Xiang looked at Li Wei and Mr. Bai who were just joining the game and continued, "Li Wei, when you lose, let Che Dan pay for you. And Mr. Bai, I'm curious if you still have enough coins. Mr. Bai replied sheepishly. Enough for a few more rounds. Qi Xiang nodded. That's good. Our stakes aren't big, right? If not for accommodating you, we play for at least 1,000 gold pieces per round. We lower it to 100 for you because we like you. Aren't you grateful? Mr. Bai nodded repeatedly. Grateful, very grateful. Though internally, he was thinking, all of you are filthy rich. Do you know how hard it is for ordinary people like me to earn some coins? Still, these thoughts remained unspoken. Saying them aloud might mean no more games, and without games, Mr. Bai wouldn't get the chance to win his money back. He'd already lost quite a bit, enough to keep him heartbroken for days. To ensure fairness, Bogu had already sealed Mr. Bai's mind-reading ability with a barrier, with no clear indication when it would be undone. It depended entirely on Boji's mood. After all, having someone around who could guess exactly what you're thinking isn't exactly fun. But even without psychic powers, the others weren't Qi Xiang's match in card skills. Qi Xiang rarely lost, having won several consecutive rounds. As he himself described it, winning didn't depend too much on being the landlord. He wins whether he's the landlord or not. 2 victories as landlord versus 1 otherwise. This confidence wasn't unwarranted. Qi Xiang's earnings were mounting thanks to his streak of wins. However, Qi Xiang's luck wasn't quite so favorable this time. It was Li Wei's turn as landlord, and she, along with Mr. Bai, dropped 2 bombs to double the stakes, and ultimately won. Instantly, Qi Xiang's face darkened. He wasn't upset about the coins, since losing a single round hadn't equaled the amount he had gained from previous ones, but breaking his multi-round winning streak, and losing so badly at that, was something Qi Xiang couldn't accept easily. Qi Xiang shot a glare at Mr. Bai beside him and scolded, "Do you even know how to play?" Feeling reproached, Mr. Bai could only bitterly smile, muttering, "Played poorly. Yes, I didn't play well," as he painfully transferred coins to Li Wei, thinking inwardly, "This is hopeless, no chance of winning back now." For the next round, Bogu, Che Dan, and Li Wei teamed up again, with Li Wei as the landlord. Bogu naturally lost due to Che Dan's indifference toward the coins. To him, it was like handing over cash to his wife-to-be. Neither was Bogu particularly interested in those coins. He just despised Che Dan flaunting their affection publicly. As everyone prepared for the next round, Mr. Bai suddenly felt a strong premonition that the coming round would offer a great hand, not enough to win back everything, but certainly sufficient to cut his losses. With renewed confidence, Mr. Bai was ready to recoup his losses when Huolong suddenly spoke up. "Hey, Qi Xiang, is this where you said to go?" Qi Xiang looked down in response, exclaiming, "Yes, it's here, land." He then casually tucked away the poker cards. This gesture instantly made Mr. Bai burst into tears. This time, he was genuinely heartbroken. But what's the use of being heartbroken? Why did he insist on playing when he didn't have the skill or enough coins? Sister Bingyue, look, there's a big lizard with wings. Bingyue, who was playing with the children in the village, looked in the direction the child was pointing and laughed. Pang Pang, that's not a big lizard with wings, it's a dragon, a western dragon. Pang Pang, sucking his finger, asked, "Oh, why would the western dragon come here?" Bingyue smiled faintly, looking at the fire dragon, or rather, the man riding the fire dragon, and laughed. "It's because there's an incredible person who has tamed this dragon, so the dragon has come here." Not only did Bingyue see Qi Xiang, but Qi Xiang also saw Bingyue. Qi Xiang leaped down, landing on the ground even before the fire dragon touched down. He stood in front of Bingyue and laughed. "Sweetheart, did you miss me?" Bingyue's face turned red as she shyly replied, "Stop it, you're acting silly, there are still children around." Qi Xiang chuckled, casually pulling out a handful of lollipops and saying, "Kids, go eat some candy. Brother and sister need to talk about something." Pang Pang looked at Qi Xiang and said, "No way, Big Brother must be a bad guy. These candies probably have drugs in them. You're trying to kidnap us, we won't eat them." Upon hearing Pong Pong's words, Qi Xiang burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Bingyue took the candies from Qi Xiang's hand and said, "All right, Pang Pang, be a good boy. The Big Brother is not a bad guy. Go eat the candies." Pang Pang took the candy and nodded, saying, "Yes, I'll listen to Sister Bingyue. I won't listen to what the bad Big Brother says." Then Pang Pang stuck out his tongue at Qi Xiang before leaving. Bingyue looked at Qi Xiang and said, "Don't take it to heart. The kids are still young." Qi Xiang laughed and said, "I understand. It's called innocence." Chapter 380 Back to Europe, Part 3. As he spoke, Qi Xiang embraced Bingyue and laughed. "Seeing how motherly you are, why don't we create one ourselves?" Bingyue hit Qi Xiang and said, "You're so mischievous." Then she leaned on Qi Xiang's chest and said, "After the era change is over and we stabilize, we can have as many as you want." After saying this, Bingyue herself felt shy and buried her face in Qi Xiang's chest, her ears turning red. And Qi Xiang, looking at Bingyue like this, instantly felt very happy. He cupped Bingyue's face and looked at her apple-red face, saying, "My dear, rest assured. I will definitely make your life better, whether now or in the future." As he spoke, Qi Xiang lightly sniffed Bingyue's cheek. Hey, Brother Xiang just came back and started flaunting his love. That's not fair to Brother Bo." Che Dan was laughing while dragging Li Wei's hand and walking over. And Bogu was glaring at the two with disdain, complaining, I'm not ugly, nor am I weak. But why am I still alone?" Mr. Bai nodded and said, "Yeah, I agree." However, after those words were spoken, everyone cast a disdainful look at Mr. Bai, leaving him feeling speechless. Bingyue, looking at Li Wei and Mr. Bai, asked, "Are these 2 new partners?" Qi Xiang laughed and said, "Let me introduce them. This is Li Wei. You should have heard of her. Previously, in the Fallen City, There was already an attraction between her and Chaydan, but they got separated later. It's also a case of true lovers eventually coming together, isn't it? Hee. I'll tell you the details of their story later. And as for that guy, it's uncertain if he's really a partner. Mr. Bai, with the abilities to foresee the future and read minds. This kid can be sneaky. Then Chi Xiang continued. Brother Bo, you take Mr. Bai inside to meet Gusi. Myself and Chaydan need to leave soon. You're leaving again? Bingyu looked at Chi Xiang with reluctance on her face. Brother Bo smiled as he watched the two young couples, saying, Alright, you guys chat some more. I'll take this guy inside. Saying that, Brother Bo glanced at Mr. Bai and said, Let's go. Chi Xiang looked at Bingyu and said, There's no other way. This time, the battle between the Killers Guild and Yanhuang Sector's Research Institute has inflicted great damage on both sides. We have some considerations regarding Yanhuang's Research Institute, so we won't touch it, but we must exploit the Killers Guild while it's down. It wouldn't match our character if myself and Chaydan didn't seize the opportunity. Listening to Chi Xiang's words, Bingyu understood what he would do next, nodding and saying, Alright, then please remember to be careful. Chi Xiang nodded and said, Alright my dear. One last kiss and I'll go. Wait for me when I come back. Next time, once I return, I won't leave anymore. Speaking which, Chi Xiang kissed Bingyu's face and turned around, saying, Chaydan, let's go. Chaydan nodded, laughing, and said, Li Wei, wait for me when I get back. Speaking, the two simultaneously leapt, jumping onto the fire dragon. Watching the two fly away on the fire dragon, Bingyu and Li Wei shouted in unison, You two take care, come back soon. It seemed like they heard the noise. Jin, who emerged from Ghost Priest's tunnel, and looked at Bingyu, then looked up at the fire dragon in the sky, smiling, and said, Bingyu, Chi Xiang was here, wasn't he? Why such a rush to leave again? Bingyu nodded and said, He still has things to do. Jin, who sighed and said, Min, you must work hard when it's time to strive, but you must spend more time with your wife too. I don't want you to repeat your mother's path. Mentioning this made Jin, who feel uncomfortable, taking out a cigarette and lighting it. Bingyu whispered, Don't worry, Dad. That won't happen. Chi Xiang treats me well. Jin, who nodded, took a puff of his cigarette, and said, Yeah, that guy Chi's son shouldn't be wrong. This kid, I approve of him. Saying which, Jin, who walked toward the tunnel, adding, I'm going underground now. Be safe up there. Bingyu smiled and said, Alright, I know. Then she turned to Li Wei and said, Li Wei, can you tell me about your story with Chaydan? Li Wei nodded and began telling without any reservation. You really are persistent. Ghost Priest was studying the blueprints of a defensive array, but was interrupted by Brother Bo. However, Ghost Priest didn't get angry, instead helplessly looked at Mr. Bai and said, Little Bo, do you know how many times this guy has come running to me? At least 30-something times. Yes, I know you value your life, but a lot of people in the world already know about the era change. You don't have to depend solely on me. Hearing Gusi's words, Bo Gu asked curiously, Master Gusi, shouldn't our formation be neither too many nor too few by one person? Then why not accept him? Gusi sighed and said, Well, what you say is correct, but foreseeing the future is inherently a skill that defies nature. Generally, this kind of ability requires burning one's life force or paying a heavy price. Like me, for instance. But this guy's foresight is very different. It relies on his luck points. Although his current luck points aren't low, his foresight skill is passive. Who knows when his luck will drop drastically in the future? This guy, who has off-the-charts luck points, is the reason he's still alive now. Otherwise, even with the foresight ability, he would have died hundreds of times already. The era change is inherently unpredictable. Even though I've gathered a lot of talented people to help now, we can't guarantee a 100% success rate. If we bring him in, it might lead to the deaths of all the people involved. Boga nodded and said, You didn't tell us about that. Mr. Bai chuckled bitterly and said, If I told the truth, would you have brought me along? Oh well, I'll leave then. Gusi coldly snorted and said, Your act of self-pity doesn't work on me. After living for so many years, I've seen everything. Though I haven't killed indiscriminately, there are still quite a number of people who've died at my hands. Do you really think I'd want to help someone like you? Mr. Bai sighed, no longer arguing, and prepared to walk out. Boga stopped him, threw him a pill, and said, This is the antidote. Take it, and you'll be fine. The barrier around you will automatically dissipate in 3 hours, so don't worry anymore. Mr. Bai glanced at Bogu and said, Thank you, then walked towards the exit. Chapter 381 Back to Europe 4. As Mr. Bai walked out, Gaisai looked at Bogu and asked, Is your name Xiaobo? What about the two youths? Why did they leave after returning? Bogu replied, The senior refers to Qixiang and Chaydan, right? They have some matters to attend to, but they will be back soon. Gaisai nodded and said, Alright, it would be better if they hurry. The energy inside that youth named Qixiang is very important for our upcoming epical transition. Boga nodded and said, Understood, please rest assured, senior. They will return soon. Meanwhile, Qixiang and Chaydan were heading toward the Assassin's Guild and had no knowledge of Mr. Bai's affairs. Their minds were now occupied with how to handle the situation with the Assassin's Guild. Xianggu, what should we do when we get there? Qixiang glanced at the map in his hand and said, What else can we do? Don't worry about those scattered guys. Just directly attack the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild. Take as much as possible. Let those who want leftovers come after we're done, or else we'll fight them too. Chaydan nodded and said, I understand. Quick war, quick resolution. Qixiang nodded and said, Exactly. Our time is limited. Director, those two people from Yanhuang are back in Europe again. this time riding on fire dragons, with an intimidating appearance. Bogu listened to Alice's report and nodded. Alice, is it those two from Yanhuang? Alice immediately pulled up 2 photos. Looking at the individuals in the photo, Bogu stroked his chin and beard and said, Qixiang and Shaidan, why are they here? Are they investigating something with us? It shouldn't be that. They've already taken the big prize in America. There's no reason for them to bother us. There shouldn't be any organization in Europe worth their attention, unless they also want to meddle in Assassin's Guild matters. As he spoke, Bogu quickly said, Alice, determine if their path leads toward the Assassin's Guild headquarters? Alice responded, so far yes. Bogu smirked slightly. Seems like their appetite is quite big. Oh well, let them be. We'll just focus on guarding our own place. By the way, Alice, how certain are we about surviving the epical change? Alice pulled up a set of data and answered. The current success rate is 80%, and it's expected to increase to 95% before the epical change arrives. 95%. Bogu muttered the figure. A high number it may seem, but for Bogu, anything less than 100% wasn't the most perfect scenario. But under the current circumstances, it was the best we could do. Bogu stood up and said, all right, tell the team responsible for this task to put all their efforts into it. Understood, Director. Bogu walked to the window and gazed at the sky outside, muttering to himself, Assassin's Guild, huh? Qixiang, you really know how to choose. Such a big chunk of meat being handed over like that is indeed hard to let go, but alas, I don't have enough hands, otherwise I'd want a piece of the action myself. Headquarters of the Assassin's Guild. Damn it, are the bastards outside gone mad? Do they actually think they can bring down the Assassin's Guild with their power akin to mere cannon fodder? The vice president of the Assassin's Guild cursed at the people outside, but it didn't help. The ones outside belonged to smaller factions, not particularly strong in skill, but equipped with plenty of advanced weaponry. Rockets and bombs took turns hitting the walls of the Assassin's Guild headquarters continuously. While these attacks weren't posing any serious threat, they were extremely bothersome. Moreover, these opponents were like rats, numerous beyond counting. As soon as one wave was eliminated, another would follow immediately, as if endless. Not only European local forces came to stir things up, but Asian forces did too, making the Assassin's Guild very busy. Although Pearson disappeared, his orders still stood. Thus, though reluctant, the members of the Assassin's Guild continued defending the headquarters. Indeed, as Pearson mentioned, while others may see the Guild's headquarters merely as a building storing numerous treasures, losing the headquarters meant shaking the foundation of the Assassin's Guild. When that happens, the Assassin's Guild would cease to exist. This was unacceptable to many members who harbored feelings for the Guild. Fortunately, the Assassin's Guild headquarters was located on a small island, so not many enemies had the capability to reach it. Otherwise, the situation would have been even worse. Even so, there were constantly paranormal individuals arriving on the island, attacking. Not only the vice president of the Assassin's Guild, but also from the Council of Elders down to the common killers had already been driven to their wits' end by the attacks from the outside. Hearing the sound of artillery fire outside go quiet, they knew that this wave of enemies had been dealt with. But they were also very aware that the next wave would soon arrive. The screech of crows rang out as a crow flapped its wings outside the window, pecking at the glass as if trying to force its way in. The vice president noticed something tied to the crow's leg and went over to open the window, letting the crow in. Strange as it seemed, the crow immediately transformed into a black feather upon entering the room, appearing to be a trick of an ability user. However, the object carried by the crow fell to the floor. The vice president bent down and picked it up. It was a letter delivered by a flying crow. Greetings, members of the Assassin's Guild. We are the White Bear Organization of Russia. This is our declaration of war. We will be declaring war on you. Rest assured, we'll be there soon. Please wash your necks and prepare for our arrival. Glancing at the declaration of war in his hand, the vice president tore it up casually and cursed angrily. Damn it. Even a tiger in decline can't be bullied by a dog. What trash dares to piss on us now? The White Bear, that organization which we once beat into the ground, actually has the nerve to declare war on us. Isn't that laughable? Before he could finish the word, laughable, a massive explosion suddenly erupted outside. Instantly, the entire headquarters of the Assassin's Guild shook violently. All the windows shattered, and the entire headquarters lost power in a flash. Steadying himself, the vice president looked out and said, missiles? No, not missiles. It's the attack of a psychic ability user. This isn't good. The White Bear may not be making empty threats this time. They might really have powerful support. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chapter 382, Surrender, Part 1. As soon as the order was given, instantly the entire Assassin's Guild sprang into action. They weren't exactly afraid of the White Bear organization across from them. After all, they had the strength to thoroughly defeat that organization outside. What they feared was that this time, the opponent might have powerful explosive capabilities, and they were worried about their guild headquarters being breached. Shit, did those guys hire the demolition office of the Yanhuang nation? One assassin who had carried out a mission in Yanhuang complained. The assassin beside him asked, what do you mean? Is the demolition work in Yanhuang really so great? The assassin nodded and said, yes, it is a legend in the hearts of the people. Forget it, let's carry out the task first. I'll tell you about it later. Oh, alright. A multitude of assassins set out, but this time, they miscalculated. After all, White Bear wasn't just a bunch of scattered troops, but an organization. Before such an attack, they naturally would have prepared carefully, and White Bear's preparation was clearly quite thorough this time around. White Bear's leader looked at the thermal imaging display in his hand and said, There are rats coming over. Everyone, stay alert. In an instant, the battle began. The assassins approached, concealing their figures, but found that before they even reached their targets, their disguises suddenly disappeared, forcing them into a direct confrontation. Fortunately, since assassination required tremendous burst strength, their close combat skills were also fairly good. White Bear's leader, looking around, saw that the fighting had already begun, and said, "Senior, it's your turn to act now." The person he respectfully called Senior was a woman wearing a fiery red bodysuit, with blood-red lipstick, deep red eyeshadow, and a head full of wine-red hair, making her look exceptionally seductive. The woman smiled and said, "Polar Bear, you old generation arms dealer, calling me a young girl, Senior truly makes me feel unworthy." Speaking, she glanced at the Assassin's Guild headquarters ahead and said, "Rest assured, since we've started this, I'll definitely take this place down for you. You don't need to worry." With that, she mobilized the energy within her body, forming an energy sphere in each of her hands. Polar Bear, watching the energy spheres in the woman's hands, chuckled. He had just witnessed the power of these energy spheres. Even one exploding could cause an earth-shattering effect. The two spheres in the woman's hands couldn't resolve everything in one breath, but the woman had plenty of energy within her. Qi Xiang held up the telescope he had and observed ahead, saying, "Hey, seems like the Assassin's Guild isn't doing too well these days either. Huolong, speed up. I don't want my target to be taken before me." Huolong gave a loud dragon cry, then increased its flying speed. Upon reaching above the battlefield, Qi Xiang and Che Dan didn't intend to wait for Huolong to lower its altitude. From several hundred meters high, both jumped down directly. However, during the descent, Che Dan summoned two flying eagles as a cushion. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive falling from such a height. Because Qi Xiang and Che Dan cushioned their fall, Huolong landed faster instead. A dive, and it shot downward, spewing dragon breath from its mouth, instantly burning half the humans on the ground. Even the two energy spheres in the woman's hands were detonated by Huolong. A powerful explosion immediately erupted, though the woman hadn't fully released the energy in the spheres. Nevertheless, the blast still had immense force. Instantly, Polar Bear and the woman were blown away, though neither sustained severe injuries, because Polar Bear's unique ability was enhanced defense, and the woman could control the energy originating from within herself. However, others weren't as lucky. Anyone within the range of the energy sphere's explosion was instantly blasted by the sphere's energy. If not dead, they were left barely alive. Polar Bear stood up, looking around at the situation and the dragon flying in the sky, roaring, "Shit! Where did this rotten dragon come from? Blow it down." Speaking, Polar Bear began gathering energy to prepare an attack against the dragon. "You, who dares to lay a hand on my summoned beast with such audacity?" Just then, Qi Xiang and Che Dan landed on the ground. Seeing Polar Bear gathering energy, Qi Xiang spoke disapprovingly and swung the Death King's scythe in his hand, releasing a streak of light blade instantly. While walking toward Polar Bear, Qi Xiang said, "Che Dan, leave these minor pests to you. Let's settle things here quickly and get back." "Understood," Che Dan replied, then looked at the surviving individuals around him, giving a cold laugh. None of you should have died, but who made you come here?" As he spoke, summoned beasts began appearing one after another around Che Dan. The 4 armies that were recruited on that small island not long ago haven't been deployed yet, and this time it could be considered their first real battle. As Che Dan watched the summoned beasts appear one after another, he said, "Come on, my warriors. Let me see your strength. This is your first battle, so don't disgrace me." With a wave of his hand, all the summoned beasts sprang into action, rushing forward like several organized armies. However, the only ones left behind to clean up the minor threats were Xuanwu and his turtle army. The other 3 forces, along with the lords that Che Dan had subdued and the zombies who had always followed him, charged together with Che Dan towards the Assassin's Guild headquarters. Seeing the situation outside, the vice president of the Assassin's Guild anxiously scratched his head and said, "Damn it, White Bear hasn't been dealt with yet, and now 2 more unknown guys are here. Oh no, is heaven against us?" One of the elders from the council stood up and walked to the window, saying, "Look, aren't those 2 young men familiar?" Hearing this, everyone gathered by the window to look at Qi Xiang and Che Dan outside. One of the elders suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, aren't these 2 the leading figures of the extremely powerful group from Yanhuang Nation, Qi Xiang and Che Dan?" Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd's expressions darkened instantly. Qi Xiang and Che Dan. Any gifted individual who kept track of current events knew them well. They were at the pinnacle of power among gifted individuals, for whom fighting 100 opponents was as easy as child's play. Since their return from the American continent, they had already become famous. No organization dared to make any moves against them, not out of fear or dislike, but pure uncertainty about their true nature. Any mishandling might lead to disaster akin to playing with fire. Chapter 383, Surrender 2. Yes, these are the 2 people, through endless person-to-person stories and exaggerations. Qi Xiang and Che Dan's names have reached the ears of almost every paranormal individual. Even if one doesn't know what they look like or their accomplishments, there is one thing everyone knows. Those 2 with those names are incredibly powerful, so much so that no one dares provoke them. Just then, as Qi Xiang and Che Dan were visible outside, and one of them charging toward the headquarters, the vice president immediately broke out into a cold sweat. Before leaving, President Pearson had strictly emphasized, at all costs, they must protect the headquarters regardless of the sacrifices. At this moment, both the vice president and the members of the Elders' Council understood something. It might truly be impossible to protect it this time. Che Dan looked at the severely battered office building and sighed. Humph, the Assassin's Guild should have been pretty glorious back in its heyday, but now it has come to this. Indeed, even a tiger crouched on a plane can be taunted by dogs. But don't worry, with us, 2 mighty dragons harassing you, it'll be worthwhile. Speaking thus, Che Dan issued the order to attack. Instantly, hundreds of summoned creatures from 3 types charged forward simultaneously, with the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and White Tiger leading the charge up front. Of course, the 22 lords also rushed to the front lines. As for the spiked zombies, they leisurely walked alongside Che Dan. Sitting cross-legged atop the Lich Dragon's back, Che Dan watched the summoned creatures ahead charging and grinned. Now that's more like a summoner. On Xixiang's side, he didn't give the polar bear any chance, decapitating him with a single slash of his scythe. Initially, Xixiang planned to assist Che Dan since the battlefield here was already being cleared by Xuanwu and his subordinates. There was no need for Xixiang to waste time here. Besides, if any tough opponents showed up, his fire dragon was still circling above, ready to offer support at any moment, so there was no need to worry. However, the woman who was earlier referred to as predecessor by the polar bear blocked Xixiang's path and seductively smirked. Hey, cutie from Yaowang. If I'm not mistaken, you're Xixiang, right? Furrowing his brows slightly, Xixiang looked at the woman before him and said, what is it? As he spoke, Xixiang raised the King of Darkness scythe in his hand, positioning its blade right next to the woman's neck, and coldly said, don't try any tricks with me. The woman flinched for just a second, but then her expression swiftly returned to normal. She smiled at Xixiang and said, oh my, aren't you quite rude? But it's not your fault. I assume many foxes must have tried to use their charm on you and then attempted to kill you, right? Hee, I'm not like that. I'm an opportunist. I know following someone like you is the key to survival in this apocalypse. So, I want to be your companion, or even a sex slave if you wish. What do you say? While speaking, the woman started pulling at her tight clothing, as if she were about to expose herself. Xixiang showed a hint of disgust on his face, then moved his King of Darkness scythe, striking the woman with its handle, knocking her to the ground. Then, Xixiang stepped over to her and coldly said, I admit, you're beautiful and enchanting, but you, as a woman, are nauseating. Speaking, Xixiang spat once, then lifted the King of Darkness scythe and said, because you've made me feel nauseous, I intend to let you die. No, please don't. Her cries did not elicit sympathy from Xixiang, but instead made him even more repulsed. As the scythe fell, blood spurted everywhere. Xixiang disdainfully used corrosive fire to directly clean off the blood that had splattered onto him. Then, he turned around and headed towards Che Dan, preparing to help him. Until death, the woman could never understand why her charms, which had captured the hearts of countless men, even those most principled ones would surrender to her allure, did not make Xixiang falter in the slightest, but instead caused him extreme hatred. What she didn't realize was that though Xixiang killed, he harbored a lot of compassion for women. If she had played the sympathy card, Xixiang might very well have allowed her to escape unharmed, giving her a chance whether to flee or ambush him. Unfortunately, the beauty trap strategy she used was exactly what Xixiang hated the most. Even before the apocalypse, Xixiang despised such women. And in Xixiang's eyes now, there was only one adorable and capricious girl who nobody else could match, a girl named Bingyu. Beyond Bingyu, Xixiang would accept no other in his heart. Xixiang arrived just in time. The summoned creatures under Che Dan's command had just launched their assault on the main building of the Assassin's Guild. This sudden attack instantly drove all the assassins who were not on missions inside the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild into a panic, causing them to charge out without receiving any orders. It was a voluntary battle, no one had to organize them. After all, in their hearts ran the blood of the Assassin's Guild. Without this guild, they would have nothing. Seeing his subordinates rush out without waiting for his command, the vice president angrily cursed. These idiots, do they want to go out and die? Even as he spoke, he immediately broke through the glass and rushed out. He drew 2 daggers from his waist and landed on the ground, slaying the surrounding summoned creatures while advancing toward Xixiang and Che Dan. Xixiang looked at the scene before him and said, Che Dan, I really envy you being a summoner right now. With so many summoned creatures, isn't that like a lot of battles where you don't need to fight yourself? You just give the commands, right? Che Dan smirked and replied, that's exactly what I am right now. Just then, Che Dan's expression suddenly changed, and he said, Xiang brother, there's someone with decent strength slaughtering my summoned creatures. Let me go check it out. Xixiang nodded and didn't follow, allowing Che Dan to go by himself since he had complete confidence in Che Dan's current abilities. Who dares to slaughter my summoned creatures? Are you brave enough to fight me? Che Dan let out an audacious statement, but the most important part is that when he said it, his face didn't flush or his heart race. After all, it was Xixiang and Che Dan who came to the other party's territory, released countless summoned creatures, and attacked them. How could they stop others from retaliating? Would that be fair? Still, Che Dan boldly made such a declaration. On the opposing side, as soon as the vice president of the Assassin's Guild saw Che Dan, he immediately said, Che Dan, let's not fight anymore. We surrender. The Assassin's Guild surrenders. We request to negotiate. Chapter 384, Surrender, Part 3. Xixiang looked at the vice president in front of him and said, Who are you? Can you represent the Assassin's Guild? Are you reliable? The vice president bitterly smiled and said, If I can't represent it, then no one can right now. Xixiang nodded and said, All right, even though I don't know who you are. Then Xixiang turned to Che Dan and said, Che Dan, Have all your summoned creatures stop fighting. Che Dan nodded and said, okay. Then Che Dan issued a command for all the summoned creatures to retreat back into their otherworldly dimension. As all the summoned creatures around disappeared, the vice president sighed with relief and said, thank you. Chi Xiang nodded and said, even though I don't know why you're surrendering, I want to know what your surrender means. Does this organization belong to us now? The vice president shook his head and said, no, that's not what I mean. And based on both of your strength, such an organization should be pretty useless to you. What I mean is, what do you two want? Game system coins or treasures from the guild? I can give them to you, just as long as you don't take too much. Chi Xiang puzzled said, why so easily agreeable? The vice president chuckled bitterly and said, would it be any different if we weren't? Your reputation and abilities are well known. If we were to fight you, we'd only end up with a crushing defeat where our members would either die or get injured, and our treasures would still be taken by you. Too big a loss. Chi Xiang nodded and said, then all right. There's no need to prepare the system coins. We're not interested in those. Take us to see your treasures. We won't be overly greedy, don't worry. But if you're hiding anything from us, of course not, please come. As he spoke, the vice president led Chi Xiang and Che Dan toward the headquarters of the Assassin's Guild, and the assassins who had appeared retreated, with the injured being helped back by their companions. The Elders' Council gazed out the window. The Grand Elder sighed and said, sigh, my prestigious Assassin's Guild was once a famous organization. Now look where we've ended up. It's truly lamentable. Saying this, the Grand Elder punched the window, shattering the bulletproof glass. Seeing the actions of the Grand Elder, the other elders also sighed collectively. No one ever wanted the Assassin's Guild to come to this state, but since events had unfolded thus far, they could only accept their fate. Looking at the scene inside the Assassin's Guild, Chi Xiang and Che Dan didn't feel anything particularly unusual. On the way, Chi Xiang asked, by the way, how did your president disappear? The vice president bitterly laughed and said, true to the saying, good news doesn't spread, but bad news does. Yes, our president went missing after visiting the research institute in the Yinhuang region. Don't ask why we haven't sought revenge. We want to, but we lack the strength. Just look at us. Small organizations like the White Bear Group can already act arrogantly against us. Chi Xiang nodded and said, indeed, though you still fought against them, yet surrendered instantly when encountering us. The vice president chuckled bitterly and said, that's because we have pride, but we also know which enemies we can confront and which ones are absolutely unwise to tangle with. Besides, before the president left, he gave a strict order to ensure the safety of the main building of the Assassin's Guild at all costs, as it represents the foundation of the guild. If you two acted, could it have been spared? Oh, I can't tell you care deeply about the Assassin's Guild. The vice president replied, not exactly me caring deeply, but every member of the Assassin's Guild has an indissoluble affection for it. This is why the guild has managed to exist until now instead of having defectors when conflicts arose with the Yinhuang Research Institute. We can proudly claim that there were neither deserters nor traitors among the Assassin's Guild. With a proud look on his face, the vice president stared ahead. Chi Xiang and Che Dan understood. This pride came from the Assassin's Guild itself, and the root of its ability to inspire such pride lay with these dedicated assassins. Under the lead of the vice president, the three arrived at level 3 underground. Looking at the variety of treasures displayed there, the vice president said, all right, pick what you like. Che Dan looked at the treasures and said, Xiang go, should we take everything? Chi Xiang shook his head and said, we've already made an agreement, so let's not be too greedy. Let's only take what's useful and leave the rest untouched. It wouldn't benefit us even if we took it all. Che Dan nodded in agreement. Then the two walked further inside. Looking at Chi Xiang and Che Dan, the vice president muttered to himself, will you two really only take what you need? If so, that's probably best, huh? As Chi Xiang and Che Dan swept through the treasures, they found that while all the items were rare, there were very few that truly held practical value. Many of them belonged in a collector's cabinet, with no real application beyond their collectible status. Continuing on their path, Chi Xiang and Che Dan did not find a single item that suited their needs. Just as the two were about to pick a piece of jewelry each for Bing Yu and Li Wei, Chi Xiang suddenly felt an unusual aura. Following this energy, Chi Xiang came across a uniquely shaped stone. At first glance, it appeared ordinary, yet its shape was peculiarly distinct. Most importantly, it radiated an exceptional energy. Chi Xiang couldn't identify what kind of energy it was. Even using the game system's item analysis revealed nothing but question marks. Still, the more mysterious it seemed, the more curious Chi Xiang became. Storing it would not take up any space, so Chi Xiang decided to keep the stone. Then, Chi Xiang and Che Dan each selected a piece of jewelry and said, all right, looks like you don't have much treasure after all. Che Dan, let's go. Che Dan nodded, and the two moved toward the exit. The vice president was surprised. This vast storeroom housed treasures accumulated both before and after the apocalypse, including powerful weapons, though high-level weapons had already been claimed by individuals who wielded them. However, within this chamber, there were still potent arms stored away. What shocked the vice president was that Chi Xiang and Che Dan showed no interest in either the wealth or the weapons, instead choosing just 2 pieces of jewelry, and that enigmatic stone whose utility not even the vice president could fathom. This outcome was far from what he expected. Chapter 385, Surrender, Part 4. As they watched Chi Xiang and Che Dan leave, the Grand Elder turned to the returning vice president and asked, what did those two take with them? The vice president truthfully recounted the details. Listening to his report, everyone expressed their disbelief. However, the vice president wryly smiled and said, "Don't be so shocked. It only shows that they don't value our things at all. There's nothing surprising about that, right?" As he spoke, the vice president walked to the window and looked at Chi Xiang and Che Dan flying away, saying, "Wasn't this crack made by you, Grand Elder? Geez, why are you always so temperamental? Do you know how much steel-reinforced glass we have left? Fixing this will cost another piece." Then, the vice president muttered to himself, "Chi Xiang, Che Dan, truly interesting characters." Chi Xiang and Che Dan sat on the back of a fire dragon. Chi Xiang, looking at the stone in his hand, asked, "Che Dan, can you see anything special about this rock?" Che Dan shook his head, replying, "I can't tell. But since you sense a different kind of energy radiating from it, there must be something unique about it." Chi Xiang nodded and said, "Yeah, I hope my intuition is correct. Otherwise, this trip would have been a waste." Che Dan sighed and remarked, "Compared to us, the Assassin's Guild is really pitiable. Now I understand what it means to fall from power and be bullied like a tiger reduced to begging and poverty. Any group seems eager to take advantage." Chi Xiang shot him a glare, retorting, "Humph, aren't we the same? Stop mocking others when you're no better. Don't say we're stronger and thus different from other riffraff. We still lack valid reasons for our actions." Che Dan chuckled sheepishly. "Isn't it survival of the fittest?" Chi Xiang sighed and wryly replied, It looks like we can only use that phrase as an excuse. Hey, Ice Moon's sister, isn't that Chi Xiang's fire dragon over there?" Upon hearing Li Wei's words, following her finger's direction, Ice Moon indeed noticed a red figure flying closer. She nodded and smiled. This guy, finally reliable this time, and he's returned so quickly. Before she finished speaking, the fire dragon had already dived and landed. "Hee my dear, I've missed you so much." Chi Xiang and Che Dan, too impatient to wait for the dragon to fully settle down, jumped off. Both Chi Xiang and Che Dan embraced Ice Moon and Li Wei simultaneously, spinning around. Chi Xiang grinned. "My dear, I brought you a present." Che Dan, without delay, kissed his own fiancée on the cheek, exclaiming, "Dear, I've missed you so much." But then, an array of coughing sounds made both of them extremely awkward because these coughs weren't coming from just one person but a group. Among them were Brother Bo and Uncle Da, Chi Xiang's future father-in-law Jin Hu, Che Dan's brother-in-law Jia, and even Deshu's parents whom Chi Xiang and Che Dan hadn't met before. Jin Hu chuckled as he observed Chi Xiang, saying, "Young man, you sure seem eager." Deshu's father slapped his head directly, rebuking, "You third-rate fool Da, not having a girlfriend while watching others show affection. What did you expect? You deserve it." Hearing his father's scolding, Deshu muttered softly, "I haven't even said anything yet. Why are you so anxious, old man?" His voice was low, but don't forget, Deshu's father wasn't ordinary either. As soon as he heard these words, he immediately berated him. "You little brat, aren't I worried for you?" Though only a few people were coughing, more than just these few were present. Guasi and a group of unfamiliar individuals who emitted an aura of strength stood there. Chi Xiang looked at the crowd and said awkwardly, "Well, how did so many people suddenly show up?" Guasi laughed and said, Chi Xiang, young people are full of love. We've been here all along. It's just that the two of you didn't notice us. Well then, since you've come back, we can proceed with the final step." Listening to Guasi's words, Chi Xiang and Che Dan were utterly baffled, unsure of what he meant. Ice Moon explained, "Master Guasi said their formation hasn't been activated yet. The core of it targets Chi Xiang's internal Dan energy. Only Chi Xiang activating it with his Dan force will set it into motion. So, everyone's waiting for you, Chi Xiang." Chi Xiang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Is that so? Hee. Okay then, let's deal with the main business first." With that, Chi Xiang continued, "Senior Guasi, please lead the way." Guasi nodded, "Follow me." Chi Xiang glanced at Ice Moon, saying, "Wait for me," and rushed forward quickly, catching up with Guasi's steps. Che Dan looked at Li Wei and smiled. Dear, I've got nothing to do. Let's go. I've missed you like crazy." Although Li Wei was shy, she still nodded with a red face and left under everyone's gaze. But Bingyue said discontentedly, "Guys, there is nothing interesting to see here. Go ahead and leave. The crowd made a dismissive sound and departed. Apparently, they didn't witness the scene they wanted to see. Bingyue turned her head and asked the fire dragon, "Fire dragon, tell me about the process of Chi Xiang and Chetan's mission this time." The fire dragon glanced at its female owner and said, "Not much happened. The other side surrendered without much of a fight." As it explained, the fire dragon recounted the scene. After listening, Bingyue muttered to herself, "So, it seems that the Assassin's Guild really isn't strong anymore." Speaking this, Bingyue sighed, perhaps due to lamenting the decline of the Assassin's Guild or something else. Chi Xiang followed Gaisai to the deepest part of the tomb, looking at the already formed magic formation. Gaisai said, "Actually, your task is very simple. Just release the Dan energy inside your body and activate the array eye with it. However, I remind you that this formation needs a lot of energy, and it can't be stopped halfway once activated. Otherwise, all our preparation will have been in vain. So, is the Dan energy in your body sufficient right now?" Chi Xiang nodded and replied, "It's quite sufficient now." Gaisai casually took out a gemstone and said, "Here, take this gemstone. I know that your Dan energy can be replenished through swallowing fire, which can absorb external energy. Even if your Dan energy runs out, the energy from this gemstone will be enough for you." Chi Xiang accepted the gemstone without hesitation and laughed. "All right, where should I send the energy?" Gaisai walked to the southernmost part of the formation and pointed at a symbol, saying, just direct it here. Chapter 386, Final Preparations, Part 1. Qi Xiong nodded, stepped forward, and his hands glowed with a pale white light. The symbol in front of Qi Xiong seemed to sense the Dan energy within him and lit up as well. Qi Xiong crouched down, pressing his palms onto the symbol. Then, the Dan energy inside Qi Xiong began flowing out here slowly. Gradually, he increased the speed. The array started shining from the central point around Qi Xiong and began spreading its light outward. Gaisai looked at the scene and said, Qi Xiong, remember, you only have one chance. After saying this, Gaisai left, leaving Qi Xiong alone. Qi Xiong looked at the symbol in front of him. Since he didn't know how much energy the array required, he did not put the gemstone given by Gaisai into storage, but kept it in his chest pocket, ready to use it as backup energy at any moment. Although Gaisai had left the array, he stood nearby watching the situation. To be honest, he was even more nervous than Qi Xiong. As someone who had been involved in researching and preparing the array, Gaisai clearly understood its importance. If successful, under no circumstances would anyone here die, and they could safely survive the epic transition. However, such an array could only be created once even if Gaisai used all his connections and resources. Even if more materials were available for another attempt, there wouldn't be enough time. Therefore, this could be considered a bold gamble, with Qi Xiong being the gambler. The array was charge-based, and since it was custom-made, only the Dan energy inside Qi Xiong's body met the array's requirements. This is why Gaisai had waited until Qi Xiong returned. Charging the array could be considered both the simplest and the most difficult part. It was simple because all one had to do was fill it with energy without needing to do anything else. But it was also difficult because, if the internal energy ran out, it would be disastrous. This was what Gaisai worried about the most. In the previous steps, any mistake could be immediately corrected, except for this one phase. For instance, if an already assembled device fails to recharge successfully, it would become completely useless. However, Gaisai hadn't told Qi Xiong all this. He just informed Qi Xiong that there was only one chance without revealing the consequences of failure, unwilling to burden Qi Xiong. But Gaisai certainly didn't wish for Qi Xiong's failure. Feeling the Dan energy within him gradually depleting, Qi Xiong currently faced no pressure. The energy within him wasn't just Dan power. If the Dan power was depleted, he could resort to the evil fire force. Moreover, Qi Xiong also carried a gemstone in his chest as backup energy. Thus, the amount of energy Qi Xiong now possessed was vast, potentially terrifying if fully unleashed. Hence, he felt absolutely no stress concerning charging this array. As the Dan energy flowed out of his body, Qi Xiong didn't worry and instead actively increased the output, thereby reducing the array charging time. Beginning from the core, symbols lit up one after another by the Dan energy released by Qi Xiong, then extended. Seeing this, Gaisai still felt anxious. A smooth start didn't mean much. The most perilous part came at the end. Meanwhile, Qi Xiong was making the final preparations while the epic transition, although known to few, did indeed exist, such as in Yanhuang Nation's Research Institute. Director Kansu, our device is ready. Should we conduct a trial? Kansu shook his head after looking at the report handed over by the researcher and said, no need for trials, conserve energy. Our success rate is sufficient now. Arrange for people to perform final inspections and prepare to face the epic transition. Also, let everyone organize the data. Rebuilding our home's resources should be our primary goal. Understood. Watching the departing researcher, Kansu sighed and muttered, Teacher, I hope you can make it through this difficulty as well, and then shook his head regrettably. Biguan. A group of high-nosed people were casting spells and preparing their arrays, which also seemed ancient like Qi Xiong's method. Europe. How's the art prepared? An elegantly dressed man sat comfortably in a chair, eyes fixed on his coffee cup, asking those below him. Report to the young master. The ark is ready, and we can board anytime. The man nodded and said, That's good. Make the final preparations. Understood. Oceania. Hey, other continents are having fierce battles. Isn't it too quiet here? The man asked his partner while lighting a cigarette. His partner snorted and said, Do you want to live through their hardships? Besides, isn't there still one fugitive left? Isn't our self-proclaimed strongest Oceanian hero going after him? The man nodded and said, That's true, but I always feel something is about to happen. However, this thing seems not closely related to us. His companion mocked him, saying, If it's not related to us, why do you care? Haha, you're so laid back. I hope everything goes as we wish. Africa. Master of ceremonies, can we really survive this disaster? A strangely dressed African woman said, Rest assured, Chief. As long as we sincerely pray for blessings, we will definitely get through it. Good. We will sincerely pray. As people on each continent were preparing to face the epic transition, there was no sign of movement in America or in the two uninhabited poles. Even Oceania showed no intention of preparation for some reason. As for Africa, the gun-toting believers were now relying on faith to get through this calamity. But, in Buddhist countries led by India, an awe-inspiring scene appeared. All sincere Buddhist Yanira completely ignored the disturbance caused by zombies and sat cross-legged, devoutly chanting Buddhist scriptures. The zombies, seemingly sensing something, also stared at the Buddha statues around them, muttering under their breaths as if they were reciting spells. Such an extraordinary spectacle, however, went unnoticed. Because at this moment, humanity was only preoccupied with two things, surviving and thriving, or making preparations for the epic transition. Chapter 387, Final Preparations, 2. As Qi Xiong continuously injected pill energy into the focal point of the array, he began to lose control over the output speed. It was as if the focal point had come alive and started automatically absorbing his pill energy. Although this speed was uncontrollable by Qi Xiong, it was still within his tolerance. However, Qi Xiong noticed something that he couldn't ignore. The focal point seemed to have locked onto him. Now, even if Qi Xiong wanted to break free, it wouldn't be so easy unless he destroyed the entire array. Otherwise, he could only continue until the array's energy needs were fully satisfied. As time passed, Qi Xiong began using the malevolent fire force to convert into pill energy. However, this pace was still insufficient because the further along in the process, the faster the array absorbed energy. By now, 2/3 of Qi Xiong's internal energy had been consumed, while the array was merely 1/3 activated. This left Qi Xiong greatly frustrated, but reality dictated otherwise, and he had no choice but to accept it. During this period, Guaixi remained standing nearby, watching Qi Xiong closely with no intention of leaving. He understood clearly how crucial this step was. Time continued to pass slowly, and Qi Xiong's malevolent fire force was almost entirely converted. Seeing that the array was not yet complete, Qi Xiong started using swallowing fire to consume the gemstone provided by Guaixi. As Qi Xiong felt the energy contained within the gemstone gradually entering his body, he found it incredibly comfortable. Even after converting it into malevolent fire force, it imparted a unique sensation. From this, Qi Xiong realized that this gemstone was certainly no ordinary item. Even though this gemstone was undoubtedly precious, Qi Xiong had no inclination to keep it privately. If the current pace continued, all of his internal energy might be absorbed by the array, something no psionic would be able to endure. At that point, Qi Xiong would likely be ruined and the array itself might also be destroyed. Feeling his internal energy rapidly replenishing itself through the sequence, gemstone, malevolent fire force, pill energy, these three forms of energy formed a seamless flow like water. Seeing more and more parts of the array light up, Guaixi wished to assist Qi Xiong but refrained. He knew his own cultivation energy wouldn't benefit the array. On the contrary, it might necessitate the array diverting some of its accumulated energy to counteract it, causing inefficiencies. Thus, Guaixi could only wait. Honestly speaking, he disliked handing over his fate to someone else for control, but there was no other way since only Qi Xiong possessed pill energy. So, regardless of his feelings, this was what needed to be done. As Qi Xiong watched more sections of the surrounding array being illuminated by his efforts, he knew that when the entire array lit up, he would have succeeded. Yet at this moment, Qi Xiong lacked confidence because both the pill energy and malevolent fire force within him, although possessing dense energies, had nearly depleted and barely filled half of the array's energy requirement. Therefore, even with such a wondrous gemstone, Qi Xiong doubted whether its energy alone would suffice for the purpose. Despite Guaixi guaranteeing its potency, Qi Xiong remained unconvinced. However, as Qi Xiong released energy, he uncovered the uniqueness of this gemstone. It contained an extraordinary amount of energy, much more than he anticipated. He could feel that even though he had released considerable amounts of energy, the gemstone's emitted aura hadn't changed at all, signifying that this gemstone was truly an exceptional treasure of great rarity. Guaixi, observing Qi Xiong from afar, let out a large yawn and muttered to himself, "Who would have thought that this little fellow, Qi Xiong, has so much internal energy?" The gemstone itself should have sufficed to fully energize this array, but judging by this, it seems Qi Xiong will manage to use only half of the gemstone's energy, which means we can do many things afterward. With that thought, Guaixi couldn't help but smile, finding the prospect very satisfying. Still, even as these pleasant possibilities ran through his mind, Guaixi kept his attention firmly fixed on Qi Xiong, never intending to leave. In this manner, 7 or 8 hours went by with neither Qi Xiong nor Guaixi eating or drinking, continuously supplying pill energy to charge the array. The transmission speed only accelerated without any signs of slowing down. Finally, the array was nearing completion, but Qi Xiong's internal energy was almost completely exhausted as well. Regarding the gemstone, Guaixi had evidently overestimated its stored energy or perhaps hadn't correctly estimated the array's needs. Nevertheless, none of that mattered anymore because regardless of anything else, the array's energy requirements were now met. Just as the entire array lit up, Qi Xiong finally couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed straight onto the ground, unconscious. Guaixi quickly dashed over, pulling Qi Xiong out of the array, and hearing his snoring, laughed. "Haha, little guy, you didn't disappoint me." Then Guaixi walked outside. As for that array, Guaixi no longer needed to check it. Was there ever a bad time to inspect something already successful? Every single rune in the array illuminated, especially where the magic stones served as nodes, radiating with colorful light. Such an array now existed. Though not yet fully activated, the charged array had succeeded. All that remained was for Guaixi to start it, a task requiring no rush. This marked the first preparation on Earth for the epic change. When Guaixi carried Qi Xiong out from the tomb, Bingyu had already waited long. Seeing her man brought out by Guaixi, Bingyu stepped forward, listening to Qi Xiong's snores, and smiled. "Predecessor Guaixi, you've worked hard. From here on, let me take care of Qi Xiong." Guaixi nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave Qi Xiong to you. I still need to make some fine adjustments to the array, so I'll head back." With that, Guaixi handed Qi Xiong to Bingyu and returned to the array side. As Bingyu looked at the deeply sleeping Qi Xiong, she smiled. "Qi Xiong, you must be exhausted. Come on, let's rest." Then Bingyu supported Qi Xiong and walked toward the resting quarters. By this point, Qi Xiong had fallen into a dream. In it, he was first under the protection of a very strong person, then tenderly cared for by an extremely gentle woman. Chapter 388, Epic Change, Part 1. Qi Xiang slept very soundly, for the energy inside his body had been completely exhausted. In addition, Qi Xiang's physical strength and mental energy had also been greatly depleted, so this time Qi Xiang slept peacefully. Bingyu had remained by Qi Xiang's side, not leaving, waiting for him to wake up. As she waited, Bingyu eventually fell asleep, while resting her head beside Qi Xiang's bed. That was a really refreshing sleep. After waking up, Qi Xiang stretched, then saw Bingyu sleeping on the edge of the bed. A gentle smile appeared on his lips. He quietly got out of bed, lifted Bingyu onto it, covered her with a blanket, and then left the room. When Bingyu woke up, she realized that Qi Xiang was gone and found herself lying in the same position where he had been before. Just as she was about to get up and look for Qi Xiang, the door opened. "Hey, sweetheart, you're awake. Haha, I timed it perfectly. Are you hungry? Come on, try the hot noodle soup I made. It's fresh and still warm." Seeing the two bowls in Qi Xiang's hands, Bingyu nodded and said, "All right, then let me, Miss Bingyu, taste your culinary skills. But just so you know, I have a very picky palate." Qi Xiang approached and smiled. "Don't worry, what I make is definitely delicious." As Qi Xiang and Bingyu ate their hot noodle soup, although it wasn't gourmet, it was a simple meal, they enjoyed it heartily. Perhaps sometimes, it isn't so important what you eat, but rather who you eat with, and under what circumstances that matters the most. After finishing the last strand of noodles, Qi Xiang laughed and said, "I'm done. How was it? Pretty good, right?" Huh. Looking at Qi Xiang's cheerful expression, Bingyu chuckled as she took a piece of tissue and began wiping his mouth, saying, "It's because you ate like such a kid, truly acting immature. Come clean. Do you even take care of yourself when you're alone?" Qi Xiang smiled awkwardly and said, "Can't help it. No one is perfect. That's why you're my wife, isn't it?" Talkative. Bingyu gave Qi Xiang an eye roll and threw the tissue aside before continuing to eat the noodles from her own bowl. Qi Xiang looked at Bingyu and asked, "How does it taste?" Without replying, Bingyu simply nodded. Qi Xiang then spoke earnestly, "Sweetheart, if you like, I can cook for you every day. If you ever get tired of it, I'll switch things up and treat you to all kinds of delicacies. Would you let me?" While speaking, Qi Xiang extended his right hand. On it was a small red box which had already been opened, revealing a diamond quietly lying there as if awaiting its rightful owner. The design of this diamond ring wasn't overly extravagant, rather, it was simple. However, the materials were certainly not ordinary. A platinum band paired with a 7-carat diamond. Its style was common, but far from low-key. Instead, it exuded opulence. Qi Xiang laughed and asked, "How about it? Do you like it?" As Bingyu stared at the diamond ring in Qi Xiang's hand, she didn't know how to respond. Still smiling, Qi Xiang gently took the bowl from Bingyu's hand and set it aside. Then he carefully slipped the ring onto Bingyu's finger and laughed. "See? It looks great, doesn't it?" He sat next to her, wrapped an arm around her shoulder, and said, "Sweetheart, what do you think? The noodles were good. The ring looks beautiful. Isn't your affection for me unstoppable now?" Bingyu answered, "Nothing compares to you." After hearing these words, Qi Xiang could no longer restrain his emotions. He cupped Bingyu's face, and their lips met as they slowly closed their eyes, kissing softly. It should be noted that despite being lovers for so long, the number of kisses between Qi Xiang and Bingyu had been few. Before the apocalypse, Qi Xiang was a rich playboy, and Bingyu was a wealthy beauty. Though both had dated others in the past, they shared a silent conservative mindset, never going beyond holding hands or light embraces with previous partners. This was also why Bingyu had wanted to kill Qi Xiang after his moment of madness earlier when he did something inappropriate to her. Later, however, she became dependent on him, driven by hatred born out of love. Both lacked much technique in kissing, so there weren't many provocative movements, only boundless tenderness and deep affection. When their tongues finally touched, they started exploring each other gradually. For how long they kissed was unclear, but both Qi Xiang and Bingyu lost themselves completely, as if releasing the accumulated feelings stored over a long period of time. Being psychics, both had impressive lung capacities. Finally, Bingyu couldn't hold back anymore. She pushed Qi Xiang away, took a deep breath, and said, "Hey, you almost killed me." Qi Xiang looked at Bingyu, a bit embarrassed, and his whole face turned red. Bingyu gave Qi Xiang an exasperated glance and said, "Is it really necessary? I, a girl, didn't even blush, so why are you acting like this?" With that, Bingyu stood up and said, "All right, let's go out. They must have been waiting for us for a long time." Hearing Bingyu's words, Qi Xiang was puzzled. He had gone out earlier to cook the noodles, but no one had looked for him. Why did Bingyu suddenly say they were waiting for the two of them now? What did it mean? But puzzled as he was, Qi Xiang still followed Bingyu out of the room and then walked with her to the largest house in the village. When they arrived in front of the house, Bingyu explained, "This used to be the tribal leader's residence. Now it serves as a meeting place. When you were unconscious, they told me to bring you over when you woke up. We've already wasted a lot of time." Qi Xiang nodded, said, "Oh," and asked, "Then did they mention what they want to talk about?" Bingyu opened the door, pointed at the people inside, and said, "You ask them yourself." Qi Xiang looked at the people inside. Some were familiar, such as Guixi, Che Dan, and others, while some he didn't recognize. But all the people in the room had one thing in common. None of them were weak. Qi Xiang smiled at everyone in the room and said, "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting." Guixi was seated at the head of the table. Looking at the incoming Qi Xiang and Bingyu, he nodded and said, "Not too bad. I sensed that you were about to wake up, so I gathered everyone here. We haven't waited long. Come on, take this seat." Saying this, Guac pointed to a spot below him. Bingyu, on the other hand, found her own position and sat down next to Li Wei. Chapter 389, Epic Change, 2. Qi did not hesitate at all, walking over and sitting in the lower seat next to Guac, saying, Senior Guac, just tell me what's on your mind. Guac nodded and said, all right, everyone's here now. With that, Guac waved a hand, closing the door, then continued. Let me give Qi an update on the current situation first, since he went straight to recharge the array upon his return and only woke up recently. There are many things he doesn't know yet. As he spoke, Guac looked at the people seated in the room and said, Qi, I won't introduce those you already know. As for those you don't, they are all your seniors, old friends of mine from the cultivation world, as well as the descendants of some departed comrades. Of course, you can see that they're sitting here not out of any friendship, but because they have the strength to be here. Then Guac paused briefly and said, all right, going over each one individually would waste too much time, so let's cut to the chase. The array is now fully charged, and everything is finally ready. The exact timing of its activation will naturally coincide with the epic change. Yesterday, I performed another divination using my life essence, and this time, there was far less ambiguity. It was, in fact, the clearest guidance I've ever received through divination. That moment is tomorrow at noon, exactly 12 o'clock. Then the epic change shall begin. Therefore, I expect everyone to make their final preparations. After that, Guac detailed the various precautions necessary during the epic change. Of course, these were specifically tailored for the event. He arranged for several individuals to protect the ordinary people, among them Bo Gu, De Shu, and Lin Xiaoyang due to their unique abilities. As for Qi, Che Dan, and Zhao Yang, their group was responsible for handling enemies that may emerge during the epic change. Yes, the epic change would bring not only natural disasters, but also a variety of powerful creatures. Bingyu's group, on the other hand, was tasked with stabilizing the array. In this way, the people present were divided into 3 groups. Though it seemed like a large number of people, each group was quite small. However, this was the best preparation Guac could manage. Once everything had been assigned, Guac said, all right, everyone, go rest and prepare yourselves for tomorrow. Listening to Guac's words, everyone left the place. After Qi and Bingyu stepped out of the house, Qi said, Bingyu, how about we go climbing that mountain? I think it looks quite nice. Bingyu nodded and said, sure, let me call Che Dan. However, just as Bingyu turned to run off, Qi quickly stopped her, saying, Bingyu no. Bingyu looked back at Qi, unsure of what he meant. Qi shook his head with a smile, saying, this time, it'll just be the 2 of us. Hearing Qi words, Bingyu nodded silently. And thus, the 2 walked towards the direction of the mountain Qi had pointed out. It was the last day, and it seemed as though people around the world had some sort of premonition. In Oceania, they had successfully cleared away the zombies, and everyone threw a party celebrating their freedom from zombie troubles. The young master who was responsible for building the Ark had already boarded it, preparing for the epic change which might come at any time. In Asia, the Russians' array was already completed, different from Guac's design, as theirs was already activated, and they were hiding inside. As for the Yanhuang Institute, they had also finished adjusting the equipment and were in the process of transporting data into the protective devices. Those unaware of the impending epic change were feeling inexplicably anxious, even though nothing unusual had occurred. It was painful to feel something big was coming, but couldn't pinpoint it at all. The only ones unchanged were those reciting scriptures, perhaps because they truly believed Buddha would protect them. Bo Gu and De Shu chatted endlessly along with De Shu's parents. Lin Xiaoyang and Zhao Yang played happily in the woods. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, anyone observant could tell their relationship had grown unusually close. Che Dan and Li Wei had gone off somewhere for a date, leaving Zhu alone, who could only idle with the village youths. Bingyu, look at the view up the mountain. It's beautiful, isn't it? And the air is really refreshing. Bingyu nodded with a laugh, replying, yes, it is. Hey. Qi suddenly shouted. Listening to the echo, Qi laughed and shouted, Bingyu, I love you. Bingyu, I love you. I love you. I love you. Listening to the echoes coming back, Bingyu lost her usual shyness and shouted, I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. I love you too. As Qi and Bingyu listened to the echoes from the mountain, Qi took Bingyu's hand and said, if only my power wasn't evil fire energy or Dan power, but rather control over time, then I could stop this moment, so that we could stay here forever. How wonderful would that be? Bingyu chuckled and said, oh, are you pretending to be some kind of romantic youth? It doesn't suit you. Hee. What do you mean pretending? These are my true feelings. Looking at Qi serious expression, Bingyu hugged Qi, resting her cheek against his chest, and said, time won't stand still like this, and I don't want it to either. We have so many things left to do. Are you really satisfied with just this? Seeing Qi struggle to find words, Bingyu smiled and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. Qi gave a sheepish grin, suddenly pointing far away and saying, look, the sunset. So beautiful. Bingyu nodded and said, yes, but this might be the last sun we see in this era, right? Qi smiled and said, no worries, once this era ends, there'll be another one. As long as the next era still has sunrises and sunsets, I guarantee that you will definitely see them. No, I guarantee that all of us will see them. Hearing Qi words, Bingyu laughed, laughing happily. Watching Bingyu laugh, Qi laughed as well. These two, despite their immense strength, were like children when it came to matters of the heart. Chapter 390, Era Change, 3. Of course, Qi Xiang and Bing Yu are not like children who don't understand anything. But their relationship is simple like that of children. It's not one complicated by worldly things as it may become when they grow up. They know they have a responsibility to each other. The next morning, everyone woke up very early. This does not refer only to the people here with Qi Xiang, but people all over the world. Even those who had stayed up all night couldn't fall back asleep in the morning. It was as if a mysterious force made everyone on Earth take one last look at the sunrise. At this moment, high above in the vast sky, a man dressed in white looked down at the Earth and said, humans, take one last look at the sunrise. I wonder how many of you will survive this time, After watching the sunrise, Guac ordered everyone to adjust their state and try to keep themselves in their best possible condition. He also sent people to prepare breakfast. Honestly speaking, most people here didn't need this breakfast, but Guac insisted on doing it. His reasoning was that this might be the last breakfast of this era, so naturally, it should be eaten, and well. Because of Guac's attitude, everyone got to enjoy a hearty breakfast tailored to the region each person hailed from. Looking at the local specialty breakfast in front of him, Qi Xiang smirked and said, Bing Yu, we never thought we'd still have the chance to eat such a breakfast. That's right. Hey, old man, can you act a bit more proper while eating? Jean, who wiped the soup off his mouth and retorted, You brat, is it wrong for your father to feel hungry? Saying this, Jean, who looked at Bing Yu's breakfast and grinned. Sweetie, can't finish all that, huh? Let daddy help you out then. Bing Yu hit Jean, whose hand with her chopsticks, saying, Away with you. You've already eaten enough. Good son-in-law. Qi Xiang, anticipating Jean, whose gaze, directly pushed his tray over and kept only a bowl of porridge for himself. Hey, Qi Xiang. Bing Yu looked at Qi Xiang and said, You should just eat yourself. After the era change, we may not get another chance. Qi Xiang smiled faintly and said, That's true. How could I let my future father-in-law not eat well? Jean, who laughed and agreed. That's right. Bing Yu sighed bitterly and said, All right then. With that, Bing Yu crossed her legs and began meditating. After finishing the bowl of porridge, Qi Xiang was about to start meditating when Jean, who finished eating everything on the trays, saying, Qi Xiang, come with me for a moment. Qi Xiang looked at Jean, who, not knowing what he wanted, but still stood up and followed him outside. Jean, who didn't stop near the house entrance, but walked some distance away. Only after confirming Bing Yu wouldn't hear did he stop, took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for himself, and offered one to Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang accepted it without hesitation, lit both cigarettes, and handed one to Jean, who. After Jean, who took a puff, he asked, Qi Xiang, do you know why I called you here? Qi Xiang shook his head and said no. Jean, who chuckled, You're so honest, can't even guess? Anyway, this time during the era change, I have a feeling something will happen. I don't ask much from you. Only one thing. To survive and protect Bing Yu. That's all. Qi Xiang nodded and said, Of course, I'll make sure to do that. And with me around, there won't be any problems during this era change. Listening to Qi Xiang's words, Jean, who shook his head with a smile and said, Let's hope so. He threw the cigarette to the ground, stepped on it to extinguish it, and continued, All right, I have to prepare myself as well. Qi Xiang responded with a single hum and returned to his room. When Qi Xiang had been meditating for a while, two voices suddenly rang out. Qi Xiang, wake up quickly. Danger is approaching. You little brat, wake up now. I don't want to die with you. Hearing these voices clearly belonged to Dan Li and that mysterious person and the one known as Xiahua Zixing. Reacting instantly to these warnings, Qi Xiang's eyes snapped open, and soon after, Ghostmaster's call echoed from outside. Everyone, prepare yourselves. As the voice resonated, sounds of doors opening continuously filled the air. Qi Xiang saw Bing Yu still meditating and immediately picked her up in his arms. As Qi Xiang embraced Bing Yu, she also awakened. I'm awake, put me down. Hearing Bing Yu's voice, Qi Xiang said, We've already started holding each other, so let's go. Then, Qi Xiang kicked the door down with a single footstep and ran outside. Chopping through Qi Xiang's broken door with one swift strike, someone commented, Xiang bro, that wasn't nice. Why send the door toward me? As Qi Xiang ran, he said, You little guy, where do all these unnecessary words come from? Just walk. By this time, everyone had already gathered at the place designated earlier by Guac. The colors in the sky had already changed, with various hues of light brightening the heavens. A whiff of danger tinged the air. Guac shouted, Everyone, check if anyone is missing. In half a minute, I will activate the formation, and no one will be able to enter afterward. Where's Qi Xiang? Hurry over. When Qi Xiang heard this, he leaped and landed beside Guac, asking brusquely, What's up? Guac replied, Didn't I tell you that you'd need to help when it came time to activate the formation? Qi Xiang reflected for a moment. It did seem like such an event was planned, and then asked, How do we do it? Guac took out a crystal ball and said, Use your Dan energy to activate it. Qi Xiang nodded, just about to start channeling his Dan energy to trigger the formation when he suddenly stopped. Guac, seeing Qi Xiang halt abruptly, became somewhat anxious and asked, Why did you stop all of a sudden? Qi Xiang pointed not far away. A child had fallen on the ground and was wailing. Qi Xiang said, Quick, send someone to save that child. Hearing Qi Xiang's cry, only now did someone rush forward to rescue the child, but Guac shouted, Hurry, the half-minute has passed. Activate the formation immediately. Hearing Guac's words, Qi Xiang grew slightly angry and said, Can't you see that someone is trying to save the child? Listening to Qi Xiang, Guac sighed, and then gathered energy in both hands, launching it towards the sky. Roar! A strange howl sounded through the sky, followed by the descent of a black figure. With a grand wave of Guaixi's hand, a red flame surged forth, burning the creature, whatever it was, to death. However, right at this very instant, the lights in the sky began producing all sorts of entities. All kinds of creatures, meteors, and lightning bolts appeared. Chapter 391, Era Change 4. Guaixi said, "All right, I'll hold them off for a bit. As soon as people get in, activate the formation immediately." Speaking, Guaixi stomped his right foot on the ground and flew up, continuously swinging his hands to block the meteors and lightning strikes, then followed by the creatures. Seeing Guaixi charging ahead, some were ready to move. But Guaixi shouted in the sky, "Nobody moves. Be still." Speaking, Guaixi punched and exploded a creature closest to him, then roared, "Qi Xiang, hurry up and activate the formation." Qi Xiang shouted, "Then you come down already." Guaixi cursed, "Hell, can I retreat now and let you do it? If I say go, just go. No nonsense." Listening to Guaixi's words, Qi Xiang was helplessly resigned but no longer hesitated, directly triggering Dan Force to activate the array, and the crystal ball immediately lit up. With the glow of the crystal ball appearing, light emerged from the ground too. The location Guaixi had chosen for gathering was precisely above the array. Now the array formed a protective dome enclosing everyone inside. Just as the protective shield was about to close, Guaixi flashed into the array with an instant step. Wiping sweat seeping out from his forehead, Guaixi looked at Qi Xiang, bitterly smiling. "You really know how to give me problems." Qi Xiang did not answer Guaixi, instead gazing at the monsters in the sky and asked, "These guys, are they strong?" Guaixi nodded, saying, "Of course." Then he directed, "Everyone follow the previous arrangements and head to your positions." Simultaneously, all volcanoes on Earth erupted instantly, be it active or dormant, erupting without any warning. And snow-capped mountains collapsed without any triggering. Meteors, lightning, and those unknown creatures suddenly appeared, heading towards the Earth. The whole world entered a state of panic, as if the Earth had a self-destruction mechanism that someone had activated. But only a few knew this was the scenario during an era change, a great cleansing and rejuvenation for Earth. If you could withstand it, you would survive and enter the next century. However, if you couldn't endure, you would become a casualty in this great rejuvenation. Khonshu stood beside the window of the protective device, muttering to himself, seems like very few will survive this time. Europe. Haha, still glad I had the foresight to build this ark. Otherwise, I'd be dying with those mortals this time. Go, 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 don't stay on the continent anymore. We're going to see. Northern Asia. You go reinforce the formation there. Wait, not there, over there. Central Asia. All the chanting people continued their rituals despite no visible protection being granted to them. Yet, a mysterious spirit supported them. Although some fled, the majority persisted. This spirit was called belief. Most prepared humans didn't face significant issues so far. After all, this was just the beginning of the era change. If they couldn't last through this, then all their prior preparations would have been futile. Guaixi watched the situation outside the formation and said, "The era change will last 3 days. Everyone stay focused. If we persist, then we'll win." Hearing Guaixi's words, each individual adjusted their state, trying to remain calm rather than excited because only calmness allows minimal energy consumption. Countdown, 59 hours, 59 minutes. When 1/6 of the time had passed, the volcanic eruptions and avalanches all stopped. Even the frequency and speed of falling thunderbolts and meteors decreased significantly. But everyone understood that this didn't mean the era change was ending. Instead, it was transitioning into the second phase. By this point, among those unprepared psychics, only those who grouped together or whose powers leaned towards protection survived. Of course, those who had planned ahead hadn't suffered even the slightest damage. The most significant change in the second phase of the era change was that the emerging unknown creatures grew stronger. Qi Xiang still learned from Guaixi that these kinds of creatures appeared with every era change. It was as if some force controlled them. Whenever a world needed an era update, they would show up and leave once their mission was complete. Of course, sometimes there were a couple of escapees. For example, the 4 ancient fearsome beasts on Earth were escapees of such creatures. Guaixi, noticing the monsters grow stronger, instantly said, "The ones arranged initially to deal with the monsters should prepare. If there are any creatures the formation can't handle, I'll be ready to open the formation at any time and you'd follow my command." Even as he spoke, Guaixi had already noticed a dangerous creature and without hesitation, opened a small hole in the formation, shouting, "Go out now." In the moment the formation was opened, over 20 people rushed out immediately. Then the formation shut down once again. The entire process didn't last more than half a second. In this great calamity of an era change, everyone remained calm. Yet when it came to making an effort, they all exerted 120% of their strength. Of these 20-odd people who rushed out, 3 were tasked to clear surrounding monsters while covering the others. The main group's objective, however, were those that could potentially threaten the formation. Although others hadn't seen Qi Xiang's combat abilities, Guaixi knew exactly what Qi Xiang was capable of. Now, even if Qi Xiang were up against pathogens, he would still have a 70% chance of winning. Therefore, it was naturally his role to become the attacking force in this small team. As for the team leader, that position was held by another cultivation veteran. Qi Xiang wielded the King of Hell's magic sickle skillfully, cutting through flesh from the monsters, leaving behind a streak of corrosive fire with each stroke. This kind of flame wasn't easily extinguished. After just dozens of attacks, the monster was riddled with wounds, its body alight with the corrosive fire. Seeing this scene, the commander quickly ordered everyone to keep their distance from the monster. Due to the concentrated firepower from the group, the monster had sustained severe injuries, and being engulfed in corrosive fire meant there was no chance of survival left. However, Qi Xiang did not stop there, but used the magic sickle to cut a hole into the monster's abdomen in a spinning motion. Only after watching the monster collapse to the ground did Qi Xiang halt. Humph, these are the creatures of the era change, quite difficult to deal with. While Qi Xiang muttered in amazement, he began using the swallowing fire technique to devour the monster and start recovering. Chapter 392 Countdown, Part 1. The enhancement of these monsters was not a good thing for everyone, as most people had prepared defenses against the heavenly disasters. Thus, their preparations were purely defensive, with only a few having anticipated possible enemies and set up offensive means. For instance, the Research Institute in the Yanwang area had foreseen this point early on, so they had been ready with offensive measures from the start. At this moment, not a single person had stepped out, yet they managed to repel the monsters outside with sheer force of weaponry, leaving the monsters helpless. As for the young master at the bottom of the sea, although he hadn't considered this aspect, he was enjoying himself underwater. Some of the monsters had ventured into the sea, but the young master's ark now resembled a sunken ship, and creatures like that would naturally avoid it. Therefore, there were no issues. However, dispatching people directly like Gaisai was something that none other than him had done. At the same time, some zombies had survived the first wave of attacks. Not just one or two, but a significant number. These zombies finally found beings to attack and rushed forward. Their venom erupted instantly. Strikingly, these monsters seemed to have no resistance against the zombie virus. Once infected, they underwent instant zombification without any transition. The ranks of the zombies swelled dramatically as a result. Meanwhile, high above at an incredible height, the individual who previously used his strength to rouse all living beings to watch the sunrise was observing the situation on Earth, slightly furrowing his brow and saying, this era changeover seems not to be going as smoothly as expected. How did so many creatures survive the first wave? Oh, how can those things even assimilate my monsters? This isn't good. I must report upwards. What? Are you implying that this Earth has already prepared itself? And due to spatial overlap, the purification they had to endure was diluted somewhat. Upon hearing the roar from the higher-ups, the man could only reply affirmatively. Hearing the news, the superior was somewhat angry, but there was nothing he could do about it. He ordered, in light of this, we must not increase the difficulty of the era changeover. It's a rule. Higher difficulty would damage that world. As for those humans, if they can overcome this, we will assess the situation later. But as for those creatures capable of assimilating our monsters, none of them should remain, nor should those they've assimilated. You're responsible for this task. Oh, and make sure to capture one alive for research purposes. Yes. The man responded, and then mobilized his abilities, unleashing the final level of purification straight onto those zombies. In an instant, all the zombies turned to ash, leaving no trace behind. When facing biological entities, the zombies' strong infectivity, their lack of fear of pain or death, made them formidable combatants. However, in the face of divine calamities, their power wasn't worth mentioning. Countdown, 36 hours. Half the time had passed. 1.5 days were already gone. The number and frequency of the monsters' appearances had begun to decrease. Qi Xiang and his team had already started rotating shifts in battle. Only Qi Xiang remained outside continuously fighting, thanks to his powerful healing ability which sustained him during this extended period. Now, he needed to return to the magic array to rest, because according to Gaisai, the third phase of the era changeover was coming, and Qi Xiang needed to restore some spirit energy to ensure he remained in peak condition. By the second round of attacks, except for those who were prepared, there were very few remaining paranormal individuals left. Even those who had been well prepared suffered heavy losses in this fight, several factions completely shattered. Surprisingly, Oceania, which was originally believed to be utterly decimated by the onset of the era changeover, somehow survived until now. Due to the rapid resolution of the zombie catastrophe, Oceania's populace had to rely solely on their own training for survival. Lacking survival pressure, their strength naturally wasn't much, so nobody looked highly upon them. Yet they had weathered these two tests. No. Rather, these trials never truly descended upon Oceania. Indeed, it was hard to believe. This event marked the entire Earth's era changeover, a supposed grand cleansing. However, curiously enough, Oceania was spared. Even the man responsible for this era changeover thought it unbelievable. Having overseen numerous worlds transitions, while certain areas being spared did happen, this case where such a large area was omitted was unprecedented for him. Regardless, it didn't matter since he'd carry out whatever instructions came down from above. If anything went awry, the responsibility wouldn't land on him anyway. While this kind of thinking may be irresponsible, reality bore out just this scenario. At this moment, in Oceania, people were cleaning up the streets. The party they held to celebrate the absence of zombies was grand, and now it was a real hassle to clean up. Unlike other places that were in dire straits, this continent seemed as if nothing had happened. Apart from the superpowers some people still possessed, life here went on just like after a carnival night. Meanwhile, several countries in Oceania negotiated and prepared to use the Research Institute's technology to study ways of removing these powers from humans. They aimed to keep only a few controlled superpowered individuals while eliminating most others' abilities. This initiative received widespread support from the masses, although there were still some who opposed it. These dissenters believed that humans from other continents possessed such powers, and what would happen if they attacked later. Of course, such concerns were responded to with formal official statements. Regarding how the powers would be removed, the official line was that national power would be used for research rather than the research institute, since the term research institute was something that should not be mentioned in civilized areas. By this time, only Yanhuang country's research institute remained active in Asia, and similarly in Europe, its counterpart was still operational. Originally, these research institutes had global influence and were extremely powerful. Now, only 3 were left. Yanhuang countries, the European Research Institute, and one in Oceania, which could be described as both tragic and fortuitous. The European Research Institute, Institute, was not well prepared either, but their headquarters was originally designed like a fortress. With the help of the AI Alice, whose response was very swift, they detected anomalies at the very start and activated the defense system immediately, thus preserving the Institute's headquarters. Even so, the losses sustained by the Institute were immense. All branches were destroyed, and a vast number of scientific achievements vanished forever. Chapter 393 Countdown 2. That said, even so, the European Research Institute, Institute, was still pretty impressive since there were only 2 research institutes left on Earth. In response to this situation, Boga looked out of the window and said, "Alice's, do you think this time our research institute is going to be completely destroyed?" Alice's replied, "Sir, our Institute ranks second among all the research institutes on Earth. Please don't be so pessimistic. This situation has some warning signs. Although we currently don't know how long it will last, as long as we persevere, our institute can get through this difficulty." After hearing Alice's words, Boga nodded his head and said, "All right, I hope we can safely make it through this time. Activate the highest level of protective measures. Let everyone gather all the research data they can retain as much as possible. Then store all the supplies in the capsule for storage. We have only 2 hours. After that, let everyone go to the emergency shelter center. Reduce our energy consumption to the maximum extent so we can live longer if we can." Boga's orders were immediately executed, and no one had any objections because, under the current circumstances, Boga's instructions were undoubtedly the best option. Countdown, 24 hours. There was only 1 day left before the epochal change, and that day would be the most dangerous. Ghost C, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "This isn't good. The time of space overlap has come, and all spaces have returned to their original paths. Next, we'll have to endure the full force of the epochal change." Ghost C's words clearly reached every person's ears. Everyone present understood what Ghost C's words meant. The reason they could face this epochal change with confidence was that it was occurring during a period of spatial overlap. In this way, other spaces could absorb a large part of the attack, reducing the force Earth had to endure. But now, those spaces had all left, meaning that Earth would soon face 100% of the power from the epochal change. Upon hearing this news, everyone's mood turned sour, and all those fighting outside pulled back because the next stage was about to begin. 5 people who went out wouldn't return. They had been forever left behind outside. Even so, it was already a very good outcome because if they were still out there alone, they might not have survived even the first wave. Xixiang entered the magic circle, panting heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Even Xixiang couldn't sustain such prolonged combat. While the energy within his body remained abundant, his physical strength and mental stamina had reached a state of heavy load. As soon as he stepped into the magic circle, Xixiang immediately consumed several recovery pills, crossed his legs in a lotus position, and began to circulate the medicinal force inside him to recuperate. This kind of restoration naturally could not bring Xixiang back to his peak condition, but given the current situation, everyone could only rely on the assistance of recovery pills, using the internal flow of energy to restore their bodies. Looking at the external conditions, Residual Trunk sighed after examining the report in his hands and whispered to himself, "Sigh. The spatial overlap has ended too. It's 16 hours earlier than planned. Could it be that people from the other side sensed the situation here and forcibly ended it early? Truly, I don't know whether this device will hold out until the end." Speaking thus, Residual Trunk lit a cigarette and smoked. The man floating high above the skies sneered coldly as he watched Earth and said, "Humans of Earth, you truly are clever, employing countless methods to evade this grand cleansing. But the power we possess is divine to your eyes. How could you possibly resist it? Now, the spatial overlap has ended ahead of schedule. I'm curious how much longer you'll manage to survive." With that, the man initiated the 3rd phase of cleansing. This time, all monsters returned to their original positions on their own, signaling the start of real destruction and absolute annihilation. If what happened before was like a drizzle, then the upcoming storm would be a hurricane. Those dormant volcanoes erupted once again. At the same time, tsunamis, typhoons, tornadoes, earthquakes, storms, all kinds of natural disasters erupted simultaneously. There would be no extraterrestrial meteorites this time. It would just be all the natural forces of Earth combined, unleashed in their highest intensity. Such force was formidable. Yet the man seemed to feel that this wasn't enough and started chanting spells, preparing to add another layer of devastation. If it were merely natural disasters, it wouldn't be frightening. But what if these natural disasters were infused with magical power? For instance, in the tsunami, water dragons surged out and rushed towards the land. And then there were magma creatures erupting from the volcanoes and ground spikes suddenly piercing through the cracks caused by earthquakes. Seeing the attacks outside, Xixiang and the others didn't dare to interfere, leaving the natural forces to strike the magic array without any defense. There was no way for them. as humans, to counteract such power. What they could do was ensure that those repairing the magic array held on. Simply sustaining the array was already their greatest effort. Faced with this sudden calamity, which was hundreds of times stronger than before, the so-called arc created by a certain young master and the Russians only lasted a short while before succumbing to this force. As for the Oyin Institute and the Yanhuang Institute, although they could still hold on, since they were both products of science, how long they could endure remained unpredictable. In particular, the Oyin Institute, despite being in the most fortified location it had, one specifically designed for emergencies and theoretically impervious even to nuclear bombings, felt like a small boat in a storm against this overwhelming force, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Observing the situation, Bogu sighed and addressed everyone present, saying, "All of you, this is not only our Oyin Institute's greatest crisis, but also Earth's greatest crisis. There's nothing we can do about such a force. All we can do is pray. Let us begin praying. I believe none of you here are atheists. Let us pray to our beliefs, imploring their protection." As he spoke, Boga took out a cross from his chest and began to pray. Hearing Boga's call, the people in the Research Institute started to pray as well. Chapter 394, Countdown 3. Those with faith began praying to their respective deities, while those without faith also started praying, though unsure of whom to pray to. But there was nothing else they could do but pray. Of course, there were 2 or 3 people who didn't believe in this approach. They directly started calculating data, discussing whether there was any way to get through the situation. The situation at the Yanhuang Research Institute was slightly better than that of the Euro Research Institute, but not by much. Residual Body watched the researchers running around, adjusting the current equipment. Although the equipment hadn't yet suffered damage, the current situation necessitated constant monitoring. Once a certain part broke down, there would be no time for repair, triggering a chain reaction. All of Yanhuang's long-term efforts would be destroyed in an instant. Countdown, 8 hours. There was only less than 8 hours left. Although the third baptism had passed only 2/3 of its time, many events had occurred during this period. Apart from that special place in Oceania with unique permissions, the surviving humans now were limited to the Euro Research Institute, Yanhuang's research team, and Xixiang's group. Beyond these, there were no more living humans or animals. Many plants had died, but some plants seemed impervious to this purification. Instead of dying, they grew stronger, showing signs of evolution. This was the typical phenomenon observed in every great purification. Not only plants, but marine organisms also exhibited evolutionary trends. It could be imagined that once the great purification ended, all terrestrial life would perish. A new generation of plants and sea creatures capable of adapting to land would dominate the Earth, ushering in another prolonged evolutionary phase. However, this would happen only if the great purification progressed smoothly. This time, the process has been far from smooth, leaving many survivors, something they had never foreseen. As soon as that unique entity in Oceania leaves, a specific purification will be carried out there. Out of 10 purifications, 8 usually feature such special zones. Even though this one affected a wider area on Earth, it doesn't deviate from the general rule. But they have a principle. Places that have already experienced the cleansing cannot undergo it again. This means that if these 3 remaining groups survive, then this great purification will be incomplete. Due to spatial overlapping, these humans will surely become the most powerful species on Earth. In no time, humanity will reign over the Earth once more, contradicting the goals of the great purification. This is what troubles him and his superiors the most. Now, increasing the intensity of the great purification further is impossible because Earth can't bear more pressure. However, not enhancing it will allow them to survive. This poses a troubling problem. The days ahead won't be easy for these 3 groups. The energy supply at the Euro Research Institute is almost depleted, and how much longer it will last remains unclear. Yanhuang's institute also initiated a backup plan, arranging everyone into shelters similar to those used by the Euro Research Institute to reduce energy consumption. However, the main issue Yanhuang faces is still the same, energy depletion. As for Xixiang's side, the main concern lies in human endurance. 3 days was difficult for everyone, and under such circumstances, few could remain calm continuously. Because of the small number of individuals involved, shifts couldn't be arranged, except for the regular folks or weaker individuals. All those responsible for maintaining the magical arrays have not slept for 3 days straight. They've only managed brief rests occasionally. This situation causes psychological and mental exhaustion across the board, unrelated to energy consumption. Countdown, 30 minutes. Only half an hour remained, and despite Xixiang's magical array holding intact, the participants' conditions were deteriorating rapidly. At Yanhuang Research Institute, the energy supply was completely exhausted. Residual Body employed various methods to keep generating energy, including allowing modified humans to contribute their stored internal energy. Though brutal, handing over their energy left the modified humans immediately incapacitated and powerless. But in the current predicament, what difference did mobility make? If they failed, they would die anyway. As for the Euro Research Institute, their situation wasn't optimistic either. Their only hope rested in the robust material composition of the bunkers. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. Despite this, the members at the Euro Research Institute knew they wouldn't hold out much longer. The final stage of the Great Purification was approaching. This was the most energy-draining phase, and thus lasted merely 30 minutes. During these 30 minutes, there were no monsters or calamities, just the surge of energy. In this kind of cleansing, the fittest survive while the unfit perish, a very simple principle. When all calamities ceased, everyone wondered if it meant the end of the epic change. In such a situation, no one wanted to think negatively. It was too disheartening. Everyone hoped for better times ahead. As things stood, surviving the epic change would be the best outcome. But what awaited them was only brief silence. Then, the impact of energy instantly swept across the land, and an energy storm rampaged across the earth, ravaging every place except Oceania. Hurry, everyone, release all your energy to trigger the defense system. We must resist at all costs. While shouting, Residual Body channeled 9/10 of his internal energy into the defense system. As soon as he completed this move, Residual Body sensed something amiss. Touching his body, he discovered half of it was gone. Turning around, Residual Body looked at the researcher behind him, bitterly asking, why? The researcher stared coldly at Residual Body and said, the person who forced both the director and deputy director of Yanwang Research Institute to their deaths has no right to ask why. Saying this, he shoved Residual Body onto the ground, extracting all his remaining energy, adding, let you make your final contribution then. Subsequently, he fed the energy into the defense system and commanded, follow that guy's last order, everyone. Residual Body glared at the man with utter helplessness. He wanted to fight him desperately, even though he knew he would lose. But now, Residual Body didn't have enough energy left to even charge forward. Chapter 395 Countdown, Part 4. The maimed body reflected on his life, neither greatly virtuous nor extremely wicked. One could say the maimed body was someone who hovered between good and evil. However, such an end befell him. Even though his original intent was to keep the Yanwang Research Institute going, his actions were still despicable, especially when there were people like this around. The maimed body slowly closed his eyes. Despite being able to think, he no longer wanted to ponder anymore. This was his final time. He wanted to give his mind a rest, letting it take a break during the last moments of his life because the maimed body was simply too exhausted. The Yanwang Research Institute once had countless glories. Although it caused a major disaster, the reanimated corpses, and triggered the occurrence of spatial overlap, its purpose was always to give humanity a chance to survive through the epic change. Thus, no evaluation will be made here. Finally, at 27 minutes before the epic change countdown, it was wiped out with none left behind. The European Research Institute, OYEN, was once glorious, ranked in the top 3 among Earth's research facilities, making significant contributions across various industries. Even without foreseeing the epic change, it managed to persevere for over 70 hours, all thanks to the foundation of the OYEN Research Institute. At 29 minutes into the countdown, the OYEN Research Institute was completely annihilated. Gaisai looked outside, eyebrows slightly furrowed. At this point, cracks had already begun appearing in the magical array, and the power of the energy storm outside exceeded Gaisai's expectations. Originally, according to the situation, under spatial overlap, half an hour of an energy storm was definitely something this array could endure, but the current situation was unforeseen. No one anticipated that the spatial overlap would end prematurely. At this moment, everyone could only fully expend their own energy to maintain the stability of the magical array. The magical array kept developing cracks which were then temporarily repaired. Now, every individual within the array felt as if each second lasted a year. 30 minutes might not seem long, but neither is it short. It depends on how one gets through those 30 minutes. For Qi Xiang and the others, this half hour was absolutely agonizingly long. With full exertion, no one could sustain this for very long. And at this point, Gaisai could only encourage everyone by saying, this is the final wave. Persistence is victory. Time passed by bit by bit. Finally, the first person fell, but in the instant before death, he fiercely ignited all his internal energy and life force, turning everything he had into pure energy which surged into the magical array, giving others hope to survive. Though this surge of energy didn't last long, it was stronger than everyone's combined efforts. However, as the first person fell, more and more individuals began to falter, one after another collapsing. Yet, they shared the same act, burning their entire being at the moment of their death to offer others the chance to live. Seeing the bodies of those around him fall one by one, Gaisai's heart became heavy. Among them were some old friends and some juniors. This time, Gaisai called them over, intending to let them survive, but realized how foolish he had been. It was Gaisai's calculation error and insufficient strength that led to so many deaths. Although they would have died anyway, Gaisai invited them here hoping to ensure their survival. But now, these people perished beside Gaisai, and it was impossible for Gaisai to not feel distressed. But what can be done? There's no turning back once the arrow is released. Now Gaisai could only persist, ensuring that these people's sacrifices weren't in vain. Gaisai glanced at Qi Xiang and the others, looking at these youths. Gaisai silently vowed that even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he would let them live. As time flowed, so did life swiftly fade away. The sole cause of death for these people was the complete depletion of their internal energies. Sandazi, your father goes ahead. Dashi's father roared, and his body burst forth with dazzling light. Then Dashi watched his father fall straight down, devoid of any vital signs. Dashi's eyes instantly brimmed with moisture, but he couldn't cry, nor could he withdraw his own power to embrace his fallen father, as that would waste the efforts of those around him. Before Dashi could properly grieve, his mother followed shortly after his father. Seeing both his parents depart, Dashi was overwhelmed with sorrow. Amidst his cries, he continuously emitted energy to maintain the magical array. It seemed that only shouting could somewhat soothe Dashi's pain. Watching the people around him fall one by one, Qi Xiang initially didn't feel much, but when Jiaoyang fell, Qi Xiang's group truly became agitated. Following Jiaoyang's fall, Lin Xiaoyang also succumbed. Qi Xiang's group had lost their two weakest members, and Dashi was next. The collapse of three individuals instantly dampened the spirits of Qi Xiang's group. They had been imagining how they would live together in the new era, but now their brothers in arms had fallen one after another. At this point, only a few were left holding on. The cracks in the magical array widened. Those who were protected wanted to help, but didn't know how, feeling completely powerless. Pathogen, it's about time for us too. After hearing Gaisai's words, Pathogen nodded. Next, both Pathogen and Gaisai simultaneously unleashed all their internal energy, filling the array with power and restoring all the fractures within it as if no damage had occurred. However, the price was that both Gaisai and Pathogen, a man and a zombie, were obliterated without leaving any trace behind. Even so, their efforts couldn't last long. Since the final trial began, it had already lasted 23 minutes, leaving only 7 more. But everyone was painfully aware. Those final 7 minutes would be difficult to survive. Time ticked by, one after another fell. In the end, only Qi Xiang's group remained. Boom! Finally, the magical array could not hold up any longer and shattered abruptly. The people being protected were immediately swept away by the energy storm, vanishing without a trace. Among them were Team 1, Gaisai's clan, and Jinhu. But Qi Xiang's group survived because Boj and Chadin burst out with a protective shield and defensive skills at the very last moment. Still, if the energy storm had been able to demolish an array constructed by many people, how long could this kind of shield or skill last? No one knew. Watching the situation outside, Qi Xiang finally exhaled deeply. Chadin looked at Qi Xiang and smiled, saying, "Xianga, let's be brothers again in the next life." Final chapter, the new era. Qi Xiang opened his eyes and looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Recalling everything from before, Qi Xiang remembered when Chadin shouted, "Xianga, we'll still be brothers in the next life." When he heard these words, Qi Xiang felt something was wrong, but before he could stop him, Chadin's body transformed into a beam of light and surged into Qi Xiang's body. Instantly, Qi Xiang's energy skyrocketed and his level surged drastically, all bought at the cost of Chadin's life. Boj, seeing the impending collapse of the protective barrier, said, "Qi Xiang, survive. You're the only one among us capable of it." With that, Boj made the same decision Chadin did. As both Chadin and Boj disappeared simultaneously, Qi Xiang hadn't even recovered from the shock when Bingwe suddenly froze them. This was her only defense mechanism, and she then entered Qi Xiang's body. Qi Xiang thought he heard her whispering, "You've always protected me. Let me protect you this time." "No." Qi Xiang roared angrily, sending out a massive sound wave that dissolved everything around him, including the energy storm, into nothingness. Qi Xiang's eyes began turning blood red, and he was breathing heavily. He restricted his Dan energy fully, allowing the malevolent fire power to spread throughout his entire body. Sensing something unusual, evil fire Zixing and Dan God appeared. "Ha ha ha. Are you finally ready to embrace my power? It hasn't been wasted waiting for so long. Ha ha ha. You're crazy. Your body can't handle it." Listening to the two voices, Qi Xiang screamed, "Both of you shut up." Saying this, Qi Xiang thrust off the ground and lunged forward. Meanwhile, in Oceania, the sole place where survivors existed, game capability users saw a notification appear. "Congratulations to user Qi Xiang for surpassing level 100, gaining the title God Ascension." This information was also received by Qi Xiang, but at the moment he cared little about it. Upon breaking through level 100, he sensed the presence of the man orchestrating this era change. Now he aimed to do one thing, kill the god. In an instant, Qi Xiang reached the man. The bloodthirsty spider spears uncontrollably emerged from his back. At this point, Qi Xiang no longer resembled a human. The energy emanating from him was like that of a berserk beast devoid of any sanity. And that man, drenched in sweat after causing the great cleansing, was near the end. His condition was extremely poor. When he saw Qi Xiang, he muttered, "Not good." Next, Qi Xiang turned the man's worst fears into reality. With a single punch, the man was blasted into the air, but as he retreated, he suddenly felt his body being held by something. The cost of this support, however, was 8 bloody holes that appeared across his body. 8 spider spears pierced through him, and unable to endure it, the man spat out a mouthful of blood. But this was only the beginning for the man. "Help! Help! Help!" With all his remaining strength, the man called out desperately for rescue, hoping against hope that salvation would arrive before death did. He knew well that with just a breath of life left, he could still recover given his abilities, but Qi Xiang showed no signs of sparing him. Qi Xiang used the bloodthirsty spider spears to hold the man in place, and, giving him no chance to escape, grabbed the man with both hands. With just a little force, his fingers pierced into the man's chest. What followed was an infamous skill from the anti-Japanese war era, tearing apart a person by hand. This time, it wasn't a mere human, it was a god. It was at this moment that the man fully comprehended Qi Xiang's terrifying power. Even if he were at full strength, he wouldn't be a match for the man behind him. Qi Xiang's strength stemmed from rage, which was impossible to resist. Boom! Just as the man thought he was about to become the first god killed by the cleansing process, a sudden explosion came from behind him. Immediately after, his body was teleported elsewhere. This action wasn't of his doing. The man found himself in the Divine Recovery Pool, a sacred place reserved exclusively for deities of the highest level. While he was merely qualified to visit, he now stood there feeling his injuries heal rapidly and his energy skyrocketing. He realized that even if he survived a near-death experience like this one, it might bring him great fortune. 4 ordinary gods. Soaking in this pool alone could grant significant benefits, especially for someone wounded like him now. It accelerated his absorption of the energy within the pool and boosted his future development. Qi Xiang stared at where the man had vanished and shouted, "Where'd you go, coward? You weren't so strong earlier, right? Come out." A golden light flashed, and a tall figure wearing a golden robe appeared before Qi Xiang, saying sternly, "Young man, your heart is consumed by anger. Killing him won't revive those people in your mind. Besides, their fates were predetermined. Calm down. You're talking nonsense." Although seeing the man somehow calmed Qi Xiang slightly, hearing these words ignited his fury again. He imagined the faces of those who had fallen. Qi Xiang declared, "If killing him once can't resurrect them, then I'll kill you too, and everyone else." As he said this, Qi Xiang rushed forward. "Evil fire Zixing, primordial spirit, why don't you restrain him?" In response to the authoritative voice, 2 figures, one white, one purple, appeared before Qi Xiang. They were Evil Fire Zixing, the master of the evil fire force within him, and Primordial Spirit, the master of Dan energy. They shouldn't have been able to manifest, but with the assistance of the mighty being behind them, they materialized. Upon appearing, Evil Fire Zixing and Primordial Spirit immediately blocked Qi Xiang. Primordial Spirit said, "Qi Xiang, you've already descended into the path of darkness. Wake up." Though Evil Fire Zixing detested the term evil, he reluctantly added, "Qi Xiang, whether you believe it or not, you cannot challenge such an existence. It's best if you calm down. We will think of a long-term strategy." Qi Xiang easily broke free from their restraint and lunged forward, summoning the King of Hell scythe in his hand. Behind him loomed the shadow of the King of Hell. Qi Xiang roared, "Die." Looking at the King of Hell behind Qi Xiang, the man coldly chuckled. "King of Hell, do you wish to oppose me as well?" With a casual wave of his hand, he shattered the illusion of the King of Hell behind Qi Xiang. Then he sighed, looking at Qi Xiang. "Child, I can help resurrect your friends. Would you agree?" Hearing these words, Qi Xiang stopped and looked at him. "Why should I trust you?" The man laughed bitterly. "Because I once pursued the same goal as yours, but now that I possess this kind of power, what was lost can never be brought back." He then looked at Qi Xiang and asked, "Now, I can bring back your companions. But in return, I must take half of your power. Of course, with your own efforts, you can still ascend to divinity. Do you agree?" Qi Xiang nodded, "I agree. But what about their abilities?" The man smiled faintly. "The half of your power I withdraw will be returned to them. Doesn't that sound fair?" Listening to the man's words, Qi Xiang nodded vigorously and said, "Then resurrect them for me." The man nodded and said, "Yuan Shun, Xiaohua Zixing, the 2 of you should return." Hearing the man's words, Yuan Shun and Xiaohua Zixing gave a slight bow and said, "Yes, Supreme God." As they spoke, the 2 turned into a white and purple beam of light, entering Qi Xiang's body. Then, the man discharged a beam of light that surged into Qi Xiang's body, taking with it blue, purple, and gold energies. The 3 colored energies merged with the beam of light emitted by the man and plummeted swiftly, then brightly lit up at the location where Qi Xiang and his companions originally stood. The Supreme God looked at Qi Xiang and said, "The energy of this beam is quite limited, so only those closest to you will be revived. I'm sorry, but there is nothing more I can do for the others." Qi Xiang nodded, understanding that the other had done their best. Moreover, the energy radiating from the man brought tranquility to Qi Xiang, completely dissolving the impulsiveness he initially carried. As the beam of light touched the ground, familiar figures began to take form again, and the man sent Qi Xiang back to Earth. Looking at Qi Xiang's figure, the man muttered to himself, I'll be mocked this time. Haha, who would have thought that I, known as the god of rules, would one day willingly violate the rules for the sake of such a young one? Hey, kid, you're the first I've done this for. Earth, haha, it truly is an interesting place." With that, the man took one last glance at the planet and left this world. Qi Xiang returned to the ground and looked around at the others. Li Wei, Che Dan and Li Wei hugged each other tightly, while Zhao Yang approached Lin Xiaoyang and said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you well enough." Lin Xiaoyang smiled and shook her head, saying, "No, Zhao Yang, you did your best." Uncle De remained in shock, still unable to recover from the death of his parents. At this moment, Brother Bo walked over and patted Uncle De on the shoulder without uttering a word. Qi Xiang looked at Bing Yu's face, unsure of what to say. At this moment, women seemed much bolder than men. Bing Yu rushed forward and embraced Qi Xiang, locking lips and beginning a passionate kiss. Except for Li Wei, none of the 7-person team were missing. But this transition of epics had too many surprises, and far too many lives had been lost. After everyone had calmed down, Qi Xiang recounted the previous events and asked about their plans. Brother Bo glanced around and said, "We'd better not create too many disturbances. After all, those gods probably wouldn't want too much disruption in the new era." Qi Xiang nodded and said, "Yeah, we're essentially a group of rule breakers." Che Dan grinned and said, "So does that mean we can relax more and enjoy ourselves in the new era?" Hearing Che Dan's words, Qi Xiang nodded and said, Seems like it." As he spoke, he looked at Bing Yu and said, "But first, we need to get married, go on our honeymoon, and have a baby before we talk about anything else." Hearing Qi Xiang's words, Bing Yu had no trace of her usual shyness left. Having gone through so much, Bing Yu understood a truth. For those you love, you must accept them openly. Otherwise, you may never have the chance again. 7 years later. Dad, play with us." Qi Xiang looked at his twin sons and laughed. "All right. What do you want to play today? Let's go find Che Dan Uncle's younger sister to play, okay?" Hearing what his two sons said, Qi Xiang nodded. Sure, shall we also invite Xiao Yang Auntie's little brother along? Qi Bing, Qi Xiang's elder son, immediately replied. No. Jia Ming always competes with us for Sister Che Ling, we won't play with him. Qi Yu also said, that's right. Hearing his two sons' remarks, Qi Xiang could only laugh and cry, finally replying. Okay, let's just go play with Che Ling's sister. Bing Yu smiled as she watched Qi Xiang and their two beloved sons, reflecting on these past few years. All three couples experienced weddings, honeymoons, and childbirth under everyone's witness. For lives from the previous century were born anew in this one, and each child possessed their own unique psychic abilities, clearly marking them as the next generation of psychics. Because they had children, these three couples found a place to settle down together. The environment was pleasant, surrounded by mountains and clear waters, and they ate food they either grew themselves or hunted. As for Deshu and Bogo, these two embarked on global tours to explore the new world, returning periodically with fresh delicacies to delight their young nieces and nephews. Qi Xiang brought his two sons to visit Che Dan's home, laughing. Che Dan, I've come to play games with you. Hearing Qi Xiang's words, Che Dan bitterly laughed. Qi Xiang, I'm afraid today won't work. I've upset my wife and kids. Qi Xiang chuckled and looked at Che Dan, who was kneeling on a washboard, saying, Li Wei, don't be so angry. Tell me, what did he do this time? Li Wei waved her hand and said, it's nothing serious. Never mind. You two play, I'll go prepare some food and invite Bing Yu over too. Let's have a little dinner party. Qi Xiang nodded and said, Che Dan, send your birds to tell them. Che Dan gave Qi Xiang a dirty look and then summoned two flying eagle beasts, instructing them to go deliver the message. Then, standing up and patting Che Ling's head, he smiled and said, go on, your big brothers Qi Bing and Qi Yu are here. Che Ling muttered, bad daddy, before running off to play with Qi Bing and Qi Yu. Qi Xiang didn't ask further about what Che Dan had done wrong as the two of them began to play together. By dinner time, the three girls had prepared a lavish table full of dishes, and the three men started drinking. Hee, this food smells so good. Uncle Da, do you think we can eat our fill? Bogo looked at the well-lit house in front of him and smiled. The end.